What the hell did you awaken? Inf grade Necromancer. I've lived 18 years, and this is the first time I've seen Inf grade with my own eyes. Laughter erupted. A tall figure stepped out from the crowd, an exaggerated grin plastered across his face. This was Zhao Tianxi, a notorious wastrel of the city. His father served as captain of the 3rd Company of the City Defense Forces, and during the awakening ceremony, he had obtained a grade class, the Iron Arm Warrior. Lin Jianxing regarded him with a blank expression. Are you finished? Not yet, not yet. Zhao Tianxi waved his hand, amusement written all over his face. I heard necromancers can summon zombies. Come on, call one out, and let everyone broaden their horizons. Let us see what kind of zombie Inf grade necromancer can summon. Is it going to be missing an arm or a leg? Another wave of raucous laughter rippled through the surroundings. Lin Jianxing was silent for 2 seconds, then raised his hand and released a skill. A gray magic array unfolded beneath his feet, black mist surging from the void as a short figure slowly emerged from within the haze. It was a little zombie. It stood around 1.50 meters tall with bluish-gray skin and 2 stubby arms stretched straight out in front. The entire hall fell silent for half a second, then exploded into even louder laughter. Ha! What is that supposed to be? A 1.50 meters zombie. My grandma's toy poodle is bigger than that. Zhao Tianxi clutched his stomach and doubled over, tears almost streaming from his eyes. What did I tell you? What kind of combat power could that thing possibly have? Just summoning it is enough to make people die of laughter. He had not even finished speaking. The little zombie moved. Without the slightest sign or warning, the short figure suddenly shot out from where it stood, moving so fast its trajectory was almost impossible to discern. One punch. It landed solidly on Zhao Tianxi's jaw. Ah! Zhao Tianxi let out a scream as his entire body snapped backward and crashed to the ground. 3 teeth mixed with blood and saliva flew out of his mouth, tracing 3 arcs through the air before clinking onto the floor. The laughter was cut off instantly. The entire awakening hall fell utterly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape at Zhao Tianxi, who was rolling on the floor, clutching his jaw. Then their gazes shifted to the little zombie, which had withdrawn its fist and was standing expressionlessly where it had been. This were the zombies summoned by necromancers, not supposed to be the weakest kind, the sort that could barely even walk properly. The speed and force of that punch just now looked nothing like grade. Lin Jianxing was stunned as well. He lowered his head to look at his own hand, then at the little zombie, his pupils faintly trembling. He had not issued any attack command just now. He had not controlled the little zombie at all. It had moved on its own. You little. Zhao Tianxi struggled to his feet, blood smeared at the corners of his mouth. Missing 3 teeth, his speech whistled through the gaps, yet the fury in his eyes was almost blazing. He jabbed a finger at Lin Jianxing. You're finished. My dad is captain of the 3rd Company of the City Defense Forces. You're dead. I'll call my dad. I'll make sure you pay dearly for this. Around them, the students' expressions changed. The captain of the 3rd Company of the City Defense Forces was a great powerhouse, a figure of real weight in the city. To offend his son meant that even if Lin Jianxing's family was wealthy and influential, he would still inevitably suffer. Tianxi, let it go. Your classmates, after all. Someone stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. Let it go? Zhao Tianxi glared, eyes bulging. He knocked out 3 of my teeth, and you want me to let it go? I'm telling you, this won't end today. I'll make him kneel and apologize to me. The teacher in charge of maintaining order hurried over, stepping between the two of them and forcing a smile at Zhao Tianxi. Zhao, calm down. It's just a small disagreement between classmates. There's no need to drag parents into this. Let it go? Zhao Tianxi's eyes widened. He knocked out 3 of my teeth, and you want me to let it go? Listen, if this doesn't get settled today, I won't let it rest. If I don't make him pay, I'm not worthy of my surname, Zhao. Lin Jianxing frowned and was just about to speak. The little zombie moved again. Once more, there was no warning, no sign at all. The short figure shot out from Lin Jianxing's side, like lightning, charging straight at Zhao Tianxi. Another punch. With a crisp crack accompanied by Zhao Tianxi's shrill scream, 2 more teeth flew out. He crashed to the floor, mouth full of blood, vision swimming black. The expression on his face shifted from fury to shock, from shock to sheer terror. He had seen it. He had seen the little zombie, after delivering that punch, hop cheerfully back to Lin Jianxing's side. It tilted its head and glanced at him, its expression blankly cute, as if nothing at all had happened. Everyone had seen it. The hall descended into a dead, suffocating silence. Lin Jianxing was stunned as well. He even subconsciously took a step back, studying the little creature at his side with a completely new, appraising gaze. What on earth was it? He clearly had not given any order. Hands trembling, Zhao Tianxi pulled his phone from his pocket, dialed, and spoke in a voice thick with sobs and rage. Dad, come to the awakening hall now. I've been beaten up. I lost 5 teeth. Hanging up, he lay back on the floor, fixing Lin Jianxing with a venomous stare. Less than 2 minutes later, a furious roar rolled down from the sky. Who dares lay a hand on my son? A figure dropped from above, slamming into the square outside the awakening hall with a thunderous crash, stones flying and dust billowing. The man stood over 2 meters tall, broad as a bear and thick as a bull, muscles knotting across his frame. A pair of bull horns jutted from his forehead, and his blood-red eyes radiated a suffocating pressure. Several men in black followed behind him, each exuding a dense, powerful aura, clearly elite fighters. It's Captain Zhao, great barbaric bull warrior. I heard he once went head-to-head with a wild giant rhinoceros 5 levels above him without taking a single step back. It's over, it's over. Lin Jianxing is done for this time. The students hurriedly backed away, opening up a path. Zhao Gang strode into the awakening hall. His gaze instantly locked onto his son lying on the ground with his mouth full of blood, and his expression darkened to the extreme. Who the hell laid hands on my son? The teacher braced himself and stepped forward, forcing a smile as he tried to explain. Captain Zhao, please listen. Here's what happened. There was a small disagreement between the 2 children. Zhao Gang casually shoved him aside. The teacher flew across the hall, slammed into the wall, and slid down with a groan. Silence fell over the hall. Zhao Gang's gaze swept across everyone present before finally fixing on Lin Jianxing. The little zombie still stood at his feet, head tilted, its big front teeth exposed in a way that seemed born to invite a being. It was you, wasn't it, kid? Lin Jianxing drew a deep breath. He mocked me first. Zhao Gang bared his teeth in a grin that was all ferocity and no humor. I didn't come here to reason things out. He advanced on Lin Jianxing step by step. With each footfall, the floor seemed to tremble. You injured my son, so of course I'm here to settle the score. What do you call that? That's called the natural order of things. Before his words had even finished, Zhao Gang's large hand had already seized Lin Jianxing by the collar, hoisting him into the air like a chick. The little zombie lunged forward, driving its fist into Zhao Gang's lower leg. Zhao Gang glanced down, then swung out with one kick. The little zombie flew like a rubber ball. It smashed into a pillar, slid down to the floor, and twitched twice, unable to stand up again. That's it. Zhao Gang sneered, turning his gaze back to Lin Jianxing. Kid, you knocked out 5 of my son's teeth, so I'll cripple one of your arms. Fair, isn't it? Lin Jianxing's feet dangled in the air as he was held aloft, his collar cutting into his throat until he could barely breathe. Not a single student around them dared to make a sound. The teacher still leaned against the wall, clutching his waist, his face deathly pale. Zhao Tianxi crawled up from the floor, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gave a twisted grin. Dad, don't be in such a hurry to hit him. Make him kneel and apologize to me first. Zhao Gang glanced at his son and nodded, then flung Lin Jianxing toward the floor. You hear that? Kneel. At that moment, the sky began to darken. Vast swathes of dark clouds surged out of nowhere, blotting out the sky and sun, casting the entire awakening hall into shadow. Within the billowing cloud layers, violet lightning churned and flickered. Thunder rolled in waves coming from afar, growing ever louder and more frequent. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking the square outside the awakening hall, shattering stone and sending sparks flying in all directions. At the points where the lightning landed, faint phantoms of violet thunder dragons writhed within the clouds, coiling and darting about. Their draconic roars were low and drawn out, making scalps tingle with numbness. Someone recognized this phenomenon. Blue lightning tyrant dragon. It's the blue lightning tyrant dragon. A spirit communicator class. Lin Jianxing, commander of the City Defense Army. Zhao Gang's expression changed instantly. He snapped his head up toward the sky. A figure wreathed in boundless lightning descended from above. It was a middle-aged man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a stern, chiseled face. Violet lightning coiled around his entire body, and with every step he took, fine arcs of electricity exploded in the air. He wore casual clothes, yet his aura, that suffocating sense of oppression, surpassed Zhao Gang by countless levels. Lin Jianxing, commander of the City Defense Army and a class blue lightning tyrant dragon, a walking natural disaster. The entire place erupted. It really is Commander Lin. My God, this is my first time seeing him in person. He's even more handsome than on TV. Several classmates even forgot how tense the situation was, squeezing forward in excitement. Someone had already pulled out a notebook, eager to ask for an autograph. Zhao Gang and the few men in black hurriedly stepped back and bowed. Commander Lin Jianxing did not look at them. His gaze swept across the hall, first landing on the teachers leaning against. Then he saw the little zombie who had just climbed up from the floor, blood still at the corner of its mouth. And finally his gaze settled on Lin Jianxing, who was kneeling on one knee. A glint of coldness flashed through his eyes. What is going on here? Zhao Gang hurried forward, forcing a fawning smile, as he explained, Commander Lin, it's like this. This brat laid hands on my son and knocked out 5 of his teeth. As a father, of course, I had to teach him a lesson, let him understand what. Your son. Lin Jianxing finally turned his head to look at Zhao Gang. That single look made cold sweat instantly soak Zhao Gang's back. When your son gets beaten, shouldn't we fathers first reflect on why we are so useless as to raise a useless son? You bullying the young with the old like this have completely disgraced the city defense army. Cold sweat streamed down Zhao Gang's forehead. A realization suddenly dawned on him. That youth had the surname Lin. That youth had just awakened his class and then had been mocked by Zhao Gang's son. Zhao Gang's pupils contracted sharply, even his voice changed pitch. Could he be the commander's? Lin Jianxing did not answer. He lashed out with a kick. Zhao Gang shot out like a cannonball, smashing through the wall of the awakening hall, rolling several times amid shattered stone and dust before coming to a stop. The hall fell utterly silent. Everyone was stunned. The commander of the city defense army had just kicked his subordinate, a squad captain flying. And the reason? Every gaze shifted to Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing had already stood up. He patted the dust off his knee and watched all of this with an impassive face. Zhao Gang crawled out from the rubble, ignoring his injuries, and staggered back. He grabbed the still-dazed Zhao Tianxi beside him, dragging and hauling him over to stand before Lin Jianxing. Kneel. Zhao Gang slapped the back of Zhao Tianxi's head, and Zhao Tianxi dropped to his knees with a thud. Apologize. Zhao Tianxi opened his mouth, stunned for 2 seconds, still not understanding what was happening. Zhao Gang's palm lashed out again. With a crisp smack, 5 finger marks immediately appeared on Zhao Tianxi's face. This mess was caused by your foul mouth. Hurry up and apologize. Zhao Tianxi clutched his cheek, finally realizing what kind of status the youth before him held. His face flushed red, then turned pale, then green. His lips trembled for a long while before squeezing out a line. I'm sorry, just now it was only a foolish jest. Lin Jianxing lowered his head to look at him and let out a soft chuckle. Now you know you were wrong. The child dies, and only then do you come to nurse him. Snot reaches your mouth, and only then do you remember to wipe. Great fortune arrives on your face, and only then do you think to turn aside. Where were you earlier? Zhao Tianxi's face turned the color of pig liver, his teeth ground together audibly, yet he did not dare erupt. He drew in a deep breath. I'm sorry, Jian Gu drank too much. His voice echoed within the awakening hall. If you're drunk, then get lost. What are you still doing here, waiting for dishes to be served? Lin Jianxing kicked him flying with a single strike, then turned back toward the little zombie, which had already climbed up and was hopping back toward his side. Lin Jianxing walked to Lin Jianxing's side and patted his shoulder, his gaze much gentler now. Go home first. He turned his head toward Zhao Gang and his son. I have a few matters to take care of. Lin Jianxing nodded, bent down to pick up the little zombie, and walked out of the awakening hall without looking. Dachang City, a certain villa in the Guanjiang residential complex. Lin Jianxing sprawled on the sofa. Behind him followed a little zombie about 1.5 meters tall, its 2 short arms stretched straight out as it hopped along after him. Come here. Lin Jianxing beckoned to the little zombie. The little zombie hopped over, tilting its head as it looked at him, 2 big front teeth protruding adorably from its mouth. Lin Jianxing reached out and poked its head. Since you're following me now, I should plan out your career path. Lin Jianxing spoke with a perfectly straight face. With your build, you might as well not fight monsters in the future. They're too fierce. Usually I won't ask you to do much. Just wash my clothes, help me carry things when we go out, and when I'm hungry, fry up a couple of dishes for me. The little zombie remained silent. Even though we have a chef and servants at home, we can't keep bothering them. We have to learn to be independent, understand? The little zombie's body suddenly twitched. Lin Jianxing froze for a moment as an information panel popped up before his eyes. This time what appeared was not his own attribute panel, but a message from the summoned creature. The little zombie expresses a strong protest. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Mock not the poor youth. Lin Jianxing. He sprang up from the sofa, staring at the words on the panel 3 times over, confirming he was not hallucinating. Poor. Lin Jianxing pointed to his own nose. In what way is our family poor? Then he paused. This wasn't the main point. Aren't you a summoned creature? How can a summoned creature send messages? Lin Jianxing's pupils quivered. Where did you get a keyboard? The little zombie did not answer his questions, but simply stood there, its ashen face actually showing a kind of tragic determination. The little zombie mocks you for having no ambition. Your aspirations are poor. The little zombie has decided to run away from home and go out to train. The little zombie leaves a message. I will become stronger. I will evolve. I will become the legendary death-extinguishing Saint Law Heavenly Corpse Emperor. You can't be serious. The little zombie said nothing, merely kept hopping persistently toward the door. Wait a moment. Lin Jianxing snapped back to awareness and dashed to the door shouting, "Are you still coming home for dinner? They'll cook for you. Won't that suffice?" The little zombie remained silent, pressing forward without pause. Instinctively, Lin Jianxing opened his skill interface and froze, utterly dumbstruck. Zombie LV. 1 in status, runaway, anger mode, in mood, filled with murderous intent, damage 100. At that very moment, Jianxing, dinner's ready. Jiang Wan's voice echoed up the stairs. Lin Jianxing glanced at the empty room, then toward the doorway where the little zombie had vanished, and took a slow, deep breath. He closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. Behind him, the line on his skill interface continued to pulse faintly, in zombie status, runaway. And though Lin Jianxing was one among countless transmigrators, he stood apart. His parents were alive, his family owned both car and home. The Lin family dining hall boasted a single table stretching 8 meters in length. At mealtimes, he sat at one end, his parents at the other, conversation conducted almost entirely by shouting. As a child, he'd assumed every household's dining table was this vast, until visiting a classmate's home revealed the truth: most families used tables no longer than 2 meters. Now that 8-meter expanse gleamed beneath an opulent spread: deep-sea demon whale, caviar, flame dragon, lizard stew, jade ember spirit, vegetable platter, braised pork belly, with 7 rankling ji. Each dish crafted from ingredients of apothecary-grade rarity. Lin Jianxing sat at one end of the table, chopsticks in his left hand, smartphone in his right, frantically searching a renowned class transcendence forum in "What do I do if my summoned creature rejects me?" Search results 0. In "Why would a summoned creature mock its master?" In search results 0. In "Has anyone ever had their summoned creature run away to level up independently?" Search results 0. Lin Jianxing blankly extinguished his phone screen. Across the table, his father Lin Jianxing and mother Jiang Wan exchanged a glance, eyes heavy with quiet sorrow. Lin Jianxing, and a rank blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, served as commander of the city defense force, a professional warrior whose youth earned him the epithet Walking Cataclysm before being specially recruited, then promoted steadily to his current command. Jiang Wan, in a rank Gonlin Blue Silvergrass, was a professional healer and founder CEO of the Apothecary Group. Her healing aura extended 500 meters in all directions, hailed across the industry as a mobile fountain of life. She had built the Apothecary Group from nothing. Today it stood as the city's largest supplier of magical pharmaceuticals. One parent embodied peak combat prowess, the other peerless support capability. A union of titans, genetic fortune so immense that Lin Jianxing won the ultimate lottery, and then drew the Necromancer class. Perhaps this was fate's own law of reversal: extremes inevitably bend toward their opposite. Lin Jianxing picked up a piece of braised pork belly and stuffed it into his mouth, eyes already lowered again to his phone. Softly, Jiang Wan murmured to Lin Jianxing, "This child hasn't been himself since returning from the Awakening Hall. Surely it's the weight of that Necromancer identity crushing him." Lin Jianxing nodded, face etched with tenderness. "Our son has always strived for excellence. To awaken into a sewer-class profession, that must wound his pride deeply." "It's your fault." Jiang Wan shot him a sharp look. I told you before conception to take gene enhancement agents. You insisted it was unnecessary. Look where we are now." Lin Jianxing, "How is this my fault, and whose else? Your genes dragged us down." Lin Jianxing's eyes widened in disbelief. "You call the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus a genetic liability? When I awakened, the entire city trembled. Then why didn't your son inherit it?" That is probability." At one end of the table, the couple whispered their gentle quarrel, while at the other, Lin Jianxing scrolled feverishly through his phone. After hours of searching, he finally unearthed a 5-year-old thread buried deep in a forgotten corner of the forum. Its title read, "My summoned creature seems to have a mind of its own." Clicking in, he found the poster describing how his summoned beast refused commands, vanishing constantly, roaming freely. Lin Jianxing perked up instantly and scrolled downward. The sole reply read, "Brother, your spiritual energy is insufficient. You lack control. Consider changing classes." Change classes. Nat 18, one's vocation locked irrevocably upon awakening. No turning back, no swapping professions. Despairing, Lin Jianxing flung his phone onto the table and sighed long and loud toward the heavens. That sigh carried clearly across the 8-meter expanse, reaching his parents' ears without distortion. Lin Jianxing could bear it no longer. He lifted the largest meat platter, rose, and strode purposefully along the table's length. He dropped into the seat beside his son and shoved the platter forward. "Son, eat. No matter how grave the crisis, food comes first." Lin Jianxing blinked at the mountain of meat before him. Dad, I wasn't. Dad understands, Lin Jianxing said, patting his shoulder with solemn warmth. Necromancer or not, it changes nothing. When I awakened, they called mine a brute's path. Now who dares not address me as Commander Lin? Jiang Wan joined them, tenderly stroking his hair. Jianxing, let me tell you something straight from the heart. Even if you accomplish nothing else in this lifetime, I will still provide for you. Lin Jianxing paused just slightly. Jiang Wan raised her fingers, counting off one by one. Our Lin family manor spans 3,000 square meters. We own 5 villas in North City, 2 apothecary gardens in South City, 3 5-star restaurants downtown, and 2 major shopping complexes. Lin Jianxing interjected, your mother forgot the resort on Emerald Island. Ah, yes, the resort. Jiang Wan nodded. So my dear son, never fret over your future. What your parents have earned in this lifetime will sustain you comfortably for 3 lifetimes. Lin Jianxing gazed at his parents' earnest faces and felt fleetingly a soft swell of emotion. Yet only fleeting. For beneath their reassurance, he sensed the unspoken truth, son, even if you're broken, we're wealthy enough to carry you. Warm, yes, but somehow unsettling. After 2 seconds of silence, he broke into a dazzling smile. Mom, Dad, you're absolutely right. Setting down his chopsticks, he declared with ceremonial gravity, effective today, I resolve to become a worthy second-generation heir. Lin Jianxing and Jiang Wan both froze speechless. I'll touch neither gambling nor drugs. Lin Jianxing raised 2 fingers. I won't squander our fortune. I won't raise cars or stir trouble. I shall simply rest quietly at home, eating what you provide, drinking what you pour, becoming a refined, socially inert, perfectly harmless rice parasite. Both parents simultaneously spat out their soup. Lin Jianxing coughed twice, eyes wide with disbelief. What did you just say? Be a qualified rich second-generation, Lin Jianxing said innocently. Isn't that what you want? When did we ever say we wanted you to be a rich second generation? Lin Jiaoxia almost flipped the table. That's just comfort. Do you understand what comfort means? Lin Jiaoxia exclaimed. No need, no need. Lin Jianxing waved his hand, looking very relaxed. I think being a rich second generation is great. It's easy and not tiring. Dad, Mom, you've worked hard for half your lives. It's time for you to enjoy some comforts. As for striving, let's leave that to other people's children. After saying that, he stood up, took out his phone, and patted his stomach with satisfaction. I'm full. I'm going back to my room now. By the way, Dad, I want to check out our family's mall tomorrow. Can you get me a black card later? Lin Jianxing hummed a tune as he went upstairs, leaving Lin Jiaoxia and Jiang Wan exchanging glances. Is our son overly stimulated? Jiang Wan said with difficulty. Lin Jiaoxia slowly turned to look at his wife, his expression complex. What he just said was so smooth. Do you think it sounded like something said in a moment of distress? Jiang Wan fell silent. No, it didn't seem that way. The tone, the expression, that declaration of giving up was clearly premeditated. It's over. Lin Jiaoxia covered his forehead. It seems our son really intends to be useless. The night grew late. The lights in the Lin family estate were extinguished one by one, leaving only a few wall lamps in the corridor casting a soft glow. Lin Jiaoxia sat on the living room sofa, holding a cup of tea that he hadn't really drunk. Jiang Wan came down from upstairs and sat beside him. Is our son asleep? Lin Jiaoxia asked. Yes, Jiang Wan sighed. I glanced at his room when I passed by. He was happily scrolling through his phone in bed, even laughing out loud. Laughing? Yes, that kind of giggle. Lin Jiaoxia took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise. He set down the teacup, his voice deep. Wainer, I feel like something is off. Why has this child suddenly given up so thoroughly? Jiang Wan was silent for a moment, then said, I had someone check the data on necromancers. How is it? Jiang Wan's tone was calm, but her words chilled the heart. The survival rate for all professions is dead last, with an average lifespan only half that of other professions, and combat power ratings are consistently at the bottom. Moreover, the biggest issue with this profession is its poor self-defense ability. Even if we provide him with the best equipment, it's hard to change anything. Lin Jiaoxi's brows furrowed even tighter. The summoner profession itself is weak, and necromancers are the weakest among them. Jiang Wan continued, unlike other summoners, necromancers consume vitality when controlling their summons. Those necromancers are weaker than the last, and this profession is notoriously known for being the easiest to get cheated on, forming a vicious cycle where the weaker individuals dare not fight, and the less they fight, the weaker they become. There have been strong necromancers in history, but they all died very early. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Jiaoxia suddenly said, in my position, there are many who are watching. Jiang Wan looked at him. The commander of the city defense army looks glamorous, but how many want to pull me down? I'm aware. Lin Jianxing's voice was low. While I'm here, no one dares to touch our family. But if one day something happens to me, Jiaoxia, I'm just saying if Lin Jiaoxia held his wife's hand with our son's personality and profession, he cannot maintain this family business. Jiang Wan's eyes turned slightly red, but she did not refute him because she knew her husband was speaking the truth. The cruelty of this world lies in the fact that money and power both require strength to protect. A rich second generation without strength is seen as a piece of fat meat by others, and everyone wants to take a bite. After a long silence, Lin Jiaoxia suddenly spoke. Wainer, what do you think about having another child? Jiang Wan was taken aback. Just think of it as opening a small account, Lin Jiaoxia said earnestly. Perhaps this time we'll get a guaranteed strong one. A thunder warrior, a plant-based healer, even just awakening an ordinary warrior or mage would be fine. You. What are you talking about? Jiang Wan's face turned red instantly. I'm serious. Lin Jiaoxia turned his head, his eyes burning. We are still young. I'm only 42 this year, and you're 39. We have plenty of time. Let's have another one to keep Jianxing company and to have someone to look out for him in the future. You. And Lin Jiaoxia stood up, picking up his wife effortlessly. I just took a lot of enhancement potions, and now I'm full of energy, feeling great. Jiang Wan gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around her husband's neck, her face turning as red as if it were about to bleed. Be gentle, don't let Jianxing hear. He's already asleep, he definitely won't hear. Lin Jiaoxia strode toward the master bedroom. Jiang Wan buried her face in her husband's chest, whispering, this guy, even in his 40s, still acts like a young man. The door to the master bedroom closed. The corridor fell quiet once more. Upstairs at the corner was Lin Jianxing's room. A faint glow from the phone screen seeped through the crack of the door along with a soft, gloating laugh. Having another one would be great. If the small account awakens a powerful profession, I can relax and lay flat. Lin Jianxing locked the door behind him with a click, isolating himself from any sounds that might come from the corridor. Then he dove into the custom bed worth 6 figures. The soft goose-down quilt wrapped around. Lin Jianxing rolled around in the quilt a couple of times, wrapping himself like a cocoon with only his head sticking out, and then comfortably opened his profession panel. Profession Necromancer, level LV. 1 mental power 100100. Summon zombie LV. 1. Summon status, missing home. The icon for the little zombie was gray. It wasn't the kind of gray associated with death. That's dead gray. This was light gray. There was even a faint, almost invisible halo swirling around it like an icon that was still loading. Lin Jianxing stared at that gray icon for a long time, muttering, hasn't it come back yet after all this time? As soon as he finished speaking, the panel began to pop up streams of information. The barrage was so fast it felt like someone was spamming his panel. Little Zombie has arrived at the southern suburbs of Dachang City, green grassland. Little Zombie is scanning the surrounding environment. Little Zombie found a wild monster, Ironhead Wolf LV. 1. Little Zombie's evaluation weak. Little Zombie is approaching the target. Lin Jianxing. Wait a minute, isn't the barrage on this panel a bit too detailed? In the southern suburbs of Dachang City, green grassland. This is a low-level monster zone for LV. 1 to LV. 3.0 filled with low-level monsters like Ironhead Wolves, prairie foxes, and giant horned sheep. The city defense army set up a small supply station here for low-level professionals to level up. But it was now 1 a.m. And normal people were asleep. The prairie was empty, with only the sound of the night wind rustling through the grass. And Oni and a half turtle. Little Zombie was bouncing across the grassland. 20 meters ahead, an Ironhead Wolf lay dozing on the ground. Ironhead Wolf LV. 1. A bottom-tier creature of the green grassland, characterized by its tough head. Its skull hardness is 3 times that of an ordinary wolf. The little zombie stopped. It tilted its head, using its murky gray-white eyes to assess the iron. Then a message popped up on the information panel, simultaneously appearing on Lin Jianxing's panel. Little Lin Jianxing looked at the message, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Heh. You LV. 1 little zombie are saying heh to another LV. 1 Ironhead Wolf. It hopped over. The Ironhead Wolf was awakened by the thump, thump, thump sound, groggily lifting its head to see a grayish-blue little thing bouncing towards it. It blinked, feeling a bit confused. What is this thing? A toy. Then it saw the toy extend 2 stiff little short arms. Roar. Before the Ironhead Wolf could react, a small fist struck its nose. Battle record: the little zombie attacked the Ironhead Wolf. Attack area to nose, weak point damage 28. Ironhead Wolf remaining life 0. 20. Ironhead Wolf killed. Experience points 5. 1 second. 1 punch. ALV. 1 Ironhead Wolf was gone. The little zombie stood before the Ironhead Wolf's corpse, looking at its own fist, then at the corpse on the ground, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Then a panel popped up. Little Zombie, is that it? Little Zombie, who can eat this little bit of experience? Is this charity? Lin Jianxing stared dumbfounded at the screen in his bedroom. No way, you LV. One zombie one-punched a monster of the same level, and you're still complaining about the experience being low. Do you know how many professionals take 3 minutes to defeat an Ironhead wolf at LV? 1. The little zombie clearly didn't care about that. It had already turned around, its gaze directed deeper into the grassland. Little zombie acceleration mode activated. Little zombie, searching for stronger targets. Little zombie, I want to fight 10 of them. Then that Oni and a half turtle little zombie began to run wildly across the grassland. No bouncing wildly. Thump, 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 thump. The sound grew fainter and more urgent, like a sewing machine in overdrive mode. In the bedroom, Lin Jianxing watched the constantly refreshing battle records on the panel falling into deep contemplation. Experience points 5, experience points 5, experience points 5, experience points 5, 4 records for Ironhead wolves spaced less than 30 seconds apart. An average of 7 seconds per one. This efficiency is higher than any LV. One professional he knows. But what truly left Lin Jianxing stunned was not this efficiency, but rather, the experience points were genuinely credited. He instinctively opened his attribute panel class Necromancer level LV. 1 experience points, 2, 5, 100 mental power, 100, 100, no consumption mental power, 100,100. Not a bit less. Lin Jianxing's pupils constricted sharply. He slowly sat up cross-legged on the bed, staring at the numbers on the panel, his mind racing. Controlling summoned creatures requires mental power that is basic knowledge. Even the lowest level summoned creatures will continuously consume the summoner's mental power as long as they are in a controlled state. But now the little zombie had defeated 5 monsters outside, and his mental power remained unchanged. It was fully automatic. It had its own consciousness, its own judgment, its own combat logic. And the experience points it earned from defeating monsters were genuinely credited to Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing opened and closed his mouth, then opened it again. A thought gradually took shape in his mind. A golden finger. This is definitely a golden finger. He suddenly sprang up from the bed, excitedly pacing around the room, his mouth grinning ear to ear. I get it, he rubbed his hands. Fully automatic cultivation. I sit at home, while experience points come from the sky. I don't have to do anything, just lie down to level up. He paused, thinking again, and added, absolutely minimal manual control. Other summoners have to painstakingly control their summons, aiming, predicting, maneuvering, exhausted like a dog. My summon has its own brain. It can aim, predict by itself, and even taunt on its own. He took a deep breath, trembling as he clicked on the mental power panel, confirming it once more. 100,100. Not a bit moved. Lin Jianxing flung himself back onto the bed, pulling the blanket over himself. Considering how hard it has worked, I forgive it for leaving without saying goodbye. On the panel, the battle records continued to refresh. Experience points 5, experience points 5, experience points 5. Lin Jianxing turned over, burying his face in the pillow, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. In the distance on the green pasture, a little zombie was bouncing madly. This is probably what is known as mutual pursuit, right? While Lin Jianxing was immersed in the beautiful dream of I want to lie down and become a god, a new message suddenly popped up on the panel. Warning: the little zombie has encountered a large number of hostile units. Count 10 unit type, gray, 3 formation, encirclement, danger, level high. Lin Jianxing's heart skipped a beat. 10 LV. 3 gray wolves. The little zombie is only LV. 1. It's tough enough to fight 1 LV. 3 fighting 10 at once is like sending vegetables. He instinctively yelled out, run away fast. But as soon as the words were out, he froze. The little zombie was in a runaway state, and too far away, he couldn't even give an order. It's over. Lin Jianxing's heart sank to the bottom. He stared at the panel, waiting for the bad news to come. Then the panel popped up, the next message: little zombie status, extremely excited. Little zombie, mood battle, intent, surging damage 150. Little zombie message: finally some opponents to fight. Lin Jianxing. On the green pasture, 10 gray wolves surrounded the 1.5-meter tall little zombie in the center. The eyes of the wolf pack glowed green in the dark, emitting a low, threatening growl. The LV. 3 gray wolves were twice the size of the LV. 1 ironhead wolf, their muscles bulging, fangs exposed, each exuding a bloody aura. Normally a LV. 3 gray wolf can take on 7 LV. 1 ironhead wolves. And now it's 10 gray wolves against 1 LV. 1 little zombie. It looks like a one-sided massacre. But the little zombie didn't see it that way. It stood in the center of the encirclement. But there was something burning in its eyes. 2 clusters of ghostly green flames ignited in its eye sockets, particularly striking in the darkness. System prompt: detected abnormal emotional fluctuations in summoned creature emotion value, anger max, triggered hidden condition, undead clan mystery awakening. The little zombie's body suddenly trembled. A visible black wave of energy erupted from within it, expanding in a circular pattern. Wherever the wave passed, the grass on the ground instantly withered and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on them. The 10 gray wolves were pushed back 2 steps by the wave, their fierce glimmers in their eyes replaced by fear. They sensed that this was not the aura LV one should possess. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Little Zombie has autonomously deduced and evolved a new skill. Skill name Breaking 10,000 Laws. Current level LV 1. Skill effect Left punch inflicts high damage, right punch inflicts even higher damage. When in a sad state, there is a high probability of one-hit killing an enemy. If the enemy is not killed with a single punch, the character will enter the sad state. Cooldown time 0 seconds. Lin Jianxing stared at the skill description for 2 seconds, stunned. Before he could react, the battle record on the panel began to refresh wildly. Little Zombie jumping into the wolf pack. Little Zombie activating skill Breaking 10,000 Laws Left punch. Hit Big Gray Wolf, ALV. 3 head. Damage 45. Big Gray Wolf, a remaining health 040. Experience point 7. Little Zombie turning around. Little Zombie activating skill Breaking 10,000 Laws Right punch. Hit Big Gray Wolf, BLV. 3 abdomen. Damage 42. Big Gray Wolf, B remaining health 040. Experience point 7. 5. Little Zombie left punch. Big Gray Wolf C killed. Experience point 7. Little Zombie right punch. Big Gray Wolf D killed. Experience point 7. Little Zombie left punch. Little Zombie right punch. Little Zombie left punch. Little Zombie right punch. 10 seconds. 10 punches. 10 big gray wolves. All annihilated. In the green grassland, the moonlight shone upon a ground covered in wolf corpses, creating a spectacular scene. The 1.5-meter tall Little Zombie stood in the center of the wolf corpses, blood-soaked, with 2 balls of ghostly fire flickering in its eye sockets. It slowly scanned the area left and right, confirming there were no survivors before slowly retracting its fists. Then a message popped up. Little Zombie, ha. Little Zombie, is that it? Little Zombie, what a waste of time. Experience points 75. Lin Jianxing suddenly jumped up from bed. In a flurry, he clicked open the skill panel. Summon Zombie LV. 1. Subskill Breaking 10,000 Laws LV. 1. Skill source Self-evolution of the summon. Lin Jianxing stared at the line Self-evolution of the summon for a full 10 seconds. Summon self-evolving skills. Summon self-evolving skills. He murmured, has this ever appeared in the history of summoners? He had truly never seen or heard of it. The level system for a summoner's summons is as follows: Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Legendary, Cataclysm. Each elevation requires the summoner to accumulate enough experience, break through bottlenecks, and comprehend new summoning laws. Essentially, a summon is just a tool of the summoner. Tools do not grow stronger on their own, they can only be upgraded by their master. In this world, almost all summons cannot learn skills. It is said that only the strongest summoner class, 6-winged angel, can grant summons up to 6 skills. However, the drawback of the 6-winged angel is that it can only summon 1 summon. The advantage of a necromancer lies in quantity, while the disadvantage is quality. Summons are weak and dumb, relying solely on numbers. But now, his summon had learned skills on its own. Not taught by him, not gifted by the system, but derived from battling monsters, evolved by itself. Lin Jianxing paused, took a deep breath, and sighed. Others train their summons, but mine trains me. He sat back down on the bed, leaned against the headboard, interlaced his fingers behind his head, and let his mind race. The LV. 1 Little Zombie learned Breaking 10,000 Laws by itself. At LV 10A, it could learn new skills and summon a second summon, Little Skeleton. Would Little Skeleton evolve into a Skeleton Emperor on its own? Further down the line, would Little Vampire evolve into the Eternal Night Blood Ancestor? Even further, would Little Ghost evolve into the Ghost Lord? Then further, would Little Lich evolve into the Lich King? If every summon evolves like this, what about him as a necromancer? Lin Jianxing suddenly gasped. Is this the rhythm to become a god while lying down? He excitedly clenched his fists, rolled around on the bed for a couple of times, then suddenly stopped. He thought of the vocational examination in 3 days. The vocational examination is the first formal assessment that all newly awakened vocational practitioners must attend. The results directly affect future development paths. Joining the City Defense Army, the Adventurers Guild, the Potion Group, or becoming an unwanted freelance practitioner. With the Necromancer being a bottom-tier vocation, the normal outcome would be an unwanted freelance practitioner. But now it was different. He had a Little Zombie that could fight monsters on its own, learn skills on its own, and even curse enemies. In 3 days, he would make sure everyone knew. The Necromancer is not a bottom-tier vocation. He needed to earn face for his parents. Thinking of his parents' expression tonight, "It's okay if our son is useless, we'll support you," Lin Jianxing couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, Mom, just hold on for 3 more days. In 3 days, he'll show you what it means to have a tiger father and a son who is not a dog." A new message popped up on the panel. System notification: Little Zombie has completed the clearing of the grassland area. Area monster density reduced to below the safety line. Little Zombie status moving to the next area, Dark Forest LV. 3 LV. 5. Estimated arrival time 15 minutes. Immediately after, another message popped up, this time not from the system, but a message from Little Zombie. "Little Zombie, Trash Master, go to sleep, don't disturb my operations." Lin Jianxing stared at the message, stunned for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. The tone was domineering yet tinged with a hint of disdain. But Lin Jianxing didn't mind. He felt completely relieved. A summon working harder than its master. What kind of divine treatment was this? Since the summon was working so hard, the best support he could provide was to not create chaos. No pointless commands, no unnecessary worrying, and definitely no messages asking during battles, "Have you eaten? Are you there? I want to talk to you about something." Being a quiet and handsome man is the greatest respect for the summon. Lin Jianxing pulled the blanket over, tucked himself and lay flat, placed his hands on his abdomen, and closed his eyes. To cooperate with the summon's leveling efforts, he declared solemnly, "I have decided to be forced to sleep." After saying that, he yawned widely, adjusted into the most comfortable position, fluffed his pillow, and pulled the blanket up to his chin. Just before sleeping, he opened one eye and shouted at the panel, "Little Zombie, work hard. If you don't reach level 3 by morning, he'll mock you for being trash." The panel did not reply, but the battle record was still refreshing. Little Zombie arrived at the Dark Forest. Little Zombie encountered Wild Wolf LV. 4. Little Zombie activating breaking 10,000 laws left punch. Experience points 12. Experience points 12. Experience points 12. Experience points 12. Outside the window, the moon had already shifted towards the west. In the distance in the Dark Forest, a Little Zombie was battling a LV. 4 Wild Wolf. It would not tire, would not fear, would not back down. It would only throw punch after punch, turning every enemy before it into experience points. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious villa in Dachang City, its master lay on a 6-figure bed covered by a goose-down quilt, resting on a memory foam pillow, preparing to drift into sleep. 2 minutes later, even breaths echoed in the luxurious bedroom. Who? The panel was still Experience points 10. Experience points 10. Experience points 10. Little Zombie, current level LV. 1 accumulating experience. Little Zombie had Trash Master is sleeping quite soundly. The master bedroom. Lin Jianxing leaned against the headboard, his bare upper body outlined in the interplay of light and shadow. The crisscrossing scars on his skin resembled the most precious metals he possessed. Each scar recorded a brush with death. The position of the city defense commander was not obtained through connections, it was earned through life and death struggles. He contentedly lit a cigar, taking a deep drag. Jiang Wan, wrapped in a silk robe, lazily leaned against his shoulder, her fingers tracing circles on the scars on his chest. "You're aging like fine wine, Commander." Lin Jiangwan's voice carried a hint of lazy amusement. "It seems those bottles of enhancement potions weren't wasted tonight." Lin Jianxing hummed with pride, exhaling a smoke ring. "This is just the beginning. If it weren't for the fear of waking our son, I would have unleashed a couple of more thunderous moves." "Come on." Jiang Wan rolled her eyes at him back. "Then when you unleashed your thunderous moves at the city defense headquarters, you burned out the entire building's electrical system. The repair costs were 300,000. Don't blow up our home too. That was an accident. Who would have thought that thunderous moves could have an electromagnetic pulse effect?" All right, I know you're impressive." Jiang Wan laughed and shook her head, but her smile hid a trace of unnoticeable worry. Her fingers stopped tracing circles, gently pressing on her husband's chest. "Jianxing, do you think? Will it work this time?" Lin Jianxing looked down at her. "What do you mean by will it work?" "The second child." Jiang Wan's voice was soft. "If we could have another gifted child, it would be good to have someone to protect Jianxing in the future." Lin Jianxing fell silent for a moment, then held his wife's hand, his palm broad and warm. "It will definitely work." His voice was resolute. "Jianxing was an accident. Our genes are solid, and if we try again, it will absolutely yield a guaranteed glass little monster. You can brag all you want. It's not bragging, it's science." Lin Jianxing said earnestly, "With the thunder blue Tyrannosaurus and the rain blue silvergrass, there's no way we'll get another undead mage. This time it will definitely be a powerhouse. When the time comes, I'll let that old Zhao Yangwei see what it means to have a dragon give birth to a dragon and a phoenix give birth to a phoenix." Just as he finished speaking, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A line of text lit up on the screen. "Old Lu. Lin Jianxing frowned, picking up the phone with a look of disdain that old Zhao Yongwei is probably just here to show off. Jiang Wan paused slightly. How do you know it's old Liu? Old Liu is his secretary. Every time he shows off, he uses old Liu's phone to call me. So, if I hang up, he can still say the signal was bad. Lin Jianxing answered the call expressionlessly, switching to speaker mode. Sure enough, Zhao Yongwei's distinctive loud voice came through, robust enough to be heard half a city away. Yo, old Lin. Still awake this late? Zhao Yongwei's voice carried a tone of irritation. Lin Jianxing could even imagine the expression on his round face, eyebrows nearly flying up to the sky, mouth grinning ear to ear, looking like a weasel that stole a chicken. Hearing this commotion, you're still up. Zhao Yongwei chuckled, aging like fine wine. Old Lin. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the urge to curse, spit it out quickly. I'm busy, no time for your nonsense. Don't rush, old Lin, we're old buddies, what's wrong with chatting a bit? Zhao Yongwei chuckled. I just accompanied my daughter through her awakening, feeling happy and wanting to share the joy with you. Lin Jianxing's temples throbbed. Share the joy. The phrase from Zhao Yongwei translated, my daughter awoke. That profession. Zhao Yongwei lowered his voice deliberately. The burning heaven demon phoenix, with S-class growth potential. Oh, actually, it's just average, merely S-class, not even S-class. It's nothing to mention, nothing to mention. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched. S-class? You call S-class average? My blue electric Tyrannosaurus has only a class growth potential. Are you saying I'm average? Congratulations. Lin Jianxing spat out two dry words, his tone flatter than a funeral parlor receptionist's. Same to you. Zhao Yongwei, completely unfazed by his tone, continued enthusiastically. My daughter is almost level 3 already, and this is only the first day of her awakening. Old Lin, don't you think this talent is a bit excessive? I'm worried she won't have a solid foundation. Lin Jianxing remained silent. By the way, Zhao Yongwei changed the subject, his tone suddenly turning concerned. I heard your Jianxing's awakening hasn't gone very smoothly. An undead mage, right? Alas, that profession is a bit, how should I put it, a bit thankless. But don't worry too much, they're young, and there's still plenty of time ahead. Lin Jianxing's fingers tightened around the phone. Would you like my daughter to mentor him? Although my daughter can be a bit proud, she has a good heart, and it's no problem to take an undead mage through a dungeon. Don't worry, as she won't look down on him. Lin Jianxing expressionlessly pressed the hang-up button. Beep. The world fell silent. The bedroom fell into a brief silence. The glow of the wall lamp enveloped the two of them, and Lin Jianxing's hand holding the phone remained frozen in the position of hanging up. Jiang Wan tenderly hugged her husband's arm, resting her face on his shoulder. After a long while, Lin Jianxing finally spoke, his voice low. That old Zhao Yongwei, I've suppressed him for decades, and he finally found a chance to reclaim his pride. Burning heaven demon phoenix glass. Jiang Wan sighed softly. This is the genius among geniuses. In the major exam 3 days from now, that Zhao family girl will certainly shine. So what? It's not just so what. Jiang Wan raised her head to look at her husband. If Jianxing's results in the major exam are too poor, gossip will be inevitable. You know those people, they'll say it's fine to your face, but will tear you apart behind your back. Lin Jianxing glared. Who dares to say Jian Er is no good to my face? I'll tear their mouths apart. Fists can't block the mouths of the masses. Jiang Wan shook her head, and you know that Zhao Yongwei's daughter has always been at odds with Jianxing. That girl is used to being arrogant. If she embarrasses Jianxing in front of the entire city during the major exam. Lin Jianxing fell silent. He knew Jiang Wan was right. That Zhao family girl Zhao Lingling had always been a little tyrant. From elementary school to high school, she had competed with Lin Jianxing in everything, holding grudges for half a year after losing once. But she indeed had exceptional talent and excelled in everything, while Lin Jianxing, though not lacking, still had a gap when compared to such a genius. In the past, one could say Lin Jianxing's son, a tiger father, doesn't raise a dog's son. Now that he had awakened as an undead mage, Lin Jianxing remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Do you remember the rules of the major exam? Jiang Wan nodded. Only bronze-grade equipment is allowed. It's a live broadcast across the city, showcasing true strength. Family power can't be used at all, depends on the individual. Exactly. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath. So he paused as if making a difficult decision. We can't let Jian Er be bullied. Jiang Wan looked up, her expression complex. On the day of the major exam, take a sick day and don't go. Lin Jianxing's voice was calm. I'll arrange for someone, spend some money to find a university, let him muddle through for a few years. After all, we can afford it. Jiang Wan's eyes turned slightly red. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but in the end just nodded. Lin Jianxing extinguished the cigar in his hand, pressing the butt firmly into the ashtray. Then he turned to look at his wife, a fire reigniting in his gaze. Wife, let's try again. Jiang Wan froze for a moment. Zhao Yongwei wants to compete over children. Then let's see it through to the end. Even if Jianxing is deemed worthless by others, he remains my most treasured worthless son. Anyone who dares bully him will pay, by my life if need be. Jiang Wan's eyes glistened with tears, yet her lips curved upward. She reached out of her own accord, wrapping her arms around her husband's neck, her voice soft, yet resolute. Our Lin family's child shall never be bullied by outsiders. The warm halo of the wall lamp bathed the two entwined figures. Outside, moonlight washed the world in silver purity. Far away, deep within the shadowed forest, a tiny zombie furiously punched the air, leveling up its master one blow at a time. Meanwhile, upstairs in the bedroom, its master lay cocooned in a down duvet, sleeping soundly like a carefree child weighing 200 Gene, utterly unaware his parents had already laid out a safety net for him. The next morning at dawn, Lin Jianxing rolled over drowsily, then unleashed a jaw-cracking, earth-shaking yawn. Aha! He blinked slowly, gazing blankly at the crystal chandelier above, taking several seconds to recall what had transpired the night before. The tiny zombie had run away from home. Fully automated monster slaying. Experience points deposited. He shot upright in bed, eyes suddenly alight. Yes. Experience points. Instinctively, he tapped open his class interface, bleary-eyed, and scanned his level. Then froze entirely. Class Necromancer. Level LV. 3. LV. 3. He rubbed his eyes. LV. 3. He rubbed them once more, stared again. LV. 3. What the A? Lin Jianxing's pupils contracted sharply, the last vestiges of sleep vanishing in an instant. He sprang from the bed and knelt upright on the quilt, eyes locked unblinkingly on the numeral glowing on his interface. It's really level 3. Disbelieving, he opened his experience log, screen after screen of combat data from last night. Slain, Snore Rabbit LV. 215, 63 EXP. Slain Grey Wolf LV. 3, 10, 101 EXP. Slain Cave Spider LV. 3, 11, 112 EXP. Slain Wild Wolf LV. 3, 8, 89 EXP. Slain Darkwood Guardian LV. 5 Elite 1, 150 EXP. Line after line, scrolling from midnight until dawn. Lin Jianxing opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. A sudden image flashed across his mind: other cultivators forming parties, entering dungeons, support healers channeling vitality tanks, absorbing damage dealers pushing their limits, laboring all day for a single level, perhaps reaching LV 2, if fortune smiled. And himself slept through the night and woke at LV 3. So this is the allure of fully automated grinding, he murmured, his lips lifting uncontrollably, then rising higher, until they split into a full, radiant grin, the unmistakable expression of someone who knew beyond doubt that he was about to soar. He tapped open his summon interface to check the tiny zombie's status. Summon Zombie LV. 3. Status: napping, deep slumber. Mood: extremely exhausted, hungry. Current HP 89,120. Current mana 1,540. Note: your summon has fought continuously for 6 hours and 23 minutes. Feeding is strongly advised. His gaze lingered on the words extremely exhausted, hungry, and his eyelid twitched. Then he spotted an unread message from the tiny zombie itself. Zombie HUNGRY 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 8 hungries. 1 exclamation mark. Lin Jianxing stared at the message for 3 full seconds. This creature had labored tirelessly all night, carrying him from LV 1 to LV 3, exhausted as a hound, starving enough to scream. The more Lin Jianxing thought about it, the more endearing the zombie seemed. All right, I'll feed you, he said to the interface. It's just food after all, and our household has never lacked for it. From downstairs came his mother Jiang Wan's voice. Jianxing, breakfast is ready. Coming. Lin Jianxing bounded down the stairs in 2 leaps, per step, his voice bubbling with irrepressible joy. Lin Jianxing pulled out his chair at the dining table and dropped into it. Across the 8-meter-long table sat a lavish breakfast: spirit wheat, toast, magic honey pomelo, tea, grade 7 spirit egg, custard, jade crisp, spirit vegetable salad. Each dish shimmered faintly with spiritual radiance. He picked up a slice of toast, popped it into his mouth, and crunched heartily, his mood soaring. Opposite him, Jiang Wan held her teacup, quietly observing her son. Her heart ached with bittersweet tenderness. Last night, she and her husband had resolved on the day of the grand examination they would feign illness, spend generously to secure his university admission, and let their son live comfortably as a second-generation heir. The decision had been agonizing, but to shield him from humiliation she'd accepted it without hesitation. Yet now watching him sit there crunching toast with serene contentment, her heart ached even more. Did this child not know the grand examination loomed in 3 days? Or had he already abandoned hope, so indifferent he no longer cared? Jiang Wan took a slow, deep breath, set down her teacup, and carefully chose her words. Jianxing, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Moi. Lin Jianxing mumbled around a mouthful of toast. About the grand examination in 3 days. Jiang Wan ventured gently. I think, if you're not quite ready, perhaps we could. Her voice trailed off abruptly. For her professional instinct, the azure rain blue silver grass's acute sensitivity to life energy had sensed something deeply amiss. The life aura radiating from Lin Jianxing was markedly stronger than yesterday. Not slightly, but profoundly so. Yesterday he'd resembled a wilted, drooping sapling. Today, he was like a young tree freshly watered. Not yet towering perhaps, but the vibrant, surging vitality emanating from him was unmistakable. Jiang Wan's brows knit together faintly. Instinctively, she activated her cultivator's perception ability, focusing her gaze upon her son. Target Lin Jianxing. Class Necromancer. Level LV. 3. Jiang Wan's pupils contracted violently. She went utterly still. Her teacup slipped from her fingers, shattering against the tabletop with a sharp cracked tea splashing across the cloth. Yet she didn't flinch. LV. 3. LV. 3 on the second day after awakening. Her mind raced with frantic questions. Last night, he'd declared he'd lie flat and live as a second-generation heir. He'd gone upstairs to bed at 9 o'clock. No records showed any departure from the house. So how had he leveled up? One answer surfaced, undeniable. This boy had sneaked out in the dead of night, to grind alone. Jiang Wan's eyes suddenly welled with tears, not from sorrow but from overwhelming tenderness. So while he spoke of surrender, his heart burned fiercer than anyone's. So he feigned nonchalance, fearing only to burden his parents with worry. So under cover of the entire household's slumber, he'd slipped out alone, to fight monsters to rise. A necromancer, with no proper offensive skill, venturing solo into the wilds to hunt monsters. Jiang Wan dared not dwell on what might have happened. Mom. Lin Jianxing noticed her strange expression and paused mid-chew. What's wrong? Jiang Wan snapped back to awareness, quickly lowered her head, brushed her fingertips across her damp lashes, and lifted her face, offering a gentle smile. Nothing at all. I just think you look especially radiant today. Really? Lin Jianxing touched his cheek. I feel it too. I slept more soundly than ever last night. Gazing at her son's guileless, beaming face, Jiang Wan's heart swelled, bitter and warm at once. Foolish child. You truly believe you can deceive your mother. Lin Jianxing noticed that his wife's teacup had fallen and his eyes turned red. This reaction seemed quite abnormal. His gaze casually swept over his son, and then he froze. His body trembled. He suddenly shook the hand holding the coffee cup, splattering the deep brown liquid onto the white tablecloth, but he was utterly oblivious. His eyes widened like copper bells nearly popping out of their sockets. 3. Lin Jianxing's voice caught in his throat, as if someone had gripped his neck. He abruptly stood up, causing his chair to slide back with a screech. Level 3. Lin Jianxing's voice exploded in the spacious dining room, startling the birds and the trees outside into flight. He took 3 steps in 2 strides around the dining table, approaching Lin Jianxing, and leaned down to stare at the top of his son's head, using his probing ability to check the level. Target Lin Jianxing, occupation Necromancer, level LV. 3. Lin Jianxing's eyelids twitched violently. You were still level 1 before bed last night. He looked at his son in disbelief. How did you wake up to level 3? Lin Jianxing's chewing of toast paused. Oh no. Caught up in the excitement, he forgot how to cover it up. Last night he had told his parents he wanted to be a rich second generation, to lie back and enjoy his parents' support, to be a high-quality parasite contributing nothing to society. And now to wake up as level 3. Doesn't that mean he's telling his parents, I sneaked out to level up? No, that's not the issue. The problem is he didn't go out at all last night. He leveled up while lying in bed. Lin Jianxing's mind raced. He needed to find a reasonable explanation within a split-second, one that explained the level increase without exposing the secret of his summoned creature. The summoned creature has self-awareness, which is his greatest trump card, and he must never reveal it. Although his parents treat him well, this situation concerns his life. The self-aware summoned creature is a unique existence among all summoners. If others find out, there's a chance a level 90 monster might storm into their home the next day to take him for experimentation. The fewer people who know, the less danger he faces. It protects both himself and his parents. So how should he explain this? Lin Jianxing's gaze swept across his parents' faces. His father stared wide-eyed, wearing an expression that demanded explain yourself. His mother had red-rimmed eyes, looking as if she suspected, have you been working yourself to exhaustion in secret? Wait, why are his mother's eyes red? Lin Jianxing's brain suddenly caught a key piece of information. The look she had just given him was not suspicion, but concern. It was that kind of concern that said, my child has been suffering in silence. Lin Jianxing's eyes lit up. He had it. In a split second, he managed his expression. The confusion on his face vanished, replaced by an awkward, yet stubborn look. As if he had done something good that he didn't want anyone to know about, only to have it accidentally discovered. He put down the toast, lowered his head, and poked at the tablecloth with his fingertip. I was lying in bed last night thinking, and I still felt a bit uncomfortable. Lin Jianxing and Jiang Wan both froze. After all, I'm dad and mom's son. Lin Jianxing looked up, his eyes clear like mountain spring water, without a trace of impurity. The child of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus and the glistening blue-silver grass awakened as a necromancer. It really is quite embarrassing to admit. Jianxing, Jiang Wan began to speak. But I think, Lin Jianxing interrupted her, his voice carrying a youthful stubbornness. No matter how weak the profession is, it's still mine. I can't just lay down because it's a low-tier profession, can I? So after you fell asleep, I sneaked out to level up for a bit. He paused, a slight smile curving his lips, revealing a hint of embarrassment. The dining room fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear the ticking of the clock on the wall. Lin Jianxing stood still like a statue. Jiang Wan covered her mouth, and tears finally slipped down her cheeks. Silly, silly child. Jiang Wan's voice trembled with emotion. You, a necromancer, don't even have a decent attack skill, running out in the middle of the night to level up. What if something happens to you? Mom, I'm fine. Lin Jianxing grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Besides, I hired someone to take me. Ooh, I didn't go alone. This was a last-minute addition, rationalizing his leveling speed. Jiang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then broke into laughter, gently patting her son on the head. You really know how to find a way around things. Lin Jianxing finally came to his senses. He looked deeply at his son, his Adam's apple bobbing, his eyes slightly reddening. He patted Lin Jianxing's shoulder, his hand broad and warm, causing Lin Jianxing's body to sink slightly. With this kind of determination, Dad is satisfied. Lin Jianxing's voice was a bit hoarse, but each word was firm. Since you want to train, Dad fully supports you. Lin Jianxing stood up straight and called out to the dining room door, Xiao Yun. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the dining room was silently pushed open. A figure appeared at the doorway. A woman around 25 or 26, dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her smooth and powerful physique. Her hair was tied back in a sleek ponytail, revealing a sharply defined face. The most striking feature was her eyes. Those eyes were like two unsheathed blades, sharp and devoid of any extraneous emotion. She stood there like a sword plunged into the ground, emanating an aura that made people hesitant to approach. Chu Xiaoyan, the youngest elite captain of the City Defense Forces Special Squad, Lin Jianxing's direct subordinate and one of his most trusted subordinates. She slightly bowed, her voice cool and crisp. Commander, since you have the heart to level up, don't sneak off. After dinner, let Xiao Yun take you out to the wild. Lin Jianxing glanced at Chu Xiaoyan, then at his father. He knew Chu Xiaoyan, to be precise. He was familiar with her, though she might not know him. This woman had a great reputation in the City Defense Force, rumored to be among the top in combat power among her peers. Having someone like her as his bodyguard, Lin Jianxing felt a sudden jolt, not touched, but uneasy. Because he didn't actually need to level up for real. The little zombie would do the fighting, he just needed to lie at home and collect experience. Going out to level up was unnecessary and would delay his relaxation. But Lin Jianxing quickly analyzed the situation. His father had already spoken. Refusing in front of Chu Xiaoyan would mean disappointing his father's good intentions. Moreover, he indeed needed a reasonable excuse to explain why he could level up without going out. He couldn't just say, I can level up while lying at home, could he? So going out to the wild was unavoidable. Let's just call it a morning stroll. Lin Jianxing flashed a radiant smile, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Wan wiped away her tears and gestured warmly. All right. Sit down and eat first. You can go after breakfast. Lin Jianxing sat back down and resumed chewing on his toast. Chu Xiaoyun silently retreated to the dining room entrance, standing there like a solemn door guardian. Lin Jianxing took a bite of toast, and suddenly a thought struck him. The little zombie had left a message saying it was hungry. Not ordinary hunger. This was a ravenous, all-consuming hunger. Hungry, 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 hungry. 8 repetitions of hungry, capped with an exclamation mark. How desperate could one possibly be? But then came the question, what did zombies eat? Ordinary food would certainly not suffice. Lin Jianxing recalled reading somewhere that summoned beings required replenishment of energy matching their intrinsic affinity. 4 undead summons that meant necrotic essence. No wonder the little zombie's status had read, extremely fatigued, hungry, after battling monsters all night. It hadn't expended physical stamina. It had drained its reservoir of necrotic essence. So restoring its condition should be as simple as replenishing that essence. Lin Jianxing set down his toast and turned to his mother. Mom, do we have anything rich in necrotic essence at home? Something like dark affinity alchemical ingredients, perhaps. Jiang Wan paused, slightly taken aback. Necrotescent items. This child, having just awakened his profession yesterday, was already seeking postnatal means to compensate for its inherent limitations. What was this called? This was wolf-like tenacity. This was relentless ambition. A soft rising smile curved Jiang Wan's lips, warmth blooming in her eyes. She didn't need to know precisely why her son needed such things. She only needed to know one thing: he was willing to strive, and she would spare no expense. Yes, we absolutely do, Jiang Wan said, setting down her teacup and turning toward the butler, standing quietly in the corner of the dining room. Old Zhou. Yes, madam. Old Zhou stepped forward instantly. Go to the kitchen and have them prepare. Jiang Wan paused thoughtfully, then began listing the dishes. Necrotic rhinoceros tenderloin. Use the freshest cut. Fetch the grade A slab from the deep freeze vault. Dark mushroom veloute. Simmered with black truffle and umbral fungus. The reduction must be deep and rich. Molten crimson heartfruit. Retrieve 3 from the subterranean wine cellar. I believe we still have them. Abyssal cod fillet. Do not overcook. Medium rare is ideal. Netherworld honey water. Serve it warm, neither scalding nor tepid. Old Zhou noted each item meticulously and strode swiftly toward the kitchen. Jiang Wan turned back to her son, her affection so palpable it seemed ready to spill over. If Jianxing is willing to eat it, even the moon itself, I'll pluck it from the heavens for you. Lin Jianxing watched his mother's expression, the unmistakable glow of a parent who believed her child had finally awakened, and his lips twitched faintly. Mom, I'm just trying to feed a zombie. 10 minutes later, Lin Jianxing's table brimmed with exquisitely plated delicacies of staggering value. The necrotic rhinoceros tenderloin shimmered with an eerie violet hue, its surface veined with faint gossamer black traceries. The dark mushroom veloute pooled thick and silvery gray in its bowl, radiating a pungent fungal aroma, unsettling to the scalp, yet magnetically alluring. The molten crimson heartfruit sat fist-sized and deep crimson, its cracked rind glowing with a subdued ruby-red luminescence from within. The abyssal cod fillet gleamed with near-translucent blackness, its flesh so fine-grained and tender it dissolved upon contact with the tongue. And the netherworld honey water, perhaps the most astonishing of all, black honey dissolved in water, yielding a pitch-dark liquid resembling ink, yet exhaling a hauntingly sweet, ethereal fragrance. Lin Jianxing made a rough mental calculation of the meal's cost, and instinctively drew a sharp, silent breath. At least 6 figures. Enough to sustain an average family for an entire year. Chu Xiaoyun, observing from the dining room entrance, swept her gaze across the spread, her expression unreadable, though her eyebrows flickered almost imperceptibly. Grade A necrotic rhinoceros tenderloin. She'd seen it once in the black market, 8,000 credits per liang. This young master's breakfast cost more than her monthly salary. Lin Jianxing studied the dishes. He didn't need the little zombie to consume them directly. He could ingest them himself, and the effects would resonate through their bond. He picked up a molten crimson heartfruit, held it for 2 seconds, then tossed it whole into his mouth. The instant his teeth pierced its skin, searing heat erupted in his mouth, then surged downward, flooding his entire body. It was warmth laced with darkness, uncanny yet inexplicably delicious. More importantly, his skill interface stirred. The little zombie's icon pulsed rhythmically, as if impatiently tapping a tiny bowl. System alert: your summon, little zombie, has consumed high-purity necrotic essence. Little zombie's mood delighted. Mood description: like gulping an ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. Status updated: extremely fatigued, hungry, energized, sated. Immediately afterward, a new message appeared. Little zombie: ah yes. Yes. I'm bursting with power. I'll fight 10. No, 100. As Lin Jianxing sliced into the necrotic rhinoceros tenderloin, he murmured inwardly, fine, eat first. But before stepping outside, he needed to establish 3 ironclad rules with the little zombie. He gathered his thoughts, then projected his voice, not aloud, but as pure intent, into the skill interface. If the little zombie could leave messages for him, surely he could communicate back via mental resonance. Little zombie, once we finish eating, we head to the wilds. But before we go, we must agree on 3 terms. A reply materialized on the interface. Little zombie. Promising. Lin Jianxing cleared his throat and raised one finger in his mind's eye. First stay within 500 meters of me in the wilds. Got it. I'll follow your lead, replied the little zombie. Lin Jianxing exhaled softly in relief and lifted a second finger. Second, learn to disguise yourself. Other people's zombies were dull, expressionless, stiff-limbed automatons. After battle, don't bounce around triumphantly. Keep it low-key. Don't let anyone suspect you possess self-awareness. I am destined to become the supreme undead sovereign. How dare you ask me to skulk in shadows? I shall fight with unshakable honor. I demand the world witness my might. Lin Jianxing's lips twitched again. He speared a slice of necrotic rhinoceros tenderloin with his fork and waved it gently before his lips. See this? One piece costs tens of thousands. The little zombie's icon flickered brightly. If someone discovers you're different and captures you for dissection and study. He popped the meat into his mouth, chewed twice, and smiled with theatrical relish. You'll never taste any of this again. The interface fell silent for a full second. Little zombie. Disobey and you'll drink plain kanji every day, Lin Jianxing added calmly. Not even a single mode of necrotic essence allowed. The little zombie's icon flared wildly, a frantic internal debate unfolding in real time. Dignity. Deliciousness. Dignity. Deliciousness. Dignity. Deliciousness. Its mood status cycled rapidly across the interface. Mood indignant, dignity profoundly offended. Mood torn, but the meat is exquisite. Mood wavering, kanji is unbearable. Mood resigned, fine. Finally a message appeared. Little zombie, you petty fishmaster. You win. Little zombie, I, the celestial sovereign of the dead annihilation sacred art, must now feign idiocy. What a disgrace. Little zombie, though admittedly, that necrotic rhinoceros tenderloin was rather tasty. Lin Jianxing's lips twitched once more. This zombie, grumbling defiant yet oddly, he cut another slice of beef, placed it in his mouth, and continued weaving promises inwardly. Stay obedient, and soon you won't just get tenderloin. You'll snack on the heartmeat of the scorching flame dragon. You swear? I swear, Lin Jianxing replied, utterly unruffled. My mother. Deal? I'll play dumb. I'll outdumb everyone. No one will ever suspect a thing. Lin Jianxing nodded, satisfied. Mission accomplished. He finished the remaining food in 3 swift bites, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and rose. Dad, Mom, I'm full. He turned toward the tall, upright figure by the doorway and grinned. Yinjia, we're off. To the Darkwood Forest. In the southern outskirts of Dachang City, at the entrance of a dark forest, a black military off-road vehicle rolled over the gravel road and came to a steady stop in the clearing at the forest's entrance. The vehicle was matte black without any insignia, but those in the know could tell at a glance that this was a special model provided by the city defense forces. It was bulletproof and bomb-resistant. The door opened, and Chu Xiaoyan was the first to step out. Her movements were crisp and decisive without a trace of hesitation. Her sharp eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. She overlooked every corner, trees, shrubs, sky, and ground, before confirming it was safe. Only then did she pull open the rear door and slightly lean in, saying, "Young master, we have arrived." Lin Jianxing stretched lazily and slowly emerged from the vehicle. The morning sun bathed him in warmth, and he couldn't help but stretch again, yawning. Then he lifted his head and looked towards the dark forest ahead. A persistent gray mist enveloped the entire forest. The tree canopy blocked out the sun, allowing only scattered rays of light to penetrate through the layers of intertwined branches and leaves. In the distance, the faint growls of wild beasts echoed, deep and threatening. This was the Dark Forest, a mixed-level training area from LV3 to LV5, a nightmare for novice adventurers in Dachang City. Every year, countless oblivious newcomers plunged into it, only to be chased out by shadow wolves crying for help in utter disarray. Lin Jianxing gazed at the eerie forest, taking a deep breath. A message popped up on his interface. Little zombie Kiki. Little zombie, the Dark Forest. This seat has returned. Little zombie, tremble wild monsters. Fear you ants. Kneel and lick the soles of this seat. Lin Jianxing twitched the corners of his mouth. He suppressed a laugh and turned to Chu Xiaoyan, saying, "Sister Chu, let's go." Chu Xiaoyan nodded, gripping the dagger in her hand tightly, and stepped into the mist first. The two of them entered the dark forest one after the other. Chu Xiaoyan walked ahead, her footsteps light, making almost no sound. Her body leaned slightly forward, and the 2 glimmering daggers in her hands silently twirled. Lin Jianxing followed behind her. After walking for a while, Chu Xiaoyan suddenly spoke, "Young master, I have a plan." As she walked, she skillfully twirled her daggers, her voice low. "I want to team up with you." Lin Jianxing blinked. "Why not?" Teaming up divides experience, Chu Xiaoyan explained. When higher levels lead lower levels, the experience gained is severely reduced. If I team up with you the entire time, the experience you could gain may only be 30% of what you would normally. She paused, glancing at the misty trees ahead, and continued, my plan is for me to lure and control the monsters, bringing them to the brink of death, while you deliver the final blow. This way you can exclusively enjoy all the experience from the kills, maximizing efficiency. Lin Jianxing nodded, looking relaxed. Understood, Sister Chu, thank you for your hard work. Chu Xiaoyan shot him a glance. Lin Jianxing's expression was calm, even a bit indifferent, as if he was completely unaware of what exclusively enjoying all the experience meant. His steps were light, hands in his pockets. Chu Xiaoyan sighed slightly in her heart. Having been in this family for nearly 10 years, she had watched Lin Jianxing grow up. This young master had a lazy personality, preferring to lie down rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. When it came to physical education classes, while other kids were sweating profusely, he could find 100 excuses to slack off. Yet strangely, such a laid-back person lacked the typical arrogance and entitlement seen in wealthy heirs. He was polite and humble towards the servants, giving red envelopes to the maids during festivals, and everyone in the household liked him. Yesterday, upon hearing that the young master had awakened as a necromancer, Chu Xiaoyan was worried he would feel disheartened. After all, this profession was indeed not great. However, when she received a call from the commander this morning asking her to accompany the young master to level up, she was genuinely surprised. The young master actually wanted to level up on his own. According to the lady, the young master had secretly snuck out last night to level up all night, and when he returned, he was already LV3. Such drive was rare. Unfortunately, Chu Xiaoyan's gaze swept over Lin Jianxing, and she felt a pang of regret in her heart. Unfortunately, he awakened as a necromancer. She had seen too many necromancers, pale, listless with concerning combat abilities. The upper limit of this profession was too low, and the lower limit was even lower. No matter how hard one tried, it was difficult to compete with other professions. Moreover, the summoner profession had a fatal hidden threshold, affinity. Affinity determined the compatibility between the summoner and the summoned. The higher the affinity, the greater the damage of the summoned creatures. Most importantly, the stronger the summoner's control over the summoned creatures. The gap would become increasingly apparent in the later stages. And rank affinity summoner could easily command their summons. As for necromancers, their affinity was said to generally be below rank. Chu Xiaoyan sighed internally. She would do her utmost to help the young master level up, assisting as much as she could. But there was one thing she was very clear about. The young master's aspiration to enter the Kyoto Supreme Academy was impossible. That top-tier academy, established for centuries, had nurtured countless elite adventurers, but had never admitted a single necromancer. Never. Those two words were enough to explain everything. After moving deeper, Chu Xiaoyan suddenly stopped. The two daggers in her hands silently crossed their tips, pointing towards the thicket to the left front. Young master, her voice was very low, ahead is the activity area of the shadow wolves. Lin Jianxing followed her gaze, but could only see a grayish thicket, unable to discern anything further. Shadow wolves, LV3A. Chu Xiaoyan continued to explain. Known for their speed and agility, they are extremely troublesome. Their movement speed is at least 30% faster than other monsters of the same level, and they possess a skill for short-distance teleportation. She turned to Lin Jianxing, saying earnestly, I suggest we bypass this area and head west to find armored wild boars. Armored wild boars. Yes, LV3 to LV. For they have thick skin and tough meat, but they move slowly, making them suitable for you to practice your accuracy. Chu Xiaoyan paused, saying tactfully, given your current control over the little zombie, even if I bring the shadow wolves down to low health, it would still be hard for you to accurately hit such agile targets. She tried to soften her words, but the meaning was clear. Young master, you won't hit them. If you miss, it not only wastes spiritual energy, but also time. Chu Xiaoyan continued, it's better to fight the armored wild boars first. Once you are familiar with the control rhythm. Lin Jianxing shrugged and interrupted her, since we're here, let's fight them if we encounter any along the way. Don't waste experience points. Chu Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Young master. Rest assured, Sister Chu, Lin Jianxing said with a grin, I have a bit of confidence in my control. His smile radiated confidence, his gaze clear without a hint of guilt. Chu Xiaoyan was taken aback. Where did the young master get his confidence? She recalled Lin Jianxing's background. He had never undergone any combat training. Was his confidence in control perhaps built upon last night's all-night level grinding? But even in class summoners, Flame Phoenix, having just changed class, would find it nearly impossible to perfectly control the summoned creature to strike a full health shadow wolf. Would wild monsters on the green pastures stand still for you to hit? The shadow wolf would be impossible to touch once it started running. The young master probably had never encountered high-agility wild monsters, leading to his misplaced confidence. Chu Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Jianxing's determined expression, she eventually nodded. All right, since the young master insists, let's give it a try. She tightened her grip on the dagger, her gaze sharpening. If you miss, I will immediately strike, ensuring you are not in any danger. Great, thank you, Sister Chu. Lin Jianxing said, laughing as he patted Chu Xiaoyan on the shoulder, making her shoulder sink slightly. The corner of Chu Xiaoyan's mouth twitched slightly. The young master's shoulder pat was exactly like the commander's. This must be what they call like father like son. The two continued forward. Lin Jianxing walked on the soft humus, feeling good. Chu Xiaoyan walked ahead, her gaze sharp, her ears slightly twitching, capturing every sound in the forest. After walking about 50 meters, be careful. Before Chu Xiaoyan's voice fell, the bushes on the left suddenly exploded. A gray-black shadow shot out from the bushes like an arrow. Its speed was astonishing, leaving a blurred shadow in the air as its sharp claws aimed directly at Lin Jianxing's throat. Shadow Wolf LV 3. Status Hungry, Attack Desire 50. Chu Xiaoyan's eyes became razor-sharp in an instant. Her body was faster than her voice, her long legs forcefully pushed against the ground, and she dashed forward like a specter to meet the gray-black shadow. Her black combat boots left a deep print in the humus, kicking up dust. Clang! The dagger sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, accurately cutting across the shadow wolf's front leg and abdomen. The shadow wolf let out a piercing cry as blood splattered in the air. But its momentum did not decrease. It opened its bloody maw and lunged at Chu Xiaoyan's neck. There was no fluctuation of emotion in her eyes. She sidestepped the wolf's jaws, her right leg drawing a perfect arc in the air, delivering a beautiful side kick that struck the shadow wolf's waist fiercely. Bang! The force of this kick was astonishing. The shadow wolf's body was sent flying as if struck by a truck. It flew sideways, crashing heavily to the ground, sliding 2 meters on the humus before coming to a stop. It struggled awkwardly to stand, but blood gushed from the wounds on its front leg and abdomen. Its waist seemed to have been fractured as its whole body trembled. Severely injured, but not dead. Chu Xiaoyan took a step back, relinquishing the kill position, and shouted, "Young master, now's your chance." Her gaze was fixed firmly on the shadow wolf. Although it was heavily injured as a speed-type beast, its instinctive evasion in a life-and-death situation should not be underestimated. Such monsters often unleash their final potential in a state of near-death, performing evasive maneuvers beyond reason. Could a young summoner who had just awakened a day ago hit it? Chu Xiaoyan felt uncertain. The dagger in her hand was ready to strike. If the young master missed, she would immediately follow up to ensure the shadow wolf had no chance for a second attack. Lin Jianxing raised his right hand, his tone as relaxed, as if he were walking a dog. "Go, little zombie." A message popped up on the panel. "Little zombie, a stray dog dares to bark. Little zombie, you have already chosen your death." The little zombie sprang out from the shadows behind Lin. At 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, with gray-green skin, tattered Qing Dynasty official robes, and 2 prominent fangs that stood out in the dim light. It hopped towards the shadow wolf. Its speed was slow, its posture ungraceful, just an ordinary hop. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Xiaoyan watched the silly little zombie and sighed slightly in her heart. With such speed and reaction, how could it possibly hit the shadow wolf? As expected, despite being severely injured, the shadow wolf's combat instincts remained. At the moment the little zombie was about to pounce, it suddenly rolled to the right, its body briefly becoming semi-transparent in the air. Talent skill shadow flicker effect. Enter a semi-ethereal state for a short time, quickly displacing a short distance. Cooldown long. This roll perfectly avoided the little zombie's original trajectory. The little zombie missed its target, brushing past the shadow wolf. Chu Xiaoyan's heart sank. This was bad. It missed. His control over the summoned creature was indeed still insufficient. After all, having just awakened a day ago, achieving this level was already commendable. However, facing an agile monster like the shadow wolf, she hesitated no longer. Her body moved, and the dagger drew a cold gleam in the air, preparing to follow up with a strike. In the next second, she froze in place. The little zombie that had missed its target suddenly stopped midair as it passed the shadow wolf. It did not stop because it hit something, but rather it hovered in midair as if it had hit the brake suddenly. It turned sharply in a completely unphysical manner, moving rigidly in the air. Its body did not turn, nor did its feet move, but its flight trajectory made an abrupt U-turn, doubling its speed as it charged directly at the shadow wolf. Chu Xiaoyan's pupils contracted violently. "Little zombie, did I let you dodge? Little zombie, die." Boom! The little zombie's fist struck the shadow wolf's head. The force of this punch was outrageous, The bloodied shadow wolf was smashed apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere, unable to even let out a cry before it became a headless corpse. Killed shadow wolf LV. 3 gained experience 20. The little zombie kept its promise. After completing the kill, its body flickered in the air and then silently dissipated, returning to the summoning space. Clean and without a trace. The forest fell silent for a moment, with only the dull sound of a fist smashing a skull echoing in the air, along with the distant calls of ignorant birds. Chu Xiaoyan stood in place, maintaining a posture as if about to sprint, the dagger still raised in the air. She stared fixedly at the spot where the little zombie had vanished, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. This is... Her voice trembled slightly. As a battle-hardened warrior, she had witnessed countless summoners in combat. Yet she had never seen this. ALV. 3 little zombie could execute a U-turn. It was not a straightforward charge nor a curved maneuver. It charged straight ahead, missed its target, suddenly halted, then made a U-turn, accelerated, and delivered a powerful punch to the head. What does this require? It requires extremely precise control over the summoned entity, the ability to judge the target's evasion direction in a fraction of a second, calculate a new attack trajectory, and issue commands with pinpoint accuracy. This requires multitasking, Chu Xiaoyan blurted out. She suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Jianxing. The young master stood there, his right hand still in the posture of summoning, a harmless smile on his face. What's wrong, Sister Chu? Lin Jianxing retracted his hand, brushing off non-existent dust. I told you my control is quite good, didn't I? Chu Xiaoyan opened her mouth, then closed it, and opened it again. She had 1,000 questions she wanted to ask, but those questions swirled in her throat, unable to come out. An ordinary summoner could only control one summoned entity for precise attacks at a time. Other summoned entities could only execute simple commands, such as attack, defend, or follow. Multitasking meant being able to control 2 summoned entities simultaneously executing completely different actions. What the young master had just demonstrated was not merely multitasking. He had reacted within fractions of a second after the little zombie missed its target. Such reaction speed, such calculation ability, such absolute control over the summoned entity. Young master, Chu Xiaoyan's voice was somewhat dry. When did you learn this? Lin Jianxing blinked innocently. Learn what? Multitasking. Oh, that. Lin Jianxing thought for a moment and replied seriously, I guess it's innate. I don't really know. Chu Xiaoyan fell silent. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Perhaps the young master's charisma was not as low as she had imagined. Perhaps the profession of necromancer was not as unworthy as she had thought. Perhaps. She gazed at Lin Jianxing's innocent face. A thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps the young master could really get into the highest institution in the capital. No, that's impossible. It had been established for hundreds of years without ever admitting a single necromancer. But what if? Chu Xiaoyan swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, turned around, and continued deeper into the forest. But her grip on the dagger tightened a few notches. Her steps were also a bit lighter than before. A message popped up on the panel. Little zombie, how was that? Was my U-turn just now cool? Little zombie, were you impressed by my moves? Little zombie, that woman's eyes went wide. Ha ha ha. Little zombie, praise me. Hurry. Lin Jianxing silently replied in his heart. Cool, extremely cool. But can you not be so cringeworthy next time? Little zombie, that's not cringeworthy, it's called charisma. Little zombie, do you know what charisma means? Little zombie, I'm destined to become the holy emperor of necromancy. Got it. But that punch you threw just now was indeed quite cool. Little zombie, humph, at least you recognize my talents. Little zombie, mood proud, 50 damage. Lin Jianxing smiled and quickened his pace to match Chu Xiaoyan's steps. Chu Xiaoyan turned to look at Lin Jianxing. The young master was standing there with both hands in his pockets, looking relaxed and laid back like a noodle without bones. His expression was so relaxed that it didn't seem like he had just finished a kill. It was more akin to casually swatting a mosquito while strolling in the park. Chu Xiaoyan's gaze lingered on Lin Jianxing for a few seconds, her mind racing. Multitasking. Among summoners, this was not considered a highly profound skill. High-level summoners could achieve tritasking or even quadtasking, commanding their summoned entities to dance in formation. That would be true mastery. But the problem was, the young master had only just awakened yesterday. He was a novice necromancer who had only transitioned less than 24 hours ago. A novice. 24 hours. These two phrases echoed repeatedly in Chu Xiaoyan's mind like 2 large bells ringing in her ears. A necromancer who had awakened for less than 24 hours could actually achieve multitasking. It was like a child who had just learned to walk suddenly sprinting and breaking a world record. Chu Xiaoyan's mind flashed back to the earlier battle. The young master had not even glanced at the shadow wolf. He had been so lazy that he didn't even sidestep. At the moment the wolf lunged, the young master remained motionless, his expression unchanged. In the instant the shadow wolf lunged, the young master had merely scratched his ear. He scratched his ear. Faced with the sudden attack of a LV3 shadow wolf, he scratched his ear. Chu Xiaoyan took a deep breath, a thought surging within her. So this is the confidence of a strong person. Sister Chu. Lin Jianxing's voice broke into Chu Xiaoyan's thoughts. He tilted his head, looking at the dazed Chu Xiaoyan with a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Let's go for the next one. Chu Xiaoyan came back to her senses and took a deep breath. She was a professional soldier, having seen grand scenes and executed countless high-risk missions. What storms had she not weathered? Yet today she was shaken by a boy who had just awakened a day ago. She forcibly suppressed the shock within her heart, burying all those tumultuous thoughts deep inside. Then her gaze changed, no longer the politeness and care of a noble family's young lady, but instead filled with genuine admiration for a strong individual. It's nothing, young master. Chu Xiaoyan's voice regained its calmness, though her tone carried a bit more solemnity than before. I just didn't expect your control over summoned entities to have reached this level. It seems I was overthinking. With your level of control, the shadow wolf indeed poses no threat. Lin Jianxing scratched his head, smiling a bit shyly. Ha ha ha, is it really that impressive? He actually felt a little insecure inside. Because he hadn't done anything at all. He just said, go little zombie. And then the little zombie rushed and missed, got angry, turned around, and punched the wolf's head off all by itself. He hadn't moved a finger. But that was something he couldn't say. A message popped up on the panel. Little zombie, rolling eyes, JPG. Little zombie, it was just a turn. Does this woman really look like she has never seen the world? Little zombie, that punch just now used barely any of my power. Little zombie, humans really are overreacting. Lin Jianxing silently replied in his heart. Shut up. This little zombie really was talkative. Moreover, it was increasingly resembling one of those antagonists who wouldn't survive 3 episodes. Arrogant, loquacious, and fond of self-aggrandizement. Another message popped up. Little zombie, this is called confidence. Do you understand confidence? Little zombie, forget it. You wouldn't understand if I told someone like you. Lin Jianxing decided not to bother with it. Chu Xiaoyan gathered her emotions and said seriously, young master, since you have such precise control, we need to adjust our previous strategy. She squatted down and drew a simple diagram on the ground with her dagger. If hit rate is not an issue, high agility, but fragile wild monsters would actually suit you better, as they yield high experience and can be killed quickly. Lin Jianxing leaned over to take a look at the diagram on the ground, and Chu Xiaoyan's drawing was quite good, the shape of the wolf vividly portrayed. So my new plan is, Chu Xiaoyan looked up at him. I will be responsible for drawing the monsters, weakening them, then handing them over to you. You will deliver the final blow. This way efficiency will be maximized. Lin Jianxing was delighted. He didn't have to run errands. Just standing still and waiting for the monsters to come to him. Wasn't this the laid-back leveling method he had always dreamed of? All right, Sister Chu, let's do it this way. He gave a thumbs up, his smile radiant. Another message popped up on the panel. Little zombie, humph. Seems this woman has a bit of sense. Little zombie, making me stand still and wait for monsters saves time and effort. This is the correct way to fight. Little zombie, I'm destined to become the holy emperor of necromancy. How can I run around chasing monsters? That would be beneath me. Chu Xiaoyan stood up and instructed, all right, young master, please be careful. I'm off now. As soon as she finished her words, her figure flickered and transformed into a streak of black light rushing into the depths of the dense forest. In an astonishing burst of speed, she vanished into the gray mist in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few withered leaves swirling in the air, lifted by the gusts of wind. Lin Jianxing watched her depart, then stretched lazily. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the nearby trees, quickly locking onto a crooked tree. The trunk was robust, leaning at just the right angle, resembling a natural reclining chair. He walked over, sat down with a thud, leaned against the trunk, and adjusted his posture to find the most comfortable angle. With his legs stretched out back, resting, and neck relaxed, he took out his phone from his pocket, turned it sideways, and opened the game. Fortunately, this broken forest has a signal. He mumbled, casually tapping on the ranked match and selecting a marksman. The screen erupted with messages. Little zombie, what are you doing? Little zombie, where are the monsters? I need to farm. I need to evolve. Lin Jianxing didn't even look up, his eyes glued to the phone screen as he casually replied, what's the rush? Sister Chu went to lure the monsters for us, so you just take a break for now. You'll have your share of the hard work later. Little zombie, him fine then. Little zombie, but I warn you, don't keep me waiting too long. Little zombie, my patience is limited. Yes, I got it. Lin Jianxing nodded dismissively, his fingers swiftly gliding over the screen as he entered the game. Under the crooked tree, the young man leaned against the trunk, holding his phone, his expression focused on the screen. Behind him lay a dense, misty, eerie forest. The distant roar of a beast echoed. It felt out of place. Moments later, rustling sounds from the nearby bushes grew, hurried, the rustle, noise getting closer. Chu Xiaoyan's voice came from the forest, tinged with urgency. "Young master, catch it." As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow streaked through the air in a parabolic arc. A shadow wolf with a severed hind leg screeched as it flew towards Lin Jianxing's direction. Lin Jianxing remained focused on the phone screen. His fingers tapped furiously on the screen as he murmured, "Why are you still in the top lane, jungler? The dragon has spawned. Do we really need to fight 4 against 5 at 4 minutes into the game?" The shadow wolf drew nearer in the air. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Lin Jianxing didn't even blink, casually uttering 2 words, "It's coming." In an instant, the screen erupted with notifications. "Little zombie finally here. Little zombie, die you bastard." Boom. The little zombie shot out from Lin Jianxing's side, and as the shadow wolf was merely 2 meters away, his fist accurately slammed into its head. With one strike, it was dead. The shadow wolf's scream abruptly ceased, its body altered in trajectory by the explosive shockwave, soaring over Lin Jianxing's head and crashing to the ground behind him with a thud. Kill the shadow wolf, LV. 3 experience 20. Lin Jianxing didn't even lift his eyelids. His fingers continued to tap frantically on the screen. "Support, don't just farm the minion wave." Chu Xiaoyan leaped from the bushes and landed on the ground. She turned to Lin Jianxing admiringly, saying, "Great aim." Then she froze in her tracks, because Lin Jianxing was still holding his phone with both hands. His posture remained exactly the same as when she had left, leaning against the trunk, legs stretched out, neck relaxed. Chu Xiaoyan. He didn't even look up during that strike. A thought flashed through her mind. Did the young master kill a monster while playing the game? No, that can't be right. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Maybe it was a coincidence. Perhaps the young master had predicted the parabolic arc in advance, so he didn't need to look up. Yes, it must be that way. Chu Xiaoyan bit her lip and sprang into action again, diving into the depths of the forest. This time she took even longer. Before long, the bushes rustled again, and Chu Xiaoyan returned. "Young master, here it comes." This time she didn't throw the shadow wolf directly in front of Lin Jianxing. She tossed the severely injured shadow wolf high into the air. The shadow wolf screeched as it soared upwards, growing smaller and smaller in the gray mist. Then it began to plummet, its speed increasing. Chu Xiaoyan landed, looked up at the black dot in the sky, and shifted her gaze to Lin Jianxing. The young master was still focused on his phone screen. A notification popped up. "Little zombie, here it comes again. Little zombie, die you bastard." The little zombie shot out from Lin Jianxing's side once more. Boom. Flames erupted, and the shadow wolf's corpse was pulverized by a single punch. Kill the shadow wolf, LV. 3 experience 20. Lin Jianxing didn't even raise his head. Chu Xiaoyan stood under the tree, looking up at the flames raining down from the sky, her mouth slightly agape. "This can hit too." Chu Xiaoyan didn't say much this time, turning around and dashing back into the forest. Her footsteps were lighter and her movements smoother than before. But her heart was not at peace as she decided to try once more. This time she didn't grab the shadow wolf. She caught a venomous spider, LV. For with 8 legs covered in purple venom sacs that made one's scalp tingle just to look at. She brought the spider down to low health, grabbing it by one leg, and took a long detour around the forest, positioning herself in Lin Jianxing's visual blind spot. Behind a large tree, she took a deep breath and suddenly threw the venomous spider. This time it wasn't thrown towards Lin Jianxing, but rather behind him, bypassing the trunk, flying towards his back. Simultaneously she shouted, "Young master, be careful behind you." The sound of game effects came from his phone, and a fierce battle was in full swing. He cursed at the phone, stealing the base. Damn it, someone is stealing the base. Mark, defend the base. That Han Xin has used his famous sword. Chu Xiaoyan said. A venomous spider flew towards Lin Jianxing's back. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. At the moment it was about to land. Whoosh. A little zombie flew out from Lin Jianxing's side. It did not fly straight towards the spider. The direction it flew was diagonally forward. Chu Xiaoyan was stunned. Did it miss? In the next second her pupils suddenly contracted. The little zombie made an extremely unscientific sharp turn in the air, drawing an arc like a boomerang. It circled around Lin Jianxing and went past the tree trunk. Bang! A dull sound came from behind the tree, followed by the sound of splattering juice. Killed venomous spider, LV. For experience 25. Chu Xiaoyan calculated the little zombie's sprint trajectory. It flew out from Lin Jianxing's side, advanced diagonally, made a sharp turn, went around the tree, trunk hit the target. A complete 2 changes of direction. Moreover, throughout the entire process, the young master never even turned his head. He was still cursing at the person stealing the base. Chu Xiaoyan stood there watching Lin Jianxing sitting there as steady as a mountain, feeling her scalp tingle. For the next half hour, Chu Xiaoyan weaved through the forest. Her speed was so fast that all that could be seen was a black streak. In the dense forest, she kept turning back. With each turn, a half-dead wild monster was thrown towards the crooked-necked tree. Shadow wolves, venomous spiders, iron-skinned wild boars, which were rather unfortunate, having thick skin and tough meat. Chu Xiaoyan had to strike them several times to bring them down to low health, and they were still grunting when thrown over. No matter from which tricky angle Chu Xiaoyan threw. From behind, from above, from behind the tree, in the visual blind spot, she threw 2 at the same time. Even once she threw 2 monsters at the same time, one to the left and one to the right. But the little zombie always managed to arrive first. It was quite a spectacle. The 2 monsters died almost simultaneously. Throughout the whole process, the little zombie never missed. Chu Xiaoyan deliberately estimated something when facing 2 monsters at the same time. He must begin calculating the trajectory to attack the second monster the moment the little zombie attacked the first monster. And the most terrifying part was, from beginning to end, Lin Jianxing's eyes never left the phone screen. He was playing the game. He had been playing ranked matches all afternoon. And by the way, he leveled up. Chu Xiaoyan was panting, standing on a branch of a large tree, looking down at the lazy figure in the distance. Her forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat, not from exhaustion, but from shock. A storm surged in her heart, a single word echoed repeatedly in her mind. Genius. Is this the true genius youth? She initially thought it was multitasking. But now it seemed that it was beyond simple multitasking. It was the realm of spiritual perception cultivated to the level of inner eye. No need to see with the eyes, just relying on the fluctuations of the surrounding air currents and spiritual perception, one could lock onto all targets and calculate perfect ballistic trajectories. Chu Xiaoyan wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes filled with shock. Commander Lin always says the young master is lazy. She murmured, is this the world of geniuses? Hey. Killing these monsters is even less difficult for him than mobile games. She recalled what Lin Xiaoxie said at the restaurant this morning. Even if Jianxing is useless, he is still my most treasured useless one. Chu Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. Useless? Commander Lin, do you have some misunderstanding of the term useless? Indeed, a tiger father does not breed a dog son. No, it should be said. Out of the blue, the sun gradually slanted to the west. Lin Jianxing leaned against the crooked-necked tree, his fingers tapping furiously on the phone screen right at the decisive moment of the team battle. Tap the tower. Tap the tower. I want to see who doesn't tap the tower. Suddenly, a warm golden light radiated from him. It was a gentle warm light that made one feel completely relaxed. System notification: congratulations, your level has been raised to LV 5. Your summoned little zombie has significantly improved in proficiency after an afternoon of intense battles. Current level LV 5. Note your summon feels that these wild monsters are too weak, and it's not satisfying to fight them. Then another message popped up: little zombie, only LV 5. Little zombie, this master has killed at least 50 monsters today, and I only get this little experience. Little zombie system, are you withholding my wages? Lin Jianxing ignored the little zombie's complaints. He comfortably stretched a big lazy yawn, his spine cracking with a sound, as if protesting being neglected for too long today. Then he put away his phone, raised his hands above his head, and sighed skyward. He grinned, his smile radiant like hitting the jackpot. 5 consecutive victories, and I leveled up conveniently. This little life is becoming more promising. The bushes rustled. Chu Xiaoyan walked out from the woods. Her black combat uniform was covered in bits of leaves, and the hair on her forehead was damp with sweat sticking to her forehead. After a whole day of leading monsters, even she felt exhausted. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental fatigue. High-intensity, precise monster control, calculating throwing angles, ensuring each monster was brought to low health without dying. This kind of meticulous task was far more tiring than direct kills. But her eyes were bright. She walked up to Lin Jianxing and slightly bowed, saying, young master, congratulations. You can level up to LV 5 tomorrow. What she said was the truth. Typically, it takes 3 to 5 days for a regular practitioner to level up from LV 1 to LV 5 by teaming up to farm monsters. The young master only took a day and a half. Lin Jianxing put away his phone, stood up, dusted off the dirt and leaves from his pants, and said with a grin, it's mainly because Sister Chu Yu led the monsters well. Chu Xiaoyan's mouth twitched slightly. Led the monsters well. Young master, you didn't even raise your head. How do you know I led the monsters well? But she didn't say it out loud, only nodded and relayed the message she had just received. By the way, young master, the commander sent a message saying he prepared a wild random dungeon scroll for you. Dungeon scroll? Lin Jianxing blinked. Yes. The monsters in the dungeon provide much higher experience than those in the wild, and there is a high chance of dropping equipment and skill books. Commander suggested we go back to get the scroll and have a meal. Lin Jianxing nodded. All right, let's head. Then the panel exploded with messages. Little zombie dungeon. Higher experience. Little zombie, hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's go back to get it. I can't wait any longer. Little zombie, by the way, stir-fried undead mushrooms. And the heart meat of the crimson flame dragon. Let's eat, eat, eat. Little zombie drooling. JPG X10 Lin Jianxing looked at the screen, filled with drooling, and twitched his mouth. This guy really doesn't seem like a zombie who aspires to become the divine and holy Lost Sky Corpse King. Rather, he resembles a husky waiting to be fed. Let's go, Sister Chu. Lin Jianxing took a step forward, walking towards the edge of the dense forest. Chu Xiaoyan followed half a step behind him, maintaining a protective stance. She looked at Lin Jianxing's carefree back, her respect for him deepening. The engine of the black military off-road vehicle rumbled deeply. Chu Xiaoyan sat in the driver's seat, her gaze focused on the road ahead. Lin Jianxing sat in the back seat, pulling out his phone again. Sister Chu, call me when we get home. I'll play another round. Okay, young master. A message popped up on the panel. Night fell. In the southern suburbs of Dachang City, the lights of the Lin family villa began to illuminate one after another. The three-story European-style mansion under the glow resembled a small palace. In the distance, the fountain sparkled under the light. A black military SUV slowly entered through the ornate iron gate, advancing along the gravel-covered, tree-lined path, finally coming to a steady stop beside the intricately carved fountain in front of the villa. The engine shut off. The car door opened and Lin Jianxing emerged from the back seat. He raised his arms over his head and stretched vigorously, a series of crisp cracks echoing from his spine. After a whole day of leveling up, his greatest feeling was not mental exhaustion or physical soreness, but rather the pain in his backside from sitting too long. After a day of gaming, his rank had risen from starry to king with 20 stars. He had even leveled up twice. Life is really becoming more and more promising, Lin Jianxing sighed. Chu Xiaoyan stepped down from the driver's seat, her body slightly leaning forward, her gaze habitually sweeping the surroundings. Even though this was already the Lin family's stronghold, and everyone around were their own people, she still maintained a posture that suggested she could unleash lethal force at any moment. This was a habit ingrained from her military career. The villa's door was pulled open from the inside. Both doors swung open simultaneously. On either side stood a maid dressed in neat black and white uniforms, their movements synchronized. Then more maids streamed out from inside. They formed two lines on either side of the door, slightly bowing, their hands crossed in front of them as they shouted in unison, "Welcome home, young master." Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched. He had to go through this every time he came home, yet he had never gotten. Thank you, thank you. Lin Jianxing waved his hand as he walked in. You all can disperse now, go do what you need to do. The maids straightened up in unison and retreated into the house. Chu Xiaoyan followed behind Lin Jianxing, her expression impassive. She had seen this countless times and was already accustomed to it. Just as Lin Jianxing crossed the threshold, a figure rushed towards him. Zhang Wan. Her eyes were slightly red, but her lips curved into a smile as she reached out her hands to grab Lin Jianxing's arm. Jianxing, you're back? Are you tired? Did you get hurt? Her hands roamed over Lin Jianxing, moving from his shoulder to his arms, then to his back, and finally to his waist. Lin Jianxing felt a tickling sensation and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Mom, stop touching me. It tickles. I'm just checking if you're hurt. Zhang Wan said confidently, her hands not missing a beat. What could possibly hurt me? Chu Jia is here. Lin Jianxing shrugged and smiled, his tone as relaxed as if he were commenting on the nice weather. See, imperfectly fine, not a scratch, not even a drop of sweat. This was indeed the truth. He had not broken a sweat. It was Chu Xiaoyan who had. Zhang Wan sighed in relief, confirming her son was indeed unharmed. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Then she grabbed Lin Jianxing's arm, and without giving him a chance to resist, pulled him towards the dining room. You must be starving. Come on, I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast for you all, made according to your requests from this morning, loaded with necromantic elements. Lin Jianxing's eyes brightened instantly. Great, just in time, I'm really hungry. He obediently followed his mother, his pace doubling from before. In the dining room, the 8-meter-long table was filled with dishes. This was not the kind of breakfast that was just a casual eat. This was a true feast meticulously prepared over an entire afternoon by the top chef team of the Lin family. At the center of the table stood an ice sculpture shaped like a skull carved from ice blocks with white cold air continuously billowing out from the eye sockets and mouth. Surrounding the ice sculpture were plates of dishes infused with necromantic elements, each exuding a faint black or purple glow, a natural reaction of high-purity necromantic elements under the light. Lin Jianxing stood in front of the table, his gaze sweeping over each dish, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Necromantic rhino tenderloin. Dark mushroom cream soup. Stir-fried necromantic mushrooms. Sliced necromantic mushrooms. Lava red dragon liver salad with slices of red dragon fruit, paired with dark honey and shadow nuts, sweet, with a hint of spice, spicy yet fragrant. Abyss cod sashimi dipped in a sauce made from underworld honey and dark soy sauce, melting in the mouth, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Red flame dragon liver, the main dish of the night. A piece of dragon liver the size of a fist, seared to perfection on the outside. When cut open, the inside remained pink, juicy, with a visible black mist of necromantic elements rising from the cut. There was also necromantic dragon bone soup brewed for a full 4 hours using genuine dragon bones. The soup presented a deep black color, yet tasted clear and sweet, carrying a unique medicinal fragrance. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath, the rich aroma of necromantic elements flooding his nostrils, revitalizing him. A message popped up frantically on the panel. Little zombie. Little zombie, how wealthy is your family? Little zombie, so good, so good, so good. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched, silently replying in his heart, calm down, don't embarrass yourself. Little zombie, embarrass myself. This is true emotion. What do you know? Little zombie drooling. JPG X 100 Jianxing. Come sit over here with dad. Lin Jianxing was already seated at the head of the table, smiling and waving as he saw his son enter, his smile radiating much more than it had the previous night. Lin Jianxing walked over and sat down beside his father. How was practice today? Lin Jianxing placed a piece of necromantic rhino tenderloin into his son's bowl. It was okay, I leveled up twice. Lin Jianxing replied, stuffing the meat into his mouth, his words muffled. Not bad, not bad. Lin Jianxing nodded in satisfaction, adding another piece of dragon liver. Eat more, you look so thin. Lin Jianxing glanced at the mountain of food in his bowl, and then at his father's face, which was clearly trying to suppress a smile. Lin Jianxing was actually overjoyed inside. Chu Xiaoyan had messaged him in the afternoon saying that the young master's control over summoned creatures exceeded expectations. Though he didn't know how far beyond expectations, it was the fact that it was someone like Chu Xiaoyan sending such a message indicated that his son indeed performed well today, and he had reached LV 5 on just the second day. This speed placed him firmly in the top tier among newcomers in all of Dachang City. But he couldn't show it, fearing his son might get arrogant. So he only secretly rejoiced in his heart, maintaining an indifferent expression on his face. Lin Jianxing picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of red flame dragon liver. The dragon liver trembled slightly at the tip of his chopsticks, seared golden brown on the outside, revealing a pink interior that oozed juices with black mist of necromantic elements rising from the heat. He brought the dragon liver to his mouth, leisurely blowing on it. A message popped up, little zombie, just eat already. Stop blowing. Let me see how it tastes. Little zombie, hurry, hurry, hurry. Lin Jianxing chuckled inwardly, deliberately slowing down his. He paused with the dragon liver near his mouth for 2 seconds, sniffed it, and showed an expression of enjoyment. Little zombie. Lin Jianxing remained unhurried. He blew on it again, then extended his tongue to gently lick the surface of the dragon liver. Little zombie, yeah. Little zombie, are you going to eat or not? If not, let me come out and eat. Finally, Lin Jianxing popped the dragon liver into his mouth. He silently reviewed in his heart. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, rich in juices. The necromantic elements are potent, but not overwhelming. The cooking is just right. Indeed, this was a top chef's skill. This level of cooking could not be mastered by just anyone. Dragon liver, if overcooked, becomes tough. If undercooked, it tastes fishy. Achieving this level requires at least 10 years of expertise. Little zombie, so good. Little zombie, mood satisfied, 50 damage. Lin Jianxing's lips curled into a smile as he grabbed another piece. Little zombie, by the way, you just said that while you were lying at home, I was out fighting monsters all night. Little zombie, now I'm watching you eat in the panel while you're enjoying delicious food outside. Little zombie, why do I feel like this division of labor is a bit off? What's wrong with it? You fight monsters, I level up, you eat meat, I drink soup. No, I eat meat, you watch. It's perfectly reasonable. Little zombie, reasonable. No way. I want to eat too. Alright, let's wait until you reach level 10. Just put in some effort, it'll be quick. Little zombie, you're just painting a pie for me. What's wrong with painting a pie? It's a form of motivation too. Little zombie. Little zombie, I've decided I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'll grind dungeons all night long. Little zombie, I'm going to eat you out of house and home. Lin Jianxing nearly burst out laughing. All right, you go ahead. Jiang Wan turned to look at Chu Xiaoyun, who was standing at the entrance of the dining room, smiling and waving. Xiaoyun, don't just stand there, come sit down. Chu Xiaoyun slightly shook her head. Madam, I'm on duty. On duty? What kind of duty at home? Jiang Wan walked over without hesitation, grabbing Chu Xiaoyun's arm and pulling her to the dining table. Sit down and eat together. Chu Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat down at the end of the table. Jiang Wan returned to her seat, picked up her wine glass, took a sip, then set it down, and looked at Chu Xiaoyun, her tone sincere. Xiaoyun, you've really worked hard today. Chu Xiaoyun slightly bowed. Madam, you're being too polite. This is what I should do. I looked at Jiangxing's level today. Jiang Wan's eyes curved up, her smile unmistakable. He's already at LV 5. He leveled up twice in one day. You must be exhausted. Chu Xiaoyun opened her mouth to say something, but Jiang Wan didn't give her the chance. Jiang Wan took out a golden card from her bag and handed it to Chu Xiaoyun. The card had a metallic feel with exquisite patterns engraved on its surface and a gilded character Lin in the center. This is the VIP card for the equipment store in the north of the city, Jiang Wan explained. Take it to exchange for some good gear. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Chu Xiaoyun did not reach out to take it. She slightly bowed, her tone respectful yet firm. Madam, my current gear is quite handy, and I don't have a need to change it for now. Moreover, protecting the young master is my duty. As per the command of the commander, I can't accept it. Just then Lin Jianxing interjected, as Jiang Wan was about to persuade her again. He straightened his face, looking at Chu Xiaoyun with a feigned seriousness. If I say take it, you take it. No more nonsense. Chu Xiaoyun looked up at the commander. Lin Jianxing's voice was not loud, but each word carried an undeniable pressure. What my wife says is an order. If a soldier from the Lin family goes out looking shabby, it's me, Lin Jianxing, who will be embarrassed. Chu Xiaoyun fell silent for a moment, then accepted the golden card with both hands, solemnly placing it into the inner pocket of her combat uniform. Yes, Commander. Lin Jianxing nodded in satisfaction and took a sip from his wine glass. The dining room fell silent for a few seconds. Only the crisp sound of chopsticks touching bowls and plates could be heard. Chu Xiaoyun put down her chopsticks, took a deep breath, and looked up at Jiang Wan. Madam, actually, you misunderstood something. Jiang Wan was slightly taken aback. Today the young master leveled up so quickly, mainly because he's quite talented. Jiang Wan blinked. Lin Jianxing blinked as well. The couple exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with the same thought. What is she saying? Chu Xiaoyun continued. If it weren't for the young master's remarkable skills, even if I attracted more monsters, the efficiency wouldn't be this high. As soon as she finished speaking, the dining room fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Jianxing and Jiang Wan exchanged glances, blinking as if they thought they had misheard. How powerful can a necromancer be? Yet he understood Chu Xiaoyun's personality well. She was a very proud subordinate. Her ability to stand out from the layers of the city defense forces relied not just on strength, but also on her innate arrogance. For Chu Xiaoyun to seriously say the words impressive, it must be something remarkable. Jiang Wan's thoughts were different. She had no idea what had happened today, instinctively thinking that Chu Xiaoyun was merely flattering them. After all, subordinates sometimes said nice things to please their superiors. Jiang Wan smiled, gently saying, Xiaoyun, I know you are loyal and want to give Jianxing face. But let's be honest, there's no need for such. Madam, Chu Xiaoyun interrupted her. This was extremely rare in her career, as she never interrupted her superior. Chu Xiaoyun took a deep breath and sat up straight. Commander, madam, I am not exaggerating. Her gaze swept across both their faces as she spoke slowly. The young master can be said to be the most gifted summoner I have ever seen. The restaurant fell silent again. This time the silence lasted longer. Lin Jianxing paused in his action of picking food. His neck involuntarily shrank a little, his cheeks flushed slightly, turning red from the base of his neck to the tips of his ears. It wasn't shyness. Well, maybe just a bit. To be seriously complimented in front of others, as the most gifted, would make anyone feel a bit embarrassed. Moreover, he had been playing games all day without even looking up. He was just tapping furiously on his phone screen while letting the little zombie fight monsters on its own. The most gifted was a title he genuinely felt he did not deserve. But then again, Lin Jianxing silently thought, is using cheats considered a talent? Lin Jianxing put down his chopsticks. His expression shifted from relaxed to serious, the amusement in his eyes fading, replaced by a sharpness that spoke of battle-hardened experience. Xiaoyun's voice was deep and steady. Please elaborate. This was not polite conversation, it was a command. Lin Jianxing understood Chu Xiaoyun all too well. This subordinate who had followed him for many years was straightforward and honest, never saying anything insincere just to please her superior. Whatever she said was the truth. If she said the most gifted, then it had to be true. But Lin Jianxing wanted to know what had happened to elicit such high praise from Chu Xiaoyun. Chu Xiaoyun did not answer directly. She took out her phone from her pocket, unlocked the screen, and tapped a few times. Words alone are not enough, Commander Madam. This is a video I recorded. You will understand after watching it. Lin Jianxing took the phone. Jiang Wan leaned over, resting against her husband's shoulder to look at the screen. Lin Jianxing's hand that was picking food paused again. A video? What video? When did Chu Jie record a video? Alarm bells rang in his mind. The video wouldn't include him being pressured by his teammates, would it? The video started playing. The image shook for a moment before stabilizing, captured from Chu Xiaoyun's perspective, focusing on a crooked tree not far away. Under the tree, Lin Jianxing was leaning against the trunk, holding his phone with both hands, the screen flashing with game graphics. The background noise was the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant growls of wild beasts. Then, "Young Master, catch." Chu Xiaoyun's voice came from off-screen, followed by a shadow flying in from the right. A severely injured shadow wolf screamed as it flew towards Lin Jianxing. He didn't even lift his head. His hands were rapidly tapping on the phone screen, murmuring, "Don't take the jungle minions. The dragon spawned. Aren't we hitting the dragon for a 4-minute team fight? Come hit the dragon." The shadow wolf was getting closer. Lin Jianxing didn't even blink. In the next second, a little zombie flew in from off-screen, its fist smashing precisely into the shadow wolf's head. Lin Jianxing still didn't lift his head, his fingers frantically tapping on the screen. The video was not over yet. The scene switched, this time filmed from another angle. Chu Xiaoyun tossed a severely injured shadow wolf high into the air. The little zombie charged out and collided perfectly with the shadow wolf midair. The shadow wolf was torn to pieces. Lin Jianxing still didn't lift his head, continuing to say, "Support, don't just farm the minion line." In the last few seconds of the video, the camera cut to a close-up of Lin Jianxing. He was leaning against the tree trunk, legs stretched out, holding his phone with both hands, the game screen clearly visible, engaged in a team fight. His fingers left trails on the screen, and he shouted, "Lag, it's lagging." The video ended here, leaving the restaurant in dead silence. Lin Jianxing was still chewing on that piece of fire dragon liver, but he couldn't taste anything at all. His peripheral vision skimmed over his parents' phone screen. The video froze on the frame where he was shouting. Lin Jianxing's toes were digging fiercely into the ground inside his shoes. It was practically public execution. Lin Jianxing was inwardly complaining, "Chu Jie, you recorded a video, but didn't give me a heads up. At least let me mute my mic." He didn't dare look up at his parents' expressions, but he could feel two scorching gazes fixed on him. After a long silence, Lin Jianxing opened his mouth, then closed it again, opened it once more, repeating this twice before squeezing out a sentence. What just happened? Was multitasking. He looked at Chu Xiaoyun, then glanced at the frame frozen on the phone screen. Chu Xiaoyun nodded yes. The young master has been playing games all afternoon without looking up at any monsters. Lin Jianxing's pupils slightly trembled. As one of the top combatants in Dachang City, he understood all too well what this meant. Ordinary summoners need to focus entirely on controlling their summons, concentrating without distraction, even coordinating their breathing. Because the mental link between the summoner and their summon is extremely sensitive, even a moment of distraction can lead to control errors. That is why most summoners find a safe spot during battles to focus intently and command their summons without distraction. And his own son was playing games while controlling a summon. Moreover, he was controlling it with such precision, turning in unshipped curves, making sharp turns, responding simultaneously to attacks from two monsters. These maneuvers even many high-level summoners could struggle with in a focused state. Yet he accomplished this while playing a game. Lin Jianxing slowly turned his head to look at his son beside him. A thought emerged in his mind, growing clearer. My son is not an ordinary person. My son possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Jiang Wan covered her mouth. Her eyes instantly turned red. Ever since her son awakened as a necromancer, she had pretended to remain calm on the surface, saying things like, "Mom will take care of you, and the family has enough money for 3 lifetimes, but the thorn in her heart had never been removed. She had seen too many necromancers meet their end. Pale and emaciated, spiritless, low combat ability, despised by teammates, marginalized by society, as she didn't want her son to walk down that path. That was why she discussed with Lin Jianxing whether to let their son feign illness to avoid the major exam. That was why she would say the money is enough for 3 lifetimes, paving a way out for her son. But now, She looked at the boy on the phone screen playing a game and defeating monsters, tears welling in her eyes, yet her lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Not relying on summoning affinity, purely relying on skill. How terrifying must that talent be? Summoning affinity is the greatest shortcoming of necromancers. Due to the inherently low affinity of necromantic summons, most necromancers can only rely on sheer numbers, sacrificing vitality for combat power, falling into a vicious cycle. But her son had taken a completely different path. He did not rely on affinity or the strength of the summons themselves, he relied on skill. He relied on multitasking, precise calculations, and that talent of being able to lock onto targets with a feeling rather than sight. This path was unprecedented. Lin Jianxing felt the intense gaze of his parents like two searchlights sweeping across him. Forget it. Lin Jianxing pretended to choke on his food, lifted his soup bowl for a sip, and mumbled, "Cough. I was just playing around." He scratched his head, trying hard to put on a look of, "I don't see what's so surprising about this." The key was that one item for the promotion match, he explained. "I didn't have time to look up at the monsters, so I had to rely on instinct." After saying this, he felt even more embarrassed. Didn't have time to look up at the monsters. Was this even human language? Lin Jianxing's eyelids twitched. Jiang Wan's lips twitched. Dadmom Lin Jianxing shrank his neck, his voice growing smaller. "Please don't look at me like that, it's really embarrassing." Lin Jianxing suddenly slapped his thigh. The sound echoed sharply in the quiet restaurant, startling Lin Jianxing so much that his chopsticks nearly flew out of his hands. What a casual play. Lin Jianxing's voice was full of energy. What an instinctive move. He stood up, walked around the dining table, and put his arm around Lin Jianxing's shoulders, giving him a hearty pat. "I knew it." Lin Jianxing's tone was filled with uncontainable pride. "How could my son Lin Jianxing be useless?" Lin Jianxing felt his shoulders tingle from the pat. Lin Jianxing and Jiang Wan exchanged a glance. In that glance, 1,000 words were exchanged. They both saw joy in each other's eyes. Joy that was like finding something lost, a glimmer of hope. Just this noon, they had sat in this restaurant discussing whether to let their son pretend to be sick on the day of the big test to avoid being ridiculed. They had said there's enough money to last 3 lifetimes. They said at worst we can just spend money to get him into college. They said even if Jianxing is useless, he is still my most treasured useless child. Now, what a joke. Pretending to be sick. Absolutely not. To possess such extraordinary micromanaging skills and to laze around at home like a second-generation rich kid, that would be the real waste. What about that daughter from the Zhao family? The Burning Sky Demon Phoenix class growth potential sounds impressive. But at lower levels where everyone has only 1 or 2 basic skills, everyone is around LV 5. It's hard to say if she has the same level of micromanaging skill as their Jianxing. A profession relies on luck to awaken, but skill relies on intelligence. As Lin Jianxing thought of this, a grin spread to his ears. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingertips, and composed herself. Her expression shifted from excitement to seriousness, a kind of seriousness that was decisive and strategic in business. Jianxing, she looked at her son, diving straight into the topic. "The big exam is coming soon." Lin Jianxing put down his chopsticks and nodded. "Mom has analyzed the data for you." Jiang Wan's voice was clear and calm. "To get into a top-tier university, you need to reach at least LV 10. Oh, and having a second summon is safer." She turned to Chu Xiaoyan, her eyes serious. "Xiaoyan, for the next 2 days, you must help Jianxing level up. Ensure that he reaches LV 10 before the big exam." Chu Xiaoyan stood up at attention, her right fist pressed against her chest, giving a standard military salute. "Yes, ma'am." A fighting spirit ignited in her eyes, the kind that only surfaced when faced with a task worth giving one's all. Lin Jianxing glanced at Chu Xiaoyan, then at his mother, opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately just nodded. "All right, I understand," Lin Jianxing said. "I will do my best." When he said this, his tone was very calm, even a bit dismissive. It wasn't that he didn't care, rather his inner thoughts were quite different from what his parents believed. Whether or not he went to the big test, or which university he attended, he truly didn't mind. After all, the little zombie would go out to level up on its own. Where he lay didn't matter. Though the bed at home was comfortable, it was still under the watchful eyes of his parents. Today they said he was just playing around. Tomorrow they would ask him, "How did you level up again?" And the day after they would want him to demonstrate his skills. Too troublesome. Going to university would be different. He heard that the dorm conditions at top-tier universities were absurdly good, with private bathrooms, central air conditioning, and 24-hour hot water. There were even exclusive training rooms. Though called dorms, they were more like apartments. Most importantly, no one would bother him. As long as his strength was sufficient, he could sleep all day without anyone caring. And Lin Jianxing glanced at his parents. Lin Jianxing was looking at him with pride in his eyes. Jiang was looking at him with affection. In this life his parents had truly no complaints about him. They pampered him to the core, cradling him in their palms, giving them a bit of face, letting them hold their heads high in those elite circles. That didn't seem so bad either. All right, then Lin Jianxing silently made a decision in his heart. Seeing her son agree readily, Jiang smile grew even brighter. She took out a small tablet from her bag, tapped a few times, and a long list of skill books appeared on the screen. Since you're going to rush for the big exam, you should also consider a second skill. She handed the tablet to Lin Jianxing. Our family has basic skill books from various types. You can choose. Lin Jianxing received the tablet, his gaze sweeping over the list on the screen. Skeleton warrior, melee, physical type, basic undead unit, balanced in offense and defense, cost effective. Skeleton archer, ranged, physical type, suitable for rear output, requires protection from the front row. Skeleton shield bearer, defense type, high health and defense skill, shield wall, can greatly reduce damage. Ghost spell type, can walk through walls, can scout attacks, inflict mental damage. Little vampire, agility type, blood-sucking for sustain, fast-moving speed, but fragile. Corpse demon, strength type, higher attack and health than skeleton warriors, but slow-moving speed. Lin Jianxing scanned through the options, his brows slightly furrowing. Most were conventional undead units which he had seen in books. But what truly troubled him was not the skills themselves. It was the personality of the new summon. The little zombie was already a talkative hothead. If he got another one that was equally headstrong, his head was starting to ache. Jianxing. Jiang noticed her son in a daze and gently reminded him, which one do you want to learn? Just say it, and Mom will have someone fetch it right away. Lin Jianxing set down his wine glass and cleared his throat. Jianxing, I have a suggestion for you. Lin Jianxing looked up at his father. After all, summoners are quite fragile. Lin Jianxing's expression grew serious. What are you most afraid of? Afraid of assassins getting close, afraid of being targeted from afar. Once singled out, you won't even be able to run away. He pointed at the tablet screen displaying the little vampire. Choose this one. The little vampire, Lin Jianxing explained, is one of the higher defense types among basic undead creatures. It can create a blood shield, and learning it is like wearing an extra layer of turtle shell. At critical moments it can shield you from blades and arrows and everything else. He emphasized, as long as you're alive there will be output. If you're dead you have nothing. Jiang nodded in agreement. Your dad has a point this time. Safety first. We don't seek to kill many enemies, but we must ensure our own safety first. Lin Jianxing stroked his chin, lost in thought. Life-saving skills are indeed very important. But what troubled him wasn't the strength of the skill, but rather, would the new summoned creature be just as hot-tempered and chatty as the little zombie? One was already enough of a headache, another. My head might explode. A message popped up on the screen. Little zombie burp, so comfortable. Little zombie, this crimson flame dragon liver has strength. I feel full of power. Little zombie, slaughter. I want to slaughter. Little zombie, by the way, what are you looking at? Let me see. Skeleton shield soldier. Little zombie, are you going to summon a new little brother? Little zombie, all right, I can reluctantly take on the role of big brother and lead it. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched. Little zombie, aren't you supposed to be in the interface? How can you see the tablet? Little zombie, I am a high-level summon creature. A high-level one. I can see everything you do. Little zombie, don't ask such low-level questions, that makes you look stupid. Fine. Ignoring the hot-headed chatter of the little zombie, Lin Jianxing looked at his parents. All right, let's go with Dad's suggestion. The second summoned creature will be the little vampire. With an extra layer of shell, I can also have an extra sense of security. He grinned and added, life preservation is important. No, I still want to live a few more years off my parents. Lin Jianxing laughed heartily, not minding his son's lack of ambition. Good. He waved his hand. Just make your own decision. A dad is just making a suggestion. Lin Jianxing flipped his wrist, as if performing a magic trick, and a solemnly glowing ancient scroll radiating purple-black light was placed on the table. Lin Jianxing's gaze was drawn to the scroll. He could feel that this scroll was imbued with a powerful, twisted energy fluctuation entirely different from the natural monster aura found in the wild. Difficulty level Undead Castle Dungeon Scroll. Lin Jianxing's voice carried a hint of seriousness. I originally planned to give it to you in a few days, but since your leveling speed is so fast, and you have this micromanagement talent, you can use it tonight. Lin Jianxing blinked. Dungeon? Yes. With a level restriction from LV 3 to LV 5, just right as you are currently LV 5, you can enter at the cap and maximize your experience gain. Lin Jianxing's expression became more serious. However, I must tell you in advance, Xiao Yun cannot enter. Lin Jianxing explained, the difficulty level dungeons have mandatory entry level restrictions, and any adventurer above LV 10 will be directly excluded. Lin Jianxing was slightly taken aback. Who will accompany me inside? He instinctively asked. Lin Jianxing chuckled, a few smile lines appearing at the corners of his eyes. The good news is that the team has already been arranged. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. A team. Lin Jianxing did not take the bait, but instead earnestly reminded, Jianxing, Dad knows you have strong micromanagement talent, but don't let that make you arrogant. The monsters in difficulty-level dungeons are far beyond the small creatures in the wild. They possess more refined combat instincts, more coordinated teamwork, and even a certain degree of intelligence. He looked into his son's eyes. Life only comes once. I don't want to see any accidents, even the slightest scratch. Lin Jianxing nodded seriously. That I understand. Better safe than sorry. I get your point. Chu Xiaoyun expressionlessly picked up a bowl of soup and took a sip. Li Jianxing nodded, patting his son's shoulder with satisfaction. Then he turned to Chu Xiaoyun, his voice reverting to a crisp and decisive tone. Xiaoyun, go to the underground warehouse. Help Jianxing select the best undead summoner suits suitable for his current level. Chu Xiaoyun stood up. Yes, Commander. She turned and walked towards the dining room door, her steps brisk and decisive. The dining room fell silent for a few seconds. The old butler appeared at the entrance of the dining room. He slightly bowed. Sir, madam. Miss Xia and the others have arrived. The car is already parked outside. Lin Jianxing glanced at the clock on the wall and smiled. While they arrived right after I mentioned it, these little ones are quite punctual. He stood up, straightened his collar, and looked at Lin Jianxing. Let's go, Jianxing. Meet your teammates. Lin Jianxing put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He took a deep breath and stood up. A message popped up on the screen. Little zombie, new teammates. Let me see what they're made of. Little zombie, if they're too weak, I won't take them. Little zombie, mood battle ready, 100 damage. Lin Jianxing looked at this message, his mouth twitching unconsciously. He silently replied in his heart. All right, you are the boss, you call the shots. Little zombie, now we're talking. Let's go, let me see what this dungeon can do. Lin Jianxing followed his father towards the dining room door. Behind him, Jiang Wan's voice came. Jianxing, be careful. Mom is waiting for you to come back. Got it, Mom. Lin Jianxing did not turn back, just raised his hand and waved. The black SUV revved back to life. Lin Jianxing sat in the back seat, leaning against the window, watching the retreating night view of the manor. Outside the manor gate, a silver-gray business vehicle was already parked there. Four young people got out of the car, appearing somewhat reserved. Their gazes involuntarily drifted around. The level of extravagance made these children who had grown up in military families feel a bit intimidated. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Jianxing strode ahead with great confidence, his steps steady and powerful. Welcome, welcome. Lin Jianxing's booming voice shattered the silence in the spacious hall. He opened his arms with a radiant smile. Don't be polite, treat it like home. The four young people's bodies visibly relaxed a bit, but their reserved posture still had not completely faded. Leading them was a girl dressed in a light blue JK skirt. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching down to her waist, the ends gently curling. Her skin was fair as snow, almost translucent, with faint blue veins visible near her temples. Her features were exquisite, resembling a porcelain doll, with a high nose bridge and slightly pursed lips. But what drew the most attention was her aura. Her clear, bright eyes held a chilling coldness that seemed to keep people at a distance. Three individuals stood behind her. To the left was a tall, slender boy with long arms and distinctly defined knuckles. His eyes were lively, darting around the hall. To the right stood a burly man, solid as a wall. His expression was simple, yet his gaze was steady, not as rugged as his appearance suggested. Lastly, there was a young girl with twin ponytails, appearing only about 15 or 16 years old, cradling a thick, holy scripture in her arms. Her eyes were timid, closely following the burly man, revealing only half of her face. The cold girl nodded gracefully and politely greeted, hello, Uncle Lin, hello, Aunt Jiang. Her voice was crisp like mountain stream water crashing against jade. Jiang Wan gently released Lin Jianxing, stepping forward with a warm and kind expression, taking the girl's hand and scanning her up and down, her smile broadening. Oh, this must be the daughter of the Xia family, right? Jiang Wan's eyes curved like crescent moons, her tone filled with the affection of an elder. You've become more beautiful as you grow. I heard from your father that you have awakened an A-grade water-type profession, Ocean Mage. That's wonderful. The girl nodded slowly, neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you for your praise, Aunt. She didn't blush, didn't shy away, nor did she feign modesty after being complimented. She simply accepted the praise and responded politely. Jiang Wan secretly nodded in her heart. This girl was well-mannered. Lin Jianxing patted Lin Jianxing's shoulder and smiled. Jianxing, this is Xia Qingqing, the captain of the team and an A-grade Ocean Mage. Xia Qingqing turned her head, her gaze landing on Lin Jianxing. She extended her fair hand, her fingers long and her nails neatly trimmed. Hello, Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing reached out, shaking her hand politely. Hello. Their hands parted almost instantly, not lingering for even a second. Lin Jianxing withdrew his hand, his expression calm. To be honest, he didn't know much about Xia Qingqing. They weren't in the same school, and they had no intersection in their daily lives. But he had indeed heard her name numerous times. The aloof school beauty from the neighboring high school, and a great ocean mage. Her admirers could line up from the south of the city to the north. The dream lover of countless inexperienced boys. However, Lin Jianxing wasn't particularly interested in any of that. He never actively approached girls like her who had an air of aloofness. It was simply too tiring. Flattering, catering, guessing their thoughts. He couldn't manage that. After all, today was just about teaming up for a dungeon run, and once it was done, they would all return to their own homes. There was no need to complicate matters. Xia Qingqing's gaze lingered on Lin Jianxing's face for a moment. She noticed that this boy's eyes were very clear. There was none of the annoying scrutiny, no intentional flattery, not even a lingering gaze. He looked at her, as if she was an ordinary person, and then there was nothing more. A faint sense of goodwill arose in Xia Qingqing's heart, not for any other reason, but because this feeling of being treated as an ordinary person was exceedingly rare for her. She turned to introduce the teammates behind her. Since we are going to tackle the dungeon together, let's formally introduce ourselves. She pointed to the burly man, Wang Yongwei, frontline shield warrior. Strong defense responsible for tanking damage. Wang Yongwei gave a simple smile and nodded at Lin Jianxing. Hello, Lin Xiao. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that the term Lin Xiao sounded like something from an old feudal landlord's household. Xia Qingqing pointed to the slender boy Li Kai, ranger. Proficient in long-range physical damage. Li Kai grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I've heard so much about you. Lin Jianxing nodded politely. Heard so much about you. Where did you hear about me? I just became well-known yesterday, okay? Finally, Xia Qingqing looked at the timid girl with twin ponytails, her tone softening. Shun, you, Holy Spirit priest. Responsible for healing and buffs. The little girl peeked out from behind. Wang Yongwei, Lin classmate. Hello. After speaking, she quickly. Lin Jianxing thought, is this girl really capable of handling a dungeon? Don't blame me if she faints from fright beforehand. Xia Qingqing seemed to sense his doubts, and added, although Yu is timid, her healing spells are very stable. We've cooperated many times before, and there's no problem. Lin Jianxing nodded, saying little else. Xia Qingqing continued, all four of us are currently LV. For a well-equipped, and with good teamwork. Completing this dungeon shouldn't be a big issue. Lin Zhaoxia interjected, these children's fathers are all old subordinates of mine in the army, so they have received formal military training since childhood, and though they have just transitioned to their new roles, their combat awareness and skills far exceed that of ordinary students. Lin Jianxing glanced at the four of them. No wonder. He thought to himself that these people didn't look like ordinary students. Their posture, gaze, and breathing rhythm all exhibited traces of training. Got it, Dad. Lin Jianxing turned to the four, speaking earnestly, then I'll trouble you all. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the side hall. Everyone turned to look. Chu Xiaoyun emerged from the room, holding a pile of equipment. The items emitted a faint orange glow, shimmering with a soft and mysterious light under the illumination. The eyes of the four young people instantly widened. This is... Li Kai's voice trembled slightly. As a ranger, his sensitivity to equipment was far beyond that of ordinary people. A legendary grade Mystic Knight set. LV. 5 and below summoner's divine gear. His voice echoed in the spacious hall. A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Qingqing's beautiful eye. She had seen quite a few good pieces of equipment. Although the Xia family was not a top-tier wealthy family, it was still a reputable household. But legendary grade. LV. 5 and below legendary gear. She gazed at the pile of equipment radiating orange light, her heart stirred. Is this the foundation of a top-tier wealthy family? Equipment levels ranged from low to high as follows: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and mythic. The gap between each level was like heaven and earth. Legendary equipment, while it had a market price, was something ordinary people couldn't obtain, even with money. To directly assign legendary gear to a newly awakened necromancer who had just awakened for 2 days, Xia Qingqing silently lamented, this was simply a waste of resources. Lin Jianxing glanced at the pile of glowing equipment, his expression unchanged. He had no concept of equipment, bronze or legendary. To him, it was just a distinction between wearable and not wearable. Thanks, Sister Chu. He casually said, then opened his arms, allowing Chu Xiaoyun to help him put on each piece of equipment neatly. Mystic Knight robe, Mystic Knight bracers, Mystic Knight belt, Mystic Knight boots. Each piece of equipment emitted a soft glow as it was donned. Then it seemed to melt and conform to his body, automatically adjusting to the most fitting size. Lin Jianxing moved his arms, kicked his legs, and remarked him it fits quite well. As soon as he finished speaking, the dazzling robe suddenly transformed into specks of starlight, vanishing into his body in an instant. His appearance reverted to his original casual outfit. Li Kai and Wang Yangwei exchanged glances, both seeing the same word in each other's eyes. Sour. Is this the skill of being well-born? Some people are born in Rome. Lin Jianxing opened the panel and glanced at the attributes of the Mystic Knight set. Then he gasped. Mystic Knight set legendary grade set effect, mental power 70, summoned creature attack power 30, summoned creature movement speed 20, no flashy attributes, no complex triggering conditions. It's all about simplicity and raw power. Increase mental power. Increase mental power by 70%. Lin Jianxing swallowed. Indeed, it's top-tier equipment, Lin Jianxing sincerely exclaimed. Li Kai and Wang Yangwei exchanged glances, once more feeling even more sour. All these subtle changes in expression, the jealousy in Li Kai's eyes, the envy in Wang Yangwei's gaze, and the hint of disdain hidden deep within them towards Lin Jianxing, did not escape Lin Zhaoxia's notice. Who is Lin Zhaoxia? A war god who has fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He has seen too many dark sides of human nature: betrayal on the battlefield, turning against one another for profit, and selfishness in life and death moments. His understanding of human nature was profound. The smile on his lips faded and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, so swift that almost no one noticed. Jianxing. Lin Zhaoxia stepped forward, placing a hand on his son's shoulder and pulling him aside. His voice was very low enough for only Lin Jianxing to hear. Son, remember this. Lin Zhaoxia's gaze swept over Li Kai and the others like a knife. This dungeon scroll was issued by our family, and I also gave them quite a bit of money. You are the boss, they are the workers. He placed his large hand on Lin Jianxing's shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through the fabric. Jianxing, you must understand that in this world, whether outside the city or in dungeons, it is a sure field where people can die. Human nature cannot withstand testing. His voice lowered further, as if sharing a secret only a father and son could hear. In the face of extreme danger, a person's instinct is to protect themselves first. They might even harbor ill thoughts out of jealousy for your equipment. Lin Jianxing opened his mouth wanting to say something, but Lin Zhaoxia did not give him the chance. He released his son and suddenly raised his voice. Once we are in the dungeon, if anyone dares to point fingers at you or speak sarcastically to make you feel wronged. He paused, his gaze like lightning scanning over Li Kai, Wang Yangwei, Xia Qingqing, and Shen Yuyu's faces one by one. Come back and tell Dad. I will tear their mouths apart. The hall fell silent for a moment. Li Kai's neck visibly shrank. Wang Yangwei tightened his grip on his shield. Even Xia Qingqing's expression stiffened, her cold eyes flickering for an instant. Lin Jianxing understood. Even though these people were children of Lin Zhaoxia's old subordinates familiar with him, human nature was like this. It was inexplicable, unexplainable, and untestable. Only by making them fear Lin Zhaoxia more than they feared the monsters would Lin Jianxing be absolutely safe in the dungeon. Lin Jianxing found it both funny and exasperating. Got it, Dad, he said helplessly. Why does this feel like a mafia situation? This setup made it clear they were about to enter a dungeon. You outsiders would think they were collecting protection fees. Lin Zhaoxia turned to Chu Xiaoyun, his tone returning to the crisp decisiveness of a commander. Xiaoyun, after sending them to the dungeon's entrance, you'll just stay outside. He paused, his gaze cold. If anything happens on the way, you can deal with it yourself. Chu Xiaoyun nodded slowly, a flash of cold light in her eyes. That gaze swept over Li Kai, Wang Yangwei, and Shen Yuyu, finally stopping on Xia Qingqing's face for a moment. Lin Jianxing waved his hand, his tone relaxed. All right, Sister Chu, don't scare them. Let's go, classmates, don't waste time. Li Kai and Wang Yangwei exchanged glances. With a whoosh, the two of them swiftly followed behind Lin Jianxing, one on the left, one on the right, walking in sync, their backs straight, expressions serious. They looked like two loyal henchmen. Xia Qingqing watched this scene, her lips twitching slightly before she stepped forward. Shen Yuyu quickly ran to Xia Qingqing's side, tugging at her clothing. Lin Jianxing walked in front, leading the group toward the villa's entrance. As Lin Jianxing stepped out the door, "Young master, take care." Suddenly, a synchronized sweet voice rang out from both sides. Lin Jianxing was startled, nearly stumbling. To either side of the villa's entrance, 2 rows of maids had formed an orderly line without him noticing. They wore neat black and white uniforms, their hands crossed in front of them, leaning slightly forward, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Young master, be careful." Wishing the young master success, Lin Jianxing took a deep breath and strode towards the business vehicle. The car door closed. The engine roared. The silver-gray business vehicle slowly drove out of the Lin family's estate. Lin Jianxing leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. A message popped up on the panel. Little zombie dungeon. 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 Little zombie, this seat can't wait any longer. Little zombie, by the way, those two guys just now looked at you with strange eyes. This seat doesn't like them. Little zombie, mood alert, 50 perception. Lin Jianxing opened his eyes, glanced at the panel, then closed them again. He silently replied in his heart, don't make a fuss. They are teammates. Little zombie, humph, this seat has seen countless people. Those two are clearly up to no good. Little zombie, especially that one with the bow, his eyes are darting too fast. Who knows what schemes he's plotting? Little zombie, this seat warns you to stay away from them once we enter the dungeon. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. It wasn't the kind of silence that stemmed from a lack of conversation, but rather a silence filled with unspoken words. The reason was simple. In the back seat sat a young heir exuding an aura of wealth, adorned in legendary grade gear and accompanied by a top-tier female bodyguard. With servants lined up to see them off as they left, this kind of spectacle was something they had only ever witnessed in television dramas. In the front seat was a fierce-looking female driver. Although she hadn't uttered a word since getting into the car, the gaze that occasionally swept over from the rearview mirror made the young men feel incredibly uneasy. Lin Jianxing, however, appeared quite relaxed. He leaned back in the rear seat, holding a can of iced red tea that he had pulled from somewhere. Burp! A loud belch shattered the silence in the car. Li Kai. Wang Yongwei. Shen Yu shrank her neck. Xia Qingcheng looked expressionlessly out the window at the rapidly retreating streetlights, pretending she hadn't heard anything. The car drove out of the urban area, and the lights outside gradually became sparser. Li Kai cleared his throat. He hesitated for a long time, rehearsing the words he wanted to say in his mind, several times feeling confident enough to finally muster the courage to speak. Young Master Lin. He turned his head and forced a flattering smile at Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing was sipping on his iced red tea and casually nodded. We're going into a difficult level dungeon this time. The monsters inside are quite ferocious, unlike those silly wild beasts in the wilderness. And then, Lin Jianxing's tone was very casual. Li Kai's confidence grew slightly. He straightened his posture and began to speak excitedly. The four of us have been cooperating for a long time. We've trained together since middle school, and our tactical system is quite sophisticated. Wang Yongwei is responsible for tanking the monsters. I handle range damage. Xia Qingcheng is in charge of crowd control and bursts, and Wei Wei is responsible for healing. Each person's role is clear, and positioning, skill coordination, and resource distribution follow a fixed process. Lin Jianxing listened and nodded. Li Kai paused, cautiously glancing at Lin Jianxing as he carefully chose his words. You're just a blank slate. I mean an all-around summoner. Wang Yongwei secretly kicked him from the side. Li Kai jolted and quickly corrected himself. What I mean is the summoner class is quite complex, requiring a lot of practice to get the hang of it. You've only awakened for 2 days now, so your skills might. He pondered his wording and ultimately chose what he thought was the gentlest way to say it. There might still be some gaps compared to us which could disrupt the rhythm. The air in the car seemed to freeze for a moment. Xia Qingcheng's brow furrowed slightly, but she said, Li Kai, oblivious, continued with his suggestion. So I was thinking, once we enter the dungeon, why not have you stand at the back? Leave the dirty work to us. You can treat this like a vacation. The more he spoke, the smoother it became, and his pace quickened. Rest assured, even though our levels aren't high, we cooperate. Well, so clearing this dungeon shouldn't be a problem. Just watch from behind. Even if you don't take action, it's still the greatest contribution to the team. After all, this dungeon scroll was issued by your family. After finishing, he felt that his words were quite appropriate. He expressed concern while not belittling the other person and cleverly praised the Lin family's generosity. Perfect. The car fell into a deathly silence. Li Kai's smile still lingered on his face, but it gradually became somewhat stiff. He realized the atmosphere was off, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Did he say something wrong? He was clearly thinking about young Master Lin's best interests. Lin Jianxing took a sip of iced red tea and remained silent, his mind crystal clear. The way Li Kai had phrased it was pleasant. Concern for safety, thinking of the team, fearing for your injury. But translating it into plain language means, you're too weak, just stay out of the way and watch. There was nothing wrong with what he said. A necromancer who had just awakened for 2 days is indeed seen as a burden in others' eyes. The fact that Li Kai could say it so bluntly showed that he lacked sophistication and simply spoke his mind. But the problem was, he didn't need anyone to define strong and weak for him. The little zombie would speak for him. Lin Jianxing hadn't even had the chance to speak. Screech. The speeding business car suddenly slammed to a halt. Everyone inside lunged forward at once. Li Kai flew forward, his face crashing hard against the backrest of the front seat. Bang! His nose was hit painfully and tears instantly flowed out. His body was yanked back by the seatbelt, and the back of his head struck the headrest, causing his vision to blur. Wang Yongwei, being large, had significant inertia and almost flew out of his seat, but fortunately he reacted quickly and grabbed the overhead handle. Shen Yuyu was directly tossed sideways in her seat, startled enough to scream. Xia Qingqing, though silent, clutched the handle above the car door tightly. What the hell? My pants. Lin Jianxing looked at the large brown stain of iced red tea on his pants, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Chu Xiaoyan had one hand on the steering wheel, glaring at Li Kai through the rearview mirror. If I heard correctly, are you saying that our young master is too weak to fight alongside you? Li Kai's face instantly turned pale. Or are you implying, Chu Xiaoyan's voice grew even colder, that you are teaching the young master how to act? Li Kai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it felt like his throat was being squeezed by something, unable to utter a word. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. I didn't mean that. Li Kai was so scared he couldn't articulate properly. Sister, I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted young Master Lin to be safe. I was being clumsy. I should die. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard on the mouth. Smack. The crisp sound exploded in the quiet car. That slap was real, not for show, and his face instantly turned red. He turned to Lin Jianxing, his eyes filled with pleading. Young Master Lin, please don't take it to heart. I'm just a blabbermouth. Please just treat me like a fart. I promise I won't dare again. Wang Yongwei and Shen Yuyu huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe. Lin Jianxing looked at the nearly crying expression on Li Kai's face, feeling a bit helpless. Why did it seem like he had become the villain? He sighed and was about to speak when Xia Qingqing spoke first. She took a deep breath. Sister Chu, Li Kai may be clumsy with his words, but he means no harm. He paused, carefully choosing his words. He is genuinely worried about Lin's safety, fearing that he might not adapt well on his first trip into the dungeon. Though his way of expressing it was flawed, his intentions were good. Please don't hold it against him. After speaking, she glanced at Lin Jianxing. That glance held a hint of pleading, not asking him to spare Li Kai, but rather to prevent the matter from escalating. Lin Jianxing shook his head helplessly. All right, Sister Chu, let's drive. He wiped the iced red tea stain off his clothes with a tissue and added, don't scare them anymore. Their intentions were indeed good. Chu Xiaoyan's murderous aura gradually receded. Then she snorted coldly and pressed the gas pedal. Humph. The car restarted and drove into the night. Li Kai slumped in his seat, breathing heavily. At that moment, he swore to himself that he would not utter another word in the car. No, he wouldn't say much even after entering the dungeon. He would keep quiet unless absolutely necessary, and he would not open his mouth if he could help it. The panel was flashing wildly. Little zombie, what is that thing with the bow? Little zombie, are you saying we are unworthy to fight alongside you? Little zombie, I will drown him with a spit. No, I'll punch him to death. Little zombie, let me out. I want to show him what weak really means. Little zombie, anger level max, 200 damage. Lin Jianxing continued wiping the iced red tea off his clothes, silently replying in his heart. All right, calm down. Little zombie, calm down. How can I calm down? He looks down on you, which means he looks down on me. Looking down on me is looking down on my future position as the Supreme Necromancer. This is an insult to me. What future position of yours? Little zombie, Supreme Necromancer. I've told you several times. Do you not remember? I remember. Can you keep it down a bit? You're shouting in the panel, and it's giving me a headache. Little zombie, humph. My voice depends on how much pressure you're under. If you don't say anything while being pressured, shivers ran down Lin Jianxing's spine. This zombie was quite protective of his master. Although he didn't need protection at all, he didn't take Li Kai's words to heart. But honestly, that feeling of being protected was quite warm. Lin Jianxing leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and said earnestly in his heart, Little zombie, let me share some wisdom with you. Little zombie, my name is not Little Zombie. I am the Supreme Necromancer. All right, little zombie, let me share some wisdom with you. If others look down on us, it's because they don't understand us. If they don't understand us, they'll judge based on conventional wisdom. Can we blame them for that? No. Because statistically speaking, the Necromancer is indeed at the bottom. They are correct in speaking according to the data. Little zombie, data is data, I am I. Can data represent my strength? Data may not represent your strength, but they don't know that. Lin Jianxing paused. So instead of sulking, it's better to prove it to them through action. After we enter the dungeon, we need to fight well. Let them see whether the Necromancer is truly weak or not. Lin Jianxing's lips curled slightly. As long as we are strong enough, the truth will naturally silence them. There's no need to harbor killing intent over mere words. That would be too embarrassing and lacking in principle. If we're going to win, we must win honorably. Let them be convinced in their hearts rather than using fists to force them to submit. The panel fell silent for 2 seconds. Little zombie. Hypocritical humans. Little zombie, clearly wanting to hit him harder, yet speaking so grandiloquently. Lin Jianxing. Caught. Little zombie mood battle spirit high, 100 damage frustrated, 10 speed about an hour passed. The car veered off the road and onto a bumpy dirt path. Outside the window lay a desolate scene of scattered rocks. We're here. Chu Xiaoyan parked the car steadily and turned off the engine. The car door opened and everyone spilled out. As Li Kai and the others stepped out, they were hit by a cold wind that made them shiver, yet they felt a sense of relief. This cold wind felt incredibly welcoming. Compared to the deathly glare of the female assassin in the car, this wind was like a warm spring breeze. Chu Xiaoyan walked around the front of the car, respectfully opening the car door. Young master, we've arrived. Lin Jianxing stepped out and surveyed the surroundings. This place has a certain atmosphere. Chu Xiaoyan took out an ancient scroll from her bosom. She walked to a clear area in front, squatted down, and laid the scroll flat on the ground. Then she stood up, took 2 steps back, and drew a dagger from her waist. The coordinates are accurate. She flicked her wrist, and the dagger sliced through her fingertip, causing a drop of blood to fall onto the scroll. As the blood landed on the runic array on the surface of the scroll, it was instantly absorbed. Buzz! The air 10 meters ahead vibrated violently. A space fissure emanating a purple-black glow tore open, slowly expanding under the moonlight. Through the crack, the outline of a sinister ancient castle could be vaguely seen. This was the entrance to the dungeon. Difficult level undead castle. Chu Xiaoyan turned to Lin Jianxing. Young master, although this is a trained team, the situation inside the dungeon can be unpredictable, so please be cautious. If you encounter danger, don't be reckless. Prioritizing your safety is paramount. Lin Jianxing nodded, responding seriously, rest assured, Sister Chu, I will take good care of myself. Chu Xiaoyan's gaze swept over Xia Qingqing and the others, her softness vanishing, replaced by her usual sharpness. You all, did you hear that? Since you've taken the Lin family's money and accepted the Lin family's task, you must risk your lives to protect the young master. She paused, her eyes scanning Li Kai, Wang Yangwei, Shen Yuyu, and Xia Qingqing. If when we come out the young master is missing even a piece of skin. She didn't finish that sentence, but everyone understood. Li Kai and Wang Yangwei nodded vigorously, almost kneeling down to swear on the spot. Yes, yes, yes. Sister Chu, you can count on us. We will definitely protect young Master Lin with our lives. Li Kai's voice trembled. Wang Yangwei nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Sister Chu, unless I die, no one can touch a hair on young Master Lin. Xia Qingqing nodded seriously, her voice clear and firm. Please rest assured. As the team leader, I will be responsible for the safety of every team member. Chu Xiaoyan looked at them, fell silent for 2 seconds, and then nodded. She waved her hand. Go on. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath and led the way toward the purple-black space fissure. Behind him, Li Kai, Wang Yangwei, Shen Yuyu, and Xia Qingqing followed closely. The fissure drew nearer, the purple-black glow growing brighter, and the distorted energy waves made their skin tingle slightly. Lin Jianxing's steps were unwavering. A message popped up on the panel. Little zombie, we're finally going in. Little zombie, I can already smell the monsters. Little zombie mood extremely excited, 150 damage behind him. Xia Qingqing and the others followed closely. The 5 figures disappeared into the purple-black glow. The space fissure slowly closed. The wilderness returned to silence. Under the moonlight, only Chu Xiaoyan remained standing on the rocky beach, watching the last wisp of purple light fade away. The figures of the 5 disappeared into the purple-black rift in space. Silence returned to the wilderness. Chu Xiaoyan leaned against the front of the extended luxury car. Her gaze fell upon the spot where the rift had vanished, where a line of faint golden text floated in midair. Difficulty level undead castle. Current best record 1 hour 9 minutes 10 seconds. Record holders Lu Qinzhou, Jiang Ziqin, Xiaoyang, Shun Jinghong, Guyalan. Record time 18 years ago. Chu Xiaoyan muttered, 1 hour and 9 minutes. This line of text loomed like an insurmountable mountain before all LV. 5 newcomers in the Dragon Kingdom. For a full 18 years, this record stood before countless novice adventurers below LV. 5. 18 years ago, 5 of the brightest talents at that time joined forces to create this miracle. Completing the undead castle at a difficulty level of 1 hour and 9 minutes compressed the clearance time of this instance into a despairing number. In the 18 years that followed, countless new teams attempted to break this record, but none succeeded. This record stood like a monument, like a wall. Chu Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. If it's the young master. She recalled Lin Jianxing's performance. While playing the game, he precisely controlled his summons, making Uship turns, sharp angle shifts, and timed strikes. Such terrifying micromanagement, such mastery over skills. He certainly had the qualifications to challenge this record. The young master's personal strength made him an absolute core damage dealer among any batch of newcomers. Chu Xiaoyan shook her head. What a pity. Her voice seemed somewhat ethereal in the cold wind. Records are never broken by a single person. She gazed at the spot where the rift had disappeared, her eyes revealing a hint of regret. That girl from the Xia family, although an ranked Songhai mage with solid fundamentals, was merely outstanding among her peers. But that was all she was, merely outstanding. Those two boys had decent strength, well-equipped, clearly trained properly. But they were just decent, really. As for that little priest. Chu Xiaoyan shook her head, not wanting to think. To the eyes of ordinary people, this might seem like a luxurious elite team. A rank mage, an elite shield warrior, a well-trained ranger, and a stable healer. But to Chu Xiaoyan, who had witnessed Lin Jianxing's abnormal operations, the configuration of this team seemed a bit unworthy of her young master. Chu Xiaoyan already had a conclusion in her mind. Clearing the dungeon was definitely not a problem. With the young master's strength paired with this team, the monsters in the undead castle posed little threat. But to break the record, she looked at the line of faint golden text floating in the air, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. These little guys would probably only become a burden, slowing down the young master. Her task was simple: to stay here and wait for the young master's victorious return. The rest was not her concern. After a dizzying sensation of spinning, the scene before him made him pause slightly. A dark and eerie corridor of an ancient castle. The ground of the corridor was paved with dark green stone bricks, illuminated solely by the skeleton lamps hanging every few meters along the sides. Those skull-shaped lamps were grim, their eye sockets and mouths burning with ghostly blue flames. Lin Jianxing looked around, taking a deep breath, only to be choked by the stench of decay. Cough, cough. This dungeon feels a bit hellish, Lin Jianxing couldn't help but complain. The panel instantly popped up a message. Little zombie hell. Little zombie, where is this hellish? Little zombie, I find this place quite comfortable. This cold, damp aura, this stench of decay, these ghostly blue flames. So familiar. Little zombie, it feels like returning home. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched. Little zombie, just smell this air. A strong aura of death. Just one breath makes me feel full of power. Little zombie, and smell this moss. This stench. Little zombie, the authentic flavor of the old hell. Little zombie, and these skeleton lamps. Look at the craftsmanship. The design, the color of the ghostly fires, such pure undead aesthetics. Little zombie, mood extremely comfortable, 50 all attributes. Lin Jianxing. He decided not to engage in this conversation. Discussing what kind of environment is comfortable with a zombie was a conversation that had strayed off course from the beginning. However, Lin Jianxing noticed the status bar on the panel where the mood section read extremely comfortable, 50 all attributes. He still couldn't understand why the little zombie could frequently grant himself damage amplification buffs. In the grassy plains, it was full of killing intent. In the dark forest, it was boiling with battle intent. And now, entering the undead castle, it had become extremely comfortable. He speculated that it was probably similar to the passionate hero of a hot-blooded manga. As long as the voice was loud enough and the emotions were intense enough, the output could increase exponentially. My pain surpasses yours. The problem isn't me, it's this world. I will protect everyone. It was probably along those lines. However, the little zombie's lines were quite juvenile, frequently using terms like this Lord Aunt kneel and lick my feet, and so on. Lin Jianxing silently sighed in his heart. This zombie was indeed a bit talkative. Xia Qingqing entered battle mode quickly. The previously cool and aloof school beauty had vanished, replaced by a calm, decisive, and sharp-eyed captain. She gently tapped her staff on the ground. Buzz. A soft water-blue halo spread from the tip of the staff, radiating outwards like ripples. Where the halo passed, the cold aura in the air dissipated somewhat. Everyone stay alert. This is a difficulty-level dungeon. Regardless of attributes or combat skills, the monsters inside are on a completely different level than those outside. We could handle the shadow wolves outside with ease, but here we must give it our all. She began to lay out the tactics. Form up. Wang Yongwei, you hold the shield at the front, focusing on drawing aggro. No matter what monsters come, the first thing is to lock their attention on you. We absolutely cannot let the monsters break through the defense. Wang Yongwei growled low, slamming his heavy tower shield down on the ground. Bang! The bottom of the shield struck the stone bricks, producing a dull sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. He gripped the shield handle with both hands, crouching slightly, the shield raised in front of him. Understood. Wang Yongwei's voice was deep and powerful. Li Kai, you position yourself to my left, responsible for ranged physical output and scouting. Xia Qingsheng turned to the left rear. Always be aware of the ceiling and shadowy corners. In dungeons like this, castle monsters love to launch surprise attacks from unexpected angles. Li Kai knocked an arrow on his longbow, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Understood. His voice was sharp and crisp, a stark contrast to the timid person he had been in the car. You stay in the middle, ready to provide shields and healing for Wang Yongwei at any moment. Shen Yu nodded, nervously gripping the cross in front of her chest tightly. Her lips trembled slightly, but her eyes held a stubborn determination to calm herself. I will. Xia Qingqing's gaze finally landed on Lin Jianxing. She hesitated for a moment, seemingly considering her words. Lin Xiao, you should stand in the middle of the team. She spoke very politely, but the meaning was clear. The middle was the safest position, protected from all sides. Then she turned to Li Kai, emphasizing, Li Kai, if there are monsters sneaking up from behind, you must support Lin Xiao at the first moment. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Do not be greedy for output. Ensuring Lin Xiao's safety is the top priority. Li Kai patted his chest, his expression serious, as if he wasn't joking. Don't worry, Captain. As long as I have breath left, I will not let a single hair fall from Lin Xiao. Lin Jianxing looked at the serious face of Li Kai, feeling a bit emotional. Just an hour ago, he had been saying that he was worried about messing up the rhythm. Now he was saying he would absolutely not let a single hair fall. The transformation of a person can be quite miraculous at times. Of course, this change had a lot to do with Chu Xiaoyan's sudden break. Lin Jianxing shrugged, speaking casually. All right, I'll just stay back here and cheer you all on. He pulled out a snack from his pocket, which he had casually taken from the restaurant before leaving, packed in a small bag. The snack emitted a faint aura of undead elements. It was an energy bar made from undead ingredients, likely prepared by the chef on a whim. He tore open one, took a bite, and chewed it with a crunchy sound. Li Kai caught a glimpse of the snack in Lin Jianxing's hand, and his mouth twitched. Wang Yongwei secretly swallowed his saliva. Xia Qingqing turned her head expressionlessly, pretending she hadn't seen anything. The team slowly advanced. The castle was terrifyingly quiet, with only the footsteps of the five echoing in the corridor, and the crunching sound as Lin Jianxing ate his snack. Li Kai resisted the impulse to look back. After walking about 50 meters, creak, a strange sound came from the dark corner ahead. The sound was like something grinding against bones, particularly jarring in the quiet corridor. Xia Qingqing suddenly raised her staff, lowering her voice. Stop. The tip of the staff lit up with water blue radiance, shining like a lamp in the dim corridor. Everyone simultaneously stopped in their tracks. Something is coming. Xia Qingqing's voice was very low. Wang Yongwei raised his shield higher. Li Kai had already knocked an arrow, pulling the bowstring to a third of its position. Shen Yu gripped her cross even tighter, her lips trembling silently. Lin Jianxing paused in his snack-chewing action. Everyone's nerves tightened in an instant. In the darkness ahead, two ghostly blue flames slowly emerged. The flames hovered in midair about a meter off the ground, swaying as they approached. It wasn't fire. It was eyes. A figure stepped out from the darkness. Ethereal Spirit Cat, Elite LV. 5. Characteristics: high agility, shadow type, good at sneak attacks. Note: a patroller of the undead castle, fond of launching attacks from behind. Its size was comparable to that of a leopard, but it had no flesh, only bare bones. The white bones glowed coldly in the light of the ghostly blue flames, with eerie blue flames burning between the gaps of its skeletal structure. Its movements were light, its bony claws making no sound as they tread on the stone bricks. It tilted its head, using its two ghostly blue flame eyes to scrutinize the team that had intruded into the castle. Xia Qingqing's voice was calm, but carried a hint of gravity. It's a high-agility monster. I didn't expect the first monster to encounter would be an elite level 1. She quickly issued commands. Wang Yongwei, raise your shield. This type of monster is too fast, and ranged attacks will find it difficult to hit. Don't waste mental energy. Wait for it to pounce before attacking. Wang Yongwei grunted in acknowledgement, his eyes fixed firmly on the ethereal spirit cat. Li Kai pulled his bowstring tighter, his arrow tip shifting slightly with the movement of the ethereal spirit cat, but his expression showed hesitation. At this distance, could he hit a high-agility monster? No. But he couldn't let Lin Xiao see that. Gritting his teeth, Li Kai continued to aim. Lin Jianxing casually raised his right hand, munching on his snack. Little zombie. The panel popped up a message in an instant. Little zombie coming. Little zombie, this lord has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Little zombie, I find this little cat quite unpleasant. Little zombie mood extremely excited, 150 damage. Just as the last words fell, a figure shot out from Lin Jianxing's side with tremendous momentum, the little zombie bursting forth with astonishing speed. Whoosh! The little zombie flew past Xia Qingqing's ear. The gust of wind rustled a few strands of her hair. It flew over the top of Li Kai's head. Li Kai instinctively recoiled his neck. Looking at that orange-eared light, Li Kai blurted out, "Lin shall wait until it gets closer to attack. This distance makes it hard to control." His words were sincere. As a ranged profession, he was all too aware of the difficulties of ranged attack. The farther the distance, the more agile the target, the lower the hit rate. This was a hard rule that applied universally. At this distance, facing a high-agility monster like the ethereal spirit cat, it was almost impossible for a novice summoner to accurately control a hit. Li Kai regretted his words as soon as he finished. He had spoken too much. Wasn't the lesson from earlier in the car enough? Why couldn't he control his mouth? But the words had already come out, and there was no taking them back. The little zombie's trajectory was a straight line heading straight for the ethereal spirit cat. The ethereal spirit cat's eyes flickered slightly. Its body moved, not forward, but sharply to the left. It was as fast as lightning, barely avoiding the impact trajectory, just as the little zombie was about to collide with it. The little zombie zipped past it, charging into the darkness behind it. Li Kai's heart sank. Alas, it really missed. His arrow was already prepared to be loosed. If the little zombie missed, he would immediately shoot another arrow to ensure the monster wouldn't pounce on the team. The next moment, he froze. That little zombie, just as it passed the ethereal spirit cat, suddenly stopped. Little zombie, hee. Little zombie, if you dodged that, then this lord truly wasted my time. The little zombie abruptly changed direction in midair, its body not turning, and its feet not moving, yet its trajectory twisted sharply. It sped up, moving twice as fast as before, like a cannonball, smashing into the ethereal spirit cat's waist. Bang! The ethereal spirit cat let out a piercing wail, meow. It was knocked sideways, its bones scraping against the ground with a screeching sound. Li Kai's mouth, Xia Qingqing's hand gripping the staff, paused slightly. Wang Yongwei stood frozen in place, shield raised. Xin Yu peered out from behind, Wang Yongwei, her eyes wide. But it wasn't over. The moment the little zombie landed, a grayish-green hand grasped the ethereal spirit cat's hind leg. The other hand formed a fist. Bang! A punch slammed into the ethereal spirit cat's spine. The sound of bones cracking exploded in the corridor, crisp and terrifying. The ethereal spirit cat's body arched sharply, its scream changing pitch. Bang! A second punch struck its ribs, several bones cracking in response, blue flames erupting from the crevices. Bang! A third punch. The ethereal spirit cat's body trembled violently, those two ghostly blue eyes flashing wildly, then extinguished. Its body fell apart, like disassembled blocks, pieces of bone dropping from their joints, scattering to the ground with a crash. The blue flames between the bones lost their support and slowly extinguished, dissipating into thin wisps of smoke in the air. A shadow floated out from the pile of bones, spiraled around in the air, then merged into Lin Jianxing's body. Killed the ethereal spirit cat, Elite LV. 5 gained experience 50. The little zombie stood amidst the pile of shattered bones, slowly straightening up. Its fist remained poised as if ready to strike, the grayish-blue fist covered in bone dust and remnants of blue flames. It tilted its head, glanced at the bones on the ground, then. Little zombie, humph. Little zombie, is that all? The little zombie's figure dissipated, returning to the summoning space. The corridor was quiet. Only the crackling sound of the ghostly blue flames burning in the skeleton lamps remained, along with the distant roars of unknown monsters. Li Kai stood with his mouth agape, frozen in place, still in the posture of drawing his bow. Xin Yu covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Xia Qingqing turned to look at Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing leaned against the wall, holding that energy bar, taking a bite. Crunch. Lin Jianxing chewed a couple of times and mumbled, "What are you all staring at? Let's keep moving." Xia Qingqing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately just turned her head to look ahead. Continue advancing. Wang Yongwei silently held up his shield, leading the way. Li Kai followed closely behind, occasionally glancing at Lin Jianxing with a complex expression. Xin Yu hurried to catch up, with Xia Qingqing tugging at her sleeve. A message popped up on the panel. Little zombie. So how was it? Did my 3 punches look cool? Little zombie, I feel like I'm one step closer to becoming the Holy Law's Heavenly Corpse Emperor. Little zombie mooed proud. 50 damage in the long corridor of the dungeon. After the battle ended, remnants of the bone dust and blue flame debris from the shattered ethereal spirit cat lingered in the air. Xia Qingqing stood still, staring at the pile of shattered bones, then glanced at Lin Jianxing, finally unable to hold back, and spoke. Lin Xiao. Just now the series of movements of that little zombie. Sudden stops in midair, changing direction, precise hits, the seamless connection of 3 consecutive attacks. All of these involve very advanced micromanipulation techniques. Furthermore, when it threw its second and third punches, the target's body had already shifted, yet its fists still accurately struck the most vulnerable spots, the spine and ribs. This indicates that it wasn't simply pursuing the target, but rather calculating the target's force feedback and center of gravity changes, anticipating the displacement trajectory. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath, looking at Lin Jianxing with a complex expression. Lin Xiao, may I ask how many skill books did you consume to learn these moves? As an A-class Songhai mage, Lin Jianxing's understanding of the profession system far exceeded that of ordinary people. She was acutely aware of the shortcomings of the Necromancer. The biggest disadvantage of this profession is the lack of affinity for summoned creatures. Affinity determines the difficulty of the summoned creature's learning skills. The higher the affinity, the easier it is for the summoned creatures to comprehend skills. The reason the six-winged angel can become the strongest summoner profession is that it possesses the only S-class affinity for summoned creatures among all summoner professions. On the other hand, the affinity of necromancers is so low that it can almost be ignored. Without affinity, it is as difficult as climbing to the heavens for a necromancer's summoned creatures to learn advanced skills. Let alone a necromancer, even other professions usually require a certain number of skill books to help their summoned creatures learn advanced skills. 1 book, 2 books, 5 books, 10 books. The more the better. The purpose of skill books is to inspire. Through the combat experiences and skill fragments contained within, they help summoned creatures break through bottlenecks and comprehend new skills. But skill books are not omnipotent. No matter how many skill books one consumes, if the summoned creature's innate comprehension is insufficient, it will be futile. Lin Jianxing's gaze lingered on Lin Jianxing for a moment, silently speculating. This Lin Xiao zombie can perform such precise operations and grasp such advanced combat techniques. It absolutely cannot be merely through operation, it must rely on skill books. Judging by this, it seems he has consumed at least dozens of them. No, perhaps even hundreds. Her gaze fell again on Lin Jianxing's already hidden appearance of the Xian Yi set, legendary equipment. Indeed, is this the foundation of a wealthy family? Lin Jianxing took a deep breath, her tone becoming a bit more polite. If you don't wish to answer, just consider that I haven't asked. Lin Jianxing scratched his head, looking bewildered. Skill books. He blinked. I've never seen that stuff before. Lin Jianxing was taken aback. Her expression shifted from cautious to, are you kidding me? Never seen. What you mean is... Lin Jianxing's voice was somewhat floaty. You haven't used any skill books? Lin Jianxing shrugged casually. Yeah. Isn't it just rushing in and throwing a few combo punches? Is that hard? Lin Jianxing. Is it hard? Did he say it's hard? Lin Jianxing opened her mouth only to find that she didn't even know how to respond to this statement. The skill panel vibrated violently. A series of messages popped up on the panel faster than a machine gun firing. Little zombie, is it hard? Little zombie, did you say it's hard? Little zombie, that's not hard for me. Clearly I fought hard for it last night on the green grassland. Little zombie, what were you doing then? You were sleeping. Little zombie, now you tell me not hard. Little zombie, shameless. Stealing my hard-earned results, don't you have any conscience? The messages kept coming in, flooding the screen faster than a game chat. The little zombie's avatar flickered wildly on the panel, its anger visibly rising. Lin Jianxing remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. He silently replied in his heart, shut up. Do you still want to eat tonight's feast? The panel fell silent in an instant. Little zombie. Little zombie status updated, bearing humiliation damage 100. Little zombie note 1. I'm doing this for the feast, not because I'm afraid of you. Little zombie note 2. I want double portions of tonight's stir-fried undead mushrooms. Lin Jianxing felt a wave of comfort in his heart. This zombie, despite being talkative and temperamental, had one good trait. As long as there is food, everything can be negotiated. Lin Jianxing stood in place, trying to digest the information she had just heard. No use of any skill books. That means relying purely on oneself. No, purely on the summoned creature's own comprehension of advanced techniques. Even for an A-class professional with summoned creature affinity, allowing summoned creatures to comprehend skills on their own is an extremely challenging task. Affinity only lowers the threshold, but does not mean that the summoned creature possesses intelligence. Most summoned creatures are still dull and require their masters to manipulate them. Hansen. Letting a puppet learn on its own. That's a pipe dream. Yet Lin Jianxing, as a necromancer without summoned creature affinity, made his summoned creature comprehend such precise combat techniques just a day after changing professions. No, that's wrong, it's impossible. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath, a term flashing in her mind. Terrifyingly so. Her lips parted slightly, then closed, then parted again, repeating this several times, ultimately failing to produce any sound. At that moment, an excited shout suddenly came from beside her. I know. I got it. Li Kai jumped up suddenly, his face flushed, veins bulging on his neck. Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Xiao just said he has never seen a skill book. At first I thought he was being, but as I thought carefully. No way. Completely wrong. He stretched out his right hand, raising a finger and waving it in the air. If it were learned by smashing skill books, then the reactions of the summoned creatures should be routine template-like, following the standard actions from the skill books. It would act exactly as written in the book, rigid, stiff, lacking flexibility. But Lin Xiao's zombie just now executed a series of combos, sudden stops, changes of direction, triple strikes. That is not something a skill book can teach. Those are solid, honed from real combat, integrated with combat instinct maneuvers. He paused, taking a deep breath as if gathering strength, so there can only be one truth. Although Lin Xiao is a necromancer, he mastered the realm of mental connection on the day of awakening. What does mental connection mean? It is a realm that many high-level summoners may not achieve even in their lifetime. The summoned creatures resonate with the masters while requiring no commands, no manipulation. A single thought can execute the most complex tactical moves. Moreover, Li Kai's speech grew faster and more fervent when Lin Xiao just said, "Is it hard?" Pay attention to that tone. It's not pretending, not modesty, but genuine curiosity. What does this indicate? It shows that in Lin Xiao's worldview this kind of thing is completely natural. He is completely unaware of the remarkable thing he has done. This kind of talent. No, this isn't just talent, this is the Tao. It is innate combat intuition. It is the soul of a summoner born with it. It is. Cough. Xia Qingcheng lightly coughed. Li Kai's voice came to an abrupt halt. He turned to Xia Qingcheng, noticing the slight flush in her ears. Her face was filled with the embarrassment of, "Can we not talk about this?" Li Kai blinked, finally realizing how exaggerated his previous remarks had been. Xia Qingcheng took a deep breath, forcing herself to divert her gaze from the pile of shattered bones. She admitted that although Li Kai's analysis was exaggerated, some points were indeed correct. She had only considered the aspect of skill books and thought that Lin Jianxing had achieved this through monetary investment. But now it seems, not at all. She underestimated this Lin Xiao. Not just her, everyone underestimated him. Xia Qingqing tightened her grip on the staff, a complex feeling surging in her heart. Lin Jianxing felt his scalp tingle from the barrage of flattery. Li Kai's vocabulary was truly rich, so rich that it made him suspect whether this person had attended some specialized classes for flattery. He had to admit that Li Kai was a qualified lackey. One could even say he was extraordinarily gifted. Lin Jianxing awkwardly waved his hand, interrupting Li Kai's impending new round of praise. Ahem. That's enough. Let's keep it low-key. It's not that exaggerated, it's just good luck, just a stroke of luck. He paused, pointing ahead in the corridor. Let's hurry up and move on. The sooner we clear the area, the sooner we can go back to sleep. Xia Qingqing snapped back to reality from her shock and glanced at Lin Jianxing. Her respect for him deep. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he was also so humble and low-key, only thinking about sleep. This is the true demeanor of a master. She took a deep breath, her voice returning to its crisp and decisive tone. Everyone listen to Lin Xiao. Let's continue forward. She gripped her staff tightly, her gaze sharp, maintained formation. Since Lin Xiao is firing on all cylinders, let's push forward at full speed. Wang Yangwei let out a low roar, raising his shield, his steps even steadier than before. Li Kai drew his longbow. The hesitation in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by a frenzied enthusiasm. Shen Yu followed closely with tiny steps, her hands gripping the cross. Even though they still trembled, yet her steps were no longer as unsteady as before. Lin Jianxing walked in the middle of the team and pulled out an energy bar, taking a bite. Crunch. A message popped up on the panel. Little zombie, humph. I even like that one with the bow. Little zombie, although he credited all the achievements to you, I'm not happy about that. Little zombie, but for the sake of the feast I'll endure it. Little zombie status bearing humiliation damage 100. The chaotic rock beach outside the dungeon was howling with cold winds. Half an hour had passed. Chu Xiaoyan leaned against the front of the vehicle, her gaze still fixed on the faint golden text suspended in midair. Current highest record 1 hour 09 minutes 10 seconds. It's been half an hour. Although she had confidence in Lin Jianxing's micromanipulation, it was still a hard-level dungeon. Even with a well-coordinated elite team, half an hour into the dungeon, they would have barely cleared the outer areas. Based on her experience, the general flow of the Necromancer's castle dungeon is as follows. Outer areas: statue corridor, spirit cat, courtyard, skeleton barracks. This part is an appetizer. The monster density is high, but the strength is average. A skilled team can clear it in half an hour to 40 minutes. Core areas: ghost hall, necromancer corridor, cursed stairs. This part is the real challenge, where both monster strength and density increase significantly, and ordinary teams can get stuck here for quite a while. Final boss battle: the Necromancer Lord at the top of the castle. Many teams can reach the boss, but end up falling at the third stage of the Lord. Chu Xiaoyan estimated the time. With the young master's strength combined with Xia Qingcheng's team, they should have cleared the outer area by now. She yawned, and just then, buzz! A violent tremor emanated from the ground. It wasn't an earthquake. Earthquakes don't have such specificity. This tremor felt like something was awakening deep within the dungeon. Chu Xiaoyan's expression slightly changed. Immediately after, an extremely oppressive evil aura enveloped the entire rocky beach. Her skin prickled. Chu Xiaoyan suddenly raised her head, looking towards the direction of the dungeon entrance. The space crack that originally emitted mysterious purple light was now undergoing a transformation. A thick, impenetrable darkness was surging madly from deep within the crack, rapidly spreading, expanding, and eroding the original purple light. The shape of the crack was also changing. It was no longer a neat, jagged edge, but began to expand and twist outward, resembling an eye slowly opening. Chu Xiaoyan's pupils constricted. For the first time, the usually calm and cold expression on her face revealed a look of fear. Abyssal transformation. How is that possible? In the world of professions, dungeons are divided into two categories. One type is stable dungeons. These dungeons have a fixed spatial structure long monitored by the professional association, with a fixed entrance location, fixed internal structure, and a regular pattern of monster respawning. Such dungeons are safe, controllable, and predictable, serving as the main training grounds for professionals. The other type is temporary dungeons. Temporary spaces open using random dungeon scrolls where entrance locations are not fixed, internal structures are randomly generated, and the types and numbers of monsters fluctuate. The rewards for such dungeons are higher than stable dungeons, offering more experience and better drops, but the risks are also greater because everything is unknown. And abyssal transformation is the most terrifying mutation of temporary dungeons. With an extremely low probability, the space of a temporary dungeon can be eroded by the aura of an otherworldly abyss, leading to irreversible mutations. This probability is exceedingly low. So low that most professionals may never encounter it in their lifetime, and so low that the professional association hasn't even included it in regular training content. Because knowing is useless if you never encounter it. It has been years since Dachang City last saw a case of dungeon abyssal transformation. Chu Xiaoyan looked at the frantically surging black, tied her fingers, trembling slightly. This is bad. Her voice shook. The young master is going to be in trouble. Chu Xiaoyan's fingertip trembled as she took out her phone from her pocket. Deep within the ancient castle, the air shifted. The first to sense something amiss was Lin Jianxing, not due to his keen perception, but because the energy bar in his hand suddenly lost its allure. Lin Jianxing wrinkled his nose and stuffed the remaining half of the energy bar back into his pocket. Then there were the skull lamps. The skull lamps on the walls, burning with ghostly blue flames, suddenly flickered violently. The blue hue faded, replaced by a dark purple that spread from the center. The entire corridor was enveloped in this eerie dark purple light. Li Kai swallowed hard, saying, "What? What is happening?" Xia Qingcheng abruptly stopped. The aquamarine glow at the tip of her staff flickered violently, as if resisting something. Her eyes fixated on the roiling mist ahead, scanning every detail rapidly. Something's wrong. Li Kai was startled by the tension in her voice, asking, "Captain, what's wrong?" Xia Qingcheng did not respond immediately. She took another look around, confirming repeatedly, her face paling little by little. Then she uttered a single word. "It's been corrupted by the abyss." Several people shivered at once. No professional would be unaware of what corrupted by the abyss meant. It was the nightmare of all who entered temporary dungeons. Li Kai fumbled to pull out the return scroll from his pocket. He crushed it. A faint light emanated from the fragments of the scroll. Then nothing happened. The faint light flickered twice before silently dissipating into the air. No spatial rifts. No portals. No way home. Li Kai stared at the scroll in his hand, now reduced to fragments, his expression shifting from hope to shock, from shock to fear, and from fear to despair. The returned scroll didn't respond. It really has been corrupted by the abyss. Xin Yuyu covered her mouth in fright and began to cry. Wang Yangwei's hand gripping the shield trembled uncontrollably. Li Kai's gaze first fell on Xia Qingcheng, his captain, who had led them in training and battles since middle school, an unbeatable leader. Xia Qingcheng's complexion was also grim, but at least she was still standing, her staff still glowing. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Jianxing. Before entering the dungeon, the way everyone looked at Lin Jianxing was either polite, scrutinizing, or filled with concern of "don't drag us down." But after enduring the relentless onslaught along the way, Lin Jianxing had long since replaced Xia Qingcheng, becoming the true backbone of the team. Not because of his identity as a rich heir, but due to his strength, that terrifying prowess that induced a tingling sensation utterly unreasonable and far beyond his level. Li Kai's voice was tinged with a sob, his lips trembling, his eyes reddening. Lin Xiao. What should we do now? Lin Jianxing looked ahead at the pitch-black path, feeling a moment of speechlessness inside. What the heck? 18 years had passed. He had finally crossed over, finally awakened his golden finger, finally had a zombie that could fight monsters, level up, comprehend skills, and even aspire to become the ultimate saintly corpse emperor, only to encounter a 1 in 100,000 chance right after stepping out. In his past life, he had never even won $5 in the lottery. An abyss dungeon. It required a whole elite team, perfectly coordinated, well-equipped with level suppression and complete tactics, to have any hope of clearing it. Ordinary teams entering would find that 9 out of 10 would not make it out. The remaining 1 would emerge missing limbs. And their team at a glance looked like they were delivering food to the abyssal boss. As Lin Jianxing silently cursed, his luck messages suddenly popped up on his panel at a frantic pace, as if someone was spamming "Little Zombie, wait. Little Zombie, this scent. This aura full of violence, destruction, and corruption. Little Zombie, it's so wonderful. Little Zombie, every joint in my body is cheering. Little Zombie, I am consuming the abyssal aura in the air. Abyssal aura concentration 111. Little Zombie, so good, so good, so good. Lin Jianxing twitched the corner of his mouth. Little Zombie status updated, extremely excited, abyssal monster damage 200. Lin Jianxing looked at the 200 on the panel and sighed. But then again, adding 200 damage might not guarantee they could defeat the abyssal boss. Forget it. There's no point in overthinking. Just take it step by step. Alright, everyone, stop looking so glum. Since there's no way back, we can only move forward. Lin Xiao is right. Xia Qingqing looked at the others beside her. Crying won't help, we can only fight. What of the abyss dungeon? We are not without the power to fight. She surveyed everyone. Wang Yongwei, Li Kai, Shen Yuyu. Her gaze ultimately landing on Lin Jianxing. Everyone listen. Collapse the formation, protect Lin Xiao. We will charge in. The monsters, after being corrupted by the abyss, were on a completely different level. Their attributes surged. Attack power, defense power, speed, and health each doubled at least. Their desire to attack was frenzied, no longer the pattern of patrolling, discovering, attacking, but rather discovering, attacking madly, without rest, charging like rabid dogs. Monsters that could previously be dealt with in a few hits now required more firepower to cover them. Swarms of lesser monsters that could be cleared with 1 skill now required 3 people to barely handle. But the team pushed forward deep into the dungeon without any major risks. The reason was simple: Little Zombie. Under the terrifying buff of abyssal monster damage 200, every attack from Little Zombie felt like a cannon blast. Nether Spirit Cat, 1 punch. Skeleton Soldier, 1 punch. Shadow Phantom, 2 punches because the first one missed and the second made up for it. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV 6. Xia Qingqing and the others also leveled up to LV 5. Yet no one felt like celebrating as the bloody sweet scent in the air grew stronger. The boss room was just ahead. A towering 10-meter-high black giant door stood at the end of the corridor. We've arrived. The boss is inside. As soon as the words were spoken, rumble. The giant door slowly opened on its own, producing a deep rumble. Lin Jianxing stood in the center of the team, his eyes narrowing slightly. The interior of the hall was much larger than he had imagined. It was at least the size of half a football field, over 20 meters high, with the ceiling shrouded in an empty darkness, completely invisible. The walls were covered in glowing dark purple runes. In the center of the hall was a throne built from piled bones. On the throne sat a figure, dressed in tattered black heavy armor. The armor was covered in cracks and scratches. The helmet obscured its entire face, revealing no features, only 2 clusters of flickering purple soul flames burning in the shadow of the helmet. In its hand it wielded a massive tumtor-long greatsword, the blade as black as ink. Beneath it was a skeletal warhorse, also made of bones, towering and formidable, larger than a normal warhorse. Abyss Bone Knight BOSS LV 5. The Bone Knight slowly raised its head, the 2 clusters of purple soul flames flickering in the shadow of its helmet as it surveyed the intruders who had entered its territory. Then it spoke. Intruders. Roar. The terrifying roar shook the air, the sound waves visibly expanding outward. Xia Qingqing suppressed the surging fear within her, taking a deep breath. Everyone, don't be afraid. It's only LV 5. We might not lose. Wang Yongwei, go up and draw its aggro. Don't let it come over. Li Kai, find an opportunity to deal damage. Aim for the joints. Yuyu, keep an eye on Wang Yongwei's health and be ready to shield at any time. Lin Xiao, She turned to look at Lin Jianxing about to say something. A shadow flashed past her side. It shot out from the center of the team, exuding an unstoppable momentum heading straight for the Bone Knight on the throne. It was Little Zombie. Little Zombie, I'm here to meet you. Take this first hit. Boom. Li Kai's face lit up with joy. Fist pumping Lin Xiao is awesome. His smile lasted less than a second. The dust settled. The Bone Knight remained seated on the throne, not moving an inch, its right hand holding the tip of the great sword against the ground, its left arm resting on the armrest. It didn't even turn its head, nor did the warhorse make a sound. Surrounding it was a layer of translucent, eerie purple shield, slowly rotating. The punch just now left not even a mark. The shield was as smooth as ever. Little Zombie. Little Zombie, no damage taken. This was an enraged strike with a 200 damage increase. Little Zombie, this is not scientific. The Bone Knight slowly raised its head. The two purple flames of soul fire in its eyes flickered within the shadow of the helmet. It was not foolish. The continuous attacks made it realize that among this group of ants, only the boy standing in the back with his hands in his pockets was the real threat. That annoying zombie came from him, as long as it killed him, the rest of the ants could be easily eliminated. The front hooves of the skeletal warhorse scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. The skeletal knight slowly lowered its body, the giant sword resting at its side. Xia Qingqing's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good. She rushed in front of Lin Jianxing, her staff crossing over her chest. She was the captain, the person in charge of the mission, having taken money from the Lin family. Wang Yongwei held up his shield, the surface marked with several sword scars of varying depths. He turned to Lin Jianxing and shouted, "Lin Xiao, you should run." Lin Jianxing looked at the two people blocking him, then glanced at Li Kai, who was slumped on the ground, and finally at Shun Yiyu, who was crouched behind Wang Yongwei, raising a cross to grant Wang Yongwei his last shield. He sighed. With a kick, he struck Wang Yongwei's rear. Wang Yongwei stumbled, nearly dropping his shield, and lurched forward 2 steps, turning back with a bewildered expression. Lin Jianxing looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you guys crazy? Run. Where to? Find a corner to squat and wait to die. Wait for the dungeon to close automatically. Or wait for the abyssal aura to turn us all into monsters." Wang Yongwei was stunned. Yes. Where to run? The return scroll had become invalid, the dungeon would not close automatically, and the abyssal transformation would not dissipate on its own. Aside from fighting through this dead end, there was no way out. Lin Jianxing's gaze passed over her, landing on the skeletal knight in the distance, which was regaining its stance. His expression slightly tightened. "We take it down and swagger out. If we can't break the shield in one go, then we'll do it 10 times 100 times. Even if it tires that little zombie to death, I will kill it." Xia Qingqing stared blankly at Lin Jianxing's profile. She suddenly felt that this boy, mocked by everyone for having a low-tier profession standing in the dark purple light of the abyss, was like a sword just drawn from its sheath. Indeed, apart from fighting, there was no other way. Even if it meant dying in the charge, it was 1,000 times better than huddling in a corner waiting to die. She gripped her staff again, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "Lin Xiao is right." Li Kai, who had been slumped on the ground, crawled over. "Damn it." His voice cracked. "We're all dead anyway. Let's fight. Lin Xiao, you tell us how to attack, and we will do it." "If I," Li Kai frowned, "even once, may I be cursed." Wang Yongwei tightened his grip on the shield, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slammed the shield down on the ground. "Follow Lin Xiao's lead. Let's get it." The skeletal knight slowly lowered its body. It was preparing to charge. This time its target was not Wang Yongwei nor Xia Qingqing, but Lin Jianxing. The little zombie was in a state of extreme anxiety. The words on the panel flickered as if the little zombie's thoughts were surging. With every attack, the shield disperses the force across its entire surface. Unless the force is concentrated at a single point for a single breakthrough, how could that be possible? How could scattered power be reconcentrated? The little zombie roared in the panel like a student about to go mad from an unsolvable math problem. Lin Jianxing looked at the panel, silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. "Isn't that stupid? The little zombie. Why not spin it?" The panel went blank for a moment. When the spinning reaches its peak speed, all energy will be firmly locked at the center, no longer dissipating. Extreme rotation brings extreme penetration. Lin Jianxing paused. "Have you seen a drill? It's the same principle." The little zombie, which had been raging in the panel, suddenly became quiet. The little zombie spin. The little zombie. Drill. The little zombie, ha. The little zombie, to think of such a method, I am simply a genius. Lin Jianxing twitched the corner of his mouth. "System notification, congratulations. Your summoned creature little zombie has independently deduced and evolved an advanced skill, Phantom Spin Fist Beginner. Skill effect causes massive penetration damage to a single target rapidly spinning to concentrate energy at a point. Cooldown 30 seconds. Lin Jianxing looked at the skill description, his mouth twitching even more. Independently deduced. Well, alright. He sighed inwardly, realizing the little zombie's learning ability was truly terrifying. The word spin sounds simple, but to convert this principle into a skill, high-speed rotation energy focusing precise hitting and penetrating with a single strike, involves intricate control of one's own energy structure, making it extremely difficult. If it were him operating the little zombie, trying to execute this maneuver, even 10 years wouldn't be enough to master it. But this zombie figured it out in an instant. With this thought, Lin Jianxing felt more at ease. After all, it wasn't him operating it, and as long as it could learn, that was enough. Lin Jianxing calmly raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, slowly folding his thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and pinky finger until they formed the shape of a pistol. The index finger pointed at the skeletal knight, the thumb raised. He smirked, tilting his head slightly. "Xia, the campus flower." Xia Qingcheng was taken aback. "Watch closely." Lin Jianxing's eyes narrowed into a slit, a smile gradually spreading at the corners of his mouth. A summoner must not only possess high skill, but also the ability to deliver a killing blow. Before Xia Qingcheng could react, the little zombie moved. It did not charge straight ahead like before. Instead, it sprang from Lin Jianxing's side, spinning in midair like a top that had been kicked. Its arms extended during the spin, resembling two blades. The speed of rotation increased to the point where a low hum resonated through the air, distorting the space around the shadow. "It'll smash you to bits." The little zombie crashed into the shield. At the point of impact, a blinding white dot lit up on the shield. Cracks spread from that white point, and the skeletal knight's body jolted violently. It lowered its head to look at the shield on its chest, which had never been shaken since the battle began, now shattering. Crack, crack, crack. Shield fragments scattered in the air like snowflakes. The shockwave exploded from the impact point, expanding circularly. The bluestone tiles on the floor were blown away, dust and shattered bones scattering in all directions. The skeletal knight, along with its rider, was violently hurled away. Boom! It crashed heavily into the white bone throne behind. The throne collapsed halfway, bones snapping, shattering, and flying with dust filling the air. The corridor fell silent. Li Kai's mouth hung open, his eyes nearly popping out. His lips trembled as he finally squeezed out two words: "It shattered." Xia Qingqing stood transfixed, her staff raised in the air, the aquamarine glow still shimmering at the tip, but her mind could not keep up with the scene her eyes beheld. One strike. It truly only took one strike. Not from numbers wearing it down, nor time grinding it down, but a direct confrontation, forcibly breaking through, with a single skill shattering the shield into pieces. She turned to look at Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing still held his gun-like pose, his index finger pointing in the direction where the skeletal knight had been flung, a faint smile on his lips. His eyes narrowed slightly, the lashes casting a small shadow in the dark purple light, his whole being lazily standing there. What kind of extraordinary existence is this Lin family young master? Lin Jianxing lightly blew on his slightly warm fingertips. It was not actually hot, but the gesture was cool. If he didn't show off now, wouldn't his earlier operation be for nothing? Then he glanced at the crowd, his gaze sharper than usual. "What are you all dazed for?" All four of them jolted at take advantage of his illness to seize his life. Lin Jianxing's lips curved into a smile, his index finger once again pointing towards the dust-filled white bone throne. "Get to it. Get him." The little zombie. "Was that punch just now cool? Praise me. Hurry." The little zombie, status extremely excited, abyssal-type monster, damage 200, cooldown, countdown 30 seconds. Lin Jianxing twitched the corner of his mouth, silently replying in his heart, "Cool. But you have a 30-second cooldown. Don't get cocky, I'll let the teammates go first." The little zombie. "Humph. Fine, let them go first, I'll take a break." Xia Qingqing took a deep breath, the staff glowing once more with aquamarine light. Li Kai drew back his longbow, aiming at the skeletal knight, struggling to rise in the dust. Wang Yongwei raised his shield, standing at the front of the team. Shen Yuyu clasped her hands together, a pure white light enveloping everyone. The skeletal knight stood up from the shattered bones, its black heavy armor covered in cracks with a distinct dent on the chest plate left by the little zombie's punch. The two flames of soul fire under the helmet flickered violently, no longer dismissive or mocking, but anger. Pure, furious, murderous anger. But Lin Jianxing was unafraid. With the shield broken, it was merely a LV5 boss, unless it had the ability to conjure another shield. Outside the dungeon in the rocky field, the originally desolate and silent wilderness was now illuminated as bright as day by dozens of blinding military searchlights. Hundreds of fully armed city defense soldiers quickly set up yellow caution tape surrounding the entrance to the dungeon. The soldiers looked grave, their weapons glinting under the lights. No one spoke, only intermittent reports crackled through the walkie-talkies. Boom! A thunderous sound of breaking air exploded in the night sky, drawing everyone's gaze simultaneously. A burly figure fell from the sky. Bang! Dust soared as the stone shattered. Lin Jianxing slowly stood up from his kneeling position, his black coat billowing behind him. His military uniform was only half-buttoned, exposing his bare chest adorned with crisscross scars. When he received the call, he was in the shower, having rushed out without even finishing dressing. The figure of Jiang appeared. Chu Xiaoyun stepped forward. She had not left since the moment she descended into the dungeon, her eyes fixed on the distorted entrance. "Commander, madam." Her voice was hoarse. Lin Jianxing replied hoarsely, "What's the situation?" Chu Xiaoyun reported, "Young master entered the dungeon about 45 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, the dungeon underwent complete dimensionalization. The spatial fluctuations at the entrance have stabilized, indicating that the mutation has been completed and the internal structure has been reorganized." Jiang swayed slightly, quickly regaining her balance, but that brief moment of instability did not escape anyone's notice. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured, "How could this happen? After so many years without incident, how did Jianxing catch up?" Lin Jianxing looked at the dungeon entrance engulfed in dark purple mist, his fists clenched tightly, cracking as he did. Everyone knew that if the dungeon remained unsolved for 24 hours after dimensionalization, the monsters corrupted by the abyssal energy would break through the dungeon's space and flood into the real world. By that time, the area within 100 miles would turn into a hellish landscape. Fortunately, this was only a low-level dungeon, and the monsters would not exceed LV 5. The city defense army of Dachang City was fully capable of handling it. Lin Jianxing was not worried about the monsters, he was concerned about his son. Chu Xiaoyun watched Lin Jianxing's back, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. A sudden screech of brakes echoed outside the warning line. Several black military SUVs pulled up in succession, their doors opening simultaneously as a group of people disembarked. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a sharp suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walking with composure and a steady expression. Behind him was a proud-looking young girl accompanied by four well-equipped, sharp-eyed young professionals. Zhao Yongwei, another commander of the city defense army of Dachang City, on par with Lin Jianxing. The proud-looking girl behind him was his daughter, Zhao Lingling, a genius girl who awakened the level fiery phoenix. Zhao Yongwei strode to Lin Jianxing's side, following his gaze towards the dark purple dungeon entrance, and asked steadily, "Old Lin, how is the situation?" Lin Jianxing glanced at him, his brow furrowed. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Yongwei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze shifting to the dimensionalized entrance. "Such a major incident has occurred. As one of the commanders of the Dachang City Defense Army, I naturally have to be present." He paused, tentatively asking, "Old Lin, I heard from the reports that the team trapped in the dungeon. Your son is inside." Lin Jianxing's breath hitched, and after a brief silence he nodded solemnly yes. Zhao Yongwei's brow instantly furrowed as he asked, "What is the team composition? Besides your son, who else is there? What are their levels? What equipment do they have?" Chu Xiaoyun answered for Lin Jianxing. "Apart from the young master, there is an 11 water mage with elemental affinity, a level shield warrior, a level ranger, and an 11 priest. All of them have an entry level of LV 4. As for equipment, other than the young master who has a legendary set, the others have a mix of silver and gold gear." Zhao Lingling's lips curled slightly. It was a minuscule motion, yet enough for everyone present to see the mockery on her face. She and Lin Jianxing had always been compared since childhood, one the son of a commander and the other the daughter of a commander. She excelled in everything while he was mediocre in all aspects. She awakened the level fiery phoenix while he awakened the sewage undead mage. This comparison made her never feel that Lin Jianxing was worthy to be her rival. Zhao Yongwei shook his head, looking at Lin Jianxing. "Are confused, old Lin. You are usually quite astute. How could you be so misguided this time?" He pointed to the 4 well-equipped young professionals behind him. "If you want to find someone to help train your son, just tell me directly. Let Ling Ling lead the team. Oh, wouldn't that be 100 times better than this ragtag group? An 11 water mage, a level shield warrior, a level ranger. This kind of composition, when facing dimensionalization," he paused, adjusting his glasses, "the survival rate is virtually 0. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched. He snorted coldly. "Stop with the hindsight. This was supposed to be an ordinary dungeon run. Who could have predicted that 1 in 100,000 chance of dimensionalization? Zhao Yongwei, stop pretending to be a good person here. Lin Zhaoxie and Zhao Yongwei had been in a rivalry for half their lives. In terms of military achievements, strength, and status, Lin Zhaoxie had always been a step ahead of him. Now that Zhao Yongwei's daughter had become accomplished and awakened in level ability, he finally found a way to regain some ground. Asking Lin Zhaoxie to lower himself and request Zhao Lingling to train Lin Jianxing. That was more painful than killing him. Zhao Yongwei adjusted his glasses, not wanting to argue further. Alright, I won't argue with you on this. It's too late now, and saying more is pointless. He didn't want to argue, but seeing Lin Zhaoxie's son was on the brink of death, he knew he could not provoke Lin Zhaoxie. Zhao Yongwei cleared his throat, changing his tone. Fortunately, this is just a hard-level dungeon. When the dungeon reopens, our Ling Ling will lead this LV5 elite team in. All of them are LV5, and they work in perfect harmony. This is currently the only force in Dachang City capable of resolving this abyssal dungeon. Zhao Lingling stepped forward. She wore a custom-made crimson robe with faint golden patterns, a legendary set named Phoenix Dance in the sky. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes gleaming with the confidence and pride unique to its-level genius. Uncle Lin, Aunt Jiang, please rest assured. Although it is highly likely that Lin Jianxing is in grave danger, but I will be fully once the dungeon resets, I will be the first to lead the charge, personally beheading that boss. She looked at Jiang Wan's pale face, emphasizing each word, to avenge Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's snacks were still unfinished, while the health bar of the skeletal knight visibly decreased. Li Kai, as if filled with adrenaline, rained arrows on the boss, as if they were free, murmuring to himself, Lin Xiao is right. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. He'll shoot you dead. Wang Yongwei charged forward with his shield, leaping to deliver a powerful blow to the skeletal knight's knee. The damage was not high, but the insult was immensely strong. Xia Qingsheng took a deep breath. As she waved her staff, streams of azure water coalesced into sharp arrows, continuously shooting toward the joints of the boss. The little zombie entered full automatic slaughter mode, requiring no commands from Lin Jianxing. With each punch landing on the skeletal knight, every strike carried a fierce wind, connecting left and right punches interspersed with normal attacks. Li Kai watched the damage numbers caused by the little zombie, his eyelids twitching. Compared to Lin Xiao, their damage output was merely a tickle for the boss. The only effect was probably to annoy the boss. Attacks came from all directions, although most couldn't break through the defenses. The clanging sounds alone were infuriating. When the skeletal knight's health dropped below 70, an angry roar echoed through the ruins. Roar! The massive sword swept across, creating a terrifying shockwave that sent Wang Yongwei, who was closest, flying. He rolled twice on the ground before stabilizing himself. Immediately, that despair-inducing light purple translucent shield lit up again, enveloping the skeletal knight. Li Kai exclaimed, "Damn! Here it comes again." He reflexively turned to look behind him. There stood the youth, casually leaning against the wall, half a candy bar in hand. Lin Jianxing sighed, not even changing his posture, simply raising his chin. The little zombie transformed again into a spinning drill, crashing into the shield with a piercing sound. Boom! The shield shattered, and the skeletal knight let out a painful howl. Its massive body was once again blasted away, crashing heavily against the wall, bones splintering. Li Kai was so excited he nearly jumped up, drawing back his bow to continue his assault, shouting, "Lin Xiao is awesome. Lin Xiao is awesome." His vocabulary was pitifully limited, but brimming with emotion. Xia Qingsheng gazed at Lin Jianxing, illuminated by the flames, his tall and slender figure, black hair, gently swaying in the heat. His profile was particularly distinct in the interplay of firelight and shadow. Her heart skipped a beat. This unflinching demeanor in the face of danger, combined with such a handsome face. No wonder Lin Xiao was exceptional. Just from his stance, one could see how terrifyingly strong he was. She quickly averted her gaze, focusing on her output. The ensuing battle was without suspense. Each time the skeletal knight generated a shield, Lin Jianxing would ruthlessly shatter it with a phantom spinning fist. The little zombie grew more adept with the phantom spinning fist, going from needing half a day to charge it up to almost instant casting. As soon as the boss activated its shield, a figure would fly in and the shield would shatter. After repeating this 3 times, the massive body of the skeletal knight finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of decaying bones, emitting dark energy, scattering dust everywhere. A crisp system notification chimed in everyone's ears. "Congratulations. You have successfully defeated Abyss Skeletal Knight LV5. You gained 2000 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV7. A golden glow of upgrade radiated from Lin Jianxing, warm and bright. Shin Yu collapsed onto the ground, staring at the pile of bones in a daze for 2 seconds before covering her face and crying out, "We won. We really won." Li Kai rushed up like a madman to hug Wang Yongwei, jumping with joy. Wang Yongwei was dizzy from the shaking, but grinned widely. Even the usually aloof Xia Qingqing couldn't help but smile. In the Abyss dungeon, although it was only a difficult level, its significance would allow them to proudly record it in their history. Moreover, leveling up directly to LV7 was an experience gained that ordinary dungeons could only dream of. The saying that surviving a great calamity brings great fortune could not be more accurate. Wang Yongwei was the first to calm down from the excitement, pointing at the several glowing orbs floating above the skeletal knight's corpse. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Quick, see what we've got. Several orbs emitted beams of different colors, white, green, blue, and one golden. Lin Jianxing casually glanced at them, noticing that the most valuable was the golden piece of equipment, a shield of golden quality. Unsurprisingly, it was for warriors. He couldn't even be bothered to look at the others, which glimmered with blue and green light. To him, they were all garbage. Lin Jianxing waved his hand, saying, "You all can divide these among yourselves." Xia Qingqing frowned and shook her head, saying, "No way, Lin Xiao, this is against the rules. You are the boss, and the loot from the dungeon should rightfully belong to you. Without you, we wouldn't have just cleared it, or we might not even be alive. Out of both sentiment and reason, these things are yours." She paused, her tone growing more resolute. "Not only do we not want the loot, but we also want the full refund of the higher fee after we go out. This time, being able to gain so much experience and level up twice is already a tremendous advantage. One should not be too greedy." Li Kai and the others were momentarily stunned. It would be a lie to say they weren't tempted. Golden equipment was something they could only dream of, while the best they had was a mix of silver gear. A single golden shield could serve Wang Yongwei for years. But the captain was right. Without Lin Xiao, they would have been wiped out long ago. Li Kai was the first to express his agreement. "The captain is right. Lin Xiao, these things are all yours." "I fully support that." Wang Yongwei nodded along, and Shin Yu quietly agreed. Lin Jianxing looked at their solemn expressions, feeling a bit helpless inside. He genuinely didn't want these scraps. The little zombie dealt damage, and he was lying back to win. Bringing these items back would just mean throwing them in the warehouse to gather dust. But given their current demeanor, if he declined again, these people might kneel down and beg him to accept them. Is it so hard to refuse a gift these days? All right, do as you wish." He waved his hand dismissively, collecting all the loot into his panel's backpack. Xia Qingqing finally let out a sigh of relief. As they packed up to leave, Xia Qingqing casually said, "Lin Xiao, the big exam is the day after tomorrow. With your current strength, you should be able to get into the Tianlong Academy in the capital." Her tone carried a hint of envy. That was the sacred place, the highest academy where all the top prodigies of the entire Long Kingdom gathered. Even the security guards at the gate could be retired high-level professionals, and the library housed ancient tomes of forbidden skills. Students graduating from there usually started off as the leaders of city-level legions. They were the true backbone of humanity. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. "Whatever. The most important thing is a good living environment and cafeteria food." He paused and said earnestly, "As for a top academy, it should be pretty good, right?" Xia Qingqing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. She initially wanted to ask, "With your prowess, don't you have any lofty aspirations?" but reconsidered. For someone who could casually clear an abyss dungeon, lofty ambitions might indeed hold no meaning. Li Kai suddenly interjected, leaning in with a mysterious air, lowering his voice, but his eyes shining like light bulbs. "Hey, I heard that our Dachang city has invested heavily this time, preparing a complete heart of a titan beast as a reward for the city champion." Wang Yongwei gasped, almost dropping his shield. "Hiss. This is a real investment. Titan beasts are already rare, and even a single piece of meat on the market has skyrocketed to exorbitant prices. It's a case of high prices, but no market." Suddenly the panel flashed wildly. Little zombie. Little zombie, the heart of a titan beast. Little zombie, I want it. I want that. It's definitely something I love to eat. Little zombie, I'm already drooling like a waterfall. JPG X 10 Lin Jianxing stroked his chin. He knew what the heart of a titan beast was. Just because his family was wealthy didn't mean they could buy anything. There were other prominent families in Dachang City. Items of that level indeed had price, but no market. Even if the Lin family was willing to spend it, depended on whether anyone was willing to sell. The city champion's reward, however, was different. It was earned through skill, and no one could dispute it. Little zombie, did you hear that? I want this. Eating this, I'm sure I can get closer to the Heavenly Corpse King. I might even directly break through to the disaster level. Just wait and see who dares to look down on me. Lin Jianxing twitched the corner of his mouth. This zombie really didn't miss any opportunity to boast. He chuckled softly and thought, "Want it, huh? If you want it, then call me daddy. I'll reluctantly go get it for you. Little zombie presumption, little zombie big guts. Little zombie, I am a noble being destined to become the strongest undead creature. You want me to call you daddy?" The words on the panel trembled violently, as if seething with anger. Lin Jianxing shrugged nonchalantly in his mind. "Oh, is that so? Well, I was too lazy to move. For this big exam, let's just take it easy. It's all the same to go to any academy, isn't it? No matter where I lie down, I'm still lying down." He paused, elongating his tone. "What a pity about that heart. I heard it's full of undead elemental essence, and taking a bite would make it burst. TSK. Those who are knowledgeable might just take off right on the spot after eating it. But giving it to a clueless zombie." The little zombie fell silent. The panel went blank. Lin Jianxing could sense something deep within the panel waging a fierce ideological battle. The scales of dignity and delicacy were wildly swaying, the pointer jumping frantically at both ends. A few seconds later, little zombie, extremely reluctant and ashamed. Daddy. The voice was so soft, like a mosquito, as if it was squeezed out from between clenched teeth. If Lin Jianxing hadn't had good hearing, he might have almost missed it. Lin Jianxing's lips curled up slightly. "Speak louder, haven't you eaten? I can't hear you." Little zombie, furious and ashamed enough already. "I've called you. If you dare tell others, I'll never finish with you in this life." "All right then." Lin Jianxing nodded in satisfaction. "In light of your sincerity." He paused. "I'll get you the heart of the Titan beast." Little zombie. Humph. Little zombie status updated, enduring humiliation, but looking forward to it. 100 all attributes. Little zombie note, "I'm doing this for evolution, not because I want to eat it. Absolutely not." He waved his hand toward the crowd. "Let's go everyone, as Sister Chu is probably about to fall asleep waiting. Let's head out." Li Kai responded first. Let's go. I want to go out and feast. I'm starving." Wang Yongwei grinned as he stowed away his shield, and Xin Yu wiped the dried tears from her face, following behind the team. Xia Qingcheng walked in the middle of the group, finally relaxing her grip on her staff. On the stony beach outside the instance, the atmosphere was oppressive. Hundreds of fully armed city defense soldiers stood solemnly outside the warning line with not a word spoken. Only the occasional crackling sound of the intercom broke the silence. Lin Zhaoxia stood at the front, his eyes bloodshot. Jiang Wan stood beside him, her hands tightly clasped over her chest. Her face was still pale, but her back was straight. In front of everyone, she was the powerful woman controlling the business empire, the matriarch of the Lin family, and could not show any weakness. But in her heart at this moment, there was no identity. She was just a mother praying for her child's safe return. Zhao Yongwei stood a few meters away, considerably more relaxed. Once the people inside were dead, the Abyss instance would reopen, and he had all the time to wait. After all, it wasn't his son who was dying. Zhao Lingling stood behind him, scrolling through her phone. Occasionally, she looked up at the dark purple instance entrance. Suddenly, the spatial vortex at the entrance froze momentarily. The dark purple mist that had been spinning wildly paused for an instant. All eyes present focused on that vortex, the sign that the instance was about to reopen. Zhao Yongwei adjusted his glasses and said, "Looks like it's over." He turned to Zhao Lingling. "Lingling, get ready to enter." Zhao Lingling put away her phone, stretched her wrists, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Finally, it was her turn. Being able to demonstrate her strength in front of so many high-ranking city defense officers, to show everyone what a true S-class genius was, made her excited just thinking about it. She stepped toward the warning line, each stride infused with the unique confidence and pride of an S-class genius. "Wait, look above." Chu Xiaoyun's voice suddenly erupted, sharp enough to pierce through the air. She quickly raised her head, pointing at the faint golden text suspended in midair above the instance entrance, her finger trembling slightly. Everyone instinctively followed the direction of her finger. The record that had stood for 18 years, 1 hour 09 minutes 10 seconds, was rapidly fading. In its place appeared a new, more glaring line of golden characters, each stroke appearing as if imprinted by some force in the air. Current highest record 0 hours 59 minutes 50 seconds. Clearing team: Xia Qingcheng, Li Kai, Wang Yang, Wei Xinyu, Lin Jianxing. The stony beach fell into a dead silence. Zhao Yongwei's expression froze. His mouth slightly agape, his gold-rimmed glasses nearly slipping off his nose. His expression transformed from calm to incredulous, then from incredulous to "Are you kidding me? How is this possible?" Zhao Lingling stood there dazed, her step hanging in midair. She stared at the line of golden characters. 59 minutes and 50 seconds. It was nearly 10 minutes faster than the original record. Under the conditions of the instance being abyssal with the return scrolls invalidated monstrous attributes skyrocketing and potential team wipe looming at any moment. Not only had they cleared it, but they had also broken the record. She clenched her fists. It was impossible. Something must be wrong. The entrance of the instance flashed with light. Several figures slowly emerged from the vortex. The leading youth wore a white t-shirt and black sports pants, hands in pockets, casually chewing on something, his steps leisurely. As soon as he stepped out of the instance, he was startled by the scene before him. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers, dozens of bright lights illuminating the stony beach, as if it were daylight, all eyes fixed on him, staring intently. Lin Jianxing paused for a moment, then laughed. Whoa, what a grand setup. His gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Zhao Lingling, whose expression was quite something. Zhao Lingling was still in the posture of stepping forward. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow, a half smile on his face, and waved at her. Oh, Zhao Lingling is here too. Why aren't you at home sleeping at this late hour? Running out here to catch some air? Quite the leisurely pursuit, huh? Zhao Lingling's face instantly flushed, her lips moved as if to say something, but no words came out. That earlier line about avenging Lin Jianxing still echoed in her ears. Jianxing. Jiang Wan could no longer care about her image as a CEO nor the dignity of a wealthy matriarch as she tightly embraced Lin Jianxing. You scared me to death. The Abyss instance. How could you be so unfortunate? Whoa, if anything happens to you, I wouldn't want to live anymore. She cried loudly, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Lin Jianxing was being choked, his face turning purple, struggling to pat his mother's back. Mom, let go. I wasn't killed by monsters. I'm going to be suffocated by you. Only then did Jiang Wan release him, hastily wiping her tears, holding Lin Jianxing's face in her hands, carefully examining him from head to toe. I'm just so excited. Let me see, are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Tell me I have the best healing potion. Her hands moved over Lin Jianxing's body, checking from his shoulder to his arm, from his arm to his back, and then to his waist. Lin Jianxing helplessly spread his hands. Oh really, I'm fine, not even a scratch. Who do you think your son is? Just a mere Abyss instance, no big deal. Jiang Wan broke into a smile, giving him another light slap. You think it's no big deal? You scare me to death, did you know that? Lin Jianxing stepped forward. He didn't lose his composure like his wife, but the large hand resting on Lin Jianxing's shoulder trembled slightly, revealing his inner excitement. Good boy. He patted his son's shoulder firmly. As long as you're alive. As long as you're alive. Ha ha. His gaze passed over his son and fell on the four individuals who had just emerged behind him, Xia Qingchang and her group. Their clothes were dusty, hair disheveled, and faces weary, but that was all. No one was missing limbs, no one was being supported or carried, and not a single person needed bandaging. The four of them were in almost perfect condition except for being tired. Lin Jianxing frowned slightly. Even if his son had that incredible micro-operation talent, it was already impressive to stay safe in an abyssal instance. How could they have come out completely unscathed with the whole team? He asked in a deep voice, what happened here? Xia Qingcheng took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Lin Jianxing. Straightening up, her voice was clear and serious. Uncle Lin, Aunt Jiang, we were able to survive and clear the Abyss instance thanks to Lin Jianxing. If it weren't for Lin Xiao single-handedly shattering the final boss shield and bearing over 90% of the output damage, Xia Qingcheng spoke without hesitation, we would have died inside long ago. We not only didn't contribute, but we also rode on Lin Xiao's coattails to level up twice and gain the honor of breaking the clearing record. This money is too hot to handle. Oh, please take it back. Li Kai and Wang Yongwei nodded repeatedly behind her. Yes, Commander. Lin Xiao is incredible. Really, he carried the whole team. We just went in to shout 666. We really feel embarrassed to take the money. Lin Jianxing felt his cheeks burning beside them. Being praised in front of so many people was indeed a bit much to bear. He coughed ahem. Everyone is too polite. It's not that impressive, just moderately impressive, haha, just lucky. Lin Jianxing looked at his son's nonchalant demeanor, still bantering with his teammates, and felt a bit incredulous. A single person carrying the whole team, breaking an 18-year-old record in an abyssal situation, and yet he came out without even gasping for breath or losing his sense of humor. He suppressed the surging joy in his heart and burst out laughing. His laughter echoed across the stony beach, shaking the spotlights, rigging slightly. He directly pushed back the bank card Xia Qingcheng had handed him, saying, "Take it. The money I Lin Jianxing give out has no reason to come back. If you make me take it back, isn't that slapping me in the face?" Xia Qingcheng's hand froze in midair, feeling a bit at a loss. Jiang Wan stepped forward, grasping Xia Qingcheng's hand, and pushed the bank card back into her palm. Xiao Xia, if Uncle Lin tells you to keep it, then keep it. Even if Jianxing contributed more this time, if you hadn't been there to support him, if you hadn't trusted him as teammates, he couldn't have achieved success alone. She patted the back of Xia Cheng's hand, her tone gentle yet firm. Besides, you all accompanied Jianxing through this journey through the gates of hell. Consider this money a small gesture from Auntie. Take it back and buy some tonics to recuperate well. Xia Qingqing looked into Jiang Wan's eyes, nodded, and took back the bank card. Then thank you, Uncle Lin, thank you, Aunt Jiang. Lin Zhaoxia was in great spirits, waving his hand to his aide behind him. Whoever sent a car to take Xiao Xia and the others back first. At this late hour, what kind of talk is it to let the kids go home alone? Not far away, Zhao Yongwei stood in disbelief. His gold-rimmed glasses reflected the spotlight's white light, obscuring his complex gaze, but could not hide the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Everyone is unscathed, he murmured to himself. Not only did they clear it, but they also emerged unscathed. In an abyssal instance, a necromancer led a team of 4 top A-class members, and not even a scratch. This is illogical. This defies common sense. This challenges his understanding of the limits. Zhao Lingling stood behind him, her lips pressed into a line, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Zhao Yongwei's gaze fell on Xia Qingcheng, who was preparing to leave, his eyes narrowing. That girl must be extraordinary. What's her background? Do you know that girl? He turned to Zhao Lingling, who followed his gaze and recognized Xia Qingcheng. I know her, she's from the neighboring First High School, an A-class Songhai mage. She is quite famous in school. Before changing classes, whether in theoretical grades or practical simulations, she had always been first in the entire school. A-class water mage, first in the school. It must be that they cleared it thanks to that girl leading them. He turned and got into the car, opened the door, and before sitting in the back seat, coldly instructed his aide beside him. Go investigate that Xia Qingqing thoroughly. Find an opportunity to talk to her, just say that we want the top scholar of Dachang City this time, and ask how much compensation she wants. Oh, just name a price. The aide stood at attention. Yes, Commander. The car window slowly rose. Zhao Yongwei looked through the tinted glass at Lin Jianxing, who was still bickering with his parents, a flicker of complex emotions flashing behind his glasses. Then he turned to Zhao Lingling in the passenger seat, his tone serious. Lingling, don't let this little matter disturb your mind. Zhao Lingling's shoulders moved slightly. This time the top scholar of Dachang City prized that Titan beast's heart. You also need that thing for your burning heaven demon phoenix. Lin Jianxing cleared the abyss instance, indicating that he is not useless. But, he paused, that doesn't mean he can win against you in the unified exam. Zhao Lingling slowly raised her head, meeting her father's eyes in the rearview mirror. The unified exam tests comprehensive quality, not just one person's output. Theory, cooperation, adaptability, tactics. Zhao Lingling's expression changed. The eyes that had just struggled with shame and unwillingness rekindled with flames at this moment. She clenched her fists, her voice low and firm. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely win the top scholar of Dachang City this time. Zhao Yongwei looked at his daughter in this manner, and the gloom in his heart dissipated a little. Truly worthy of being my Zhao Yongwei's offspring, facing a strong enemy, without flinching, even igniting a stronger fighting spirit. Only this kind of wolf-like nature deserves to stand at the peak in this cruel world. Lin Jianxing was still enjoying his mother's embrace and patting when the panel suddenly erupted with messages, but the tone was completely different from before. Little zombie hungry. Coming out of the dungeon made him hungry. That broken knight skeleton had no meat at all, and after defeating it, he couldn't even find something to eat. What a waste. The speed of the messages increased, causing Lin Jianxing to feel dizzy. However, he noticed a detail: the little zombie's messages were no longer as arrogant and boastful as before. There was no "I will kill you," no "kneel and lick my feet," no "you are destined to die." Each message contained just one word: hungry. Moreover, as time went on, the font size became smaller, and the last message was almost reduced to the size of an ant, exuding a sense of weak helplessness. Just as Lin Jianxing was about to reply, his own stomach answered for him. Gulyalu. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet rocky area. The surrounding soldiers turned to look at him in unison, their expressions complicated. This young master had just fought his way through the abyss dungeon, and his first reaction after coming out was to have a hungry stomach. Lin Jianxing, unfazed, turned to Jiang Wan, his face sincere. Mom, let's save the emotional talk for later. I'm about to faint from hunger. Can we get something to eat first? Preferably something high in calories and rich in undead elements. Jiang Wan looked at her son's pitiful expression, her heart aching. She hurriedly turned around, took out her phone from her bag, and called home. Hello, old Joe. Get the kitchen fired up right now. Yes, now. Prepare all the undead dishes: rhino tenderloin, fire dragon, liver, undead mushrooms, abyss cod. Yes, yes, all of them. The sooner the better. The young master is starving. He's going to collapse. Before the butler on the other end could finish, Jiang Wan had already hung up and dialed another number. Hello. Chef Wang. Get out of bed right now. Yes, right now. I don't care if you're dressed or not. I want to see you in the kitchen in half an hour. Overtime pay. Triple. No 5 times. Lin Jianxing watched in astonishment. This was the true large-scale destructive skill. Lin Jianxing stood to the side, watching his wife hurriedly arrange the midnight snack over the phone, a smile slowly spreading across his face. He turned his head, looking in the direction where Zhao Yangwei's team had disappeared. The tail lights of those military SUVs had long vanished into the night, not even a red. That old Zhao Yangwei. He hasn't forgotten the look he had just now. Survival rate approaching 0. Is this configuration so weak? Waiting to get revenge, saying it so grandly, but in reality, they were just counting on Jianxing to die inside, wanting to show off in front of Lin Jianxing. Who would have thought? The more Lin Jianxing thought about it, the angrier. He became unable to help but snore. After fighting for half a lifetime with military achievements overshadowing you and strength pressing you down, now even their son was overshadowing their daughter. Did they really think they could turn the tables in the next generation? Dream on. Lin Jianxing strode back to Lin Jianxing, waving his hand with an imposing aura. Jianxing, since you have such great talent and are so hardworking, we can't waste it. Lin Jianxing, who was just rubbing his stomach waiting for food, felt an ominous premonition rise in his heart upon hearing this. The more Lin Jianxing spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes shining brighter than a searchlight. Dad has decided. Tonight, let's mobilize the city's special forces. Seal off this entire rocky area and the nearby leveling zones. Let them help you lure monsters, and when they're weakened, you can reap the rewards. We won't return tonight. Well, level up all night. We must trample Zhao Lingling underfoot before. Lin Jianxing froze. No way. Level up all night. Just coming out of the Abyss dungeon and not having eaten yet, and now he had to get back to work. Even the production team's donkey wasn't worked this hard. He wasn't the one doing the fighting. He had been snacking and watching shows in the dungeon, while Little Zombie did, but he couldn't say that. Little Zombie could be tired, but he couldn't be tired. In everyone's mind, those operations were all done by him. He was just about to refuse. Lin Jianxing. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Wan slapped away Lin Jianxing's hand resting on Lin Jianxing's shoulder, scolding. Jianxing just barely escaped death from the Abyss dungeon, and his mental energy is depleted. You want him to level up all night. Do you want to wear him out? Huh? Is leveling up more important than his health? She stood in front of Lin Jianxing. No. Absolutely not. Jianxing must go home and sleep. Whoever tries to stop me will be in trouble. Lin Jianxing stood behind Jiang Wan, nodding furiously. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Mom is absolutely right. Exactly. Is there no need to sleep? The panel suddenly lit up with, Little Zombie, what sleep? Only weaklings need sleep. I am the chosen one. I am destined to become the undead emperor of the sacred law of death. How could I be tired at this level? Little Zombie, after the feast we continue. Not a second can be wasted. I want to grow stronger. Little Zombie, I want to evolve. Lin Jianxing looked at the skill bar where the icon of Little Zombie, which had just shrunk to the size of an ant and was whining about hunger, was now bouncing around again, feeling utterly exhausted. This unfilial child had more energy than he did. If he actually went home and slept and woke up to find himself leveled up, how would he explain it to his parents? Haha, would I be caught saying, just kidding, I secretly went out to level up at midnight? He wouldn't want to be thought of as a lunatic. With his current identity status and genius persona, if he woke up with 2 more levels for no reason, his parents would definitely suspect him. Lin Jianxing chuckled softly, leaning close to Jiang Wan's ear, speaking gently. Hey dear, don't be anxious. Let me finish. I care for our son too, and I know Jianxing is tired. What I mean is, let's move the big bed from home over and set up a temporary base. The special forces will be responsible for luring monsters, weakening them to just a sliver of health, and then bringing them to Jianxing. As for Jianxing, he paused and waved his hand dramatically. He just needs to lie comfortably on the bed and tap the last blow with his finger. Jiang Wan was stunned. Moving the bed outdoors. Leveling up while lying outside. This is utterly ridiculous. Jiang Wan's tone clearly softened. The outdoor environment is so poor with wind, and how can Jianxing sleep well? What if he catches a cold? What if he gets bitten by mosquitoes? Lin Jianxing wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder. That's why we need to move the bed from home. Silk quilts, latex pillows, aroma diffusers, all of it just like at home. As for the mosquitoes, he waved his hand with hundreds of special forces surrounding him. Not a single mosquito will fly in. Don't worry. Jiang Wan's defenses completely crumbled. Lin Jianxing stood to the side watching as his mom went from firm opposition to indecision and finally to being almost persuaded all in just 2 minutes. Skill book Summon Vampire Undead Class Beginner Learning Requirement Undead Mage LV. 10 skill description. Summon a vampire to fight for you. The vampire possesses agile skills and formidable endurance, recovering its own health with every successful attack. Special ability Blood Shield. The vampire can use its own blood to create a 360-degree invulnerable blood shield, absorbing a significant amount of damage. Note, this is one of the few summons in the Undead class that possesses protective abilities towards its master, so it is recommended to prioritize learning it. Lin Jianxing looked at the 360-degree invulnerable blood shield, feeling a stir in his heart. A good thing. The little zombie is responsible for offense, while the vampire handles defense, a perfect combination of spear and shield. When the time comes, he can stand in the middle of the battlefield protected by the blood shield with the little zombie guarding him. He could lie there quietly, untouched by anyone. Lin Jianxing silently calculated in his mind, I am already over halfway to LV 7. If the entire Special Forces team comes to help level up, while the little zombie automatically kills monsters, I might wake up at LV 10 right. When the time comes for this vampire to learn. He glanced at the little zombie on the panel, still clamoring to continue after a big meal, silently praying in his heart, I hope this vampire is a more stable one and not another hot-tempered little brother. Having one that constantly claims it wants to be the Corpse Emperor is already enough trouble. Having another that insists on becoming a vampire count would drive him crazy. Thank you, Mom. Lin Jianxing put the skill book into his panel backpack. Jiang Wan looked at her son's serious demeanor, feeling a wave of comfort in her heart. This child has really grown up. He's starting to consider the future. Lin Jianxing turned to his aide beside him, his tone returning to that of a commander, crisp and decisive. Go bring the entire 3rd Special Forces team over, not a single one left behind. Tell them to work overtime tonight and take a day off tomorrow. The aide stood at attention. Yes. Go home and bring over the bed from Jiangxing's bedroom. Silk quilt, latex pillow, aromatherapy machine, bedside lamp. Bring them all over, not a single item can be missing. The aide paused slightly as confusion flashed across his face, but he still responded loudly, yes. Notify the kitchen's midnight snack team to bring all undead ingredients and kitchenware. They must set off within 10 minutes. Lin Jianxing thought for a moment and added, by the way, have them bring more seasonings. Jianxing is picky about food. The aide's pen flew rapidly across the notebook, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mobilize the City Defense Army's Special Forces, the most elite combat force in Dachang City, usually responsible for handling high-risk monsters of a rank and above. Every soldier is a refined elite warrior to help young master level up. Dismantle the young master's bedroom and transport it to the wilderness, setting up a temporary base there. Have hundreds of Special Forces soldiers lure monsters just so the young master can comfortably lie in bed to gain experience. What kind of operation is this? He had served in the City Defense Army for 15 years and had never seen such a spectacle. The aide closed his notebook, standing straight, and loudly replied, yes. Commander, we guarantee to complete the mission. After turning around, he secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Is this what it means to be in a wealthy family? Such extravagance. Lin Jianxing walked up to Chu Xiaoyan, placing a large hand on her shoulder. Xiaoyan, Jianxing is in your hands now. No matter what happens tonight, no matter who comes, Jiangxing's safety is the top priority. Anyone daring to approach this area must be dealt with swiftly. Chu Xiaoyan stood at attention, her right fist against her chest, her gaze sharp as a blade. Yes, Commander. Unless they step over my dead body, no one can touch a single hair on the young master. Lin Jianxing nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Lin Jianxing. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he only patted his son's shoulder. Your mom and I will head back first. Remember, if you feel too tired, just take a break. Your health is the foundation of revolution. Don't push yourself too hard. Jiang Wan held Lin Jianxing's hand repeatedly, reminding him to avoid catching a cold, not to overexert, to sleep if tired, eat if hungry, drink water if thirsty, and not to hold it in if he needed to use the restroom. Lin Jianxing nodded in response. Jiang Wan turned back to the car with reluctance. The car window slowly lowered and she leaned out halfway, shouting at Lin Jianxing, remember to cover yourself with a quilt. Wear your socks while sleeping. It gets cold at night. Lin Jianxing, both amused and helpless, waved his hand. Got it, Mom. You should head back. The car started to move slowly. In the dusk, Jiang Wan's hand was still extended outside the car window, waving goodbye unsteadily. Lin Jianxing watched the car drive away, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. At that moment, Lin Jianxing's head suddenly popped out of the car window. He leaned halfway out shouting to Lin Jianxing's son. Go for it. Hundreds of city defense soldiers all turned to look. Chu Xiaoyun averted her gaze expressionlessly. The aide pretended to be organizing his notebook, his shoulders shaking slightly, not from fear, but from suppressing laughter. Lin Jianxing watched the car gradually disappear from view, shouting, Mom and Dad, you can rest assured. This top student of the city is definitely mine. Not even Jesus can stop me. Lin Jianxing retracted his head back into the car, and the window slowly rose. Inside, Lin Jianxing and Jiang Wan exchanged smiles. Both of their faces were filled with pride and satisfaction. Lin Jianxing leaned back in his seat, letting out a long breath. It seems our son's efforts haven't been in vain. Jiang Wan rested her head on his shoulder, her lips curving into a smile. Indeed. The car fell silent for a few seconds. The lights from the street lamps flickered through the car window, alternating on their faces. Lin Jianxing suddenly spoke up. Hey dear, who is Jesus? Jiang Wan paused, tilting her head in thought. I don't know, it's probably a classmate of Jianxing. Maybe a child from some prominent family. Oh. Lin Jianxing nodded. If it's someone Jianxing speaks of so seriously, they must be quite impressive. Let's invite them over for dinner sometime. All right, as you wish. On the rocky beach, a gigantic luxurious tent rose from the ground. In the center of the tent was a long table covered with a dining cloth laden with freshly cooked delicacies. Beef tenderloin from the undead rhinoceros liver of the crimson flame dragon, stir-fried undead mushrooms, abyssal cod sashimi, undead dragon bone soup. Each dish emanated steam. A young woman dressed in a black and white lace-made outfit knelt beside Lin Jianxing. She used a silver fork to pick up a piece of cut undead ancient dragon liver, while her other hand held a silver platter, carefully bringing the meat to Lin Jianxing's mouth. Lin Jianxing opened his mouth and bit into the meat. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the juiciness was far richer than that of a five-star hotel. After all, it was his own chef who was generous with the ingredients and precise, with the heat, cooking each piece to perfection. He silently evaluated in his heart, and then called out to the figure in his inner face, little zombie, this piece is cooked just right. The undead element is quite strong. Little zombie, at least you still have a bit of conscience. The concentration of undead elements is 9 points minus 1 point, because I didn't get to eat. Lin Jianxing's mouth curled slightly as he took another bite. The maid covered her mouth and chuckled deliberately, leaning against Lin Jianxing. Young master, you have expended a lot today, eat more. This dish was specially prepared for you by the chef, containing 7 rank spiritual mushrooms and abyssal honey, very nourishing. Lin Jianxing chewed on the meat, mumbling an indistinct acknowledgement. The maid extended her slender finger, gently wiping the sauce from the corner of Lin Jianxing's mouth. That just shows the young master is in good health. He can handle any nourishment. If it were anyone else, they would have probably started bleeding from the nose by now. Her finger lingered at the corner of Lin Jianxing's mouth longer than necessary, and her gaze held an indescribable meaning. Lin Jianxing calmly bit into the next piece of meat, pretending not to notice anything. After being cared for by the maids at home for so long, he was already immune to this routine. Their enthusiasm and deliberate accidental actions consisted of 70% genuine concern and 30% unspoken understanding. After all, the salary and benefits provided by the Lin family to the maids were significantly higher than any aristocratic family in Dachang City. Being able to stay by the young master's side a little longer meant that their year-end bonuses would be a bit heftier. Suddenly, the tent flap was flung open. Chu Xiaoyun strode in her black combat suit, still dusted with the dirt carried by the night wind. Her gaze quickly scanned the interior of the tent. The maid knelt beside Lin Jianxing, her hand resting on the young master's shoulder. Young master, the Special Forces team is fully assembled and waiting on the periphery. Your bed has also been set up. All idle personnel have been cleared away. You can practice leveling up with peace of mind. Lin Jianxing glanced at the half-eaten feast on the table. Wiping his mouth, he stood up. So soon? I've already eaten my fill. Let's get started. Dozens of fully armed Special Forces soldiers stood at attention on the rocky beach. The distance between each soldier was calculated precisely, their fields of vision overlapping to cover every blind spot. Their equipment was not the standard gear of the ordinary city defense forces. Each piece glimmered with blue or purple light. Lin Jianxing's gaze passed over the soldiers and landed on his custom-made large bed. The bed had been disassembled and brought over, placed right in the center of the empty space on the rocky beach. Even the small nightlight he had used for several years was set on it. Had it not been for the soldiers holding searchlights and the desolate rocky beach surrounding him, Lin Jianxing would almost think he was still at home. He walked over and plopped down onto the soft mattress, sinking into it before bouncing back. To be honest, Lin Jianxing felt a bit flattered. Three burly men stepped forward, saluting in unison, their voices booming as they echoed across the rocky beach. "Hello, young master." Chu Xiaoyan introduced from the side. "Young master, these are the three in charge tonight. Bone the Berserker, Stone the Earth Mage, and Old Black the Ranger. They are all elites of the Special Forces team, experienced in actual combat and intimately familiar with the distribution of monsters in this area. They will be leading you tonight, helping to weaken the monsters before bringing them to you." Bone stepped forward. He was half a head taller than the other two, his arms bulging with muscles. He grinned widely, showing a hearty smile. "Young master, rest assured. I can guarantee that any monster we send your way will have no more than 5% health left." He patted his chest, producing a dull thud. "You just need to lift a finger to reap the rewards." Old Black stood behind Bone, his frame smaller, gripping a longbow with keen hawk-like eyes. He smiled faintly. Though he didn't speak, his silent confidence was more convincing than Bone's loud voice. Stone nodded silently, his staff resting on the ground, a faint, earthy glow shimmering. Lin Jianxing nodded in satisfaction. "All right, thank you, brothers, for your hard work. Then let's get started." He pulled out his phone from his pocket, expertly switching to landscape mode, the game loading screen lighting up on the display. Bone, Stone, and Old Black exchanged glances, a complex emotion flickering in their eyes. While others struggled to level up, this young master was playing a game, but they said nothing more. The command from their commander was clear: whatever the young master arranged, they would follow. No unnecessary questions were allowed. The three made a gesture to the special soldiers behind them. Dozens of soldiers instantly transformed into shadows, disappearing into the night, their movements synchronized and seamless. Moments later, a roar echoed from afar. Roar! The cry of a beast reverberated across the open wilderness. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps drawing nearer and growing louder. Stone's voice came from the darkness, urgent, yet clear: "Young master, incoming monsters." 3 o'clock direction. A blood-soaked wild magic wolf was thrown high into the air, flying out from the darkness. Its hind legs were twisted at an impossible angle, clearly broken, its body riddled with wounds, accurately flying towards the right side of the bed. Lin Jianxing leaned against the headboard, his phone horizontally in front of him, his fingers sliding rapidly across the screen. He didn't look up, didn't turn his head, and didn't even flutter his eyelids. "Little zombie delivery is here." Little zombie shot out from the shadows behind Lin Jianxing, moving so fast that its trajectory was nearly indistinguishable. It rushed towards the still screaming wild magic wolf in midair, landing a punch squarely on its head. Bang! Kill, wild magic wolf LV. 6 experience points, 35. Lin Jianxing's fingers continued to slide across the screen as he mumbled a complaint to his teammates in the game. "Can someone signal from mid lane?" Stone's expression froze. Chu Xiaoyan had previously mentioned that the young master's microcontrol was excellent and didn't require much support, but he hadn't expected it to be this good. From the moment the monster was thrown until it was killed, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. And during those 2 seconds, the young master didn't even raise an eyelid. He stood there stunned for 2 seconds, swallowed hard, and disappeared into the darkness. Bone's booming voice came from another direction, filled with energy. "Young master, 12 o'clock direction." 2 of them. They came together. Be careful not to miss them. 2 severely wounded poisonous lizards were thrown over simultaneously. One to the left and one to the right at different heights. The time difference was less than half a second. This was intentional on Bone's part, wanting to see the young master's limits. He had discussed in advance with his teammates the first throw would be 1 monster, the second throw 2 monsters, and the third throw 3 monsters, gradually increasing the difficulty to see how many targets the young master could handle simultaneously. His calculations were well thought out. But the outcome was predictably disappointing. It wasn't that the young master couldn't do it, but rather that the gradual increase he imagined simply couldn't be implemented in time. Little zombie jumped into the air. Bang. The first lizard's head was smashed in. Bang. The second lizard's body was pierced by another punch. 2 disintegrated lizard corpses fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with 2 muffled thuds. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Kill poisonous lizard LV. 6 experience points, 38. Kill poisonous lizard LV. 6 experience points, 38. Bone's eyes nearly popped out. He was a berserker, not a ranged profession, but he had seen many summoners before. There were quite a few summoners in the city defense forces, and he had cooperated with them many times during missions. He had seen summoners focus intently, eyes glued to their summons, gesturing animatedly, sometimes even shouting to aid their mental control. But he had never seen someone like the young master lying on a bed playing a game without lifting his head, while the summoned creatures killed the monsters by themselves, and did so cleanly. He glanced at his own fists, then at the distant mass of green flesh, unable to resist swallowing hard. Stone also returned from the darkness, holding a half-dead porcupine in his hand, but he had already forgotten about the porcupine. He stared blankly at Lin Jianxing, who was still engrossed in the game. Chu's team said the young master's microcontrol was incredible and that he had the skill of multitasking. I originally didn't believe it. He paused. I didn't expect it to be true. Bone nodded vigorously beside him. It's simply outrageous. You didn't see those last two moves less than half a second apart, one to the left and one to the right, one high and one low. He handled two targets simultaneously, and he didn't even look. As time passed, the Special Forces team became increasingly proficient in their coordination. They operated like a finely tuned machine, with the scouting team responsible for searching for monsters, while the aggro team drew the enemy's attention and guided them to the designated area. The weakening team was tasked with reducing the monsters to critical health, ultimately leaving it to the transport team to launch the creatures toward Lin Jianxing's position. Every step was meticulously designed, and each action had undergone repeated refinement. Initially, they threw one monster at a time, ensuring that the summoned creatures had ample reaction time. They dared not throw too many at once, fearing that Lin Jianxing wouldn't be able to manage. After observing for half an hour, they confirmed that Lin Jianxing's summons could handle it completely. The frequency of drawing aggro increased from initially 1 or 2 to later groups of 3 to 5. Monsters were continuously thrown around the large bed, sometimes 3 coming from different directions at once, and at other times 5 lining up together like a skewered snack. The little zombie functioned as a killing machine. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with precision, with a 0 miss rate. Regardless of whether there was 1, 3, or 5, whether they came from the front or launched a sneak attack from behind, whether fast or slow, its fists always struck the right target at the right time. Lin Jianxing's experience bar visibly grew. 35, 38, 42, 35, 40. Experience points flowed into his account like a stream, jumping every few minutes. This efficiency surpassed that of killing 100 low-level monsters on the green pastures. After all, the Special Forces team was helping to lure LV 5 to LV 7 monsters. Each monster provided several times the experience of a low-level creature. Moreover, with dozens of special soldiers assisting in luring, the efficiency was exponentially higher than if Chu Xiaoyan did it alone. Chu Xiaoyan stood not far away, arms crossed, observing everything. Her expression remained as stern as ever, and each time the little zombie launched forward, her pupils would slightly constrict, as if confirming something. She was counting the number of consecutive kills by the little zombie, the record that had never been interrupted, each punch hitting with precision and a 0 miss rate. Lin Jianxing's talent was even more terrifying than she had imagined. As night deepened, he had played 7 or 8 ranked matches, winning streaks followed by a series of losses, and his spirit was finally starting to wane. His eyelids began to droop, and the screen of his phone became blurry. The game sounds were still ringing, and he lost another match. But he no longer had the energy to be angry. I can't do it anymore, I'm at my limit, he muttered to himself. After all night gaming yesterday, he had gone in and out of the Abyss dungeon today, and although most of the time was spent spectating, it was still mentally exhausting. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand such a grind, let alone he, a Necromancer, who had just switched jobs 2 days ago despite being seen by others as a gifted prodigy. But his body was still an ordinary one, needing sleep, needing rest. In his daze, he glanced at his experience bar. Leveling up would be imminent. Lin Jianxing casually tossed his phone to the side of the pillow, shifted his body, and burrowed into the soft silk quilt. You guys continue, I'll just rest for a bit. Just then Bone, who had just grabbed an armored rhinoceros and was rushing back, was about to shout, "Master, catch the monster." Then he turned and saw Lin Jianxing curled up in the quilt, lying on his side, breathing evenly with his phone tossed beside the pillow. He froze in place, still holding the hind leg of the armored rhinoceros. Stone also returned, holding a barely alive porcupine, stumbling and nearly tripping. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, ensuring he wasn't mistaken. Has Master fallen asleep? Bone nodded with difficulty. It seems he must be asleep. The two stood beside the large bed, each holding a critically wounded monster, exchanging glances. Stone looked at the struggling porcupine in his hand and whispered, "So, do we still throw the monster?" Bone remained silent for 3 seconds. He glanced at Lin Jianxing, who was breathing evenly in the quilt, and then at the little zombie. The little zombie squatted quietly beside Lin Jianxing's pillow, its 2 ghostly blue eyes shining in the dark, fixated on the armored rhinoceros in Bone's hand. Bone gritted his teeth. Team Chu said to practice leveling all night, but didn't say to stop if Master fell asleep. Stone hesitated, But Master is already asleep. What if something happens? What if the summoned creature doesn't move and the monster lands on Master? Bone glanced at the little zombie. The little zombie was also looking at him. Don't worry, even if by chance Master's summon doesn't respond, we can still deal the finishing blow in time. With my reaction speed from the moment the monster is thrown until it lands, I can manage to deliver 2 strikes. It definitely won't harm a hair on Master's head. Stone hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. All right, let's give it a try. Bone exerted his arms and gently tossed the armored rhinoceros towards the empty space at the edge of the bed, at least 3 meters away from Lin Jianxing. Even if the little zombie doesn't react, the monster won't land on Master. The airborne armored rhinoceros let out a desperate roar, its hooves flailing wildly in the air. The little zombie shot up from beside Lin Jianxing. A punch slammed into the armored rhinoceros' chin. The armored rhinoceros' roar was abruptly cut off, its massive body flipping several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Its eyes bulged and its limbs twitched a couple of times before going still. Killed armored rhinoceros LV. 7 experience 42. Bone and Stone were instantly petrified. They maintained the throwing posture, mouths agape. Stone looked at Lin Jianxing in disbelief. Is he really asleep? Bone tentatively called out, Master. Bone raised his voice loud enough to echo across the desolate wilderness, Master. Lin Jianxing's brows slightly furrowed, hugging the pillow. He turned over, changing from lying on his side to lying face down, burying his face in the pillow, continuing to sleep soundly. Bone and Stone exchanged glances. Bone swallowed hard, his voice a bit hoarse. He really is asleep. He turned over so naturally. This is definitely deep sleep. He paused, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Stone, have you heard? It is said that some top-tier professionals in pursuit of extreme battle instincts will deliberately train themselves to fight in their sleep. They don't need conscious awareness, relying entirely on instinctive reactions of the body and spirit to kill enemies. Stone's hand trembled, nearly dropping the porcupine. His pupils shook violently, his voice trembling. Bone, no one in our team can do this right. How many years of hard training does it take to reach such a level? What terrifying talent is needed? Master Lin is just a newbie who has switched jobs for 2 days. Bone remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, his voice deep and firm. What do you understand? Can we compare ourselves to Master Lin? Who is Master Lin? He is the son of Commander Lin. He pointed at the boy curled up in the quilt on the large bed, his tone filled with reverence. How can a tiger father have a dog son? The commander is a lightning tyrannosaurus, the top combat power of Dachang City. His son having a slightly abnormal talent, is that not to be expected? Stone was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded vigorously, his gaze shifting from shock to relief. Yes, the son of Commander Lin. So what if he awakened as a necromancer? A genius is a genius. Even if he awakened a sewer job, he could still turn it into a grand avenue through skill and talent. This is the true genius. Not relying on profession, not relying on skills, not relying on equipment, but relying on intellect, talent, and that combat instinct that ordinary people cannot achieve, even in a lifetime of cultivation. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with even greater awe. Bone took a deep breath, regaining that determination to just get it done. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. We must clear all the monsters within a 10-mile radius tonight. Stone nodded vigorously. Let's go. I want to see how many levels Master can gain tonight. The two turned, carrying the monsters, and strode confidently into the darkness. Lin Jianxing groggily turned over, instinctively reaching out beside him, empty. He had a long dream last night, where a little zombie transformed into the celestial corpse emperor of the sacred death technique. He punched the Abyss Lord's head to pieces, then turned to him and said, I have finally become a deity. You can stop lying down now and join me in conquering the realms. Opening his eyes, he did not see the face of the little zombie, but rather a delicate and beautiful countenance. A young woman in a black and white lace-made outfit knelt at the bedside, holding a cup of warm milk. Seeing Lin Jianxing awake, she leaned slightly forward and said, Young master, you're awake. You were so tired last night that you slept until now. Please drink some milk to replenish your strength. Lin Jianxing sat up and took the milk, drinking it all at once. The lingering sleepiness was mostly dispelled. He habitually opened his status panel. Name Lin Jianxing, occupation Necromancer, level LV. 10 summon zombie LV. 8 summon slots 12. Lin Jianxing blinked, then blinked again. LV. 10. He was LV. 7 before sleeping, and now he was LV. 10 upon waking. He glanced at the status of the little zombie. Little zombie, sleeping soundly, drooling. Is this the joy of lying flat? Others toil and struggle to grind monsters, while he merely turns over in bed to level up. He glanced at the small text in the upper right corner of the panel. You have been online for 24 consecutive hours. Please remember to rest. This system is quite considerate, showing concern for him, but he doesn't need it. Lin Jianxing looked around. The giant tent was empty. The dining trays on the long table had already been cleared away, and there was no one else except for the maid sitting by the bed. Where is everyone? Lin Jianxing asked. About an hour ago, Captain Bone and the others stopped drawing monsters. Because, young master, you slept too deeply afterward. The monsters thrown over had no response. Captain Chu was worried about your safety and afraid of disturbing your rest, so he had them stop for now. She paused. Some are guarding outside while others are taking turns to rest. Lin Jianxing nodded. So that's how it is. That seems that the little zombie was also exhausted and fell asleep while fighting. The little zombie had killed at least 100 monsters last night, leveling up from LV7 to LV10, so it was indeed time for a rest. He stretched and prepared to get out of bed. The tent flaps were lifted. Chu Xiaoyan entered with Bone and Stone. The three of them looked somewhat fatigued with faint bloodshot eyes, but their spirits were still quite good. The three greeted in unison, "Good morning, young master." Lin Jianxing was standing by the bed stretching and turned to smile at them. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. You didn't cause us any trouble last night, did you?" Bone smiled amiably, his grin stretching to his ears, revealing a set of white teeth. "Not at all." Young master was in deep meditation. To maintain such precise killing efficiency in a deep sleep and persist through most of the night, you are simply extraordinary. He gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with sincere admiration. Lin Jianxing chuckled lightly, not engaging in the topic. Deep meditation. He simply slept too soundly. Chu Xiaoyan asked, "Young master, shall we continue leveling up? If needed, I can have the special forces regroup." Lin Jianxing glanced at the skill panel. Little zombie, sleeping soundly, drooling. The little zombie was still dreaming, and there was even a speech bubble in the expression panel. The heart of the Titan beast. Delicious. I want more. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Normally, even without summons, a summoner could still deal some damage, but it would rely on equipment and weapons. However, with the main output taking a break, he could only level up by taking action himself. It was impossible for him to do it himself. Instead of standing in the wilderness to grind monsters, it was much more enjoyable to lie in bed and play a few ranked matches. "Forget it, Sister Chu, let's not practice for now. I just woke up, my head is still buzzing, and I can't react. Let's rest for a bit and wake up." Chu Xiaoyan nodded, all right, listening to the young master. Stone rubbed his hands, somewhat unable to contain his excitement, and asked, "Young master, now that you are LV10, or can you learn a second basic skill? I heard from the commander yesterday that you want to choose a vampire as your second summon." His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Lin Jianxing was reminded. Indeed, he could learn a new basic skill at LV10 and summon a second creature. He had forgotten about this after grinding monsters all night on the rocky beach. Right, it's crucial for survival. He pulled out the skill book, radiating a red light from his backpack, its cover featuring a menacing bat design that stood out vividly in the morning light. This summon has high defensive attributes and the ability to manipulate blood to form a blood shield, providing 360-degree protection for me. "Young master, you've chosen the right skill." Bone interjected immediately. He patted Stone on the shoulder, causing Stone to stumble slightly. Stone is the only Shrank elemental affinity mage in our special forces, and he is attuned to earth elements. When it comes to understanding defensive skills in Dachang City, if Stone is second, few would dare claim the first. Stone grinned awkwardly at the praise, but quickly waved his hands, his face reddening. "Brother Bone, stop exaggerating. I wouldn't dare to call myself Shrank in front of the young master." He glanced at Lin Jianxing, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Young master is a master of microcontrol. I find your ability to control summons more profound than my decade of training in the Earth Shield technique. I only have a bit of insight. How could I dare to instruct the young master?" He was humble in speech, but the confidence in his eyes was unmistakable. And Shrank Earth Affinity Mage could be counted on one hand in the entire Dachang City. His perception of the earth and the construction of defensive skills indeed possessed a talent beyond that of ordinary people. However, what he said was true, compared to the young master's absurd ability to kill precisely even in his sleep. Being Shrank was indeed nothing. Lin Jianxing shook the skill book in his hand with a smile. "All right, Stone, no need to be modest. Since you're an expert, I'll need your guidance once I learn it." His tone was sincere, devoid of the arrogance of a wealthy young master. Stone was flattered, waving his hands, but the smile at the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. "I wouldn't dare. Young master, please try it out. If you have any questions, I will certainly share everything I know. Helping you is my honor." Lin Jianxing focused his thoughts. Use. The skill book in his hand transformed into specks of red light, like a swarm of fireflies flying out from between his fingers, swirling and hovering before lining up to enter his brow. A warm sensation spread from his brow throughout his body, as if something was awakening in his blood, not the kind of violent, explosive feeling the little zombie had, but rather a warm, silent feeling like blood quietly flowing in veins. System notification: you have learned the basic skill, Vampire LV. 1. Skill description: summon a vampire to fight for you. Special ability: Blood Shield. The vampire can use its own blood to create a protective blood shield for you, absorbing a large amount of damage. Current summon capacity: 11. Lin Jianxing was not particularly concerned about the skill effects, or what he was interested in was whether the vampire would speak. He tentatively called out in his mind, "Little vampire, are you there? Is anyone there? Hello? Hello?" He used not only Mandarin, but also switched to English, covering as many potential communication channels as possible. The vampire icon on the skill panel lay quietly there with no response at all. No messages, no expressions, no pop-ups, not even punctuation. No way. Is it possible that only the little zombie is special? Or does this summon happen to be mute? Lin Jianxing felt a bit disappointed. He had been looking forward to his second summon, engaging in a banter with the little zombie. Just imagining a middle schooler zombie and a cold vampire together seemed promising. But now this vampire wouldn't even speak. Who would chat with him when he was bored? Although the little zombie talked a lot, 8 out of 10 sentences were "I want to be the corpse emperor" and "Die, give me death," and the remaining 2 were hungry and delicious, hardly a qualified conversation partner. He called out a few more times in his mind: "Little vampire. Vampire classmate. Esteemed vampire lord." Still no response. The red icon on the panel lay quietly like an ex who reads the message but doesn't reply. Fine. Stone noticed Lin Jianxing staring blankly after finishing the skill and couldn't help but speak up, "Young master. How does it feel? Can you sense the summon?" Lin Jianxing came to his senses and scratched his head. "I can sense it, but it is ignoring me." Stone patiently explained from experience, for earth mages the hardest part is communicating with earth elements. Defensive skills are very stable, unlike attack skills that are volatile, and unlike agility skills that are lively. Defensive skills require patience, stability, and resonance with the earth. It takes tremendous patience to master. Summoners should be similar. Defensive summons are generally calm, unlike the lively attack types. He patted Lin Jianxing's shoulder, his eyes filled with understanding and sympathy. "It's normal not to sense anything at the beginning. I remember when I first encountered earth elements, I yelled at the ground for 3 days and nights before I felt a bit of a connection. Defensive types are all like this. Aloof, slow to warm up, they need time to cultivate a relationship." Lin Jianxing nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it is. It's not mute, it's just aloof." "Oh, I see now. Thank you for the lesson, Brother Stone." His tone was sincere because he indeed learned something. It turns out being aloof and being mute are 2 different things. It's not that it doesn't speak, it just doesn't want to talk to him. That was even more heartbreaking. Stone's sense of achievement was satisfied, and he grinned, pointing to the empty space in front of Lin Jianxing. "Young master, why not summon here to give it a try? I can check the form, the condensation speed, and thickness of the blood shield, so we have an idea." Lin Jianxing nodded. "All right, let's give it a try." He stood up. Since he had nothing else to do and the little zombie was still sleeping, it was a perfect opportunity to test the new skill. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath, gathering his mental strength at the summoning point as guided by the skill book. A warm sensation surged from his brow, flowing like blood, condensing in front of him into a ball of crimson light. As the light faded, a petite figure appeared before him. Her silver hair cascaded down to her waist, glinting softly in the morning light. Her blood-red pupils were like 2 rubies embedded in her fair face, clean and pure. Her skin was almost translucent, clad in a tattered black Gothic dress, the hem uneven with several tears exposing her thin arms and legs beneath. Barefoot, her tiny toes touched the ground, resembling 2 timid little white rabbits. She stood at about 1.40 meters, looking so small that she seemed as though a gust of wind could blow her apart. She stood there, head bowed, her silver hair cascading down to hide half her face. Her hands clutched the frayed hem of her dress, too afraid to look up at anyone, too frightened to move. Even her breathing was barely audible. Lin Jianxing was stunned. A vampire? This was not a vampire. This was a little girl bullied by the world. He had imagined vampires to be those aloof, elegant nobles draped in cloaks, speaking with a refined London accent. Instead, here stood a silver-haired, reedy little creature dressed in rags and barefoot, looking as out of place as a beggar abandoned at the entrance of a grand banquet. He even thought about taking off his coat to drape over her. Bone and Chu Xiaoyun exchanged glances, their expressions subtly complicated. The Necromancer had no affinity for summoned creatures. Simply managing to summon anything was already quite a feat, let alone expecting any strength. Bone's mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Chu Xiaoyun wore a blank expression, Yet her eyes betrayed her as she glanced at the malnourished little vampire, then at the little zombie, still sound asleep nearby, a flicker of concern flashing in her gaze. One was responsible for output, the other for protection, but now the one meant to protect appeared even more fragile than the one needing protection. Who was protecting whom was still up for debate. Shirtu stepped forward, responsibly crouching down and gently tapping the faint crimson shield surrounding the little vampire. The shield flickered slightly, emitting a soft humming sound, thin as a layer of red plastic wrap, so fragile that it would break at a mere touch. He stood up, considering his words carefully. His expression shifted from professional assessment to how to tactfully express that this shield is very weak. Young master, as a first-time release managing to summon anything already surpasses 90% of newcomers. He tried to make his tone sound confident, but his eyes betrayed him. In reality, he wanted to say that as a necromancer with no elemental affinity, achieving this was already quite impressive. After all, he was the young master, so he needed to speak more delicately. Shirtu shifted the topic, starting to guide him with his earth mage theories. Come, young master, follow my rhythm. Take a deep breath. He gestured while guiding with his mental strength, drawing circles in the air with his hands, a faint earthy glow emanating from his palms. Feel that sense of heaviness, that steady, solid feeling like the earth. Do not rush, do not panic. Let your mental strength flow gently like water. The essence of the shield is not to resist, but to encompass. Lin Jianxing nodded, closing his eyes and adjusting the output frequency of his mental strength according to Shirtu guidance. The necromancer had no affinity for summoned creatures and could not communicate directly with the earth elements like Shirtu, but he possessed mental strength. The Xianyi armor provided a 70% increase in mental strength with a sufficient total amount and powerful output. What was lacking was precision, not total volume. The little vampire's icon flickered slightly. She sensed Lin Jianxing's mental strength adjusting, as if someone was persistently knocking on her door, finally catching her slight attention. She cautiously lifted her head, her ruby-like eyes peering through the gaps in her silver hair at Lin Jianxing. He kept his eyes closed, brow slightly furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, looking earnest, not like someone who would give up easily. The crimson light in the air began to coalesce. Blood materialized from the void, small like red dewdrops converging from all directions around Lin Jianxing. 1 drop, 2 drops, 10 drops, 100 drops. They spun, merged, and spread in the air, weaving into a red net, then transforming from net to membrane, and from membrane to shield. Lin Jianxing opened his eyes. Buzz. The color of the blood shield visibly deepened, shifting from transparent pink to opaque crimson. Although it still did not appear very strong, at least it resembled a real shield now. Shirtu's eyes lit up, clapping his hands in approval. Yes. Just like that. Young master, remember that feeling from just now. He circled around Lin Jianxing, examining the blood shield closely, his eyes growing brighter. With the current thickness of this shield, it is absolutely more than sufficient to withstand a basic fireball attack from a mage of the same level. He paused, his tone becoming excited. Young master, how about we give it a try? Let's use the most basic fireball spell to see the actual defensive power. Chu Xiaoyan furrowed her brows. Shirtu, the young master just learned this. Do we really have to use it already? What if something unexpected happens? Her gaze lingered on the blood shield for a moment. Shirtu patted his chest in assurance, declaring confidently, Don't worry, Captain Chu, I know what I'm doing. It's just a small fireball to test. With the thickness of this shield, it's completely enough to withstand it. I will control the strength to ensure it only hits the shield, not harming the young master in the slightest. Chu Xiaoyan glanced at him. Shirtu was a seasoned mage from the Special Operations team, and his control over power was indeed commendable. This simple fireball spell wouldn't inflict much damage. She nodded, stepping back a few paces with Bone to clear the space. Shirtu retreated 10 meters away, standing with his feet shoulder-width apart, his right hand palm up, fingers slightly curled. Whoosh! A burst of orange-red flames erupted from his palm. Shirtu had minimized the power using only about 1% of his mental strength. But at the moment the flame appeared, the vampire icon, which had been as quiet as a chicken, suddenly trembled. A message popped up on the panel. The little vampire sensed a dangerous aura. The little vampire screamed in terror. Whoa. Don't come near. Help. Help me, help me. The little vampire's status: panic-stricken, defense 50. Lin Jianxing was stunned. The little vampire was not mute, she could speak. She just typically remained silent, only speaking when frightened. Moreover, she wasn't using a refined London accent or a noble tone, but rather, oh no, don't come near me. Her voice was so loud it erupted in the panel, revealing the little vampire huddled on the ground, hands on her head, silver hair scattered everywhere, her ruby-like eyes filled with tears of fear. Not aloof, not slow to warm up, not defensive, skills are always steady. She was cowardly. This creature wasn't mute, she was simply timid. She was already terrified before the fireball even flew over. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath. When the little zombie first arrived, he ran away from home, wanting to be the corpse king, punching little kids left and right. When the little vampire first arrived, she trembled, screamed for help, her defense halved. He sighed silently in his heart, then reassured himself that at least now she could talk in the panel. The days ahead shouldn't be too boring. The fireball in Shirt palm continued to burn, the orange-red glow reflecting on the blood shield. The blood shield trembled slightly. Not because it lacked strength, but because its owner, that silver-haired, reed-eyed little figure, was crouching behind Lin Jianxing, hands on her head, trembling in fear. The fireball in the palm of the stone's hand was still burning. It was the size of a fist, orange-red, and the stone could even control its shape with mental energy, rolling it round at times and flattening it at others. Lin Jianxing's attention was completely elsewhere. The text on the panel was jumping wildly, with the number of exclamation marks visibly increasing from 3 to 5 to 10, eventually turning into a whole line of densely packed exclamation marks. That ball of fire. It's coming this way. It's moving. It's getting bigger. That ball of fire is smiling. It wants to kill us. Lin Jianxing instinctively glanced at the stone 10 meters away. The stone was grinning innocently, holding that harmless mini fireball. The expression on its face seemed to say, "Don't be nervous, Uncle will help you level up." He looked again at the fireball. It was the size of a fist. Lin Jianxing fell silent. Is this it? Is this called danger? This fireball is even weaker than a punch from a small zombie. Does the little vampire have some misunderstanding about the word danger? At least you are a summoned creature of the undead. Can't you have some dignity? Being scared by a small fireball like this, what will you do when facing a real powerhouse? Hide in the skill bar and cry. The little vampire not only did not calm down, but instead began to flicker wildly, the frequency fast as a dying electrocardiogram. But that shield is very thin. I can feel. Its thickness is insufficient, and its hardness is not enough. That kind of fireball hitting it, it will definitely shatter. It will definitely shatter. After the shield shatters, the fireball will hit the master. The master will be hurt. Will bleed. Will die. Cannot shatter. Cannot shatter. Must be thicker, harder, more comprehensive. Wrap it up tightly. Best if the direction from which the fireball comes is not even visible. If it can't be seen, then there will be no fear. Yes, just like that. System prompt detected abnormal emotional fluctuations in your summoned creature, little vampire. Extreme fear, extreme anxiety, extreme dread. Triggered hidden condition, undead clan secret art awakening. Congratulations. Due to your skill's extreme fear, it has autonomously deduced and evolved a new skill, Wall of Size Beginner Level. Wall of Size Beginner Level instantly raises an extraordinarily thick blood wall in front of you, which can not only withstand all damage from the front, but can also be used as a weapon. It grants an additional 50% reduction against fire damage. Lin Jianxing looked at the newly appeared skill description on the panel, the frequency of his mouth twitching, resonating perfectly with the flickering frequency of the little vampire icon. What is this? Extreme fear, comprehending wall of size. The little zombie comprehended skills in life and death battles with killing intent, anger, and battle spirit boiling. Every punch was honed from blood and fire. The little vampire, however, was scared into evolving directly because of a fist-sized little fireball. He took a deep breath and looked again at that small fireball. Lin Jianxing suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for it. This little fireball was treated by the little vampire as a world-ending disaster. Seeing Lin Jianxing not responding for a long time, the stone thought he was nervous and smiled innocently. Young master, are you ready? Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath and concentrate your mental energy on the shield. I am going to start attacking now. Let's first try the lightest force you can feel it. Take it slow. Okay. He paused and silently supplemented in his heart. Since the skill has autonomously comprehended a new skill, it should be considered ready, right? The stone was unaware of the tumultuous thoughts in Lin Jianxing's heart. Noticing the unusual expression on his face, he retracted his smile and became serious. Young master, you really don't need to worry. The blood shield you have now, while it may not look too thick, is already sufficient with the guidance of my mental energy just now. And I will also control my strength so you can rest easy. Based on my decades of experience as an earth mage, your shield will absolutely withstand it, and it won't even. This time it's mainly to let you feel the sensation of withstanding an attack, to find the right feel, so that you won't panic in a real battle next time. Yes, young master, just put your heart at ease. Don't look at Stone as just an earth mage, he is also skilled in fireball techniques. If he says it's enough, it is definitely enough. Stone used fireball techniques to light a cigarette from 10 meters away during the Special Forces select. The accuracy and strength were unquestionable. Chu Xiaoyan stood not far away, though she said nothing. She slightly nodded. Her arms were still crossed over her chest, but the dagger had already slid halfway out of her sleeve. It was her professional habit to always be prepared for emergencies. However, her expression was relaxed. The stone indeed had control, and in her opinion the blood shield was sufficient to block this level of attack. Lin Jianxing sighed as he looked at the three of them. All right, come on, Brother Stone. I want dodge. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the mini fireball carrying educational significance flew from the stone's palm towards Lin Jianxing. The speed was not fast, about as fast as a normal person's slow jog, lazily flying like a lost fire. The stone had indeed controlled its strength. The fireball's flight speed was slow enough for Lin Jianxing to even see its rotating trajectory. But it was precisely this slow-moving, harmless firefly-like mini fireball that scared the little vampire. The panel was instantly flooded with messages. Little vampire, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's here. Little vampire, run. Master, run. Run as far back as possible. They'll try to stop it. They'll try my best to stop it. Little vampire, but it might be too late to run. It's slow, but it's getting closer. No. My legs are weak. Lin Jianxing stood still, unmoving. Not because he was brave, but because he hadn't reacted yet. The speed at which the panel was spamming was too fast for his brain to process. The little vampire's icon flickered violently for a moment before disappearing from the skill bar. The little vampire, terrified to the extreme, instead developed a sense of tragic resolve. If I don't go to hell, who will? She struggled to spread her arms, which were as thin as two matchsticks, her legs trembling, her teeth chattering, and her eyes already filled with tears. Master, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Her voice was choked with sobs, each word trembling. Then the earth began to tremble. Boom. Without warning, the ground seemed to be pushed up from below by an invisible giant hand, with debris bouncing from the surface and dust erupting from the cracks. Bone's face changed. What the hell? An earthquake? He instinctively squatted down, spreading his arms to maintain balance, his eyes wide open. He had lived in Dachang City for 30 years, and there had never been an earthquake here. Chu Xiaoyan's pupils constricted sharply, her dagger completely sliding out of her sleeve and gripped in her hand, its blade glinting coldly in the morning light. Her gaze swept the surroundings like a hawk. This was not an earthquake, as earthquakes do not have such a strong directional force. This power was coming from in front of the young master. The stone was in complete confusion. As an earth mage, he was more sensitive to the tremors of the earth than anyone else, but his brain could not process the sensed information at this moment. The earth was telling him only one thing: run. The ground in front of Lin Jianxing exploded. Debris flew to the sides, dust soared into the sky, and a crimson light burst forth from deep within the earth. The elemental forces around seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, frantically converging in front of Lin Jianxing. Earth elements, wind elements, water elements, and even the inconspicuous grass elements from the crevices were all forcibly transformed by some unseen force. Transformed into crimson undead elements, compressed, stacked, and built up. It was not a shield, but in the blink of an eye, a massive blood-red wall stood between Lin Jianxing and that mini fireball. 5 meters high, 5 meters wide, 2 meters thick. The crimson wall resembled coagulated plasma, with dark red patterns flowing on its surface like the veins of a living creature pulsating. The edges of the wall were not smooth, straight lines, but jagged like serrated teeth, as if a chunk of flesh had been violently ripped from the earth. The wall emitted a strong aura of undead elements, so thick it was visible to the naked eye, with dark red mist rising from its surface, rolling, spreading, and condensing in the morning light. The mini fireball crashed into it. It hit the direct center of the wall of size, which was likely in the middle to lower part of the wall, as the fireball's flight path had not aimed it was coming straight at it. It was too small. The orange-eared little fireball looked insignificant compared to this 5-meter giant wall, like a bug crashing into a skyscraper. There was no explosion, no sound. The fireball extinguished at the moment of impact, leaving not even a scorch mark, and the temperature of the wall didn't even rise. Only a wisp of barely visible blue smoke slowly rose from the point of impact like a sigh. This is where the name Wall of Sighs comes from. Not because the wall sighs, but because whatever crashes into it will sigh. On the rubble-strewn ground there was a deathly silence. The wind blew over the top of the Wall of Sighs, casting a huge shadow over everyone present. The sunny clearing from moments ago was now like being blocked from the sun by a small mountain. Bone, Stone, and Chu Xiaoyan stood on this side of the wall, looking up, their minds blank. Bone was the His voice sounded hoarse and dry as if squeezed from his throat, trembling with disbelief. This shield. No, this is a wall, right? He pointed at the 5-meter-high behemoth with his right hand, his index finger trembling slightly. Young master calls this a shield. He served in the special forces for 10 years and had seen countless defensive skills released by mages. Some used ice shields, some used stone walls, some used golden light shields, but he had never seen this. Someone using a 5-meter-high barrier to block a fist-sized fireball. Chu Xiaoyan's hand holding the dagger froze in midair. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down as she was unsure if this wall would suddenly topple. Considering this scale, if it fell, it could flatten everyone present into meat pancakes. Stone's eyes nearly fell out from shock. He was an earth mage. He understood better than anyone what this wall meant. It was not a matter of whether the mental energy was sufficient, but rather that the understanding and application of undead elements had surpassed the realm of a beginner, reaching a level he could not articulate. He gazed at the blood-red giant wall, feeling completely disoriented in the wind, his clothes flapping. His brain was racing. He had heard of summoned creatures evolving skills autonomously, but it was exceedingly rare, usually requiring a very high affinity between the summoned creature and the master, along with long-term practical experience. The young master had only learned the skill yesterday, and it had evolved overnight. The sound of the wall of sighs finally woke up a certain prominent figure who had been deeply asleep. You've disturbed my rest. I was just about to bite into the heart of a titan beast in my dream. Who did this? The little zombie icon on the panel trembled violently, the intensity of its irritation astonishingly high, causing the entire skill bar to feel slightly warm. Lin Jianxing could even sense the resentment through the panel. It was like just falling asleep at 3 in the morning when suddenly there was drilling from above. The little zombie looked around angrily. Who's causing trouble? Show yourself. It's just your little brother, the little vampire. It's one of us, no worries. The little zombie suddenly realized. It eyed the new little brother suspiciously. Huh, I have a little. Since when? How come I didn't know? Who approved this? Did it go through my consent? This little zombie truly thinks of itself as the head of the HR department. The little zombie's nose twitched. Wait a moment, what's that faint hint of fire element in the air? It's very faint, but disgusting. It's as if something utterly foolish farted in my territory. The little zombie's gaze shot out from the panel and landed on the massive blood-red wall in front of it, stunned. The little zombie stared at the wall. What is this thing? Why is there suddenly a mountain in front? Someone just tested an attack with a fireball. This was created by your new little brother to block skills. The little zombie scoffed. With this little fire element, you created such a huge wall to block it. With this concentration of fire element, even a casual punch from me wouldn't be matched. The more it spoke, the more animated it became, as if it had seized upon some weakness and was relentlessly. The little zombie frowned. Let me tell you, I can't afford to lose face. As my little brother being scared of such trash, where will I put my face if this gets out? How will you mix in the outside circles in the future? True strong beings do not need such turtle shells. One should face challenges head-on, like me, punching one after another, never retreating, never dodging. The little vampire weakly retorted, well, safety first. What if the master gets hurt? I can't let the master get hurt. The little zombie rolled its eyes. Come on, coward is coward, don't make excuses. Such a level of attack, I can't even be bothered to glance at it. Only someone like you lacking ambition would make a fuss over it, completely inexperienced. The little vampire shrank back from the scolding, but halfway through it stopped. It hugged its knees behind Lin Jianxing's silver hair scattered all over its ruby-like eyes full of. The little vampire murmured softly, I never acknowledged you as my little brother. You're a zombie, I'm a vampire. Though we are both undead, we are not of the same kind. Only those of the same species can call each other elder brother and little brother. Different species should be called colleagues. When the word colleagues popped up, Lin Jianxing almost laughed out loud. The little zombie's eyes turned cold. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. I didn't hear you clearly. Just. The little vampire stiffened its neck, voice trembling. Lin Jianxing. The little zombie. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath. He could not allow these two to continue arguing. If their relationship deteriorated and they started fighting, it would be a disaster. Enough, both of you shut up. If you keep arguing, tonight's feast is cancelled. Stir-fried, undead mushrooms, abyssal cod, sashimi, all cancelled. Instantly the panel fell silent. A dead silence. The little zombie felt a sense of humiliation. It was destined to become the noble existence of the Emperor of Corpses, yet now it was being restrained by this piece of meat, a tremendous disgrace. The little zombie felt indignant. How long will this life of living under someone else's roof last? The little vampire's icon peeked out from the corner, its eyes filled with stars. The little vampire's eyes sparkled with admiration. The master is amazing. Lin Jianxing sighed in relief. A voice came from behind the wall, tentative and cautious. Young master. Are you alright? Lin Jianxing patted the dust off his clothes and walked around the wall. I'm fine, brother. Shitty, your fireball technique is well controlled. It didn't hurt me at all. The force was just right, as expected from an elite of the special forces. Your control is impeccable. He even gave Shirtu a thumbs up. Bone came back to his senses from the shock and walked to the wall, reaching out to touch the massive blood-red wall. He tapped the wall twice, producing a dull sound of thud-thud. Wow. Shoulda tell me honestly. How long did it take you to comprehend this level of defensive skill? No boasting, no modesty, just be frank. Shirtu wore a bitter smile. If this were before today, he would have proudly stated. After a month of changing jobs, reading a few skill books, failing countless times in the training ground of the Special Forces, I finally had an epiphany one night and successfully comprehended the initial form of the Earth-type defense skill. He would say this is a normal level of Scrade elemental affinity, not particularly fast nor slow, just passing with a humble tone, but pride in his eyes. But now looking at this 5-meter-high blood-red wall, his lips quivered slightly. A month plus a few defensive skill books as assistants. Bone and Chu Xiaoyan exchanged glances, not showing a hint of mockery. They both understood that comprehending an initial level skill in a month was already a very fast speed among Scrade elemental affinities. Shirtu had comprehended it in a month, which had always been his pride in the Special Forces. But now, Lin Jianxing, a necromancer with no affinity who had just transitioned for 2 days, managing to grasp the Earth Shield technique in just 5 minutes. He had directly comprehended an advanced skill using a basic skill book. This was not merely a gap in talent, it was a difference between species. The tide of monsters. Lin Jianxing looked at the serious expressions of the 3 people and curiously spoke up. This term sounded quite intimidating, but he truly did not understand its meaning. What fell into his blind spot of knowledge, and he generally did not pay much attention to such bizarre matters. Shirtu quickly began to explain, speaking much faster than usual, while gesturing with his hands. The so-called tide of monsters is a kind of special spatial anomaly that appears in the wilderness areas. The specific principles are currently unclear. The professional association has studied it for over 100 years without fully understanding it, only knowing that this anomaly appears at random locations and times. It then attracts wild monsters within hundreds of kilometers like a magnet, drawing in iron filings, madly converging towards the center of the anomaly. He drew a large circle in the air with his hand, which then gradually shrank into a small point. The closer you get to the center, the more ferocious the wild monsters become. Their desire to attack and attributes increase significantly, not just a little, but doubled. Shirtu paused, his tone growing more serious. The most critical point is that once the time is up, a wild boss will randomly spawn near the center point. The level and strength of the boss are proportional to the scale of the tide. Lin Jianxing listened, his brows knitting tighter. He understood what a wild boss was. The skeletal knight in the Abyss dungeon was a boss. However, that boss was locked in a room. He could choose whether to enter or not. Wild bosses are different, they will actively seek you out. Moreover, they do not come alone, they arrive with hundreds or thousands of enraged minions. Chu Xiaoyan's phone vibrated again. She glanced down at the caller ID, her expression tightening, and quickly answered. Commander. Yes. Understood. I will lead the team over immediately. Rest assured, Commander, we will ensure the task is completed. After hanging up, she turned to scan the crowd, speaking sternly. The commander has issued an order for us to break camp immediately and head to the Tsongling Gorge quarantine zone, taking the young master with us. Bone and Shirtu both widened their eyes in surprise. Huh, bring the young master along. Bone's voice rose a few notches. Shirtu also frowned, his tone filled with concern. Captain Chu, you know better than we do how ferocious the monsters of the tide of monsters can be. Although the young master has a blood shield for protection, this is not an ordinary leveling area, it is a chaotic battlefield. What if a monster breaks through the blockade? He paused, glancing at Lin Jianxing's languid demeanor, swallowing back the latter half of his sentence. The young master doesn't seem very capable of fighting. But the implication was clear. Although the young master possessed monstrous talent and exceptional micromanaging skills, he was merely a student who had just transitioned 2 days ago. His stamina, endurance, and reaction speed could not keep up with such high-intensity battles. Moreover, he lacked practical combat experience. The kind from the dungeon didn't count, as he had teammates bearing the brunt and summoned creatures attacking while he simply snacked in the middle watching the show. Was that even considered practical combat? Bone hesitantly spoke up. Yet Captain Chu, this seems a bit dangerous. He was a berserker unafraid of death, but he feared for the young master's safety. The commander entrusted the young master to him. If anything happened to the young master, It would be futile for him to return with the young master's head. Chu Xiaoyan shook her head. With me here, with you all here, and the entire Special Forces team here, what danger could there be? Her gaze swept over Bone and Shidu. Just like last night, everyone is to weaken the monsters first and leave the finishing blows to the young master. Last night, dozens of people helped him lure monsters, and he leveled up 10 times in one night. Now with the tide of monsters, the density of creatures is many times that of last night. With such density of monsters and such harvesting efficiency, perhaps today the young master can directly reach level 15. Bone and Shirtu exchanged glances. The density of monsters during the tide of monsters is high, respawning fast, and their levels are high. It is a leveling sanctuary that ordinary professionals could only dream of. But because it is too dangerous, no one dares to go in. Yet they are not ordinary professionals. They are the Special Forces. With them leading the charge, controlling the situation, and weakening the monsters, all the young master needs to do is finish them off from behind, just like last night. Bone slapped his forehead, a hint of regret flashing in his fierce eyes. Damn. How did I forget about this? Shirtu also reacted, his eyes lighting up. Exactly. Where else could you find such a good opportunity? High density of monsters, fast respawn, high levels, and no need to traverse the map yourself. Isn't this a specially prepared leveling sanctuary for the young master? It's simply a feast provided by the heavens. No, it's a feast provided by the commander. The three reached a consensus. Bone had already started calculating in his mind. Last night, dozens of people leveled up 3 times in one night. Today, during the tide of monsters, with the density of monsters multiplied several times, perhaps the young master could really reach level 15. A level 15 necromancer with a level 8 zombie and just summoned little vampire, would a big exam be enough? Certainly more than enough. Chu Xiaoyan looked at Lin Jianxing, her tone inquiring. Young master, what do you think? The icon of the little vampire on the panel was flashing wildly. The little vampire curled up, trembling. Master, it's too dangerous. The tide of monsters. Maybe we should just avoid it. The icon of the little zombie suddenly lit up fiercely. The little zombie, still irritated from being awakened last night, found the perfect outlet for its frustrations. The little zombie erupted in fury. Shut up. You coward. All you do is hide. When will you hide? For a lifetime. What's wrong with the tide of monsters? What's wrong with the monsters going berserk? What's wrong with the boss? I'll punch one and gain experience. The little zombie grew more excited, the icon bouncing on the panel. The little zombie pointed at the little vampire's icon, full of frustration. Don't listen to this coward. Go. We must go. I want to kill with gusto. My fists are itching for action. The little vampire weakly retorted, its voice small, but surprisingly stubborn. The little vampire weakly protested, no. It's too dangerous. Master's safety comes first. The little zombie rolled its eyes. Get lost. The strong remain strong. What kind of skill is being timid? Look at me. When have I ever been afraid? I've fought from the green pastures to the dark forest, from the dark forest to the necropolis. When have I ever frowned? And you? You can't take any pressure. A tiny fireball scares you into using your ultimate move, and you still have the nerve to talk. Lin Jianxing quickly called for a stop. Stop, stop, stop. Everyone be quiet. If they kept arguing, the little vampire would start crying. Everyone quiet down, I'll decide. The two icons in the skill bar quieted down simultaneously. The little zombie's icon stopped bouncing, and the little vampire's icon ceased flashing, both waiting for him to speak. The panel was unusually blank, not even a punctuation mark. Lin Jianxing looked at the fully armed fierce Bone and Shidu, who had just spent half the night fighting monsters. Today, they showed no signs of fatigue, only battle intent in their eyes. He then looked at the composed and strategizing Chu Xiaoyan. This sister was truly steady. She wouldn't panic even if the sky fell. He thought about the Special Forces team, not far behind, with hundreds of elite soldiers well equipped and in perfect coordination. With this lineup plus the output from the little zombie and the defense from the little vampire, he truly could not think of what there was to fear. Moreover, if he didn't level up, how would he achieve the top rank in the upcoming exam? Lin Jianxing slowly said, I'll listen to Sister Chu. Chu Xiaoyan nodded, turning to prepare to give orders. Just as she took a step, Lin Jianxing's voice came from behind. By the way, let's bring the bed along too. The air instantly fell silent. Bone and Shirtu were frozen in place, and Chu Xiaoyan's left foot hung in midair, unable to land. The three looked at Lin Jianxing simultaneously, as if confirming whether he was serious. Lin Jianxing wore an innocent expression. What? Didn't I sleep well last night? Why not sleep in a bed if we have one? I'm not a masochist. Bone and Shirtu exchanged glances, speechless. Clearly possessing a top-tier talent that many admired, yet he still needed to bring a bed to level up. Should it be said that the young master was diligent enough to be leveling up even while sleeping, or should it be said he was a good-for-nothing who only knew how to indulge. These two labels placed on the same person felt so contradictory. Yet when applied to Lin Jianxing, they somehow seemed entirely reasonable. Rest assured, young master, Chu Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Not to mention bringing a bed, we could even take a whole house with us. After all, there are plenty of vehicles, and it's spacious enough. She turned to Bone and Shida, her voice regaining its crisp authority as she ordered, Bone, go arrange the vehicles and pack everything for the young master. The bed blankets, pillows, bedside lamp. None shall be missing. Shida, go assemble the troops. We leave in 10 minutes. Yes. The two stood at attention, saluted, and swiftly departed. 2 hours later, a steel torrent rolled into the outer area of Songling Gorge. Leading were 3 military armored reconnaissance vehicles tasked with scouting ahead, followed by several military trucks loaded with fully armed special forces soldiers. In between was a conspicuous long white luxury car, and at the back were a few logistics supply trucks and a mobile kitchen. At this time, the sky over Songling Gorge displayed an eerie dark red hue, heavily oppressive, making it hard to breathe. The ground was also dark red. Stepping on it felt like treading on the skin of some enormous creature. A large number of city defense troops had set up barricades at various intersections. The yellow warning tape was exceptionally glaring against the dark red backdrop, with soldiers in city defense uniforms standing guard every few steps, their expressions serious, and no one spoke. The atmosphere was even more tense than last night while waiting for the dungeon results on the rocky beach. Last night was merely a door opening. They did not know what would come out from the other side. Today, a horde of monsters was surging towards them. They knew these monsters would emerge, just not when or from which direction. The white luxury car slowly entered the quarantine zone and steadily stopped next to the temporarily built command post. As Lin Jianxing stepped out of the car, a clear voice called from a distance, "Young Master Lin." He turned to look. Xia Qingqing stood outside the warning line, not far away, waving at him. Her long hair was slightly disheveled by the canyon wind, and her face bore a hint of surprise and delight. After jogging over, Xia Qingqing gasped and asked, "Young Master Lin, are you here to participate in this defense mission?" She looked up at the massive convoy. Lin Jianxing pondered for a moment. Rounding it up. I suppose so. He was indeed not here to participate in the defense mission. He was here to leech experience. But in this day and age, even leeching experience had to be stated in grand terms. "What are you doing here?" he countered. Xia Qingqing explained with a wry smile, her expression a bit helpless. "I was originally leveling up in this gorge. The monsters here are just the right level, and I'm familiar with the terrain." But halfway through, the walkie-talkie suddenly shouted warning of the tide of monsters. "All personnel evacuate immediately," and I got chased out. The experience I had just gained was still warm, and I was kicked out. "Oh, I see." Lin Jianxing nodded, his tone casual. "Then be careful." He paused, suddenly recalling yesterday's experiences in the dungeon, and added, "By the way, thanks for last night. Without you guys taking the brunt, I wouldn't have cleared it so easily." Xia Qingqing was taken aback by this sudden gratitude, shaking her head. "Young Master Lin, you're too polite. It was you who led us." A brief silence fell between the two. Lin Jianxing was a person who disliked trouble. Making friends was exhausting, and maintaining relationships was even more tiring. He could certainly keep Xia Qingqing by his side, letting her leech experience along with him tonight. After all, the density of monsters this time was sufficiently high, sharing some with her wouldn't affect anything. But he didn't speak up. Not because he disliked her, but because they were unfamiliar. They had just met for the first time yesterday. It didn't seem appropriate to bring someone along to leech experience today. Moreover, there were other places suitable for Xia Qingqing to level up. Changing locations would suffice. There was no need to squeeze here. Xia Qingqing, of course, understood this logic. She hadn't expected Lin Jianxing to invite her, so she felt no disappointment. This was the normal social distance. Neither too far nor too close, just right. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. The Zhao family. Zhao Lingling's father, the commander. He glanced at the city defense troops busy directing not far away, knowing that Zhao Yangwei's men were likely among them. "What do they want with you?" "To buy me coffee." "To bribe me," Xia Qingqing admitted honestly. "As long as I don't take the exam too seriously and let Zhao Lingling take the top spot, they are willing to compensate me with 3 million Dragon Kingdom coins. 3 million is enough for my parents to buy a big house in the city. They also said that if I want to join the military in the future, the Zhao family can help arrange it, allowing me to directly enter the special forces without participating in the selection." Lin Jianxing asked, "Did you agree?" Xia Qingqing shook her head, her eyes flashing with determination. "I refused. I can't stand the Zhao family's high and mighty attitude." She curled her lips, her tone tinged with disgust. "Especially Zhao Lingling, who is not that capable, but has a big temper. At school, she looks down on everyone just because she is the commander's daughter. She never bothers to look at her classmates properly, only glancing at them disdainfully. When she wins, she mocks others, and when she loses, she throws a tantrum. All the praise in Dachang City is monopolized by her. She paused her gaze towards Lin Jianxing, becoming serious. More importantly, I am very clear about who the true strong ones are. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. She chose between the Zhao family and the Lin family. Not for profit, but out of judgment. Rather than pleasing the Zhao family for a bit of money, she would prefer to stand on Lin Jianxing's side. Even if it's just to make a statement, it's better than being indecisive. Lin Jianxing looked at the girl, his assessment of her raising a notch. Xia Qingcheng was very clever. She didn't want to get involved in the struggles of the wealthy, but if she had to choose sides. After witnessing Lin Jianxing's performance of breaking shields alone and leading the team in the Abyss Dungeon, she unhesitatingly chose to stand with the Lin family. Accepting money from the Zhao family now would risk making Lin Xiao think of her as a greedy person who would betray her teammates for money, which would not be worth it. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Lin Jianxing couldn't help but laugh. Puffed. Xia Qingcheng was momentarily stunned by his laughter, unsure of what had gone wrong. Lin Xiao. Did I say something wrong? Lin Jianxing reached out and poked Xia Qingcheng's forehead lightly, not too hard, but enough to make her lean back slightly. Xia Qingcheng covered her forehead, her expression more confused. Not. Are you stupid? Why wouldn't you take free money? Do you really think you can win the top spot with all your effort? Or do you think that Zhao Lingling that's glass is a fake? The Burning Sky Demon Phoenix class growth potential #1 in the school, what do you have to compete with her? Xia Qingcheng opened her mouth, her face turning red. What is wrong with the Zhao family? Lin Jianxing shook his head. He spread his hands, looking innocent. I clearly am the main force. Why has no one tried to bribe me? I want 3 million too. Although Lin Jianxing's family didn't lack this amount, who would refuse more money? Xia Qingcheng opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found everything she wanted to say was wrong. Although her words were blunt and stung, there was no fault in them. Yesterday, during the Abyss Dungeon, her output, combined with Li Kai, Wang Yangwei, and Xin Yu, might not even match the output of a single little zombie. The Zhao family was willing to spend a large sum to bribe Xia Qingcheng purely because she was in a class genius, plus her name ranked first on the record for clearing the Abyss Dungeon last night. Zhao Yangwei naturally assumed that she led the team through, not realizing that the true main force was the Necromancer, whom his daughter mocked. Lin Jianxing waved his hand. All right, stop all this. Since they want to be the fools, just let them be. He paused, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Take the money and take the exam as you normally would. Lin Jianxing patted her shoulder, raised a finger. 1. Don't refuse free money. 2. Take your exam. Don't think about the unnecessary things. 3. Go back and tell your parents that you earned 3 million. They will definitely be happy. It's a win-win. Xia Qingcheng stood there in a daze. She had refused the Zhao family's 3 million, feeling she made a proud and righteous decision. Yet Lin Jianxing's one sentence pierced through her pride, questioning her sanity for not taking free money. She didn't know whether to feel happy or sad now. Happy that she didn't choose the wrong side, sad that her stance was meaningless. Lin Jianxing didn't need her to choose sides, because he alone was enough. She took a deep breath, nodded with emphasis. I understand, Lin Xiao. Then she took out her phone and turned to leave. As she walked, she dialed the Zhao family's aide, a slight smile on her face and her steps light. Lin Jianxing watched Xia Qingcheng's departing figure, nodding in satisfaction. This was right. No matter who you cross, don't cross money. 3 million is enough for her family to buy a big house in the city. If she gets the top spot and makes the Zhao family spend some extra money, it could be seen as a contribution to society. An aide approached quickly. He first saluted Lin Jianxing with a standard military gesture, and then turned to Chu Xiaoyan, lowering his voice. Captain Chu, Commander Zhao's troops have also arrived. Their Captain Wang said he needs to see you, and he's waiting over there. Chu Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Captain Wang. Wang Meng. The aide nodded yes. He said he was sent by Commander Zhao to find you, but he didn't specify what it's about, just said to ask you to go over. He paused, adding, Commander Zhao's convoy is parked in the eastern side of the blockade, about 500 meters from here. Chu Xiaoyan remained silent. Her gaze turned towards the eastern side of the blockade, her lips pressed together. Beneath the dark red sky, one could vaguely see the car lights and silhouettes over there. Lin Jianxing noticed the change in Chu Xiaoyan's expression. Since last night, this sister's expressions had changed no more than 3 times. That just now was the 4th. Someone who can make the cold-faced female killer frown should not be an easy opponent. Sister Chu, is there trouble? Lin Jianxing asked. Chu Xiaoyan withdrew her gaze. It's a small matter. She looked at Lin Jianxing. Young master, you rest first. They'll be back soon. Wang Meng. Who is that? Lin Jianxing glanced at Chu Xiaoyan and casually asked. the captain of the 1st Brigade under Commander Zhao and his most trusted confidant. Chu Xiaoyun is the most trusted confidant of her father, and Wang Ming holds the same position for Zhao Yangwei. Their ranks, levels, and experiences are quite similar. He scrutinized Wang Ming, who was getting closer. Slender and tall, he resembled a dried bamboo stick, looking as if a gust of wind could snap him. With sunken eye sockets and pupils hidden in shadows, he exuded an ominous aura. However, his posture was standard. He walked with his back straight and steps firm, a testament to his background as a special forces captain. Yet Lin Jianxing couldn't shake off the discomfort emanating from this man. This guy looks a bit anxious. Lin Jianxing silently evaluated him. In the panel, the little vampire's icon peeked out, glanced around, and then retreated. The little vampire whispered, "Master, this person looks like the owner of the coffin shop I lived in as a child. His features are unkind. Should we keep our distance?" "You lived in a coffin shop as a child." Lin Jianxing's focus shifted. "Little vampire. Yes, I'm a vampire, so a coffin is standard. However, my coffin was of poor quality. The lid wouldn't close properly, letting in drafts in winter, making it hard for me to sleep. I wished for a better coffin back then." Lin Jianxing decided to drop the topic, but the little vampire's words left him puzzled. "Childhood." Wang Ming approached wearing a forced smile. "Chu team, long time no see." His voice was loud and robust, which felt mismatched with his slender frame. "The last time we met was about half a year ago, right? Chu team, you still have your charm. Your skin is still so fair. You take great care of yourself. Unlike us who have been weathered by the wind and sun, our skin is as rough as tree bark." Chu Xiaoyan didn't even lift her eyelids. "Let's get to the point. You know the monster tide is about to erupt here, and I don't have time to chat with you." Wang Ming was not offended and chuckled. "Chu team still so fiery, just like when you ran for captain." His gaze drifted beyond Chu Xiaoyan's shoulder to the camp being hastily set up behind her. Dozens of special soldiers and maids were busy. Some were hammering tents, others were moving supplies, and some were laying carpets. In the center of the camp, a familiar custom-made big bed had been set up with bedding arranged and pillows positioned just right. Even the bedside table had been brought over. 2 maids were squatting by the bed arranging fruit platters and snacks. On the left side of the camp, a mobile kitchen was set up with the chef adjusting the grill on site. On the right side of the camp, several soldiers were setting up searchlights. Bones stood by the bed, hands on hips, directing the soldiers to adjust the tent's position. To the left, further left. "How could your mother give birth to someone so slow? You moved it the wrong way." Wang Ming's eyes twitched violently. He had seen people leveling up with a team. He had also seen rich second-generation individuals trying to experience life. But bringing a bed to the front line of a monster tide along with maids, chefs, a barbecue grill, and bedside lamps. This setup was unheard of. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Chu Xiaoyan. This must be the son of Commander Lin, right? Truly. He carefully chose his words. That's quite a display. After all, he is a young master from a wealthy family. Even facing a life-and-death situation like the monster tide, he can still live as if on vacation. Wang Ming's heart was filled with disdain. Lin Jianxing had only awakened a few days ago, but had already reached this level. What good was a level that was forced? He had seen too many young masters pushed up by family resources. His level was terrifyingly high and his attributes were outrageous, but when it came to the battlefield, he couldn't even execute skills properly. His positioning was poor, and he couldn't keep up with the basic rhythm of combat. Having a high level and good attributes without matching skills and practical experience was just a facade. Moreover, this young master from the Lin family was a necromancer. Such a person, even if they reached level 20, would still be useless. They might not even be able to defeat a level 15 warrior. Wang Ming's last trace of apprehension evaporated completely. Before coming here, he had specifically inquired about this young master from the Lin family. He had cleared the Abyss dungeon, breaking an 18-year record, and did so without any injuries to the team. When he heard this, he had felt a moment of tension, thinking that Lin Jiaoxi's son was some kind of monster. Now seeing him, it was nothing special breaking a record. It was mostly due to a good team. No injuries at all. It was likely just luck. As for the young master from the Lin family, a second-generation heir lying on a bed waiting for maids to feed him fruit, what ability could he possibly have? Chu Xiaoyan coldly spoke. "Wang Ming, if your mouth is not needed, I can help stitch it shut." Her short knife glimmered under the light, its tip pointed at Wang Ming. Wang Ming raised both hands, still wearing that unsettling smile. No, Chu team, I was just... Chu team still the same as back then, can't take a joke." He lowered his hands, his expression becoming a bit more serious, his tone more earnest. "I'm here for serious matters. Both our families have their own leaders. Let's put aside personal grudges for now and focus on the important issues." Chu Xiaoyan coldly replied, "Speak quickly." Wang Ming pointed towards the depths of the canyon, speaking neither too fast nor too slow. According to past practices, in the face of a large-scale disaster like the monster tide, we usually work together to eliminate it. One side is responsible for the eastern line and the other for the western line, or one side covers the first half of the night, while the other covers the latter half, rotating to maximize efficiency and minimize casualties. He paused. However, this time the situation is special. Your young master wants to level up, and our Miss Zhao also wants to level up. With too many monks and not enough porridge, fighting together will inevitably lead to conflicts over monster kills. He glanced at the barbecue grill being set up by Lin Jianxing, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. It just looks bad for both sides. Chu Xiaoyan asked, so what? Wang Ming's expression turned serious. He took out a map from his pocket, unfolded it on a nearby box, and pointed to a red line in the center. The western side belongs to the Zhao family, and the eastern side belongs to the Lin family. Each relies on their own abilities and does not interfere with each other. No one bothers the other's business. As for the outdoor boss, that will definitely respawn. Whoever finds it first and touches it first gets it. The other side must not interfere. This is an unwritten rule in the profession, the first hit principle. No one can find fault with it. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Chu Xiaoyan looked at the map, not responding immediately. This proposal seemed fair, each relying on their abilities without interference. But Wang Ming was no benevolent character. He wouldn't propose something that didn't benefit him. His willingness to suggest this meant he had absolute confidence in Zhao Lingling's strength. He believed Zhao Lingling could find more monsters and level up faster than Lin Jianxing, and he also believed she would find the boss before him and land the first hit. Dividing the area was the most reasonable solution at this point. Without division, the two teams would crowd together, stealing each other's monsters, inevitably escalating into two armies facing off. At that time, hurting feelings would be a minor issue. If the monster tide was delayed and monsters broke through the blockade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the principle of first hit is indeed an unwritten rule in the professional circle. Whoever touches the boss first gets it, and the other side cannot snatch it, otherwise it breaks the rules. Chu Xiaoyan turned to Lin Jianxing, seeking his opinion. Young master, what do you think of Wang Ming's proposal? Lin Jianxing was just receiving a glass of juice from a maid, took a sip, and without much thought replied. The proposal was quite fair. Each side would deal with their own, and no one would interfere with each other. The boss would depend on abilities. Whoever seized it first would claim it. No issues there. Sure, sounds reasonable, he nodded. Chu Xiaoyan turned to Wang Ming and said, our young master agrees. The western side belongs to you and the eastern side belongs to us. The boss will depend on abilities. Then you can leave now. Wang Ming was unconcerned about Chu Xiaoyan's attitude and clapped his hands. Quick. That's settled. His gaze swept one last time towards Lin Jianxing, who was taking over the juice from the maid. Wang Ming shook his head. A young master who is fed like this would still be useless even if he reached level 100. He turned and strode away with two aides. Then I won't disturb young master Lin's enjoyment. The voice floated from afar. At the temporary station of the Dachang City Defense Army Zhao family's defense camp. The atmosphere was solemn. Hundreds of soldiers were on high alert in the camp, each dressed neatly. Buzz, the phone in her pocket vibrated. Zhao Lingling opened her eyes and answered casually. Speak. A respectful voice came from the other end, tinged with a hint of pride. Miss, it's all settled. Xia Qingcheng has accepted the 3 million and promised not to compete with you for the top spot in the upcoming exam. A smirk crept onto Zhao Lingling's lips. Got it. She hung up the phone and tossed it back into her pocket. Her teammates gathered around, chattering. She acted so high and mighty before, like I don't eat human smoke and fire. What about saying I'm not in it for the money and I have my own principles? But now, 3 million dropped, and she still obediently accepted the money. This Xia schoolflower really can put on an act. Another shield warrior chimed in. Exactly. Last time I ran into her at school, she ignored me when I greeted her. What's she pretending for, thinking she's someone special? Zhao Lingling snorted coldly, stopping her teammates' chatter. Enough. My dad is just being overly cautious. Even if Xia Qingcheng leads the team to clear the Abyss dungeon, so what? She spoke with confidence. In the end, it's just an 11 water mage. The gap between a level and S-level cannot be bridged by clearing a single dungeon. Zhao Lingling did not view Xia Qingcheng as a threat. An 11 water mage is considered a genius in the eyes of ordinary people, but to her, it was just decent. The actual difficulty of the Abyss dungeon must be low, otherwise how could an 11 water mage lead a team to clear it? Relying on theoretical scores and practical simulation results, being first in the school before the job change. Ridiculous. The gap in profession cannot be compensated by such scores. Her teammates quickly agreed, nodding vigorously. In my opinion, the dungeon must have been too easy. In terms of output, how can it compare to Miss Zhao? Miss Zhao's fiery demon phoenix, whether in attack or defense, is top-notch. This talent is unmatched in Dachang City. Giving her 3 million is like feeding a dog. Zhao Lingling's lips curled slightly, although she didn't say much, her expression spoke volumes. Miss, Wang Ming approached, slightly bowing to Zhao Lingling, his attitude respectful, distinct from the condescending demeanor he had towards Chu Xiaoyan. I've already negotiated with the Lin family. Wang Ming straightened up. The western side belongs to us, and the eastern side belongs to them. The boss follows the first hit principle. Whoever touches it first gets it. They agreed without objections. Although Chu Xiaoyan was sharp-tongued, she was very clear. A word is a nail, and once agreed upon, she wouldn't go back on it. Zhao Lingling nodded, not asking further questions. The proposal was one she had instructed Wang Ming to negotiate, and the outcome was as expected. Lin Jianxing, although annoying, had capable people who knew which proposals benefited both sides. She recalled something and casually asked, "By the way, what's going on with Lin Jianxing? What is he doing now?" Wang Ming's expression became a bit strange, hesitating, as if contemplating his words. The young master from the Lin family. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat peculiar. He should be lying on the bed playing with his maid right now. What? He brought the bed over. Zhao Lingling was taken aback. Wang Ming shrugged, looking helpless. Not just the bed. Maids, chefs, and even a barbecue grill have been set up, and the charcoal fire is lit. The bed is right in the middle of the camp with silk quilts and latex pillows, and there's a platter of snacks on the bedside table. From the looks of it, it seems like he's come for a vacation, not for leveling up. He looked at Zhao Lingling, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. Compared to your professional demeanor, Miss Zhao, the difference is too great. The surrounding teammates burst into laughter, chattering away. Is this young master from the Lin family out of his mind? Why not just move his entire house here? Should he bring his toilet too? Maybe he really is here for a vacation. The monster tide is just a side gig. Does he really think that being at a higher level lets him do whatever he wants? With no skills and no practical experience, he's nothing. On the battlefield, the first to die will be someone like this. Laughter echoed back and forth, and the corners of Zhao Lingling's mouth curved slightly. She waved her hand, signaling her teammates to be quiet. The disdain on her face remained, but there was a hint of something indescribable, perhaps a sense of regret. That can't be said like this, she said indifferently. Although he is a necromancer with the suppression of levels and the financial backing of his father, it's not impossible for him to make it into the top 10 of the city. After all, the exam tests not only skills, but also levels and equipment. The Lin family is not lacking in either, so the top 10 is still secure. But there is a chasm between the top 10 and the champion. This chasm cannot be bridged merely by levels and equipment. Her words carried a condescending tolerance, as if to say he was not without merit, he just wasn't as good as her. Once upon a time, before her class transition, she regarded Lin Jianxing as her greatest rival. Their families were on equal footing, and their fathers were both powerful city defense commanders, so they had been compared since childhood. At that time, Lin Jianxing, though seeming lazy, was always neck and neck with her in both theoretical classes and practical simulations. But now, Lin Jianxing was completely finished, and she was destined to enter the Supreme Academy and rise to prominence. From the moment of her class transition, they were no longer from the same world. Since they were not on the same path, why should she still consider him a rival? That was simply an insult to her strength talent. Zhao Lingling stood up, stretched her wrists, and her bones crackled. We've rested enough. Once the monster tide stabilizes, we will enter the arena. Tonight's goal is level 15. Her gaze turned towards the depths of the canyon, where the roars of beasts grew ever closer beneath the dark red sky. Her teammates also stood up, gripping their weapons, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Wang Ming stood beside her, watching Zhao Lingling's heroic silhouette, and nodded slightly in approval. This is what a strong person should look like. Not lying in bed waiting for a maid to feed them fruits, not bringing chefs to the battlefield for a vacation, but sitting quietly preparing for battle, always ready to charge into the fray. As for that young master of the Lin family, he glanced at the brightly lit camp to the east, and a hint of disdain appeared on his lips. A good for nothing lying in bed leveling up, how could he compete with Miss Zhao for the top spot? In the center of the Lin family's temporary camp, Lin Jianxing was comfortably half-leaning on a soft bed. With 2 soft latex pillows behind him, he sank into the blankets. If it weren't for the distant sounds of beast roars, passers-by would likely think this was a high-end resort's luxurious camp. A young woman in a black and white lace-made outfit knelt beside the bed, her back straight and her posture elegant. Her slender fingers held a crystal-clear purple grape. With her other hand, she carefully brought a silver plate to Lin Jianxing's lips. Young master, this is the purple grape that was just air freight from South America. It arrived this morning. The farmers picked it when it was 95% ripe, and after picking it was kept in cold chain throughout with each grape hand packaged. The shipping cost is several times more expensive than the fruit itself. I've already peeled it for you and the seeds have been removed. Lin Jianxing opened his mouth to take the grape. As his teeth gently broke the skin, the cold juice burst on his tongue, sweet, with a hint of floral fragrance unique to purple grapes. The flesh was soft and tender, almost melting. He unconsciously nodded and squinted his eyes. He elongated the sound. Not bad, sweet, and deserving of a reward. His voice carried an old-fashioned, deliberately affected tone reminiscent of a disguised emperor in a drama complimenting the commoners, offering delicacies. He casually fished out a few hundred-yuan bills from under his pillow, not counting, but estimating about 4 or 5, and handed them to the maid. The motion was fluid and natural as breathing, not questioning the amount, the recipient, or the reason, because since childhood, every time he praised something as delicious or beautiful, his mother would chime in with deserving of a reward. After 18 years of this, the action had been ingrained in his bones. Compared to other transmigrators who started with both parents deceased, Lin Jianxing was already winning at the starting line. The maid's eyes flashed with surprise, but she did not immediately take it. Instead, she slightly bent forward and performed a standard gesture of gratitude. Then she took the bills with both hands, carefully tucking them into the pocket of her apron. Thank you for the reward. Her voice became sweeter as she unconsciously leaned closer to Lin Jianxing. Young master, you are so kind. I will peel grapes for you every day from now on. The soft sensation from her arm made Lin Jianxing unable to suppress a sigh in his heart. Decadence, such extreme decadence. The wealthy truly are a different breed. The little zombie watched all of this from the panel, its icon flickering slightly, as if in deep thought. The little zombie fell into deep contemplation. Why must I fight desperately in the wilderness, while this little girl gets to peel grapes, receive rewards? It's not fair. Lin Jianxing silently added in his heart, because you can't peel grapes. It looked down at its own grayish-green stone-like stiff hands, then glanced at the maid's fingers, delicate and fair. The little zombie remained silent for a longer time. Little zombie, I've made up my mind. After evolution, the first thing I will do is learn to peel grapes. The little vampire shook violently in the panel. Her icon shrank into a corner, flickering incessantly. She had not stopped her muttering of, it feels too dangerous, since just now. From the sky above the canyon, not looking right, to a strange smell in the wind, to the beast's cries being closer than before, to the recent sounds of a quarrel being terrifying. It had now developed into, I think it might rain tonight. Her fear had long surpassed the realm of specific matters and entered the metaphysical domain of, I feel something is off. Little vampire master, I still feel it's too dangerous. Look at that sky over there, dark red. Doesn't it resemble the color of the apocalypse? Look at that mountain over there, black. Doesn't it seem like it hides monsters? Listen to that wind sound over there, wailing. Doesn't it sound like wronged souls crying? Considering all these factors, how about we just go home? The little zombie finally couldn't hold back. Go back to your egg. Here we have a continuous stream of monsters lining up to die. This is heaven. Why go home? I'd rather build a matchbox to stay here forever. I will never leave. The little vampire feeling wronged, but there really are a lot of monsters. What if the defense line is breached? What if a few fish slip through the net and come before the master? What if I can't hold them off? What if? The little zombie rolled its eyes with me. Here there are no what ifs. You just need to cheer us on. Leave the monsters. Lin Jianxing was also a bit headache from the little vampire's incessant nagging, so he reassured in his mind. All right, little blood, you can rest assured. All my people are here. Bonestone's sister Chu and the entire Special Forces team of several hundred are guarding outside. A mere monster tide is nothing to worry about. He paused and added, even if a few fish slip through and come before me, isn't there still your elder brother? He can take down one with a punch, and however many come will perish. You just need to shout, Big Brother is awesome, from the back. The little vampire finally quieted down a bit. It wasn't because she was convinced, but the master said so. What else can I say? Little vampire status update silent, but uneasy. Defense 10. Chu Xiaoyan strode over, followed by Stone and Bone. When they reached the front of the large bed, the three of them showed no displeasure upon witnessing the scene before. In their perception, Lin Jianxing's talent was unparalleled, a necromancer without affinity for summoned creatures. He grasped advanced skills just 2 days after transitioning and could maintain precise kill efficiency even in his dreams. In this world, strength is everything. True powerhouses exude confidence and composure granted by their talent and might. The young master's leisurely and indulgent posture at this moment was not seen by them as the laziness of a wastrel. Rather, it was a confidence stemming from absolute talent. like a mountain collapsing before him without a change in expression or a deer springing up on his left without a blink. That confidence was not put on, it was ingrained in his bones. Chu Xiaoyun slightly bowed, opening the electronic map in his hand. Young Master, the reconnaissance team has just sent back the latest intelligence. Monsters within a radius of several hundred kilometers are gathering here with a wide range of levels from LV 10 to LV 30. The first to arrive are the low-level monsters from the nearby areas, with levels between LV 10 and LV 15, mainly consisting of wild wolves, sharp-toothed rabbits, and armored wild boars. They are the most numerous but the weakest individually. Her finger stopped at the center of the map, marked by a blood-red symbol. The last to arrive is the Storm Eagle, a high-level flying magical beast that migrated from the north. It moves at great speed and possesses lightning element ranged attacks, making it relatively troublesome. She looked at Lin Jianxing. By the time the Storm Eagle appears, the boss should also respawn. Lin Jianxing gazed at the dense cluster of red dots on the map, mulling over it. The level range is from LV 10 to LV 30A, with low-level cannon fodder in the early stages and high-level elites later, culminating in the boss. Shirtu stepped forward to continue the conversation. Young Master, there is something you might need to pay attention to. When killing monsters that are more than 10 levels above your own, the experience points will begin to decrease. If the difference exceeds 20 levels, the reduction will be over 70%. When higher-level monsters arrive, the experience points gained from killing them. He paused, cautiously observing Lin Jianxing's expression. Will be minimal. The cost-effectiveness is extremely low. He intended to say almost none, but changed it to minimal at the last moment. Everyone knew. Against monsters of that level, the gap in levels makes it difficult for the young master to deal effective damage. Even if he reduces the monster's health to a sliver, with Lin Jianxing's current level and skill level, he may not even break its defenses. But he didn't voice it out, not out of fear, but because he felt it unnecessary. The young master is smart enough to figure it out. Chu Xiaoyun took over the conversation, magnifying the map again. So our plan is as follows. Early on, we will injure the lower-level monsters and send them over to help the young master level up quickly. The goal in this phase is to harvest as much as possible and push the levels up. She drew a large circle around all the outer red dots on the map. When the high-level flying monsters appear later, the level difference will be too great, and forcing them to the young master will have no meaning. At that point, our primary task will be to directly eliminate them to ensure the young master's absolute. Once those high-level monsters appear, they will be cleared out immediately to prevent them from getting close to the young. Lin Jianxing nodded thoughtfully in full agreement. The level difference with the final flying magical beasts is too great. Forcing encounters is indeed very dangerous. The level gap is significant. Even if there's just a sliver of health left, I may not be able to break through their defenses to reap the rewards. Even if I can break through, the meager experience points after reduction won't be worth it. It's not worth the risk for those few rewards. All right, I'll follow your lead. Safety first. He had no objections. This made Chu Xiaoyun, Shidu, and Guda relax slightly. Though the young master is exceptionally gifted, he is not reckless, knowing when to advance and when to Chu Xiaoyun jabbed fiercely at the blood-red mark in the center of the map, her tone becoming more serious. The most critical point is this wild boss that will definitely respawn. According to data calculated by headquarters, the boss level ranges between 25 and 40. The specific level depends on the scale and duration of the monster tide. The greater the scale and the longer the duration, the higher the boss's level. Even with experience point reduction, a single person taking down the entire boss's experience points would still be a significant number. She looked up at Lin Jianxing, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. As long as we can find it before the Zhao family and have the young master land the final blow, his level could likely reach 16 or even 17. Lin Jianxing's eyes brightened. He knew the average level for the major examination. Most participants from previous years were around level 10. A small number of outstanding individuals could reach levels 13 to 15. If he could reach level 16 before the exam, he would essentially stand out among the crowd. The suppression of levels is most apparent during the lower levels. Being 1 level lower means a significant difference. Being 2 levels lower means a complete tier difference, and being 3 levels lower or more. That would be akin to a father fighting against his son. The only question is, how do we find the boss? He asked. So how do we find this boss? We can't just run chaotically through the canyon, right? What if we go the wrong way, and by the time we arrive, the Zhao family has already finished it? Chu Xiaoyun explained, drawing a circle on the map with her finger. Under normal circumstances, we can only rely on luck or conduct a thorough search. There are no other methods. The boss respawn points are random with no discernible pattern. However, She paused, shifting the topic. If the boss's attributes are compatible with a certain elemental affinity mage, that mage can sense its location. For example, she looked at Shitu, who nodded in agreement. If the respawn boss is of the earth element, Shitu, as an earth affinity mage, can sense its location within 500 meters. Similarly, if the respawn boss is of the fire element, Zhao Lingling's burning heaven demon phoenix can sense it too. Whoever is lucky enough to encounter a boss that matches their attributes will reap great benefits. Lin Jianxing suddenly understood. So it's a matter of elemental sensing. Zhao Lingling has fire affinity and Shitu has earth affinity. They can gamble on a certain attribute. But what about him as a necromancer with the lowest elemental affinity and no elemental connections? Wouldn't he just be blind? He instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. The little zombie's icon was bouncing, excitedly eager to take action. The little vampire trembled beside him. Little vampire 300. 300 is just the first wave. There are more to come. What if I can't hold them back? Will Master think I'm useless and then discard me? The little zombie snorted disdainfully. Little zombie scoffed. What do you know? Slaughter is the ladder of evolution. It is the necessary path to the peak. If you don't even understand this principle, how can you dare to be a summoned creature of the undead? What a shame. Just leave the group. Lin Jianxing looked at the two bickering comments on the panel, a slight smile curving his lips. Suddenly he thought of an idea. Little zombie, since you're so happy, why not call out Daddy again for me to hear? The comments on the panel instantly disappeared. Silence. The little zombie's icon froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. The little vampire's icon also froze. The little zombie struggled internally. This is too much. Didn't I call you that last night? I also have my dignity. How can I call you Daddy every day? Calling you that once devalues it. If I call too much, it becomes worthless. Lin Jianxing thought for a moment, his tone becoming even more casual. Oh, you have dignity. All right then. How about we have duck blood vermicelli tonight? I haven't had it in ages. The little vampire's icon instantly lit up. Little vampire, yay. I love duck blood. Master is the best. The little zombie's icon flashed wildly on the panel. It didn't like duck blood vermicelli at all, though it had no element of the undead, but the little vampire liked it. 2 seconds. A quiet 2 seconds filled with internal struggle. Little zombie. Daddy. Lin Jianxing nodded in satisfaction. Good boy. On the panel, the little zombie's icon turned grayish-white. Lin Jianxing could almost hear it huddled in the corner of the panel, hands on its head. The little vampire's icon cautiously leaned over and patted the little zombie's shoulder. Perhaps wanting to comfort it, but not knowing what to say, it finally said one sentence. Little vampire, big brother, don't be sad. Just think about it. If you call Daddy, I have to call Daddy too. We're in this together. No, we're sharing the hardships together. You're not losing anything. On the western side of Sunset Canyon, Zhao Family Defense Zone. Several level 8 wasteland magic wolves roared as they charged toward Zhao Lingling from 3 different directions. The monsters coordinated exceptionally well, one left, one right, and one straight ahead, sealing off all her escape routes. Zhao Lingling's expression was stern. She stepped aside, her body retreating in an extremely smooth posture, just avoiding the pounce of the wolf in front. Her body didn't sway at all during the retreat, her breathing steady and her gaze focused. The combat proficiency of N's glass genius was fully displayed at this moment. Boom! Behind her, a huge crimson phoenix illusion soared into the air, casting a more enchanting hue over the dark red sky. The phoenix's illusion circled behind her before transforming into a shower of sparks that dispersed in the sky. However, those sparks did not extinguish, instead they gathered around her body. They transformed into 5 fist-sized fireballs floating around her and slowly rotating. Zhao Lingling flicked her fingers lightly. The 5 fireballs shot out simultaneously, trailing 5 orange-eyed tails in the air. They did not fly in a straight line, but traced bizarre arcs in the air, one left, one right, one up, one down, perfectly sealing off all possible escape routes for the 3 wasteland magic wolves. The 3 wolves were almost hit simultaneously, the flames exploding, their cries turning into charred remains before they could even sound out. Kill a wasteland magic wolf, LV. 8 experience 45. Kill a wasteland magic wolf, LV. 8 experience 45. Kill a wasteland magic wolf, LV. 8 experience 45. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. 5 fireballs, 3 wolves, not a single one escaped. The young lady is amazing. The ranger teammate behind her was the first to shout out. 5 fireballs, none missed. Is this the power of N's glass? So strong. The young lattice control of fireballs has improved significantly since last time. Last time she could only control 4 at once, and today it's 5. At this rate of improvement, who can keep up? Moreover, the young lady's retreat, just now the dodge and charge were seamless. Even I couldn't see the connection. Such body movement cannot be achieved without a few years of hard training. Zhao Lingling panted slightly, taking out a bottle of blue mana potion from her waist and downing it. Even with class affinity, frequently using advanced skills consumes a tremendous amount of mental and mana energy. However, her lips curved slightly. She was thoroughly enjoying this feeling. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, mana surged within her, proving her strength and the widening gap between her and mortals. A reconnaissance officer hurried over, standing at attention in front of Zhao Lingling. Young lady. Zhao Lingling wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. How's it going on Lin Jianxing's side? Her gaze did not look at the officer, but rather deep into the canyon, where new monsters had already appeared on the horizon. The officer's expression was somewhat strange, his lips moving as if hesitating whether to speak the truth. Zhao Lingling glanced at him, her tone cooling slightly. Speak. The officer gritted his teeth and reported truthfully. Young Master Lin Jianxing is lying in bed, seemingly playing a game with a maid feeding him fruit. I couldn't see more clearly as a blood-colored wall suddenly appeared behind, blocking the entire situation inside. Our people could only see continuously injured monsters being thrown into the wall, but what was happening inside was unknown. Zhao Lingling's brows furrowed slightly. A blood-colored wall. She thought for a moment. The one beside Lin Jianxing, called Shitu, was said to be most skilled at defensive techniques. It must be his handiwork to surround Lin Jianxing with walls to prevent him from being harmed by monsters. But isn't this security measure a bit excessive? Do they think they are elementary school students on a spring outing? Surrounding him with walls. Zhao Lingling let out a scoff. She shook her head. What a waste. I can't believe I once regarded him as a rival and even trained hard to surpass him. After practicing for so many years, countless days and nights, and exhausting myself over and over again, what was the result? To consider someone like him as an opponent is nothing but an insult to me. Zhao Lingling no longer focused on the events in the east, her fighting spirit intensified. Too slow. This number of monsters is hardly enough for me to kill. What about the next wave? Gather them all here. On the eastern side of Sunset Valley at the Lin family camp, 3 towering earthen walls formed a shape around the camp, opening towards the depths of the valley. The walls connected at both ends, surrounding Lin Jianxing's large bed in the middle. Inside the fortress, Lin Jianxing was lying on his side, holding a glass of chilled watermelon juice. Young master, monsters are coming. Chu Xiaoyan, standing on the earthen wall, spoke up. Lin Jianxing replied with an mm. A wild magic wolf with a broken leg was forcefully thrown in from outside the wall. The little zombie sprang up from beside Lin Jianxing's pillow, flying into the air, adjusting its posture mid-flight, retracting its right fist, and gathering strength. Bang! Kill the wild magic wolf, LV. 8 experience points, 45. Little zombie protests. I said, I want to kill 10. What's the point of just killing one at a time? It's like using a sledgehammer to swat a fly. Ooh, isn't that an insult? Lin Jianxing sighed helplessly and shouted towards the wall, Sister Chu, throw in a few more, bring in a dozen or so at once. Chu Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. She had never witnessed Lin Jianxing's multiple kills operation. Last night the monster density was insufficient, and they were basically sent over 1 or 2 at a time. Although the young master's summon had a high killing efficiency, it had never dealt with more than 3 targets at once. If a dozen monsters were thrown in at once, and the young master's summon couldn't handle it, and 1 or 2 slipped through to the bedside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that Chu Xiaoyan remained silent, Lin Jianxing waved his hand casually. It's fine, just throw them in. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Besides, it's not like I haven't fought monsters while sleeping before. Well, what's a dozen monsters? Chu Xiaoyan said no more. 15, throw them all in together. A brief commotion arose outside the wall. A dozen of her subordinates were momentarily stunned. 15. At the same time, they didn't question why whatever Captain Chu said they would do. A dozen of them exerted their strength simultaneously, and 15 severely wounded wild monsters soared over the tall earth wall, obscuring a large part of the sky. Wild wolves, sharp-toothed rabbits, armored wild boars, and a few nameless crawling creatures. Chu Xiaoyan stood on the wall, her hand slightly gripping the hilt of her sword, her eyes quickly scanning the positions of every monster. Her body leaned slightly forward, her legs coiled with energy, ready to drop down at any moment. Once the young master's summon fell short, she would unsheath her sword midair, slicing through all the monsters that slipped through. 15 monsters for the young master. She did not know if the young master could manage it, but she had to be fully prepared. The little zombie flew out. In the air it spun and turned continuously like a rubber ball, repeatedly bouncing off the walls, the ground, and midair. Every punch hit precisely, not a single punch missed, wasted, or went awry. The little zombie could even make adjustments in midair that were almost imperceptible, twisting its body as its right fist retracted while its left fist was already swinging out, using the force from stepping on the monster's corpses to change positions. Chu Xiaoyan's perspective was utterly breathtaking. She stood high above, watching the little zombie darting through the air, twisting, punching, killing, then darting again, twisting again, punching again, and killing again. 15 dull thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The corpses of the wild monsters fell from the air, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Xiaoyan stared blankly at the pile of corpses. She had thought the young master could do it, but from 10 to 15, an increase of 50% in quantity, the difficulty wasn't linear, it was exponential. She organized her thoughts for a long time and finally murmured, "Truly worthy of being my young master. This calmness, this talent." She paused, instinctively looking towards the west, the direction of the Zhao family's defense zone, where under the dim red sky, flickering flames could be vaguely seen. The so-called level genius of the Zhao family isn't even worthy of carrying the young master's shoes. She lowered her head, her gaze landing on Lin Jianxing below. Illuminated by the firelight, the young master still maintained an extremely laid-back posture. A term flashed through Chu Xiaoyan's mind. The demeanor of a strong person. Facing the collapse of Mount Tai without changing color, that is bravery. Not changing color as 15 monsters descend from the sky, that is confidence. The little zombie howled to the sky, "Awesome. Did you see the timing of my attack? Every detail was just right, every move flawless. This is..." It grew more excited as it spoke, the icon on the panel flashing wildly, its frequency as fast as a disco ball. The little zombie, still hungry for more. "Bring it on. Bring it on. The more the better. I want to kill to my heart's content." The little vampire cried with a trembling voice. "No. With so many monsters at once, what if one slips through? Master, I think it's still too dangerous." The little zombie instantly became furious. "Dangerous? Monsters slipping through? Are you doubting my strength?" The little vampire curled up. "I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the master." "Master, how about we have fewer monsters at once?" Lin Jianxing sighed helplessly and stepped in to mediate. All right, everyone stop arguing," he said to the little vampire. "Little blood, you have to trust your elder brother's strength. Although he is reckless, he still knows his stuff." He then turned to the little zombie and said, "Little zombie, you should tone it down a bit, don't scare your little bro." The little vampire reacted, "Little vampire humph." The little zombie reacted, "Little zombie humph." Skill bar status, 2 icons standing side by side, turning to face opposite directions, back to back, ignoring each other. Lin Jianxing twitched the corner of his mouth. "In this day and age, even being a necromancer is not easy. I still have to mediate the relationship between my summons." Shirtu stood on the wall, wiping the sweat from his forehead, glancing at the monster's corpse on the ground, filled with admiration. The young master's talent is truly terrifying, and his awareness of safety is remarkably high. He crouched down and knocked on the blood wall beside his feet with the back of his hand. Even with us here, he still managed to erect this blood wall at the first opportunity. This thickness, this hardness. Chu Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, her gaze sweeping over the blood-red giant wall that tightly encircled Lin Jianxing. The young master's caution is justified. In the wild, caution can sometimes be more important than strength. She paused, flipping the short knife in her hand. There are many talented individuals, but those who are both talented and cautious are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The two exchanged a glance, silently agreeing not to continue this topic. The outer reconnaissance officer rushed in with a hurried expression, shouting from horseback, his voice cracking, "Report. Chu team." He dismounted, stumbling a step, nearly rolling to the wall, panting rapidly as he spoke. "We've detected a storm eagle flock. The numbers are enormous, overwhelming." Shirtu looked up at the sky, where arcs of electricity flickered among the distant clouds under the dark red sky. "Have they finally arrived? This is the last wave of the demonic tide. According to the pattern, after this flock of flying beasts, the wild boss should refresh." He licked his dry lips, a glint of tension and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Chu Xiaoyan's gaze sharpened as she turned to the soldiers around her, sternly ordering, "Everyone listen up. The Storm Eagles are level 25 and above. There is too great a disparity with the young master's level. We don't need to leave any alive. We must kill them directly and ensure the young master's safety." The soldiers shouted in unison, the sound reverberating through the air. "Yes." Chu Xiaoyan turned her gaze to Lin Jianxing, who was lying on the bed inside the earthen wall, her voice softening slightly. "Young master, the last wave of Storm Eagles is about to arrive. Their levels are generally above 25. The level discrepancy is significant, and the experience points will diminish greatly. Moreover, at your current level, it will be extremely difficult to break through their defenses and reap rewards. You shouldn't take action in this wave, just rest assured and leave it to us to handle. Lin Jianxing raised his head, glancing at the heavily overcast sky in the distance. The sound of thunder was approaching, and the whole earth trembled slightly. He opened his panel, level LV 15. This afternoon's frenzied harvesting had rapidly increased his experience bar. He wanted to continue fighting, but the level difference was too great. LV 15 against LV 25, a 10-level gap. Even if the Storm Eagle stood still and let him attack, he might not even break through its defenses. Moreover, the Storm Eagle was a flying unit fast with ranged attacks. As a fragile summoner, it was best not to get involved. Alright, I'll listen to Chu Jia. Lin Jianxing nodded readily, lying back down on the pillow. Chu Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief, gripping her short knife, and refocused her gaze on the distant horizon. The little vampire was becoming restless again. The little vampire was trembling, looking at the unprotected sky above her, engulfed in great anxiety. The walls are thick. The ground is stable. But what about above? There's nothing above. It's empty and wide open. What if a bird flies in from above? What if that bird swoops down? What if it carries the master away in its beak? The little vampire cried, even though we have walls, we have no roof. They can come around from above. They can snatch the master away from above. Her mind was already conjuring images: a giant storm eagle swooping down, its claws gripping the master's shoulders, soaring high into the sky. She chased from behind, shouting, "Give me back my master." But the storm eagle flew too fast, as she couldn't catch up and could only watch helplessly as her master disappeared into the horizon. The little vampire anxiously spun in circles in the panel. Master, just run. It's not too late to run now. It's not safe here. The sky isn't safe. The walls aren't safe. Oh, nothing is safe. The little zombie scoffed. Run. What does it matter if they're high level? What's it to me if they're level 25? As long as they dare to fly, and I'll smash one if one comes, and smash two if two come. If the enemy hasn't arrived yet and is already trembling, it will dampen the morale of the troops. If this continues, it'll take you down as a sacrifice. My fists don't recognize levels, they only recognize life and death. It doesn't matter if you're level 25 or 52. The little zombie became more and more excited, its icon bouncing around the panel. Besides, they're eagles, not fighter jets. Eagles flap their wings. Their wings are several times larger than their bodies, and they aren't that agile in the air. As long as they dare to fly, and I can knock them down from midair. The little vampire became even more desperate, her voice clearly tinged with tears. The little vampire despaired. You just know how to boast. Level 25, you're only 10. 10. How many levels are you? The little vampire became increasingly frightened, her icon shrinking to a tiny dot on the panel. Enough already. Everyone just calm down for a bit. He shouted in his mind, his tone a bit more severe than usual. Little Blood, Chu Jia and the others are guarding outside with hundreds of elite troops. Just a few birds, they can't get in. Besides, even if some stray ones do get in, isn't there your big brother? Although he talks a lot, his fists are still strong. He paused. We can't leave just yet. There's still a boss about to refresh, and it gives a lot of experience. The little vampire continued to mumble, but her voice was much quieter. Lin Jianxing chose to ignore this coward and closed his eyes to rest. In any case, it wouldn't help to say anything. Let it be. GAA. A sharp, piercing cry shattered the sky, and everyone looked up simultaneously. A large mass of dark birds densely packed together obscured a significant portion of the sky. Their feathers exhibited a bizarre, deep purple hue. With each flap of their wings, small silver arcs of electricity danced between the feathers. The storm eagle flock had arrived. Chu Xiaoyan stood on the wall, commanding sharply, they've come. Everyone prepare. Ranged classes, unleash your skills. Don't let a single one pass. The ranged classes struck simultaneously, a kaleidoscope of skills lighting up the dim sky, as bright as day. Various skills were hurled into the sky. Skills collided with the eagle flock, creating dazzling bursts of fireworks in the sky. Each burst represented the death of a storm eagle. Some were blown to pieces by explosive arrows, some were sliced in half by wind blades, and some were impaled by ice spikes. But there were simply too many. One fell, 10 took its place, 10 fell, 100 replaced them. The formation of the eagle flock was not chaotic, it was organized and layered. The front row eagles attracted the firepower, while the rear row eagles took advantage of the gaps, and the flanking eagles encircled and maneuvered. They were not charging recklessly, they resembled a well-trained army. The firepower net woven by hundreds of soldiers was already dense, but facing this all-encompassing three-dimensional assault, vulnerabilities still emerged. GAA. A massive storm eagle broke through the firepower net. It relied on its incredible speed to evade 3 wind blades, and an explosive arrow flapping its wings. It fiercely broke through the outer firepower blockade, diving straight towards Lin Jianxing's bed. Xu Xiaoyan was dealing with two storm eagles flanking from the sides atop the wall when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure penetrating through the hail of gunfire, causing her expression to change drastically. She wanted to turn back and assist, but it was too late. The elite storm eagle let out a sharp scream, folding its wings as it dove straight towards Lin Jianxing. The speed was so incredible that it even created a sonic boom in the air. It was less than 50 meters away from Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing lay sideways on the bed, left leg straight, right leg bent, left hand propping up his head, watching the diving storm eagle. Let alone a single elite storm eagle, even a group of them would not be able to touch a hair on him. This was the sense of security that came from lying among powerful allies. Shida's eyes widened, his body surged with magical power, and a yellowish light burst forth from within him. Even the ground beneath his feet shook violently. He suddenly raised his hands. "Beast, do not harm my master." Boom. A sharp stone spike as thick as a bowl shot up from the ground with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It pierced upwards towards the diving storm eagle at an unbelievable speed. The storm eagle didn't even have time to react. Its speed was too fast for it to even break. The stone spike pierced through its chest and emerged from its back. Its wings twitched twice, and the arcs of electricity between its feathers flickered weakly before finally extinguishing. Shirtu panted heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He wiped the dust off his face, turned his head, and grinned. "Young master, I didn't scare you, did I?" Lin Jianxing gave a thumbs up. "Not bad, impressive." Shirtu chuckled, scratching his head. The crisis had been averted. The elite storm eagle was pinned to the stone spike, and the battle outside the wall continued, but the defense line had been re-established with no new threats breaking through. The little vampire muttered to himself, his eyes hollow, his voice drifting just a little more. Just that little bit. What if that big idiot? No, what if Brother Shirtu was a second late? What if the stone spike had missed by a centimeter? What if that eagle flapped its wings in its dying struggle and lunged forward? The little vampire fell into deep self-doubt. What good is a high wall? What good is a thick wall? A wall can block the monsters on the ground, but it cannot stop the ones in the sky. Without a covering on top, it's just a live target. But how can one create a top? The wall structure is formed by the vertical eruption of the Earth's veins, allowing the blood wall to turn horizontally in midair and form a ceiling. This requires precise control of energy flow, a profound understanding of terrain structure, and complete mastery of the skill itself. For a little vampire who had just learned this skill, it was like asking a baby who had just learned to crawl to run a marathon. The little vampire was on the verge of tears. "I can't do it. No one taught me. I haven't even consumed this." The little zombie scoffed, full of disdain. "Not only are you a coward, but you're also useless. If you can't do it, learn. If you can't learn, practice. If you can't practice, ask. If you can't ask, cry." When I learned the phantom rotation fist, I also cursed and learned, and while cursing I eventually got it. What about you? All you can do is cry, but you won't learn. Lin Jianxing didn't interject. The ground was solid as a fortress, but the top was indeed a weak point. He casually made a sarcastic remark, purely out of habit. "Are you stupid? If you can't create a top, why not just dig underground? If the ground isn't safe, just hide underground. It should be safe there, right? Birds can't dig underground, can they?" The little vampire suddenly stiffened. Little vampire. Little vampire status updated. Enlightenment. Little vampire's realization. "Oh, no, little blood, calm down. Can you really dig underground?" The little vampire was ecstatic. "Master is simply a genius. No matter how powerful the storm eagle is, it can attack from underground. How did I not think of that?" It grew more excited, its icon spinning in the interface. Lin Jianxing saw the little vampire completely immersed in a state of forgetfulness and suddenly sat up straight. "Little blood, listen to me." He quickly spoke in his mind, trying to reason with this infatuated little vampire. "You are an undead creature. You don't need oxygen. I, however, need oxygen. There's no oxygen underground. If you bury me down there, I'll suffocate and truly become an undead mage." The little vampire could no longer hear Lin Jianxing's words. To Lin Jianxing, those were words of persuasion, reason, common sense. To the little vampire, the master's earnest words were merely more suggestions. Oxygen. The master really thinks of everything. All I need is to create an independent space, come up periodically to refresh the oxygen. Perfect. It was both safe and comfortable and could return to the surface to breathe fresh air at any time. The little vampire blocked external distractions and devoted itself entirely to the simulation of the skill. Its blood boiled and the elements of the undead began to coalesce. System prompt: "Congratulations. Your summoned creature, little vampire, is extremely lacking in a sense of security and has successfully simulated the basic undead skill, Blood Escape Beginner. Blood Escape Beginner wrap oneself and surrounding objects in blood integrating into the earth, moving freely underground. The weight limit of carried objects is influenced by mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the greater the weight that can be carried and the longer the duration. Lin Jianxing hadn't even finished reading the skill description. Buzz! He felt the ground beneath him soften. The once solid ground suddenly became loose and fluid. The custom-made large bed and everything on it along with Lin Jianxing began to sink at an astonishing speed. The ground seemed to turn into a water surface. The bed sank like a ship that was going down steadily, slowly, and irreversibly into the soil. The maid kneeling beside was completely stunned. On the ground, Chu Xiaoyan swiftly turned her knife, beheading the last approaching thunderstorm hawk. She flicked the blood off her blade, her gaze sweeping across the sky. The thunderstorm hawks had been largely cleared away. Only a few stragglers remained in the sky, and the soldiers' firepower network was once again firmly established with no new gaps appearing. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the stone beside her suddenly trembled. The stone lowered its head, fixating on the ground beneath it. Its pupils dilated in that instant, and its hands pressed against the wall, as if confirming something. An unusually heavy wave of energy emanated from deep within the earth, pulsating like a heartbeat. As in shrank earth element affinity, Meiji was all too familiar with this kind of fluctuation. This was some powerful earth elemental creature on the move, unashamedly revealing its presence. Chu Xiaoyan noticed the stone's unusual behavior and furrowed her brows. What's wrong? She lacked earth element affinity and could not perceive the specific situation underground. The stone's voice carried a hint of excitement and tension. This pure earth elemental fluctuation, this oppressive weight that makes it hard to breathe, there's no mistaking it. This wild boss is of the earth attribute. Chu Xiaoyan pressed further. Do you know its exact location? The stone closed its eyes, and after a few seconds it suddenly opened them wide, pointing to the ground beneath them right below us. It's still moving. He paused. It might have sensed the commotion above and is retreating deeper into the canyon. The stone puffed out its chest, its tone filled with a touch of pride, as this was its forte. My earth escape can carry about 200 kilograms. Theoretically speaking, Chu team and young master, I can take you both down without a problem. The young master seems light, weighing about 130 pounds at most, and together we wouldn't exceed 180 kilograms within range. He patted his chest. Don't worry, I've got this. Chu Xiaoyan nodded, her eyes sharp as a blade. All right, it's just a small boss. No matter its level, it's still of the earth attribute. It'll fight up close while you control the field, and the young master will reap the rewards. She tightened her grip on the short knife, its blade glinting coldly in the light. This boss is a must-have. Both of them turned simultaneously and froze. Chu Xiaoyan stood on the wall, her gaze sweeping over the bloodied wall's inner side for 2 seconds. Where's the bed? Why is it gone? Where's the young master? He's gone too. Chu Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. Her figure flashed as she almost stumbled toward the maid. Where did the young master go? This is the inner camp under layers of protection with hundreds of special forces guarding outside, surrounded by the walls of size on 3 sides. Not even a fly can enter. How could someone possibly kidnap the young master right under her nose? The maid snapped back to reality from the shouting, her fruit platter falling to the ground with a thud, fruit rolling everywhere. Her lips trembled as she pointed at the smooth ground in front of her, her voice stammering. The young master. He fell down. The stone jumped down from the wall, scratching its head in confusion. Fell down. How did he fall? There's no pit here. He stomped his foot on the ground, solid and resonant. The soil is hard. The maid struggled to organize her words, gesturing in the air as if drawing a whirlpool. Just now, the soil suddenly became as soft as water and still swirling. The young master bed and all just whoosh fell down. Then the ground closed up by itself. Not a crack left. Her voice grew softer, almost turning to tears. I'm not dreaming, am I? The stone and Chu Xiaoyan exchanged glances, shock reflected in their eyes. The stone exclaimed in disbelief. This is earth submersion. His mind raced. Oh no, oh no, oh no, the base has been stolen. That boss is too cunning, knowing the decapitation tactic, directly attacking the young master from underground. A diversion. A group of thunderstorm hawks above to draw attention, while it launched a surprise attack from below. He suddenly crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground where Lin Mo had vanished, closing his eyes as his psychic energy seeped into every inch of soil beneath. He suddenly opened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, his pupils sharply constricting. Chu team. This is not earth submersion. This is a beginner necromancy skill. He swallowed hard, articulating each word. Blood escape. The stone's mind was spiraling out of control. The young master just learned about vampires yesterday, And today, within a day, he first comprehended the wall of size and followed it up with blood escape. In one day, 2 skills. And all achieved without guidance, with no skill book assistance, relying purely on his own insight. Is he even human? What made the stone's scalp tingle even more was that the large bed was custom-made of solid wood, with the bed frame alone weighing at least 300 to 400 kilograms, not to mention the mattress, blankets, pillows, bedside table, night light, and watermelon juice. At least 500 pounds. As an Shrank Earth Element Affinity Mage, after practicing Earth Submersion for over 10 years, I can carry a maximum of 200 kilograms at once. And the young master just grasped blood escape and directly took down a 500-pound solid wood bed with him. But that wasn't what shocked him the most. What shocked him the most was that the young master had already submerged into the ground before him. As in Shrank Earth Element Affinity Mage, his sense of Earth elemental fluctuations was unmatched within 100 miles. As soon as the boss refreshed and released the first wave of fluctuations, he sensed it. But before he could react, the young master had already comprehended blood escape, packed his bags, and sunk down with a 500-pound bed. What does this mean? It means the young master's elemental sensing range far exceeds his. Before he even had a chance to react, the young master had already sensed the refresh of the Earth boss and thought, I can take this boss. So he casually comprehended a new skill, took his bed, and submerged into the ground, ready to solo it. The stone lifted its head, staring at the smooth patch of ground, muttering to itself. There's one last detail, a detail that sends chills down his spine. The young master even took the big bed with him. What does this signify? It signifies that the young master thinks this wild boss is too weak enough that he can fight while lying on the bed. He doesn't even need to stand up, move around, or dodge. He only needs to lie on the bed, sipping watermelon juice, playing games while casually taking down the boss. This is too insane. Too confident. The stone's voice grew quieter. Is this the pride of a top-tier genius? Chu Xiaoyan suddenly snapped back to reality, slapping the back of the stone's head, the force causing its head to lurch forward, nearly hitting the ground. Stop overthinking. Quick, take me with you. The young master's life is invaluable. We cannot afford any mishaps. The stone covered its head, baring its teeth, returning to its senses, crouching down with both hands pressing on the ground. All right. Chu team, hold on to me. Without a second thought, Chu Xiaoyan grabbed the stone's shoulder. Buzz! A yellow-brown light shone from the stone's palm as the soil beneath their feet instantly softened, swirling and sinking. The stone led Chu Xiaoyan headfirst into the ground. The surface returned to calm, leaving only a bewildered maid in the empty camp center. In the Zhao family's defense zone, Zhao Lingling unleashed a fireball, sending the last ambushing pangolin flying. Her expression was somewhat anxious, having stood in this position for nearly half an hour, her gaze scanning the depths of the canyon, her brows furrowing tighter. The time was almost up. According to the pattern of the monster tide, the wilderness boss should be respawning, yet she sensed nothing. This indicated that the boss was not a fire attribute, and the absolute sensitivity of the burning heaven demon phoenix towards fire elements was rendered useless here. She bit her lip, a surge of irritation rising within her. Miss, there's a situation. A middle-aged deputy rushed over from a distance. Zhao Lingling's expression sharpened. This deputy was a grade Earth mage, a capable aide assigned by her father to handle Earth attribute-related. Her heart leaped. What happened? Did you sense the boss? The deputy, not bothering to wipe his sweat, spoke rapidly. I sensed it. Just now there was a massive wave of Earth element from deep underground. He swallowed hard, his tone growing urgent. Miss, the Lin family's Earth mage should have sensed it before us. We must leave immediately. The experience points from the Earth attribute boss belong to whoever lays claim to them. If that young master from the Lin family on vacation snatches it away, then... He didn't finish, but Zhao Lingling understood. She decisively stated, then what are we waiting for? Your Earth escape can take me right. Let's go. The deputy hurriedly replied, yes. My Earth escape can carry up to 91 gene of weight. Only after he finished did he realize something, quickly glancing at Zhao Lingling. She paused for 2 seconds. At 170 centimeters and 93 gene, she was just 2 gene over the limit. She glanced at her coat and the phone stuffed in her pocket, quickly making a decision. She took off her coat and emptied her pockets, throwing the items on the ground. Just as she was about to throw the next item, her peripheral vision caught sight of something in her hand, her favorite teddy bear. After a moment's hesitation, she handed it to the person beside her. The equipment worn could conceal their appearance and not count towards weight, but the coat could not. The actions were completed seamlessly in under 10 seconds. That's enough. Let's go. She stood beside the deputy. He took a deep breath, pressing both hands to the ground. A yellow-brown light illuminated the ground, softened. In an instant, the 2 figures vanished into the... Ugh! Lin Jianxing clutched the bedpost tightly, his entire being jolted into a disoriented state, his stomach churning. The once luxurious and comfortable large bed now felt like a small dinghy. This was far worse than a roller coaster. At least on a roller coaster one knew whether the next moment would be up or down, but this was entirely random. Left, right, up, down. Every direction was a sharp 90-degree turn without any buffer. Even the little zombie, usually the loudest, was silent. The icon on the panel remained motionless, leaving one to wonder if it had fainted or what. Lin Jianxing had no time to care about it as he was on the verge of losing his own composure. The world before him was a blur of light and shadow, dirt, rocks, and debris, flowing like liquid outside the blood-red shield, moving too quickly to discern any details. Slow. Slow, he finally managed to utter. Slow. This is slow. The little vampire trembled as he said. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Jianxing felt the speed increase by at least 30%. The little zombie roared in fury. Can you even drive? Can you drive? If not, hand the wheel over. What kind of vehicle are you driving? Is this a tandrin? It pointed at a rapidly approaching granite block. You didn't see the huge stone. Crash. Damn. We crashed again. The little zombie's curses intertwined with the little vampire's protests. Bang. A muffled sound echoed. The blood shield surrounding the bed crashed solidly into a hard layer of granite. Lin Jianxing was thrown off the bed and slammed back down heavily. The little vampire, looking aggrieved, wailed, "Whoa. Master, it wasn't me. Actually, ever since we accelerated, I suddenly couldn't control the direction." What? You say it wasn't you controlling? Then who was driving? The little zombie was about to continue its tirade when suddenly the narrow dirt path opened up. Immediately, a massive suction force emanated from all directions. Little vampire panicked. There's a super strong suction pulling us in, and we can only go with its rhythm. Master, brace yourself. I feel. We're about to take off. Lin Jianxing abruptly sat up from the bed, his pupils shaking. Wait. What did you just say? Take off. Boom. A deafening sound erupted. The dirt and debris exploded under immense pressure, sending dust soaring into the sky. Oh. Bang. The large bed crashed heavily to the ground, creating a shallow pit, dust flying everywhere. Fortunately, the little vampire's blood shield deployed in time before hitting the ground, absorbing most of the impact. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying pressure descended instantly. Lin Jianxing's hair stood on end, his skin crawling with goosebumps. He raised his head and his entire being froze. A terrifying giant composed entirely of obsidian and crimson magma stood before him. It stood at least 7 meters tall, its torso resembling a small mountain, its limbs like 4 thick columns. Lava flowed throughout its body, dark red magma, slowly surging through the cracks. Its eyes, the size of grinding wheels, glinted with a savage red light, fixed intently on the little intruder that had suddenly appeared. Obsidian puppet, Lord, level BOSS. Level LV. 40 description, a terrifying entity born from the essence of the earth veins in the Sunset Canyon. The obsidian body has high resistance to all physical attacks, while the magma core possesses great resistance to fire element attacks. Lin Jianxing gazed at the boss's crimson level marker, swallowing hard. Level 40, a Lord level boss. He glanced at his level 15. A gap of 25 levels, an insurmountable chasm. He looked back at the gravel-strewn ground behind him. After the skill was activated, the ground had already closed up by itself, but a single thought lingered in his mind. Is this really the best I can handle at this stage? Not to mention fighting it, it wouldn't even be enough to serve as a snack. The little vampire was already so scared that it was dumbfounded, the icon on the panel turning gray. The little vampire stammered, I don't know. This is the endpoint of the suction. I didn't mean to bring my master here. Its voice grew smaller and more tremulous, eventually breaking into a sob. The little vampire desperately tried to burrow back underground, but the skill was in cooldown. This was probably the first time it felt despair towards its own abilities. The little zombie instantly erupted in fury. Not at the little vampire, but at the boss. The little zombie roared, Run. Run. I've never run in my life. A level 40 stone lump scared you this much. Today and then I will make it taste its own demise. The little zombie's fighting spirit surged. So what if you're level 40? On the path to supremacy, all obstacles will turn to ashes. My fists do not recognize levels, they only recognize life and death. Lin Jianxing looked at the wildly bouncing little zombie icon on the panel, wishing he could slap it back. It's level 40, you're level 15, a 25 level disparity. Even a mosquito's buzzing can be annoying, yet you, a level 15 little zombie, wouldn't even register as a mosquito in the eyes of a level 40 boss. What are you waiting for if not to run? The little zombie moved. It didn't wait for Lin Jianxing's command or anyone's cooperation. It shot out directly, soaring up like a meteor, crashing heavily into the little leg of the obsidian. Boom! Fire flashed and vanished. The little zombie's fist exploded in sparks against the leg of the obsidian puppet. And then, there was nothing. As the fire dissipated, a shallow white mark appeared on the obsidian puppet's leg. The boss's health bar remained completely unchanged, not even flickering. Not even worth a scraping. The obsidian puppet slowly lowered its head, its enormous red eyes looking down at the little zombie at its feet, emitting a deep growl from its throat. It was furious. Not because of pain, but because it had been provoked. Rumble. The obsidian puppet raised its gigantic foot, casting a shadow over Lin Jianxing's head. There's no escaping now. The little vampire's skill is still on cooldown. The little zombie can't deal damage, and I have no idea where the stone and Chu Xiaoyan are. We can only fight it out. Lin Jianxing's gaze sharpened, a fierce resolve welling up within him. Little zombie, activate your skill and attack it. The little zombie shot out once more. This time it didn't charge directly, instead it spun rapidly in the air. Phantom spinning punch, breaking all laws. Two skills were activated simultaneously, delivering its maximum output. The little zombie shot towards the knee joint of the obsidian puppet once again. Same spot, second strike. Boom. The moment of contact erupted in a thunderous explosion. The shockwave that exploded at that moment actually forced the obsidian puppet back a quarter of a step. But the gap in levels was too vast, too great to be crossed by mere skill and will. Another white mark appeared on the obsidian puppet's knee, slightly deeper this time, about 3 centimeters, but still no broken skin. The boss's health bar remained unchanged. Lin Jianxing clenched his fists and roared, "Damn it, little blood." The gray-white icon on the panel suddenly lit up. The little vampire let out an angry roar, "Protect the master." Rumble, rumble. 3 walls of sighing arose from the ground. Left, right, and back, 3 directions rose simultaneously, enclosing Lin Jianxing securely behind the walls. The walls were thicker than before, the dark red patterns brighter. In the moment of utmost fear, it unleashed a power far beyond its usual capacity. "Young master, you finally made it." 2 figures rushed towards Lin Jianxing at breakneck speed. The stone's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging all over. His mental energy burned to its limit at that moment, all the power of Scrade Earth affinity pouring out without reservation. He slammed his hands onto the ground, fingers deeply embedding into the soil, channeling all his mana into the earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless giant rock spikes, sharp as spears, erupted wildly from beneath the ground. They pierced through the obsidian puppet's legs, abdomen, chest, shoulders, and arms. At the same time, Chu Xiaoyan moved. She soared into the air, her figure leaving a trail in the air, holding her knife high above her head. The short knife shone with a blinding white light at that moment, the radiance condensing and compressing on the blade, ultimately forming a gigantic light blade nearly 5 meters long. The light blade sliced down from the air with the force to tear everything apart, precisely hitting the chest of the obsidian puppet. Simultaneously, the stone spikes pierced through its chest from that very spot. The obsidian puppet emitted a deafening wail. Just moments ago, it had been roaring, a formidable lava giant. Now not a single part of it was unharmed. The stone gasped for breath, desperately waving at Lin Jianxing. "Young master. Quickly, finish it off. The final blow, while it's still alive." Before he could finish his sentence, the little zombie had already flown to the boss's head, charging its right fist. Fire exploded, debris flew. The giant crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Kill the obsidian puppet. Boss level. BOSS experience points greatly reduced. Gained experience 52,013. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV 16. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV 17. 2 beams of golden light shone from Lin Jianxing, each brighter than the last. The stone and Chu Xiaoyan looked at Lin Jianxing simultaneously. The first scene they saw upon arriving, Lin Jianxing stood alone before a luxurious bed, facing the obsidian giant, not retreating a single step. The stone and Chu Xiaoyan exchanged glances, seeing deep admiration in each other's eyes. Truly, he is our young master. Facing a full 25-level disparity, confronting a size difference that could suffocate, he did not flinch and resolutely commanded the zombie to attack. Before this, he had even taken the initiative to stealthily approach the BOSS, though the process might have been a bit bumpy, the outcome was favorable. "Young master, how are you?" Chu Xiaoyan hurriedly walked to Lin Jianxing, her gaze scanning him repeatedly. "I'm fine, just a bit dirty at the hem, ha." Lin Jianxing casually turned his head to say a few words. Confirming that the young master was indeed unharmed, Chu Xiaoyan let out a long sigh of relief. "Young master, it's good to see you safe," she said, her tone laced with a hint of gratefulness for having survived a close call. "However, you were truly too impulsive this time." Shirtu approached his expression, clearly saying, "I've been there, I understand." He had spent over a decade in the special forces and had encountered many hot-headed prodigies. Each of them believed themselves to be the chosen one, thinking that rules were meant for mere mortals. Each thought they could push their limits between life and death. This was a common flaw among geniuses, and he had seen it many times. But the young master was the son of Commander Lin. He could not be treated like an ordinary recruit with a slap to the face followed by a reprimand of "Are you out of your mind?" "Young master, I know you possess the confidence and pride of a strong individual. I understand that desire to challenge limits alone to seek breakthroughs in life and death. However, this is a wild boss we are talking about. A level 40 lord with thick skin, high health, and strong attacks. This is not to be trifled with. Since you were able to detect it immediately with your extraordinary perception, you should have informed us first instead of confronting it alone. What if we had been a moment too late? What if we hadn't made it in time?" He didn't need to finish. The implication was clear. Chu Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, her tone more direct than shittish. Her style was always straightforward, cutting to the heart of the matter. "Young master, if Shirtu had been slow, how would I explain this to Commander Lin? Would you have me return to the commander saying the young master went to fight a level 40 boss alone and we couldn't keep up? Are you trying to say our lives are too long or that the commander's fists are not hard enough?" Lin Jianxing listened to this, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Challenging limits alone. Seeking breakthroughs between life and death. Facing a wild boss by himself. What the hell was he thinking? He had never intended to confront the boss. He had been comfortably lying in bed sipping watermelon juice watching a movie. Out of nowhere, he was dragged underground by a little vampire, pulled towards the boss by some inexplicable force, and suddenly found himself in combat. However, since he was already in this situation, he could only endure the humiliation. Lin Jianxing brushed off the dust from his sleeves, moving slowly, his expression calm and indifferent. He revealed a faint smile. "It's nothing much. While I was in bed, I sensed the boss and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing a new skill. I just wanted to practice, so I grabbed my weapon and went for it." He paused, his tone becoming more sincere. "Fortunately, brother Shirtu and sister Chu arrived in time, otherwise I really might not have escaped." He offered the two a smile of apology. "Thank you for worrying about me. It won't happen again." Chu Xiaoyan and Shirtu exchanged glances, each seeing a touch of emotion in the other's eyes. Their young master not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also the indomitable spirit to face a level 40 lord at just level 15. More importantly, he could apologize to his subordinates so humbly afterward, even promising it wouldn't happen again. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, remaining humble. How many young prodigies upon achieving some success would raise their tail high, looking down on everyone, refusing to listen to any advice? But the young master was different. He clearly had the strength to dominate his peers, yet never boasted. He had the confidence to solo the boss, yet was willing to heed his subordinates' advice. He was indeed a favored child of heaven, yet never put on airs. "Young master, you flatter us." Shirtu felt a pang in his nose, his eyes slightly reddening. "Protecting you is our duty. Even if you hadn't said it won't happen again, we would certainly." Lin Jianxing smiled and waved a hand, interrupting his heartfelt confession. "It's nothing, we are all family here. No need to mention duty." Lin Jianxing smiled, but internally he was seething. "Little blood, you better get out here now." The little vampire shrank into the farthest corner of the panel, its icon shrinking, color fading, edges trembling slightly. It had curled into a dot, hiding in the least conspicuous corner of the panel, trying to pretend it didn't exist. But its master called for it, and there was no escaping. It spoke with a trembling voice, each word quaking. "Little vampire master, I'm sorry. Whoa, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken action on my own. Whoa." Lin Jianxing gritted his teeth, but he couldn't scold it in front of Shirtu and Chu Xiaoyan. He could only roar inwardly. "Do you know you almost got your master killed? You were that close. If they had been even a second late, your master would have said goodbye to this world. I'm not done living yet." He took a deep breath, striving to make his tone sound authoritative, like a stern but graceful reprimand. "From now on, you must obey my orders. I said no burrowing, so no burrowing. No more taking matters into your own hands like today. Do you understand? If you dare to act recklessly again, I'll have the little zombie deal with you. Do you hear me?" Its temper had been bad lately, and it was just looking for a punching bag. As soon as he finished speaking, the little zombie icon in the panel shook slightly, that kind of shake that comes from being suddenly called out. Little zombie gleefully said, "Hee, happy to serve. I've been wanting to teach this little crybaby a lesson. It just knows how to hide, cry, and shout for help with no dignity, as a necromantic summon at all. Let me show it what a real undead is. I guarantee that after I'm done it will behave for at least 3 days." No one weak. The little vampire was scared out of its wits. It had seen the little zombie's fists. A level 15 little zombie could knock out a level 8 wasteland wolf with a single punch, and a level 10 iron-skinned wild boar, every punch hitting the mark. Though it might just be a light massage on the boss getting hit by it, it didn't dare to imagine. The little vampire swore, its voice quick and urgent. Master, I really was wrong. I won't dare to burrow on my own again. I will obey the master's commands. If the master says to burrow, I will burrow. If the master says not to burrow, I won't burrow. I swear. On the dignity of the little zombie. Lin Jianxing rolled his eyes. Swearing on the dignity of the little zombie. The little zombie's dignity had long been bought by the necromantic fire dragon liver. Lin Jianxing looked at the curled-up little vampire icon in the panel, then glanced at the little zombie icon beside it, which was reveling in its misfortune, and sighed inwardly. Summons, each one more troublesome than the last. He couldn't tell if his luck was too good or if the necromancer profession itself just attracted bizarre companions. He could only hope that the other summons would be a bit more manageable. Not far from them, the ground stirred. The earth shifted, stones tumbled, and two somewhat disheveled figures emerged from underground. It was Zhao Lingling and her Earth Element deputy. As soon as Zhao Lingling poked her head up, she gagged. Dirt was clinging to her hair, and mud smeared her face. Puff, cough, cough. She leaned on her deputy's shoulder, bent over, gasping heavily. Why is the path underground so bumpy? And that sucking force? Ugh. Lin Jianxing and the others turned to look. 6 eyes met. 4. Zhao Lingling's gagging sound caught in her throat, and the air fell silent. Lin Jianxing looked at Zhao Lingling's disheveled appearance, and then at himself. Although his hairstyle was a bit messy and his clothes were somewhat dirty, at least he hadn't vomited, nor was he dry heaving, and he wasn't leaning unsteadily on someone else's shoulder. He revealed a radiant smile, one that was heartfelt, sincere, friendly, yet strikingly powerful. Oh, isn't this Miss Zhao? This look is quite unique. Is it this year's autumn collection? The muddy face style. He tilted his head and glanced at the soft ground behind her, which was slowly closing in. It seems this tunnel isn't very easy to navigate. Zhao Lingling stared intently at the massive pile of rubble behind Lin Jianxing. The shards of the obsidian puppet lay piled high, with lava still flowing through the cracks, emitting a hissing white smoke. The corpse hadn't yet cooled. The boss was gone, the experience points were gone, and the loot was gone. She had been jostled around in this broken underground for who knows how long, eating dirt and spitting out sand, and in the end, she had come up empty-handed. Damn it! She cursed silently in her heart. Her luck was truly terrible. How could a soul-type boss appear out of nowhere? On her side, there were talents of all kinds: a class wind, a class lightning, a class ice, a class fire. Yet her soul type was no match for the Lin family. That stone from the Lin family was class soil affinity, able to sense all soil elements within a 100-mile radius. The moment the boss spawned, he locked onto its position, while her a class soul type assistant was at least 2.5 minutes late. 2.5 minutes in the boss competition meant the difference between life and death. Zhao Lingling took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the boiling anger. She straightened her back, wiped the grime off her face, and tried hard to make herself look less disheveled. Although her current image contrasted starkly with Lin Jianxing's calm and elegant demeanor, the dignity of its glass genius did not allow her to bow her head in front of him. Merely having a high rank without the corresponding combat ability and skill proficiency is just a super soldier. Relying on family to feed you, this method of leveling up, only you can manage to pull it off. She turned around, unwilling to spare Lin Jianxing another glance. Let's go. Her assistant hurried to keep up. Zhao Lingling's back was straight and her pace quick. She felt that her current silhouette should appear very graceful, resolute, and exude the aura of a strong person. However, to Lin Jianxing, a person with a dirty face, dirt in their hair, covered in mud, and walking a bit unsteadily, had nothing graceful about their silhouette. But she was indeed strong. Zhao Lingling walked while cursing in her heart. She had been grinding monsters tirelessly from the tide of magical creatures until now, not stopping for a moment, killing countless monsters. Her hands were sore, her legs weak, and she had consumed several bottles of mana potions. Yet that second-generation heir next door, who lay in bed every day eating grapes and drinking watermelon juice while watching movies on vacation, had not only gained more experience than she had, but also snatched away the boss's loot. This was a level 40 Lord-level boss with a massive amount of experience points just snatched away by someone on vacation. Disgusting, too disgusting. The stone watched Zhao Lingling leave, disdainfully spitting paw. Zhao Lingling could hear it, but the stone didn't care. It was even better if she heard that was the effect it wanted. What a thing. If you can't match up to others, just say it's bad luck, blame the boss's attributes. If it were a fire type, she might not even be able to outdo our young master. Our young master dared to face a level 40 lord at level 15, could she? She probably didn't even get a good look at what the boss looked like. Chu Xiaoyan scoffed, retracting her gaze, and sheathed her dagger back into its scabbard. This Miss Zhao from the Zhao family is too narrow-minded to ever accomplish great things. The stone nodded vigorously beside her. The interface suddenly became restless. The little zombie and the little vampire both fidgeted, each more excited than the other. The little zombie twitched its nose, desperately sniffing the air, so fragrant. Such an enticing scent. It's the scent of becoming stronger. It's the scent of evolution. I can feel it. It's the fire element. And the earth element. Both. This is double the joy. It hadn't been this excited in a long time. The last time it was this excited was when it saw the undead fire dragon's liver. Actually, it wasn't that long ago, it was just yesterday. The little vampire also looked intoxicated, the icon in the interface, glowing slightly. Master. I smell it too. Such a warm aura. Like lying in bed basking in the sun. Or soaking in a hot spring. So comfortable. Master, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Over there. Lin Jianxing's heart stirred. Both summoned creatures responded at the same time. The boss was an obsidian puppet with dual attributes of earth and fire. Could it be that the loot would also be of dual attributes? To be able to excite both the little zombie and the little vampire at the same time, it should be something extraordinary. Brother Stone, Sister Chu, let's go check it out over there. Lin Jianxing's gaze fell on the pile of ruins from the obsidian puppet. It seems something good has dropped. The little zombie said. I feel there's something good over there. The three of them stepped forward. As they got closer, a faint red and yellow light shimmered through the rubble. The stone moved in closer, crouched down, and started to clear away some of the debris. The light grew brighter. He saw the full shape of the object clearly and shuddered violently. What the hell? His voice shot up an octave, nearly breaking. The stone's eyes widened, staring at the object as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth agape. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "The heart of obsidian." Chu Xiaoyan leaned over for a look, her pupils contracting sharply. This is a great item with dual attributes of earth and fire. The stone couldn't help but speak, his voice filled with strong envy and a hint of bitterness. Wow, this luck is simply too good. The heart of obsidian is already rare, and the dual attributes of earth and fire are even rarer, a once in 100-year find. Things that big shots couldn't even beg for, the young master casually obtained. What did I say? The young master must be the illegitimate son of the god of the undead, right? Chu Xiaoyan slapped the back of the stone's head. What kind of talk is that? Who are you calling a dog? What illegitimate child? Don't speak carelessly in the future. If the commander hears, he'll definitely plant you in the ground like a ginseng. The stone covered the back of his head, grinned, and quickly corrected himself. I meant me. In the dog. In the earth dog. If I had that luck, I'd be willing to be an earth dog for life. Lin Jianxing stepped forward, reaching down to pick the loot out from the rubble. Item: Heart of Obsidian, legendary attributes, earth fire. Description: a miraculous item born at the intersection of earth veins and magma, containing the essence of extreme fire and earth elements. The fire element is violent and fierce, while the earth element is heavy and stable. The two entirely opposite forces achieve perfect balance within this fist-sized stone. It is an extremely rare dual attribute treasure. Lin Jianxing weighed the stone in his hand. It was fist-sized, heavy, probably weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Brother Stone, is this thing really useful? Lin Jianxing asked curiously. The stone was so excited he was pounding his thighs. Young master, this is not just useful. He extended a finger and poked vigorously in the air. This is a treasure used to comprehend combined ultimate techniques. Combination skill. Shirtu rubbed his hands together and took a deep breath. That's right, young master. The so-called combination skill is to fuse 2 different elemental powers, giving birth to an advanced skill that possesses the characteristics of both. He paused and nodded towards the spoils in Lin Jianxing's hands. Such skills are typically mastered only by those at the pinnacle of power, standing at the top of the pyramid. Chu Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, adding, to comprehend the combination skill, one must possess a high-level affinity for dual elements. The vast majority of practitioners are single-element affinities. For example, Shirtu has N-level earth affinity and excels at earth escape techniques, but his fire skills can only throw a fireball, which is not very powerful. She glanced at Shirtu. Shirtu smiled helplessly and shrugged. Chu, team leader is right. Only those legendary hidden professions like the flame mage with S-level affinities for both lightning and fire have the innate conditions to attempt to comprehend the combination skill. However, even if one has talent, such elemental materials are essential. He pointed to the stone in Lin Jianxing's hand. This serves as a medium to harmonize different elements. Without its success is impossible. Lin Jianxing nodded, thoughtfully implying that this item is quite difficult to acquire, isn't it? Shirtu chuckled lightly. This thing exists in name only with no actual market. If I'm not mistaken, the obsidian heart you hold should be the first dual attribute material produced in our dragon country this year. He looked to Chu Xiaoyan for confirmation, and she nodded slightly. He continued, once this kind of item is put up for auction, it will be frantically snatched up by the top powers across the country. Not just by mages, any dual-element profession needs this to break through their bottlenecks. Not only are dual-element materials rare, single-element ones are equally scarce. For instance, the Titan Beast Heart that Dazhong City intends to offer as a reward for the city's top scholar in this major exam is a type of single-element material. Shirtu added. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. Wow, it seems his luck is indeed remarkable. He looked at the glowing stone in his hand, and then at the two skill icons on the panel that were still quarreling, a thought arising in his mind. Both of his summons are of the Necromancer type. What happens when Necromancer meets what type? Necromancer plus Necromancer equals a 2-star Necromancer. Lin Jianxing turned to the little zombie in the panel and asked, Little zombie, are you pure Necromancer type? The noise in the panel stopped. Little zombie, I am a rare dual-type summon of Necromancer and Wind. Lin Jianxing was taken aback. You also have Wind. The little zombie with a proud tone watched as its icon floated a few pixels higher. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I am as swift as the wind every time I attack? My phantom spinning fist relies on the wind element for enhancement. Without wind, where would the speed come from? Without speed, where would the power come from? Without power, where would? The little vampire interjected. Little vampire, what's so great about being dual element? I am also dual element blood and necromancer. Is this kind of trivial matter worth mentioning? The panel fell silent. The icon of the little zombie, which had been floating just moments ago, now hung in midair, neither rising nor falling, while the little vampire's icon shrank a bit and added another jab. Little vampire, moreover, my blood element and necromancer are complementary. The necromancer provides energy and the blood element provides form. What about your wind and necromancer, big brother? The wind element is for acceleration while the necromancer is for output. Both serve different purposes, not even close to cooperation. How can you still claim to be dual element? On the little zombie's icon, two bluish flames were surrounded by a faint layer of red. The red was heated up, feeling angry. Lin Jianxing suppressed a laugh, thinking, so you two should be able to create a blood-wind combination skill, right? The panel exploded with activity, and the little zombie's icon suddenly jumped up. The little zombie with a face full of disdain. Why would I collaborate on a combination skill with this little crybaby? Absolutely not. I am the output. I am the main force. Collaborating with a coward. How will I save face? How will I navigate the circles in the underworld later? The little vampire was equally unyielding, shaking its icon desperately in the panel. Little vampire, as if I want to work with you. So fierce, reckless, and rude, always just yelling at people. Master, I protest. I will not cooperate with Big Brother. I want to cooperate with the Master. Lin Jianxing ignored the protests of the two summons. Such an impressive skill, how could it possibly be used? After all, they are his summons meant to serve their master. They have no right to be picky. Little zombie humph. Little vampire tch. Deep within the panel, the icons of the little zombie and the little vampire stood back to back. One facing left, the other facing right, neither looking at the other. Young master, even if you use such materials, it doesn't guarantee you will comprehend the combination skill. Shirtu continued his long-winded explanation. Generally, one should wait until higher levels, when they have a profound understanding of dual-element affinities, before using it to increase the success rate. Moreover, he glanced at Lin Jianxing, hesitating. Young master, you are a single-element summoner. Using this dual-element material, the likelihood of failure is extremely high. I suggest you keep it for later. A crisp cracking sound interrupted Shitta's lengthy discourse. Shirtu and Chu Xiaoyan froze simultaneously, their gazes slowly shifting towards Lin Jianxing's hand. The precious, priceless, and currently the first dual-attribute material produced in Dragon Country this year. The obsidian heart had cracked. Red and yellow intermingled light spilled out from the crack, flowing through Lin Jianxing's fingers and instantly drilled into his body. In Lin Jianxing's pupils reflected the intertwining red and yellow glow. The light pathways beneath his skin flickered erratically. Oh no, I slipped. Why is this thing so fragile? Lin Jianxing stared blankly at the obsidian heart in his hand. Shitta's mouth hung open, feeling as if his heart were twitching. If this stone were sold at auction, it could buy an entire building in the center of Dazhong City. Did the young master just crush it? Like crushing an egg. And now he's only at level 10. Using it now has a very low success rate. Young master, are you serious? System notification successfully used the obsidian heart. Detected the presence of both wind element and blood element powers within the body. The obsidian heart is attempting to harmonize the two powers. Wind element and blood element are beginning to make contact. The little zombie is struggling frantically. Let go of me. I do not want to fuse with this coward. The little vampire is also desperately struggling. Master, help. I don't want to go into that dark place. Wind element and blood element fusion degree 0. 15. 30. 67. 92. Fusion degree 100. Congratulations. You have successfully comprehended the dual element strike technique. Obsidian blood armor of the wind. Obsidian blood armor of the wind, utilizing the power of wind to draw upon the molten core of the earth, summoning obsidian and magma to envelop the body, forming an indestructible armor. While the armor is active, it significantly enhances defense and strength with normal attacks, dealing fire attribute damage. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown time 1 hour. Lin Jianxing was stunned. This is it. Others need decades of comprehension, require high levels dual element affinity, and must carefully balance two entirely different elements, but he just crushing a stone, and then the skill activated itself, leading to comprehension. He looked at the new skill icon that appeared on the panel next to summon zombie and summon vampire, now added with obsidian blood armor of the wind. The icon depicted a black armor burning with magma, strikingly handsome. Suddenly he realized, normally one must carefully balance two completely different elements when comprehending a combined technique. Fearing a mistake would lead to failure. But he was different. His skills had a mind of their own. The skill could fight, argue, get angry, feel wronged, and had to cooperate after being confined in a dark space. The heart of obsidian merely forced the wind and blood elements into the same space. Meanwhile, the little zombie and little vampire could only rely on their instincts to find the perfect point of combination. He did nothing but crush a stone. He decided to crush a few more whenever he had the chance. The little zombie protested vigorously, the icon spinning on the panel. I am the damage dealer. I am the main force. Only a coward wears armor. I want the thrill of hitting hard, not hiding in a turtle shell. Whoever wants to wear this armor can wear it. I certainly won't. I would rather be bare. The little vampire said pitifully, Master, this armor is on fire all over, too conspicuous, and offers no sense of safety. Wearing it, anyone within 10 miles can see you, and others won't even need to look for a sneak attack. They can spot you at a glance. How about we don't wear it? I can build you a wall. It's low-key and safe, and you won't have to cooperate with Big Brother. Lin Jianxing directly ignored the protests of the two summoned beings. He was the master. Why would he care whether the summoned beings were willing? The armor was not for them, it was for him. He extended his hand. Boom. A terrifying heat wave erupted around Lin Jianxing, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air. Shi and Chu Xiaoyan instinctively retreated several steps, arms raised to shield their faces, staring in shock at Lin Jianxing. Chunks of pitch-black obsidian coalesced from the void, adhering tightly to Lin Jianxing's body. Starting from his arms, it spread to his shoulders, chest, abdomen, and legs, finally enveloping his head. Each piece of armor fit seamlessly, closely adhering to the contours of his body. Between the gaps of the armor, scorching magma flowed slowly, casting a dark red glow that flickered between the black plates. Wherever the magma flowed, the air was distorted by the extreme heat, causing the surroundings to slightly warp. The helmet concealed his entire face, leaving only two narrow gaps for vision. He looked down at his body, covered with obsidian armor, with magma flowing through the gaps, heat rising from the seams of the armor. He felt terrifyingly strong, capable of arm wrestling with Godzilla, but that wasn't the point. The point was that this armor was truly stunning. It was simply breathtaking. But did this mean he would truly become a melee necromancer? A summoner who doesn't hide behind manipulating summoned beings while charging up front to brawl seemed a bit off. But it was so handsome. Shi and Chu Xiaoyan exchanged glances, witnessing incomparable shock in each other's eyes. A level 17. A level 17 necromancer who had just learned his second basic skill less than a day ago comprehended a combined technique. No failures, no backlash, a success in one go, flowing like clouds and water. Moreover, the appearance of this armor was too exaggerated. Obsidian armor plates, magma patterns, and a fully covering helmet. Like a demon descending from the heavens, truly a deity of the mortal realm. Shi opened his mouth, but made no sound, then closed it again. The two gave up on expressing their shock verbally, as their vocabulary collectively malfunctioned at that moment. Is this what genius looks like? People can make others feel inferior. Chu Xiaoyan came back to her senses first. She looked at Lin Jianxing, who had returned to his casual self in a white t-shirt and sweatpants after exiting the armor state, a bitter smile appearing on her face. A deep sense of helplessness and resignation faced with a true prodigy. The height you have struggled for 10 years to reach, they have casually attained. What you have desperately tried to achieve, they accomplished with a mere nap. The realm you wouldn't dare to even think about, they effortlessly crossed into. No more comparisons, it's futile. She looked up at the completely darkened sky. Young master, it's already very late. We should head back. With your current strength, LV 17A, combined with this combined technique, you will surely shine in tomorrow's exam. Let's rest well tonight. Lin Jianxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was time to return. Level up, the boss was defeated, and the combined technique was comprehended. Today's KPI was exceeded. Now he just wanted to do one thing: eat. Indeed, it's time to go back. He stretched lazily. I'm starved. As soon as he finished speaking, the panel erupted with excitement. The little zombie dashed around excitedly, the icon flashing madly. Eat, eat, eat. I'm starving. I want to eat the liver of the crimson flame dragon. I want to eat the tenderloin of the undead rhino. I want to eat stir-fried undead mushrooms. 10. The little vampire weakly added, Master, I'm hungry too. Is there that kind of duck blood vermicelli made from undead flying ducks? I want to eat that. Not spicy. Less cilantro. The soup should be hot, but not too hot. Lin Jianxing looked at the two skill icons in the panel, temporarily setting aside their grievances for the sake of food, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. These two guys are quite clever. They know that resisting the combined technique in front of him is futile, so they wisely stopped bringing it up. Since they are so considerate, he would also not be unreasonable. He generously replied in his mind, sure, I have everything. Crimson flame dragon liver, undead rhino tenderloin, stir-fried undead mushrooms, duck blood vermicelli. Without spice, less cilantro, soup hot, but not too hot. Today I'm in a good mood. As long as it's at home, it's all you can eat. The panel echoed with two cheers. Chu Xiaoyan took out her phone to notify her subordinates to come pick them up. Later, when they return home, she needs to report to Commander Lin and his wife about the young master's situation today. Where to start? Should she start with the young master lying on the bed playing games while leveling up? Or with the vampire being scared out of the sign wall by a small fireball? Should she begin with the young master sinking into the ground along with the bed? Or the young master facing a level 40 lord alone? Or with the young master effortlessly crushing the heart of obsidian and successfully comprehending the combined technique? After some thought, she decided to start with the young master leveled up 10 times today. The rest, she would let them digest slowly. After all, she herself had yet to fully process it. In the southern suburbs of Dachang City, a luxurious convoy slowly drove through the intricately carved gates. As soon as the car doors opened, 2 rows of maids, already lined up on both sides, bowed at a 90-degree angle. Welcome back, young master. You've worked hard. As Lin Jianxing stepped out of the car, he was startled. He never got used to such an entrance every time he returned home. All right, I've worked hard. He squeezed out of the car while waving his hand and walking up the steps. Everyone disperse. Go do what you need to do, don't just stand there, it's quite cold. Jianxing. A figure hurried out from the villa's main door. Jiang Wan rushed to Lin Jianxing's side in a few quick steps, grabbing his hand, and then gazing at his slightly disheveled hair. Oh dear, look at you, all dusty and grimy, you must have suffered. She reached out to smooth his hair and patted the dust off his shoulders. I heard you went underground today. Did you encounter a boss? Lin Jianxing smiled slightly. Mom, I'm fine, just a little tired. He yawned, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. Everything else is fine, it's just that the underground was really bumpy and my bones feel like they're about to fall apart. Jiang Wan gently patted Lin Jianxing's hand. All right, as long as you're fine. The chef is still preparing the meal. You should take a bath and get a massage to relax, then enjoy a nice meal. She turned to the maid following her and instructed, go turn on the lights in the young master's bathroom and set the water temperature to 42 degrees. Lin Jianxing's eyes brightened. Sure thing, Mom. He turned back and waved to Chu Xiaoyan, who had just gotten out of the car. Sister Chu, you should also go rest. You've worked hard today. You haven't stopped since morning. Even an Iron Man can't endure that. Chu Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, young master. She watched Lin Jianxing walk into the villa before finally relaxing her tense shoulders. Jiang Wan turned and took Chu Xiaoyan's hand, walking a few steps toward the corner of the porch. Xiaoyan, come with me and tell me what Jianxing encountered today. She glanced back at the direction Lin Jianxing had disappeared and turned back. Why is he looking so disheveled? His hairstyle is all messed up. Jianxing has never looked this disheveled from childhood to now. Chu Xiaoyan slightly bent, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Madam, the young master's experiences today are quite astonishing. I think it's best to let the commander hear about it too. She paused. It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. Jiang Wan was slightly taken aback and nodded. All right, old Lin is in the study, let's go. She grasped Chu Zioyan's wrist and walked into the villa. The door of the study was ajar where Lin Jianxing sat behind a large desk, holding a cigar, lost in thought, not even noticing that the cigar had gone out. Chu Xiaoyan stood in the center of the study. She had organized the events of the day from start to finish, each point being concise and clear. There were no unnecessary embellishments, no exaggerated adjectives, and she even deliberately downplayed some details that sounded too outrageous. Even so, it took her nearly 20 minutes to finish. The study fell into a brief silence. Lin Jianxing suddenly inhaled from the already extinguished cigar, realizing there was no flame, and clicked his tongue, tossing it aside. He opened his mouth, then closed it, and opened it again, finally squeezing out a sentence. So Jianxing is already level 17 now. He picked up another cigar, not too shocked by the level issue. After all, a special operations team of hundreds helped the young master draw aggro. What truly astonished him was not the combination skills. Although the combination skills were indeed outrageous, it was reasonable for his son to be a bit outrageous. What truly shocked him was the speed of comprehension. Jiang Wan's face was filled with disbelief as she counted on her fingers, extending one finger for each skill she mentioned. In just a few days, he's comprehended so many skills plus the wind and blood combination skills. This is just what he has learned. There are those micromanipulation techniques shown in the Abyss dungeon, multitasking, and his automatic combat instincts while asleep. She grew more astonished as she counted, running out of fingers, her voice trembling. This is too exaggerated for Jianxing. In less than 3 days, how much has he comprehended? Some professionals may not comprehend this much in a lifetime. Chu Xiaoyan stood in the center of the study. Even though she was a witness, every event was something she had seen with her own eyes. Yet as she reevaluated Lin Jianxing's experiences of the day, that sense of shock still had not diminished in the slightest. In 3 days, not to mention an ordinary S-class genius, even an S-class genius, would find it their limit to comprehend 3 skills within 3 days. But Lin Jianxing had comprehended 4 beginner skills, plus 1 dual-element combination skill. Lin Jianxing took a deep puff of smoke. He's about to reach level 20, which means he can almost learn a new foundational skill. Lin Jianxing was currently at level 17, not far from level 20. Under normal circumstances, summoners are limited by elemental affinity and tend to specialize in one element. Fire summoners only study fire element summons from start to finish, while water summoners only learn water element ones. This is common knowledge and a lamentable reality. However, Lin Jianxing was different. He had no affinity for summon creatures at all. Lin Jianxing looked at Jiang Wan, his tone unable to hide his anticipation. For wind and blood, his summons are actually dual element, and he has already mastered them proficiently. Now he can learn a 3rd skill soon, dear. Do you think Jianxing's 3rd summon won't also be dual element? Jiang Wan slowly replied, no. That can't be possible, can it? For Jianxing to have such mastery and control, that's already a gift from the heavens. Could he really be a triple element genius? Lin Jianxing exhaled a puff of smoke, interrupting her. He pointed to the open ancient book on the desk, a monograph on necromancers that he had specifically unearthed from the corner of the study that afternoon. He spent the entire afternoon flipping through this more than 300-page book from cover to cover. Honey, you forgot the most important point. His finger tapped on the pages. The young master is a necromancer. Other summoners can basically only summon single attribute creatures, which they can never change. But necromancers are different. The only advantage of a necromancer is that each summoned creature, besides being bound to the undead attribute, may also have a second attribute added. Just like Jianxing's 2 current summons, the little zombie is undead plus wind, and the little vampire is undead plus blood. He triggered that minuscule probability while summoning. Jiang Wan's breathing became rapid. She wasn't a necromancer, but after 20 years in the potion industry, her understanding of the occupational system was on par with any professional. If Jianxing's 2nd summon is randomly dual attribute, then the 3rd will also be random, as will the 4th and 5th. If his luck is good enough, every summon he conjures in the future could potentially be dual attribute. And each attribute could be different: fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, ice, light, dark, blood, poison. Old Lin, do you think? Jiang Wan's voice trembled. Jianxing won't become an aliment summoner in the future, will he? Her voice emphasized the words, all systems, this. It's unprecedented. Chu Xiaoyan stood in the center of the study, her heart racing violently. An all-system summoner. Such a thing has never existed in this world. The most powerful mage she currently knows is merely proficient in 3 systems. The summoner profession typically requires a good relationship with summoned beings, resulting in a lower elemental affinity compared to other professions. Even mastering one system is already a rare feat. An all-system summoner. What does that imply? It means having a means to counter any enemy of any attribute. It means being able to coordinate with teammates of any attribute. It means maximizing the effectiveness of any equipment of any attribute. Jiang Wan took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Old Lin, the choice of the third summon depends on Jianxing's own will. A genius like Jianxing shouldn't be overly restricted, we just need to provide support. Whatever he wants we give him, whatever he wishes to learn we let him learn. No need to worry about anything else. Lin Jianxing nodded, you're right, wife. Jiang Wan glanced at the wall clock. All right, it's about time. The dishes should be ready. Xiaoyan, go call the young master down for dinner. This child has been busy all day and must be starving. Chu Xiaoyan stood at attention. Yes, ma'am. Lin Jianxing leaned against the side of the bath, arms resting on the edge, letting out a long, satisfied sigh. Ah, this feels good. Two young maids were already waiting by the edge of the pool. One of them tested the water temperature and softly asked, Young master, is the water temperature all right? Should we add some hot water? Or make it a bit cooler? Not bad, this temperature is just right. No need to adjust it, leave it as it is. The two maids picked up towels and began to dry Lin Jianxing's body. Young master, you've worked hard today, your muscles here are a bit stiff. Let me help you relax a bit. One maid gently pressed her fingers on Lin Jianxing's shoulder blades. Lin Jianxing casually responded. This is the treatment a transmigrator should have. Fighting and killing is all for the enjoyment of this moment. While others start from scratch, he began from a deficit. His negative aspect was the sewer profession, the undead mage, yet his starting line was even further back than others' finish lines. However, he couldn't just enjoy without making contributions. He had also put in effort today, particularly affecting his cervical and lumbar spine, nearly falling apart from the bumps underground. After soaking for a while, Lin Jianxing felt much of his fatigue dissipate. His bones were no longer sore, his muscles were relaxed, and his mind was no longer buzzing. He fished out a few Red Dragon Country 100 yuan bills from the pocket of his clothes by the pool, not counting probably 8 or 9 bills, and casually tossed them towards the edge of the pool. Take this to buy some snacks to eat. The maid's eyes instantly lit up, and they promptly bowed in unison. Thank you, young master. You are so kind, young master. Lin Jianxing waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Speaking of which, the little zombie and the little vampire indeed put in a lot of effort today. One charged into battle, while the other desperately protected from behind. Though he often scolded them for being troublesome. Especially the little zombie. Talkative, hot-tempered, loved to show off, and too often referring to himself as this master, but it was truly fierce when it came to fighting monsters. Since waking up, it had been killing non-stop, not resting for a day. The little vampire, though a bit cowardly and talkative with its fearful demeanor, yet still putting all its effort into protecting its master, truly moved him. Of course, being moved is one thing, the reckoning for the unauthorized digging will come later. Let's have extra portions tonight. 2 cheers echoed from the panel. The two maids exchanged glances, thinking the young master was talking to them, and quickly nodded. All right, young master, we will notify the kitchen right away. In the Lin family's dining hall, the long dining table was piled high with various exquisite ingredients. Lin Jianxing buried his head in his food, while Lin Jianxing and Jiang Wan exchanged glances, both seeing the smiles in each other's eyes. The little zombie was also eating in the panel in a thought version. When Lin Jianxing ate the dragon's liver, it would simultaneously taste the flavor. Though it was just a whiff of passing aroma, it was already sufficient for it. The little zombie's mouth was watering, extremely pleased. Ah, this is the taste. Crispy outside, tender inside with rich juices. The little vampire's icon was also glowing faintly in dark red. The little vampire looked satisfied. Delicious. So delicious. Master, can I have another bite of duck blood? Jiang Wan gently advised. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Have some soup to wash it down, don't choke on it. She pushed the soup bowl in front of Lin Jianxing closer to his hand, and moved the plate of stir-fried vegetables toward him. Eat more vegetables. Eating only meat isn't good for digestion. These vegetables were picked from our garden. This morning they're fresh. Lin Jianxing put down his chopsticks, pondered for a moment, then spoke up. Jianxing, you're almost at level 20 now. You should be able to contract a new summon soon. Do you have any thoughts on it? Jiang Wan set her chopsticks down, looking expectantly at her son. Yes, Jianxing, as long as you have a system you want to learn, Mom can get you the best one. Lin Jianxing put down his chopsticks, deep in thought. Since he was going to contract a new summon, he definitely needed to learn the strongest. Fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, ice, wood, metal, poison, blood, light, dark. Most of these he hadn't even considered, but since his parents had spoken, wouldn't it be a waste not to choose the... In his previous life, he had read so many novels, and one phrase he always remembered was, time is revered, space is king, causality does not emerge, and destiny reigns. But do such 4 attributes truly exist in this world? He had searched online and checked books only to find the answer was no. Those were merely legends, attributes never validated within the occupational system of this world. What he knew was that at the pinnacle of the occupational hierarchy stood 2 awe-inspiring attributes, light and darkness. Holy Light Mage Shadow Assassin. If he could have a summon of either the light or dark system, it would not only be impressive, but also powerful. If he could create a combination skill like the dual wind and blood system, merging light and darkness. Light and darkness in unity. The symphony of light and darkness. Just thinking about it makes one feel a surge of prestige. Lin Jianxing raised his head and tentatively asked, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Dad, Mom, since you both have spoken, can I learn the light system or the dark system? Lin Jianxing and Jiang Wan exchanged glances, revealing a hint of difficulty. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. With the Lin family's financial resources, could there really be foundational skill books they couldn't acquire? Jiang Wan sighed softly, her tone turning serious. Jianxing, you don't know something. The light and dark systems, though called the strongest systems, have extremely stringent requirements for talent, to the point that it could be said they are not just requirements, but thresholds. Crossing over means being above others. Failing to cross means being dead. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. The foundational skill books for these 2 systems are firmly controlled by top-tier academies and the military and will not flow into the market. Money cannot buy them. It's not a matter of money. But that's not the main point. The main point is that without the corresponding elemental affinity, forcing oneself to learn skills from these 2 systems can be fatal. Lin Jianxing's heart skipped a beat. Dead people. Lin Jianxing took over the conversation, nodding. Common elements like fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, and ice can be learned, but without corresponding affinity, one may only fail to learn them, or their power would be greatly diminished. Just like a stone with level earth affinity, it can only cast a small fireball with fire affinity, but at least one remains unharmed. However, light and dark are different. If one lacks the talent for holy light affinity, the moment light elements enter the body, it would result in an immediate explosion, quite literally. Bang, and the person is gone. As for dark elements, their corrosive nature is extremely strong. Without corresponding affinity, your spiritual power would be devoured by dark elements, turning you into a mindless killer, merciless and devoid of recognition. Jiang Wan's eyes were filled with worry. Yes, Jianxing, you are already very excellent. You have mastered both wind and blood elements to a remarkable extent. With your talent, even if you only excel in common elements, you could become a summoner standing at the pinnacle of the world in the future. It's not that your mother doesn't want you to pursue greater strength, but she doesn't want you to gamble your life. There's no need to take such life-threatening risks. Lin Jianxing pondered for a moment. If you truly have an obsession with the light and dark elements, there is still a chance. Once your level surpasses 100, the elemental energy within you will reach a critical point of qualitative change. At that time, theoretically, you would be able to resist the invasion of light and dark elements without life-threatening risks. Moreover, by then your experience, judgment, and sensitivity to elements would be exponentially stronger than now, significantly increasing the success rate of learning light and dark elements. He looked into Lin Jianxing's eyes. As for now, take your father's advice, it's too early. You're currently at level 17. Learning now would be like sending yourself to the road of death. Lin Jianxing felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, exploding to death, turning into a madman. He still wanted to grow stronger, but he didn't want to meet such a fate. Even if the light and dark elements are powerful, one must have a life to use them. He decided to hold off for now and consider it later. All right, let's stop here. Since it's that dangerous, let's drop it. Forget I said anything. Jiang Wan thought for a moment. Since light and dark won't work, how about learning lightning instead? Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. Lightning. Jiang Wan nodded. Exactly. Lightning is a rare attribute second only to light and dark, possessing extremely high burst output and attack speed. In terms of instantaneous explosive power, lightning is undoubtedly the best among common elements. In terms of attack speed, its propagation is like light, impossible to evade. The basic skill book for lightning is quite expensive on the market, with a beginner-level lightning skill book costing about 20 times that of a fire element skill book of the same level. She smiled. But our family doesn't lack money. Jianxing, think about it. Lin Jianxing's eyes lit up. Lightning is great. Who doesn't dream of mastering lightning these days? As a child watching cartoons, the protagonist could summon thunder with a wave of their hand. And if he could summon lightning during the big exam, how spectacular would that be, with everyone's attention on him? Learn lightning. That's it. Lin Jianxing slapped the table, having made his decision. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly emerged from the panel, dripping with sarcasm and disdain. The little zombie's icon had somehow crept over. The little zombie scoffed. In terms of explosive power, the wind element is undoubtedly the king of all methods. Wind is formless, wind is formless, wind is everywhere. Lightning. It's just a loud noise, looks intimidating, but is impractical. Go sit at the children's table. The little zombie rolled its eyes in the face of the great storm. Lightning is just a little brother. That kind of fleeting thing struck once, and it's gone. How could it compare to me? My wind element is eternal. That is the truth. That is. Lin Jianxing twitched the corner of his mouth. Shut up. If you keep talking, there won't be any fire dragon liver left for you next time. The little zombie's icon froze, turning gray in the panel. Lin Jianxing raised his head. Mom, I also think lightning is pretty good. It's cool. Let's go with that. Good. They'll have someone fetch it and send it to your room. We have several basic skill books for lightning at home. They'll pick the best one for you. By the way, Mom, do we have any other beginner or intermediate skill books for wind and blood elements? Beginner level or intermediate level is fine. Oh, just grab a few for me to take back and study. If the little zombie and little vampire are so sentient, would they be able to comprehend skills on their own? What would happen if they were fed skill books? Would the little zombie comprehend new wind element skills after eating a wind skill book? Would the little vampire comprehend new blood element skills after eating a blood skill book? Or would they learn everything without eating anything? Jiang Wan nodded. In her opinion, it was a good thing for her son to research skills, indicating his ambition. Yes. We have a whole bunch of skill books at home, and quite a few for wind and blood elements as well. They'll have someone send them over. Take as many as you want, and if it's not enough, they'll buy more for you. Thanks, Mom. They'll head back to my room to rest and prepare for tomorrow's big exam. I'm tired. Today was quite exhausting. Old Lin, tomorrow is the big exam. Lin Jianxing. Yes, indeed. With Jianxing's current strength, getting the top spot in the city would be like taking candy from a baby. We just need to be there to applaud him. There's no need to worry about anything else. Jiang Wan shot him a look. I'm not talking about that. Oh, what's the use of getting the top spot in the city? While it's impressive in our Dachang city, what does it mean nationally? Jianxing's goal isn't Dachang city, it's the Dragon Nation, it's the world. That old classmate of yours, Yu Xiaojiang, if I remember correctly, he's a recruitment officer in the Tianlong class at the Tianlong Academy in Kyoto, right? Doesn't he visit various provinces every year during the big exam to scout for talent? Give him a call and have him come to Dachang City to take a look during this big exam. Lin Jianxing paused for a moment. The Tianlong class is a special class at the Tianlong Academy that admits top geniuses with extremely high admission standards. Having S-level talent is just the entry requirement. One must also perform exceptionally well in the big exam, or even if you are S-level, you won't get in. Our Dachang City has only produced Zhao Lingling with S-level talent this year. Lin Jianxing quickly replied, All right, I'll call him right away. He'll make the call tonight. He took out his phone and placed it on the table, adding, If he doesn't come, I'll personally go to Kyoto and bring him back myself. In Lin Jianxing's bedroom, the carpet was strewn with skill books radiating various colors of light. The blue of the wind element, the red of the blood element, and several miscellaneous ones in shades of blue, green, and yellow. Lin Jianxing sat cross-legged in the center of the carpet, holding a mid-level wind element skill book titled Spiral Wind. Directly learning forbidden spells is impossible. They don't have skill books at all, being the pinnacle that top-tier practitioners can only touch after a lifetime of effort. However, learning some mid-level skills wouldn't be a bad idea. The acceleration of the wind element, the endurance of the blood element, and the burst of the lightning element. He wanted them all. He knew that being greedy was unwise, but who could blame him when he had a cheat? With a thought, he commanded, Come learn. The skill book transformed into a blue stream of light emerging from its cover and directly entering his brow. Normally, the stream of light should have lingered in the skill bar, gradually converting into a skill template waiting for him to practice repeatedly and master it before he could officially use it. However, it failed to reach its destination. The little zombie that had been dozing in the skill bar suddenly opened its eyes. Its icon popped out from the skill bar, opened its mouth, and swallowed the stream of light whole. Learning failed. Your summoned little zombie devoured Spiral Wind. Little zombie's skill proficiency drastically increased, breaking 10,000 laws LV. 5 LV. 13 Phantom Spin Fist LV. 3 LV. 10 Current Practitioner level LV. 17 O summon level has reached the limit, cannot be further improved. Lin Jianxing was stunned. Learning failed. Devoured by the little zombie. A mid-level skill book worth 500,000 only increased a bit of skill proficiency. In this world, skill proficiency is a torturous thing. Although spending money to enhance proficiency is indeed gratifying and a pleasant surprise, he wanted new skills. This extravagant item, a skill book worth 500,000, only increases skill proficiency. The little zombie burped contentedly, its icon glowing faintly on the panel. The little zombie looked innocent. It was just too tempting. I couldn't resist. The moment that light came in, I smelled the scent of the wind element. My body moved before my brain did. Lin Jianxing sneered, couldn't resist. Fine, I declare that tomorrow's dinner is cancelled. You ate tonight, so save tomorrow's portion as a digestive treat. From now on, you'll just have to drink the northwest wind. The little zombie's icon panicked instantly. Don't. Dad. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I promise I'll hold back next time. I swear on my dignity. I swear on the coffin of the little vampire. Lin Jianxing suppressed his anger, deciding not to stoop to its level, and picked up another skill book from the Wind Blade mid-level wind element. If you dare eat again, you'll never eat meat for the rest of your life. Lin Jianxing chose to learn once more. The skill book transformed into a blue stream of light and once again drilled into his brow. The little zombie's icon shrank into a corner of the skill bar, trembling. It could smell that scent, the wind elements scent, the same source's scent. It was a part of it. It struggled to restrain itself, desperately telling itself, I must not eat. If I do, there will be no fire dragon liver left. The little zombie trembled all over, the flames at the edges of its icon flickering. It must not eat. The undead rhinoceros meat is more fragrant. I must hold back. I must hold back. The stream of light floated past it, and the little zombie's eyes began to bloodshot, its sanity collapsing. Little zombie gradually went mad, but it's provoking me. Walking leisurely on my territory while exuding such a rich scent. What is this if not provocation? No, this is a declaration of war. How can I allow others to sleep peacefully beside my bed? If this light can walk past today, tomorrow it can build a house on my head. The day after tomorrow, it will dare to defecate on my neck. Can I endure this? Just 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, sanity completely shattered. The little zombie lunged forward with a howl, swallowing the stream of light in one gulp, even faster than before. Learning failed. Your summon little zombie devoured Windblade. Little zombie's skill proficiency drastically increased, breaking 10,000 laws LV. 13 LV. 16 Phantom Spin Fist LV. 10 LV. 15. Lin Jianxing's eyelid twitched, a laugh of fury escaping him. Good, you're done for. You're finished for life. Little zombie's emotions collapsed. 3. I can't. This isn't my fault. It's the light's fault. It provoked me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Yes, self-defense. You can't punish a zombie acting in self-defense. Lin Jianxing was about to speak when another voice suddenly popped up on the panel. The little vampire had unknowingly come over, its icon filled with righteous indignation, the dark red light flickering on the panel. Little vampire angrily declared, Master, it did it on purpose. The little vampire pointed at the little zombie's icon. Little vampire loudly accused, what do you mean you couldn't control yourself? What do you mean self-defense? Those are just excuses. It completely disregards the master's words. Such a disloyal summon deserves to starve. Starve for 3 days. No, starve for 7 days. Starve until it wants to eat flies. After cursing, the little vampire turned its head and a well-behaved smile appeared on its icon. The little vampire looked obedient. Master, please don't be angry. I'm very well behaved. Absolutely not like it, eating randomly. I will listen to whatever you say, or if you tell me to go east, I will not go west. If you tell me to catch a dog, I will not chase a chicken. Lin Jianxing raised his eyebrows and glanced at the panel where the obedient appearance was displayed. Just this morning, the little fireball had scared it into a fit of cries, forcing it to comprehend the wall of size, and now it was righteous in accusing others of eating indiscriminately. But he didn't expose it, and instead he nodded along with its words, all right, little blood, you understand. The little vampire's icon brightened momentarily. Lin Jianxing picked up a blood red skill book from the carpet. Blood Earth Stab, a mid-level blood element. Since you're so well-behaved, show your big brother how it's done. This is Blood Earth Stab. Mastering it can both attack and defend. Come learn it, and let your big brother see what it means to be obedient. Let it understand what self-cultivation of a summon is. Little Vampire confidently replied, no problem, Master. I guarantee I will complete the task. Just a small skill book, I will definitely hold back. Definitely not like that guy who only thinks with his fists and eats indiscriminately. The little zombie listened nearby, its icon showing 2 flickering soul fires. If the little vampire succeeded, its status at home would be even lower than that of a mature banana. But it wanted to see how long that little crybaby could hold out. 1 second, or half a second. Lin Jianxing directly transformed the skill book into a stream of light. A red stream of light burst forth from the cover, drilling into his brow. The light shone brighter than any previous instance, moving faster than before, and the rich scent of the blood element caused the little vampire's icon to tremble instinctively. In the previous second, the little vampire had been full of confidence. In the next second, it instantly exploded in rage. Not out of fear, but sensing an invasive threat of the same origin, one that sought to establish new rules on its territory. Danger must swallow it, if not an outsider would emerge on its territory. Learning failed. Your summoned little vampire devoured blood earth stab. Little vampire's skill proficiency drastically increased. Wall of size LV. 3 LV. 10 blood escape LV. 1 LV. 8. The air suddenly went silent. In the interface, both icons were frozen. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched slightly. The little zombie was stunned, then burst into wild laughter. The little zombie rolled on the ground laughing. Ha ha. Good. Show me a sample. Where's the blood spike? Can you learn to attack and defend? Show me your defense. The little zombie cruelly mocked. You little crybaby. You eat faster than I do. At least I waited 3 seconds. You couldn't wait even 1 second. You opened your mouth and swallowed it. How can you say anything about me? The little vampire shrank in the corner, looking confused after devouring the blood spike. It looked down at its body. The blood spike did not appear in the skill bar above the icon. Instead, the level of the sighing wall jumped from LV 3 to LV 10A, and blood escape jumped from LV 1 to LV 8. It did exactly what its big brother did. Ate the skill book and then used the power of the skill book to strengthen. It had clearly promised its master to hold back. It had just been mocking its big brother for not holding back. Lin Jianxing didn't get angry. Little blood, you can't control it either. Master, I really can't control it. As soon as that light came in my body, just wouldn't listen. Lin Jianxing fell silent. He stared at the interface, focusing on the icons of the little zombie and the little vampire, his mind racing. Within his body, every summoned creature corresponding to an elemental system would trigger an instinctive territorial awareness when faced with any external skill book of the same system. Not just the wind system, but the blood system was the same. If it came, it would eat. What was eaten became its own. This was their instinct as summoned creatures, uncontrollable and unrestrainable. New skills could no longer be learned, never to be learned. Even if he bought 10, 100, or 1,000 skill books, the result would be the same. All would be devoured, turning into experience points. No wonder the probability of learning skills was closely related to elemental affinity. Necromancers had no elemental affinity. Apart from learning basic summoning skills, they couldn't learn any other skills. Fortunately, basic summoned creatures could learn. For example, after reaching level 20, as long as the little zombie and the little vampire had no territorial awareness of the lightning system, they could learn normally. He shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. He was destined in this life not to learn new skills of the same system through skill books. The wind system wouldn't work, the blood system wouldn't work, and other systems in the future might not work either. As long as there were summoned creatures of the elemental system, new skills would be devoured by them. However, he quickly felt at ease. Others had to rely on relentless hard work to improve skill proficiency. He just needed to spend money to buy skill books and feed them to the little zombie and little vampire, and the skill levels would naturally rise. Though he couldn't learn new skills, the speed of proficiency gain would be enough to make other practitioners weep in despair. Lin Jianxing waved his hand and pushed all the remaining skill books on the carpet in front of him. Wind system, blood system, a dozen piled together. Then let's max out all the skill levels first. 10 minutes later, Lin Jianxing looked at the refreshed skill interface and nodded in satisfaction. The Thousand Break Law and Phantom Spinning Fist both reached the current level cap, and Sighing Wall and Blood Escape followed suit. Little Zombie Summon LV. 17 Maxed Out Thousand Break Law LV. 17 Phantom Spinning Fist LV. 17 Little Vampire Sighing Wall LV. 17 Blood Escape LV. 17. Lin Jianxing took one last look at the basic skill book skeleton summon, placed in the corner. The probability of a skeleton, this undead creature, having a secondary attribute of lightning is the highest, just as the probability of a vampire having a secondary attribute of blood is high. Skeletons have many evolution paths. A lightning attribute skeleton could eventually evolve into Thunderous Bone, Lightning Skeleton, Lightning Mage, and so on. Only 3 levels away from learning Lightning System. The most rare spell system aside from Light and Dark, known for its explosive power. Young Master, drink some water. Honey water warm with half a spoon of lemon juice, as per your habit. Lin Jianxing took the cup of water and gulped down a few sips. He opened his personal attribute panel. Name Lin Jianxing, profession Necromancer level. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. He was level 17 before sleeping last night, and now he woke up at level 18. He subconsciously glanced at the skill bar. The little zombie's icon was faintly glowing. The little zombie yawned. Is this the taste of dawn? It's been a long time since I was awake at dawn. The little zombie glanced at Lin Jianxing, awake. Last night, I wiped out all the monsters in that area, including their entire family. I killed from the east to the west, then back from the west to the east. The little zombie proudly stated, no need to thank me, this is all a necessary accumulation on the road to becoming the Emperor of Corpses. Every monster is a stepping stone, every kill is a staircase. I am one step closer to that. Status Sage mode after extreme excitement, a bit sleepy, but still can fight. Urgently need to replenish undead elemental food. Lin Jianxing sighed. Is this the self-discipline of the top achiever? The little zombie snorted coldly, just a false name, I don't care. What I care about is power. Evolution. After washing up, Lin Jianxing hummed a little tune as he walked to the dining room. Lin Jiaoxia was dressed in a crisp military uniform, the deep blue military attire accentuating his robust physique. His chest was adorned with a row of dazzling medals gleaming in a spectrum of colors under the light. First-class merit, special merit, city defense hero, anti-demon medal, each one earned with his life. With a white armed belt around his waist and shining black military boots on his feet, he exuded an imposing aura. Lin Jianxing pulled out a chair and sat down. Dad, Mom, good morning. So grand. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were being promoted to city lord today. Chewing on toast, he glanced over the medals on Lin Jianxing's chest. You usually don't wear these medals. Why are you displaying them all at once today? Aren't they heavy? Lin Jiaoxia twitched at the corner of his eye. You little brat, today is a major exam and the whole city is watching. Your dad is one of the examiners. How can I not dress formally? What if I wore a t-shirt? How would that look? If those reporters saw that tomorrow's headline would be City Defense Commander in t-shirt during exams suspected of disrespecting candidates, those reporters love to label people. Jiang Wan served a bowl of undead beef brisket porridge in front of Lin Jianxing. Eat more, the exam is physically demanding, it don't go hungry later. You have to take the exam all day with no time for meals, you must eat your fill in the morning. Lin Jianxing took the bowl. Thanks, Mom. By the way, Jianxing, the admissions officer Yu Xiaojiang from the Tianlong class of the Kyoto Tianlong Academy will be coming today. Make sure to perform well then. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow, still chewing on the brisket, asking indistinctly, Tianlong class. Is it very impressive? Lin Jiaoxia let out a chuckle, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed over his abdomen, casually resting one leg over the other. Let me put it this way, my son. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, the number of candidates participating in the professional examination each year reaches millions. Those who can get into the Tianlong Academy are the rarest of geniuses. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Each year the number of recruits never exceeds 20. As long as you enter this class, it's tantamount to stepping into the privileged class of the nation. Resources are tilted, policies are preferential, and there are benefits beyond your imagination. After graduation, the military government and major consortiums will be scrambling to recruit you, starting at a high level without having to grind through the ranks. Do you understand? Lin Jianxing mumbled while drinking his porridge. MHM got it, Dad. Don't worry, I will definitely make you proud. For him, the examination was just a way to bring honor to his parents. Whether it's the Tianlong Academy in Kyoto, the Tianlong class, or any university in Dachang City, it all doesn't matter. After all, skills will upgrade on their own, and he will comprehend them independently. Whether he goes to school or not, the little zombie will level up by itself, or whether he pays attention in class or not, the little vampire will understand the skills on its own. Lin Jiaoxia and Su Wan exchanged glances, both seeing comfort in each other's eyes. This child who talks about lying flat every day, wanting to be a slacker and a rice bug. But every time it came to a crucial moment, he never faltered. Lin Jiaoxia laughed heartily, standing up and giving Lin Jianxing a pat on the shoulder. Good. You have ambition. Since you are confident, then I can put my mind at ease. He picked up the military cap from the table and put it on the city defense military badge on the brim, glinting under the lights. Su Wan stood up, walked over to Lin Jianxing, and adjusted his collar. Just do your best, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter whether you get into the Tianlong class or not, in your parents' hearts you are the best. Lin Jianxing acknowledged with a sound, knowing his mother was speaking sincerely, not just being polite. Throughout his life, no matter how he performed in exams, his mother had never scolded him once. Lin Jiaoxia glanced at his watch, his expression turning serious. All right, it's almost time. Your mother and I have to head over to maintain order first. After all, today is a big day, and as official high-ranking members, we must arrive early to check the examination setup. You finish your breakfast and take the car over yourself. No rush, take your time. Lin Jianxing nodded. All right, Mom and Dad, you go ahead, I'll take my time eating. Dachang City Professional Examination Monitoring Command Center. In the vast circular hall, hundreds of high-definition screens monitored every corner of the examination room in real time. The images on the screens kept switching. Some showed the security checkpoint at the entrance where candidates were lining up to enter. Others displayed the circular stands inside the examination room, with thousands of seats stacked layer upon layer. Staff members were busy at the operation desks on the first floor with hundreds working simultaneously, the sounds of ringing phones, walkie-talkies, and keyboard clacks intertwining. The VIP monitoring room on the second floor was much quieter. When Lin Jianxing and Su Wan pushed the door open, a middle-aged man was already seated on the sofa. He was dressed in a meticulously tailored dark gray Zhongshan suit. On the coffee table in front of him rested a long box with its lid open inside, which lay 2 pieces of sugarcane. The sugarcane had already been peeled and cut into small segments neatly arranged in the box. So is this box a special carrying case for sugarcane? Old Lin, you lured me over from Kyoto. If I end up seeing nothing in the end, I won't let you off the hook. 10-year sugarcane, would you like a piece? Yuxiagang handed a piece of sugarcane to Li Jianxing, holding another in his hand. Ha ha ha, how could that be? We've known each other for so many years. When have I ever tricked you? Back in the dorms when you were cornered by someone who rushed in without a second thought. Yuxiagang rolled his eyes, crossed his legs, and took another bite of the sugarcane. Come on, what kind of ivory can come from your mouth? Your son simultaneously comprehended a total of 4 skills in both wind and blood systems, effortlessly hitting targets. And wind-blood combination skills. As if this were a movie. He chewed on the sugarcane, continuing to mumble. Honestly, if it weren't for our past sleeping in bunk beds, I definitely wouldn't have come. Lin Jianxing smiled mysteriously, sitting down opposite Yuxiagang and pouring him a cup of tea. Once the exam starts, you'll understand. I'll say this, if my son isn't accepted into the Tianlong class today, that will be the biggest loss of your life. It's a loss for the nation. I'm not just speaking on behalf of my son. I'm here to retain talent for... Yuxiagang took the teacup and sipped, waving his hand. Don't start with values now, or what loss for the nation. No matter how gifted your son is, can he surpass in class? Besides, the Tianlong class looks at practical ability, not talent. The examination room will reveal the truth. We'll talk then. Zhao Yangwei strode over with several aides. His gaze immediately fell on Yuxiagang, his pupils slightly narrowing. Yuxiagang, recruitment officer for the Tianlong class at the Kyoto Tianlong Academy, the selector of top-tier geniuses, admitting no more than 20 across the nation each year. How could he be here? His heart skipped a beat. Could it be for his class, gifted daughter? Thinking of this made him feel delighted. It seemed his reputation was quite significant, as he hadn't even called anyone over, and yet they came running. Oh, isn't this old you? What brings you here? You didn't inform me in advance, or I could have arranged for someone to pick you up. It's quite a distance. You must have had a tough journey. Yuxiagang slightly turned his head, chewing on the sugarcane as he glanced at Zhao Yangwei, taking his time to savor it. The relationship among the three of them is a long story. They were in the same university, the same department, and even the same dormitory back in the day. Lin Jianxing was recognized as the combat maniac of the entire school, his strength unparalleled, spending every day at the training ground until lights out. Zhao Yangwei was the eternal second, always overshadowed by Lin Jianxing, missing the mark by just a little in every exam and losing the crucial moment in every practical competition. Yuxiagang was just a bystander who enjoyed the show. For decades, Zhao Yangwei had been holding in a desire to win against Lin Jianxing once. From university to the present, from youth to middle age, this thought had never faded. Yuxiagang smiled faintly. Ha, old Zhao, long time no see. I was invited by old Lin. He said his son has extraordinary talent, a ancien millennium genius, and insisted I come to witness it. Zhao Yangwei's smile stiffened for a moment. Invited? By old Lin? His tone became somewhat strange. Old you, you're not joking, are you? Yuxiagang shrugged. Yes, old Lin boasted about his son, saying all sorts of things about wind and blood dual systems combination skills, claiming he comprehended 4 skills in 3 days. I didn't want to come originally, but he called 8 times and sent dozens of messages. He raised his fingers to gesture. I couldn't argue with him, so I had to come. Zhao Yangwei couldn't help but laugh, plopping down on the other side of the sofa. Old Lin, what kind of place is the Tianlong class? That's a place that evaluates hard strength, talent, skills, practical ability, and mental toughness. None can be missing. Do you think it's a place you can just open at home? Bringing in old you, do you think you're trying to pull strings? Or are you saying you prepared a one-time skill scroll for your son, intending to cheat in the major examination? Old Lin, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. The consequences of cheating in the examination are severe. At best, one would have their score canceled, at worst a lifetime ban from exams. As the commander of the city defense army, you would be doubly punished for breaking the law. Lin Jianxing didn't even lift his eyelids. He picked up his teacup, blew on the steam rising from the rim, took a gentle sip, set the cup down, and then spoke slowly. Zhao Yangwei, your perspective is limited to this. Always measuring a gentleman with the heart of a petty person, no wonder you couldn't catch up to me at school back then, and now you still can't catch up in the city defense army. In the next generation, haha. Zhao Yangwei's expression darkened for a moment. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and returned to that expression of, I want stoop to your level. I look forward to seeing what extraordinary performance your son will deliver. He turned to Yu Xiaojing, his tone warming a bit. Old Yu, I suggest you pay more attention to my daughter Zhao Lingling. Strength, Fire, Element, Affinity, Spirit Master Profession, Burning Sky, Demon Phoenix. I have been giving her intense training these past few days. Her skill proficiency, her casting speed, TSK. She is definitely the top student of this year's Dachang City examination. Yu Xiaojing smiled politely. And Strength, Fire, Element, Spirit Master is indeed impressive. However, talent is merely a threshold. Once you surpass it, what follows is battlefield experience, mental fortitude, and decision-making ability under pressure. Let's all take a look, no rush. Zhao Yangwei leaned back on the sofa, his heart bursting with joy, unable to suppress the smile on his face. With his daughter's strength talent, she originally had no chance to showcase herself to the Heavenly Dragon class admissions officers. Each year, millions of candidates take the exam. While strength talent is rare, it is still not uncommon on a national scale. The admissions officers for the Heavenly Dragon class only look at candidates with S rank or higher, or those who perform exceptionally well in the major examination. His daughter being rank was initially beyond Yu Xiaojing's assessment range. But then Lin Jianxing invited Yu Xiaojing over. Now what about Lin Jianxing, that necromancer? How extraordinary can he be? He definitely wouldn't catch Yu Xiaojing's eye, but instead provided an excellent stage for his daughter, Zhao Lingling, to shine. This move is a divine assist. An assist coming from the opponent is a happiness that surpasses winning directly. Zhao Yangwei took out his phone, edited a message, and sent it to Zhao Lingling. Lingling, perform well later. The Heavenly Dragon class admissions officer is here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How many people nationwide want to meet this person but can't? I, your father, have arranged it for you. Show your best self, and let that old man see what a true genius is. In front of the main entrance to the Dachang City Practitioner Examination venue, a black, extended limousine with military plates came to a steady stop. The car door opened, and Chu Zioyan's long legs stepped out first. She quickly walked around the front of the car, came to the rear seat position, respectfully opened the door, and placed her hand thoughtfully on the roof frame. Young master, we've arrived. Lin Jianxing yawned and climbed out of the car. His lazy demeanor exuded an air of nobility, instantly attracting many curious glances from those nearby. Not far away, several candidates gathered together, their eyes constantly glancing this way. Isn't that the young master of the Lin family? I heard his awakening revealed him to be a necromancer. The one considered the weakest among summoners. A short-haired girl nudged the tall, thin boy with her elbow. Should keep it down. His father is the commander of the Dachang City Defense Army. Even if he doesn't awaken, he can live comfortably for life. Can you afford to offend him? Chu Xiaoyan slightly turned her body, pointing towards the examination venue entrance. Young master, ahead is the examination venue for output-type professions. The tank and support profession examination venues are on the other side with different entrances. Just walk straight. Once you pass the security check, you will see the waiting area. Lin Jianxing nodded, stretched lazily, and said, All right, I got it, thanks Chu Jia, I will head in first. He put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the examination venue's main door. After taking 2 steps, he turned back. By the way, Chu Jia, will there be lunch? Chu Xiaoyan's lips twitched slightly, but she still replied earnestly, The examination venue provides lunch, standard boxed meals, 2 meat and 1 vegetable. If the young master is not used to it, I can have someone bring it to you. Lin Jianxing waved his hand, walking away without looking back. No, boxed meals are fine. I was just asking casually, not really wanting to eat. I just wanted to confirm the benefits of the major examination. After watching Lin Jianxing walk towards the examination venue until his figure disappeared at the entrance, she retracted her gaze and returned to the car. A long line formed at the security check with hundreds of candidates crowding in front of several channels, some whispering, some nervously checking their admission tickets, and some resting with their eyes closed. In front of the VIP passage where Lin Jianxing walked, there was no one, and a red carpet stretched from the entrance all the way to the security gate. At the security check stood a male and a female staff member, both in uniforms. The male was burly with a square face and a serious expression, standing straight. The female was petite with a round face, bright eyes, and a slight professional smile at the corners of her mouth. As Lin Jianxing approached, the male staff member reached out to stop him and spoke officially. "Hello, please present your admission ticket." Lin Jianxing took out his admission ticket from his pocket and handed it over. 2 sheets of paper were stacked together, slightly wrinkled at the edges, as he had casually stuffed them into his pants pocket that morning. The male staff member took it, his gaze scanning the photo and name on it, his expression pausing. Lin Jianxing. The female staff member immediately leaned in her eyes, scanning Lin Jianxing from top to bottom, as if verifying whether the boy in the white t-shirt before her was the same person as in the photo. "Oh, you are the young master of Commander Lin's family." Lin Jianxing calmly nodded. "Yes, is there a mismatch between the photo and the real person?" The female staff member quickly waved her hands, her smile growing brighter. "No, you look even more handsome in person." "No, I mean the photo is handsome, but you are even more handsome." The male staff member remained silent, lowering his head to scan the admission ticket with the machine, and Lin Jianxing's candidate information popped up on the screen. Name, photo, ID number, profession level. His gaze fell on the level column, stunned for a second, and then his expression changed dramatically. What the heck? Level 18. The female staff member leaned over, staring at the screen for a couple of seconds, and then gasped. The two exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. In past years' major examinations, having a level 15 candidate was already astonishing. This year, the emergence of Zhao Lingling, a level 16, has left them sufficiently amazed. When Zhao Lingling arrived, they had checked her level from this very spot, remarking, "Ins-level genius truly." Now another level 18 has appeared, 2 levels higher than Zhao Lingling. Is this the privilege of the wealthy? Have they pushed a profession generally deemed inferior to a height that overlooks the entire field? Necromancers may lack affinity for summoned creatures, but their family is wealthy enough to hire a special task force to assist in attracting monsters. Lack of talent is not a problem when there is money. This is the disparity of rebirth. The male staff member composed himself, his tone becoming respectful. "Young Master Lin, my apologies. No wonder he is the son of Commander Lin. A tiger father begets no dog sons." Lin Jianxing responded casually with a hum. The male staff member gestured towards the metal security gate behind him. "Young Master Lin, this is a routine safety detection device different from those at airports. It is specially designed for professionals to detect illegal items and abnormal energy fluctuations. You only need to stand under that light curtain for 5 seconds. It will be quick." Lin Jianxing nodded at the examination permit, saying, "All right, no problem." As soon as Lin Jianxing stepped into the light curtain, the moment his foot hit the ground, a low hum resonated. A beam of azure light shot out from the device above, enveloping his entire body. The little vampire icon in the panel shook violently. It was napping and startled by the sudden beam of light. "Little vampire, something's up. This kind of light. I've never seen it before, but it feels like a scan. It's searching for something. Perhaps it's looking for an opportunity to assassinate the master. I must block it. Immediately block. Right now." A red glowing spherical blood shield expanded instantly, tightly wrapping Lin Jianxing inside, isolating the security light curtain outside. The 2 staff members exchanged glances, their mouths slightly agape. "For just a security check, young Master Lin is being overly cautious, isn't he?" The male staff member cleared his throat, trying to sound normal. "Young Master Lin, this is just to check if you have any prohibited items, nothing more. This light curtain will not cause any harm to your body, nor will it record any of your skill information. You need not be so defensive." Lin Jianxing felt somewhat speechless. To make such a fuss over a security check, one might think he was deathly afraid. He awkwardly coughed to him. "My apologies." With a thought, the blood shield dissipated. "I've been leveling up a bit too intensely lately, and it has conditioned a muscle reaction in me. Please forgive me." Lin Jianxing mentally instructed the little vampire, "Little blood, don't be so jumpy, okay? With such a big reaction, others will mock me. They will think, does the young master of the Lin family have paranoia? Sooner or later, I won't die from being killed, but from being scared to death by you. Little vampire, feeling wronged, I'm only thinking of the master's safety. I don't know it. Things I don't recognize could be dangerous. That's why I activated the shield. I'll be more careful next time." Lin Jianxing rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this little crybaby. Anyway, it always says I'll be careful next time, yet still activates the shield next time. The male staff member stared at the monitor for a few seconds, confirming the data was normal before stepping aside and gesturing to let him through. "All right, young Master Lin, the inspection has passed. You may enter. Just go straight, and the examination square is through the passage." Lin Jianxing nodded and walked into the examination passage. My goodness, is this the level of life preservation among the wealthy? Even for a security check, they need to use a shield. I could feel the thickness of that shield even through the device. It could easily withstand a full-force strike from level 20 and below. Is it a one-time skill book? So extravagant. Using such a shield to block a security light curtain. Isn't that using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The male staff member shook his head. What's the big deal? If I were a young master of the Lin family, I would be even more protective of my life. The richer a person is, the more they fear death. Passing through the passage, the view opened up. A vast outdoor square appeared inside, at least the size of 4 or 5 football fields. Tall lighting towers stood around the square, and a massive electronic screen in the center displayed the candidate instructions and examination layout. Many candidates had already gathered in the square, clustering in small groups. Some were chatting, others were checking equipment, and some were resting with their eyes closed. As soon as Lin Jianxing appeared, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. The name Lin Jianxing was quite well known among his peers in Dachang City, not because of his own fame, but because his father was the commander of the city defense army and his mother was the head of a potion group. With such a family background, it was hard not to stand out, especially since he awakened as a necromancer, a profession universally recognized as inferior. These two labels attached to the same individual created a strong sense of contradiction. Thus, when he appeared in the square dressed in casual attire, hair tousled and yawning, the surrounding gazes swept over like searchlights. Lin Jianxing. A familiar voice came from behind. The crowd parted to create a path. Zhao Lingling strode forward, surrounded by a group of people. Walking at the front with her chin slightly raised, her gaze looking down. Trailing behind her were 5 or 6 followers, both male and female. Zhao Lingling stopped in front of Lin Jianxing, sizing him up for a moment, her gaze lingering on his white t-shirt and sweatpants for a fraction of a second, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Level 18. TSK tisk, such a high level. Every word she said seemed to praise Lin Jianxing, but taken together it felt like she was implying something else. Lin Jianxing turned around, recognizing Zhao Lingling. He casually replied, "Oh, isn't this Miss Zhao? What brings you here?" "I just came to remind you that there are no subordinates of your father here in the examination hall to protect you. No one to draw monsters, no one to control the situation, and no one to weaken the monsters and deliver them to you. You have to rely on yourself now. The monsters in this examination hall won't be as gentle as your father arranged. You should be careful once you go in. If a necromancer is honest, there's really no need to take the exam. After all, your family doesn't lack money. Your parents can support you for life." Surrounding candidates cast unusual glances, whispers rising and falling. What Zhao Lingling said is true. A necromancer entering the examination hall is simply a delivery service. In previous years, there have been necromancers participating in the major exam, and their results were all dismal. After all, he is the son of the commander. Even getting a 0 would still have universities interested. If we get a 0, we can only go home and farm. How can you compare with him? He looked into Zhao Lingling's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. If we don't achieve good results later, Uncle Zhao will truly have nowhere to put his face. After all, your father publicly claimed that you are the top student of this year's Dachang City. If the prodigy falters, it would certainly make headlines. Zhao Lingling's smile instantly stiffened, and she couldn't utter a word for a while. This logic was infuriatingly sound. It was only natural for a necromancer to perform poorly, and in class genius would undoubtedly be ridiculed for the same. The gazes around them became subtle. Some stifled laughter, some pretended to look at their phones, while others secretly observed Zhao Lingling's expression. Lin Jianxing couldn't be bothered to engage with him any longer, hands tucked in his pockets, leisurely walking towards a corner of the rest area. A few followers gathered around, each one more flattering than the last, their tones increasingly exaggerated. "Miss, don't be angry, there's no need to stoop to his level." A boy with slicked back hair handed her a bottle of water. "Lin Jianxing is just boasting. We all know how he reached level 18. His father piled money to get him there. He's just a useless fool with a rank. You have truly trained hard on your own. How can you compare with him? It would be beneath you." Another girl with a ponytail chimed in. "Exactly. You are the pride destined for the Kyoto Tianlong Academy, while Lin Jianxing will likely have to scrape by in Dachang City his entire life. He is simply not in your league. Why bother with him?" Zhao Lingling took a sip of water, her expression calming as her breathing steadied. "Tianlong Academy. That's just the bare minimum." A glint flashed in Zhao Lingling's eyes. "My goal is the Tianlong Academy's Tianlong class. That is where true geniuses belong. Tianlong Academy is merely a ticket. The Tianlong class is the real seat of honor." The surrounding followers collectively gasped, voices rising in excitement. The Tianlong class. That Tianlong class which only admits 20 students. The one that selects less than 20 from millions of candidates nationwide each year. The girl with the ponytail's voice changed pitch. Miss Zhao, the Tianlong class is the highest echelon of our Dragon Nation's combat readiness. The threshold is S level. Will the admissions officer even come to Dachang City? The boy with slicked back hair trembled as he spoke. Zhao Lingling slightly lifted her chin and said, Professor Yu Xiaojing, the admissions officer for the Tianlong class, is indeed here. Moreover, she paused, taking in the eager expressions of her followers. He came for me. My father told me in person that Yu Xiaojing arrived yesterday and is sitting in the monitoring center of the examination hall today. After a brief silence, the followers erupted in excitement. The girl with the ponytail was the first to react. Wow, Miss is amazing. The boy with slicked back hair quickly followed. An S-level threshold class is recruiting an S-level talent. That's exceptional. This is a rare occurrence in history. Zhao's standing is truly remarkable. A few other followers who hadn't spoken yet nodded vigorously, their expressions earnest. Listening to the flattery around her, Zhao Lingling's earlier frustration evaporated. The weight of that statement about the necromancer performing poorly was finally offset by all the praise. She regained her lofty confidence. How can the sparrow know the ambitions of the swan? Lin Jianxing, you are a frog at the bottom of a well and will never understand how vast the real world is. Your vision only extends to Dachang City, to the Lin family's modest fortune, and how to spend and enjoy. But my world encompasses the entire Dragon Nation, the whole professional system, and the Tianlong class, a stage that gathers the nation's top talents. You will never comprehend. Lin Jianxing walked to a corner of the rest area, finding an empty long bench to sit down. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, crossed his legs, and opened a game. As the loading screen finished, the commotion from Zhao Lingling's side drifted into his ears. Tianlong class admissions officer exceptional. These words floated intermittently. He couldn't be bothered to listen fully, knowing that Zhao Lingling was bragging about her bright future to her followers. Whatever. He decided to finish this ranked match first. As Lin Jianxing walked towards the corner of the rest area, chaos erupted in the game panel. The little zombie's icon was jumping around, and the bluish flames were 3 times more vigorous than usual. The little zombie was extremely displeased. What does that guy's gaze mean? Is he looking down on me? I absolutely detest such people. Lin Jianxing leisurely spoke in his mind. All right, little zombie, don't rush. You'll have a chance to make your move. According to the rules of the big exam in previous years, the first phase is a solo trial, so you won't run into her. But the second phase usually includes a PvP segment, and then you'll have the opportunity to face her. The little zombie's flames flickered wildly, eager to take action. In the corner of the panel, a little vampire peeked out. Little vampire weakly said, fight against other humans. Humans are much more ferocious than wild monsters. They will ambush, set traps, and use underhanded tactics. It's too dangerous. Should we skip the second phase? The little zombie instantly exploded with rage, leaping out in a burst of flames, scolding the little vampire. Shut up, you spineless coward. Lin Jianxing sighed, once again playing the peacemaker. All right, little zombie, tone down your temper. You are all family, so you need to love each other, understand? Then he turned to the little vampire with a slightly stricter tone. And you little bloodsucker. If Zhao Lingling can break through your defenses, it'll write my surname backwards. If your wall of size can withstand even your elder brother's illusory spin punch, how can you fear a 16-level spirit master? The little vampire fell silent for a moment. So what? What are you afraid of? The little vampire's icon slowly emerged from the corner. Little vampire, I'm not afraid anymore. My wall is the thickest, my wall is the hardest, no one can scare me. Lin Jianxing nodded in satisfaction. Everyone quiet down. A commanding voice boomed from above the square, resonating like a great bell. Everyone looked up to see a towering figure appear on the platform. I am the chief examiner for this major examination, Li Tianming. I won't waste words. Since you are standing here, put away those foolish smiles. This is not only an examination site, but also a battlefield. Many students shrank their necks, their expressions turning tense. Now I will announce the rules of the examination. The examination is divided into 2 stages. The first stage, the trial tower. As soon as the words fell, the ground shook violently. The ground in the center of the square slowly cracked open, and dozens of towering black spires, each several dozen meters high, rose from the depths. The surface of the towers shimmered with dark purple runes, exuding an ancient and imposing aura. Each trial tower consists of 30 levels, with 100 points awarded for clearing each level. The final ranking will be primarily determined by the points, and in case of a tie, the time taken to clear will be used for ranking. After the first stage ends, the top 200 candidates will advance to the second stage. Li Tianming ignored the murmurs of the crowd and continued to announce. The second stage, the Wilderness Survival Battle. The 200 candidates who advance will be randomly transported to the dungeon. Inside the dungeon wind, mages will unleash storms, and the storm's radius will continuously shrink over time. Killing ordinary monsters earns 10 points, while killing elite monsters earns 20 points. Of course, you have a faster way to earn points: defeating other candidates. Defeating one person allows you to directly plunder all the points they possess. Remember, this is merely encouraging candidates to slaughter each other, isn't it? All candidates will be under a soul protection status. When receiving fatal damage, the protection will trigger automatically, safeguarding you until the assessment ends, but that also means elimination. He took a deep breath, his voice booming. Now all of you line up according to your examination numbers and enter the trial tower. Let the examination begin. Lin Jianxing calmly listened to the rules, showing no expression. After all, it was just about fighting monsters and people. He took out a bag of necromantic element snacks from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and began to line up. A candidate beside him watched as he bit into the necromantic beef jerky, unable to help but remind him, "Dude, aren't you nervous? The exam is about to start, and you're eating." Lin Jianxing chewed on the jerky and replied, indistinctly nervous. "That's why I'm eating something to calm my nerves." "Want a piece?" The person was taken aback, waved his hand, and turned away. In the monitoring command center on the second floor VIP monitoring room, hundreds of high-definition screens displayed various views with over a dozen technicians busy at a control panel. Yu Xiaozhang sat on the central sofa, his gaze sweeping across the screens behind golden-rimmed glasses. Lin Jianxing and Zhang Wan sat to his left, while Zhao Yangwei sat to his right. Lin Jianxing sat up straight and instructed his aide behind him, "Bring up Jianxing's footage." As the aide operated, the internal view of the trial tower where Lin Jianxing was located was magnified, almost filling the main screen. In the footage, Lin Jianxing was sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a bag of snacks, looking down and rummaging for something. He pinched a piece of jerky and put it in his mouth, then took out his phone to check the time. Yu Xiaozhang blurted out, "Your son seems quite relaxed, huh?" Lin Jianxing's face turned slightly red, and he coughed to him. "Well, old you, this kid just has a good mindset. This is called remaining unfazed even in the face of danger." Yu Xiaozhang laughed heartily. "What a remarkable ability to remain unfazed. I've seen relaxed candidates before, but this is the first time I've seen someone sit cross-legged eating jerky in an examination setting." Zhao Yangwei found the comment particularly grating. Relaxed, remaining unfazed in the face of danger. This is just someone who can't do well and has given up. "Bring up Zhao Lingling's footage as well," he snorted coldly. The aide complied, and Zhao Lingling's footage appeared side by side with Lin Jianxing's in the center of the screen. Her expression was solemn, her gaze sharp as an eagle, emanating a powerful aura of "I am ready to face any challenge." Zhao Yangwei pointed at the screen with a hint of meaning. "Old you, look at this. This is the attitude one should have for the examination. Even when hunting rabbits, a lion uses all its strength. This is the quality an excellent professional should have. Even when facing weaker foes, one must never be lax. Unlike some people who treat the examination as a playground. With this kind of attitude, when they face a real battlefield in the future, they'll suffer greatly." Lin Jianxing was displeased. "Zhao Yangwei, stop being so pedantic. Do you need to act like you're facing a great enemy just to defeat a few small monsters? Isn't that exhausting? My son is called taking it easy. You don't understand a thing." Zhao Yangwei glared. "Taking it easy? I think it's just being careless." "What's wrong with being careless? If you're unconvinced, let's see who clears the tower faster. My son is at level 18, yours at 16. You won't win at anything." Yu Xiaozhang couldn't stand it any longer and quickly intervened. All right, you guys are all in your 30s, yet you're still acting like children. Let's take a look at both of them." He pointed at the two screens. One is a prodigy who takes it easy, and the other is a diligent student with a serious attitude. Each has their merits. Hey, let's continue watching. Lin Jianxing and Zhao Yangwei both snorted simultaneously, ignoring each other. However, Yu Xiaozhang's gaze lingered more on Lin Jianxing. After all these years, he had never seen a candidate so relaxed under the watchful eyes of the Tianlong class admission officials. In the footage of Lin Jianxing's trial tower, he finished the beef jerky, neatly folded the wrapper, and stuffed it back into his pocket, stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and stretched his wrists and ankles. The first level of the trial tower. A closed hall spanning over 1,000 square meters with walls forged from black metal. At the end of the hall, a massive circular magical array is engraved on the ground, densely covered in runes. Candidates, please be aware that the magical beasts on the first level will arrive on the battlefield through the teleportation array in 60 seconds. Please adjust your combat status. A basic supply box is located on the right side of the hall, containing primary mana potions and life potions, which can be taken as needed. The countdown begins. 59, 58, 57. Lin Jianxing glanced at the distant teleportation array that was charging up, then withdrew his gaze. The first level is merely a simple output test. Monsters teleport in through the array, are killed, and then the next level is accessed, repeating 30 times. The designer likely lacked creativity, but it is precisely this lack of creativity that makes it straightforward and brutal. The little zombie let out a laugh. Kiki. It's my performance time. Tremble insects. Lin Jianxing sighed inwardly. I say, little zombie, can we not act like a villainous big boss? The little zombie disdainfully snorted, tch, boring human. In this world, violence is the truth and destruction is eternal. Kiki. Lin Jianxing sighed. All right, but can we not laugh with Kiki all the time? This is the laugh of a king. The countdown reached 0. Buzz. The teleportation array suddenly erupted with a blinding light. The space above the array twisted violently as several small, ugly figures slowly emerged. Their skin was dark green with pointed ears, flat noses, rusty iron rods in their hands, and they emitted strange gaga sounds. 5 goblins. Monster information appeared. Goblin LV. 5. Lin Jianxing muttered to himself, forget it, little zombie, send them on their way. The little zombie launched forward. Boom! The ground in front of Lin Jianxing trembled violently. A massive wall of blood rose up 2 meters in front of him, completely separating him from the 5 goblins. The little zombie was too fast, diving headfirst into the wall. Its body became embedded in the surface, limbs spread out, gradually sliding down the wall and landing on its back, its head bouncing slightly. The little zombie was dazed. The 5 goblins were also taken aback. What was this human doing? Where did that wall come from? Why was he blocking them? Is human tactics this abstract now? Does he intend to act all mysterious? The little zombie got up from the ground, its stiff neck slowly turning toward the blood wall. The little zombie exploded in anger. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? I just put on an act, and you had to pull this stunt. Do I not care about my face? The little vampire curled up. The little vampire weakly defended itself. I just didn't want those monsters to harm the master. They have iron rods and iron rods are hard. The little zombie shouted angrily, harm the master. With those garbage. LV. 5 goblins, do you dare tell me how they would harm the master? Are you questioning my strength? The little vampire muttered in a surprisingly stubborn tone. Safety first. As long as the master is fine, that's enough. And look, my wall couldn't even be breached by you, which shows I'm quite impressive. The little zombie cursed silently. Enough. Can you both calm down? This is an exam being live-streamed across the city. Can you leave me some dignity? He took a deep breath. Little blood, let's be reasonable. Your intention is good to protect the master, and that is commendable. But you need to understand the situation. There's absolutely no need for a blood wall against those level 5 little monsters. And if you insist on using it, at least wait until your big brother has flown out first. Coordination, understand. 1 outputs, 1 defends, and sync. The little vampire hung its head in guilt. I'm sorry, master. I was just too nervous. I was wrong. The little zombie stood proudly, hands on its hips, laughing heartily. Did you hear that, little crybaby? Quickly clear the way for me. Don't block my output. The little vampire defensively drew circles. Understood. Lin Jianxing reassured. All right, little zombie, let's send those goblins on their way already. The 5 goblins finally got their chance. They were not very intelligent and could not comprehend what this human was doing, why his expression shifted from sighing to rolling his eyes. But one thing was clear to them, they had to kill all humans entering the trial tower. Gaga. The leading goblin raised its iron rod, screeching loudly, with 4 little brothers charging after it towards Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's eyes turned cold, and with a thought the blood wall transformed into quicksand, merging into the ground. His line of sight was suddenly clear. The little zombie shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, the 5 goblins vanished. Not one by one, but all at once. The heads of the 5 goblins exploded simultaneously, and a mist of blood erupted into the air. 5 muffled sounds merged into one, even the sound of the iron rods hitting the ground overlapped. The little zombie returned to Lin Jianxing's side, maintaining a punching pose with smoke still rising from its right fist. From takeoff to return it took less than a second. The little zombie hummed lightly, too easy. These insects are not worthy of my effort. If it weren't for the master's command, I wouldn't have bothered to move at all. Lin Jianxing ignored it, glancing at the blood mist and scattered iron rods on the ground. He turned to walk towards the staircase leading to the 2nd level. Monitoring Command Center VIP room. Hundreds of screens flickered simultaneously, broadcasting every scene from within the trial towers in real time. Zhao Yangwei pointed at one of the screens, his voice booming enough to shake the entire room. Old you. Did you see? My Lingling cleared it in 5 seconds. 5 seconds. He slammed his thigh, his face full of pride and satisfaction, raising 5 fingers, each forcefully spread apart. 5 seconds. Old you, this is definitely the pinnacle of this year's candidates from Dachang City. You've seen so many rounds of the big exam across various places, you should rarely see this level of performance, right? He waited for Yu Xiaozhang's admiration, expecting that kind of praise, but it didn't happen. Old you. Zhao Yongwei turned in confusion. Yu Xiaozhang didn't look at him. His attention was fixated on another screen, which was currently showing Lin Jianxing's trial footage. His brows furrowed slightly. Shut up. Zhao Yongwei's smile froze on his face. He opened his mouth, then swallowed it back. Yu Xiaozhang was the admissions officer for the Tianlong class, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the national professional system. When he said to shut up, then it was time to shut up. Zhao Yongwei closed his mouth, but his fists tightened on the armrest of the sofa. Yu Xiaozhang turned to the technical staff behind him and ordered, rewind the footage of candidate Lin Jianxing by 10 seconds. Slow it down by 10 times. The technical staff was momentarily stunned, but asked no further questions, their fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. The main screen switched from real-time to playback mode, and time began to flow backward. Lin Jianxing walked backward towards the staircase, blood mist rising from the ground, reforming the goblins. The little zombie flew back to the wall from Lin Jianxing's feet and slid down, while the blood wall rose up from the ground and then sank back in. Yu Xiaozhang stared at the screen. Stop. Play. Slow down by 10 times. The image began to move at an extremely slow speed. The little zombie shot out from Lin Jianxing's feet, and the footage advanced frame by frame. At normal speed, the entire process took less than a second, and the naked eye could only see a blur. But at 10 times slow motion, everything became crystal clear. The little zombie's first punch struck the first goblin on the temple. As the force of the punch exploded within the goblin's skull, the little zombie's body had already turned towards the second goblin using the reaction force. The second goblin was less than 2 meters away from the first, and while the little zombie's right fist was still retracting, the left fist had already swung out, accurately hitting the second goblin's throat. Because the second goblin was 10 centimeters shorter than the first, the position of the temple changed, and the little zombie recalculated in 1/10 of a second, adjusting its attack target. The second goblin fell while the third was 4 meters away. The little zombie used the leverage from the second goblin's shoulder to kick off its body, flying towards the third like a slingshot. As the right fist completed its retraction, it charged up and hit the center of the third goblin's forehead. The third goblin fell. The fourth and fifth followed suit, each punch a direct hit, each blow lethal. The little zombie's every move was precise to the frame, with every landing point meticulously calculated. Zhao Yongwei suddenly sprang up from the sofa, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. How is this even possible? The voice exploded in the VIP room. Even the staff at the control desk downstairs couldn't help but look up. He had seen fast summon creatures before. It was normal for wind-type summons to be swift. But he had never seen a summoned creature capable of executing such intricate maneuvers in the blink of an eye. This level of micro-control was pure art. At first he thought several monsters turning into blood mist at the same time meant Lin Jianxing had used an area damage skill. But in reality, he hadn't cast any skill, he just punched them one by one. His speed was simply so fast that the deaths of the 5 goblins appeared to happen simultaneously. Yu Xiaozhang took a sip from his teacup, his gaze still fixed on the screen. The slow-motion footage continued, and the little zombie had already returned to Lin Jianxing's side. Play it again, Yu Xiaozhang said. The technical staff played it again. Slow motion from start to finish. Zhao Yongwei sat back down on the sofa, but with his body leaning forward, hands pressed against the edge of the coffee table, his eyes glued to the screen. His lips moved slightly, wanting to ask something, but ultimately remained silent because he didn't know how to phrase it. How was such speed developed? How was such precision achieved? Lin Zhaoxia leaned back on the sofa, casually crossing his legs, wearing a look of him used to it, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. He took a sip of wine, leisurely speaking in a tone of utmost casualness. Old Zhao, don't make such a fuss. This is just the first level. There's much more to come, so save your voice. Yu Xiaozhang's gaze lingered on the screen, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. As the admissions officer for the Tianlong class, he had encountered countless geniuses, those with SS-level elemental affinity, those with dual-element capabilities, both reaching S-level, those awakening to high-tier skills, and even those accompanied by divine beasts at the moment of awakening. His eyes had witnessed more than all those present combined. Yet a necromancer who had just transitioned 3 days prior, lacking elemental affinity, could execute such precise micro-operations with summoned entities. This had already touched upon his blind spots of knowledge. Yu Xiaojing glanced at Lin Jiaoxia saying nothing, but his eyes spoke volumes. Zhang Wan subtly nudged Lin Jiaoxia with her elbow, leaning in to whisper, "Old Lin, look at Zhao Yangwei's face, it's greener than a goblin's." Lin Jiaoxia raised his teacup, using the motion to conceal the slight upturn of his lips. The tea swirled at the edge of the cup, not due to shaky hands, but from suppressing laughter. "Wife, did you hear that? Just now he was bragging about his daughter being the best in Dachang City. Then what are we, the sword class? The atmosphere." Zhang Wan shot him a reproachful glance, unable to hide her smile, yet she still tried to conceal it, saying, "Be low-key, don't laugh out loud." Zhao Yangwei suddenly snapped back to reality, slamming his palm on the armrest of the sofa. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cheating. This must be cheating." He turned to point at Lin Jiaoxia, his finger nearly poking Lin Jiaoxi's face. "Lin Jiaoxia, do you have any shame left? To get your son into the Tianlong class, did you really prepare skill scrolls for him? Did you have a top-tier summoner control him remotely? Or did you use some special secret scroll?" Lin Jiaoxia leisurely set down his teacup, leaning back against the sofa, crossing his legs, his toes still tapping. "Zhao Yangwei, meals can be eaten carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Do you have any evidence?" Zhao Yangwei snorted. "Evidence? Just wait for me." He turned around and ordered the staff standing at the entrance. "Go bring me the staff responsible for the entry inspection of Lin Jianxing. I want to interrogate them personally." The staff member was so frightened that they shivered, their heels touched together as they stood at attention, saluting. "Yes. Yes. Commander Zhao." Yu Xiaojing withdrew his thoughts, looking deeply at Lin Jiaoxia. "Old Lin, your son is indeed extreme." Lin Jiaoxi's smile widened, but he still tried to maintain a facade of indifference. "Of course, old you, I've said it long ago. Is there a need to deceive you? I've called 8 times and sent 20 messages. Do you think I have too much free time?" Zhao Yangwei snickered from the side, crossing his arms, his tone implying, "I've seen through everything." He trusted his judgment. A necromancer who had just transitioned 3 days prior, lacking elemental affinity, could not possibly have such operational precision. "Keep pretending. When the inspection staff arrives, I want to see how you handle it. Casting spells at light speed, and without a staff, how could a newcomer who has just transitioned manage that?" Lin Jiaoxia remained steady as a mountain. He had not cheated, nor had his son. What was there to fear? Soon 2 uniformed staff members were brought in. A man and a woman. They were the same 2 who had conducted the entry inspection for Lin Jianxing at the examination venue. Upon entering, they sensed that the atmosphere was off. No, it was extremely off. Commander Zhao's gaze seemed as if it could devour someone, while Commander Lin's expression looked like he was enjoying a show. The 2 stood trembling. The male staff member's throat bobbed as he spoke. "Commander, you called for us." Zhao Yangwei stood up and slowly walked over to them, looking down at them. "You were responsible for Lin Jianxing's pre-examination inspection, right?" The male staff member jolted, standing at attention. "Yes. Commander Zhao, we were responsible for young Master Lin Jianxing." Zhao Yangwei raised his wrist, methodically adjusting his cuff. "During that inspection, did you check thoroughly? Did you overlook anything? Was there anything unusual?" The male staff member's forehead broke out in a fine sweat, but he did not dare to wipe it away. We checked thoroughly, Commander Zhao. Everything was in accordance with the regulations. The equipment was compliant. There were no prohibited items, no skill scrolls, no abnormal energy fluctuations." Zhao Yangwei stared into his eyes, stepping forward. "I will give you another chance to think carefully before you answer." He paused, speaking deliberately. "Was there any bribery involved, or were you threatened by someone, causing you to turn a blind eye during this examination?" The male staff member's face turned pale. The female staff member's hands trembled. "You should understand very well that the consequences of such actions are extremely severe. Not only will your skin be stripped away, but you might spend the rest of your life in prison. Admitting it now would be considered surrender." Zhao Yangwei slightly tilted his head. "Do you understand?" The 2 staff members were suffocated by an invisible pressure. Sweat beads rolled down the male staff member's forehead, dripping onto the carpet. But he took a deep breath, lifted his head, and his voice shifted from shaky to resolute. "Report to Commander Zhao. We can guarantee with our lives. The inspection process was absolutely compliant with no omissions." His voice echoed in the VIP room. He had no illegal skill scrolls or items. "We guarantee with our professional careers, with our lives." The female staff member vigorously nodded behind him. Zhao Yangwei narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared at the male staff member for 3 seconds, not immediately rebutting. After a few seconds, he coldly spoke, his tone tinged with the last shred of unwillingness. "No skill scrolls. Then tell me, how did he manage to perform so many micro-operations in an instant? You are the professionals, you explain it to me." The male staff member swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, his eyes lighted. Although there were no scrolls, there was indeed an incident during the inspection. Zhao Yongwei's brows speak. At that time, the equipment had just begun emitting the detection light curtain, and young Master Lin instantly released blood shield blocking the light. The speed was extremely fast. It was released the moment the light curtain was emitted. We were startled at that moment, and later, under our explanation, young Master Lin voluntarily withdrew the skill, allowing us to complete the inspection. The male staff member spoke rapidly as if afraid of being interrupted. Zhao Yongwei's brows furrowed tightly, a cold smile, tinged with mockery. He reacted instantly before the detection light hit, using blood shield. You mean to say that Lin Jianxing, a student who just transitioned a few days ago, has mental acuity sharper than the machine's detection beam? Do you believe that yourselves? Do you think I'm an idiot? The male staff member was drenched in cold sweat, but he did not back down. Commander Zhao, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, look, the surveillance footage at that time has records. He quickly pulled out a tablet from his pocket, swiftly swiping on the screen to bring up the inspection footage of Lin Jianxing during that period. The video recorded everything. The moment Lin Jianxing stepped into the light curtain, the blood shield nearly opened at the same time, completely isolating the light curtain. From stepping into the light curtain to the blood shield opening, the time difference was less than half a second. The limit for human reaction speed is 0.1 seconds, given the right conditions. Lin Jianxing's reaction speed was triggered completely unprepared, illuminated by an unfamiliar light curtain. This was instinctive combat ability, and it could not be faked. Zhao Yongwei snatched the tablet, watching it repeatedly 3 times. The images on the screen played frame by frame, each frame revealing the same answer. No skill scrolls, no automatic protective items, no remote assistance. He did it all himself. The room fell into a suffocating silence. After a long silence, Yu Xiaojing waved his hand. All right, you two can leave. The 2 staff members felt as if they had received a reprieve, bowing to the esteemed guests before hastily exiting the room. As they stepped out, the male staff member exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. Yu Xiaojing leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed over his abdomen, his gaze examining Lin Jianxing. Old Lin, it seems your son Lin Jianxing is quite a prodigy, mastering both wind and blood elements to such an extent and confidently casting without a staff. TSK. Everyone present understood what Yu Xiaojing's words implied. Casting without a staff is something every mage and summoner can do. But being able to do it and daring to use it in a major examination are 2 different matters. Without the guidance of a staff, the output of spiritual energy becomes scattered, the precision of skills diminishes, and the power is greatly reduced. Thus, most people choose to obediently hold onto their staffs. Only those with extreme confidence in their control over themselves would opt for such seemingly flashy, yet technically challenging maneuvers. Because in a real battlefield, no one will wait for you to raise your staff. Casting without a staff is a passport for the strong and a tombstone for the weak. Lin Jianxing smiled broadly, though he pretended to be modest. I'll hold you can't praise him like that. This kid is just too lazy, he can't even be bothered to pick up a staff. What kind of behavior is this? This is a major examination broadcast live across the city, and he doesn't even pretend to put on a show. He shook his head, sighed, but the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. In this regard, my Jianxing is indeed not as good as Zhao Lingling from old Zhao's family. Zhao Lingling was well prepared with her equipment. There's no comparison. Zhao Yongwei coldly replied. This is just the first layer. There are still 29 layers to go. I want to see how far Lin Jianxing can go. The higher the trial tower goes, the harder it gets, but can't be crushed just by micro-operations. Yu Xiaojing raised his hands to mediate, pressing them down. All right, let's all say a little less. Which young genius isn't confident? It's normal for young people to be a bit arrogant. As long as they have strength, whatever they do is right. Whether casting without a staff or with one, as long as you can win, it's fine. Young Master Lin. What is he doing? A staff member stared at the screen, voicing a question. Yu Xiaojing, Lin Jianxing and Zhao Yongwei turned to look at the screen simultaneously. Lin Jianxing was standing in the center of the hall. Was he building a wall? On the 2nd floor of the trial tower, the area around the teleportation array has drastically changed, with 6 walls of sighing towering 5 meters high, enclosing a perfect hexagonal prison around the array. The walls are dark red with flowing patterns that firmly trap the monsters in the center. The little vampire let out a long sigh of relief, and the icon lit up on the panel. Much better. Now I feel a lot more secure. Once the monsters appear, they'll be trapped inside, unable to escape. This completely eliminates the threat from the source. Lin Jianxing sat against the wall, praising in his heart. Well done, little blood. This is how a mature summon should behave. You must understand we are a team, not just for safety, but more importantly for cooperation. Only by trapping the monsters can your violent big brother output better damage. This is called strategy, understand? The little vampire's icon lit up with a happy glow, nodding vigorously. Got it, master. Cooperation. The little zombie let out a disdainful snort. Why go through all this trouble? This is something I could solve with a few punches. Oh, why build a pig pen? The little vampire shrank his neck in response to the scolding, and the icon dimmed. The recently ignited happy glow extinguished instantly. Lin Jianxing sighed. Think about it, little zombie. If the monsters spread out, you'd have to aim for each one individually. How exhausting would that be? If you finish the ones in front, the ones behind won't have caught up, yet wasting a lot of time. Now that little blood has gathered them all together, you just need to charge into that little pit. What is this called? This is called catching turtles in a pot. This is called efficient monster farming. As a summoner, you need to have a vision. Do you understand? The little zombie was stunned. The flames on the icon shifted from agitation to contemplation. After a few seconds, it reluctantly spoke, still carrying a hint of unwillingness. I don't want to disappoint little brother's good intentions. It's not, because I think what you're saying makes sense. Emphasizing it's not that you persuaded me, it's because I am magnanimous. The broadcast's electronic voice rang out devoid of emotion. 10 seconds until the monsters are teleported. Suddenly, the teleportation array burst into brilliant light, and 10 figures slowly materialized within the glow. They were much more robust than the first wave of goblins, their bodies muscular and their skin dark green. Goblin warriors, LV. 10. The 10 goblin warriors stepped out of the array, the leader raising a spiked club, exposing a mouth full of uneven yellow teeth as it let out a deafening roar. Gah! But the next moment, it was bewildered. It looked around, finding walls in every direction. Where's this? GUH. Have I been moved to a different prison? The little zombie descended from the sky, its right fist charged with energy, spinning rapidly as it crashed vertically into the center of the prison. Boom! Flames erupted and shockwaves shot skyward. The 10 goblin warriors didn't even have time to let out a second scream. Blood mist rose from the top of the hexagonal prison. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, candidate Lin Jianxing, you have cleared the second floor. Time taken 3 seconds. Please prepare to enter the third floor in 5 minutes. The little zombie licked its lips, still unsatisfied. Is that it? I just warmed up, and it's over. The little vampire proudly peeked out from the corner of the panel. Little vampire, we are truly awesome. The little zombie slowly turned to the little vampire. The little vampire asserted, we teamed up and slaughtered them. Lin Jianxing lay on the ground, his hands behind his head propping up his legs, and even wiggled them a bit. This exam is really boring. A-level advantages, tactical advantages, summon advantages. The only things he needed to do were walk and lie down, and then walk out. Our summoners in this version really rely too much on skill. But to be honest, this method of blocking the teleportation point to farm monsters is quite good. Don't be fooled by the few low-level monsters now. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be more numerous and higher-level monsters appearing later. At that time, no matter how many come, we just need to block the teleport point and take our time to defeat them. Outside, the VIP monitoring room fell into a dead silence again. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen, watching the relaxed figure lying down and the hexagonal blood wall still emitting black smoke. Yu Xiaojing was the first to speak. His elderly eyes were glued to the screen, letting out a dry gasp. As the enrollment officer for the Tianlong class, he had seen countless ways to clear the trial tower. Some rely on positioning, some rely on explosive kills, even some rely on summoning beasts to tank damage in exchange for health. But he had never seen this, blocking the monster's spawn point to farm them. To be clear, Blood Shield technique is a beginner defensive skill in the Necromancer category. At just 3 days into the job transition, an ordinary mage would be doing well to even maintain the Blood Shield technique. They couldn't possibly create such a thick and seamless hexagonal cage. More importantly, while mastering the Blood Shield technique to this extent, they also possessed the terrifying firepower to instantly annihilate 10 goblins. Those geniuses born with dual affinity can be considered strong if they can learn attack skills while maintaining a relatively thick wall during the major exam. Yu Xiaojing turned to the technical staff. Rewind the footage from just now. Slow it down. The footage rewound. In the slow-motion shot, the little zombie darted through the hexagonal prison, taking out 1 goblin with each punch, causing them to burst into blood mist one after another. The most crucial point is, Lin Jianxing never looked at the situation inside the blood wall from start to finish. He lay on the ground, legs crossed, his gaze wandering across the ceiling. Yu Xiaojing pointed at the screen, his voice low but firm. Did you see that? Every attack from the zombie precisely hit a goblin. Even without visibility, he could lock onto the position of every monster. This kind of absolute perception, to be honest, I've never seen before. Lin Jianxing blushed slightly and waved his hand. Ha ha, old you, you're exaggerating. You could do this kind of perception too, couldn't you? Why have you never seen it? You were a genius back then too. Yu Xiaojing shot him a look, old Lin saying that isn't very interesting. I've been in the profession for 30 years, and your son has just transitioned for 3 days. How can it be? Old Lin, I really have to thank you for notifying me in time. Otherwise, it would have truly been a loss for our Tianlong class. If we lost such a talent, I would really have to write a self-criticism later. Lin Jiaoxia and Su Wan exchanged glances, both unable to contain the smiles in their eyes. Su Wan took over the conversation, adjusting her tone just right, neither making Yu Xiaojing feel she was boasting, nor making Lin Jiaoxia feel she was pouring cold water. Oh, old you, it's fine, it's fine. What genius, and what genius! Our Jianxing actually has no great ambitions, he is just purely lazy. He thinks chasing after monsters to fight is too tiring, so he came up with this lazy method of trapping the monsters and blowing them up just to make things easier for himself. Lin Jiaoxia added, exactly. Our Jianxing has always been like this, but if he can lie down, he won't sit up. The couple harmonized with each other. Zhao Yangwei appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was in turmoil. This terrifying control over elements, this unbelievable tactical thinking, he really made a mistake. The Abyss dungeon from earlier had nothing to do with Xia Qingcheng. It was entirely this kid who led the team through. Damn, I misjudged him. Yu Xiaojing glanced at the data and spoke again. 3 seconds. Old Lin, what was the highest record in our trial tower's history? Lin Zhaoxia pondered for a moment. The current highest record was set 5 years ago on the 26th floor, with a total time of 20 minutes excluding the rest period. 20 minutes, 26 floors. Yu Xiaojing murmured, at this speed Lin Jianxing is not only going to break the record for the number of floors, but will likely also shatter the fastest clear time for each floor. Dream on. Zhao Yangwei couldn't help but snort coldly, old you, you're overestimating him. The last 5 floors are filled with monsters at level 25 and above, and there are quite a few of them, including flying beasts. With just these few blood walls, what can they block? You also crawled out from the trial tower back in the day, you know better than me. Lin Zhaoxia smiled faintly, old Zhao, your vision is limited. Since you think it's a dream, let's just keep watching. Zhao Yangwei's expression darkened, and he stopped responding, turning his gaze to his daughter's screen. He was mistaken, but he couldn't express it. In the meantime, within the independent space of the second layer of the trial tower, Zhao Lingling was panting heavily. She wasn't injured and her mana was sufficient, but this breath was not from exhaustion. It was from annoyance. 10 goblin warriors skilled at flanking with a strong desire to attack. Although they were low level, they were as bothersome as cockroaches. She had to maneuver while calculating her skill. Although she ultimately dealt with them unharmed, it took longer than she had anticipated. The announcement rang out. Congratulations to candidate Zhao Lingling, you have cleared the second layer. Time taken 1 minute and 47 seconds. Please prepare to enter the third layer in 5 minutes. Zhao Lingling's face broke into a proud smile. 1 minute and 47 seconds. Ordinary A-level candidates would at least take 3 to 5 minutes, and with a slight misstep, they could even get injured. Even among S-level talents, those who could resolve battles within 2 minutes were rare, and she had only taken less than 1 minute and 50 seconds. This achievement in past years would undoubtedly put her at the pinnacle among S-level talent candidates. Moreover, there were no S-level beings in Dacheng City, meaning her current achievement was likely to dominate. She turned her head, her gaze landing on the surveillance camera in the corner, a smile, curling her lips, her chin slightly raised. Dad, did you see that? This is the dominance of the S-level burning heaven demon Phoenix. This time I've got the top spot in Dacheng City secured. She couldn't see the footage from the surveillance room, but she firmly believed her father was currently sitting in the VIP monitoring room, watching her with pride. In the monitoring room, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhao Lingling's screen. Since Lin Jianxing had already cleared the levels, the staff had enlarged Zhao Lingling's footage to the side screen. Zhao Lingling was speaking to the camera, her lips moving. Lin Zhaoxia glanced at Zhao Yangwei, then at the confident face of Zhao Lingling on the screen, deliberately saying, old Zhao, what's your daughter babbling about over there? It looks like she's calling for Dad. Zhao Yangwei's face turned dark at these words. No one knows a daughter better than her father. He understood his daughter too well. From that look in her eyes and the angle of her raised lips, he could guess what Zhao Lingling was saying. She probably thinks 1 minute and 47 seconds is a proud achievement. She likely believes she has already dominated the field. She probably thinks the top spot is already in her pocket. If Lin Jianxing hadn't appeared, Zhao Yangwei would indeed feel proud, would feel honored, and would stand up in the monitoring room banging the table, saying, did you see that? This is my daughter. But now the monster who cleared in 3 seconds is still lying on the ground playing around. Zhao Lingling's 1 minute and 47 seconds and Lin Jianxing's 3 seconds create a stark contrast in the same monitoring room, painfully glaring. Yu Xiaojing lifted his teacup for a sip, his gaze lingering for a moment on Zhao Lingling's screen, his lips slightly moving, lacking any smile or mockery. Then his gaze returned to Lin Jianxing's screen. The lazy youth had changed his position, shifting from lying down to propping himself up, burying his face in his arms. If Zhao Lingling was a genius, then what was Lin Jianxing? Within the trial tower from the 3rd layer to the 19th layer, the battle continued, or rather a one-sided slaughter persisted. 3rd layer. The teleportation array lit up and more than a dozen figures slowly formed within the light. Lin Jianxing didn't even raise his eyelids. The little zombie fell from the sky, delivering several heavy punches that accurately landed in the hexagonal cage. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed within the blood walls. System prompt: congratulations to candidate Lin Jianxing, you have cleared the 3rd layer. Time taken 3 seconds. Lin Jianxing shifted to a more comfortable, side-leaning position, rummaged through his pocket, pulled out a piece of jerky, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. 4th layer. Iron-armored spider, LV. 12. It had just crawled out of the teleportation array when it was blown to smithereens, unable to even spit out its web. 7th layer. Wasteland Wolf King. Larger than the average wasteland wolf, covered in silver gray fur, it howled up to the sky with great momentum. The little zombie smashed its head with a punch, turning the howl into a whimper. 11th layer. Half-orc shield warrior, LV. 15. The little zombie circled to the side and punched it in the back of the head, causing the shield to fall to the ground with a clatter. 15th layer. Bipedal dragon, LV. 18. The first flying monster, its wings spread 3 meters wide. It had just taken off when it was intercepted by the little zombie, its wings smashed with a punch, crashing down. 19th layer. Whether it was goblins, wasteland wolves, iron-armored spiders, or half-orcs with shields and large worms that could spit venom, any that dared to emerge from the teleportation array were bombarded by the little zombie. Not a single one could escape. The little vampire exclaimed in genuine admiration, "Big brother is truly fierce. One punch for one, every hit connects." The monsters didn't even have time to react before disappearing. The little zombie snorted coldly, still sounding arrogant, but with less of a gunpowder-like edge than before. "Humph, that's only natural, so learn well. But your cage is also quite decent, much more stable than before, no more crookedness." The little vampire's icon flickered. The system prompt sounded again: congratulations to candidate Lin Jianxing, you have cleared the 19th layer. Time taken 42 seconds. Lin Jianxing glanced at the experience bar, close to level 19. Just 2 more levels, he would reach level 20 and gain a 3rd summon. A lightning-type little skeleton, not sure how strong it would be. The little zombie beamed with pride. "Little skeleton, am I going to have another little brother? But it's just right. In the future, little blood will be responsible for taking hits. Little skeleton will be responsible for running errands, and I'll just look handsome." Clear division of labor, each doing their part. The little vampire rubbed his hands excitedly. Lin Jianxing shook his head helplessly. He hadn't even met the little skeleton yet, and he had already arranged everything so clearly. He didn't think about it. What if the little skeleton was even more arrogant than him? The announcement interrupted Lin Jianxing's thoughts. "Candidates, please note you are about to enter the 20th layer. The monsters in this layer are level LV 22, including flying monsters. Please prepare for aerial defense." Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. LV 22, his level had finally increased. The little vampire instantly tensed up. The icon on the panel shook for a moment, and anxiety set in. "What should we do, master? Flying monsters can fly, and they will come from above. The blood wall can only block the ground, not the sky. How about we dig underground later? If we hide beneath the surface, they won't be able to find us." Lin Jianxing's heart skipped a beat. The little vampire's obsession with digging underground was deeper than he had imagined. "What are you panicking about? With your big brother here, they would still die if they came out. You better not act recklessly, little blood. Don't dig until the last moment." The little vampire lowered his head reluctantly, murmuring an agreement. The countdown reached 0. Ka! A piercing shriek erupted from the teleportation array. 10 grayish-white monsters with bat-like wings burst out from the teleportation point and immediately took to the sky. Stone Gargoyle LV 22, 9 of them. Elite Stone Gargoyle LV 22, 1. The Elite one was significantly larger than the ordinary ones, emanating a faint dark red aura. The little zombie soared into the air, looking disdainful. "Sorry, no flying in my territory. No matter if you have wings or not, once you're on my turf you have to crawl. Otherwise just wait for a crash." Boom, 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 boom. The little zombie unleashed a series of attacks, leaving deep cracks on the Elite Stone Gargoyle. The elite stone gargoyle let out a scream and plummeted down. The little zombie turned, seeing it motionless. The stone gargoyle trembled, badly injured, yet still held on. It flapped its damaged wings and charged out from the blood wall, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto the boy lying on the ground. The little vampire screamed, "We let a monster slip through. Big brother, you let a monster slip. I told you flying monsters are hard to deal with. I said we should go underground. Master, be careful." As the little vampire continued to scream, just as the stone gargoyle was about to pounce on Lin Jianxing, a blood wall rose from the ground. The stone gargoyle's claws hit the wall of size, leaving not even a mark. Its claws scraped across the wall, making a harsh screeching sound. Lin Jianxing lay on the ground, not even raising an eyelid. "Little blood, your reaction is quite quick. I knew you would come through at a critical moment." The little vampire was instantly moved to tears by the praise. Although he was a coward, as long as the master acknowledged him, he would stand up in critical moments. "Woo-woo. As long as I'm alive, no one can harm the master." Lin Jianxing's lips curved. He was well aware of his skill. The more you praise it, the more it feels valued, the stronger its protective instincts become, and the harder it works. Clear rewards and punishments. The elite stone gargoyle was dazed, but did not give up. It circled around the blood wall, flapping its damaged wings, preparing to dive down from above once more. The little zombie's phantom spinning fist was ready to cool down. It slammed down vertically from above, combining the phantom spinning fist with the overwhelming laws, striking the elite stone gargoyle on the head. The elite stone gargoyle was smashed into the ground like a baseball hit for a home run, its head embedded in the floor. A system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the candidate Lin Jianxing, you have cleared the 20th level. Time taken 9 seconds. After clearing the 20th level, the panel erupted with excitement. The little vampire was furious, for the first time the icon on the panel bouncing around even faster than when it was scared. "Big brother, what did you do? That was a level 22 elite monster. You actually let it fly out. Do you know how dangerous that was? That stone gargoyle's claws were less than 3 meters from the master. I could see the barbs on its claws." The little vampire took a deep breath, the icon fluctuating violently, continuing to accuse him, his tone growing more agitated. "What if my reaction had been delayed by 0.01 seconds? What if my wall hadn't risen in time? What if that stone gargoyle had pounced on the master? Have you thought about that? This is serious dereliction of duty. It's negligence. It's irresponsibility. It's betrayal to the master." The little vampire was getting angrier, the dark red glow on the icon flickering. "The main damage dealer let a monster slip, and I, the defender, had to come in to clean up. Aren't you embarrassed?" The usually proud little zombie also felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. After all, who could withstand being scolded like this right from the start? The little zombie felt somewhat guilty, its gaze wandering, and its voice softened to him. "Accidents happen. Who doesn't have a time when they slip up? This was my first time dealing with flying monsters. I had no experience. Next time I will definitely hold my ground." The little zombie tried to save face. The icon perked up a bit, but its momentum was clearly not as strong as usual. "I didn't expect this guy to be so tough. A level 22 elite monster, and it didn't die after taking my phantom spinning fist combined with the overwhelming loss. This can't be blamed on me. If anything, it's because its skin is too thick." The little vampire was not listening to the explanation at all, raising its voice by an octave. "Excuses. All excuses. Just because its skin is thick, it can let a monster slip through. Just because its skin is thick, it doesn't matter. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? You just stood there like a fool." The little vampire's voice had a clear, sobbing tone. The entire panel was shaking, and the border of the skill bar was trembling slightly as well. Lin Jianxing sighed. "All right, everyone, quiet down." The noise from the panel instantly ceased. Both the little zombie and the little vampire fell silent, but you could still see their unwillingness from the stance of their icons. The little zombie's icon tilted slightly to the right, while the little vampire's icon tilted slightly to the left, neither looking at the other. Lin Jianxing stroked his chin, entering analysis mode. "Our biggest shortcoming right now is the lack of sustained area damage. While the phantom spinning fist is powerful, without that cooldown reduction gear, the cooldown time is a bit long. After one wave of explosions, if they don't all die, we end up in a vacuum period like just now." He paused. "If we encounter monsters that can't fly, that's fine. We can just trap them and wait for the cooldown. But if we encounter flying ones, it becomes difficult. As for the overwhelming laws, its single target damage kit can deal with one, but dealing with a group is overwhelming." The little zombie's icon flickered slightly. The little vampire's icon also flickered slightly. Both felt that the master was speaking up for them. Then they simultaneously snorted and continued to ignore each other. "Little zombie, I remember there was a skill book I fed you before called Polar Whirlwind, an intermediate wind type skill book, right? The little zombie froze, its icon stuck in the center of the panel. It rummaged through its memories, but only remembered eating many books that day. They all tasted good. One was particularly crispy, and another had a bit of sweetness. As for which one was which skill, I only care about eating. How could I remember that much? The little zombie had a blank expression. Book. What book? I've eaten too many books. How could I remember which is which? They all taste similar. I just remember a few that smelled particularly good. As for their names, who remembers what they ate? Would you ask which pig this piece of meat comes from when eating braised pork? Lin Jianxing took a deep breath, too lazy to argue with it. Forget it, it's impossible to rely on you to read. In any case, the effect of that skill book is to accumulate wind elements on the ground, then blast them out into a wind column, lifting enemies in the area into the sky. Area damage sustained. Output. Got it. The little zombie thought for a moment, the icon swaying left and right as if shaking its head and nodding at the same time. In truth, it didn't quite understand, but it didn't want to admit that it didn't understand. Lin Jianxing also didn't know how these skills were realized, what the principles were, how the elements operated, or how the runes were arranged. He was completely ignorant. But it didn't matter, it let them figure out the process of comprehension themselves. He would propose the questions, and the summoned beings would solve them. Clear division of labor, each performing their own role. Buzz. The little zombie tried hard to press a mass of wind elements down to the ground. Puff. A sound like a fart. A small gust of wind surged up from the ground, only about the height of a finger, stirring up a small bit of dust on Lin Jianxing's pants before disappearing. A system prompt sounded. Comprehension failed. The little zombie instantly became agitated, spreading. The little zombie spoke with conviction. Look, it's not that I'm not trying, but it's simply impossible. I have done my utmost. I have exerted every ounce of strength, yet it just won't spray. What can I do? This indicates that it's not my issue, it's the skill book's problem, it's your description's fault, it's this world's fault. Lin Jianxing shook his head helplessly. It seems that comprehending skills is truly not that simple. It's not something that can be grasped with just a few casual words. It requires an opportunity and insight, and a certain indescribable moment of enlightenment. The little vampire weakly raised its hand, emitting a faint dark red glow from the corner of the pan. Well, big brother, although the ground looks quite smooth in my perception, there are many tiny pores and textures. The little zombie, who had been furious and frantically looking for excuses, was stunned in place upon hearing them. The little vampire continued softly, its tone still timid but more confident than before. These pores, although very small and deep, if utilized properly by channeling the wind element through these pores, allowing it to build up underneath and then releasing it all at once, it should be able to spray right. Lin Jianxing's eyes lit up. Exactly. Little blood, can you share this perception with the little zombie? The little vampire was taken aback for a moment, the dark red glow on its icon flickering twice. Sharing perception. It had never considered this before, but since the master brought it up, it could give it a try. In serving the master, there is no such thing as cannot, it only depends on whether one is willing or not. The little vampire nodded, a determined voice emanating from the panel. That should be possible. We are all summoned beings of the master, our essences are interconnected. Just like tree roots intertwining, what one tree can sense another can as well. Big brother, am I coming in? Please don't resist, relax, just think of it as being blown by the wind. The little zombie, though skeptical, did not refuse. It reluctantly agreed, mumbling about being forced, yet it quietly gathered some wind elements around its icon, creating a passage. Fine, fine, I shall reluctantly feel your sensation. If it turns out useless, I will hold you accountable. Suddenly, a peculiar wave rippled through the skill bar. It was the unique frequency of the blood element, warm and gentle like blood flowing through veins and like roots spreading in soil. It started from the little vampire's icon, crossing the boundary of the skill bar, and slowly flowed into the little zombie's icon. Two elements of different origins found a subtle balance under the master's spiritual force. The little zombie was astonished. It perceived the dense pores and textures beneath the floor, resembling a vast net or a dense forest. The little zombie exclaimed, "What the heck? So this is how the floor looks. So many holes. I have punched it so many times and never noticed this underneath." Its spiritual power extended down through these pores, probing deeper and wider. For the first time, it realized that the ground was not a solid slab of iron, it was alive, it breathed. A system notification chimed in as golden text appeared line by line on the panel. Congratulations. Your skill, little zombie, has entered an epiphany state. Lin Jianxing's lips curled into a smile. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the monitoring command center, Yu Xiaojing squinted his eyes, the two walnuts in his hands stopping at an unknown moment. He stared at Lin Jianxing on the big screen, his gaze lingering on that calm face for several seconds. This kid. Is he attempting to comprehend the mid-tier wind skill polar wind column? Lin Jianxing's eyes brightened, just about to speak. Zhao Yongwei turned his head, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Old you, are you overestimating this kid too much? Just 3 days after switching jobs, and he thinks he can comprehend a mid-tier skill. If he can comprehend a forbidden spell after a month of transitioning, wouldn't that be ridiculous? He chuckled twice, his tone dripping with disdain, as if to say you all have been fooled by him. I see him just flailing about, putting on an act, creating an illusion. Lin Jianxing scoffed softly, his voice not loud, but full of confidence. Hee old Zhao, I advise you not to be too dismissive. Just because others cannot do it doesn't mean my son cannot. Some things depend on talent, not on how long one has been in a position. Zhao Yongwei couldn't be bothered to engage in idle talk with Lin Jianxing. He turned his head back, his gaze returning to his daughter's screen, a cold smile playing on his lips. A talent. Don't joke around. If he can comprehend the polar wind column today, I will eat this screen on the spot. Yu Xiaojing was taken aback, nearly dropping the 2 walnuts in his hands. He turned to look at Zhao Yongwei, then at Lin Jianxing, his mouth opening and closing, wanting to say something. To say something like eating a screen in the monitoring room, what sort of decorum is that? But Lin Jianxing did not give him the chance to intervene. Come here. Lin Jianxing shouted loudly, his voice so resonant that even the crystal chandelier on the ceiling trembled slightly. The aide instantly stood at attention, heels touching, present. Lin Jianxing didn't even glance at Zhao Yongwei, pointing at the enormous screen, the one Zhao Yongwei claimed he would eat. Prepare a wrench, screwdriver, and cutting machine. Also go to the cafeteria and bring a bucket of lubricant and prepare 2 bottles of high-concentration vinegar. I think Commander Zhao might feel a bit choked later and need to clear his throat. The aide showed no hesitation, heels clicking together, turning and striding out of the room. In less than 10 seconds, the sound of a call from the intercom and chaotic footsteps echoed outside. The execution capability of the City Defense Army was vividly displayed at this moment. Jiang Wan covered her mouth and turned her head, her shoulders shaking. With a soft poo she couldn't hold back, and quickly covered her mouth with the back of her hand. Yu Xiaojing was at a loss, glancing at Lin Jianxing, then at Zhao Yongwei. Old Lin, what are you doing? Nonsense. This is the big exam monitoring center, not your kitchen. Wrench, screwdriver, and cutting machine. Are you going to dismantle the building? He turned to Zhao Yongwei, earnestly advising. And you, old Zhao, how old are you? Why are you getting upset? Can you casually say you'll eat a screen? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? You're the commander of the City Defense Army. Oh, what kind of reputation does that give? Zhao Yongwei was getting annoyed. He waved his hand, ignoring Yu Xiaojing's persuasion, and fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Jianxing. If I Zhao Yongwei say a word is a nail, I keep my promises. But what if he fails to comprehend? Lin Jianxing, what will you do? You should show some accountability too. Lin Jianxing leisurely adjusted his sleeve. All right. If Jianxing doesn't comprehend, I'll eat the screen myself. He paused and added, however, your screen is smaller than mine. I would be at a disadvantage. Forget it, this commander has a great capacity and won't hold you accountable. Zhao Yongwei shouted loudly, his voice echoing so much that the staff downstairs looked up at him. Good. You said it. A gentleman's word is his bond. Lin Jianxing was unyielding, raising his voice as well. A promise is harder to break than a horse can pull. The 2 of them were like 2 bulls, foreheads pressed together, noses touching, about to collide. Yu Xiaojing stood in the middle, opening his mouth, closing it again, then reopening it. He glanced at Zhao Yongwei, whose eyes looked about to pop out, and at Lin Jianxing, whose mouth was almost grinning to his ears, finally letting out a helpless sigh. This is sinful. He rubbed his throbbing temples, looking speechless as he sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs and placing his hands on his abdomen. Forget it, I won't care about you 2. Eat if you want, just don't choke to death on my account. Yu Xiaojing redirected his gaze to the big screen, where Lin Jianxing remained seated motionless. However, beneath the ground, a faint blue light was surging wildly, as if something was struggling underground, ready to break through the surface at any moment. Yu Xiaojing squinted, his lips moving slightly. This kid. Old Zhao wouldn't actually want to start on the 21st level with a twist of space. Lin Jianxing was transported to the center of this layer. The broadcast echoed in the hall. Candidates, please be aware the monsters on this level are highly mobile flying creatures. Please prepare yourselves. Countdown, starting from 60 seconds. Lin Jianxing stared expressionlessly at the ground, waiting. The little zombie was still deducing a new skill, unsure how long it would take or if it could succeed. The little vampire had already pushed the sensory sharing to its limits, with 2 summons of different origins collaborating in an unprecedented manner. At this moment, under the sensory sharing of the little vampire, the ground, which seemed ordinary to the little zombie, transformed into a skin covered with countless tiny pores. Each pore was tiny and invisible to the naked eye, yet in perception they were densely packed across the entire ground, like countless stars in the sky. The wind element seeped through the pores into the ground, exploring, gathering, and compressing in the darkness. It only needed a trigger to explode. A faint bluish glow emanated from the ground. System notification: your summon, the little zombie, has successfully comprehended the intermediate wind skill, Polar Tornado. Polar Tornado generates a wind circle on the specified area of the ground, which after a brief delay erupts into high-pressure wind columns, dealing massive wind attribute damage to enemies within the range. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Current level effect can release 5 wind columns consecutively. For each level increase, the number of wind columns increases by 1. Lin Jianxing's eyes lit up, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is it done? Is this the worth of an intermediate skill? Starting with 5 wind columns, if I max out the level. However, the warning mechanism of the wind circle, though seemingly foolish with damage not appearing until a second later, is something that anyone could dodge. But when combined with the little vampire's wall of size, trapping the monsters within the wall, they have nowhere to escape. The little zombie howled with delight, its laughter shaking the panel. "Ha! I did it. This seat has succeeded. I said I am the chosen one destined to become the Emperor of Corpses. How could a small intermediate skill possibly trouble this seat? Isn't it just stuffing wind elements into the floor? Even a level 40 boss is no match for me. What is a little wind element compared to that?" The little zombie rarely glanced at the little vampire beside it. It snorted, still arrogant, but with a hint of approval, saying, "You're not bad, kid. This time, I'll consider you somewhat useful. I have initially recognized you." The little vampire, somewhat shy, spoke softly, its tone filled with modesty, yet the smile at the corner of its mouth could not be hidden. "Actually, it's mainly because Master is amazing. If it weren't for Master waking me from my dream, I could never have thought of doing it this way. Master said to share perception, so I shared perception. Master said to infuse wind elements, so I infused wind elements. Whatever Master says, I do. Master is indeed always right. Master is the eternal deity. Once I become the Emperor of Corpses, all of you will be the greatest contributors." Lin Jianxing interrupted them. All right, we have the new skill now. Let's get to work." Little Blood raised the wall. The little vampire responded enthusiastically, and the earth trembled as 6 walls of size rose from the ground in just 2 seconds. The hexagonal cage was formed again. Lin Jianxing focused his mind and opened the backpack column of the attribute panel. There lay a few unused skill books quietly related to wind, blood, both basic and intermediate, all given to him by his mother before entering the examination hall. The examination hall did not prohibit carrying skill books, it only prohibited one-time skill scrolls. Skill books require time to learn, and even if you have them, you need the talent to comprehend them. For ordinary candidates, carrying them in was merely a formality, so when he brought them, the security personnel didn't even ask. Lin Jianxing directly used up all the remaining skill books. 1 basic wind skill, 1 intermediate blood skill, and 2 intermediate wind skills. 4 skill books with a total value exceeding 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Flowing light flew out from the backpack and entered Lin Jianxing's body. The little zombie's icon on the panel opened its mouth and swallowed 3 streams of blue light. The scent of wind elements is still so enticing. Level of breaking 10,000 techniques has increased. Level of phantom spinning fist has increased. Level of polar tornado has increased. In just a few seconds, skill books worth millions were transformed into nourishment. Lin Jianxing's skill panel was refreshed, all skills raised to his own level of 18. Breaking 10,000 techniques, LV. 18. Phantom spinning fist, LV. 18. Polar tornado, LV. 18. The LV. 18. Polar tornado. Basic 5 wind columns plus the level enhancement of 17 adds 1 for each level, totaling 22 wind columns. 22 columns filled the entire hexagonal cage, more than sufficient. Lin Jianxing snapped his fingers. Perfect. He glanced at the empty backpack, beginning to plan after the big exam. He needs to go back to his mother to stock up again. Wind, blood, and thunder elements should all be prepared. If he enters the so-called Heavenly Dragon class, his mother would be so pleased that his allowance would probably double. As the countdown from the broadcast reached 0, the monster teleportation began. The teleportation array suddenly blazed with light, and 30 level 22 monsters filled the cramped space. Half were stone gargoyles and half were some unknown winged creatures covered in dark green scales. They hadn't even reacted. Surrounded by towering walls of blood, the ground suddenly lit up with bright red circles. 1, 2, 5, 10, 22. The little zombie descended from the sky, and the polar tornado detonated at that very moment. Boom, 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 boom. 22 wind columns erupted simultaneously from the ground, piercing through the entire hexagonal cage. The little zombie's phantom spinning fist smashed down from above, causing numerous fine cracks to appear on the thick blood wall. Lin Jianxing stood at a distance, quietly pulling out a bag of unopened snacks. Tisk as expected of an intermediate skill. This explosive power is fiercer than any previous skills. I can't even imagine what high-level or forbidden spells would be like. The little zombie let out an extremely satisfied sigh, feeling ecstatic. It's so transparent, so brutal. I absolutely love this new skill. The little vampire said in a small voice, "Big bro, you're awesome. I feel like my wall is about to crumble." The little zombie laughed heartily. "This is just the beginning. Once I become the Emperor of Corpses, I won't even need wind columns. Just a glance will ignite the monsters." Moments later, the 30 monsters in the cage were reduced to nothing, with only scorched marks on the floor, proving they once existed. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations, candidate Lin Jianxing. You have cleared the 21st level in 3 seconds. Lin Jianxing stretched comfortably. Next level. He stepped toward the stairs, casually glancing at the flashing red surveillance camera in the monitoring room. Everyone was staring at the giant screen. In the monitoring room, everyone was stunned. Over 20 blue-white wind columns erupted from the hexagonal cage, piercing through the entire trial tower space and tearing the 30 flying monsters into shreds. Having just changed jobs for 3 days, comprehending an intermediate skill in the trial tower was simply unheard of. Moreover, starting with 22 wind columns meant that the skill proficiency had already reached the upper limit of Lin Jianxing's own level. How on earth did he manage to do that? Lin Jianxing turned his head, looking playfully at Zhao Yangwei on the other side. "Old Zhao, what do you think? This screen, would you prefer it steamed, fried, or barbecued? I can have the kitchen set up a grill for you with some cumin and chili powder on the side." Zhao Yangwei's complexion could no longer be described as merely difficult to bear. It was not green, which at least is a human color. His complexion lay somewhere between gray and white. He stared intently at the screen, the image of the 22 wind pillars looping continuously, each frame reminding him of what he had just said. How could someone who had just changed jobs 3 days ago comprehend intermediate skills? It was unreasonable, illogical, and against common sense. Yet the facts lay before him. Yu Shaojing's gaze swept between the two men, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and spoke with a meaning-laden tone, each word like fuel on a fire. "Old Zhao, we are both individuals of some stature, since these words have been spoken. There are no empty promises in the military." Lin Jianxing immediately interjected. "Haha, old Yu, you're overthinking it. Who is old Zhao?" "That's Commander Zhao, the upper echelons of Dachang City. How could he possibly go back on his word? I've known old Zhao for 20 years, and his greatest virtue is that he is a man of his word, a promise as solid as a nail." He paused for a moment, squinting at Zhao Yangwei. "But this screen probably doesn't taste great. It's hard and crunchy, and it might even have a burnt electronic component flavor. Old Zhao, if you're truly in a bind, just say the words. My daughter is not as good as Lin Jianxing's little toe, and this matter can be considered settled. What do you say? It's just a matter of a single sentence. How simple. After saying this, we can still be good colleagues, good comrades, and good brothers." This seemingly offered him a way out, but in reality, it was harsher than eating the screen. The discomfort of eating the screen would pass after a while, but the phrase "my daughter is not as good as Lin Jianxing's little toe" once spoken would leave Zhao Yangwei unable to hold his head high in front of Lin Jianxing for the rest of his life. It was 1,000 times worse than eating the screen. Zhao Yangwei suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out from between clenched teeth, carrying a fierce determination of him going all out against you. Zhao Yangwei am upright and principled, willing to gamble and accept the consequences. Someone take this screen down for me. The aide beside him stood, frozen mouth agape, eyes wide. His brain flipped repeatedly between what is the commander saying, and is the commander going crazy? Commander, are you really going to eat it? That's a display screen made of glass, plastic, and heavy metals. Zhao Yangwei shouted, his voice so loud that the crystal chandelier on the ceiling trembled, and the staff downstairs all looked up in unison. Nonsense. There are no empty promises in the military. Take it down. The aide trembled in fear, not daring to question further. He called over 2 technicians, and in no time, they swiftly removed the massive display screen from the wall. The screen was laid flat on the coffee table. Zhao Yangwei looked at the pitch-black display screen before him, taking a deep breath. Having lived for over 50 years, served in the military, fought battles, slain monsters, achieved merits, and risen to the rank of commander, he had seen all sorts of storms. Eating a screen. This was still a first for him. He raised his right hand, a ball of crimson light, igniting in his palm, the heat wave exploding in the monitoring room. There was no hesitation, no doubt, and no unnecessary words. The crimson flames burst from his palm, instantly reducing the display into a pile of black-gray glass, melted plastic, carbonized, and metal oxidized. A mere 3 seconds ago, it had been a valuable high-definition display screen, now transformed into a smoldering wreck. As a high-level fire attribute warrior, his physical capabilities were of a different breed than ordinary humans. Eating a display screen might cause some discomfort and nausea, but the physical damage was minimal. Yet discomfort was undeniable. Lin Jianxing looked at the preparing Zhao Yongwei, giving a thumbs up. What a tough guy. Old Zhao, I used to think you could only fight, but I didn't realize you were also quite the eater. Yu Shaojing laughed heartily, no longer concerned with the walnuts, slapping his thigh, nearly in tears from laughter. Ha ha, it's still our commander Zhao. I admire that kind of courage. If all the generals of the Dragon Kingdom were like you, what worries would there be about achieving great things? He paused and added, but next time before betting, I suggest doing some research on the opponent's strength. Yu Shaojing turned his gaze back to the main screen where Lin Jianxing was awaiting the next layer's transfer. His expression remained calm, identical to when he first entered the examination room. He glanced down at his phone, then looked up at the ceiling, yawning. Yu Shaojing's tone turned serious, his smile. But back to the point, old Lin, your boy's understanding of intermediate skills is not as simple as it seems. Starting with 22 wind pillars, and each pillar's damage is evidently higher than that of other practitioners of the same level. This level of proficiency is at least above 15th level. How could a skill just comprehended have such high proficiency? Explanations are needed. Lin Jianxing wore a puzzled expression. He too couldn't understand, as skill improvement typically requires repeated use to gradually enhance proficiency, gradually getting stronger and more refined. How could anyone achieve such a high level of proficiency right after comprehending a skill? This was absurd. Yet he couldn't admit ignorance, as acknowledging that would mean admitting his son had issues. Perhaps this is simply a prodigious talent. He pondered for a moment, beginning to weave a story. You don't know, my boy has always been different from other children since he was young. He often lay on the family sofa in a daze for an entire afternoon. At that time I thought he was slacking off, now I realize. This child may have been grasping the essence of elements from a young age, accumulating knowledge until he soared after switching jobs. Zhao Yongwei had just swallowed a mouthful of screen dust and nearly choked. Cough, cough, cough. There should at least be some limits to bragging. Grasping the essence of elements. Since when did he start conversing with elements? Old Zhao, you're just jealous. Isn't it hard to admit someone else's excellence? This vast world has all kinds of wonders. Some people exist to break common sense. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't, and just because your son can't doesn't mean my son can't. Is this principle really that hard to understand? Yu Shaojing nodded, his gaze filled with admiration. No matter the method, results cannot deceive. This terrifying learning speed and mastery, if he could join our Tianlong class. His future would be limitless. He didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Jianxing and Jiang Wan understood. The spot in Tianlong class was basically secured. Outside the examination hall, the huge square was bustling with voices. Thousands of eliminated candidates looked up at the enormous illuminated leaderboard, hanging in midair, with discussions rising and falling. At this moment, within the entire trial tower, aside from Lin Jianxing and Zhao Lingling, who were still fighting, the remaining tens of thousands of candidates had all been eliminated. With an elimination rate of over 99%, it was brutally shocking. According to regulations, they had to wait here for the final scores to be announced and the list of the top 200 entering the second stage to be confirmed. Thousands of people crowded in the square, some squatting, some sitting, some leaning against the wall, and some lying directly on the ground. But without exception, everyone's gaze was fixed on that enormous illuminated screen. First place, Lin Jianxing, current layer 22. Second place, Zhao Lingling, current layer 13. The third place and below ranged from 10 to 1. Wow, 22 layers. Could young Master Lin really break through the trial tower? 30 layers, 22 layers, only 8 layers left. Damn, I was eliminated on the 3rd layer, and he's gone all the way to the 22nd layer. Is this the disparity of the world? A shield warrior squatted on the ground, shield beside him, hugging his knees, looking utterly despondent. Wasn't it said that Lin Jianxing is a necromancer? Which necromancer is this formidable? Did he cheat? Probably not cheating. Do you really think the review committee is just sitting idle? With such strict security checks, how could there be cheating? Moreover, Commander Lin is also in the monitoring room watching. If his son cheated, he would be the first to disagree. Earlier, didn't Zhao Lingling's followers boast about being the pinnacle of Dachang City? They claimed Miss Zhao was an level-burning sky demon phoenix with top-tier attack and defense unmatched in the city, drawing laughter from those around. He spread his hands. Pinnacle. A 10-layer gap has opened up. This is no longer just taillights. It's like you can't even see the car tracks anymore. What's level genius? Compared to young Master Lin, it's a joke. Young Master Lin is a necromancer universally acknowledged as a trash profession. A trash profession can rub and level genius into the ground. In the center of the crowd, several of Zhao Lingling's followers huddled in a corner. Gone was their earlier arrogance. They were now all lowering their heads. Someone secretly glanced at the glaring 13 layers and 22 layers on the leaderboard, quickly looking down again. Chu Xiaoyan leaned against a luxury car with arms crossed, her long legs crossed, her ponytail swaying gently in the breeze, a look of pride on her face. Shirtu squatted on the ground holding a pair of binoculars he had somehow acquired, staring at the big screen while chuckling. Tisk, our young master is truly incomparable. Miss Zhao can't even see the taillights of the young master. He put down the binoculars, thought for a moment, picked them up again for another look, confirming it, and Chu Xiaoyan chuckled lightly, her tone steady and confident, her gaze never leaving the huge screen. Naturally, those people only see the young master's nonchalance, unaware that it is the calmness unique to the strong. You think he's slacking off, but he's actually gathering power. You think he's sleeping, but he's leveling up. You think he's doing nothing, but he's actually finished everything. Shirtu put down the binoculars, looking around at the media reporters everywhere, carrying long guns and short cannons from major television stations and websites, as well as a few self-media individuals live streaming with their phones. All the cameras were focused on that enormous screen where the words "First Place Lin Jianxing" sparkled under the sunlight. He swallowed hard. I estimate that tomorrow's headlines across the entire Dragon Kingdom will be about our young master. It seems that young master is really going to become famous this time. Chu Xiaoyan tidied her windblown bangs, unable to hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. She reached out to take the binoculars from Shitta's hands, raising them to glance at the screen. First Place Lin Jianxing, 22 layers. Fame is inevitable. The young master's stage has never been limited to this small Dachang city. It is too small to hold him. The crowd in the square was still discussing. Lin Jianxing's layer jumped from 22 to 24, and then from 24 to 25. Zhao Lingling's 13 layers had long since remained stagnant. In the square outside the trial tower, a white beam of light descended from the sky, drawing countless gazes towards it. As the light faded, Zhao Lingling's figure emerged from the beam. She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling violently, her body covered in dust and blood, some of it her own, and some from monsters. Yet she still held herself upright, striving to straighten her spine, a proud expression on her face, chin slightly raised, her gaze disdainful. No matter how disheveled she looked, the aura of Glass genius could not be lost. The 15th level. She ultimately stopped at the 15th level. Although she could not proceed further, she had absolute confidence. In the past years, very few candidates in Dachang City were able to pass the 10th level, let alone reach the 15th level like her. This achievement was enough to look down upon others, enough to become a legend in Dachang City. The first place in the previous examination only reached the 12th level, and the one before that only reached the 11th level. Her 15th level surpassed the champions of the last two sessions, who would dare to question her achievement. Zhao Lingling glanced around and saw thousands of candidates in the square. Some crouched, some sat, some lay down, all appeared dusty and weary, with some tending to their wounds while others rested with their eyes closed. A smile grew wider at the corners of her mouth. Humph, as expected, most had been eliminated, indicating that her score truly placed her in a league of her own. She had even begun to envision standing on the highest podium at the award ceremony. A few underlings hurried over the leader holding a towel and water, yet his expression seemed somewhat strange. Zhao Lingling took a sip of water, her brow furrowing as she noticed the odd expressions on their faces. Shouldn't they be jubilant? Shouldn't they be shouting, "Miss Zhao is amazing"? What is with these gloomy faces? What's with this expression? Did someone die at home? Her voice was icy, filled with displeasure. Her score was the peak of Glass genius. How could no one applaud? The underling wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his hands trembling, almost dropping the towel. No. Miss Zhao, your score is indeed impressive, the 15th level, which would absolutely be the top scorer in past years. Really am not flattering you, and being serious. The 15th level is already extremely impressive. Zhao Lingling threw the water bottle to the ground, splashing water everywhere, the cap rolling several meters away. Nonsense. If you know it's impressive, then what is this reaction? Do you think my score is beneath your notice? Or do you think someone in Dachang City can surpass me? The underlings exchanged glances, shrinking their necks, none daring to speak first. The leader cautiously pointed at the massive light screen behind Zhao Lingling. Miss Zhao, please look at the leaderboard behind you. Zhao Lingling snorted coldly, turning with a disdainful expression. What's so special? Look at my astounding second place. Her voice suddenly rose, her body frozen in shock. First place, Lin Jianxing, current level 29. Second place, Zhao Lingling, current level 15. Her gaze darted between the two lines of text, her pupils contracting violently, her mouth slightly agape. What kind of joke is this? I can't believe I'm not in first place. I can't fathom that the gap between me and the first place is so vast. 15 compared to 29, a difference of 14 levels. 14 levels enough for her to start over again and still have some left. What she couldn't accept the most was that the first place was Lin Jianxing, the person she had always looked down upon, that underground profession, that second-generation heir lounging in bed eating grapes. No, this is impossible. This can't be. Zhao Lingling's voice shook, her eyes reddening. It must be a system bug. The display is wrong, right? Or is Lin Jianxing cheating? Yes, he must be cheating. He must have used some underhanded means. An underling cautiously edged closer, speaking in a hushed tone, fearing to provoke her. We've been watching for a long time, young Master Lin. Was incredible, basically soaring through each level in just a few seconds. Monsters would explode the moment they emerged from the teleportation array. Zhao Lingling abruptly turned her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Shut up. Did I ask you to speak? The underling shrank back, taking 2 steps back. No one dared to speak again. Zhao Lingling withdrew her gaze, fixating on the glaring name at the top of the leaderboard. Her chest heaved violently, not from exhaustion, but from anger and resentment. A voice in her mind shouted he cheated, but reason told her this was nearly impossible. The consequences of cheating in such a major examination are extremely severe, as the selected genius candidates are destined to battle against monsters on the battlefield in the future or guard a territory. What if a waste slips in through cheating? It could endanger teammates on the battlefield. Lin Jianxing wouldn't dare take such risks, and the Lin family doesn't lack for reputation, so there's no need to cheat. Yet she still couldn't believe, how could Lin Jianxing, this necromancer, be so formidable? An underling couldn't help but speak up. Miss Zhao, do you think? Could Lin Jianxing actually clear 30 levels? The historical record is only 26 levels if he clears it. Zhao Lingling sneered. 30 levels. Something no one has achieved in many years. How could he, a necromancer, manage that? Does he think those SS-class geniuses are fools? Inside the trial tower at the 29th level, a desolate desert landscape unfolded. The fierce wind whipped sand against his face painfully, the sky and earth shrouded in gray, making it impossible to distinguish between sky and ground. From the 25th level onward, the terrain became diverse: forests, swamps, ice fields, and lava, each level different. This layer's desert was already the 4th type of terrain. The system notification echoed. Congratulations to candidate Lin Jianxing, the 29th level has been cleared. Time taken 48 seconds. Lin Jianxing brushed the sand off his pants, letting out a rare sigh. At his feet lay dozens of giant desert scorpion corpses, these scorpions having incredibly hard shells and the ability to burrow underground for surprise attacks, suddenly emerging from the sand to strike, making them exceptionally troublesome. He stretched his neck and looked at the few blood-stained walls that had been battered. The walls were covered in cracks and claw marks, with several spots even punctured through. This was a bit challenging. In that battle, he couldn't even sit still. To evade the scorpion's surprise attacks from underground, he had to keep moving, and even used blood escape to burrow to the other side to avoid encirclement. The little zombie shouted excitedly, the fierce battle only making it more exhilarated. Those scorpions were something. They could actually withstand 2 of my punches. The previous ordinary monsters were too weak, dying in 1 punch, which was unsatisfying. Only those that can endure 2 punches are interesting. The little zombie's battle spirit soared. Only such intense fighting can forge true strength. The weak deserve to be killed instantly. Only the strong deserve to be my opponent. The little vampire, still trembling, said, Big brother, please stop talking. That was really too dangerous. If those scorpions had emerged from underground and I hadn't reacted quickly, the master would have been stung. This wretched place is too dangerous. The monsters are becoming more and more twisted, both burrowing underground and flying in the air. I can hardly keep up. It started to waver, shrinking back in the panel corner. Master, how about we just give up? Let's go home. The little zombie exploded with rage. You want to quit when we're at the entrance? I can't afford to lose that face. We must clear this level. If you want to be a coward, go ahead, but I want to finish the last layer. Having made it through the 29th level, you think I'm not going to fight the last level? What would that say about me? They'll say I'm not capable. They'll say I'm cowardly. They'll say I'm only worthy of fighting through 29 levels. The little vampire weakly retorted, her voice even softer, The next level will definitely be harder. What if? What if we can't defeat it? What if the boss is even more twisted than the monsters on the 29th level? Lin Jianxing rubbed his forehead. Here we go again, it's starting again. Alright, everyone quiet down. Since we're here, we must at least take a look at the last level. Besides, we have the priest buff on us, so we won't die. The worst that can happen is getting knocked out. Moreover, little blood, have you forgotten about the combination skill we comprehended yesterday? We haven't tested it in battle yet, have we? The little vampire suddenly realized, and the icon lit up fiercely, the ultimate combo skill, Black Obsidian Blood Armor of the Wind. How could she have forgotten this? Right? The combo skill with my brother. The little vampire instantly, with that layer of armor. Oh no, with that layer of battle armor, who would be afraid? Not even a boss. Not even if the sky collapsed. The little vampire changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. She was just hesitant, and now she was urging Lin Jianxing to hurry into the next level. Master, I feel I can do this. Let's charge. We must clear this level. I want to see what the final boss looks like today. The little zombie rolled his eyes. Ha, the fickle coward. Just earlier you wanted to go home, and now you're changing your tune at the mention of the combo skill. Where's your character? Your persistence? Your principles? The little vampire stood her ground, lifting her icon. Can principles be eaten? Can they be worn as armor? Can they help the master clear a level? No. So principles aren't important. As the countdown reached 0, space distorted, and the scene changed. An enormous circular coliseum. The 30th level of the trial tower, the final level. The announcement sounded still devoid of emotion, but this time with a hint of solemnity. Congratulations, candidate Lin Jianxing, on reaching the final level of the trial tower. This level is the ultimate trial. Monster level, 25. Monster count, 50. Boss 1. Good luck. Really good luck. Lin Jianxing stood in place, his gaze sweeping across the vast coliseum. He took a deep breath and pulled out his last bag of snacks. The teleportation light from the 30th level had yet to fade, but Jiang Wan's hands were tightly gripping Lin Xiaoxia's arm. Her eyes were fixed on the figure standing in the center of the coliseum. The 30th level, a domain where no candidate from Dachang City has ever set foot. Can Jianxing really do it? Jiang Wan's voice trembled. At that moment, looking at the empty coliseum, she still felt uncertain. It wasn't a lack of faith in her son's abilities, but a mother's heart that was always worried. Lin Xiaoxia gently patted his wife's hand. His hand also trembled, not out of fear, but from excitement. Dear, with the protection of the soul, even if he fails, there won't be any life-threatening danger. Don't worry, the worst that can happen is getting knocked out, and he won't even have a scratch on him. He leaned closer to Jiang Wan's ear, lowering his voice. Besides, have you forgotten that our son still has a trump card he hasn't used yet? Jiang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes brightened. You mean? That one. Exactly. That's a divine skill that many envy. No matter how powerful the boss of the 30th level is, it's only level 25. When Jianxing wears that armor, even if it stands there and lets it hit, it won't be able to damage him. Moreover, that armor is a dual-element combination skill, wind and blood fusion, integrating offense and defense. Those monsters can't even break Jianxing's defense, so how can they win? Jiang Wan's anxious heart relaxed a bit. Yu Xiaojing also spoke up, his tone unusually solemn. He took a sip from his teacup, his eyes never leaving the screen. Sister-in-law, old Lin is right. Let's just watch the show peacefully. I believe your son Jianxing truly has the potential to become the first candidate in history to clear the trial tower. In the corner, Zhao Yangwei was holding a pile of black-gray screen powder, shoveling it into his mouth, bite by bite. The taste of that stuff was indeed not good. Glass powder scratched the throat, and plastic powder had an industrial bitterness. But a bet is a bet. There are no empty words in the military. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, he sneered repeatedly, the curve of his mouth wider than when he had eaten the screen. Clear the level. How naive. Zhao Yangwei's gaze fell on the screen, where the image of the 30th level Coliseum was slowly rotating. He pointed to the small terrain indicator in the top right corner of the screen. The last 5 levels are all random maps. Didn't you notice that this 30th level is the most disgusting death Coliseum? His tone carried a hint of superiority, as if to say, you just don't understand. This sense of superiority had disappeared earlier when he ate the screen, but now it had returned. The guarding boss of this level is the Shadowwing Demon Lord, a being that heavily counters ranged professions. Lin Xiaoxia raised an eyebrow. So what? He really doesn't think it's a big deal. His son is a Necromancer, a ranged profession, and should normally be countered. But his son is not an ordinary Necromancer. His son has an ultimate combo skill. Zhao Yangwei was unaware of this matter. He was still judging based on common sense. He looked at Lin Xiaoxia as if he were an idiot. Lin Jianxing, you've been an experienced summoner for a long time. Don't you know the characteristics of this boss? He extended a finger and poked the air. The Shadowwing Demon Lord possesses both super evasion and rapid flight dual abilities. Its movement speed is extremely fast, too quick for the naked eye to capture. Its evasion rate is exceedingly high, making it nearly impossible for ranged attacks to hit. For summoners who are a type of ranged profession, this is simply a natural counter. I admit your son is indeed impressive in terms of attack power, but to hit the Shadowwing Demon Lord, dream on. No matter how skilled your son's micromanaging is, if he can't touch it, it's pointless. In this level, he will undoubtedly lose. Lin Jianxing smiled lightly, picked up his teacup, blew on the steam, and took a sip. Old Zhao, nothing is absolute in this world. My son is good at micromanaging, so maybe he will hit it. Zhao Yongwei scoffed, disdainfully brushing off the screen powder on his hands. Micromanaging. In the face of absolute speed and evasion, micromanaging is a joke. No matter how capable your son is at micromanaging, can he outpace the boss's instinctive reactions? Don't be naive. Lin Jianxing looked at Zhao Yongwei with a teasing gaze. Since you're so confident, how about we bet on another screen? Zhao Yongwei paused for a moment. That last screen's taste was indeed not pleasant, with glass powder scratching the throat and plastic powder tasting bitter. But his pride, no, his gambling addiction, was ignited by Lin Jianxing. Moreover, with his deep understanding of this boss's mechanics and his ingrained perception of ranged professions, he felt that Lin Jianxing had no chance of winning. A fragile summoner without a life-saving skill facing an assassin-type high-dodge, high-mobility boss, what else could he do but wait to die? Alan is a form of wisdom embedding. He must taste the experience of eating a screen too. Bet it is. Are you afraid? Zhao Yongwei slammed the last bit of screen powder onto the coffee table, creating a small cloud of gray mist. If he clears this level, not only will I eat the screen, but I will also chew on the corner of this table. He pointed at the solid wood coffee table in front of him, made of Wangwali wood with dragon carvings on the corners. Lin Jianxing laughed heartily. Good. Old you bear witness. Old you must remember this for us. Yu Xiaojing helplessly facepalmed, sighing. These two old fellows, adding up to over 100 years, were betting on eating screens and chewing on table corners in the monitoring room. What would it look like if this got out? All right, I'll be a witness. Are you two old fellows childish, or what? In the center of the massive circular coliseum of the 30th level of the trial tower, Lin Jianxing stood there all alone. The teleportation array was more than 10 times larger than before, occupying nearly 1/3 of the coliseum's ground. Little blood, let's build a house. The ground shook and thick blood walls rose from the ground, rapidly erecting along the edges of the massive array, hexagonal with each angle at 60 degrees and each side equal in length. The little vampire's understanding of geometry was shockingly precise. But the array was too large, requiring 3 times more time than usual to surround it with 6 walls. Lin Jianxing stood at the edge of the array, watching the last wall slowly rise from the ground, urging it in his heart. The little vampire gritted her teeth, and the wall's rising speed increased by 20%. The moment the last wall closed, the countdown reached 0. Buzz! Countless beams of light surged skyward from the magic array, the dark purple glow permeating the entire coliseum, dyeing the sky a bizarre shade of purple-black. Various spine-chilling howls echoed from the beams. There were the roars of beasts, the shrieks of birds, and the piercing wails of some indistinguishable creatures. As the beams dissipated, the demonic creatures revealed themselves. At the edge of the Colosseum, along the newly constructed hexagonal blood wall, an abundance of various monsters stood packed tightly. Shadow wolves covered in pitch-black scales. A black bipedal dragon with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. Orc warriors wielding rusted iron axes. Cave trolls entirely gray-white and devoid of eyes. A total of 50 creatures. Half were terrestrial beasts, while the other half were flying monsters. The terrestrial monsters were trapped within the blood wall. They roared and slammed against it, attempting to break through the dark red barrier with their bodies. The flying monsters took to the skies, immediately soaring over the 5-meter-high blood wall. Their intelligence was significantly higher than that of the terrestrial monsters. They knew to circumvent from above. Lin Jianxing looked up at the encroaching black clouds and murmured to himself, "Time to hunt the birds, little zombie." The little zombie cackled, "I've been waiting for this moment." It sprang up from Lin Jianxing's feet, twisting and turning in the air, each punch landing accurately on a flying monster's head. Monsters fell from the sky like dumplings. Those flying creatures were of considerable level, at level 25 higher than the previous opponents. Yet in the face of the little zombie's fully mastered skills and its furious, unreasonable damage boosts, they remained utterly defenseless. The little zombie was not an ordinary summon. It possessed self-awareness and instinctive combat abilities. Each of its punches was not merely a simple release of skills, but a precise strike calculated, anticipated, and adjusted. The damage dealt was significantly higher than that of other summons of the same level, and with the enhancement of the skill breaking 10,000 laws, slaying monsters beyond its level was as easy as cutting through vegetables. After a wave of bombardment, the sky settled down considerably. The little vampire cried out in a whimper, the glow of the blood wall flickering violently. "Master, they are so fierce. 20 of them are charging together. My wall can barely hold." "Can't hold? Then let's send them on their way." Little zombie wind pillars full coverage. Buzz. Inside the hexagonal cage, vibrant red circles instantly lit up on the ground. The red circles covered the ground, overlapping and intertwining, illuminating the terrified faces of those monsters. They didn't know what the red circles were, but they sensed the breath of death. 23 azure-white wind pillars surged forth from the ground simultaneously. The little zombie's shadowy fist descended from above 2 rounds of bombardment. The first round cleared the area while the second round wrapped it up. A system notification chimed. "Congratulations, candidate Lin Jianxing. Attention, the boss will arrive in 60 seconds. Boss name, Shadow Winged Demon Lord, level, LV. 25. This target possesses extremely high flight speed and a strong instinct for evading ranged attacks. Candidates, please prepare." Lin Jianxing frowned slightly as he mentally reviewed the boss's information. The extremely high flight speed and strong evasion instincts indeed posed a bit of a challenge. For a summoner, thick-skinned monsters were less of a concern than erratic ones. Slow and thick-skinned monsters could eventually be ground down, but erratic ones could evade attacks while constantly hitting back. Such assassin-type bosses were indeed natural counters to summoners who were fragile and relied on skill predictions. Fortunately, he was not fragile. "Little zombie, be careful. The main event is coming. This boss is extremely fast. Listen to my commands, don't rush in, we need to strategize." Little zombie snorted disdainfully, the flame icon flickering. "Fast. There are no targets that can evade in front of me. Just watch go land a hit. What Shadow Winged Demon Lord, what super evasive skills. One punch from me, and it won't even have a chance to dodge. No matter how fast it is, can it outpace my shadowy spinning fist?" Lin Jianxing shook his head helplessly. This foolish child was still too young, unaware of what it meant to be countered by a profession. No, it knew, but it didn't believe. It thought its fist could solve all problems. Such was a kind of happiness, the happiness of the ignorant. "All right, since you're so confident, you go first. But let me make it clear, if you miss or get humiliated, then you better shut up and listen to my commands, understand?" The little zombie's competitive spirit was ignited, the flame icon burning even brighter in the panel. "All right, just wait and see my performance. I will let that boss know what true speed is, what true precision is." The little vampire looked obedient, the icon standing tall, the dark red glow flickering gently. "Master, I will always follow your commands. If you tell me to build walls, I will. If you tell me to burrow underground, I will. I will protect you at all costs." Lin Jianxing nodded with satisfaction. Good. This child had no faults other than being a bit cowardly, but that cowardice could also be understood as caution, and caution could be seen as steadiness. The little zombie made a gagging expression, the flame on the icon flickering as if about to vomit. "Ugh, disgusting. Flatterer. Is that all you can do? Is that all you can do to please the master? Just saying nice things. I can do that too. I just disdain to say it. I rely on strength, not words. What use is having a silver tongue? If you have the skill, step up and fight." The little vampire shrank back, whispering, "Big brother, why don't you win against the boss first before fighting me?" In the center of the Colosseum, the light of the teleportation magic array grew brighter. At the moment the countdown hit 0, the teleportation array erupted with a blinding blue light. A pitch-black figure shot out from the magic array, hovering in midair. Shadow Winged Demon Lord, LV. 25. It surveyed its surroundings. Those blood walls, the charred ground, the remnants left behind by the shattered corpses. Finally, its gaze locked firmly on Lin Jianxing. The little zombie was eager to try. It's finally here. So what if it can fly? I can fly too. Die, old man. The little zombie shot up, charging its right fist, and the Shadow Winged Demon Lord moved. Its body swayed oddly, and the little zombie's fist passed through its body, through the dissipating afterimage, hitting nothing but air. Miss. The little zombie, undeterred by misfortune, used the wind element to forcefully change direction in midair, attacking the Shadow Winged Demon Lord once again from behind. It merely tilted its body slightly, the movement so minuscule it was nearly negligible. The little zombie's fist grazed past its afterimage once more. Every time the little zombie thought it had landed a hit, the Shadowwing Demon Lord always managed to evade at the very last moment, with some incomprehensible angle. The little zombie's mindset shattered. What the hell is this? A loach. So slippery. Take this punch. Don't dodge. Stand still. Why do you keep dodging? Are you not a man? Have the guts to face me, Hedon. The Shadowwing Demon Lord squinted its crimson eyes slightly. It was done playing. That weak aura relying on controlling summoned creatures for ranged attacks was all too familiar to it. In its long memory of slaughter, this fragile profession of human summoners was its favorite plaything. It could no longer remember how many human summoners it had torn apart with its own hands. It delighted in seeing the despair and terror that emerged on the faces of human summoners when it closed in on them. Roar! The black mist wings behind it suddenly flapped violently, creating a sonic boom that shattered the arena floor. The Shadowwing Demon Lord lunged at Lin Jianxing on the ground with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The speed was so fast it left a black trail in the air. In the monitoring room, Jiang Wan gasped. She couldn't help but grip Lin Jiaoxia's arm tightly. Even knowing that Lin Jianxing was protected by a soul shield, a mother's heart could not pass that hurdle. Lin Jiaoxia's pupils also constricted. Yu Xiaojing, usually calm, also leaned slightly forward. This was the absolute suppression of an agile-type boss over a fragile profession without means of survival. Death was inevitable. Summoners excel in controlling summoned creatures for ranged output, but are weak in close combat. Once an assassin-type boss closes in, a fragile body cannot withstand it, and without mobility, escape is impossible. Skills require prediction and won't hit. 3 seconds at most, 3 seconds, and it's a dead man. Zhao Yongwei's lips curled slightly. Sitting in the corner, he held a mound of screen powder, watching as the black lightning charged towards Lin Jianxing on the screen. Ah yes, just like that. Young man, don't be too arrogant. This is about far enough. This child still needs to be tempered. In the trial tower, Lin Jianxing faced the rapidly approaching black lightning with a calm expression. He didn't even take a step back, nor did he dodge or panic. Just as the Shadowwing Demon Lord's claws were about to touch his chest, 2 distinctly different elemental forces exploded within him. Boom! Terrifying heat waves erupted from Lin Jianxing, radiating outward in all directions. The dark hard obsidian quickly enveloped Lin Jianxing's entire body, starting from his feet and spreading up to his calves, thighs, abdomen, chest, arms, and finally his head. Each plate of armor fit perfectly, closely adhering to the contours of his body. Within the gaps of the armor, scalding red magma flowed like veins, emitting high temperatures that distorted the air. The Shadowwing Demon Lord's claws struck Lin Jianxing's chest. Its claws could tear through steel and penetrate stone slabs, but at this moment only a few shallow white marks were left on the flowing magma of the obsidian armor. The Shadowwing Demon Lord was stunned. Its eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. No breach. Is this the toughness a fragile summoner should have? Impossible. What exactly is this human? A wave of instinctual dread surged through the Shadowwing Demon Lord's entire being. Something was wrong. It flapped its wings behind it violently, the black mist swirling as it retreated. However, a hand wrapped in scalding magma firmly grasped it. Lin Jianxing's voice came from beneath the helmet. Did I let you run? You just run. The Shadowwing Demon Lord struggled desperately, its wings behind it flapping wildly, the black mist swirling as it tried to escape that iron claw-like hand. But under the full attribute enhancement of the wind blood armor, its strength was utterly insufficient. Lin Jianxing's right hand seemed welded to its wrist, not moving an inch. Lin Jianxing raised another hand and placed it on the Shadowwing Demon Lord's abdomen. In his palm, a dark red light point was spinning wildly, compressing. The wind element was coalescing, the blood element was converging, and the 2 different powers perfectly merged at this moment. You can dodge, right? Why aren't you dodging now? The little zombie yelled excitedly. Awesome. Yes, just like that. Destroy this bat. Blow its guts out. Boom. The dark red spiral light beam erupted at point-blank range. The beam pierced through the Shadowwing Demon Lord's abdomen, the tremendous impact sending its body flying away. Lin Jianxing's gaze was sharp. No need for words, no need for gestures, no need for a staff. The connection between thought and skill reached its peak at that moment. All commands were instantly delivered through his inner thoughts. Little blood, brace against the wall. The little vampire was already prepared, having completed 90% of the charge for the blood wall, waiting for its master's command. Received, master. Boom. Just as the Shadowwing Demon Lord was flying backward, a wall of size rose from the ground, sealing off its escape route. The Shadowwing Demon Lord crashed heavily against the wall. Little zombie. The little zombie was already itching with thirst, the flames on the icon burning hotter than ever. This was the moment it had been waiting for. Its fist was already charged in the air, waiting for its master's order. Little zombie, show off and fly up. At the instant the shadow-winged demon lord hit the blood wall and rebounded the ground beneath, it was already lit up with dense red circles. 23 polar whirlwinds stacked together, the red circles overlapping and intertwining, completely enveloping its body. The little zombie had predicted the boss's landing point, drawing circles on the ground the moment it was knocked away. 23 wind pillars erupted simultaneously. The blue-white light pillars pierced through the shadow-winged demon lord's body, launching it into the air. It wanted to flee, but the wind pillars sealed off all directions. Take it down. The little zombie laughed maniacally before the residual waves of the 23 wind pillars dissipated. Its fist had already come crashing down. Die for me. The phantom spinning fist combined with 10,000 methods. Faced with the shadow-winged demon lord now trapped in the air by the wind pillars and unable to move, the little zombie no longer had to predict. The fist smashed against its head, pummeling its chest and wings. The impact of the phantom spinning fist sent the shadow-winged demon lord crashing back to the ground. Before it could land, the little vampire's blood wall rebounded again, bouncing it into the air, and the little zombie delivered another punch. One punch after another without pause, without a gap. Lin Jianxing also charged in, landing a punch on the shadow-winged demon lord's face. The obsidian knuckles collided with a dull thud, magma flowing between his fingers. A human and a zombie stood in the center of the arena, frantically outputting against the already half-dead shadow-winged demon lord. The shadow-winged demon lord was an agile type boss, and its health was already lower than that of other bosses of the same level. With Lin Jianxing's exceptionally high attack power and seamless combo, the health bar plummeted. The shadow-winged demon lord could not understand until its death why, having torn apart countless humans, did it end up unable to break through the defenses of even an 18th level summoner. Its consciousness faded into darkness. The last image it saw was that human in magma armor standing before it, looking down at it. The system prompt echoed in the silent arena, congratulating candidate Lin Jianxing for clearing the 30th level in 52 seconds. A dazzling golden light rose from Lin Jianxing. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 19. Lin Jianxing deactivated the wind blood armor state, the obsidian plates transforming into specks of starlight and dissipating. He patted the dust off his clothes and let out a long breath. Level 19 now. He glanced down at his hands, flexed his fingers, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Only one level left. Level 20. In the monitoring room, everyone's gaze was fixed on the armor. His figure stood straight in the center of the arena, his armor already removed. He brushed off the dust from his body and walked toward the teleportation pillar. In the face of the highly agile and evasive shadow-winged demon lord, he did not rush to attack, but instead allowed his summoned creature to feign weakness, luring the shadow-winged demon lord closer. Yu Xiaojing fixated on the screen, displaying the replay of the battle, speaking rapidly. Once it gets close, utilize the high defense of the battle armor and the melee enhancement to restrain the shadow-winged demon lord, nullifying its greatest speed advantage. Immediately afterward, erect a blood wall to block the retreat, utilizing impact stiffness to connect with the wind column, leveraging the wind column's floating mechanism for aerial pursuit. He took a deep breath and turned to Lin Jianxing. Old Lin Jianxing is not only at the pinnacle of skill mastery, but is also terrifyingly calm in terms of tactics. This is top-notch combat quality. Fluid and seamless with no superfluous movements. Lin Jianxing's heart blossomed with joy, the wrinkles on his face almost smoothing out from his smile. He nodded, struggling to suppress the urge to stand up and cheer. Old Yu, although my Jianxing is lazy, what do you think? Is this performance enough to qualify for your Tianlong class? Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath, showing no hesitation. Enough, more than enough. Just based on this tactical thinking and skillful micromanagement, even if he is in level profession, I have to claim him. Lin Jianxing's smile stretched to the roots of his ears. Yu Xiaojing shifted his tone, his excitement giving way to steadiness. However, the final exam has a second phase, the real PvP confrontation. The thoughts of magical beasts are simple. They either kill you or flee, but the human heart is far more complex. There will be alliances, betrayals, traps, and backstabbing. I want to see if he can maintain this composure when faced with a situation where his kind are pitted against each other. Lin Jianxing smiled confidently, slapping the armrest of the sofa. Then let's continue watching. Ooh, I believe this kid won't disappoint you. In the corner, Zhao Yangwei's complexion had turned exceptionally grim. As the commander of the city defense army in Dachang City, and a high-level practitioner, he understood all too well what that scene just now meant. The perfect fusion of wind and blood elements, a combination of offense and defense, a qualitative leap. That was a combination skill that required a profound understanding of two elements and could only be grasped after countless attempts. Up until now, he had not comprehended a single combination skill. How could Lin Jianxing comprehend it in just 3 days? What was the reason? His worldview seemed to be reshaping. Lin Jianxing felt a sense of relief as he looked at Zhao Yangwei's shocked face. He stood up and personally walked to the wall, removing a display screen from it. It wasn't large, only about 80 inches. He casually took a piece of solid wood from the corner of the coffee table. He approached Zhao Yangwei with these two items, smiling cheerfully. Old Zhao, there are no empty words in the army. Jianxing has passed, you can't escape this display screen. Moreover, the corner of the table is also brought to you. It's fresh, don't be polite. Zhao Yangwei's face looked worse than if he had eaten something foul. He glanced at the display screen, then at the table corner, and finally at Lin Jianxing's beaming face. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? He snorted coldly, snatching the display screen and the table corner. Crimson flames erupted from his palm, instantly turning both items into a pile of black ash. He opened his mouth and began to shove the ash into it. The crunching sound echoed in the monitoring room. A big shot is indeed a big shot. Even when consuming a screen, he did it with the ferocity of crunching an enemy's bones. Lin Jianxing cheerfully handed over a cup of water. Eat slowly, don't choke. No one is competing with you. Do you want some vinegar added? I can get someone to prepare a bowl for you. Zhao Yangwei did not respond, continuing to chew. In his life, he had never been so humiliated. Outside the trial tower, as Lin Jianxing passed the 30th level, the entire square erupted. Thousands of eliminated candidates looked up at the massive light screen, mouths agape, eyes wide-minded. Did he pass? The 30th level. He really cleared it. Over 50 seconds. He only took over 50 seconds for the 30th level. I took 5 minutes on the first level. Is he even human? In the crowd, Zhao Lingling stared at the name hanging at the top of the leaderboard, her eyes turning vacant. First place, Lin Jianxing cleared. Second place, Zhao Lingling, 15th level. The gap between the 15th level and the 30th level is not just a difference of 15 levels, it is the chasm between heaven and earth, the gap between a frog at the bottom of a well and an eagle soaring in the sky. Her lips trembled, her hands shook, her entire body quivered. Impossible. It can't be. How did he do it? How could he clear the 30th level so quickly? What gives? She murmured. A gasp echoed in the crowd. Holy crap. I have an uncle working as a technician at the monitoring center. He just secretly messaged me. The boss of the 30th level is the so-called crispy-skinned killer, the Shadow Wing Demon Lord. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Huh, the Shadow Wing Demon Lord. I remember it said in the textbook that when a mage encounters this creature, it is advisable to give up resistance and die with dignity. If encountered in the wild, it is suggested to find a shady spot so that the corpse decays slowly after death. Is Lin Xiao really that strong? Zhao Lingling listened to the tidal wave of astonishment around her, feeling somewhat suffocated. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her once proud eyes now filled with bloodshot. An unprecedented sense of defeat washed over her. Impossible. She murmured, her voice losing its strength. A lackey cautiously inched closer, whispering reassurances. The lackey had been with her the longest, since middle school, knowing her temperament and how to coax her. Zhao. Miss Zhao, don't be discouraged. This is just the first phase. Lin Jianxing is just strong against magical beasts. When it comes to the second phase PvP, it still depends on you, Miss Zhao. PvP and PvE are not the same. Being good at monster hunting doesn't mean being good at fighting people. Lin Jianxing's stationary damage output style would definitely falter against real people. Zhao Lingling suddenly turned her head, her eyes bloodshot. Shut up. Are you really that foolish, or just pretending? Do you really think I can defeat someone who can single-handedly kill the Shadow Wing Demon Lord in PvP? He can single-handedly kill a level 25 boss. His armor can withstand a full power strike from a boss. Can it not withstand your little fireball? Where's your brain? The lackey shrank his neck, stepping back 2 paces, not daring to speak further. Zhao Lingling took a deep breath, her chest heaving. She knew she could not win. Her strength was inferior, her talent lacking, and even her luck was not on her side. But she was unwilling. Why could Lin Jianxing, a second-generation rich kid who lazes around all day, stand on top of her, who worked? Why did she train until the early hours, reciting skill lists during meals, never resting during holidays, only to be crushed by someone lying in bed eating grapes and watching movies? Why did she have to watch like a clown as he took away the glory that belonged to her? She clenched her teeth, resentment spreading in her eyes. I refuse to accept this. Since I can't have it, neither should you enjoy it comfortably. Zhao Lingling shot a glance, signaling several loyal lackeys to come closer. A few people gathered heads close together as if plotting something unspeakable. Go contact everyone who has received money from the Zhao family, and those who want to curry favor with my father, make sure they are all informed. Tell them in the second phase wait for my instructions. Everyone gather first then. She paused, pronouncing each word clearly: surround and kill Lin Jianxing. The leading lackey hesitated for a moment, speaking in a low tone. Miss Zhao, isn't this a bit too extreme? After all, he is the son of Commander Lin. If it escalates... Zhao Lingling sneered. What are you afraid of? The second phase is precisely the PvP confrontation segment, spontaneously teaming up to attack the person with the highest score. This is very reasonable. It's not me who is making them encircle him. They are organizing themselves to hunt down the first place. What does it have to do with me? She understood very well that based on Lin Jianxing's current performance, his entry into the Tianlong class was already a done deal, something she could not change. However, she could make things difficult for him. She could prevent him from comfortably finishing the final exam. She could make him leave the exam room in disgrace. She wanted to pull him down from that lofty position in front of everyone. Even if it were just for a second, that would go. Her voice turned cold. Go contact them now. Tell them that as long as they can eliminate Lin Jianxing, the previous rewards will be doubled, no tripled. The lackeys exchanged glances and responded in unison, yes, Miss Zhao. Each turned and disappeared into the crowd. Zhao Lingling raised her head again, her gaze fixed on the enormous light screen. First place, Lin Jianxing, 30th level. Those 3 words shone under the sunlight, piercing her eyes. She clenched her fists. Lin Jianxing, just wait. In the second phase, let's see if you can still smile. In the square, thousands of candidates were still looking up at the light screen, the sound of discussions rising and falling. No one noticed that among the crowd several figures were weaving through. They kept their heads down, speaking softly, exchanging glances. The teleportation beam outside the trial tower slowly dissipated, and Lin Jianxing's figure appeared in the center of the square. He still wore that listless expression, hands in his pockets, shoulders, slightly slumped hair, tousled by the wind, and just emerged from the teleportation array, covering his mouth as he yawned. The candidates who had just come out of the tower were either leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, or sitting on the ground, recovering with varying degrees of injuries visible on their faces and bodies. Lin Jianxing wore a spotless white t-shirt and white sneakers, not even a trace of sweat on his face. He looked less like someone who had just completed the 30 levels of the trial tower, and more like someone who had just been awakened from a nap by an alarm clock. He's out. Young Master Lin is out. As expected of young Master Lin, just from his posture one can tell how terrifyingly strong he is. Is this the fierce person who cleared 30 levels? Why does he look like he hasn't woken up? What do you know? This is called the relaxed demeanor of a strong person. Did you not see how those candidates who came out before were all in dire straits, some of them even shaking as they emerged? I suspect you're talking about Miss Zhao. Chill. Do you have 2 heads? Speak quietly, she's still standing over there. Be careful or she might hear you and come after you. The conversation among a few girls in the corner was completely unrestrained. Woo, so handsome that I can hardly close my legs. Look at his yawning action, lazily exuding nobility, and within that nobility a sense of nonchalance. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? A girl with a ponytail nudged her. Weren't you just saying Zhao Lingling was handsome? The girl rolled her eyes. Zhao Lingling. Who? Not familiar. Zhao Lingling stood in the shadow of the crowd, her gaze icy, fixating intently on the much-admired Lin Jianxing. The crowd that had originally surrounded her, serving her water, handing her towels, and shouting praises of Miss Zhao is amazing, had now completely vanished. Except for her lackeys, all the people who had been circling her were now gathered around Lin Jianxing. She clenched her fists. All the admiration, all the infatuation, all the cheers were supposed to be hers. A commanding voice cut through the noise of the crowd. The examiner stood with his hands behind his back on a high platform, surveying the thousands of candidates below with a gaze that felt like a knife sweeping over the crowd, making anyone caught in his stare feel a chill at their neck. Silence. What a ruckus. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Or a fan meeting? You are candidates, not fans. The crowd fell silent. Look at how you all appear right now. You are the worst batch I have ever seen. The first 5 levels of the trial tower are filled with level 5 monsters, yet a large portion of you fell at the first 5 levels. His voice echoed over the square. There are even those who were so frightened by a goblin on the first level that they couldn't even stand straight. A level 5 goblin standing less than 2 meters tall, wielding a rusty iron rod, and you are all scared out of your wits. With this mental fortitude, how will you face the abyssal monsters in the future? How will you defend your homeland? Do you expect the monsters to spare you just because you cry, eh? Many candidates lowered their heads in shame. Those who were eliminated by the goblin on the first level wished they could find a hole to burrow into. The examiner's tone shifted as his gaze swept over the few exceptionally prominent figures in the front, Lin Jianxing and a few other candidates who had performed brilliantly in the first stage. His expression softened slightly, but his tone remained stern. Of course, there are a very few who have displayed extraordinary talent and combat skills far beyond their peers, especially the candidate who broke the long-standing records of the Trial Tower, both in tactical choices and skill application. Their performance is textbook level and worthy of everyone's study. I hope you can maintain this standard in the second stage. Although he did not name names, everyone knew who he was. With his micromanaging, how can I learn that? Is that something a person can master? He stands in the front line hard against the boss, and do I need to learn that too? Zhang Taijun raised his voice. The assessment for the first stage is officially over. The leaderboard has been updated. Oh, everyone check it for yourselves. Congratulations to the top 200 candidates for qualifying for the second stage. As for those outside the top 200, regretfully, your major examination ends here. Leave the examination area immediately. You do not linger in the square. Now everyone take a break. 2 hours later, the promoted candidates will gather at the teleportation array to commence the second stage of the assessment. As his words fell, the square instantly transformed into a place of mixed emotions. Some cheered, jumping and hugging those around them. I made it. I ranked 198, just made the cut. Some sat on the ground despondent. I missed it by 5 places, just 5 places. My mom told the relatives I would definitely make it into the top 200. How do I explain this when I get back? Others silently packed their things and turned to leave without a word. Some squatted on the ground, making phone calls. Lin Jianxing watched the crowd of those cheering, crying, silent and frantic, without the slightest impact on his mood. His only thought now was hunger. Not from exhaustion, but because it was mealtime and he had finished all his snacks in the tower. He had opened the last bag just before fighting the boss on the 30th level, and now his pockets were empty. Lin Jianxing walked straight through the crowd toward the commercial area on either side of the square. The commercial area on both sides of the square was exceptionally well equipped. On the left were shops filled with an array of equipment and skill books featuring various flashy signs and dazzling lights. On the right were food establishments of all kinds, from street vendors to high-end restaurants exuding tempting aromas. Lin Jianxing strolled through the dining area intending to grab some local snacks. One shop selling beef vermicelli had a long line outside, and the aroma of beef bones wafted through the air, but before he reached the entrance, he heard shouting from inside. A chubby boss in an apron stood with his hands on his hips, red-faced, and arguing with a bespectacled middle-aged man. Where is it overpriced? It's been this price for years. If you think it's too expensive, you simply don't have to eat. Sometimes you need to look for problems within yourself. Are you working hard? Has your salary gone up? Lin Jianxing stood at the door for 2 seconds, then silently turned around and left. He looked around and quickly fixed his gaze on the most extravagantly decorated restaurant. 3 stories high with flying eaves and upturned corners, 2 dragon columns at the entrance gilded and sparkling under the sun. This one will do. Upon entering, a hostess in a cheongsam greeted him warmly. He ascended to the second floor, arriving at a window-side elegant seat. Through the window, he could see the bustling crowd in the square and the massive illuminated leaderboard. He took the menu. Before he could even open it, the panel was already in chaos. The little zombie was so hungry its front was pressed against its back, its icon darting around the panel, and the banging sounds made the panel hum. I'm starving, starving, starving. I haven't eaten anything since last night. No, I've never eaten anything. I've only smelled the flavors. Today I want to eat something real. Not just smelling. I want to chew and Even the little vampire unusually did not refute the little zombie, its blood-red icon shifting from the corner to the center, flashing a dark red light, its voice filled with grievance. I'm hungry too. I've been fighting all the time. Really hungry, master. What are we eating? Lin Jianxing casually replied in his mind. Soon, you both did a great job this time. Order whatever you want today. It's on me. The little zombie and the little vampire cheered simultaneously. Lin Jianxing summoned them out. The little zombie's big front teeth were exposed as it stared intently at the menu on the table. The little vampire, wearing a tattered black dress and barefoot, sat obediently with both hands on its knees like a primary school student dining out for the first time, timidly observing the surroundings with its ruby-like eyes. A waiter walked by with tea and water, paused upon seeing the 2 summoned creatures. Sir, we don't... Lin Jianxing looked up at the waiter. Excuse me, sir, my eyes were deceiving me. It's my first time seeing such a small Such a cute summon creature. Usually summon creatures are fierce and terrifying, but you're too. He pondered his words are quite unique. Are these zombies and vampires? I've never seen such chibi versions before. The little zombie twitched its mouth. The little vampire also had a twitch at the corner of its eye. Lin Jianxing opened the menu. The first page featured undead cuisine, undead rhino tenderloin, undead cod sashimi stir-fried, undead mushrooms, undead dragon bone soup, dark mushroom cream soup, and underworld honey grilled wings. He flipped to the third page featuring wind cuisine, wind spirit bird, clear soup polar cod, jelly chingyun lotus seed porridge, airdried yak meat, and whirlwind ghee tea. Flipping to the fifth page blood cuisine, blood duck, vermicelli coagulated blood beef soup, crimson fruit salad red, braised barbarian beef, and blood glutinous rice sweet porridge. He flipped through until he reached the dessert page. The little zombie had already lost its ability to speak. I want. The little vampire's eyes widened, staring at the picture for several seconds before softly saying, that soup looks delicious. Master, I want to drink that. What is crimson fruit? Lin Jianxing closed the menu, pointing at the most expensive dish on the last page. This undead flying fish caviar, bring me a can. Let's start with that, and we'll order the rest slowly. The waiter brought a scale, and Lin Jianxing glanced at it before looking at the waiter. What does this mean? The waiter smiled and explained, sir, this caviar is priced by gram. It's 1.818 per gram. How much would you like? Lin Jianxing frowned at the scale. Priced by gram. Do I really need to weigh caviar? Are you kidding? It sounds like I can't afford it. Just give me 1 can per person. The waiter was stunned, his mouth opened to say something, but he swallowed it back. The head waiter rushed over, pulling the oblivious waiter behind her. Oh, isn't this young Master Lin? Young Master Lin's esteemed presence is beyond our humble welcome. She looked at the waiter beside her. This is the son of Commander Lin Zhaoxia. Don't say just caviar, even buying our restaurant would be a matter of a word from young Master Lin. Go hurry up and arrange it. The waiter turned pale, cold sweat sliding down his nose, and quickly bowed to apologize. I'm sorry, young Master Lin. I'm new here, I didn't recognize you. Lin Jianxing waved his hand. All right, enough pleasantries. Just serve the dishes I ordered earlier. Hurry and arrange it, I'm in a rush, and I'm starving. I have an exam to return to in 2 hours. The head waiter nodded eagerly. Yes, we'll arrange it immediately. I'll have the kitchen stop other orders and focus solely on your table, and we'll have everything ready within 10 minutes. A nearby customer who had been waiting for 20 minutes turned dark at these words. In less than 10 minutes, the private room door opened. Various sizzling dishes filled the table, and the waiter politely said, young Master Lin, enjoy your meal before retreating. Once the door to the private room closed, Lin Jianxing immediately grabbed a leg of the wind spirit bird. The meat was firm, the skin roasted to a crisp, and as he tore it apart, juices flowed down his fingers. He took a hearty bite, exclaiming, delicious. This is living. The little zombie finally put food in it held a bowl of undead dragon bone soup and took a sip. The broth melted in its mouth, the concentration of the undead element just right, warming as it slid down its throat. It froze for 2 seconds before bursting into tears. Woo. I have not lived in vain in this life. The little vampire sat across from Lin Jianxing's, silver hair cascading over her shoulders, holding a bowl of blood duck vermicelli, sipping the soup slowly. The private room door was gently pushed open. A figure appeared at the entrance, and Lin Jianxing glanced over to see Xia Qingqing. She didn't look well, with a shallow bruise on her face, but her spirits seemed fine. Xia Qingqing looked at the exaggerated feast on the table, her eyes showing a hint of astonishment. Wind spirit bird legs, undead dragon bone soup, blood duck, vermicelli, lava crimson, heart fruit salad, polar cod, jelly crimson fruit salad red, braised barbarian beef, dark mushroom cream soup, and 3 open cans of undead flying fish caviar. Each of these dishes is worth a month of my part-time salary. Is this what it means to accidentally stumble into heaven? Young Master Lin, your appetite is impressive. She paused, adding, but it makes sense. After challenging the 30 layers of the trial tower, the consumption is indeed great. Lin Jianxing tore off a piece of wind spirit bird meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing a couple of times before replying vaguely, Is there something? Are you here to eat too? The food here is good, want to join? The little vampire nodded vigorously beside him, still chewing on a piece of duck blood. Xia Qingqing did not respond. She paused, her expression becoming serious as her gaze shifted from the food on the table to Lin Jianxing's face. Young Master Lin, there's something I feel must tell you right now. Zhao Lingling has contacted many candidates for the second phase of the assessment. They are making big moves targeting you. I know at least 2 to 3 dozen people, possibly more. Lin Jianxing paused, chewing his meat. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and took a sip of whirlwind ghee tea. Putting down the cup, he looked at Xia Qingqing calmly, showing neither tension nor anger. How many? He asked. From what I've heard, at least 2 to 3 dozen, possibly more. Zhao Lingling's connections are broader than you imagine. Her father has been operating in Dachang City for many years with ties in the military, political, and business sectors. Out of the 200 entering the second phase, at least 1/3 have dealings with her family. Moreover, she has put the word out that whoever eliminates you will receive triple the reward. Lin Jianxing nodded, tearing off another piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Chew, chew, chew. Got it. Xia Qingqing looked at him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. The little zombie raged. If one comes, kill one. If two come, kill a pair. I can break through even the defenses of a boss. Why should I fear a few minions? The little vampire exclaimed, damn it, attacking the master. Do they think the master is just a boss to farm? Big brother, deal with them. This group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals cannot be indulged. If they dare to surround the master today, tomorrow they will dare to ride on my head and defecate. They must be beaten until they cry for their mothers, beaten until they see the master and turn away, beaten until they go weak at the knees upon seeing me. Lin Jianxing pointed to the chair opposite him. Don't stand there, sit down and talk. Standing while speaking causes back pain, and I still have to look up at you. Xia Qingchang hesitated for a moment, but still pulled out the chair and sat down. Lin Jianxing poured a cup of whipped butter tea and pushed it over, then picked up a somewhat intact wind spirit bird leg from the table and handed it over. Xia Qingchang took it, but did not eat it, placing it on the plate, her expression still grave. Just now the people from the Zhao family contacted me. Because I took their money on your advice earlier, they now regard me as one of their own. When they contacted me, they did not hold back and shared their entire plan with me, probably thinking I wouldn't betray them since I am one of their own. In the second phase, besides gaining points by killing wild monsters, defeating other candidates allows you to directly seize all their points. Lin Jianxing nodded slightly. He knew that the examiner had announced the rules. As time passes, the outer storm circle will continuously shrink, forcing all candidates to gather towards the central area. You know this as well. The teleportation is random and everyone's landing position is different, but the communication devices have not been blocked. Walkie-talkies, mobile phones, and radios can all be used. Zhao Lingling intends to notify everyone of her coordinates after the teleportation lands, so everyone can gather around her. Once they successfully gather, they will begin a carpet search and encircle you. Xia Qingqing finished speaking and took a sip of the butter tea. Lin Jianxing listened and nodded thoughtfully. He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Tisk, 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 a group of dozens of people gathering. Do they really think they can farm me like a boss? The little zombie scoffed, disdainfully rolling its eyes at the icon on the panel. How does having more people really help? How many of those slowdowns have I caused? Lin Jianxing calmed his restless skills in his heart and looked at Xia Qingqing. So is this their entire plan? No B plan. No backup options. What if I run away early? Xia Qingqing nodded. Yes, this is their entire plan. Lin Jianxing was taken aback for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing before relaxing again. This plan, how should I put it? I can't say it lacks sincerity, but it does seem rather foolish. Xia Qingqing looked at Lin Jianxing's calm demeanor, admiring the composure of this young master. With dozens of people surrounding him, others would have panicked long ago, yet he was still wiping his mouth. She asked the pressing question that lingered in her throat. Young Master Lin, you are indeed very strong, but after all, it's dozens of people. What do you plan to do? Are you going to avoid their sharpness? Lin Jianxing leaned back, a teasing glint in his eyes. You want me to avoid their sharpness? After the teleportation lands, once Zhao Lingling sends her coordinates, you need to forward them to me immediately. Xia Qingcheng was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly realized. Her eyes brightened as if she suddenly understood a key aspect. You wanna take the initiative? Lin Jianxing nodded slightly. Yes. Even if dozens of people attacked together, he wasn't very afraid. Their levels were probably between 10 and 15, and their skill proficiency was generally below level 5. They probably couldn't even break through the defense of his wind blood armor. Although the armor doesn't last long, he has many skills, such as the Arctic Whirlwind combined with the Phantom Spin Punches, explosive output capable of single-target kills exceeding 10,000, plus the little vampire's blood wall and control. Using a few skills in rotation would be enough to annihilate the opposing side. But how troublesome is that? Fighting them one by one, how long would that take? With dozens of people scattered across the wasteland, he would have to run all over the map to find them, and upon finding them, he would have to beat them one by one. After finishing one, he would have to look for the next. Isn't that tiring? Exhausting. As the saying goes, capture the leader first. If he can eliminate Zhao Lingling at the start, the rest of the rabble will naturally scatter. Without a head, how can they fight? Why wait for them to gather before dealing with it? It's a waste of time, energy, and emotional investment. Moreover, he is in a hurry. After completing the second phase, he needs to go back to sleep. Xia Qingcheng looked at Lin Jianxing, paused, and hesitantly asked, "Young Master Lin, do you trust me this much? What if I lead you into a trap? What if I turn around and tell Zhao Lingling your plan?" Lin Jianxing shrugged, looking indifferent. "A trap? So what? Just a rabble." Xia Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. But she could not find a reason to refute him. He indeed had the arrogant capital. Speedrunning the 30-story trial tower, zero-distance annihilation of the Shadow-winged demon lord, such feats are enough to boast about for a lifetime, and when placed on one person, it is not called arrogance, but rather a statement of fact. Lin Jianxing looked at Xia Qingcheng with a half-smile. "What about you, Miss Xiao? You run over to inform me. Are you not afraid of Zhao Lingling retaliating afterward? After all, the Zhao family still has some power. Crushing an A-grade genius is not much harder than crushing an ant." Xia Qingcheng's hand resting on her knee tightened slightly. After a moment of internal conflict, she seemed to have made a decision. She raised her head, looked straight into Lin Jianxing's eyes, her gaze firm and unwavering. "Young Master Lin, I am a grade talented genius in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the entire Long Nation and the professional community, A-grades are as common as dust. I am nothing. I have no background, no resources, no connections. My father is an ordinary worker and my mother sells clothes in a market. They have exhausted all their efforts to support my schooling. If I do not strive, my best outcome after graduation would be to join a large guild as a lackey or start from the bottom in the army, earning that meager salary and risking my life for those scant resources. I am not willing." She took a deep breath, her tone becoming more resolute. "Young Master Lin, you have strength, background, and grace." Lin Jianxing waved his hand, interrupting Xia Qingcheng. He had heard too many of these words, pledges of loyalty, requests for shelter, seeking to cling to someone powerful. He had listened to countless such declarations since childhood. Everyone has their own story, everyone has their struggles, but he is not a charity organization or a shelter. He didn't want to hear this. Taking in lackeys is too tiring. He would have to worry about their food, accommodation, and distribution, as well as their futures. He can't even manage his own summoned creatures. How could he have the energy to manage others? All right, I understand. No need to pledge your loyalty to me. I don't buy that stuff. He picked up a juice nearby and took a sip, saying lightly, "Since you've helped me, I won't let you work for nothing. After the exam ends, I will mention it to my dad. However, I will only mention it. How my dad arranges it or what treatment he gives you is his business. I can't be bothered to manage it and won't guarantee anything." Xia Qingcheng's face lit up with delight, and she immediately rose to her feet and bowed deeply. "Understood, young Master Lin. It's already an honor to be of service to you. Thank you for your patronage. I will never let you down." For Xia Qingcheng, this opportunity was nothing short of a celestial ladder to the heavens. Lin Jianxing, the war god of Dachang City and commander of the city defense forces, wielded immense authority. To join his elite unit was tantamount to ascending in a single bound. Why settle for being a mere enforcer? Why remain an ordinary conscript? Why accept a meager fixed salary? A single word from young Master Lin could spare her 2 decades of arduous struggle. Lin Jianxing nodded and gestured toward the remaining plate of wind spirit bird on the table. Did you eat yet?" "Not the whole thing. The leg is truly exquisite, crispy skin, tender meat, best enjoyed while still hot." Xia Qingcheng swallowed hard. She was famished, having fought continuously inside the trial tower without even pausing for lunch. Yet she shook her head. "Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Lin, but I must decline. I should depart now lest anyone see me with you and arouse Zhao Lingling's suspicion, jeopardizing your greater plans." "Very well, go safely." Suddenly the phone on the table vibrated. On its screen 2 large characters pulsed, "Father." Lin Jianxing answered the call. Before he could utter a word, a booming voice blasted through the receiver, forcing him instinctively to hold the device farther away. "Ha ha ha. Brilliant work. You've made me proud as hell." Lin Jianxing's laughter erupted from the earpiece, rattling the phone itself. 30 floors. A lightning speed clear. "Did you know?" Just now old Zhao Yangwei's face turned greener than a goblin's. "Ha! I nearly died laughing. It was utterly cathartic. You should have seen his expression. It looked worse than someone who'd just swallowed." A faint wry smile flickered across Lin Jianxing's lips. "Just standard procedure." Lin Jianxing chuckled and teased. "You little rascal. You're still as insufferably modest as ever." After a brief pause, his tone grew more serious. "By the way, I have some real news for you. The Tianlong class admissions officer was profoundly impressed by your performance, truly astounded in fact. He praised your tactical acumen, micro-level skill execution, and on-the-spot adaptability as peerless among all candidates he's ever assessed. Even if you falter badly in Phase 2, or rather even if you do, he's already decided you're in. Lin Jianxing's mind briefly flashed with the idea. Should he tell his father about Zhao Lingling's plan to ambush him? He waited for half a second and dismissed it. What good would it do? It would only burden them with needless worry, nothing more. If his mother found out, she'd surely clasp his hand and plead, "Jianxing, let's withdraw from the exam," then immediately call the chief examiner to request withdrawal. If his father learned of it, he'd likely march straight over and brawl with Zhao Yongwei. A scenario too terrifying to contemplate. Their clash might very well level the entire examination grounds. Besides, Zhao Lingling's petty schemes barely registered in his awareness. Such trivial confrontations were effortlessly resolved. He saw no reason to disturb his parents over them. Jiang Wan's voice suddenly cut in from the other end. "Step aside. I need to speak with my son." A muffled scuffle followed, then her voice softened, instantly warm as spring water. "Hello, Jianxing dear. You must be utterly exhausted. 30 floors, and that final boss took so long. If Phase 2 proves too grueling, we'll simply find a quiet corner to rest. Your Phase 1 score is already outstanding. Tianlong class admission is virtually guaranteed. Just coast through Phase 2. Your health matters most." The food on the table had been devoured almost entirely. Only the skeleton of the wind spirit bird remained. The undead dragon bone soup had been consumed down to the marrow. Even the blood duck vermicelli bowl sat spotlessly clean. The little zombie slumped lazily in his chair, his interface displaying only 2 words, comfort. The young vampire cradled the last bowl of crimson bloodfruit salad, nibbling daintily. His ruby-red eyes narrowed into crescent slits, and a streak of crimson fruit jam glistened at the corner of his mouth. Lin Jianxing let out a satisfied belch, rose, and strolled leisurely back toward the plaza. Time was drawing near. Phase 2 was about to begin. In the plaza, he ambled idly, toothpick in hand, wandering without purpose. 200 candidates had 2 hours to rest. Some nervously inspected their gear, others sat in silent meditation, some huddled with teammates strategizing. Fate, it seemed, delighted in irony. As he emerged from the tavern and walked toward the plaza's center, he met Zhao Lingling and her entourage hidden. Their eyes locked, and Lin Jianxing spoke first. "Oh, Miss Zhao, I just checked the leaderboard. Why did you exit at only floor 15? The trial tower doesn't seem particularly difficult. 30 floors felt effortless, though that final boss did require 2 extra punches." "Ah, I see. So you were intentionally holding back, weren't you? As an S-class prodigy, you couldn't possibly outpace us so decisively. That would make you seem too aloof, wouldn't it? You had to preserve our dignity. How magnanimous. Truly admirable vision." Zhao Lingling's temples throbbed violently with suppressed fury. Holding back. Holding back. She had burned every ounce of strength she possessed. 15 floors was her absolute limit. On floor 14, 3 gargoyle statues had ambushed her, nearly knocking her off her feet, draining her health bar to 1/3. Only a high-grade vitality elixir had kept her standing. Yet in his telling, it had become deliberate restraint. Her jaw clenched tight, her entire body trembled, not from exertion, but from sheer suffocating humiliation. She longed to retort, but no rebuttal came to mind. To admit, "I didn't hold back. I simply couldn't advance," would be defeat dressed in naked shame. Silence then was the only dignified option. Zhao Lingling drew a slow, steadying breath, struggling to keep her voice from cracking with venom. "Lin Jianxing, don't get too arrogant. Those monsters inside the trial tower are nothing but beasts, mindless, tactically inept, incapable of coordination or trap setting. What merit is there in defeating such brutes? Prove yourself in Phase 2, where true combat unfolds between people." Lin Jianxing blinked, feigning wide-eyed confusion. Then if Miss Zhao can't even best a bunch of mindless beasts, does that make her less than beastly?" Several passing candidates burst into unrestrained laughter. Zhao Lingling trembled violently, finger jabbing toward him, lips quivering, yet utterly speechless. "You!" The little zombie shrieked furiously within his interface, his icon bouncing wildly. "Look at that jerk, daring to glare at you. Wait till I roast her hair off. She'll run home sobbing to daddy." Lin Jianxing waved dismissively, bored. All right. Stop shaking like a Parkinson's patient. See you later, Miss Zhao." He paused, tilting his head slightly to glance at her. "Good luck. Don't land in a box before the match begins. Wouldn't want to tarnish the reputation of an S-class prodigy, would we?" With that, he didn't spare her another glance. Hands deep in his pockets, he sauntered past her with insolent ease. Zhao Lingling stood frozen, her face ashen with rage. Watching Lin Jianxing's retreating figure, Zhao Lingling's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. Her red-haired lackey spat contemptuously onto the ground. "Pa, what is that guy?" A cockroach who struck gold. Calm down, Miss Zhao. Don't sully yourself by acknowledging trash like him. He's shown only in Phase 1. In Phase 2's PvP arena, his static stand-and fire style will crumble instantly. Another lackey rushed up breathless and pale sweat beading on his brow, as though he'd sprinted across half the plaza. Miss Zhao, you foresaw this perfectly. I just witnessed it with my own eyes. Lin Jianxing slipped quietly into the tavern beside the plaza and entered Lin Jianxing's private chamber. She remained inside for a full 10 minutes before emerging. The expressions of the surrounding henchmen changed dramatically. This Lin Jianxing is utterly shameless, taking the money and then betraying us. I think she's tired of living. Eating from both sides, isn't she afraid of choking? Damn it, a traitor from within. Such a person will be the first to die on the battlefield. Misfortunately, you guessed right, this woman is indeed untrustworthy. Fortunately, we kept a backup plan and didn't reveal the entire strategy to her. When we enter the exam venue, let's not inform her and let her play on her own. Let's see how she manages to eat from both sides. Zhao Lingling did not explode in anger. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a confident expression of someone who had everything under control. No, we still need to inform her. Zhao Lingling's voice was calm. But once everyone is gathered and the encirclement is set up, we will notify her last. Let her think she's part of the plan and let her happily jump into the encirclement. When she arrives, she will find that waiting for her are not teammates, but our knives. That would be truly entertaining. The red-haired man's eyes lit up, slapping his thigh with a crisp sound. Miss Zhao is planning to catch her in a trap. First, let her think she's one of us, and when she brings Lin Jianxing over, we'll clean up together. Brilliant. No wonder she's Miss Zhao. What can Lin Jianxing even compare to with that mind? Zhao Lingling adjusted her collar, regaining that composed demeanor of someone who had everything in hand. Her chin slightly raised, her gaze was disdainful. With dozens of people, various professions fully equipped, warriors, mages, archers, priests, assassins, spirit summoners, puppet master summoners, anything you want, we have it. I refuse to believe we can't take down a Lin Jianxing. How could he possibly withstand the concentrated fire of dozens of people? Two fists cannot fight four hands. He will soon understand this principle. The red-haired man praised effusively. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What can Lin Jianxing, that second-generation heir, compare to Miss Zhao's intellect? He just lies in bed eating grapes. How would he understand tactics? What is coordination? What is teamwork? Miss Zhao is wise. When we enter the exam venue, let's first set up our formation. No matter how capable Lin Jianxing is, can he break through our formation? The corners of Zhao Lingling's mouth slightly lifted. Lin Jianxing, no matter how strong you are in this world, it ultimately comes down to using your brain. Can you take on a group of people all by yourself? Can you defeat a group that is organized, coordinated, and strategic? Thumbs up. All candidates advancing assemble immediately. The broadcast echoed above the square, drowning out all the noise. 2 hours of rest time passed in the blink of an eye. The 200 candidates originally scattered quickly gathered towards the center of the square, rushing in from all directions like streams converging into a river. Some jogged over, some marched briskly, while others strolled leisurely. Lin Jianxing belonged to the last category. He was neither hurried nor slow, with his hands still tucked in his pockets. On the high platform, the examiner remained upright, impeccably dressed in military attire, with the medals on his chest gleaming in the sunlight. Next to him stood an old man in a blue robe whose arrival was unannounced. The old man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, with graying hair, but a rosy complexion, looking sprightly and with sharp eyes. The blue robe was embroidered with intricate silver runes, faintly glowing under the sunlight, and the corners of the robe swayed, without wind, with air currents subtly circulating around. A candidate gasped in a low voice. That's Wind King Feng Changkong, the vice president of the Demon Hunter Guild. My idol. Damn, it really is Feng Changkong. I grew up watching his battle videos. I heard he's the only top mage in Dachang City who has mastered the wind-type forbidden spells. Lin Jianxing couldn't help but glance at the old man a couple more times. Forbidden wind spells. Sounds quite powerful, capable of flattening a small hill. Indeed impressive. However, he was not particularly envious. After all, no matter what type of forbidden spell, it would eventually be obtainable. Little zombie, he's just relying on a higher level. Isn't it just gathering wind elements and releasing them in one go? What's so difficult? Once I reach his level, wind-type forbidden spells will be a breeze for me. The examiner raised his hand, and the entire venue fell silent instantly. Let me introduce you. This is Master Feng Changkong, the Wind King. The assessment ground for the second stage, Misty Wasteland, will have its outer storm circle maintained by Master Gu himself. Feng Changkong nodded slightly, not speaking, but but his gaze swept over the 200 candidates present, pausing for a moment on each of their youthful faces. The examiner continued loudly, his voice echoing across the square. I have already explained the rules, and I will emphasize them one last time. The storm circle will continuously shrink towards the center over time. This is a true high-level wind magic, and touching it means elimination. Do not attempt to challenge the storm circle, do not try to test the edges, and do not think you can outrun the storm with your speed. While the soul protection can keep you from dying, the pain of nearing death is very real. The feeling of being torn apart by the storm is something you wouldn't want to experience. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping across each youthful face present. You 200 are the best candidates in this session from Dachang City. But you can't grow a towering tree in a greenhouse. The second stage does not prohibit killing, nor does it restrain methods or cunning schemes. If you want to obtain that singular top spot, if you want to get the heart of the Titan beast, then bring forth your blood and fight, snatch and kill. This declaration ignited the passion of many candidates, a fiery intent for battle igniting in their eyes. Some tightened their grips on their staffs, some held their bowstrings tightly, while others clenched their fists. Zhao Lingling stared intently at Lin Jianxing's back. No matter how strong you are, Lin Jianxing, you cannot contend with our teamwork. With dozens against one, what do you have to win? Prepare to die, Lin Jianxing. The examiner waved his hand. Everyone enter the formation. The 200 candidates filed into the teleportation array. The examiner's final words penetrated the howling wind and bright light. I wish you all good luck. Whoosh. The white light swallowed everything. The figures of the 200 candidates vanished in an instant from the square. In that moment, the square was left with only the empty teleportation array and the lingering echoes of the examiner's voice. Is this it? He glanced around, unable to suppress his frown. The environment is truly terrible. I'm soaked all over, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Has this place ever seen the sun? It feels like I could wring water out of my clothes. He opened the system map for a quick glance. The vast wasteland was absurdly large, with 200 people randomly scattered in every corner, requiring a bit of luck to meet. He wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, Zhao Lingling would come looking for him. With dozens of people searching thoroughly, they would surely find him. Forget it, he'll just wander around for a bit, hunt some monsters, and wait for Xia Qingcheng to send Zhao Lingling's coordinates. He stretched lazily and walked aimlessly forward. After less than 50 meters, strange sounds came from the bushes ahead, rustling as if something was burrowing inside. Lin Jianxing stopped, tilting his head to look at the bushes. Two hyenas covered in pus-filled sores suddenly sprang out, charging at him with their mouths dripping with foul saliva. LV 10. The little zombie stepped forward and smashed them with a punch. Score increased. Killed the rotting corpse hyena. Score 20. Current score 30-20. Having previously cleared the 30 floors of the trial tower, he had entered with a hefty sum of 3,000 points. This score was already a threshold that most candidates wouldn't even reach by the end of the exam. Even if he did nothing and just lay there until the exam ended, he would most likely still be first. 10 minutes later, the little zombie complained irritably. This wretched place is too humid. Ooh, I feel uncomfortable all over. The little vampire shook suddenly, and the icon on the panel flickered. Master, look behind. There's a red thing moving. It's coming fast, and that color stands out sharply in the gray mist. Lin Jianxing halted, turning his head to look. A distinctive red mane stood out in the gray mist. Even through the fog, he could recognize it at a glance. The red mane also sensed the unusual ahead and suddenly turned its head. Their eyes met. Lin Jianxing chuckled. Isn't that the lackey beside Zhao Lingling? He had just been standing behind her in the square, the red hair particularly striking. He smiled and waved. Oh, isn't this the little follower next to Miss Zhao? Lost. Where's your main group? Why are you alone? The red-haired one saw Lin Jianxing's smiling face, shivering all over his face, instantly turning pale. What the hell? Lin Jianxing. Without any hesitation, he screamed and turned to run. He didn't even have time to discern the direction, activating all his skills. Boom. The previously flat grassland in front of the red-haired one suddenly exploded, and a dark red blood wall rose up, blocking his path. He ran too fast to stop in time, slamming into the blood wall with a dull thud. He let out a cry and slid down the wall, collapsing on the ground, holding his nose and tears streaming down. Lin Jianxing's voice drifted from behind. Why are you running? Did I tell you to run? I hadn't finished speaking yet. The red-haired one lay on the ground, clutching his nose as blood seeped through his fingers. He looked up at Lin Jianxing's smiling face, trying to shout defiantly. Lin Jianxing, don't get cocky. Our miss is fully prepared. You'll see what happens soon. Though he spoke the harshest words, his trembling legs and retreating body honestly betrayed his inner fear. As long as the soul protection is there, he won't die, but it still hurts. Moreover, being eliminated feels terrible. He doesn't want it to end like this. The little zombie was impatient. Why waste words with him? This kind of small fry can be dealt with in one punch. I'm in a hurry and still need to find Zhao Lingling. The little zombie threw a punch. A soft white light glowed, forming a thin misty shield around the red-haired one, enveloping him completely. The soul protection took effect. The shield meant he had been eliminated and was in a state of absolute rigidity, unable to move. The little zombie sneered, too lazy to even glance at the red-haired one. Is that it? A punch from me could easily cost several lives, as Zhao Lingling sent such trash to ambush the master. Is she serious? Lin Jianxing turned and continued walking forward. A score prompt popped up, defeated a candidate, plundered score 210. He glanced at it and shook his head. 210 isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. After walking a few steps, another group of poisonous frogs jumped out from the swamp, croaking loudly, their poison sacs bulging. The little zombie felt a bit annoyed. More of these damp monsters. It's disgusting and sticky, and after killing them they explode. Can't we encounter something dry? The little vampire said, Big brother, just bear with it. Given the environment, we have to overcome the difficulties. Once the exam is over, Master will still take us out for a feast. Lin Jianxing stopped looking around. He had been wandering in this wretched place for 20 minutes, killing quite a few monsters, and his score had risen, but he hadn't done anything substantial. Strange, it's been 20 minutes. Logically, Zhao Lingling's side should have started gathering people by now. With so many people, it shouldn't be this slow. Could something have gone wrong? Is the communication device blocked? No, Xia Qingcheng said the communication devices are usable. So why haven't I received any news at all? Why hasn't Xia Qingcheng made any moves? She promised that once they landed, she would forward Zhao Lingling's coordinates to me. Now 20 minutes have passed, and not even a punctuation mark has been received. Could it be that she's already boxed in? That shouldn't be the case. She's an A-class genius, not that fragile. He took out his phone and casually typed a message to send. Have you landed? Where are the coordinates? In the monitoring command center, Jiang Wan shook Lin Zhaoxie's arm, pointing at the screen. Old Lin quickly looked at Zhao Lingling's side. Lin Zhaoxie turned to look at Zhao Lingling's split screen. She was standing in a low-lying swamp area with black sludge under her feet and twisted dead trees surrounding her. Around her, more than a dozen candidates had already gathered. The monitoring map showed that more glowing points were rapidly moving toward that direction. Jiang Wan frowned, unconsciously tightening her grip on Lin Zhaoxie's arm. This is gathering people. It has only been less than half an hour since landing. How did so many gather so quickly? How did they manage that? Isn't transportation random? Lin Zhaoxie squinted. He was not unfamiliar with such situations. Although the major exam allows PvP, everyone is a competitor, and under normal circumstances they are all on guard against each other, and no one would easily trust anyone else. The only reason so many can put down their guard and band together at the first opportunity is due to a huge temptation of benefits. There is no other reason. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Yongwei in the corner. It seems our commander Zhao has invested quite a bit for this major exam. With dozens of people each with a reward, that's quite a commitment. Yuxiagang stroked his chin, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two screens. This kind of ambush targeting the top of the score leaderboard has occurred in past major exams, but never on such a large scale as this one. It's indeed rare. Typically, temporary teams consist of 3 to 5 people, at most 7 to 8. I've never seen such a massive formation of dozens of people before. Lin Zhaoxie had complete confidence in his son. That's good. It saves Jianxing the trouble of searching for everyone. This group has come right to his doorstep, saving him a lot of hassle. He was initially worried that Zhao Lingling wouldn't dare to come find him. Zhao Yongwei spoke ominously. He sat in the corner holding a cup of tea that had long cooled, his eyes glued to the screen, a smug smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Old Lin, are you getting too ahead of yourself? Haven't you noticed where this is? Lin Zhaoxie and Yuxiagang were taken aback, their eyes simultaneously shifting to the screen where Zhao Lingling was located. Black Mud Marsh. Lin Zhaoxie furrowed his brows. He had already sent the situation of Lin Jianxing to his daughter at the end of the first stage of the exam. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one need not fear the result of 100 battles. The Black Mud Marsh is the most inhospitable area in this region. It is shrouded in moisture year-round with extremely high humidity in the air, and the marsh contains a significant amount of foul energy. In such an environment, the activity of wind elements is suppressed, and the power of any wind-based skills is reduced by at least 50%. He paused, enjoying the moment as he looked at Lin Zhaoxie's expression. Moreover, the blood elements are also restrained by the marshy terrain here. The soil contains a special mineral that interferes with the condensation of blood elements. Skills like Blood Wall and Blood Spike cannot be established. Even if they could be, they would collapse within seconds. Do you understand what this means? Commander Lin, your precious son, a dual wind and blood element user, has been rendered half useless in this place. After the second stage officially began, the proctor was prohibited from sending any messages to the examinees. This is to prevent anyone from using maps to direct examinees and cheating. Therefore, no one could warn Lin Jianxing that he was walking into a trap. Yu Xiaogang suddenly realized. So that's how it is. He glanced at Zhao Yongwei, surprise flickering in his eyes. Old Zhao, it seems your daughter is well prepared, specifically setting a trap for Lin Jianxing's dual wind and blood elements. This trap is meticulously arranged. From the choice of terrain to personnel allocation, from skill restraints to tactical arrangements, every detail has been considered. Lin Zhaoxie's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly steadied his mind. He couldn't panic. He couldn't let Zhao Yongwei see him flustered. He retorted, his tone still firm. Zhao Yongwei, are you so sure that Jianxing will go to the Black Mud Marsh? The Misty Wasteland is so vast that as long as Jianxing doesn't go, your so-called trap is nothing but a joke. You can't possibly turn the entire wasteland into a black mud marsh, can you? Zhao Yongwei laughed wildly, his smile so broad that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled together. Huh. Old Lin, you are too naive. Since this is a trap, there must be bait. As for how it's done, that's none of your concern. You just need to know that your son will definitely go, and he will go soon. Jiang Wan anxiously tugged at Lin Zhaoxie's sleeve. Old Lin, what should we do? If Jianxing really goes, he will be like a turtle in a jar. With the wind elements suppressed and blood elements rendered useless, he will only have the necromancy elements left. How can he fight against dozens? Lin Zhaoxie snorted coldly. Zhao Yongwei, stop with your alarmist talk. In the face of absolute strength, what good is brains? Terrain restraints. Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Even if his power is halved, even without Blood Wall, my son Jianxing can still wipe you all out. He still has necromancy elements, he still has the wind blood armor, and he has hidden cards you haven't seen. Although he spoke defiantly, Lin Zhaoxie's heart was in his throat at that moment. The suppression of wind elements is trivial, his son's damage output is still excessive. Even if his power is halved, he can easily handle those examinees below level 15. The key issue is the blood elements being rendered useless. In a 1 versus many scenario, Blood Wall is an excellent battlefield segmentation skill, isolating enemies and taking them down one by one. Now that this skill is no longer usable, his son has to face dozens of attackers at once. Dozens of people from all directions using various skills to bombard him. No matter how sturdy the armor is, how long can it withstand? 5 minutes? 3 minutes? Or just 1 minute? Lin Zhaoxie stared intently at Lin Jianxing, who was idling on the screen, his palms drenched with sweat. Stinky kid, you mustn't mess this up. If you lose this match, your father's face will have nowhere to go. That old fellow Zhao Yongwei will laugh at me for a lifetime. In a certain part of the misty wasteland, 3 figures swiftly darted through the fog, forming a triangular formation, tightly pursuing a water blue figure ahead. Xia Qingcheng gritted her teeth, her staff spinning in her hand, shooting water arrows from its tip towards the pursuing enemies behind. But each time she was just a bit off, the opponents moved with extreme skill, alternating their positions to block her attacks. Every time her water arrows were about to hit a shield, or a wind wall would perfectly shield them. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid, her mana rapidly depleting, and her legs feeling heavier. The muck of the black mud marsh caused her speed to continually decrease. Ahead lay another open area without any cover, and her heart sank. The footsteps behind her grew close. She suddenly turned around, her staff raised in front of her, the water blue light flaring at the tip. At that moment, a crimson fireball fell from the sky, accurately smashing down beside her feet. Boom! The explosive shockwave sent her tumbling to the ground, and her staff flew from her grasp. As she tried to get up, a hand seized her throat. Zhao Lingling stood above her, a slight smile on her face. Run, why aren't you running? Didn't you run pretty fast earlier? 3 figures stepped out from the fog, forming a triangular formation behind Zhao Lingling, completely sealing off all her potential escape routes. A soft white light erupted from Xia Qingcheng's body, transforming into a translucent cocoon that enveloped her entirely. The soul protection activated, and she was eliminated. Inside the cocoon, she maintained the posture of being struck at that moment. Zhao Lingling retracted her hand, looking down at her from above, a smug curve at the corners of her mouth. Xia Qingcheng, did you think I wouldn't know that you went to Lin Jianxing's box to inform him? You took my money and immediately turned around to betray me. Did you think you were very clever? She squatted down to meet Xia Qingcheng's gaze. Too naive. When I Zhao Lingling do things, when have I ever put all my chips on one piece? Lin Jianxing looked at Zhao Lingling's smug face, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Do you really think you are Lin Xiao's opponent? Just your ragtag group. Zhao Lingling, you think too highly of yourself. Zhao Lingling's smile faded. You better see clearly where this is, the Black Mud Marsh. The environment here counters wind and blood elements. Your so-called Lin Xiao with his wind elements halved and unable to use Blood Wall. Plus I have dozens of elite subordinates with a complete range of professions, and I've even practiced the tactics. Tell me, what can Lin Jianxing use to win? With his head. Just watch closely as your master is surrounded and killed by us. After the exam ends, you'll regret today's decision. Deep within the misty wasteland at the edge of the black water mire, Lin Jianxing stepped onto the soft ground, frowned, and lifted his foot to look at the black sludge stuck to the sole of his shoe. If he kept stepping like this, he would end up barefoot in the exam room. He silently instructed the little vampire. Although it felt uncomfortable, it immediately responded, and a dark red icon lit up on the panel. The little vampire's blood wall barely rose from the ground, not with the previous assertiveness, but rather struggling to squeeze out from the cracks in the mud. It was less than 2 meters high, less than 1 meter wide, and less than 10 centimeters thick, resembling a piece of tofu just pulled from the water, trembling, ready to collapse at any moment. Lin Jianxing stepped forward and poked it with his finger. Soft. He applied more force, and his finger sank in. With an additional push, the entire wall collapsed with a poof. Little zombie, ha! What happened to your blood wall? Is this a blood wall? It looks more like a pile of mush. It's all soft and collapsed. The little vampire was almost crying in grievance, the dark red icon flickering on and off. This isn't my fault. There's something wrong with this place. As soon as my blood element touched the ground, it was absorbed by something, unable to coagulate at all. I've done my best, exerted all my strength, but it just won't harden. Lin Jianxing looked at the puddle of mud, deep in thought. Indeed, the wind element had been greatly weakened, and the blood element had been severely diminished. This was Zhao Lingling's strategy, choosing a terrain that countered him, disabling his wind and blood elements, and then using sheer numbers to overwhelm him. He put his hands in his pockets and began to calculate quickly. Zhao Lingling had many people on her side, dozens of them with tactics, knowing how to pull back, coordinating, and retreating collectively, when he unleashed his powers, waiting for his skills to cool down before coming back at him. Although he possessed the invincible wind blood armor, its duration was too short. Once he activated the battle armor, the opponents would certainly not be foolish enough to clash Eden. They would definitely use their numerical and terrain advantages to employ Hitandran tactics, you chase me, I stop, and hit, dragging out those 5 minutes. And with the battlefield separating skill the blood wall rendered useless, he couldn't separate the enemies to deal with them one by one. Once the armor's time was up, he would fall into a passive position. In terms of attack, the power of the polar tornado was greatly reduced in a moist environment, dealing at least half the damage. The phantom spinning fist needed a dry surface to gain leverage, but in this muddy ground its rotation speed couldn't increase, and its penetration power drastically decreased. The only attack that could still maintain its full power was the breaking 10,000 laws. It had explosive single-target damage, but it couldn't handle groups. 1 punch per enemy meant he had to throw dozens of punches. They weren't just wooden stakes standing there to be hit. They would run, dodge, block with shields, and cover each other. By the time he finished throwing dozens of punches, the armor's time would have long passed. It seems a bit difficult to handle, Lin Jianxing murmured. The little vampire grew increasingly anxious, the icon on the panel shaking nonstop. What should we do, master? My wall won't stand up. I can't provide you with any decent defense. If they concentrate their fire on you, I can't hold them off. Should we not go then? Let's take a detour and wait until they lift the encirclement before we. Lin Jianxing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His gaze fell on the collapsed mud puddle. Since the defensive approach was wrong, then let's think differently. Little blood, change your mindset. Don't think about how to harden the wall. The little vampire was stunned, the icon frozen at the center of the panel, the dark red glow pausing for a moment. Oh, how can I defend without hardening it? How can I protect the master without a wall? Am I to become useless? I don't want to be useless. No, attacking is the best defense. As long as we keep them from moving, whether to kill or maim, it will be up to us to decide. You don't need to block their attacks, you just need to deny them any opportunity to attack. The little vampire jolted awake, the icon suddenly lighting up. Try to control the blood wall, let it flow, don't let it solidify, keep it in a liquid state. Like, Lin Jianxing thought for a moment, glue. Slather it on them, stick it to their feet, stick it to their legs, stick it to their bodies. Make it so they can't run or walk. Do you understand what I mean? The little vampire was stunned. Strong glue. Turn the wall into a liquid. Don't let it solidify, let it flow. Attacking is the best defense. Not thinking about how to harden it. Let it flow. Treat it as a weapon, not a shield. Yes, as long as we control the enemy, Big Brother can quickly take them down. The little vampire became excited, the dark red icon spinning in circles on the panel. Master, I want to try. I think I can do it. I feel like I've grasped it. Lin Jianxing pointed to a wide open area ahead. You try it. The little vampire took a deep breath and infused its mental strength into that open area. In the monitoring command center, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen. Zhao Yongwei had initially been delighted at the sight of the collapsing blood wall. However, when Lin Jianxing began to stare blankly at the ground and the blood elements scattered on the ground began to squirm, his smile vanished. His hand holding the teacup froze in midair, his eyes fixed on the screen. Yu Xiaojing's pupils constricted. The wall is flowing. The blood wall is not a soil wall. Its essence is solidified blood elements. Blood elements can solidify and can flow, but flowing blood elements lose their defensive power. That's common sense. This kid, he wouldn't be trying to turn a defensive skill into a control skill, would he? He muttered to himself, but that speculation became clearer and more certain in his mind. In the monitoring room, Zhao Yongwei stared at the slowly squirming blood wall on the screen, feeling inexplicably irritable. Yu Xiaojing's expression of wanting to say something, but holding back, only added to his annoyance. That kind of "I know something, but I'm not saying it" look felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat, unable to spit out or being cryptic. Zhao Yongwei snorted coldly. A necromancer who just changed jobs a few days ago, it's already impressive for him to understand his own skills. Temporary enlightenment of new skills on the battlefield. Dream on. He leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs. Although I'm not proficient in blood skills, I at least know that the characteristics of blood elements are solidification and hardening, not flowing and softening. Lin Jianxing cast a glance at Zhao Yongwei, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Why can't I comprehend new skills? My family's Jianxing has an extraordinary talent to understanding skills, is as easy as drinking water. In the morning I drink some water and comprehend the phantom spinning fist. In the afternoon I drink some water and comprehend the sighing wall. Oh, what's so surprising about comprehending a new skill after drinking water today? Zhao Yongwei was about to speak after a scoff, when Yu Xiaojing suddenly interjected seriously. As far as I know, within the blood lineage there seems to be a flowing defensive skill, which is actually a mid-tier skill. He paused as if reminiscing about a long-forgotten memory. It's called Blood Domain. It can transform blood elements into a flowing mire, trapping enemies that step into it. It's not a defensive skill, it's a control skill. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, very few people possess this skill. A mid-tier skill? Is that even possible? Zhao Yongwei blurted out, are you kidding? He's only changed jobs for a few days. Level 19, a mid-tier skill, and he comprehended it on the battlefield. Do you know how difficult it is to comprehend a mid-tier skill? How many people are stuck at the beginner level their entire lives? Lin Jianxing chuckled lightly, looking at Zhao Yongwei with mockery, counting on his fingers one by one. Let me ask you, could a necromancer clear the 30th level of the trial tower? An individual without elemental affinity comprehending a dual element skill, do you think that's possible? A student who has just changed jobs for 3 days raising their hand to summon over 20 wind columns, do you think that's possible? Zhao Yongwei opened his mouth to refute, but found himself speechless. Indeed. Lin Jianxing, this anomaly since the big exam, what has he done that is reasonable? Clearing the 30th level of the trial tower is not reasonable. Comprehending 4 beginner skills and 1 mid-tier skill in 3 days is also not reasonable. Dealing damage of level 25 at level 19 is even less reasonable. For someone who has never conformed to reason, doing another unreasonable thing doesn't seem so hard to accept. Yu Xiaojing stepped in to mediate, raising both hands to calm them down. All right, let's all tone it down. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. Everything is possible. Why argue? The results will tell us the truth, right? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. No amount of arguing will change the outcome. Lin Jianxing was not going to let Zhao Yongwei off easily. Having finally caught an opportunity to beat a drowning dog, how could he let it go? I say, old Zhao, since you're so confident, why don't we bet a few screens? Upon hearing the word screens, Zhao Yongwei felt a churn in his stomach. After just swallowing 2 display screens in a corner of a solid wood table, he took the opportunity during the break to rush to the restroom and vomit violently. The sharp pain in his throat and the taste of plastic with shavings made him gag. But again, I might as well kill him. He snorted coldly, his voice tinged with a hint of plastic. Betting screens. Who is so childish as to do that? Lin Jianxing seemed to be prepared, the smile on his face deepening. Alright, if we're not betting screens, let's bet 1,000 bottles of top-tier healing potions. How about that? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yongwei exploded, leaping up from the sofa. 1,000 bottles. Do you think it's water? Why don't you go rob a bank? Lin Jianxing smiled and waved his hand. Don't be hasty, don't be hasty. If you think that's too expensive, we can change it. Let's bet that legendary mage set you recently gathered. Don't say you don't have it, oh I know you do. It took you half a year to piece together that level 20 legendary set for your Zhao Lingling. Though the Linghua set is only level 20 gear, it's a transitional item among beginner gear. Once you reach level 30 or 40, you will have to replace this gear. However, the price of this set is anything but beginner, because it has the coveted cooldown reduction attributes that every mage dreams of. Each piece provides a 10 to 15% cooldown reduction, and a full set can reduce skill cooldowns by up to 70%. For mages, cooldown reduction means damage output, cooldown reduction means life. This set is priceless on the market, and Zhao Yongwei not only spent a lot of money to gather it, but also invested many favors. Lin Jianxing said lazily, what? Afraid? You don't dare to bet screens, calling it childish. Now you don't dare to bet gear either. What do you want to bet on? How about betting on a naked run? If you lose, you would have to run around Dachang City without any clothes on, and I'll act as your bodyguard, ensuring no one dares to take a picture. Zhao Yongwei's face flushed red and pale, trembling with anger. If Commander Zhao were to run naked, he would never be able to show his face in Dachang City again. He might as well jump into the city moat to sleep. Compared to social death, a set of gear seems more acceptable. Besides, Lin Jianxing has only just changed jobs. How could he possibly comprehend a mid-tier skill? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. Fine, let's bet on that set. Lin Jianxing, this is your choice, so don't regret it later. Lin Jianxing waved his hand grandly, his voice booming. Deal? Old you must bear witness, don't let him back out. Old Zhao is good at everything except for his memory. He easily forgets things. Yu Shaojing shook his head helplessly. All right, I'll bear witness. Zhao Yongwei sneered, his gaze falling back on the screen. Old Lin, just be ready to reimburse me for the gear. At the edge of the black, muddy swamp, Lin Jianxing was unaware of the stakes being wagered outside. He was sitting on a relatively dry rock, holding a bag of necromantic element snacks, while in the skill bar the little vampire was undergoing an unprecedented brainstorming session. Its icon in the panel was glowing a dark red, flickering intermittently. Yes. Just like that. Exactly. I'm feeling it. The blood elements should not solidify, let them flow. Flow along the ground's texture. A system prompt popped up, golden text slowly appearing on the panel. Your summoned little vampire has entered a state of enlightenment. Comprehension progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Lin Jianxing paused, chewing on his jerky, his eyes lighting up. Wait, is it actually going to work? He had just casually thrown out a couple of phrases, let it flow, and like strong glue. Yet the little vampire truly went on to comprehend. So it's my job to make promises, and the summon is responsible for realizing them, right? The little vampire's enlightenment progress shot up like a rocket. Percentages in the teens, 20s, 40s, 60s. A system prompt appeared. Your skill has comprehended another form of defense. Trapping enemies is protection. Congratulations. Your summoned little vampire has successfully deduced and comprehended the mid-tier skill, Blood Domain. Blood Domain transforms the ground of a designated area into a vortex trap with terrifying adhesive power. After the skill is released, all hostile targets stepping into this area within a radius of 500 meters from the target point will be strongly bound by blood elements for 5 seconds. The skill's effectiveness is influenced by environmental factors and the level disparity between enemies and allies. Cooldown time 1 minute. Each skill level increase expands the radius by 50 meters. Awesome, this skill is pretty strong. A 500-meter range hard control for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is enough for him to unleash all his damage skills on the enemy. 1 round isn't enough, so he can do another, and if that's not enough, he'll do a third. 5 seconds is enough for him to kill 10 times. The little vampire jumps up and down. Master. I did it. I really turned the blood elements into strong glue. Lin Jianxing did not hesitate. He opened his system backpack and used up the remaining blood lineage skill books. The skill books transformed into flowing light and entered his brow. The little vampire's icon opened its mouth and swallowed. Blood domain level increased. Blood domain level increased. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, blood domain leveled up from level 1 to level 19, reaching the current level cap. On the skill panel, the range of blood domain changed from 500 meters to 1,400 meters. Even if Zhao Lingling lined up her dozens of people in a long snake formation, one of his skills would trap them all. Lin Jianxing stood up and dusted off the dirt from his pants. He straightened his collar and looked toward the depths of the mist-covered swamp. Little ones, let's set out. The little zombie cackled, hee hee. Tremble, mortals. In the monitoring room, Zhao Yongwei's expression darkened. Deep within the black, muddy marsh, dozens of figures flickered in the mist. Some leaned against trees, some squatted on the ground counting ants, and some drew circles in the mud with their staffs. One of the underlings finally couldn't hold back, stood up from the ground, brushed the mud off his backside, and dragged his staff to Zhao Lingling, his voice filled with impatience. Miss Zhao, just now Xia Qingcheng has already notified Lin Jianxing in advance. Is that guy really going to come? He wouldn't back down, would he? Why don't we just go find him? After all, we have so many people, what can he do alone? Zhao Lingling coldly laughed. You underestimate Lin Jianxing too much. I've been competing with him since we were little. We were put together to compete when we were still in diapers. Her gaze pierced through the mist, staring into a vague direction far away. Over the years, although he appears lazy and carefree on the surface, deep down, he is prouder than anyone else. When we were young and raced, he clearly couldn't outrun me, but he never admitted defeat. When we grew up and had exams, he clearly scored lower than me, but he never took it seriously. Do you think he doesn't care? He does care. He just hides his concern. She paused. Moreover, he just took first place in the trial tower and broke the record. He's in high spirits right now. Even if he knows I've gathered people to wait for him here, he will definitely come. He won't let anyone think he's afraid. A group of underlings suddenly understood, their previous anxiety dissipating. As expected of Miss Zhao, you understand that kid's thoughts so well. He as long as he dares to come, we'll teach him a good lesson. Zhao Lingling narrowed her eyes and turned to face the 50 or so elite candidates behind her, her gaze sweeping over each face. Listen up, everyone. As long as we can get Lin Jianxing out of the game today, Zhao Lingling will triple the previous rewards. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Miss Zhao is generous. Defeat Lin Jianxing. Defeat Lin Jianxing. The shouts of dozens of people merged together, creating an overwhelming momentum. At that moment, a figure appeared within everyone's line of sight, walking slowly with his hands in his pockets, his pace neither fast nor slow. Everyone instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, holding their breath, staring intently ahead. It felt like they were waiting for a long-awaited boss to finally respawn. Nervous, thrilling, and expectant, yet accompanied by a hint of inexplicable fear. Clearly, they had the numbers, the advantage of terrain, and they were the hunters. But when they saw the young man walking out of the mist, everyone felt like they were the prey. Lin Jianxing halted slightly, furrowing his brow, and poked his ear with his little finger. TSK. So noisy. I could hear you all wailing from far away, or if I didn't know better, I'd think someone was having a funeral. The scene fell silent, and dozens of people closed their mouths in unison. Zhao Lingling strode out from the crowd, a look of arrogance and mockery on her face, her eyes calm with confidence. Lin Jianxing, you really dare to come. You knew this was a trap, you knew this was the black, muddy marsh, yet you still came alone. She shook her head. Should I say you're overconfident? Or should I say you're foolish to the extreme? Just because you got first place in the first phase and broke a record, do you really think you're invincible? In the distance, Xia Qingqing, enveloped in white light, sat quietly on a stone, the protective cocoon of her soul rendering her immobile, but her consciousness was clear. She watched Lin Jianxing, who was alone, feeling anxious in her heart. This was the black, muddy marsh, a terrain that suppressed both wind and blood elements, and there were dozens of elite candidates on the opposite side. Could he really win? Facing Zhao Lingling's mockery, Lin Jianxing seemed to not hear it at all. He ground the black mud beneath his shoes, looked around at the covetous candidates, glanced at the weapons in their hands, and surveyed their expressions. Miss Zhao, I have to say you really picked a nice spot. This muddy ground is perfect for burying people. Zhao Lingling's smile froze on her face. Why? Why at this point could this guy still be so calm? The terrain clearly countered him, the numbers clearly overwhelmed him, and the advantage was entirely on their side. How could he still maintain such an expression? A surge of unnamed anger rushed to her head, making her eyes redden. Good. Very good. Even at the brink of death, you dare to speak defiantly. I want to see if you can still be so calm later. Attack. With Zhao Lingling's command, dozens of candidates erupted simultaneously. Colorful skill lights suddenly lit up, orange fireballs, blue ice spikes, yellow stone thorns, and green wind blades. However, the small vampire moved faster than they did. Small vampire domain expansion. An invisible wave radiated from Lin Jianxing, instantly sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters. Wherever the wave passed, the originally soft, muddy ground came to life at that moment, transforming into dark red whirlpools. The whirlpools varied in size and speed, but each possessed a terrifying suction force, gripping each person's ankles, as if countless invisible hands were pulling them down. What's happening? A mage holding a fireball looked down at his feet, which were sinking into the mud, unable to pull them out. Damn, I can't move. A warrior struggled desperately, his legs thrashing in the mud, sinking deeper with every kick. My controls have been changed, damn it. I can't even use my displacement skill. My blink is gray. An assassin frantically tried to activate his skills, but there was no response. Zhao Lingling also discovered that her feet were trapped in the mud. She suddenly looked up and met Lin Jianxing's cold gaze. Lin Jianxing remained where he was, slowly raising his right hand, his index finger pointing directly at Zhao Lingling. In an instant, the red circles beneath their feet lit up. Countless red circles covered the entire black muddy marsh, the light from the red circles especially glaring in the mist. 23 pillars of wind simultaneously erupted from the ground, the blue-white light beams piercing through the mist, launching those trapped by the blood domain into the air. They wanted to run, but their feet were stuck. They wanted to dodge, but their bodies wouldn't move. All they could do was scream and tumble in the wind pillars. The small zombie descended from the sky, exploding with phantom spinning punches in the remnants of the wind pillars, sending the remaining stragglers into the air as well. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. A dense array of white light pillars erupted from various parts of the black muddy marsh. The glow of the soul protection activated repeatedly, and 2/3 of the 50 or so people were instantly taken out. The once mighty team was now reduced to just a handful. Either they were lucky enough not to be caught by the red circles of the wind pillars, standing on the edge with only minor injuries, or they were the tough meat shield professions with enough health to survive a hit, but left severely weakened. But their eyes were filled with fear, their legs trembling. A warrior holding a shield looked down at his severely depleted health bar, then looked up at the young man in the distance, his voice shaking. I survived. He raised his head to look at the young man, and under the moonlight Lin Jianxing's figure was elongated like a demon god stepping out from legends. An invisible sense of oppression rushed at him, making it hard to breathe. He used all his skills. Now is his weakest moment. Let's take his life while he's sick. A furious shout came from the crowd. It was the trio of triplets who were lucky enough not to be directly hit by the wind pillars, only sustaining minor injuries. Even so, the 3 were left half damaged. The eldest had several cracks on his shield, the second staff was broken, and the third's leather armor had a large hole burned in it. The triplets exchanged glances, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. People die for wealth, birds die for food. 300,000 tripled is 900,000. Rounding up, that's 10 million. Enough for their entire family to move to the city and live comfortably for a lifetime. Let's go for it. The 3 brothers unleashed their final potential, just as the quicksand's binding time ended. The suction beneath their feet vanished. As long as we can get him out of the game, 900,000 is ours. The leader raised the tower shield in his hand and roared as he charged towards Lin Jianxing. The second and third brothers closely followed, forming a triangular formation, one on the left, one on the right, and one at the front, working in perfect harmony to seal off all escape routes for Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing looked at the 3 brothers rushing towards him. Looks like I have to go all out. Boom. Scarlet magma surged forth, instantly enveloping Lin Jianxing. He clenched his right fist, the scorching magma flowing over his knuckles. The leader's tower shield came crashing down, and Lin Jianxing met that heavy shield with a powerful punch. Bang! The tower shield shattered instantly, fragments flying in all directions. The force of his punch did not diminish as it struck the leader squarely in the chest. The leader spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, a white light already glowing around him as he was enveloped by the protective cocoon of his soul, thus eliminated. The other 2 were left in shock, frozen in their charging positions, their minds blank. What just happened? Their leader, a dedicated meat shield, was knocked away by Lin Jianxing with a single punch. Wasn't he a summoner? Shouldn't he be hiding in the back, letting his summoned creatures do the fighting? How could a single punch take out their meat shield? The second and third brothers swallowed hard in unison. Then they both turned, stepped, and began to flee. With their leader knocked away by a punch, the white light of the soul protection still lingered in the air. The remaining 2 were instantly dumbfounded. The second brother reacted the fastest. His keen instincts as an assassin saved his life in that moment. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. The third brother also immediately turned around, as their leader, the dedicated meat shield, had been reduced to a protective state by a single punch. One of them was an assassin and the other a ranger. Staying here would be tantamount to delivering themselves as food, insufficient even to fill the gaps between their teeth. Little zombie, if you run under my nose, how can I save face if that gets out? The little zombie shot towards the second brother, who, being an assassin type, had undergone rigorous training since childhood, making combat instincts ingrained in his very bones. The moment he heard the sound of air being cut behind him, his body reacted faster than his mind. He made a quick sidestep, and the little zombie whizzed past him, brushing against his clothing. He could even feel the intense heat as it grazed his clothes, but his heart raced, filled with the joy of survival. He had dodged it. Though he would not die with the soul protection, no one wanted to experience that near-death sensation. More importantly, being knocked into a protective state here would severely impact his exam results. The little zombie, which had flown not far ahead of him, suddenly made a sharp turn. Like a race car speeding at 300 miles per hour, making a sudden turn near the cliff, its tires left 2 black skid marks on the ground. The second brother was stunned, his pupils constricting sharply. No way can it turn like that. Can summoned creatures even play like this? Is this the kind of microcontrol that a practitioner of their level can achieve? The little zombie rapidly enlarged in the second brother's pupils. He attempted to sidestep again, but the sidestep skill was already in cooldown. The second brother, already in a half-damaged state from the wind pillar, was struck by the little zombie's punch. A bright white light shone as the protective cocoon of the soul enveloped him. Monster, run. Mages and rangers, get out of here. Shield warriors, hold them off. Huh, why don't you hold them off and let us escape? The remaining candidates, who could still move, wasted no time at all, scattering and fleeing in all directions. Some ran east, some west, some couldn't even discern their direction, rushing headlong into the mist, while others burrowed into the mud. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the entire assault team had been wiped out, including Zhao Lingling and the strongest triplets. This felt even more like a boss than a wild boss. At least against a wild boss, one could feel the boss health bar, but against this one, they couldn't even get a touch. Lin Jianxing watched the candidates flee in all directions and chose not to pursue. Chasing after each one would be troublesome and unnecessary. His only purpose was to make an example, and with the monkeys scattered, that was enough. Lin Jianxing stepped towards Zhao Lingling's direction, pausing slightly as he passed a crooked tree. Xia Qingsheng was leaning against it, surrounded by a white glow. Seeing Lin Jianxing approach, her eyes were filled with guilt. Although the outcome was good, Lin Jianxing had dominated the scene with an invincible stance. She felt responsible for leading him into Zhao Lingling's carefully laid trap. If Lin Jianxing had been slightly weaker, today's outcome could have been entirely different. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry. I was careless. Lin Jianxing waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. If you hadn't gathered them all together, how long would it have taken me to find each one of them? What do you call this? This is called efficiency. You saved me at least 2 hours. If it weren't for Xia Qingqing, Zhao Lingling wouldn't be waiting here for him, and he wouldn't have comprehended the powerful control skill blood domain in this treacherous black swamp. Considering all this, he felt grateful to Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing watched Lin Jianxing's carefree figure leave, letting out a sigh of relief. Then a deep shock surged in her heart as she looked around at the ravaged battlefield. He was too strong. Such power had completely surpassed her understanding of her peers, far exceeding what she had seen in the Abyss dungeon, and this growth rate was terrifying. As a top student, Xia Qingqing had some knowledge of the skills of various professions, especially those of mages and summoners. She immediately recognized that Lin Jianxing had just used a wind-blood combination technique and 2 mid-tier skills. With her aptitude, even if given 2.5 years, she might not be able to comprehend a mid-tier skill, let alone that more profound combination technique. She might never have the chance in her lifetime. She gazed at Lin Jianxing's retreating figure with complex emotions, both in awe of his greatness and relieved that she had chosen to stand by his side at that moment. Zhao Lingling lay in the muddy marsh, the white cocoon protecting her, but rendering her completely immobile. Earlier, when the wind pillar was released, she had been the first to take the full damage from the little zombie. Now she resembled a fish stranded on shore, lying on her back and unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as that familiar figure approached her step by step. While watching the video of Lin Jianxing clearing 30 levels, she had still believed she had a chance. With terrain advantages, crowd tactics, and carefully planned strategies, there was hope. But the moment she faced Lin Jianxing, she understood what true despair meant. It was a suffocating sense of powerlessness. Everything she was proud of, the carefully laid traps, the terrain advantages, the siege by dozens, was utterly fragile before Lin Jianxing. Moreover, Lin Jianxing didn't even bother to draw his staff, casting spells without it the entire time. What utter contempt! It was simply a heartless slaughter. Her body trembled. Lin Jianxing stopped and looked down at Zhao Lingling at his feet. Her white cocoon stood out starkly in the black muck. Why isn't Miss Zhao getting up? Do you not want to get up? Or do you enjoy sleeping in the mud, Miss Zhao? Zhao Lingling gritted her teeth in humiliation and fury. Her lips trembled and countless harsh words surged in her mind. She wanted to say just you wait to invoke the saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully a young girl, and to remind Lin Jianxing not to be too arrogant. But when she recalled the scene of his overwhelming strength, all her fierce words got stuck in her throat. The grinning Lin Jianxing had transformed in her eyes into an invincible demon, a peer who existed like a cheat in a game. Lin Jianxing looked at Zhao Lingling's expression and felt bored. Tisk how dull. To him now, Zhao Lingling was on an entirely different level, and he didn't even have the desire to humiliate her. Would a giant dragon care if an ant beneath it was baring its fangs? Obviously not. The actions of the ant held no significance for the dragon. Young lady Zhao, you should reflect on yourself here. I'm leaving now. He stood up, swaggering over Zhao Lingling's body as he walked into the depths of the mist. Little zombie, I'm Choni, and you're leaving just like that. After winning, you must humiliate her properly. A self-important and incompetent human like her must be taught a lesson. I haven't had my fun yet. The little zombie dropped down from the air, landing right in front of Zhao Lingling. It tilted its head, scrutinizing the girl enveloped in the cocoon of light on the ground, then walked over step by step, lifting one foot to step on her shoulder. Then it jumped onto her, sticking out its tongue and making faces, even turning around to shake its rear end at Zhao Lingling. Unfortunately, she couldn't move, forced to watch the big butt twist in front of her. Zhao Lingling lay in the cold, rotten mud, despairingly gazing at the gray sky. It was too much. They wouldn't even show up in person, resorting to controlling a summoned creature to humiliate me. Wah! Her lips twitched a couple of times, and she finally lost control, bursting into tears as tears streamed down her cheeks, mixing into the black mud. Little zombie, is your emotional resilience that weak? You're crying already. I'm just getting warmed up. Oh, I was planning to pee on her face. Zhao Lingling bit her lip, remaining silent. The little zombie became even more excited, loosening its belt and pretending to urinate on her face. Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling's face turned pale instantly. She desperately tried to move, but her body was tightly bound by the light cocoon, unable even to turn her head. She could only muster all her strength to shout, her voice cracking, filled with a sobbing tone. Lin Jianxing. Make it stop. You have to make it stop. You can't do this. This is too much. Aren't you human? Little zombie, now you know to apologize. It's too late. Weren't you being quite arrogant just a moment ago? Didn't you think you were very powerful? Why are you crying now? I absolutely despise apologies after the fact. Kill, kill, kill. The little vampire looked at the little zombie riding on Zhao Lingling, and then at Lin Jianxing standing nearby, panicking in circles. Master, quickly make older brother stop. This is too much. What a disgrace if this gets out. How can we face people again if it hits the news? Older brother, get off. Hurry up. Lin Jianxing had been watching the scene unfold when he suddenly felt alarmed. Get down. Little zombie, are you serious? She just tried to surround and kill you. Dozens of people. If it weren't for Little Blood promptly realizing a new skill, you'd be the one lying on the ground right now. Back then, she would have mocked you, humiliated you, and made you lose face in front of all the candidates. I'm avenging you, and you still want to stop me. Lin Jianxing didn't respond, remaining silent for a moment. A strong person swings their blade at a stronger person, while a weak person swings at a weaker one. If people find out that the future Death Saint Emperor once bullied a little girl, what do you think will happen? The little zombie was stunned, looking down at Zhao Lingling's tear-streaked face and remaining silent for a little zombie. You are right. I am a strong being, and I disdain bullying the weak. She is not worthy of my urine. Oh, I should reserve that for someone more deserving. At the very least, they must be at the SSS level. OS level is too cheap. Seeing the little zombie jump off, Zhao Lingling, Lin Jianxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that guy really did urinate, then tomorrow one of the two commanders in Dachang City would probably only survive. This guy truly makes it hard to relax. In the monitoring room, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the massive main screen, the image frozen at the moment the battle in the black mud ended, leaving only piles of white cocoons and curling black smoke on the battlefield. Yu Xiaojang cleared his throat twice, breaking the silence. I didn't expect this kid really succeeded in comprehending the mid-tier blood skill blood domain. Old Lin, your son, wouldn't happen to have some system on him, would he? Like those protagonists in the trending web novels with cheats. Otherwise, how could he acquire skills like they were free just by clicking? Old you, how old are you? You're still reading those web novels. Lin Jianxing looked at Yu Xiaojang with a strange expression. Your image has collapsed in my mind, you know. I always thought you were the kind of serious scholar who only read academic journals. Yu Xiaojang's face flushed, chuckling awkwardly as he rubbed his nose. Ahem, it's just that my little nephew has been particularly obsessed with these things lately, so I flipped through a few pages. You can't say some of them are quite engaging. You know the system type, invincible type, sign-in type. Once I start, I can't stop. Your son's situation is very similar to a sign-in type receiving a skill every day. Zhang Wan couldn't help but laugh, casting a glare at Lin Jianxing. Enough, the more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. With constipation and diarrhea both happening, how can old you respond to that? Zhang Wan paused, a hint of uncontainable pride appearing on her face. Although the metaphor is quite disgusting, the reasoning is indeed valid. Jianxing has always been clever. He learns everything in no time and masters it quickly. Yu Xiaogang sighed with a wry smile, redirecting his gaze back to Lin Jianxing, who was wandering around the screen, looking for monsters to hunt. After being an admissions officer in the Tianlong class for so many years, he had seen countless talents like a flood of fish crossing a river. There were those with SS-level elemental affinity, those who awakened and comprehended basic skills immediately, those who awakened early at 16 and reached level 30, and even those who were level 30 right after awakening. However, someone like Lin Jianxing, who continuously produced skill after skill, had never been seen before. But just because it had never happened doesn't mean it can't happen. After all, isn't history meant to be broken? Perhaps this kid could truly pave a path unprecedented by anyone. Thinking this, his admiration for Lin Jianxing grew even stronger. Lin Jianxing's slightly smug voice rang out. Old you, what do you think? My Jianxing should be the top contender of this class in the Tianlong class, right? Yu Xiaogang chuckled lightly, then looked pointedly at Lin Jianxing. Old Lin, in Dachang City, your son Lin Jianxing is indeed the undisputed first, but this year's talents are something else entirely. Let me put it this way, this year we internally refer to this batch as the Battle of the Gods. It's a gathering of heroes with exceptional talents coming together. It's not on the same level as previous years. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. The intensity is that high this year. In previous years, having its-level talent was already remarkable. What kind of surprises can we expect this year? Yu Xiaogang nodded, looking serious. Let me put it this way, this year's batch has a rare space-type mage, a light-type knight, and 12 SS-level geniuses, and they almost all comprehended intermediate skills before the big exam. Lin Jianxing gasped, straightening up from his relaxed position. Light and space types are even rarer than SS-level talents. This year two have emerged at once. It seems the intensity is indeed quite high. Yu Xiaogang sighed. Therefore, although Lin Jianxing is a prodigy in this chaotic battlefield of gods, it's going to be tough for him to maintain his top position. It's not that he isn't strong enough, it's that the opponents are too formidable. The light type counters all undead types, and the space type is even more elusive. Even if he can win, it won't be as easy as it was in Dachang City. Lin Jianxing remained silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well, that's fine. If there isn't a bit of difficulty, how boring would it be? So the gods descend, right? Then let's slay the gods. 1 is still a slay, 2 is still a slay, and 12 is also a slay. My Jianxing can rush through the trial tower. What's the big deal about slaying a few gods? Yu Xiaogang was inspired by this boldness and laughed heartily. All right, then I look forward to it. Let's see if this undead mage without elemental affinity can indeed slay gods. Lin Jianxing fixed his gaze on Zhang Yongwei, who was trying to sneak away in the corner. Hey old Zhao, where are you in such a hurry to go? Zhang Yongwei stiffened his back to everyone, and his steps abruptly halted. He slowly turned around, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, his lips curling upwards. Ahem. Is it not okay to go to the restroom? Everyone has their urgent needs. Do you really have to manage that? Lin Jianxing leisurely stood up, adjusting his collar. Going to the restroom? Sure, who can stop you, Commander Zhao, from doing your business? But first bring that set of equipment over. I'm worried you'll sneak away and not pay up. Zhang Yongwei instantly blew up, his face turning red from his neck to his ears. Not pay? Lin Jianxing, don't slander me. I Zhang Yongwei am a man of my word, I bet, and I accept the loss. It's just a set of equipment, right? There are no empty words in the army. I can take the loss. A flash of light appeared, and a set of mage gear radiating an orange-yellow glow appeared in his hands. Ling Yue set a legendary level. Although it is said to be a mage set, it is not exclusive to mages. Its attributes are equally effective for summoners and spirit masters. Looking at the set of equipment in his hands, Zhang Yongwei felt his heart bleed. Tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins, countless connections, numerous favors, and half a year of time, all condensed into this glowing set of equipment. He had originally planned to surprise Zhao Lingling without letting her know in advance. If she found out that her father had lost this divine gear, which was originally hers, to Lin Jianxing, and it was now on Lin Jianxing, she would go ballistic. Zhang Yongwei couldn't bear to imagine that scene, fearing his daughter might faint from anger. He made a final struggle, softening his tone with a hint of pleading. Old Lin, can we negotiate something? Can we switch it for money? 50 million, I'll give you 50 million Dragon Kingdom coins, I'll keep the equipment. How about it? You can take the money and buy whatever you want. Why must it be this set of equipment? Lin Jianxing unhesitatingly refused, not even considering it. No way. Money. I have plenty of that. Do you believe that the money of the Lin family is so abundant I could stack $100 bills to build a battleship? But this set of equipment is a priceless treasure, just right for my Jianxing to use in transition. At level 20, it's just usable with a skill cooldown reduction of 65%, something money can't buy. Zhang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself, his chest heaving several times before swallowing back the blood in his throat. Fine, take it. He tossed the equipment to Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing caught it in his hands, weighing it with a mischievous smile. Thanks, old Zhao. If my Jianxing knew this set of equipment was a gift from you, he would be incredibly touched. At that point, I'll have him write you a thank you letter and send you a banner that says, Commander Zhao generously opened his wallet. Lin Jianxing is deeply grateful. How does that sound? It would be hung in your office, adding to your prestige. Zhang Wei could no longer hold back and roared. Get lost. Then he left the monitoring room, striding with his officer. Yu Xiaogang chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he stood up. All right, I should be going now. I need to report back to the old fellows. Since an undead mage without elemental affinity has exhibited such talent, this situation is too unusual. Lin Jianxing nodded, not retaining him. All right, you go back to your business first. When Jianxing goes to Kyoto, you must take good care of him. He's unfamiliar with the place, don't let anyone bully him. Yu Xiaogang waved his hand and strode towards the door. Don't worry, do I need you to tell me that? As the door closed, the footsteps faded away. After Yu Xiaogang left, Lin Jianxing gently wrapped his arm around Jiang Wan's shoulder, his voice much softer than before. Wife, the big exam is almost over. Shall we go to the exam venue and get ready to bring our top scholar son home? Once he comes out, we should celebrate him well. In the center of the square, the enormous teleportation array radiated light, a blinding white beam shooting into the sky. Hundreds of figures appeared out of thin air on the square. Where's the priest? It hurts. Be gentle, be gentle. Is there anyone who can help me turn over? I can't move, lying face down for 10 minutes, swallowing mouthfuls of dirt sweeter than dung. More than half of the candidates fell into a state of spiritual refuge, frozen like statues in various poses. The remaining candidates who were not eliminated were not much better off. Looking around, almost no one appeared dignified. Lin Jian walked through the crowd, his white t-shirt spotless, his sweatpants without a single crease, and although his sneakers were a bit muddy, they were already dry. With his hands in his pockets and a leisurely stride, he even had the mood to look up at the sky, appearing utterly out of place among the crowd. He resembled a wealthy young master just returning from a vacation among a group of refugees who had just escaped. The priest team had long been on standby outside, now rushing into the scene like deities descending from the heavens. Gentle healing light illuminated the square like countless warm little night lights lighting up in various places. The originally miserable wails gradually subsided under the soothing embrace of the holy light. Broken bones were mending, wounds were healing, and blood was congealing. The voice of the examiner echoed, overpowering the noise of the crowd. The second phase of the assessment has concluded, and we will now announce the final scores. First place, Lin Jian. Total score, 9,178 points. The crowd fell into silence. Not because the score was outrageous, although over 9,000 points was indeed outrageous, but more outrageous was the story behind the score. Most candidates had witnessed Lin Jian's terrifying strength firsthand. The soaring wind columns, the incredible micromanipulation, the indomitable fists. Even now, recalling it still sent shivers down their spines and made their legs weak. Lin Xiao is amazing, someone shouted. The square erupted in excitement. So strong. I was in the black cement swamp at the time and saw Lin Xiao, this summoner, take out a dedicated tank with a single punch. Hiss. A summoner with a single punch. Is he a summoner or a berserker? Can't tell anymore. Are the professional boundaries really that blurred now? Lin Xiao's ranged attacks are top-notch. With large-scale, strong control and that outrageous damage from the wind columns, I barely survived after just grazing half my health. You lot, aren't you all from Miss Zhao's side? Your faces changed so quickly. We were just blinded by Miss Zhao's wealth. Now we've come to our senses, back on the right path. From now on, I will swear my loyalty to Lin Xiao. Lin Jian appeared indifferent, ignoring the surrounding chatter and flattery. His gaze swept around and quickly landed on a few familiar figures on the edge of the square. His father Lin Jianxing and mother Jiang Wan stood at the front, followed by Chu Xiaoyan and Shi Tu. Jiang Wan rushed up first, grabbing her son's arm and examining him. Jianxing, you've finally come out. Are you hurt? Jiang Wan adjusted Lin Jian's collar, smoothing down the flip-it-up lapel and pressing down the tousled. Lin Xiaoxia walked over with a hearty laugh, patting Lin Jian's shoulder. Huh, good lad. Well done. He paused, his expression becoming slightly more serious. I've already sent someone to handle the rewards for the city champion. They will arrive at our home soon. The little zombie perked up at the mention of rewards, sitting up from its slumped position. Lin Xiaoxia smiled mysteriously, flipping his wrist. A set of equipment radiating orange light, lightweight and adorned with intricate runes appeared in his hand. This is the Lingnue set of legendary quality wearable at level 20. Not only does it provide high attribute bonuses, but the key point is that it is an extremely rare cooldown reduction set, reducing cooldown time by 65% for the entire set. He handed the equipment to Lin Jian. Lin Jian's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted it. What a good... Although the previous set was also legendary, it was too low level and its attributes had already fallen behind. He had been worried about how to get a fitting set of equipment, and now his father had delivered it. Indeed, there is nothing better than having a dad. Lin Xiaoxia feigned mystery, glancing at Lin Jian with a sly smile in the corner of his eye. So what do you think? Do you like it? Do you know where it came from? Lin Jian paused for a moment, knowing his father's nature. It was likely not acquired through any legitimate means. Was it won at an auction? No, he wouldn't ask that if it were from an auction. Was it a gift from someone? No, that doesn't make sense. Who would give such valuable equipment? He raised an eyebrow, probing. Did Zhang Yongwei lose this to you? Huh. No one knows a father better than a son. That's right, I won it from that old brat Zhang Yongwei. You have no idea, he spent half a year on this equipment. He pulled many strings and called in numerous favors, especially preparing it for his family's Zhao Lingling at level 20. And now it has come to you. He patted Lin Jian's shoulder, speaking earnestly. We need to properly thank Uncle Zhao. Hearing this, Lin Jian also chuckled. If Zhao Lingling knew that the exquisite equipment on him was lost to her by her father, she would probably faint on the spot. This father and daughter really are good people giving away points and equipment. Jiang Wan interrupted with a smile. All right, Jianxing must be hungry, right? Let's go home. Mom has already had the kitchen prepare a celebration feast, all hearty dishes and plenty. Around 2 in the afternoon in the Lin family's villa's second-floor bedroom. After a feast, the ultimate satisfaction made Lin Jian just want to lie down. Roast whole lamb, steamed perch, braised pork ribs, garlic, vermicelli, steamed scallops, dry pot bullfrog, mapo tofu, sauerkraut, fish sweet, and sour tenderloin, and a pot of hen soup that had been simmering for the whole morning. Ah, so comfortable. The little zombie burped, feeling full. It was the perfect time to level up. Little zombie, let's go out and clear the nearby wild areas, striving to reach level 20 today. The little vampire weakly protested. Big brother, aren't you tired? I want to sleep. After eating, one should sleep. That's the best way to digest. The little zombie nearly kicked the skill bar next door. Nonsense. A strong person doesn't need rest. Only trash thinks about sleeping. Lin Jian glanced at the experience bar. LV. 1990. Indeed, he was close to leveling up, but he didn't feel like going out at all. He had already wandered around the exam site all morning. His legs were about to break. He was also looking forward to reaching level 20, as he could learn new summoning creatures. He turned over, burying his face in the pillow, his voice muffled. Little zombie, if you want to go, just go. But make sure to stay hidden, don't cause me any trouble. If someone finds out, don't say you're my summon, I don't know you. If I don't reach level 20 tonight, I will look down on you. Little zombie scoffed. Nonsense. You underestimate me too much. Just wait and see, tonight, I will definitely level up. If I don't, I will come to see you with my head in hand. After dinner, Lin Jianxing walked towards his bedroom with a toothpick in his mouth. The celebratory banquet tonight was excessively lavish, as his mother had invited all the relatives she could call. Aunties and uncles surrounded him for a full 2 hours, and the muscles on his face had already stiffened from smiling. 2 young maids hurried past, holding a pile of clothes, and stopped briefly to bow slightly upon seeing Lin Jianxing. Good evening, young master. Be careful not to trip. Clothes can be washed again if they get wet, but if you fall, that's not worth it. The 2 maids exchanged a glance, a hint of emotion flashing in their eyes before they hurried off. Lin Jianxing glanced outside. The air was filled with a damp scent, a sign of an impending storm. This dreadful weather changes in an instant. It was sunny at noon, and now it's overcast. Looks like tonight is perfect for snuggling in bed and playing games. He pushed open the bedroom door and threw himself onto the sofa. Oh, how comfortable. He opened the professional panel to glance at the experience bar, LV. 1999. He smacked his lips and shook his head in dissatisfaction. How long has this been stuck? Why is there still this tiny bit left? When he returned from the black cement swamp, it was already at 80%. The little zombie had been grinding outside for a whole afternoon, and it only increased by 19%. The higher the level, the more unrealistic it is to level up in the wild. Killing a level 10 monster yields pitiful experience, while finding a level 20 monster is not that easy, and when found it takes forever to defeat. Fortunately, this is fully automated, so he doesn't have to lift a finger, otherwise he would have exploded from frustration. Little zombie, why haven't you leveled up to 20 yet? Did some other zombie lure you away? You seem distracted, you only gained 19% this afternoon. Your efficiency is lacking. Little zombie, what's all the noise about? Are you rushing me? What mother zombie? With no woman in my heart, my spells naturally flourish. The opposite sex only affects my explosive power. Then why have you been dawdling without any progress? It's been an entire afternoon, and you are just 1% away. Are you strolling or grinding monsters? Do you want me to brew you a cup of tea so you can take a break? Little zombie grinned, I am luring monsters, but it's almost time. Let me show you what art is. Art is explosion. The kill notifications began to flood the screen, a dense stream of golden text scrolling rapidly across the panel fast enough that Lin Jianxing couldn't even see the names of the monsters. A long string of kill records flowed from the top of the screen to the bottom. Each line represented a monster's death, each line a testament to the little zombie's hard work that afternoon. The experience bar jumped from 99% to 100%. Golden light rose in the bedroom, enveloping Lin Jianxing. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV 20. Lin Jianxing's eyes brightened, and he sat up suddenly. It's here. He had been waiting for this moment all day. He had been waiting since last night at the restaurant, since this morning, while waiting for his exam, and while lying on his bed in a daze this afternoon. Level 20 lightning type new summon. He flipped his wrist, and the skill book he had prepared appeared in his hand. Learn. The skill book transformed into a purple stream of light, diving into his forehead. A system notification popped up. Congratulations. You have successfully learned Skeleton Summon. A new skill with a lightning icon appeared in the skill bar. The entire icon exuded a sharp and proud aura, like a sword unsheathed, like an eagle soaring, or like a supreme master disdainful of mingling with mortals. The little vampire curiously poked its head out from a corner. Oh, a new one. Is it lightning type? It looks just like a flash of lightning. How cool. The little zombie several kilometers away immediately became alert. The storm icon trembled violently. It no longer cared about the monsters it was chasing, the skills it was charging, or the trajectories it was calculating. It abruptly turned its head, looking in Lin Jianxing's direction. Little zombie humph, is that the one claiming to have the highest single target burst in the lightning type? Just wait, I'll return and let you experience it properly. What is lightning type? What is single target burst? What is the highest? Before me, everything is inferior. Little zombie status updated, returning at full speed. Lin Jianxing frowned, educating the little zombie in his heart. Little zombie, wait a moment, we are all family. Is this how you welcome newcomers? Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and close neighbors are not as good as fellow disciples. The little vampire immediately chimed in. The dark red icon on the panel perked up. Exactly. The master is right. Big brother, you just have too bad a temper. You want to fight at the drop of a hat. We are all the master's skills and should live in harmony. The little vampire looked at the new lightning spirit icon with a well-behaved expression. Lightning. Lightning third brother. Hello, you can call me Little Blood from now on. We will be family, so let's love each other. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If you need anything, just let me know. No need to be polite. The little zombie snorted coldly, the storm icon shaking slightly on the panel. Family. Only the strong deserve to be my family. I am destined to become the emperor of the dead, a figure of the Necromancer, and will never become family with the weak. The weak only deserve to be crushed by the strong. This is an unchanging truth. The newly appeared lightning icon flickered, and a voice came from deep within the panel. Little skeleton noisy. Lin Jianxing was taken aback. Huh. This newcomer has quite the personality, acting all high and mighty. With just 2 words, it countered both the little zombie's explosive temper and the little vampire's incessant chatter. The little zombie instantly exploded in anger, the storm icon on the panel soaring 3 times higher. How dare you? Who do you think you are, you new white lightning stick? How dare you disrespect me? I have roamed the rivers and lakes for so many years and have never seen such an arrogant newcomer. You, a newcomer who hasn't even unleashed a skill, yet dare to say I'm noisy. Little skeleton foolish. The little zombie trembled with anger, the storm icon on the panel shaking like a sieve. All right. Good. Today I will let you open your eyes. You will wipe my shoes. Facing the little zombie's fury, the little skeleton remained entirely unresponsive. The lightning icon lay quietly in the skill bar, neither flashing nor dodging, neither arguing nor disputing. That kind of indifference was more lethal than any rebuttal. Arrogant mockery was one thing, but it also played the silent treatment. The little zombie became even angrier, the storm icon jumping up and down in the panel. Why are you silent? Weren't you just very arrogant? Are you scared? Didn't you just say foolish? Try saying it again. I'm listening. The little vampire with a crying tone tried to mediate in the middle. Don't argue anymore. Big brother say less and third brother don't say anything either. Let's all take a step back. What's the point of arguing as family? The little skeleton spoke again. Still cold, still indifferent, still void of any emotion. Little skeleton useless. The little zombie exploded. You make me so mad. You make me so mad. I want to compete with it. In this family, the wind type is the only true god. The lightning type isn't even worthy of holding the shoes of the wind type. I wanted to submit willingly. Lin Jianxing sighed. All right, calm down. You've already comprehended mid-level skills, and the little bone just arrived. Isn't this bullying? What will others say if this gets out? The little zombie, upon hearing this, felt it had some truth. The storm icon swayed slightly on the panel. Little zombie, fine, I won't bully you. I'll just use beginner skills to fight you. Little skeleton sneered, feel free to use any movesy. I hope you can entertain me. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianxing also grew curious. A newly arrived little skeleton with not even level 1 proficiency, who has never fought in real combat, dares to challenge the fully proficient little zombie with mid-level skills. Is it blind confidence? Or does it really possess some hidden talent? Could this little skeleton also be a transmigrator? Or perhaps some reborn bone-proud sky? Does it have any systems or old grandpas? If it has even one of those, it could easily crush the little zombie like stepping on a dog on the road. Little zombie furious, yet laughing, ha ha. I've seen many who love to show off. The last one who acted all high and mighty was hammered into the mud and can't be dug out. I've never seen someone who can show off like you. I'll let you fly later. Lin Jianxing stood up from the sofa. There was no stopping this. He could neither dissuade nor block it. All right, let's go to the backyard. There are wooden stakes there for testing skills, just right for you two to compare. Who is strong and who is weak will be revealed on the stakes. I'll be the judge, fair and impartial. Little vampire raised its hand. I want to be the judge too. You little brat, just behave and sit in the audience. Little vampire feeling wrong, boo-hoo. Lin Jianxing was actually quite curious about whether this boastful little skeleton had true skills or was just purely showing off. Lin Jianxing had just stepped out of his bedroom when he nearly collided with someone. Jiang Wan was standing in the corridor holding a porcelain bowl with 2 personal maids behind her face beaming with a smile. Jianxing, where are you off to at this late hour? She lifted the porcelain bowl slightly, her tone full of affection. Mom just had some soup simmered in the kitchen and I was about to bring it to your room. You must be exhausted from the big exam these past few days. You need to replenish your strength. This ginseng chicken soup has been simmering for over 3 hours. Just look at the color of this broth, how rich it is. Lin Jianxing stopped in his tracks, scratching his head in embarrassment. Mom, I'm not hungry. I just had dinner not long ago, and my stomach is still full. You've simmered this soup for over 3 hours. Oh, why don't you drink it yourself? Or give it to Dad? He paused. I just learned this new skill, skeleton summoning, and I was thinking of trying it out on the wooden post in the backyard. Trying skills in the backyard. Huh. Jianxing, you're already level 20. She remembered that when her son returned in the afternoon, he was still level 19. How did he level up to 20 in just the time it took to have dinner? This child's leveling speed was almost catching up to the growth rate of her stock portfolio. Lin Jianxing casually took the soup bowl and gulped it down, smacking his lips. Yes, it's fast, isn't it? I also think it's pretty quick. Oh, I was just playing and leveled up. All right then, but don't stay out too late. It might rain outside. Try it a few times and come back in to rest. Don't get soaked. Jiang Wan watched her son disappear around the corner of the stairs, her smile growing brighter, filled with a hint of emotion. This child clearly worked hard, but insisted on hiding it. Why? Is working hard really such an embarrassing thing? Why put on an act of I did nothing and just got lucky? He must be afraid that everyone has too high expectations of him, creating too much pressure, so he deliberately acts nonchalant and indifferent while in reality, he works harder than anyone and cares more than anyone. Level 20 already. Thunder-type summons, she murmured, her eyes gradually lighting up. Previously with the wind and blood types, Jianxing had brought everyone such great surprises. This time it was the thunder type, known for its strongest single-target burst. Although it was just a basic summon, who knows what kind of sensational effects it could produce. No, I have to tell old Lin. She turned around and hurried towards the study at the other end of the corridor, her pace now double what it was earlier. The atmosphere in the study was tense. Lin Jianxing had a serious expression, his casual wear could not conceal the authority of the city defense commander. Opposite him, Chu Xiaoyan and Shirtu stood upright, their expressions equally solemn. You all need to remember what we just discussed. The world is not at peace lately. According to intelligence from the front lines, various wild areas were experiencing different degrees of unrest among magical creatures. In previous years, small beast tides appeared only once a month, but this month they had already occurred 3 times, and each time was larger than the last. The Eastern Wasteland Wolf Pack, the Western Armored Wild Boar Group, and the Northern Shadow Wolf Pack were all exhibiting unusual gathering behavior within the same time frame. The frequency had doubled compared to last year. This was not a good omen. He stood up and walked to the window, pulling aside a curtain. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning tore through the sky. The Thundercloud Beast hasn't appeared in years. The last time it showed up was 5 years ago, and now there's only this one, but it looks stronger than before. Chu Xiaoyun asked with concern, her voice carrying a rare tension. Commander, should we go provide support? The destructive power of a world boss is immense, a what if? Lin Jianxing shook his head, closed the curtain, and returned to sit behind his desk. No need. It's just a world boss. There are at least 5 sorcerers stationed over in Yunhai City. This little thundercloud beast won't cause any significant trouble. If it dares to land, it will be obliterated within 5 minutes. However, the unusual movements of such high-level magical creatures often trigger a chain reaction. The appearance of the thundercloud beast is not an isolated incident. It may be a precursor to something on a larger scale. In the coming period, the patrols in Dachang City need to be more frequent, especially in the east and west directions where the density of magical creatures is the highest and most prone to incidents. You all need to arrange this. Chu Xiaoyun and Shurtu responded in unison. Yes, Commander. With a loud knock, the door was pushed open. In the entire Lin family, only Zhang Wan dared to barge into the commander's study without notice. Lin Jianxing's face instantly lit up with a smile. Wife, what brings you here? Is the soup ready? Didn't I say to have the maids bring it over? You shouldn't have to come all this way, it's tiring. Zhang Wan paused, sensing the serious atmosphere. Am I interrupting something important? Should I come back later? You all continue talking, I'll wait outside. Lin Jianxing waved his hands repeatedly and stood up from his chair. No. What could be more important than my wife's matters? Besides, the meeting has already concluded, and I was just about to let them go rest. What do you need, my dear? I'm all ears. Chu Xiaoyun and Shurtu exchanged glances, a hint of helpless amusement in their eyes. In front of his wife, the usually decisive commander showed not the slightest hint of displeasure. Jianxing has reached level 20 and just learned skeleton summoning. He said he wants to try it on the wooden post in the backyard. I thought, wouldn't you want to see? Haven't you been always curious about how powerful the thunder-type summons are? This is the perfect opportunity. Lin Jianxing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to wave his hand. It's just a basic thunder skill, what's so special about it? The basic skills of a summoner are just that: summon a skeleton, let it cast a lightning strike, and once that's done, it's over. What else could it possibly entail? Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly remembered. No, that was Jianxing's summon. Who knows what surprises await? He grabbed Zhang Wan and headed outside. Let's go. Quick, let's see. Chu Xiaoyun and Shurtu exchanged glances and followed suit. In the Lin family villa, a maid hurried over, lowering her voice to speak to her companion, excitement evident in her tone. Hey, did you hear? The young master went to the training ground in the backyard. He said he wants to try out a new skill. Huh. The young master went to the training ground. I've been working in the Lin family for 3 years, but I've never seen the young master go there. He's usually either lying in bed or on the sofa, rarely even visiting the garden. Why is he suddenly changing his ways today? That's why I'm asking, should we go check it out? It's rare for the young master to go to the training ground. There must be something exciting to see. But I haven't finished my work yet. I still need to wash the dishes. Oh, come on, when can't we do our work? When can't we wash the dishes? It's not every day the young master goes to the backyard. If we miss it, there won't be another chance. That's true. In no time, similar conversations unfolded in various corners of the villa. Within just a few minutes, the originally diligent servants found excuses to put down their work and hurried in groups towards the backyard. Fortunately, Lin Jianxing and his wife were usually kind and never put on airs with their subordinates, nor would they reprimand them for such small matters. The servants all knew that Commander Lin and his wife were utterly devoted to the young master. Anything concerning him was of utmost importance. Watching the young master practice might even make Commander Lin happy. The Lin family's backyard was an extremely spacious open lawn surrounded by various training equipment and weapon racks. In the center of the lawn stood a massive wooden post connected to a device that could display damage values. This was not an ordinary wooden post. It was forged from a special alloy covered with a high-density magic guiding coating, incredibly hard and possessing strong self-repair capabilities. No matter how many punches you throw or how many fireballs you shoot at it the next day, it would return to its original. A single wooden post costs tens of millions, and in the entire Dachang city, there are only a handful of families capable of installing such a testing post in their backyard. Lin Jianxing stood about 20 meters in front of the wooden post preparing to raise his hand to try the skill when he suddenly felt something was off behind him. He turned around, his mouth twitching slightly. At the entrance of the backyard, a crowd was gathered, a sea of faces. In the front, his father Lin Jianxing and mother Jiang Wan were looking at him expectantly alongside Chu Xiaoyan and Shidu, who also wore curious expressions. Shirtu was holding a cup of tea, probably taken from the study, drinking it while waiting to see the excitement. Behind them were unfamiliar faces, some in white chef uniforms, some gardeners with large scissors, a security uncle walking a big dog, a maid holding sheets, and a cleaner carrying a bucket. There were also a few unfamiliar faces whose purpose was unclear. Lin Jianxing remained silent for a moment. Hey, what are you all doing here? Why are you all here at this late hour instead of sleeping? Lin Jianxing stood in front of the crowd with hands on hips, her loud voice overpowering the thunder, full of energy. Son, go for it. Don't feel pressured. Just hit it. If you break it, it's on me. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched. He was merely trying a basic skill. Did it really need such a big fuss? Dad, I'm just trying a basic skill. Does it really need to be such a big deal? Lin Jianxing sighed, turning his gaze back to the testing stake. All right, since neither of you will back down, let's see the real deal. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Gu, are you ready? The little vampire cautiously poked its head out, the dark red icon on the panel flickering slightly. It tried to mediate, its voice as soft, as if afraid to disturb the two beasts in confrontation. We're all family here. Harmony is precious, right? Let's not damage our relations. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? Big brother, why don't you give way to the third brother, and third brother show some respect to big brother? Can't we protect the master together? The little zombie angrily interrupted the little vampire's chatter, the storm icon suddenly darting forward. Shut up. You have no place to speak here. What do you know, you coward? The contest between strong beings is a matter of dignity. It's a matter of honor. It's just very important. The little zombie looked at the little skeleton. Hey newcomer, don't say I'm bullying you. Let me ask you again, do you need me to give you a few moves? I can let you have 3 moves first so no one can say I won unfairly. The little skeleton turned its head away, idiot. The little zombie feeling arrogant, huh? Fine. I'll show you what despairing damage looks like, what an insurmountable mountain in your life is. I'll make you understand who the real boss is in this house. All right, enough chatter. Little John, you go first. After you're done, it'll be Little Goo's turn. Fair and square, no one gets an unfair advantage. The ground beneath the stake suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. Red circles lit up one after another, spreading outward from the center of the stake, covering the entire area in less than a second. 25 red circles, all stacked in the same position. In the next moment, 25 azure-white pillars of wind erupted from the ground simultaneously. The red numbers on the damage display began to flash furiously, each damage tick accompanied by the stake's violent tremors. The stake shook, trembled, and emitted creaking sounds under the burden. In less than 10 seconds, the wind pillars dissipated. The testing stake was entirely charred, emitting thick smoke. The numbers on the damage display finally flickered once, freezing on a suffocating number. Total damage 138,721. The young chef gasped, his spatula nearly dropping to the ground. Although he was just a cook, he had seen enough to know what was possible. Usually when he cooked for the city defense army, he often heard soldiers discussing skill damage. If a level 20 professional could deal 10,000 points of damage with a skill that was already considered quite impressive. Even in class genius, after a full burst, might reach only 30 or 40,000 at most. 130,000. Is that the kind of figure a level 20 can achieve? The young maids were starry-eyed, with some folding their hands in prayer. Oh my goodness. The young master is so fierce, so wild, so manly. I like it so much. Yes, being with the young master feels so secure. If I marry, it must be someone like the young master. Sigh, I guess I'll have to refine my cooking skills even more when I get back tonight. Jiang Wan looked at Lin Jianxing. Old Lin, didn't Jianxing say he would try out his newly learned lightning skill? Why did he start with a wind pillar? Lin Jianxing pondered, stroking his chin. I guess this kid wants to make a comparison using his strongest intermediate skill as a sample and then compare it with the newly learned lightning skill. But to be fair, Jianxing's wind pillar damage is indeed outrageous. 25 strikes stacked on the same point, that level of control is simply an art. However, old Lin, the wind pillar is an intermediate skill. No matter how powerful the lightning skill is, a beginner skill cannot compare to an intermediate skill, right? Using an intermediate skill as a benchmark doesn't seem appropriate. Lin Jianxing waved his hand. Whatever, let's just watch. Jianxing definitely has his reasons. This kid never does things without a purpose. The little zombie proudly exclaimed, how about it? Are you scared? What do you have to compare with me? 130,000. You probably can't even reach my decimal point. I advise you to call me Big Brother properly. You follow me, and you'll have meat to eat. When I eat meat, you drink soup. Oh, when I drink soup, you lick the bowl. The little skeleton showed no reaction. The lightning icon lay quietly in the skill bar, neither refuting nor justifying, neither angry nor smug, thoughtfully observing the stake. Lin Jianxing spoke, trying to sound fair. Little Gu, you just got here with only basic skills. Comparing your damage to Little Jiang's intermediate skill is indeed unfair. Moreover, while Little Jiang's attack looks high in practical combat, it's hard to land all wind pillars on the same target. Against enemies that can run, dodge, and blink, it's remarkable to hit all of them. How about this? As long as you can deal 1/10 of Little Jiang's damage, 13,000, I'll consider you the winner. Achieving that damage with a basic skill is already very impressive. What do you think? Fair enough. The little zombie agreed, no problem. I'm not unreasonable. 13,000 achieving that with a basic skill is indeed not bullying. Facing Lin Jianxing's proposal and the little zombie's generosity, the little skeleton seemed too lazy to respond. It just quietly stayed there, silent and proud. Little skeleton status, gazing at the starry sky. Lin Jianxing was momentarily taken aback, then he also raised his head. The pitch-black night sky was thick with dark clouds and thunder rumbled ominously. The cloud layer hung low as if one could reach out and touch it. Jiangwan looked at her son, who suddenly gazed up at the sky and asked in confusion, what is Jianxing doing? Aren't we supposed to be practicing on the wooden stake? Why is he looking at the sky? Is it raining? Or is there something up there? Lin Jianxing jolted suddenly, his eyes fixed on a certain point in the sky, and then he quickly glanced back at Lin Jianxing. As a prominent thunder system war god in the entire Dragon Nation, his sensitivity to thunder elements was extraordinarily acute. In his eyes, the world around him was not merely clouds and winds. Countless agitated thunder elements surged wildly within the cloud layer. Amidst this chaos, invisible blue threads descended from the heavens. These threads were as fine as hair, extending from deep within the clouds down to the ground, swaying gently in the fierce winds. These are referred to as lightning guiding lines. He had a deep understanding of all skills related to thunder. The Thunder Mages possessed a mid-tier skill that could summon heavenly lightning to deal massive single-target damage. However, the comprehension of this skill was extremely difficult, requiring an almost perverse sensitivity to thunder elements to see and control these lightning guiding lines. Even he, back in the day, only managed to observe these guiding lines after reaching level 40, having experienced countless life and death trials during thunderstorm days. He wasn't mistaken. Oh, Jianxing had definitely seen it. He was observing the lightning guiding lines. Isn't he supposed to be without elemental affinity? How could he be so sensitive to thunder elements? Lin Jianxing tilted his head back, his neck feeling a bit sore. What on earth was this little skeleton looking at? There was nothing up in the sky, right? Thunder exploded overhead, lightning rolled through the clouds, and countless violent thunder elements surged wildly in the sky. Little bone, could it be that you can summon heavenly lightning? Like something such as left 0 right fire thunder god, aid me. Just as the words left his mouth, numerous pieces of information appeared on the panel. The little skeleton sensed the threads descending from the heavens, each containing the power to destroy the world. The little skeleton attempted to control one of the threads. The furious lightning surged into its body along the thread. Congratulations. Your summoned creature, the little skeleton, has comprehended the might of heaven and earth, successfully deducing and mastering the thunder mid-tier skill. Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. Skill introduction summons divine lightning in the form of thunderbirds to deal massive thunder attribute damage to a single target, guaranteed to inflict paralysis and splash damage to surrounding enemies. Cooldown time 1 minute. What? You just said it casually, and you really did it. Little bone. You truly are a genius. Lin Jianxing stood at the front of the crowd, suddenly jolting as a purple lightning flashed deep within his pupils. As a top thunder system war god, he keenly sensed the changes in the thunder elements within Lin Jianxing's body. In that moment, his son's body seemed to transform into a massive vortex, drawing in the thunder elements from the surrounding kilometers. Jiangwan noticed her husband's unusual reaction and tugged at his sleeve. Old Lin, what's wrong? Is Jianxing in trouble? You can at least say something. Lin Jianxing did not turn around, focusing on Lin Jianxing's silhouette. Wife, just watch. That fluctuation of thunder elements. If he wasn't mistaken, it was likely that skill. The most powerful mid-tier skill of thunder mages. Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. Among all professions, the comprehension difficulty of Extreme Electric Thousand Birds ranked among the top 5 of mid-tier thunder skills. Many high-level old thunder mages might never master this skill in their entire lives. And how long had Lin Jianxing been able to summon the little skeleton? From learning the Thunder Strike to comprehending Extreme Electric Thousand Birds, it had been less than 5 minutes. He only felt a buzzing in his head. Lin Jianxing looked at the brand new skill icon on his profession panel astonished. Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. Just hearing this name radiated prestige, skipping the novice skill comprehension and directly mastering the mid-tier one. This little bone really has something. The little vampire trembled in the panel, the dark red icon flickering. What the heck, big brother, that seems to be a mid-tier skill. Third brother seems a bit fierce. He just comprehended mid-tier in less than an hour, even faster than big. The little zombie scoffed disdainfully. The storm icon crossed its arms and sneered. Flashy tricks. Thunderbirds. What is this, a zoo? I'm curious about how much damage you can deal. Lin Jianxing looked at the lightning icon on the panel, a bolt of lightning quietly hovering in the skill bar, its silvery glow faintly flickering. Little bone, give it a try, eh? The lightning flickered slightly. Little skeleton, shut up. The next second, boom. The already overcast night sky was violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The clouds surged to the sides like a curtain, revealing the unfathomable darkness behind. The thunder elements within kilometers seemed to heed the king's command, erupting in chaos. In the backyard of the Lin family, fierce winds whipped up, sending dust and stones flying. The grass on the lawn was blown flat, and the weapons on the rack clanged violently. Everyone present felt a prickling sensation at the back of their necks, even the hairs on their bodies stood on end. It was the instinctive shudder of living beings facing heavenly might. The maid covered her mouth, and the gardener's wig was blown away. Within the thick surging clouds, countless electric serpents began to weave, intertwine, and gather wildly. Dazzling blue light illuminated the pitch-black night sky as thousands of thunderbirds rapidly circled, emitting sharp cries. Then all the thunderbirds transformed into a thick blue beam of light, crashing down with incredible speed. Many people didn't even have time to catch a glimpse of its trajectory before their vision was filled with blinding blue light. Boom! The thunder pierced the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying shockwave mixed with countless tiny arcs of electricity wildly spread in all directions. The wooden stake trembled violently, although it did not break. The entire stake turned bright red from the impact, emitting thick smoke. The damage display screen began to jump wildly. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 800,000. The final number settled at 7 digits. Total damage 1029178. Sure 2 was frozen in place, mouth agape, eyes wide. 1 million. Am I seeing things? Team Chu, can you check if that's 7 digits? I counted several times. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. It really is 7 digits. Chu Xiaoyan did not reply. She was also stunned. 1 million damage. What does that even mean? This was damage only level 40 professionals could deal, while the young master was only at level 20. This means that the damage dealt by the young master at level 20 is equivalent to that of a level 40 professional spanning a full 20 levels. If that hit a meat shield. The servants in the back erupted in an uproar. Oh my gosh. Is this? The young master did this. I can't be dreaming, right? That lightning, just now I thought the sky was collapsing. 1 million damage. At the same level, even an SS level top meat shield profession would probably struggle to withstand this. Not even full health and full shield could withstand it. Zhang Wan came back to her senses and asked blankly, Old Lin, is this machine broken? Is 1 million damage really possible without being level 40? Could it be that the wooden stake got short-circuited by the lightning? After all, it hadn't been used in many years. Lin Zhaoxia appeared quite calm. The machine isn't broken, this damage is quite normal. He glanced at the thunderclouds in the sky and then at the direction of Yunhai City. The skill Jianxing comprehended is a mid-tier skill for Thunder Mage's Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. This skill is difficult to master, and its power goes without saying. More importantly, he took a deep breath. What Jianxing just summoned was not just the thunder above us. He used his terrifying perception to draw upon the thunder from the world-class boss Thundercloud Beast that was rampaging in Yunhai City from hundreds of kilometers away. Zhang Wan was stunned, her pupils constricting, mouth slightly agape. Thundercloud Beast. That level 80 world boss. Isn't it still hovering over Yunhai City? It's at least several hundred kilometers away. Oh, how could Jianxing summon its thunder? Lin Zhaoxia nodded. The Thundercloud Beast itself is a conglomeration of thunder elements, and the thunder element fluctuations, it emits cover a vast area. Jianxing must have captured that fluctuation and borrowed its power. It's not surprising that the thunder of a level 80 world boss could deal such a million damage. Zhang Wan patted her chest, letting out a long breath. So that's how it is. I was scared to death thinking my son had turned into some kind of monster. Since he borrowed the power of a world boss, that's understandable. But what the heck? Even if he borrowed power, the premise is that he first learned Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. This rebellious son just learned to summon the little skeleton, and then he comprehended Extreme Electric Thousand Birds, even drawing upon the world boss's power from hundreds of kilometers away. Jiang Wan looked at Lin Jianxing's back, sighing, "Old Lin. The wind system, blood system, and now adding the thunder system, that makes 3 systems already. 3 systems, and he can reach the pinnacle in an extremely short time, even surpassing the pinnacle. If this continues, water system, ice system, light and dark, even time and space systems, mastering all systems might truly be possible. Most people can master one system in their lifetime and be considered geniuses. He's going to try his hand at all of them. The light and dark systems are still somewhat understandable. Given Jianxing's talent, once his level is sufficient, he's very likely to learn them. But the elusive time and space systems. He sighed, there aren't even skill books available for those. Those 2 attributes can't be learned through skill books, they're too far away. He looked at Jiang Wan, his expression serious. Wife, our son is working so hard, I can't just sit here waiting for retirement. Tomorrow I'll go out and grind some monsters to try and get some good things for Jianxing. Lin Jianxing stared at the long string of damage numbers, unable to suppress a gulp. What the hell? Is this for real? This is 10 times higher than the peak output of a fully stacked polar cyclone. Is this little skeleton even human? At this moment, the skill panel was utterly silent. After a few seconds, the little vampire poked the small zombie beside him. That, big brother, it's a 7-digit number. 1,129,000. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. I counted 3 times, and it's indeed 7 digits. Looks like the third brother is a bit stronger than you. The small zombie suddenly leaped up and slammed down on the little vampire. Do you need me to remind you? What does a bit stronger even mean? Is 10 times considered a bit stronger? Are you mocking me? The little vampire looked aggrieved. Woo-woo. The small zombie glanced at the little skeleton. The little skeleton simply remained there quietly, saying nothing, not even bothering to look at it. The lightning icon sat quietly in the corner of the skill bar, unyielding, indifferent, neither happy nor sad. The small zombie was somewhat broken. Sometimes silence is more devastating than words. This unspoken contempt was far more painful for the proud small zombie than being killed. The small zombie stared intently at the little skeleton. Newcomer, I admit you are indeed strong. This time I am slightly inferior. I'm not someone who can't accept the loss. Losing is losing, and I acknowledge it. But remember, this is only temporary. The potential of the wind is limitless. I am destined to become the emperor of dead and destroyed saints of the corpse. One day I will show you what it means to break 10,000 laws with a single punch. What it means to... The little skeleton interrupted. Oh. The small zombie fell silent. The storm icon quietly turned away in the panel. That figure looked quite lonely. The little vampire in the corner wanted to laugh, but dared not. In the small zombie's status bar, a line of small text appeared. Status: in a state of isolation, defense 100, attack 100. Lin Jianxing felt a wave of relief. That's right. Acknowledge the gap, face the gap, and then surpass it. This is what a mature skill should look like. Our family needs this kind of positive, competitive atmosphere. I have high hopes for you, small zombie. Your win potential is limitless, your future is boundless. Once you comprehend a forbidden spell, you will reclaim your glory. By the way, what about the reward? What about that heart? Lin Jianxing pondered. Not here yet. The heart of the Titan beast is being escorted by the city defense army, still on the way. When it arrives, make sure to eat it immediately. Lin Jianxing was taken aback. Why was the small zombie suddenly so polite and serious? Wasn't it always this seat and this seat? Why didn't it even say this seat? It seemed the little skeleton had really stimulated the small zombie, motivating it to strive harder. All right, once it arrives, I'll arrange it. I'll have the kitchen prepare a medium-rare steak with black pepper sauce and garlic slices, guaranteed to be delicious. The small zombie added, raw is best. Lin Jianxing twitched his mouth and directly refused. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Eating the heart raw. Lin Jianxing glanced up at the sky, dark clouds looming, thunder rumbling, and the damp scent in the air intensified. Rain was about to pour down. Let's go back and sleep. Lin Jiaoxia looked around and waved his hand at the crowd. All right, everyone disperse. Go back. Don't get caught in the rain. The servants dispersed in groups, looking somewhat reluctant. Lin Jiaoxia and Jiang Wan did not leave, waiting for Lin Jianxing to come over. Dad, Mom. Lin Jianxing walked over with a smile. Lin Jiaoxia stepped forward and patted Lin Jianxing's shoulder heavily. Good boy. Your commotion is even bigger than mine back in the day. When I comprehended the extreme electric thousand birds, I didn't attract the world's boss's lightning like you did. Oh, please don't flatter yourself, old Lin. It's not the same at all. Jianxing's extreme electric thousand birds attracted the world's boss's lightning, while yours only attracted regular lightning. Can they even be compared? There's a huge difference. Lin Jiaoxia chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. By the way, I almost forgot. The list for the Tianlong class will be released later, but you should be on it. Get to bed early tonight. You'll need to report to Kyoto tomorrow. Huh? Lin Jianxing was stunned. Tomorrow? So soon? The big exam just ended and the results just came out, and now I have to report tomorrow. Is my summer vacation being taken away just like that? Lin Jiaoxia nodded, his tone becoming somewhat serious. Yes, the Tianlong class is different. The Tianlong class is not just a simple university. There are only 20 individuals each year, and it holds immense strategic significance for Longhua. You'll understand the specifics once you get there. In short, it's not a place for you to waste time. Lin Jianxing saw the situation and could only agree. All right, I got it. Anyway, staying at home is quite boring. Ew, I'm tired of the bed, sick of the food, and I'm sick of peeling grapes. Speaking of which, I've never been to Kyoto before, so it's a good chance to go take a look. I hear the food there is much better than in Dachang City. By the way, Dad, I just remembered, what about my first place reward? Has it arrived? The heart of the Titan beast has been on the small zombie's mind all day long. As soon as he finished speaking, a butler in a black uniform hurried over with a metallic box, the surface of which was engraved with intricate runes radiating a faint blue light as he jogged. Sir, young master, the item has just arrived. It was escorted here by the city defense army with 3 layers of seals, and the escort said it was too precious to delay. Lin Jiaoxia took the box and handed it to Lin Jianxing with a smile. Just arrived as you mentioned, you decide how to handle it. Lin Jianxing felt the box was heavier than he had imagined. He immediately handed it to Jiang Wan, saying seriously, Mom, let the kitchen handle it. Ew, I can't wait. Jiang Wan smiled as she took the box. No problem. How do you want it prepared? Braised, steamed, sliced for hot pot, or chopped up for dumplings? The kitchen chef can do anything. Lin Jianxing thought for a moment. Make it like a steak, medium rare. Sear the outside to lock in the juices, keep the inside as natural as possible, and pair it with black pepper sauce and garlic slices. It would be best to serve it with a glass of red wine. Even though I don't drink, it looks nice on the table. Jiang Wan nodded. All right, Mom, we'll arrange that. You go take a shower and rest a bit. I'll have it sent up when it's ready. Lin Jianxing said, thanks, Mom, and turned towards the villa. Thousands of kilometers away, Kyoto. Inside the headquarters building of the Longhua Professionals Association, a brightly lit office on the top floor. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the vibrant city center of Kyoto with streams of traffic and flashing neon lights. The glow of advertisements atop several skyscrapers was particularly striking against the night sky. A middle-aged supervisor leaned back in his chair holding a steaming cup of coffee. The list for the Tianlong class has been confirmed. I'll send it to you. Prepare to publish it. Official website, public account, Weibo, publish simultaneously. Don't miss anything. The attention on this is high. Don't mess it up. The young staff member took the USB drive and plugged it into the computer, typing a few keystrokes. Got it, received it. He opened the document and glanced at the first few lines of the list. First place, Lin Jianxing, Dachang City Necromancer F. Second place, Yi Bufan, Kyoto City Spatial Arbiter SSS. Third place, by Lingyun, Magic City Dawn of Fire SSS. Fourth place, Yun Yao, Magic City Lord of Frost Knight SSS. Lin's gaze lingered on the third and fourth lines, nodding slightly. All hidden professions of SSS rank talents that are rare to find, the future pillars of the nation. He glanced at the second line, casually commenting, Spatial Arbiter, that's a legendary profession. Only one appears in Longhua every few decades. This year's top spot should belong to him. Then his gaze swept to the first line. Frank Necromancer. Well. Wait. F. Frank. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the screen again. Wait. Who filled out this list? How did Frank sneak in? Boss, his voice was somewhat unsteady. Come take a look at this list. Is there a mistake? Is the profession in the first line written incorrectly? The supervisor didn't even lift his head. No mistake, it's indeed a necromancer. I've already confirmed it with the higher-ups. They said it's not wrong. He felt like his worldview had been profoundly shaken, and Frank Necromancer ranked first over all the SS-level geniuses. His heart was roaring, yet his voice remained calm. Calm with a hint of trembling. No, boss, is this reasonable? The Spatial Arbiter is second, being stepped on by a necromancer. Isn't a necromancer universally recognized as a low-tier class? The supervisor shrugged, continuing to sip his coffee. I don't know if it's reasonable. Oh, anyway, it's decided like this by the higher-ups. Just publish it. Why bother asking so much? Lin took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He moved the mouse and clicked the publish button, muttering, truly a sight to behold in Frank Necromancer, shitting on SS levels. Absurd enough. I need to get off work and go home to sleep. Ooh, I really shouldn't have stayed up late. Lin Jianxing returned to his bedroom and had just laid down for a short while when there was a gentle knock at the door. Two maids pushed a food cart inside. The silver trays covered with shiny metal lids, and a rich aroma of meat wafted from the gaps, instantly filling the entire room. The little zombie instantly became agitated. The storm icon on the panel skyrocketed several times. Here it comes. I can feel it. It's the heart of a titan beast. That overwhelming wind element. That wild power. Hurry. Show it off. Young master, your meal has arrived. Do you need us to feed you? We can cut it up for you. You just need to lie there. Lin Jianxing waved his hand, his gaze falling on the plate of meat. I got it. No need. You all can go out. They'll handle it myself. The door closed, leaving Lin Jianxing alone in the room. A perfectly cooked steak lay in the center of a white porcelain plate, its surface golden brown, the cross-section revealing a pink interior with juices glistening at the cut. A special black pepper sauce drizzled over the steak, garlic slices, and rosemary garnishing the edge of the plate. He cut a small piece and brought it to his mouth. He originally thought a medium-rare steak would have some strange taste, but to his surprise it melted in his mouth, the texture incredibly tender and smooth. As the food went down, a stream of pure wind elemental energy began to spread within his body. The little zombie let out a comfortable moan. Power. The little zombie couldn't stay still for a moment. Its mind was filled with the high-damage extreme electric thousand birds. If it didn't get revenge, how would its big brother survive among the summoned creatures in the future? How would the new summoned creatures look at it in the future? Would they respect it? Would they fear it? Would they call it Big Brother? No, they would only say, oh, that's the wind element crushed by the lightning type. I need to level up. I must understand a single target skill that surpasses that broken bird. I will make it know that the wind element is the true path. What lightning element, what lightning bird are all younger brothers in front of my storm? The little zombie looked at the little skeleton and declared, wait for me, third brother. I will let you see what a real nuclear explosion is tomorrow morning. What is a real single target explosion? What is truly, little skeleton, boring? The little zombie trembled with anger. Fine. You're so aloof. You're so impressive. Just you wait. Once I comprehend my new skill, let's see how you maintain your aloofness. The little zombie rushed angrily into the wild. Lin Jianxing shook his head helplessly. This damn competitive spirit. A summoned creature is more anxious than its master. Is this reasonable? The master isn't anxious. Why are you? The little vampire looked out the window. The dark red icon couldn't help but complain. Big brother, really? Third brother is so strong. Shouldn't we just hold on to his big thigh from now on? Big brother outputs, third brother deals the finishing blow. I handle the defense. Clearly defined roles. How harmonious. So why be so competitive? It's not like we get paid more for it. The little vampire looked at the little skeleton with expectation. Third brother, it's all up to you from now on. Big brother is unreliable, but you are reliable. The little skeleton coldly responded. Waste. The little vampire felt wrong. The dark red icon shrank into a ball. Woo. Why is this family so hard to get along with? Still, the master is good, the master is gentle, and the master is considerate. The next morning, Lin Jianxing groggily opened his eyes. Another beautiful day. He rubbed his eyes and instinctively looked at the profession panel. It had become a habit in recent days to first check what kind of trouble the little zombie had caused last night. LV 2078. Almost level 21. The efficiency of farming monsters in the wild is already quite good, 78%. In one night, the little zombie really put in the effort. He looked at the skill bar and suddenly felt a thrill. In the wind element skill bar, 2 new intermediate skills had appeared. 9 Heaven's Wind Wings condensed the storm into dual wings, gaining the ability to fly for 3 minutes. During flight, wind blades can be launched to attack with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Storm blade erupting from oneself, a swirling storm deals massive damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. What? Not bad, little zombie. One is for flying and ranged attacks, the other is a high damage area skill, both perfectly compensating for its shortcomings. He was just feeling delighted when his gaze fell on the little zombie's icon and found something was off. Status in a closed emo state. What's wrong? Not happy after comprehending new skills. Did it lose a fight? He quickly checked last night's battle report. Your summoned creature, little zombie, is full of ambition, vowing to comprehend a super high burst single target skill that surpasses extreme electric thousand birds. It rushed into the wild area seeking the strongest single target monster for a duel. However, it wasn't very lucky and encountered a group of flying demon eagles. These demon eagles flew extremely high and were incredibly agile. The little zombie couldn't even touch a single feather. It chased in the air for half an hour, not even brushing against the tail of a demon eagle. The little zombie became furious, agitated, and began to think what to do if it couldn't hit. Fly up to fight. How to fly. Use the wind element to lift itself up. It had a moment of inspiration and successfully deduced and comprehended the intermediate wind system skill, 9 Heavens Wind Wings. With the new skill, the little zombie greatly increased its agility and successfully killed that group of demon eagles. But it didn't forget its original aspiration. Its goal was the single-target nuclear explosion, to deal more single-target damage than extreme electric thousand birds. It continued searching and finally locked onto a lone, giant troll. The little zombie was overjoyed and began attempting to perform extreme rotation and compression of the wind element. Compress. Compress again. Rotate. Rotate again. However, after numerous attempts and failures, it had reached its limit. The giant troll roared to the sky, summoning a horde of corpses, the densely packed corpses instantly surrounding the little zombie. The little zombie was driven to the brink of frustration, its rotation rhythm disrupted. What was meant to be an inward compression rotation inadvertently turned into a large outward expansion. The little zombie was furious. To hell with the single target. Get the hell away from me. It erupted with the power of this rotation, successfully deducing and comprehending the intermediate wind system skill, Stormblade. Also, this is how the second skill came to be. You are a genius, little zombie. Though I couldn't comprehend the single target skill, I ended up learning 2 area skills. Isn't this pretty good? Although I didn't win against the little skeleton, at least I won't be bullied by flying monsters in the future. The little zombie spent the whole night killing countless monsters. It looked up at the sky, recalling the lightning bird that shone with lightning. It knew very well that even with these 2 new skills, it still couldn't defeat the little skeleton. The 9 Heavens Wind Wings can fly, and the little skeleton can fly too. The Stormblade can deal area damage, and the little skeleton's extreme electric thousand birds can also deal area damage. Whatever it has, the little skeleton has too. Whatever it doesn't have, the little skeleton has as well. It was devastated. Why? Why is it that no matter how hard I work, I still can't compare to it? Lin Jianxing sighed. This little zombie is just too competitive. Lin Jianxing reached into his bag and pulled out a pile of skill books: Wind System, Blood System, Lightning System, Beginner Level, Intermediate Level. All used. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Streams of light flew out from the skill books and entered Lin Jianxing's body. He glanced at the dazzling skill list. Wind System, Breaking 10,000 Laws LV. 20 Phantom Spinning Fist LV. 20 Polar Whirlwind LV. 29 Heavens Wind Wings LV. 20 Storm Blade LV. 20 Blood System, Wall of Size LV. 20 Blood Escape LV. 20 Blood Domain LV. 20 Lightning System, Extreme Electric Thousand Birds LV. 20 Combined Technique, Obsidian Wind Blood Armor LV. 20 A sense of security surged within. With this configuration, going to that place in Kyoto should not be bullied, right? At the central train station of Dachang City, a crowd surged. In the vast dome-shaped hall, travelers dragged their suitcases, carried backpacks, and held their children, weaving between the ticket counters and the inspection gates. Every few minutes, the announcement echoed in standard Dragon Nation Mandarin and the common tongue, alternating to report train schedules. Lin Jianxing stood amidst the crowd, his hands empty, not even carrying a backpack. In this world, the preferred choice for long-distance travel is almost always the magical train. It is not that humanity cannot produce airplanes, but rather that the skies are filled with various advanced flying magical beasts. From the level 30 Thunder Eagle to the level 80 Wind Dragon, they regard the sky as their territory. A civil aviation aircraft flying up there is akin to sending itself into a buffet for monsters. Moreover, the cost of escorting high-level professionals skilled in aerial combat is exorbitant. Thus, in comparison, the magical train equipped with powerful defensive arrays on the ground becomes the safest and quickest means of transportation. The arrays can dispel low-tier magical beasts, while high-tier magical beasts possess enough intelligence not to approach human settlements easily. Jiang Wan tightly held Lin Jianxing's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. From home to the station, she had spoken no less than 50 sentences, from remember to report your safety when you arrive, to wear more clothes as it's getting cold, to don't fight with your classmates, If it comes to blows, just beat the other party to a pulp, just don't get hurt yourself. She spared no detail, eager to finish a year's worth of reminders in just 10 minutes. Jianxing, when you get there, don't skimp, buy whatever you need. She pulled out a black card from her bag and pressed it into Lin Jianxing's hand. The card was entirely black with only a gilded Lin character embossed on it. Take this card, the password is your birthday. Don't deprive yourself, if it runs out call me immediately. Lin Jianxing turned the card over, casually asking how much money was on it. Jiang Wan pondered, frowning. I can't remember, there are too many cards. Lin Jianxing twitched his lips and silently put the card away. Thank you, Mom. Don't worry, I'm grown up enough to take care of myself. Lin Jianxing approached and helped Lin Jianxing adjust his collar. His fingers paused on the gleaming badge on Lin Jianxing's chest. Made of pure gold, it was engraved with a vividly lifelike five-clawed golden dragon coiling around the sword's edge, with two small rubies embedded in its eyes glimmering with an enchanting light under the sunlight. This badge was personally delivered to the Lin family last night, exclusive to the Tianlong class. He gently stroked the badge, his tone filled with pride. Tianlong class. Good lad, you truly bring honor to your father. He patted Lin Jianxing on the shoulder. Son, since you are working so hard, I can't fall behind either. Next, I'll have to go to the front lines for a look. The incident with the Thundercloud Beast is not an isolated case. Magical creatures everywhere are rioting, and I need to check it out. Lin Jianxing looked at the strand of white hair at Lin Jianxing's temple, feeling a bit worried. His dad was in his 40s, and although his strength was still among the top in the Dragon Nation, he was no longer the 20-something youth. Dad, you're getting on in years, it's about time to ease up. The front lines are dangerous. With your old bones, it's safer to stay back and command from a distance. Safety first. Lin Jianxing's eyes widened as he shouted with vigor, nonsense. What do you mean by old bones? I'm in my prime. You little rascal, you underestimate your father. In the entire Dragon Nation, there are barely a handful who— Lin Jianxing sighed helplessly. All right, you're the best. Just be careful, don't be too reckless. If you can't win, it's not shameful to run. After all these years, he knew his father's temperament too well. Once he decided on something, even 9 oxen couldn't pull him back. However, his father's strength was indeed among the top echelon in the entire Dragon Nation, so there was no need for him to worry too much. Lin Jianxing looked at Chu Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, you don't need to follow me for a while. Take a break, rest well, and improve yourself. Don't neglect the Special Forces training, I'll have new tasks for you in a bit. Chu Xiaoyan nodded, her gaze shifting to Lin Jianxing, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance and respect. Young master, wish you a smooth journey. Lin Jianxing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Sister Chu. He waved at the three. All right, Dad, Mom, Sister Chu, you all head back now. The train is— If I'm any later, I'll miss the train. He turned and walked confidently toward the entrance. Jiang Wan's eyes glistened with tears. Old Lin, our son, has really grown up. Indeed, a fledgling must spread its wings. They walked back. In the station hall, there were indeed many people heading to the capital. A long line formed at the ticket counter and another at the inspection gate. Even the automatic ticket machines had queues. Lin Jianxing stood in line obediently, slowly moving with the crowd, lowering his head to pass the time on his phone. A staff member in a dark blue uniform conducted routine inspections, casually scanning the crowd. His duty was to maintain order, answer questions, and handle emergencies. Today was the same as yesterday, and yesterday was the same as the day before. Nothing new. He spotted that badge. Under the bright lights of the station, the pure gold 5-clawed dragon badge shone brilliantly. What the heck? He jolted, rubbing his eyes vigorously, unable to believe his sight. Tianlong class. The most outstanding prodigies of the young generation in the Dragon Nation. He had seen Tianlong class students before. Every year during the school season, a few would pass through here, but each time he saw them, the shock never diminished. He quickly straightened his collar and hurried over to Lin Jianxing. Excuse me, are you a new student of the Tianlong class? Lin Jianxing was taken aback, lifting his head from the phone screen. Yes, is there something? The staff member wore a friendly smile and made a gesture of invitation. The Tianlong class has a special passage. You don't need to queue, follow me. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. Such a good deal. The envious glances of those in line surrounded him. Tianlong class. Oh my, I can't believe it, I'm seeing the real deal. That badge I've only seen on TV, it's so shiny and impressive. If my son could get into the Tianlong class, I'd be able to bask in its glory too. Too bad that kid is useless. He switched to a class job, and there's no hope for him in this lifetime. Don't daydream, just hurry up and queue. Don't think about those unrealistic things. Those are once-in-a-lifetime geniuses. We ordinary people can't compete. Lin Jianxing stepped into the empty special passage, which was spacious and bright with portraits of famous professionals from the Dragon Nation hanging on the walls. There was no queue at the security check. The staff had prepared in advance and smiled as Lin Jianxing approached, signaling him to pass through. Indeed, privileges may seem trivial, but those who use them know their value. It's truly delightful. It saved at least half an hour of waiting time. On the waiting platform, the all-silver Aurora magical train quietly rested beside the platform. The train stretched several hundred meters long, and its streamlined design made it appear less like a train and more like a rocket ready for launch. Blue rune arrays were printed along the body of the train, extending from the front to the back. Lin Jianxing followed the instructions on his ticket to reach a luxurious cabin of the train. The ticket was delivered last night by a Tianlong-class official when they brought the badge. The cabin was spacious with every 4 seats arranged in pairs facing each other with a large table in the middle. All seats were made of genuine leather sofas equipped with massage and adjustment functions capable of reclining, heating, and vibrating, offering comfort surpassing that of first class on an airplane. Currently, the cabin was empty, likely because other passengers were still in line. Lin Jianxing walked over to his designated 4-seat area. On the table were exquisite fruit platters, snacks, the day's newspaper, and a few of the latest professional magazines. He leaned by the window, nodding in satisfaction. This environment is quite nice. He glanced at the seats opposite and beside him. With 4 seats, could it be that besides himself there were 3 other classmates from Tianlong class on this trip? The little vampire excitedly peered around the dark red icon spinning in the panel. Wow, is this the train to Kyoto? It's so big, silver and white sparkling. Master, is Kyoto really fun? I've heard there are many delicious foods there. Is there duck blood vermicelli? Lin Jianxing smiled, of course. Kyoto is the heart of the dragon country, far more entertaining than Dachang City. There are plenty of delicious dishes like roast duck, hot pot lamb, and fried sauce noodles. I'll take you to try them all. You mortals only know about eating, drinking, and having fun. I'm not going there for leisure. I'm going for better resources and stronger monsters. I need to level up and make a name for myself in Kyoto. I want everyone to know that I am the strongest. It glanced at the little skeleton in the skill panel. Old 3, listen carefully. When we get to Kyoto, I will definitely develop a single target skill stronger than yours. Just wait and see. I keep my promises. The little skeleton flickered slightly, silver arcs dancing around its icon. Little skeleton, oh. 1 word, 1 less than last time. Last time it at least said boring, but this time even boring was too ahem. Little Lei, don't be so aloof. Everyone is so passionate, can't you at least encourage them a bit instead of being so dismissive? Little skeleton sleeping. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched crazily. You guys are truly the worst batch of summoned creatures I've ever had. The magic train quivered slightly, and the scenery outside began to retreat slowly. The platform lights faded away, and the outline of the city shrank from view, replaced by the fields and mountains of the countryside. Lin Jianxing looked contentedly out the window. We're off, huh? He felt no sadness of parting, but rather a sense of novelty. Finally, I can go out and see the world. After staying in Dachang City for 18 years, he was tired of the food and the fun and had always been too lazy to go out. Now he found himself forced to leave. The luxurious carriage gradually filled up with people. Middle-aged businessmen in suits, young couples with children, and a few university students traveling together. Some were resting with their eyes closed, others were quietly chatting, and some were reading newspapers. Lin Jianxing leaned against his exclusive 4-person seating area, feeling so comfortable he didn't want to move. A middle-aged man walked down the aisle and stopped next to Lin Jianxing's seat. He appeared to be in his 40s with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a square face, standing straight, with an air of military discipline and seriousness. Behind him followed a young team member in his 20s, looking a bit reserved, wearing the same deep blue uniform, but lacking the commanding presence. He glanced at Lin Jianxing's badge on his chest and smiled. Excuse me, are you Lin Jianxing? Lin Jianxing nodded politely. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man introduced himself, his voice steady and powerful. I am the captain of the security team for this train, Li Jun. I am responsible for ensuring the safety of this journey. He pointed at the young team member behind him. This is my assistant, Xiao Lu. We are responsible for security from Dachang City to Kyoto, so feel free to approach us if you encounter any issues during the trip. Lin Jianxing realized. So he's the head of security. With that physique and presence, he must be at least a level warrior. He replied politely. Hello, Captain Li. Is there something I can help you with? Li Jun waved his hand, laughing heartily. Nothing serious, just a routine inspection. I saw the list and noticed a prodigy from the Tianlong class was on board, so I came to greet you. He looked at Lin Jianxing with admiration in his eyes. I've heard about an impressive figure emerging from Dachang City this year. Meeting you today, Lin, you truly are talented and extraordinary. Those who can enter the Tianlong class are the pillars of our dragon country's future. Although his words sounded like flattery, Li Jun spoke very sincerely. As someone who often operated in dangerous situations, he understood the significance of that badge better than anyone. It represented not just glory but absolute strength and potential. He had seen too many so-called geniuses who wet themselves, cried for their parents, and begged for help when faced with high-level magical beasts, but that badge never lied. Lin Jianxing smiled modestly, saying, "Captain Li, you flatter me. It's just good luck. I was born into—" Li Jun's expression turned serious as he suppressed his smile. "You are being too modest, Lin. This journey is long and involves passing through several relatively dangerous wilderness areas. But rest assured, our security team is made up of elite members, so safety is absolutely guaranteed. If you need anything in daily life, or if you encounter any troubles, just let me know or contact the train attendant directly to reach me." Lin Jianxing nodded. "All right, thank you for your hard work, Captain Li. I will speak up if anything comes up." This person was very tactful. Having greeted him, he didn't linger and turned to leave with Xiao Lu. The two crossed through two train carriages and arrived at the designated smoking area at the connection point. In the cramped space, there was an exhaust fan humming away, drawing the smoke out. Li Jun took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, letting the smoke swirl in his lungs before exhaling through his nose, relaxing entirely. Xiao Lu finally couldn't hold back anymore, his voice very low but filled with doubt. "Captain, is that Lin Jianxing? He looks so ordinary. Aside from being slightly handsome, he doesn't seem to have the aura of a strong person. When he sits there, he looks just like a regular university student. And isn't he just a necromancer? I heard he cleared the 30 floors of the trial tower super fast. Didn't he cheat? I heard his dad is Lin Zhao, the god of war, and his mom is a big capitalist. With money and connections, it's easy to get into the Tianlong class." Li Jun slapped the back of Xiao Liu's head. "Hey, why are you hitting me, Captain? Am I wrong?" Li Jun glared at him, scolding him angrily. "Put away those petty thoughts. You think cheating during the grand exam is possible? Do you know what the Tianlong class is?" He exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze profound. "In there, even if you're the son of a god of war or the son of the king of heaven, if you lack strength, you will still be kicked out. I don't know their verification mechanism, but I know one thing. Anyone who can get in is not a simple person." Xiao Lu rubbed the back of his head, still unconvinced. "But necromancers are really considered weak. Isn't that the profession universally recognized as the weakest among summoners? The data over the years is right there. It's not like I'm making it up." Li Jun sneered, extinguishing his cigarette and tossing it into the trash can. "Weak. There are many ridiculous things in this world. Never measure a true genius with your impoverished understanding. Since he can sit at the top of the Tianlong class with an level profession, didn't you see the list? He was first, with all those behind him being SS level. That means he possesses terrifying qualities far beyond the ordinary." Xiao Lu opened his mouth, wanting to say something else. Li Jun raised his hand to interrupt him, his tone serious. "All right, enough of this talk. We received a notification that the wilderness has been unstable lately, with beast tides frequently occurring, so stay alert. This escort mission is more important than any previous one." Xiao Lu muttered softly, rubbing the back of his head. "Captain, to escort this group of students heading to Beijing, we have deployed triple the usual security force this time. Several level guards have even been dispatched. How could there be any problems? Besides, this route has been run for so many years without incident." Li Jun's gaze was as sharp as two knives, each word deliberate. "Triple. Even if it were 10 times, you must be alert and focused. Remember, there are 4 students from the Tianlong class on this train, all of them strategic talents for our dragon country. If a single hair is harmed..." He paused. "Don't say I'll just skin you alive. Even ruining your career and throwing you into a goblin nest would be considered light punishment." "Yes. Yes, Captain." In the luxurious carriage, a young waitress pushing a food cart walked up to Lin Jianxing. The food cart was filled with various snacks, drinks, and light meals, along with several exquisite desserts. "Hello, may I take your order?" Lin Jianxing smiled and pointed to a few items on the menu, then said, "I'll have this, and this. I don't want the rest, just bring the remaining items." The waitress paused for a moment, quickly reacting and noting down the order, her face showing no signs of surprise. Whoever could afford the luxury carriage was either very rich or very noble. She had seen many spendthrift customers, but this was the first time she encountered someone so young and handsome. Instead of leaving immediately, she gathered her courage. Fidgeting with the edge of her apron, her face flushed slightly. Classmate, I have always admired students from the Tianlong class. Could I please take a picture with you? Just one. I won't post it online, I'll just keep it for myself." Lin Jianxing looked at the girl's eager yet anxious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. In this day and age, I can still gain fans while in school. He casually adjusted his collar, stylishly brushed aside his bangs, and struck a pose he thought was very cool. "All right, I'm in a good mood today, so I agree. The girl quickly took out her phone, moved next to Lin Jianxing, carefully maintaining a distance that was both intimate and respectful. Click, a soft sound. The girl looked at the selfie on the phone screen, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Classmate, you look so good on camera. I just forgot to turn on the beauty filter, and yet you don't even need it. Your features are so defined, and your skin is so nice. Lin Jianxing waved his hand. Oh, there's nothing I can do. Looks are a gift from my parents. Every morning when I wake up and look in the mirror, I have to thank them for giving me this face. The girl giggled, covering her mouth. You're so funny. I won't disturb your rest any longer. The food will be delivered to you shortly. She turned to head towards the kitchen. Lin Jianxing called out to her, Hey, wait a moment. He pointed to a seat in the left rear where the sound of a video being played loudly continued. Could you remind that guy over there to lower the volume? It's one thing to play it out loud, but to blast it like that, as if it were his own living room. The girl looked in the direction Lin Jianxing pointed. There, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt was lounging with his legs crossed. His phone was placed on the small table, and the loudspeaker's voice was clearly audible. The end of the world is approaching. Temperatures have dropped to -60 degrees. I awakened the SS-level plundering talent. In my previous life, I was betrayed by my girlfriend and her brothers, and in this life. Just as the young attendant was called over to admonish the bald man playing his video aloud, the train's public address system crackled to life. Attention, esteemed passengers, the train is about to arrive at Moda Station. Please take your belongings when boarding or alighting. Watch the gap at the doors and remain seated until the train comes to a complete stop. In the background, the sound of that short video remained irritatingly audible. That night, the Dragon King returned only to find his daughter living in a doghouse. With a single command, 100,000 soldiers. 100,000 soldiers roared in unison, Welcome the Dragon King. The bald man was massive, nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a tight black tank top that revealed two heavily tattooed arms, a blue dragon on one side and a white tiger on the other, rendered with lifelike detail. He sat with one leg draped over the seat back in front of him, his phone blasting at full volume as the entire rear half of the carriage was forcibly subjected to the Dragon King's legend. The attendant approached him. Sir, hello. Excuse me. Could you please lower your phone's volume a little or put on headphones? The passengers beside you are resting. Your noise is disturbing them. The bald man glanced at her, his gaze lingering on her name badge for a moment before sliding away. He resumed watching the video and deliberately hit the volume button twice to make it louder. The other travelers cast looks of disgust, but seeing the tattoos and his immense frame, they dared not confront him and retreated into silence. Some put on headphones, others moved to distant empty seats, while a few sighed and endured. The girl forced herself to speak again. Sir, I truly apologize, but you are affecting others. Could you please cooperate? If you need headphones, the train can provide them free of charge. Would that be acceptable? The bald man slammed his hand on the small table with a sharp crack, sending the cup leaping. Damn it, aren't you annoying? I paid thousands for this ticket. What's wrong with watching a video? Is it illegal? The girl flinched and stepped back, biting her lip, but she steadied herself and continued to explain. Sir, of course you may watch videos. That is your right. But this is a public carriage. If you put on headphones, you can enjoy your video without disturbing others. Our train's headphones are free and of good quality. The bald man rose as if he were a wall, his 1.9-meter frame towering over her. His shadow engulfed the small girl. He looked down at her with such menace that the breeze from his nostrils stirred her bangs. I don't feel comfortable wearing that thing. If someone finds it noisy, they can get off, or they can put on their own headphones. Why should I be the one to wear them? I paid thousands for this ticket. Now I don't even have the freedom to play my phone out loud. What's the reasoning in that? The girl's face drained of color and tears welled in her eyes. Sir, please be mindful of your manners. There are others here besides you. Everyone bought a ticket. Your freedom must not infringe upon theirs. The bald man lost all restraint and struck the small table, which snapped open with a bang. Manners. Screw manners. Want me to complain about you? Call your conductor. He'll ask how you train your staff. Do you control heaven and earth, and tell me what I can watch? He demanded loudly that the conductor be summoned, railing about the staff's training and his supposed rights. Lin Jianxing frowned slightly. People like this were everywhere, bullying others because they had some strength, preening in front of ordinary folk like petty braggarts. He glanced sideways and noted that the bald man was a professional of level 24. Although 4 levels higher than Lin, that rank in this world barely meant he had left the novice stage. Even some wild monsters in a leveling zone could outmatch him. With that level, he should be out in the wild training, not here picking on a young girl to seek attention. Such behavior shamed the profession. The bald man raised his hand and viciously brought it down toward the girl's face. Though only level 24, such a slap could have disfigured her. The girl screamed and squeezed her eyes shut in despair. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept through the carriage. Frost began to form on the window glass, spreading inward from the frame as the moisture in the air condensed into tiny ice crystals. The next moment, a silver spear sliced through the air so fast that the eye could only catch a silver-white afterimage like a dragon of light leaping from the void. The spear's tip struck the bald man's wrist with unerring precision. The terrifying impact shivered along bone and sinew. He howled the cry echoing through the carriage. The spear stood between him and the girl motionless. The bald man felt numbness crawl from his fingertips to his shoulder. He spun around. Who? Less than 2 meters away stood a tall, white-haired girl. The silver spear that pinned his arm was held in her hand, its tip angled downward. Frost-veined patterns along the shaft glinted with a chill light under the carriage lamps. Behind her, a small head with pink twin tails peered out, amusement playing on her face and a mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth. The bald man instinctively started to curse, but swallowed it back. The hand that gripped the spear was steady as a mountain. Lin's eyes flashed blue as he quickly scanned the two girls' levels, both level 20. He sneered, revealing uneven yellow teeth. I thought it was some big shot. Turns out they're just 2 little brats. Level 20 trash, daring to draw blades on me. You must be tired of living. When I was roughing it, you were still in diapers. His other hand clenched into a fist which glowed with a dirty yellow light. He hurled a punch at the white-haired girl's face, the wind from his strike tearing the air with a shriek. The white-haired girl met the heavy blow by barely turning her wrist. The spear trembled, the frost on its shaft flared, and an abrupt burst of numbing cold detonated. Ice spread from his fist down to his elbow, shoulder, chest, and legs. In an instant, the man was frozen into a statue of ice. His eyes bulged, and his mouth remained frozen in the shape of a curse at that grim moment. The carriage fell utterly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Instant kill. This was a level 24 professional, not some roadside mob. He had not even landed an attack, and yet he had been turned into a frozen sculpture in one stroke. No further cries escaped him. The white-haired girl casually flicked the spear in a flourish through the air and sheathed it with practiced ease. Her movements were clean and decisive. The twin-tailed girl bounded out from behind her and, smiling, explained to the onlookers. Don't be scared, everyone. My sister just helped this big brother calm down a bit. We merely cooled him off, that's all. Look how quiet he is now, so obedient. She poked the ice figure's head. The statue rang with a crisp sound. See, much quieter now, isn't he? Much better than before. Lin Jianxing watched the scene with interest. 2 level 20 girls had instantaneously neutralized a level 24 professional. Impressive. That ice burst's speed, the spear's precision, the decisive one-strike finish. None of it belonged to ordinary professionals. He suddenly noticed that both girls wore the same 5-clawed golden dragon badge on their chests. The solid gold badge gleamed beneath the carriage lights. A ruby set in the dragon's eye sparkled with tiny flashes. Tianlong class students. It made sense. They were formidable for a reason. The attendant regained her composure, hastily wiped her tears, bowed deeply to the white-haired girl, and choked out her thanks. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you. The white-haired girl nodded lightly, saying little, her expression scarcely changing. The twin-tailed girl waved with the air of an older sister, though she herself looked younger than the attendant. No need to thank us. We'll leave the rest to you. Also, could you prepare something for us to eat? We're starving. We've been on the train all morning, and our stomachs are flat. The attendant brightened, smiled through her tears, and hurried toward the dining car. All right, I'll notify the guard squad to handle the situation here. Food will be brought right over. This meal's on me. Thank you so much. The 2 girls scanned the seat numbers, and then walked straight toward Lin Jianxing. He leaned by the window as they sat down opposite him. The twin-tailed girl sized Lin up, her gaze pausing for a moment over the badge on his chest before she smiled and extended a hand. Hello, classmate. I'm Yun Lin. This is my sister Yun Yao. You're in Tianlong class 2, right? Which city are you from? Lin returned the polite handshake. Hello, I'm Lin Jianxing. From Dachang City. The sister's attention snapped to him at once. Yun Lin's hand froze in midair, unable to withdraw it. Yun Yao's hand, which had been resting on the spear, tightened slightly. Her gaze lingered on Lin Jianxing for several seconds. You are the #1 necromancer, Lin Jianxing. Lin blinked in surprise and pointed to himself. Number 1. Number 1 in what? Tianlong class ranking. There's such a thing. Yun Yao turned her head and said, You have been ranked first in the Tianlong class. She paused as if fearing that Lin Jianxing might not grasp the weight of her words, and added another sentence. The list of the Tianlong class is ranked based on overall strength. It is not based on levels nor on the rarity of professions, but on comprehensive abilities. This includes, but is not limited to level skills proficiency, combat capability, tactical awareness, and psychological resilience. Every year, the admissions officer for the Tianlong class conducts a comprehensive assessment of each student, then gives a composite score and ranks them according to that score. Yunlin nodded vigorously, her twin ponytails swaying behind her. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Wow, how did you and Necromancer manage to surpass so many SS-level individuals? My sister and sister Lingyun have both been placed below you. She counted on her fingers. The Dawn of Fire, the Lord of Winter, which of them is not an SS-level hidden profession? Which of them is not a onsen 1,000 years genius? Yet they have all been overshadowed by you and Necromancer. Yunlin introduced herself, pulling out a bag of snacks from her bag and tearing it open. All right, top-rank brother, I am a healer. An SS-level life singer primarily focused on healing with extraordinary amounts of healing power and unparalleled buffs. From now on, we will all be classmates, so please take care of me. Remember to call me when you are fighting. I guarantee you won't die. Lin Jianxing gave her a surprised glance. Healer. A healer who can enter the Tianlong class. The little vampire in the interface was excitedly bouncing around, the dark red light flickering. A healer. A powerful living healer. Master. Quickly build a good relationship with her. The little zombie looked disdainful, the storm icon shaking in the interface. Only the weak need assistance. A true powerhouse is an army in themselves. I never need anyone to heal. I have no health bar, only a progress bar. After saying that, it glanced at the skill bar on the other side. Hey, old 3, don't you agree? We violent damage dealers don't need any healers. Healing. That's the behavior of cowards. A true powerhouse should determine life and death with a single punch. Little skeleton boring, Lin Jianxing chuckled. Nice to meet you who doesn't like a powerful healer. In the future, I'll be counting on classmate Yun to heal me a few times. Regardless of whether he would need a healer later on as classmates, it was fine to say a few pleasantries. Having more friends means more paths, and having more healers means more lives. Yun Yao, who had been flipping through her book, paused and looked up at Lin Jianxing. She closed her book and lightly tapped her fingers on the cover. If you don't want to ask for trouble, it's best not to let her heal you. Her healing is not something everyone can handle. Lin Jianxing was taken aback. What do you mean? Is there healing that can't be consumed? Is it expired? Yunlin was dissatisfied and shouted angrily, forgetting to chew her chips. Sister, how can you undermine me in front of outsiders? My healing output and buffs are unparalleled among my peers in the entire Dragon Kingdom. I dare say I'm second to none. Top-ranked brother, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. She's just jealous of my popularity. She secretly glanced at her sister, and seeing that Yun Yao had no intention of undermining her further, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Yao did not explain further, only huffed softly and resumed her reading. Lin Jianxing was puzzled, but did not take it too seriously. Yunlin's vibrant demeanor really did not seem like someone who would harm others. Moreover, an assistant who can enter the Tianlong class must be incredibly strong, probably just a sisterly squabble. In any case, if he were truly injured later, he still had the little vampire's wall and wouldn't need anyone else's healing. A girl with long hair walked over. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, slightly curled at the ends. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, wearing a simple white dress and white flat shoes. Yunlin's eyes brightened, and she immediately waved, Sister Lingyun. Over here. Why did it take you so long to arrive? We've been waiting for you for half a day. Bai Lingyun walked over quickly, her face showing an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I had a little issue which delayed my time. Yunlin eagerly introduced her, pointing at Lin Jianxing. Sister Lingyun, let me introduce you. This is our top-ranked student, the Necromancer Lin Jianxing, from Dachang City. And this is Bai Lingyun, an SS-level fire-type Dawn of Fire, an extremely powerful tank. Bai Lingyun's pretty face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head, looking somewhat awkward. Top-ranked brother, hello. She twisted her fingers around the hem of her skirt, her ears turning red. Lin Jianxing almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Top-ranked brother. He quickly waved his hands. Don't listen to her nonsense, just call me by my name. Top-ranked brother sounds too embarrassing. Bai Lingyun nodded obediently. Okay, Lin Jianxing, classmate. Lin Jianxing looked her over. With long hair like a waterfall, delicate features, and a soft voice, she seemed far from being the strongest tank. Walking down the street, people would only think she was a member of some idol girl group. The little zombie looked skeptical, the storm icon spinning around in the interface. This, still the strongest SS-level tank. Is this bragging? With this physique, a gust of wind could blow her downright. Can she withstand a punch from me? I see her as being made of paper. The little vampire was quite fond of her, the dark red icon lighting up in the interface. Wow, she looks so gentle. Ew, she must be a good person. She's also pretty and speaks sweetly, and she's shy. She's much cuter than Big Brother. Does the master like this type of girl? Not really. Huh. Does the master like boys? What the heck? Don't say nonsense. Oh, liking Lolis will get you electrocuted. Oh, so the master likes boys. Lin Jianxing. Little zombie. The little zombie suddenly covered. Little zombie, quickly dispel those evil thoughts. Even if you give me 100 Titan Beast hearts, I won't give you anything. Can you stop talking nonsense? Who likes boys? Who needs your backside? If you keep this up, it'll have Little Bone zap you. Little vampire. Oh, so what does the master like in girls? Or boys? Or does the master like Little Nan? Shut up. If you keep saying this'll punish you. Little vampire. What will the master do to punish me? You're a child. Punishing a child means smacking their backside with 7 wolves. Little vampire master, you little fish dead perverted lowly lover, you really do like little Lolis. Lin Jianxing was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Bai Lingyun turned her head and said to Lin Jianxing seriously, Lin Jianxing classmate, although you are top-ranked and your strength is beyond doubt, summoners are generally quite fragile. We will all be classmates in the future, so if we encounter danger in battle, please stand behind me. I will do my utmost to protect you. Lin Jianxing was taken aback looking at Bai Lingyun's serious expression. He felt a mix of amusement and warmth. This girl is really sincere. On their first meeting, she voluntarily offered to be a tank, not afraid of being taken advantage of. He gladly accepted. Then I will thank you in advance, classmate Chu. He did not refuse this kindness. In any case, having an additional powerful fire-type tank teammate could only be a good thing. Bai Lingyun recalled something and turned to look toward the back of the carriage with a puzzled expression. By the way, what happened over there just now? I heard a scream earlier, and when I came over I saw the guards running in that direction. Was there a fight? Everyone turned to look. The previously arrogant bald thug was now huddled in the corner of his seat, wrapped in several thick blankets, shivering continuously, his lips turning purple from the cold. A trained healer was squatting beside him, busy using healing magic to dispel the cold within him. Several guards were standing nearby, with the leader Li Jun crossing his arms and watching the bald thug with an expressionless face. I'm freezing to death. Help! Please save me. I'm going to freeze stiff. My fingers. My toes. I can't feel anything. Yun Lin retracted her gaze, chuckling gleefully. TSK, TSK, TSK. Serves him right, who told him to bully a little girl. Now he is thoroughly cooled down. She turned to Bai Lingyun. Forget about that guy, Sister Lingyun. Let's play some poker. After all, there are still several hours to go until Kyoto. It's so boring to just sit here. Bai Lingyun softly replied. Oh, that's fine. Sitting on the train is quite boring too. Yun Yao immediately refused without thinking, flipping a page of her book without looking up. Not interested. You guys play. Yun Lin was even happier. That's perfect. Let's play Do Diju. She magically pulled out a deck of playing cards from her small bag, the plastic wrapping still intact. What do you think? Top-ranked brother, want to play a couple of rounds? Losers have to stick a note, and no cheating. Lin Jianxing readily agreed. Sure, let's do it. The journey to Kyoto still had a long way to go. It would take more than 6 hours from Dachang City to Kyoto, and they had only traveled halfway. Killing time isn't bad either. He helplessly added, but please don't call me top-ranked brother. Can you just call me Lin Jianxing? I can't handle that title. Inside the cockpit of the magical train, various instrument panels glimmered with light. Li Jun entered the driver's room, sweeping his gaze across the panels before pausing briefly at the radar screen. How is it? No problems, right? The train carried 4 new students from the Tianlong class, and if anything went wrong, his life would be ruined. The train conductor was completely focused on the tracks ahead, his hands firmly gripping the control lever without turning his head. Don't worry, team leader Li, the train was just serviced before departure. The magical engine defense array and braking system have all been checked. Everything is normal. Moreover, I've run this line 800 times. I could drive it with my eyes closed. Well, not literally, but I could definitely do it with my eyes half closed. Li Jun nodded. That's good. The cockpit's automatic door slid open with a hiss, and Xiao Lu walked in. Li Jun turned and asked, Xiao Lu, what happened in the luxury carriage just now? I heard someone report that there was some commotion over there. What's going on? Xiao Lu took out his phone, chuckled, and handed it over. You take a look, team leader Li. This is the carriage's surveillance footage. I watched it 3 times when I pulled it up, and each time it felt satisfying. Li Jun took the phone, watched the replay, and expressionlessly handed it back. Xiao Lu asked, Team leader Li, so what are we going to do about that bald guy? Li Jun snorted cold. Openly committing violence on the train, he must have picked a tough target. If it weren't for the Tianlong class students, wouldn't it have been a fatal incident? Arrest him and directly hand him over to the Public Security Bureau when we reach Kyoto. Let him spend a few days in jail to learn a lesson. Someone like him won't stop bullying others unless he faces some consequences. Xiao Lu chuckled. Got it. Understood. He paused, unable to help but exclaim, but Captain, the students from Tianlong class are truly fierce. A level 24 professional faced a level 20 Tianlong class student and couldn't withstand a single move. That girl shot him, and the bald guy turned into an ice sculpture. It should be level 24 overpowering level 20, yet it flipped around. Is that reasonable? Li Jun shot him a glance. Nonsense. Do you think the Tianlong class is just any place? It gathers the most elite newcomers from the entire Dragon Kingdom. Not only do they have exceptional talent, but their combat awareness, skill mastery, and practical experience are all top-notch. It's perfectly normal to be subdued in one move by someone like that. Don't say level 24. Even if it were level 30, they'd still get taken down in an instant. Xiao Lu nodded in agreement, continuing. That student's name is Yun Yao. Oh, I checked, and she's ranked 4th on the Tianlong class list. If the 4th-ranked student is this fierce, I really want to see how strong the 1st-ranked Lin Jianxing is. It must be incredibly powerful. If the 4th can take down a level 24, wouldn't the 1st rank be able to take down a level 30? Li Jun glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. What? Didn't you previously say Lin Jianxing got in through family connections? Have you changed your tune? That was quick. Xiao Lu scratched his head awkwardly, his face slightly flushing. Team leader Li, upon careful thought, I believe you have a point. How could someone walk through back doors to reach the top of the Tianlong class? Li Jun chuckled lightly. Just know that the Tianlong class represents the highest combat power of the country's future. Lin Jianxing, ranked 1st, must possess terrifying strength that silences everyone. No need for you to question it. He gazed out at the fleeting wilderness through the window. These individuals will undoubtedly become the focus of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Their strength cannot be hidden. Xiao Liu's eyes lit up. Hey Captain, should I go get an autograph or a photo? An autograph from the 1st rank will surely be valuable in the future. In a few years, when he becomes the war god of the Dragon Kingdom, this autograph could buy a house. Li Jun laughed and kicked him, scolding, Get real. Is it too much to have some ambition? You should focus on improving your own strength instead. The day you can stand shoulder to shoulder with these big shots is worth 1,000 times more than getting an autograph. Can an autograph help you fight monsters? Can it help you level up? Can it help you pick up girls? Xiao Lu rubbed his backside and chuckled. Captain is right, you have a higher level of awareness than I do. I'll go get to work now. The train conductor suddenly spoke, a hint of confusion in his voice. Huh. Team leader Li, there's something on the radar. Look here, a dense cluster of red dots has appeared on the edge, and the number is continuing to increase. Li Jun and Xiao Lu leaned closer to the radar screen. The display showed that ahead of the train's route, a swarm of red dots was surging in from all sides like a horde of ants returning to their nest. Li Jun's brow furrowed slightly. Xiao Lu looked relaxed. Oh, it's just a beast tide. We encounter it about every 2 trips. That can't break through the train's defense array. Not to mention breaking through the array, they'll be shot down by our escort team before they even get close. Last time during a beast tide, I single-handedly killed over 30 of them. My hands were sore from it. Li Jun remained silent. Indeed, as Xiao Lu mentioned, encountering beast tides in the wild is a common occurrence. Most are small-scale, consisting of dozens to hundreds of low-level magical beasts, posing no threat at all to a magical train equipped with a professional escort team. However, today, with several national treasure-level students on board, he had to be cautious. If any harm came to those students, his career would be over. Xiao Lu, bring me the binoculars. I need to confirm personally. I can't see clearly with the naked eye. I need the binoculars. The two of them walked to the wide lookout window in the cockpit and raised the binoculars. 5 kilometers away in the wilderness, a dark mass was moving with creatures running on the ground and flying in the sky, densely packed based on the types of magical beasts. It looked much like the previous beast tides, with prairie wolves, armored wild boars, and sharp-toothed rabbits, occasionally mixed with a few giant horned sheep. The quantity was indeed somewhat greater than usual, but still within an acceptable range. Suddenly, Li Jun's body trembled, his pupils constricting, nearly dropping the binoculars. Is that the ghost-faced owl? His tone changed. Hearing those 3 words, the train conductor hurriedly snatched the binoculars from Xiao Lu's hands. Xiao Lu was left confused, glancing between Li Jun and the conductor. Captain Old Zhang, what's wrong with you two? What is a ghost-faced owl? Is it very powerful? I've never heard of it. Under the high-power binocular lens, several gray-white monstrous birds circled above the beast tide. They had strange human faces, and their features were distinctly visible. The conductor lowered the binoculars, his face pale, muttering, no doubt. It's the ghost-faced owl. This is bad, it's really bad. Why is it today on this train? Xiao Lu was even more bewildered, anxiously stomping his feet. What's wrong? What exactly is the ghost-faced owl? Can you please explain it clearly? Li Jun took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm, but the gravity in his voice was unmistakable. The ghost-faced owl is a type of special magical beast, not particularly strong, with individual combat power around level 20 easily dealt with by any escort. However, they are one of the most intelligent magical beasts, possessing extremely high mental resistance, rendering ordinary charm, fear, and hypnosis skills ineffective against them. They absolutely won't participate in small to medium-sized beast tides. Have you ever seen a lion following ants to scavenge? No, because they disdain it. The same goes for the ghost-faced owl. Once they appear, it generally signifies one of two situations. The first is that the scale of this beast tide is beyond imagination, so significant that even the ghost-faced owl sees an opportunity, willing to lower themselves to partake. The second is that behind this beast tide there exists a dominant force powerful enough to make even the ghost-faced owl submit. Being intelligent, they know what can be provoked and what cannot. What can make them submit is certainly not an ordinary creature. Xiao Liu's mouth dropped open, his mind struggling to comprehend. So what you're saying is, this beast tide is either massive or there's an extremely powerful boss behind it. Li Jun's expression darkened. Most of the time, both situations exist simultaneously. When the scale reaches a certain level, it breeds a dominating entity. When a dominant entity appears, it attracts even more magical beasts. It's a vicious cycle. Xiao Lu gasped then. With our escort force being 3 times more than usual, we should. Li Jun did not respond. His silence was more terrifying than any answer. He turned around and issued commands, his voice regaining the decisiveness and clarity befitting a captain. Stop chatting, immediately notify everyone. All personnel to battle positions on the roof. Range professionals ready their weapons, melee professionals check their gear, and support professionals prepare buffs. Be ready for battle. I will contact the higher-ups to request the fastest reinforcements. Let them know the train carries Tianlong class students with the highest priority. Xiao Lu stood at attention, saluting yes. He immediately turned and dashed out of the cockpit. Li Jun stood at the lookout window, raising the binoculars once more to gaze at the approaching dark mass of the beast tide. The few ghost-faced owls continued to circle above. Inside the luxurious car, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Yun Lin slammed 4 cards onto the table. Bomb. Huh. This round is secured. Her face was covered with white sticky notes densely packed from her forehead to her cheeks and chin. She still had 4 twos and 1 single card left, while Lin Jianxing held a trump card. However, he could only use the trump card once. After that, he had over 10 cards left. How could he play those? Not enough to play them all. This round is a guaranteed win. Yin Yao put down her book and shot a cold glance at her sister, her expression reflecting disdain, as if she were looking at a fool, her lips twitching slightly, before she silently returned her gaze to her book. Bai Lingyun shrank her neck and said, Yin Lin, why not keep a low profile? You said the same thing last time. Yun Lin looked pleased, the sticky notes on her face flapping with her movements. Low profile, my ass. Sister Lingyun, today I'm going to win back all the notes on my face with this hand. She pointed at Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing, I know you have a trump card, but you still have 17 cards in hand. Can you take me out with 17 cards? If you can beat me with those cards today, you'll eat this table. But if you lose, you'll have to come and lick my feet. Lin Jianxing slurped his juice and set the cup down. 17 cards, huh? Trump card. Yun Lin's expression slightly stiffened. A plane. Yun Lin's expression completely froze. No. No way. The last card was placed on the table. Yun Lin's smile was frozen on her face. She looked down at the cards on the table, then back up at Lin Jianxing, then down at the cards again. I want to verify the cards. She grabbed the cards Lin Jianxing had discarded and flipped through them one by one. KKKQQQJJJ445566. No mistake, not a single card more or less. Her hands trembled. Impossible. This can't be. Thank you. Good luck, just sheer luck. Well, let's skip the table eating part, it's unhygienic. How about you clean my shoes instead? Yin Lin threw the cards down on the table and angrily sat back on the sofa. I'm not playing anymore. This isn't fun at all. Yun Yao said in a low voice, not even raising her eyelids. With this hand, a dog could win. Yun Lin pouted, her cheeks puffed up like a blowfish. Sister, you're all bullying me. She angrily tore off the sticky notes on her forehead and began to mutter softly. Just then the broadcast sounded, interrupting Yun Lin's murmuring. Dear esteemed passengers, please be advised that signs of magical creature activity have been detected ahead, and there may be a beast tide impact. The train will soon enter defense mode. The train may experience slight bumps. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Do not walk around the carriage. Lin Jianxing frowned. A beast tide. He turned his head to look out the window into the distance. On the horizon, a black line was rapidly thickening. Those were the magical creatures approaching, flying in the sky and running on the ground, a dark mass that was too numerous to count. That's quite a number, Yin Yao said expressionlessly as she closed her book and stood up. A silver spear appeared in her hand at some point, exuding a chilling aura, the frost patterns on the spear glistening with a cold light under the illumination. Yin Lin was stunned. Sister, what are you doing? The guard team can handle a beast tide like this. We can just sit back and enjoy the show. You've seen beast tides before, haven't you? They're always dealt with by the guard team swiftly. Yin Yao ignored her sister. With great power comes great responsibility. Since we have encountered this, there is no reason to sit idly by. I'll go see if any help is needed. She strode away with the spear, her silver hair trailing behind her. Yin Lin sighed helplessly. My sister is great at everything, but she just loves to meddle. The guard team can clearly handle this, yet she insists on going out to stir trouble. Bai Lingyun cautiously stood up, twisting the edge of her skirt. He'll go take a look too. In a night class, it's my duty to protect the weak. And I can help Sister Yin Yao block a bit. She nodded to Lin Jianxing and Yin Lin before sprinting to catch up with Yin Yao. Lin Jianxing stroked his chin. Tisk, I didn't expect these two to have such awareness. One grabs the gun without hesitation, and the other actively offers to be a shield. The little zombie trembled with excitement, the storm icon bouncing around on the panel. So many monsters. So many monsters. Hurry. I want to level up. Hurry, let's catch up. I want to kill in style. The little vampire carefully persuaded the dark red icon on the panel, curling into a ball. Big brother, it's so dangerous outside, but safer to stay in the carriage. Lin Jianxing comforted in his heart. Little zombie, don't rush. There will be plenty of monsters for you to kill when we reach Kyoto. We're not in a hurry. Besides, didn't Captain Li say, we have 3 times the usual guard force. That's dozens of people. If we rush out now and disrupt their formation, we might cause more trouble. Our current task is to be an ordinary passenger in this luxury carriage and enjoy the journey. Yin Lin pouted and sighed. It's just a beast tide. It's normal for trains to encounter beast tides. My sister insists on rushing out to cause chaos, and it doesn't even seem to bother her how tiring it is. And Ling Yun, clearly a delicate girl, has to charge forward too. I really don't understand them. Lin Jianxing smiled and shook his head. You can't say that. This world is just so stable because there are people like them. Just think about it. If everyone sat back and watched like us, who would fight the monsters? Who would protect ordinary people? In a sense, they're quite cool. Yun Lin paused, slightly falling silent. Lin Jianxing took the cards, shuffled them. So don't complain. Your sister is a good person, and there aren't many good people left to cherish her while you can. Yun Lin was taken aback, then chuckled lightly. I suppose you're right. I didn't expect you to have such philosophical thoughts. You look like a spoiled rich kid, but your views are quite upright. Lin Jianxing laughed. By the way, aren't you a strong support? Why don't you go give your sister a few buffs? Your sister is fighting monsters in front, and you are healing and buffing from behind. Perfect coordination. It should be safe for a support to hide behind, right? Much safer than your sister charging into battle. Yun Lin's gaze flickered, stammering, her fingers drawing circles on the armrest of the sofa. Well, maybe she thinks she's strong enough. Or, she thinks my buffs might be excessive. Yes, excessive. She thinks my buffs are unnecessary. She quickly changed the subject. Anyway, she's so fierce, she doesn't need my buffs. Come on, Lin Jianxing, let's play a game of drawing turtles. I refuse to believe I can lose this round. If I lose, I'll clean your shoes. The wind howled on top of the magical train, nearly knocking people off their feet. On the armored plates atop the train, magical machine guns were set up at intervals. The members of the guard team stood nervously at their posts, ranged classes on the inside, staffs, bows and crossbows ready, melee classes stood on the outside, shields, long swords and battle axes at the ready. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the approaching dark mass of the beast tide. The squad leader spotted 2 girls climbing up from the carriage connection and paused when he saw the gleaming badges on their chests. Hey, what are you 2 doing here? It's too dangerous. Quickly return to the carriage. You can still make it back now. Yin Yao didn't waste words as she glanced at the distant beast tide and said flatly, we're here to help. I'm an ice-type warrior. I can fight and defend. Bai Lingyun nodded firmly, her hands gripping her skirt. I'm a fire-type knight. Ooh, I can use shields and withstand damage. The squad leader was speechless. But you are students of the Tianlong class. If anything happens, I can't take responsibility. Yin Yao interrupted him, her eyes filled with battle intent, the spear in her hand striking the ground with a dull thud. Stop butting in. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom enjoying the country's protection and resources, we must bear corresponding responsibilities. The nation cultivates us not to have us hide behind in the face of danger. More hands mean more strength. The squad leader looked at these two young girls, all determination, and felt a warmth rising in his heart. He was a veteran, having served in the guard team for over a decade, having seen too many people shrink back, flee, or even betray their teammates in the face of danger. But these two girls, who could have sat calmly in the luxurious carriage, had chosen to climb onto the roof. All right, since that's the case, then let me trouble you too. He turned and shouted behind him to Zhuang. Erlei, you two come over and protect these two students. If they lose even a hair, I will hold you accountable. Two sturdy shield warriors immediately rushed over, positioning themselves on either side of Yun Yao, and by Ling Yun, their tower shields planted firmly on the ground. Yes, Captain. Yun Yao scanned the train from front to back, suddenly frowning slightly. The magical cannon. Bai Ling Yun sensed something was off. Sister Yun Yao, what's wrong? Yun Yao looked at the magical cannon charging up at the front and back, the blue light at the cannon's mouth growing brighter, the energy indicator lights illuminating one by one. Her tone was serious. Every time the magical cannon is activated, it consumes expensive magic crystals, and one shot can cost hundreds of thousands. Under normal circumstances, it's sufficient to activate the magical machine guns to handle an ordinary beast tide. There's no need for the magical cannon. Now that even the magical cannon is being activated, this beast tide is likely not simple. In the distance, the dark mass of the beast tide was getting closer. A few gray-white ghost-faced owls were still circling in the sky. Inside the cockpit, Li Jun, the train conductor, and Xiao Lu gazed intently into the distance, searching for the source of the beast wave. Xiao Lu suddenly exclaimed, pointing out the window, "Captain Li, it seems we've found it. Look at 11 o'clock. That big fellow." Li Jun's heart skipped a beat as he quickly adjusted his binoculars to take a look. A terrifying puppet over 20 meters tall came into view. It was entirely made of grayish-white rock with a rough skin covered in cracks. Thick chains, each as thick as a human thigh, were wrapped around it, inscribed with dark red runes. A tattered war flag emanating a crimson glow was stuck on its back, fluttering in the wind with a faintly embroidered skull pattern. Although its movements appeared somewhat sluggish, causing the ground to tremble with every step, it was advancing directly in the train's path. Li Jun gasped. "This is bad. That's a war puppet." Xiao Lu quickly asked, "War puppet? Captain Li, is it very powerful?" "It looks quite intimidating, large in size with thick chains and a flag, but it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with, right?" Li Jun's expression grew serious. "The war puppet itself isn't strong, it's just very tanky with high health, and it is immune to all control skills. It doesn't deal much damage with its punches, and it moves slowly. Oh, any agile class can easily outmaneuver it." Xiao Lu was taken aback. "Isn't that rather foolish? Since it has no attack power, let's call the elite squad and focus fire to take it down, right? It's tanky, but we have numbers so we can whittle it down." Li Jun lowered the binoculars and solemnly uttered a name. "War Aura. All monsters under its control receive a 200 boost to all attributes." Xiao Lu was utterly stunned. "Oh. All attributes increased by 200. Doubled. Attack power doubled, defense doubled, speed doubled." Li Jun nodded grimly. Currently, the beast wave's level was only around 25 to 30. The defensive power on the train could easily repel it. However, after a 200 boost to all attributes, those minions that could be wiped out by a single burst from the magic energy machine gun might now charge directly to the front of the train, undeterred by fire. If these enhanced monsters broke through the defensive formation and the guards on the roof, the passengers inside the carriage would likely suffer the consequences. Moreover, looking at this massive and enhanced beast wave, it was only a matter of time before the carriage's defenses were breached. Li Jun slammed his fist on the control panel, his eyes blazing red. Damn it! How could we encounter something like this? The situation had instantly turned into a deadlock. If the elite guards focused on taking down this thick-skinned puppet, the remaining ordinary members would be unable to withstand the rampaging beast wave with doubled attributes. However, if the elite forces were used to clear out the minions to defend the carriage, the puppet would approach the train unhindered. Faced with this immune and thick-skinned puppet, the passengers in the carriage would likely not escape disaster. Advancing was death, retreating was also death. A glint of determination flashed in Li Jun's eyes as he shouted at the train conductor, "Stop the train." The conductor trembled, nearly losing grip on the control lever. "What? Stop the train? Captain Li, are you crazy? There are pursuers behind us." Li Jun roared, his temples bulging. "Stop the train immediately. Hold your ground." Wait for reinforcements. We have no other choice. If we keep moving forward, we'll only get further away from reinforcements. Pass my orders. All elite members of the guard throw caution to the wind and eliminate that damned puppet as quickly as possible, then return to defend the carriage. His voice echoed in the cockpit. Everyone else get on the roof and hold the line. We must not let a single monster breach the carriage. Even if we all die, we must hold out until reinforcements arrive. This command carried a tragic sense of inevitability. There was no retreat. They could only gamble betting that they could take down the puppet before the beast wave destroyed everything. Xiao Lu stood at attention and saluted yes. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and pulled out the communicator to start relaying orders. The high-speed magic train suddenly came to a halt, and the passengers inside were thrown around by inertia screams erupting in waves. In the luxurious carriage, Lin Jianxing stabilized himself. What the heck? How is the train being driven? Wait. Did we stop? He looked out the window, and at that moment the beast wave had engaged with the train's guard team, flames shooting into the sky as the magic energy machine guns roared, da-da-da-da-da. Various classes unleashed colorful skills bombarding the monsters that kept surging forward. Lin Jianxing was puzzled. Wait a minute. I remember the magic train often encounters beast waves, but usually we fight while we charge. Why are we stopping to face them heat-in? Isn't this just waiting for death? Yunlin added. Yeah, I've taken this train many times and never seen it stop to fight. Usually we accelerate and let the guard team clear out the pursuing monsters. Lin Jianxing looked at the dark mass of the beast wave and the explosive battle scene outside, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Is something going to go wrong just as I finally got out? I can't be that unlucky, can I? He saw the guard team's intense fire coverage and the monsters being taken down in waves, which calmed him slightly. From the looks of it, the guard team seems quite formidable. The magic energy machine guns swept through and the magic energy cannons exploded, preventing the monsters from advancing. Captain Li, after all, is a professional. If he dares to stop the train, he must have confidence. Besides, he's just a passenger. This kind of fighting should be left to the professionals. He picked up a glass of juice from the table and took a sip, his previously raised heart settling back down. Yunlin called to him. All right, stop looking bits too scary. That last hand doesn't count, and let's continue. A battle of 300 rounds. I won't be satisfied until I win back my face today. Lin Jianxing replied. Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. But don't cry if you lose. Deal 5. Can't take it. Single 3. Pass. Boom. A loud bang resonated from above, shaking the entire carriage violently. The window glass buzzed from the tremor. The juice cup on the table toppled over, spilling juice everywhere. The carriage was thrown into chaos. What the hell? Is it an earthquake? No, the roof was ripped off. A long gash several meters long had been torn open in the hard roof by a sharp claw. Above that torn opening, a massive monster's head poked in, its dark yellow slit pupils greedily scanning the crowd inside the carriage. Passengers screamed and scattered, some running to the carriage connection, others diving under seats, while some crouched down holding their heads and crying. The entire carriage was thrown into chaos. The little vampire was the first to react, blue dread light exploding from its panel. Protect. Master, be careful. There's a monster on the roof. A big one. Its saliva smells terrible. The little zombie instantly sprang to action. This is great. I've been itching for a fight. I've been cooped up in the carriage for ages. Finally, I have something to do. The little zombie flew out with a punch, soaring past Lin Jianxing and precisely smashing into the monster's head as it prepared to pounce. With a loud bang, the monster was sent spiraling away, tumbling in the air several times before crashing into the distant wilderness, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yunlin patted her chest, letting out a long breath. Thank goodness you're here. You scare me to death. For that brief moment, I thought I was going to die. I even saw the lights flashing. She stood up, her expression turning serious. However, Lin Jianxing, the defensive formation has been breached. It looks like we're really in big trouble this time. The guard team might not hold out. Lin Jianxing looked at the gaping hole, the jagged metal edges still smoking. Initially, he was indeed reluctant to intervene, as it was the guard team's job. But being lazy didn't mean he was cold-blooded, since it had now posed a threat to himself and to the lives of everyone in the carriage. There was no reason to stand by and watch. He turned his head and said sternly, Yunlin, cast all your strongest buffs on me. Don't hold back, give me everything you've got. Yunlin's eyes brightened, and she instantly became excited. Okay, Lin Jianxing. Finally someone is willing to take my buffs. I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. A staff appeared in her hand, and 3 beams of light shot from the tip of the staff, landing on Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing felt his body lighten, an unprecedented sense of power flooding through him. Thanks. He activated 9 Heaven's Wind Wings. Azure wind elements surged from the void, coalescing behind him into a pair of translucent azure wings. He floated in midair, glancing down at the buff bar on his panel. The first buff, Strength, brings miracles. Damage dealt increased by 50, defense decreased by 50, lasts 5 minutes, undispellable. The second buff, Feel the Pain, restores 2 of maximum health per second, pain sensitivity, increased by 200, lasts 5 minutes, undispellable. The third buff, My Figure is Graceful. All damage taken reduced by 50, forcibly attracts the aggro of all monsters within 1,000 meters, undispellable. This effect cannot be immune. Lin Jian's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of nonsense is this? Each one has a side effect. However, the effects are indeed powerful: 50 damage increase, 50 damage reduction, and 2 health recovery per second. As long as he isn't one-shotted, he could be like an unkillable cockroach. The side effects are still manageable. He has the Wind Blood armor, so his defense is already strong enough, and losing half of it isn't a big deal. As for the pain sensitivity, well, as long as he doesn't get hurt, it's fine. Lin Jian floated in midair, slowly raising his head. In the distance, the beast wave that had been charging madly towards the train suddenly came to a halt. Thousands of crimson eyes turned from all directions, locking onto Lin Jian, who hung in midair. Over 10,000 monsters, all focused on the same person. Boom! The roof of the car was violently torn open by sharp claws. A monster's head poked in its vertical pupils, scanning the passengers inside the carriage. Droplets of saliva fell from its sharp fangs, landing beside a child tightly held by a mother below. The viscous drool dripped onto the floor, corroding small pits. The mother screamed in despair, her voice cracking. "Oh, help! Help! Someone save us!" She desperately closed her eyes, shielding the little girl in her arms. The scent of death wafted towards them. Suddenly, the monster jolted and halted its downward motion. It tilted its head as if sensing something, emitting a low growl from its throat before slowly retracting its head back through the roof. The mother trembled and opened her eyes, her face filled with confusion. What? What happened? Did it leave? Why did it leave? The others in the carriage were also stunned, with some peeking out from under their seats. Some people released their heads from their hands while others gasped for air. Someone pointed at the car window and shouted, their voice cracking. "Quick, look over there." Everyone turned to look outside the window. Lin Jianxing was hovering in midair, the howling wind whipping his clothes, making them flutter dramatically. A pair of enormous wind wings spread behind him. The translucent blue wings spanned 3 meters, each flap releasing tiny blades of wind that sliced through the air with a sharp sound. The passengers in the carriage were dumbfounded. Some forgot to cry, some forgot to run, and some forgot to breathe. In this moment of despair, the appearance of this figure undoubtedly served as a powerful heart tonic for everyone. That's the emblem of the Tianlong class. It's really the Tianlong class. The 5-clawed golden dragon emblem, it can't be wrong. I saw it on TV last time. Oh my, we actually have a genius from the Tianlong class in our car. This is amazing, we are saved. The Tianlong class, they are the strongest youth in the Dragon Kingdom. Someone said anxiously, their voice filled with worry. But isn't the Tianlong class just first-year students? At most, they're around level 20. The guards on the magic train are all veterans at levels 20 or 30, unable to withstand the beast tide. What can a level 20 student do? Yeah, there are thousands of monsters outside. What can a level 20 summoner do? Well, when you put it that way, it's hopeless. Honey, I love you. I'll marry you in the next life. Daughter, I'm sorry, I'll be your father in the next life. The flickering flame of hope was extinguished once more. That figure appeared so frail and insignificant in the face of the overwhelming beast tide. On the roof, Yin Yao wielded her spear like a dragon, instantly piercing through 2 magical wolves that attempted to ambush. The spear tip pierced through the wolf's chest and emerged from its back, spraying a cloud of blood mist. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the 2 wolf corpses flying, crashing into several charging wild wolves behind. Bai Lingyun held a shield emanating a soft golden glow, shielding Yin Yao from attacks. Sister Yin Yao, watch out on the left. She charged forward with her shield, crashing into a monster that Yin Yao panted heavily, sweat dripping from her forehead. She took out a bottle of magical power potion and drank it down. The blue liquid slid down her throat into her stomach, causing her depleted magical reservoir to flow once more. If this goes on, we will be exhausted. The surrounding monsters paused, letting out a series of roars, flapping their wings and gazing in the same direction. Bai Lingyun looked around in confusion. Huh, what's going on? Why aren't they attacking anymore? Weren't they fierce just now? Yin Yao's heart stirred. Only her sister could provoke so many monsters to simultaneously shift their focus. She turned her head and saw a figure standing proudly in the sky, its enormous wings glowing with azure light strikingly bright under the setting sun. Yun Yao recognized that it was the mid-tier wind skill 9 Heaven's Wind Wings, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Wind Wings. No wonder they are number 1, they indeed possess mid-tier skills. She retracted her spear. Ling Yun. Let's go help him. Bai Ling Yun came to her senses and nodded firmly, placing her shield on her back. The two jumped off the roof and sprinted towards the direction where Lin Jianxing was located. On the other end of the roof, beside the gaping hole, Yun Lin was peeking over the edge, revealing a small pink head. She stared intently at Lin Jianxing in midair, her eyes sparkling like 2 stars. So handsome. Brother number 1 is so handsome. She suddenly jumped onto the roof and leaped down. In midair, Lin Jianxing surveyed his surroundings. Countless monsters surged from all directions, covering the sky and blocking the sun, turning the sky and ground black. Countless pairs of crimson eyes fixed on him, issuing deep roars from their throats. A forced taunt within a kilometer radius. This ability would certainly be a divine skill for leveling under normal circumstances with remarkable efficiency. It was his own fault for walking into this trap. It saved him the trouble of searching everywhere. But in the face of such a massive beast tied, without sufficient strength, it was akin to seeking death. The little vampire trembled, looking at the swarming monsters, her voice quaking as the dark red icon shrank into a ball on the panel. Master, shouldn't we run? We can still make it if we run now. Use blood escape. If we burrow underground, they won't find us. The little zombie laughed maniacally, jumping up and down with excitement. Run? Why should we run? So much experience, why would we run? This is a gift from heaven. It turned to the little skeleton, shouting. Old 3, what use is high single target damage? Area damage is the true way. Let me show you what real destruction is. Watch closely, I'll teach it only once. Little skeleton, childish. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath. His gaze swept over the carriage filled with civilians, and through the torn roof, he could see the panicked passengers inside. Let's try attacking first. If we can win, we'll fight. If not, we'll run. He wasn't a savior and didn't need to risk his life here. Little blood, prepare blood escape. If anything happens, run immediately. Little vampire nodded. Okay, master. Little zombie, little blood, little bone, let's explode with them. The monsters let out deafening roars, surging towards Lin Jianxing from all directions. On the ground, the wild wolves, armored wild boars, and giant horned sheep rushed forward like a tide, their hooves thundering. In the sky, clawed bats, gargoyles, and bipedal dragons blotted out the sun. The ranged monsters launched their attacks, first with bone spikes, wind blades, fireballs, and venom raining down. Lin Jianxing had no intention of dodging. Instead, he focused his mind, and crimson magma surged forth from within him. Raindrops fell onto his armor, instantly evaporating into a white mist. Countless ranged attacks struck his armor, producing a series of muffled thuds like a torrential downpour hitting a tin roof. Bone spikes shattered, wind blades dissipated, fireballs exploded, and venom evaporated. Thanks to the 50 damage reduction buff from Yunlin and the extremely high defense of the lava armor, these attacks inflicted minimal actual damage on him, his health bar barely moving. But the pain was very... With a 200 increase in pain sensitivity, he could clearly feel the impact of every bone spike and each wind blade. Lin Jianxing gasped, his facial muscles twitching. Damn it. Is this what a 200 increase in pain sensitivity feels like? It really hurts. This pain made him want to vent, to return this suffering to those beasts tenfold. The flying monsters closed in within 50 meters while the ground monsters rushed towards his feet. Lin Jianxing raised his right hand palm, facing down, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed monsters. Since you've come, then none of you shall leave. A blood-red ripple spread out from Lin Jianxing, turning the earth into a terrifying blood-red vortex. The monsters that were frantically running felt their legs weaken, held fast by a dreadful force. From Lin Jianxing's position, a bluish-white tornado shot up into the sky. It extended from the ground to the heavens, sweeping in all surrounding flying monsters. A small zombie shot out from Lin Jianxing's side, charging into the heart of the beast wave. Phantom rotating fists exploded, each punch able to take down several monsters. The blood domain of the little vampire spread out on the ground, trapping the monsters that had just escaped the vortex in a new swirl. On the ground, countless dark red circles lit up. Wind columns rose and fell, each one creating a clearing among the monster horde. The wind wings behind Lin Jianxing suddenly flared, countless azure feathers formed from wind elements, shooting out in all directions. Each feather unleashed a small-scale, violent explosion upon hitting its target. The once aggressive beast tide was instantly cleared out in a large area by this smooth, yet violent series of attacks. Yun Yao and Bai Lingyun, who were rushing toward Lin Jianxing, stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the figure proudly standing amidst the sea of phoenix flames. Skies filled with wind columns, cracks on the ground, and that huge storm tornado. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all were the effects of Lin Jianxing's skills. This, Lin Jianxing, is he really a necromancer? Shouldn't necromancers be hiding behind and summoning minions? How did he charge in himself? Yun Yao murmured, her pupils reflecting the distant flames. Not only wind elements, but he also masters blood elements. 9 heavens, wind wings, polar whirlwind, blood domain. 3 intermediate skills, and it seems he is highly proficient in all of them. Is this the true strength of the top rank? She quickly regained her focus, her eyes narrowing. This is not the time to watch a show. No matter how strong Lin Jianxing is, he can't sustain this level of consumption for long. Ling Xin, quickly. Let's go help him share the pressure. We can't let him bear it alone. On the other side, Yun Lin, who had just jumped off the car roof, also froze in place, staring at the sky full of fireworks. Wow, how cool is that top rank, brother? I knew it. My buff combined with Lin Jianxing is simply invincible. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Jun led an elite team of over 20 people battling against the 20-turtle rock golem stood in the wilderness like a moving small mountain. Li Jun's staff glowed brightly, summoning a blue whirlwind that coalesced into a storm tightly wrapping around the war golem. Wind blades madly sliced at the golem's skin, sending pieces of rock flying, inflicting significant damage while greatly restricting the war golem's movements. But this could only slow its pace, not truly stop it. The golem's health was too thick enough to be despairing. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions echoed from behind. Xiao Lu was startled, nearly dropping the sword in his hand. What the hell is that noise? That sound is louder than a magic cannon. He instinctively turned his head, and his whole person was dumbfounded. In the air toward the direction of the train, a white light soared into the sky, the terrifying momentum even more intense than the boss battle here. The others in the squad also turned their heads. Someone exclaimed, "What the hell? What's going on? Support has arrived so quickly. Didn't the higher-ups say it would take at least 40 minutes for the nearest support?" A bowman activated eagle eye, squinting to identify the figure in the distance. "No, that's not support. That's that kid from the Tianlong class. Lin Jianxing, the one in the white clothes. I've seen him in the carriage." Li Jun turned back abruptly, disbelief filling his eyes. A freshman who had just changed jobs less than a week ago at level 20 could deliver this level of damage. Such a level of firepower coverage would require at least an entire elite squad to achieve. How could he do it alone? Is this the true value of being the first in the Tianlong class? So strong. His gaze shifted from shock to hope. With such strength, perhaps it really can hold the line. The war golem's scarlet eyes fixed intently on the distant flames. It halted slowly, turning around to face Lin Jianxing. The hundreds of elite monsters following the boss also turned their attention toward the fire. The expressions of those monsters shifted from indifference to fervor. Li Jun was startled. The boss aggro, along with that of the elite monsters, was entirely drawn to Lin Jianxing. Though he didn't know how Lin Jianxing managed it, it didn't matter. What mattered was that these elite monsters were not comparable to the ordinary monsters over by the train. Each one had the power to take on 10. Claws could tear through steel, and shells could withstand bullets. No matter how strong Lin Jianxing was, he could not possibly withstand them. And the number of these elite monsters was far too great. Their mere 20-odd people could not stop them. He made an immediate decision and shouted, "Xiao Lu, you take Lao San and De Zhuang and go support Lin Mo immediately. Hurry, run. The rest of you give it your all." His eyes were red. "One can take on 2. Even if it costs my life, I will kill this damn boss." Xiao Lu stood at attention and saluted yes. He turned and ran with 2 others. Around Lin Jianxing, the once densely packed beast tide had been cleared out, leaving a vast vacuum space filled with charred remains and still burning corpses. Kill notifications flooded the panel so fast that he couldn't even see the names of the monsters. Lin Jianxing felt as if he had activated a 10-fold experience boost. Swish! A golden light shone upon him. A system notification popped up. "Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV 21. Lin Jianxing let out a long breath, the pent-up frustration in his chest dissipating with this exhale. This is what grinding monsters feels like. This is life. Much better than hitting the trial tower. He looked towards the vacuum space beyond, where thousands of monsters were still rushing in, as if never-ending. The recently cleared space was instantly filled with new monsters. The little vampire trembled with excitement, the dark red icon flashing wildly on the panel. Master is amazing. Big brother is amazing. The little zombie beamed with pride, turning to look at the little skeleton. What do you think, Lao San? Did you see that? This is the power of my throne. This is what dominance looks like. Do you think high single target damage is impressive? In the face of absolute area damage, single target is just a joke. Huh? The little skeleton did not respond. The lightning icon merely flickered slightly, the silver arcs dancing around the icon, as if contemplating a profound question. The little skeleton is pondering. The power of thunder is the most violent and uncontrollable force in the world. It is neither as gentle as the wind, nor as fierce as fire, nor as flexible as water. It is wild, irritable, and unpredictable. It can be a sharp sword that pierces the sky, a fuse that triggers a chain reaction, or a thunderstorm that covers the sky. The little skeleton is attempting to deduce. Inside the carriage, passengers who had witnessed the scene erupted once again. Some leapt to their feet in excitement, others raised their phones to record, and still others cradled their children while pointing out the window. Damn, is this the coordination between Tianlong class students? The girl with the shield absorbs damage, the one with the ice spear controls enemies, the pink-haired girl applies buffs, and the one soaring in the sky delivers overwhelming damage. Their quartet moves as one, flawless and seamless. I heard they're freshmen. This must be their first time fighting together. Yet they move like veterans who've trained side by side for years. A young girl covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering with starlight. That shield-wielding girl radiates such security. The ice spear maiden is utterly fierce. One strike, one kill, clean and decisive. Absolutely breathtaking. Someone pointed upward toward the figure hovering above the group and added, "Look up. She's the true damage dealer. She's landed more hits than all three of them combined. The first three together haven't matched her output, not even close. Those spiraling wind columns, that devastating tornado, those cataclysmic explosions, all hers. The rest are merely supporting her." The little zombie gazed upon the corpses strewn across the ground, swelling with pride. "Third brother, I concede your single target damage currently surpasses mine, but when it comes to area effect devastation, you cannot compare to even a single hair on my body. Look at this field of fallen foes. Whose handiwork is it? All of it. Mine alone. This victory is absolute." It clicked its tongue twice, and its icon shimmered faintly. Little zombie, what use is striking training dummies? Real combat is the sole measure of true strength. You may deal 1,000,000 damage to a dummy, but I mow down hordes of monsters in sweeping waves. On the battlefield, who proves more indispensable? Who better safeguards our master? You have lost. Lin Jianxing's lips twitched involuntarily. The young vampire sensed his elder brother's arrogance. The dark crimson icon flickered softly within the interface. "Brother, please, say no more. We are family." Turning gently toward the little skeleton, it spoke warmly. "Third brother, you needn't take it to heart. Together the three of us are invincible." No matter what was said, the little skeleton remained utterly unresponsive. The little zombie curled its lip. "TCH, playing dead, must be overwhelmed by my sheer might. Shut down from sheer awe. I understand. Truly I do. Not everyone possesses my magnanimity and grace. To witness another's superiority and accept it with equanimity, that is rare indeed. I shall forgive you. My generosity knows no bounds." Little zombie scoffs, "How dull. Utterly dull. What loneliness reigns at the summit of invincibility." Lin Jianxing couldn't help but interject inwardly. "Silence, Xiao Jiang. Xiao Lei is deep in cognitive breakthrough. Don't disturb her. She's grasping a new skill, while you chatter pointlessly." The little zombie paused, stunned. Huh, cognitive breakthrough. Wasn't she just staring blankly? A strange unease stirred within it. Yet swiftly the little zombie straightened itself anew. What is there to fear? She just unleashed apocalyptic AoE devastation, mowing down level 30 monster swarms like wheat before the scythe. Even if the little skeleton unlocks a new technique, can she truly overturn fate? In the realm of area damage, I am sovereign. No challenger stands a chance. From not far away, Yun Yao's voice cut through the air, edged with urgency. "Lin Jianxing, they're coming again." He lifted his gaze. The vacuum left by the recent slaughter had already been swallowed whole by a fresh tide of monstrous darkness. Those in front fell only to be trampled underfoot by those behind, rushing forward over the bodies of their kin. "Then let us continue. As many as come, we slay them all." Once more the quartet's synergy ignited. Bai Lingyun raised her shield at the vanguard, golden light radiating outward to envelop all four within a luminous sanctuary. Yun Yao's spear danced like a celestial dragon, each thrust impaling monsters who dared draw too near, each tip claiming a life with lethal precision. Yun Lin sustained her buffs while weaving minor spells with graceful sweeps of her staff. Emerald orbs detonated among the ranks, staggering monsters with disorienting force, modest in damage, yet peerless in control. Their singular purpose remained unchanged: to forge the perfect environment for Lin Jianxing's onslaught, granting him safety and space to unleash unrestrained devastation. Xiao Lu and two other elite guards sprinted toward Lin Jianxing, breathless and determined. One murmured disbelief, thick in his voice. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How many skills does this kid even have? I've lost count. Wind affinity, blood affinity, and he's only level 20. Xiao Lu's face blazed with exhilaration, his eyes gleaming. Now that's what I call damage output. Glancing back at the hundreds, no thousands, of elite-tier monsters surging behind him, then at his two comrades, his voice surged with fervor. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To fight shoulder to shoulder with a prodigy of this caliber, that's ancestral fortune burning bright. When we're old, this will be the legend we tell our grandchildren. Back in my day, I stood beside him and faced death without flinching. He drew a deep, steadying breath. Brothers, charge. Infected by his zeal, the two guards roared and surged forward toward Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing completed another sweep. Ashes of the polar vortex still smoldered in the air. The vortex of the blood domain continued its slow, ominous rotation. Yun Lin tilted her chin upward triumphantly. Huh, I told you. We four united could turn even these riffraff into mere fodder. Bai Lingyun smiled, tenderly lowering her shield and brushing sweat from her brow. Truth be told, it's Lin Jianxing who carries us. Without his overwhelming output, even 10 more rounds wouldn't clear this tide. Her gaze swept ahead. Only scattered stragglers remained among the beast horde. She assumed the battle was nearing its end. Yin Yao turned her head toward another direction. It's not over yet. Following her gaze, Lin Jianxing saw yet another wave of monstrous darkness surging toward them. And unmistakably, these beasts were larger, substantially so, than those before. Thick chitinous armor plated their bodies, limbs thick as ancient tree trunks, fangs jutted outward like serrated daggers, clearly no ordinary adversaries. Simultaneously, three figures hurtled toward them at astonishing speed. Lin Jianxing narrowed his eyes. Yes, that face was familiar. The young man who trailed Li Jun earlier. Li Jun had called him Xiao Lu. They skidded to a halt before the quartet bent double, hands braced on knees, gasping for breath. Between ragged breaths, Xiao Lu thrust a thumb high toward Lin Jianxing, his voice broken yet brimming with reverence. Fellow students, you're simply extraordinary. Treating level 30 monster swarms like disobedient grandchildren. Incredible. In my 15 years with the Guard Corps, I've never seen damage output like this. Yun Lin tossed her head proudly. Of course. Don't you know who we are? The Tianlong Class F4. Just stand here. The more that come, the more that fall. Bai Lingyun flushed, faintly stealing a shy glance at Lin Jianxing's profile. Xiao Lu's expression sobered instantly, his smile vanishing. Fellow students, this is no time for celebration. The true crisis has arrived. He pointed behind him. Countless two-headed monstrosities soared across the sky. One head spewing fire, the other venom. Armored half-beasts brandished colossal axes, each footfall carving deep craters into the earth, and trailing behind them loomed towering giant demons, 5 meters tall, skin like jagged granite. Lin Jianxing's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Lu swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Those are the personal guard of the war giant. Every single one a level 30 elite monster. Each is effectively a mini-boss. He gestured to himself and his two companions. We're agility-based specialists, swift enough to outpace them and arrive first. The main force remains locked in combat with them, and won't hold much longer. They bear that accursed war aura, and being elites already, their combat prowess dwarfs the previous horde by several orders of magnitude. 1 elite equals 10 regulars. At those words, everyone except Lin Jianxing tensed visibly. Level 30 elite monsters were inherently sturdier than common foes, and now amplified by a full stat doubling war aura. Elites possessed far greater resistance to crowd control effects. Under level disparity, Lin Jianxing's team would find their control spells nearly useless against them. Their earlier success relied heavily on the blood domain's potent immobilization, holding monsters frozen in place for effortless slaughter. But now control would likely falter. Once the opening barrage cooled, failing to fully clear or suppress the field, would allow hundreds, thousands of enraged elites to breach their lines. Even with the Windblood armor, Lin Jianxing would struggle to survive. Ultimately, the core issue remained insufficient damage. If their burst were explosive enough to clear the field in one volley, all else would become irrelevant. Yunlin panicked. What do we do? I've applied all my buffs. The cooldowns are still ticking. I'm powerless to help. Bai Lingyun bit her lip, her shield trembling faintly. Xiao Lu drew a long, steady breath, scanning the four of them before speaking with quiet authority. Don't panic. Follow my lead. We three specialize in single-target damage. We can reliably dispatch elites 1v1, but cannot obliterate them en masse. Only Lin Jianxing possesses true area-clearing power. So our objective is singular: create optimal conditions for his output. Damage insufficient. Then we execute multiple rotations, 2-3 however many it takes. Above all, protect our damage dealer. Lin Jianxing watched the advancing elites, his thoughts turning inward. Damage isn't enough. If only one strike could clear them all. His interface flickered to life. The little skeleton fixed its gaze upon the converging elites. They stood densely packed, so closely that the distance between them fell well within the natural jump radius of lightning. 5 meters, perhaps even less. The little skeleton begins contemplating the essence of thunder. Thunder is not merely heaven's piercing sword. It is also the chain binding all things. If fire can spread like wildfire, why cannot thunder weave a net? It sees the net, a web of lightning inescapable woven from pure death. Congratulations. Your skill, little skeleton, has achieved enlightenment into the principle of thunder conduction, autonomously deducing and mastering the mid-tier lightning art. Chain prison of thunder. Thunder chain prison releases a high-pressure surge of lightning that upon striking the target will bounce between all targets within a 5-meter radius, causing massive damage until no valid targets remain. It also applies the electrified effect to all struck targets. Electrified, the target is immobilized, and any damage taken in the next 10 seconds is doubled. Lin Jianxing's heart jumped. Infinite bounces with the added electrified effect, causing damage to double within 10 seconds. It seems. Is the damage sufficient? The little vampire exclaimed, and a dark red icon suddenly lit up on the panel. Big brother, look over at third brother. It seems like he's quietly preparing something big. I just glanced over, and there's something new under the lightning skill tree. The little zombie suddenly turned to look at the other side of the skill bar. Sure enough, beneath the lightning skill tree, there was a new skill under the little skeleton's icon, represented by an icon of a net woven from lightning with silver arcs of electricity flickering around it. The little zombie's eyes widened, and the storm icon exploded on the panel. Intermediate skill? Last time I inexplicably comprehended that Thunderbird, and now this. Does it comprehend skills without cooldowns? Is it as easy as eating and drinking? The little vampire exclaimed in wonder, the dark red icon flickering. Big brother, you worked hard all night to comprehend 2 skills, while third brother just thought of it casually. Third brother really seems impressive. Oh, why don't we team up with third brother in the future? Third brother eats meat, and we drink the soup. Third brother drinks soup, and we lick the bowl. The little zombie was hit where it hurt, and its anger surged, causing the storm icon to soar several times higher. Which side are you on? Can you even speak? If you can't speak, donate your mouth. I am Big Brother. From now on, I will always be Big Brother. No one else will do. The little skeleton's icon flickered slightly, and the silver arcs of electricity danced. Little skeleton, practice more with the basics. The little zombie immediately exploded with rage. Who are you competing with? Let's see who has the better area damage. Let's see whose skills kill more. Let's see whose skills reach further. Let's see whose skills are more spectacular. The little vampire was anxious, the dark red icon swirling on the panel. Big brother, calm down. Third brother, you should say less. Peace is precious. Peace is precious. We're all family, and family doesn't speak of 2 families. Lin Jianxing ignored the bickering of the skills. He looked up at the distance where the elite monster horde surged like a tide, blocking out the sky. He pulled out a large stack of skill books. Wind, blood, lightning, both beginner and intermediate, stacked together like a small mountain. Never mind, let's max them all out and raise the skill levels first. With a thought, the skill books transformed into streams of light, diving into his brow one by one. The little zombie reluctantly opened its mouth to swallow several streams of blue light, rapidly increasing its skill level. The little vampire rushed forward, biting several streams of red light, maxing out wall of size, blood escape, and blood domain. The little skeleton flickered slightly, absorbing several streams of purple light, and the levels of extreme electric thousand birds and thunder chain prison skyrocketed. Little Lou watched this scene, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Skill books are treasures that takes an ordinary person half a year's salary to buy. A beginner's book and intermediate skill books are even unimaginable. Lin Jianxing seemed to be consuming them, as if they were free, one after another. The amount he devoured in this short time could easily equate to 10 years' worth of salary. He couldn't help but remind him, his voice tinged with pain. Classmate, is it a bit late to be consuming books at this point? Skill books are meant to assist in comprehending skills. You can't just consume them and immediately learn. Isn't this last-minute effort a bit too last-minute? Yun Yao by Ling Yun and Yun Lin showed surprise, but did not react as dramatically as little Lu. They were also top-tier talents and understood that top-tier talents have their unique peculiarities. For example, Yun Yao's eye skills cause higher damage than others by Ling Yun's shield, is twice as sturdy, and Yun Lin's buffs are significantly more powerful. Although their skill comprehension speed is similar to that of ordinary talents. Lin Jianxing is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. He must have his reasons for doing this. They only needed to quietly observe and wait for Lin Jianxing's performance. Lin Jianxing ignored little Lu, immersed in the exhilaration of leveling up his skills. The little skeleton's level increased, the level of extreme electric thousand birds rose, and the level of thunder chain prison improved. All skills reached level 21, hitting the current level cap. He let out a long breath, his gaze sharp. Maxed out, everything is maxed out. Good, now that everything that can be improved has been improved, it's time to assess the results. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy footsteps shook the earth, and hundreds of enormous elite monsters were now less than 100 meters away from everyone. The hideous faces, the giant mouths, emitting a stench, even the crimson war aura around them was clearly visible. The aura resembled a flowing mist of blood enveloping each monster. Little Liu's expression changed instantly, entering battle mode. They're coming. His voice changed pitch. The distance is sufficient. Lin Jianxing, prepare to unleash the first wave of skills. Everyone else protect Lin Jianxing at all costs, and buy him time for cooldowns. The little zombie's body surged with wind elements. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Come on, third brother, let's compare and see whose area damage is more impressive. Today I will make you convinced. Lin Jianxing reassured himself. Little zombie, don't rush. Let little skeleton go first. You take a break. There will be a time for you to shine later. The little zombie didn't mind the storm icon flickering. Fine, whatever. It doesn't matter who goes first as long as the final spotlight is on me. In the finale, do you understand what that means? The last to appear is the most important. Lin Jianxing looked at the little skeleton icon. Little skeleton, are you ready? The little skeleton replied flatly, the silver arcs of electricity flickering around it. Don't waste time, just start directly. Lin Jianxing's lips curled into a smile. Enough arrogance, I like it. Then, let's begin. In an instant, a dazzling light of thunder burst forth from the little skeleton's right hand. Countless tiny arcs of electricity danced in its palm. The light was so bright that little Lu instinctively squinted. Little Liu's eyes widened instantly. What is this? Lightning. Isn't it supposed to be wind and blood dual elements? Why is there lightning too? It wasn't mentioned in the data. Yin Yao also looked at Lin Jianxing in disbelief. She had always thought Lin Jianxing was a top-tier genius of wind and blood dual elements, not realizing he also had lightning skills hidden away. The data clearly only listed wind and blood elements. Where did the lightning come from? Did he learn it on the way? Impossible. Comprehending skills doesn't happen that quickly. Thunder chain prison. Boom. The ball of thunder light, upon striking the ground, transformed into countless electric snakes racing along the ground towards the elite monster horde. The electric snakes slithered through the dirt, leaped in the air, and weaved between the monsters. The electric snakes collided with the elite monsters, starting to bounce wildly after hitting the first target. A flash of thunder struck, instantly hitting another target within a 5-meter range, then another, and another. It was as if countless invisible mirrors were refracting light, each refraction precisely hitting a monster. In the blink of an eye, amidst the dark tide of beasts, a massive net woven from lightning lit up silver arcs of electricity, dancing wildly among the monster horde, causing those elite monsters to convulse. Little Lu watched this, seeing his mouth agape. Thunder. Thunder chain prison. Isn't that a skill that only lightning mages at level 40 can learn? He learned it at level 21. This is one of the core skills of a lightning mage, not merely due to its high damage, but because of its terrifying area damage amplification effect and the electrified state. Under the electrified state, all subsequent damage is directly doubled. This Lin Jianxing unexpectedly had such a card up his sleeve. Little zombie, it's your turn. Don't let your third brother look down on you. The little vampire cheered for Big Brother from the side, the dark red icon bouncing on the panel. Big Brother, go for it. Big Brother is the best. Big Brother, you are the fiercest. The little zombie couldn't contain himself any longer. Everyone die for me. In this world, only the storm is the eternal truth. Countless columns of wind erupted from the ground, shredding the elite monsters that were paralyzed by lightning into pieces. Lin Jianxing spread his 9 heavens wind wings, directly charging into the elite monster horde. Little Lu quickly followed, raising his weapon. Quick! Protect Lin Jianxing. Everyone else followed closely behind. Lin Jianxing flew above the elite monster horde, lightly raising his arm, clenching his fist. Frenzied blade storm. Boom! The blue flames whirled madly around Lin Jianxing, extending from the ground to the sky, engulfing all monsters within hundreds of meters. Little Lu and the others instinctively wanted to defend, but found that the winds intricately avoided them. The wind blades flew past their bodies, not even cutting a single hair. Little Lu was flabbergasted, his mind blank. This microcontrol. In such a chaotic battlefield, he could still precisely control the wind blades to avoid every ally. What kind of terrifying mental strength does it take to achieve this? Is the top student of the Tianlong class even human? Boom, 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 boom. Under the electrified state, damage doubled, wind and thunder intertwined, and explosions resounded. After a wave of skills, the wind elements dispersed and the thunder light diminished. The once dense elite monster horde had vanished, leaving only a ground covered in monster fragments. The air was filled with the charred scent of protein. Lin Jianxing's wind wings flapped slowly from behind, hovering in midair. He looked down at Little Lu and the others, who were dumbfounded. Little Lu maintained a dazed posture, his mind blank. He looked around, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Where are the monsters? Where did they go? Wasn't there just a dark mass of them? Hundreds of elite monsters with the violent buff of the war aura at level 30, just like that, vanished. A level 21 Necromancer with 1 round of firepower cleared out the level 30 elite monster horde. He opened his mouth to say something, but then closed it again. He opened his mouth again, and then closed it. In the end, he said nothing. Lin Jianxing retracted his wind wings and landed on the ground, brushing off the dust from his white t-shirt. What are you standing there for? The boss is still over there. On the other side of the boss battlefield, the wild wind howled. Li Jun was surrounded by swirling gales which transformed into dozens of massive wind blades that fiercely slashed at the war puppet. Debris flew everywhere as the war puppet emitted a deep roar, its enormous body swaying slightly. Its health bar dropped a bit, but just a bit. While releasing skills, he commanded the entire team's rhythm. Shield formation. Hold your ground. Don't let it advance. Several guards armed with giant shields gritted their teeth, standing at the forefront. Their shields were pressed against the ground, their bodies leaning back to put all their weight on the shields. A colossal light shield appeared, blocking the puppet's advance. Healers, quick! The front line is running low on health. Keep the damage coming. Don't give it a chance to breathe. As he shouted commands loudly, he continuously unleashed wind-based skills to restrain the enemy. Although the war puppet was cumbersome, its health was astoundingly thick. Combined with its despairing defense, it was indeed a tough nut to crack. One team member suddenly turned to look behind, freezing in place as he rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Damn! Captain, quick look behind. Li Jun barked, veins bulging on his forehead. Focus on the battle in front. Don't get distracted. Yet he couldn't help but glance behind. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned. The originally dark mass of elite monsters behind them had vanished without a trace, not a single one remaining. Only the ground was left covered in smoldering, charred remains. Someone exclaimed in surprise, their voice pitch rising. Where did the elite monsters go? So many of them, and they disappeared so quickly. Reinforcements must have arrived. It has to be reinforcements. Otherwise, who could clear out such a large group of monsters in an instant? One archer in the team had sharp eyesight, squinting to observe for a long time, even catching a glimpse of the residual energy of lightning skills dissipating in the air. No, it's not reinforcements. Reinforcements haven't arrived. It's still Xiao Lu and the students from the Tianlong class. I saw it. There were large area lightning skills and large area fire skills intertwined with wind and lightning, sweeping away the elite monsters in one wave. Some of those kids can use lightning. Li Jun was taken aback. Xiao Lu and the others were not lightning users. Among the students from Tianlong class, Yun Yao was an ice-type warrior, Bai Ling Yun was a fire-type knight, and Yun Lin was a life-type priest. None of them were lightning users. As for Lin Jianxing, his profile stated he was a necromancer with wind and blood as secondary attributes. Previously, his attacks were also dominated by vast wind and blood skills. Where did the lightning come from? Everyone exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions. Roar! The roar of the war puppet interrupted everyone's thoughts. The apparent destruction of the Guardian team seemed to have triggered a sense of threat in this hulking brute, causing its attacks to become even more frenzied. With a sweeping stroke of its giant sword, several shield warriors were sent flying, shields and all. With a massive stomp, the ground was crushed into a large pit. Although its health was running low, a dying struggle from a beast is the most dangerous. Li Jun snapped back to attention, his eyes sharpening as he shouted, "Stop overthinking. We'll find out soon enough. Regardless of who did it, since the trouble over there has been dealt with, this is our last battlefield. This beast's health is low, brothers. Let's push harder. Don't let those kids outshine us." The guards instantly felt a surge of morale, shouting yes. The atmosphere inside the carriage was extremely exhilarating. Young passengers were excitedly waving their hands, recording videos with their phones nonstop. So cool. Absolutely incredible. Controlling lightning, sweeping the ground with storms. This is art. That person flying in the sky wiped out hundreds of elite monsters, all by himself. I thought that guy was the wind god incarnate, but it turns out he's also moonlighting as the thunder god. The students from Tianlong class are indeed monsters among monsters, each one more outrageous than the last. Laughter filled the carriage, the previously tense atmosphere lightening up. Thanks to him, otherwise we might have been done for today. Yeah, when I get back, I'm definitely going to set up an altar for him. Incense every day. Let's skip the altar, he's still young. But with this strength, he will surely be a pillar of our dragon kingdom in the future. I wish my daughter could marry him. The little vampire was bouncing around crazily, the dark red icon on the panel bouncing as well. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother is so cool. What was sticking with Big Brother means there's definitely meat to eat. That last wave of clearing Big Brother contributed, at least. Forget it, it's a lot. The little zombie seemed a bit dazed, lost in deep self-doubt. Was this really the damage caused by it? How much damage can it deal with a wind column normally? The total damage from that last round was at least twice what it usually dealt. When did it become this powerful? The little zombie was ecstatic. Looks like I've gotten stronger again. As expected of me. Evolving in battle, transcending through slaughter. I am indeed the chosen one. Lin Jianxing poured a bucket of cold water over it. Stop with the transcendence, you're overthinking it. It was Xiao Lei's new skill that inflicted the electrified status on the monsters, which doubles the damage you deal in that state. Not just you, everyone's damage is doubled. Plus Xiao Lei's Thunder Chain Hell itself has bounce damage, helping you lower the monster's health. So do you understand why I had Xiao Lei go first? That's teamwork. That's coordination. The little zombie was stunned. It couldn't help but look at the little skeleton, the storm icon slightly swaying. Hey Lao San, was it really your electrification that doubled my damage? The little skeleton maintained its aloof tone, silver-white arcs dancing around the icon. Only an idiot would think you could instantly wipe out the entire field with your measly wind skills. The electrified status doubles the damage. That's basic knowledge. Aren't you supposed to be the emperor of the dead? How do you not know this? The little vampire weakly chimed in. Big Brother really seems to not know. The little zombie instantly exploded in anger. Who are you calling an idiot? You. Lin Jianxing stepped in to mediate. All right, we're all family here. The little zombie slightly restrained itself, the storm icon retracting a bit. Although it was proud, it wasn't ungrateful. That feeling of wiping out the entire field was indeed If this was truly thanks to the little skeleton's assistance, it wouldn't be impossible to admit it. It let out a cold snort. All right, just remember this, whether or not you assisted, my area damage is still the strongest. As for single target damage, I'm just temporarily not as good as you. Wait until I comprehend the forbidden spell, then you'll see what true storm is. Little skeleton, sure, I'll wait for you. The little zombie was stunned. It thought it would be scolded as boring or idiot again, and was even prepared to retort, but the other party simply said, sure, I'll wait for you. It felt a bit awkward as it swayed, the icon swaying left and right. Ahem. Then it settled. Don't get shocked into silence by me then. Lin Jianxing slowly landed. The wind wings dissipated, and the green feathers turned into sparkling starlight in the air. Yun Lin was the first to rush up, circling around him several times. Wow, Lin Jianxing, you were amazing. That wind and thunder combo just now was simply mind-blowing. Lin Jianxing smiled as he tidied his wind-blown hair. Let's keep a low profile, Just some basic moves. Yun Yao and Bai Ling Yun also walked over. Yun Yao couldn't help but ask, her gaze complex as she looked at Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing, you're not just a wind and blood dueluser, are you? How can your lightning skills be so strong? The profile only listed wind and blood. Where did the lightning come from? At this level, reaching such mastery in dual skills is already incredibly rare, truly deserving of the title of top of the Tianlong class. But now Lin Jianxing had used skills from a third system, and it was even an intermediate skill. Lin Jianxing feigned innocence, tilting his head in response. When did I ever say I was a wind and blood dual user? You all guessed that, I never admitted it. Yunyao was taken aback. She recalled carefully how indeed everything was what she had seen and imagined herself. Lin Jianxing had never stated he only knew wind and blood skills. She smiled wryly and shook her head. Seems like that's the case. She paused, her expression growing more complex. So, does that mean you're actually a triple system summoner? Mastery in wind, blood, and lightning. Lin Jianxing stroked his chin, pondering. For now, I suppose so. Yunyao was puzzled. For now? What do you mean? For now. 3 systems are 3 systems, 4 systems are 4 systems. Is there a for now? But Lin Jianxing said for now. Did it mean he had more potential? Did it mean he could master a 4th or even a 5th system in the future? Lin Jianxing smiled. For now is for now. Oh, who can predict the future? Xiao Lu ran over with 2 other team members, panting but brimming with excitement. Fellow students, since the elite monsters here have been dealt with, it's completely sufficient for the brothers from the guards on the carriage to handle the remaining monsters. He pointed into the distance. Captain Li is still engaged in a fierce battle over there. Let's go help Captain Li. Would you like to join us? It's a rare opportunity for practical combat. He knew very well that if Lin Jianxing joined in with his electrifying buff, the war puppet wouldn't last 3 minutes. Yunyao invigorated her spear, brimming with battle intent. Let's go. Of course we'll go. You can't have a boss battle without us. On the boss battlefield, the howling wind roared as shattered stones flew through the air. Li Jun's chest heaved violently, sweat mixed with dust trickling down his cheeks. Around him, the members of the escort team were nearly exhausted, relying solely on sheer willpower to hold on. Some knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, while leaning on their swords. Others sat on the ground, trembling hands clutching their potion bottles, and some could no longer lift their shields. The war puppet was also at its last gasp, covered in wounds. Its stone-like skin cracked, revealing dark red blood within flowing down its body like lava. One of the team members wiped the sweat from his face, his voice hoarse. Captain, it should be almost over, right? This big guy looks like it's about to go down. Li Jun narrowed his eyes. The health bar atop the war puppet was teetering on the brink, with less than 10% remaining. With just a bit more effort, they could completely eliminate this instigator of the beast tide. He glanced at his brothers behind him. Everyone was in a poor state, their physical and mental strength nearly at their limits. In contrast, the war puppet, although severely injured, had entered the most frenzied stage of its death throes. The war puppet roared, its originally grayish-white eyes transforming into 2 burning orbs of blood fire, raising its huge rocky fist, which shimmered with a dark red glow. A desperate strike at the brink of death is often the deadliest. Li Jun gritted his teeth, holding his staff before him. Everyone hold the line. This is the final wave. If we hold on, we win. The deafening sound of thunder roared from above like thousands of birds screaming simultaneously. Li Jun instinctively looked up. He saw Lin Jianxing descending with wings sprouting from his back, cradling a small skeleton in his arms. The edges of the wind wings trailed a blue streak as he dove. Get out of the way. In the next moment, a silver-white electric net cascaded down from the sky, enveloping the war puppet. The rampant electricity surged into the wound of the war puppet, jumping and exploding across its body. The war puppet suddenly stiffened, its massive body twitching violently, letting out a muffled roar of pain. The raised fist hung in the air, unable to descend. A layer of strange electric arcs flickered wildly across its surface. While in a state of electrocution, all damage taken in the next 10 seconds would be doubled. Li Jun's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at the figure blocking their path. With the storm as wings and thunder as prison, the intense visual impact left even this seasoned veteran feeling momentarily dazed. He recognized the boy. Lin Jianxing. That was the top of the Tianlong class rankings, the freshman who should have been protected in the rear. Wait, was that a lightning-based skill? So those elite monsters were all taken down by Lin Jianxing, a freshman at just level 21. He felt a bit dazed. How could level 21 be linked with mastery of 3 elements? Lin Jianxing's voice interrupted Li Jun's thoughts. What are you waiting for? Output. The little skeleton raised its hand, unleashing a polar vortex that struck the war puppet. Then one wind-based skill after another rained down on the war puppet, as if they were free. One team member stared in shock, his mouth agape. This is so fierce. I didn't see it clearly from afar before, but now up close the pressure from the top of the Tianlong class is simply suffocating. A level 21 mage hitting harder than our entire team. Li Jun snapped back to reality, raising his staff and shouting, everyone stop dawdling. Take advantage of the electrocution buff. Everyone unleash your full power. The team members roared in response. Yes. Arrows, wind blades, and heavy slashes cascaded toward the war puppet in a colorful display of skills. Li Jun's expression turned cold as he prepared to drain the last bit of magical power from his body. A pink figure dashed out from the side, Yunlin waving her staff with an excited smile on her face. Uncle, let me give you a set of Supreme Deluxe Family Buckets. Li Jun was taken aback. Several halos converged onto him, and he felt a jolt as an unprecedented surge of power flooded through his limbs. So strong. In the next moment, his expression changed instantly as the wounds from earlier felt as if someone had sprinkled salt on them, then scrubbed vigorously with a steel wool ball. At the same time, he could clearly feel his life points plummeting wildly, only to be yanked back up frantically. The health bar was bouncing, his heart was racing, his whole body felt as fragile as paper, and the pain was excruciating. Yunlin stuck out her tongue, waving her little fist. Hee uncle, the set is complete. Now you are the hope of the entire village. Go for it. Charge. You are the best. Li Jun roared with tears in his eyes, the pain making his eyes redden. I really thank you. Under such extreme pain and the adrenaline of life and death, he poured all his resentment and strength into the staff. Dozens of blue wind blades converged into a massive destructive tornado, crashing violently into the war puppet. Amidst the barrage of skills, a more terrifying and domineering aura was brewing around Lin Jianxing. Little Lei, give it the final blow. The little skeleton snorted. It was about time. Crack. Dark clouds rolled, lightning danced wildly, and a wave of pressure descended. The frantic output from Li Jun and others paused as they looked up. The vast thunder began to quickly gather and condense in the sky, countless bolts of lightning striking down from the clouds, converging at a single point. Thousands of thunderbirds appeared before their eyes, densely packed, blocking out the sun. Li Jun was instantly dumbfounded. As an experienced professional, how could he not recognize this move? This was the ultimate Thunderbirds, a mid-tier skill of lightning mages requiring the invocation of heavenly thunder to release. The little skeleton pressed its arm down. Fall. Thousands of Thunderbirds dove simultaneously, converging in the air into a thick lightning pillar, carrying an immense thunderclap crashing down. In that instant, the world lost its color, and all that remained in everyone's sight was that dazzling. The lightning exploded, arcs sweeping out in all directions. Even Li Jun and the others, who were dozens of meters away, were sent staggering back by the terrifying shockwave. Some were blown to the ground, while others were left numb from the electric arcs. The war puppet's body began to disintegrate from the chest, cracks spreading to its limbs. Its body crumbled like a skyscraper stripped of its foundation, collapsing from the middle. As the lightning faded, the battlefield fell silent. Everyone gazed at the boy hovering in midair, the dark clouds dissipating, an array of sunlight breaking through the clouds, illuminating Lin Jianxing. A dazzling golden light shot up from him. Having just cleared that wave of elite monsters, his experience bar was already close to full. At this moment, coupled with the massive experience from this boss-level creature, his level broke through again. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 22. Li Jun looked up at the golden figure bathed in sunlight, murmuring, "Is this still human?" They had battled the boss for half an hour, reducing its health by 90%. Lin Jianxing arrived 3 minutes ago, and the boss is gone. The little vampire trembled with excitement. Wow. So cool. Really so cool. It must be my little brother. That kind of destructive aura, that pressure that changes the color of heaven and earth, that kind of dominance that can determine the fate of the world with a single strike. I am willing to call my little brother the strongest. The little vampire flashed in the panel, his eyes filled with little stars. The little zombie snorted sourly. It still depends on me to bring the health down to the kill line. Just a head dog. If I were to deliver the final blow, it would be even more spectacular and artistic. Little skeleton, he. The little zombie instantly exploded with anger. What does he mean? You better clarify that. Don't think just because you managed to show off that you can. Lin Jianxing slowly descended, retracting his wings. As the wind wings dissipated, several green feathers floated down from the sky, transforming into specks of starlight. Everyone in the guard team sighed in relief, the sounds of weapons being put down rising and falling. Some simply slumped to the ground, while others leaned against their shields and closed their eyes. Phew, finally took down the boss. I never want to see such a large stone golem again in my life. My legs aren't even my own anymore. Li Jun walked over to Lin Jianxing, took a deep breath, and tried to make his voice sound calmer, but the awe in his tone was impossible to hide. Lin Jianxing, I didn't expect you to be a triple-element summoner, and one of those elements is lightning. The information only mentioned wind and blood. Did you just learn lightning recently? Lin Jianxing nodded and casually replied, Oh, I heard that the single target burst damage of the lightning element is very explosive, so I learned a bit about it since I'm lacking in that aspect. Li Jun's mouth twitched. What does just learned a bit mean? That's lightning. Among all the elements in the summoner profession besides light and dark, lightning is recognized as the hardest attribute without exception. How many people have spent 10 years honing their skills and still haven't touched the threshold? How many have exhausted their fortunes buying skill books but still couldn't comprehend a basic lightning skill? This kid is only around level 20 and he successfully comprehended the core lightning skill Thunder Chain Abyss after just learning a bit along with the extremely difficult Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. Moreover, that imposing aura that summoned heavenly lightning with a single gesture. Such proficiency and control. Even a specialized lightning mage of this level would probably kneel in submission. Not far away, three girls huddled together, their gazes never leaving Lin Jianxing. Yun Lin's eyes sparkled with little stars. Wow, so cool. That lightning bird, that aura. As expected, the number one brother is truly number one, so impressive. She turned to her sister and asked, "Hey sis, can you withstand that lightning bird?" Yun Yao's expression was strange as she pointed to herself. You mean me? Are you kidding? Yun Lin shrank her neck. Bai Ling Yun interjected weakly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I can't withstand it. Absolutely cannot. Even if I activate the holy light barrier in the face of that strike ID, probably be as fragile as paper. Yun Yao and Yun Lin simultaneously looked at Bai Ling Yun, their faces filled with shock. Bai Ling Yun is the Morning Fire and SS-ranked fire element profession, known for being invincible in defense among her peers. Even someone like her, a human fortress, feels like paper. Yun Lin shook her head, extending her fingers to start counting. Wind, blood, lightning. 1, 2, 3, with several mid-tier skills and combination skills. The more she counted, the wider her eyes became, her fingers running out of count. Oh my goodness, how many skills does he have? He has more skills than the three of us combined. She looked down at her hands, her expression one of defeat. Although I am a talented support, I have only learned 6 skills, and only one of those is mid-tier. She asked Yun Yao, sis, how many do you have? Yun Yao pressed her lips together, reluctant to answer, but finally spoke up. I have 5. Among them, Extreme Cold Domain and Ice Thorn Spear are mid-tier. The other 3 are low-tier. Yun Lin then asked Bai Ling Yun. Bai Ling Yun shyly said in a low voice, her face slightly flushed. I have 4, only Holy Light Barrier is mid-tier. The other 3 are low-tier. Yun Lin slapped her forehead, looking utterly despairing. It's over, it's over. The total number of skills we have doesn't even match the number of mid-tier skills he possesses. Is he really the same age as us? How can he still be crushing us from a lower dimension? Bai Ling Yun weakly added, It seems that Lin Jianxing also knows a combination skill, that Wind Blood Armor. A combination skill of the wind and blood elements, integrating offense and defense. Yun Lin suddenly realized, right? I almost forgot about that. That's the combination skill of wind and blood. That thing is even harder. The comprehension difficulty of combination skills is many times higher than that of mid-tier skills. The three fell into silence once more. After a long while, Yun Yao took a deep breath, looking at Lin Jianxing's distant figure, and sighed. That's why he is number 1 on the leaderboard. It's not without reason. Being number 1 should indeed reflect this level of strength. Suddenly from a distance, Xiao Lu exclaimed, his voice pitch changing. Wow, Captain, we've got something. A big haul. Everyone on site turned to Xiao Lu's direction. Xiao Lu held a scroll radiating a strange glow, the light particularly dazzling in the sunset, interweaving red and yellow. He jogged over, his face filled with excitement. Li Jun took a look and his pupils constricted. This is such good luck. How could something like this drop it? Lin Jianxing glanced at the scroll out of curiosity, instantly recognizing it as a dungeon scroll similar to the one he had seen in the Abyss dungeon before. But is a dungeon scroll really worth being this excited? Unable to help himself, he asked, What's wrong, Captain Li? Isn't this just a dungeon scroll? Li Jun took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself, and glanced at Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing, this is not an ordinary dungeon scroll. This is the Wind and Thunder Temple scroll. Lin Jianxing was taken aback. Temple. Li Jun nodded, explaining, while carefully holding the scroll. The items dropped from Temple Series dungeon scrolls are extremely special, specifically yielding materials needed to comprehend combination skills. Lin Jianxing's heart raced. Materials for combination skills. Previously, he had been lucky to obtain a heart from a wild boss during the Monster Tide, which allowed him to learn Wind Blood Armor. But one must know the probability of wild boss directly dropping combination skill materials is nearly 0. Countless people have farmed for their entire lives without seeing a single one. Li Jun continued, his gaze fixed on the scroll. Moreover, based on the name of this scroll, Wind and Thunder Temple, it is likely to drop materials for combination skills of the lightning and wind elements. He swallowed hard. Wind and thunder intertwine, leading to ultimate destruction. If one can comprehend the combination skill of both wind and lightning elements, the power is unimaginable. The single target burst of lightning combined with the area damage of wind. Just thinking about it feels terrifying. All eyes turned to Lin Jianxing. Lightning wind. What a coincidence. It was precisely Lin Jianxing's forte. He stared at the scroll, his interest piqued. The high single target burst of lightning combined with the wide area damage of wind. Just thinking about this combination made his blood boil. In this world, no one would refuse to become stronger. Often people don't stagnate because they don't want to, but because they can't. Talent, resources, opportunities, and hard work. None can be lacking. Many have exhausted all their efforts only to awaken a class profession. Some have fought their whole lives only to be stuck in low-tier skills, and even more have never touched the threshold of combination skills. Fortunately, his family is wealthy and influential, and his skills are all hardworking. Lin Jianxing looked at Li Jun. Captain Li, how does your guard team usually handle this? Do you submit it? Or auction it off? Li Jun laughed heartily, saying, according to the rules, any extra loot obtained during outdoor escort missions is generally handled by our escort team. No need to report, no need to submit, we can just discuss how to divide it ourselves. Lin Jianxing sighed in relief, thinking that this would be easy. Since it was unclaimed loot that could be handled at will, everything could be negotiated. He spoke directly, team leader Li, name your price, I'll buy it. Li Jun shook his head and directly handed the scroll to Lin Jianxing, his tone serious and sincere, showing no signs of pretense. What for? Take it. If it weren't for the help of your Tianlong class this time, not only would we not have this scroll, but the lives of the entire team would likely be lost here. You deserve the credit for this. It's only right that this loot belongs to you. He paused, adding earnestly, if it weren't for you young people stepping up, this old bone of mine might have already been lying in a body bag. Li Jun understood this very well. It was not just gratitude, it was also due to the terrifying potential that Lin Jianxing had demonstrated. A tri-element summoner who could solo a beast tide at level 20 and turn the tide in a critical moment. Even a fool could see how terrifying Lin Jianxing's future achievements would be. Now selling him a favor and establishing a good relationship was a deal that could only be seen as profitable. Rather than holding on to this hot potato to sell, it was better to give it to the future god of summoning. Today he gives Lin Jianxing a scroll, and tomorrow Lin Jianxing might save his life. He knew how to calculate this. Lin Jianxing did not reach out to take it, stepping back half a pace, his tone calm, yet resolute. A deal is a deal. If you hadn't been out front taking the hits, I wouldn't have had the conditions to output. Everyone is risking their lives, and I can't take it without giving back. You took the damage in front while I provided support from behind. That's teamwork, not charity. He wasn't short on money. As the young master of the magic pharmaceutical group, his family had plenty of money. Problems that can be solved with money were no problem for him. Debts of gratitude were the hardest to repay, since he could buy it. Why incur a favor? Li Jun frowned, wanting to insist, and pushed the scroll forward again. Lin Jianxing, you're being too polite. We are soldiers, protecting our home and country is our duty. Our lives were saved. Do you really care about this little thing? Take it. Quit being so wishy-washy. Lin Jianxing smiled helplessly, stepping back half a pace, his tone serious. Team leader Li, if you don't accept the money, this thing will be too hot for me to handle. The brothers also have families. Many were injured this time, and subsequent treatment and settling expenses require money. If I take this, will you let the brothers go hungry? Enough, don't refuse any longer. If you don't agree, team leader, then I won't take this scroll. You keep it to sell and give the brothers a bonus. Li Jun looked into Lin Jianxing's determined eyes, a warm feeling surging in his heart. This young man was not only strong, but also principled, making one feel at ease. He sighed and smiled wryly. All right, since you've said so, let's adhere to the old rules of the wild teams. The highest bidder wins, and the loot will be evenly divided. Fair, and just no one will lose. Lin Jianxing nodded and cheerfully said, okay then. I'll offer 30 million long country coins. Little Lu, who was drinking water, sprayed it out in shock, the water arcing through the air and splattering right on the face of a teammate across from him. The surrounding escort team members widened their eyes in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? 30 million. 30 million. I can't have heard wrong. Was it 3,000 or 30 million? 30 million. He said 30 million. My heavens. They couldn't blame them. Such divine temple scrolls were nearly non-existent in the market. They were usually traded privately among top guilds or wealthy families through special channels. For these escort team members who relied on fixed salaries to support their families, this was merely and 30 million. This figure was practically astronomical for them, It was money that would take 50 years of frugal living to accumulate. Li Jun hurriedly tried to decline, struggling to find his words. Lin Jianxing, this is too much. Although this scroll is rare, it's not worth that much. Not too much. This scroll is priceless. If it were to be auctioned off, 30 million might not even secure it. Furthermore, this is to comfort the brothers, and after risking their lives, they can't return empty-handed, can they? The injured need treatment, and those who sacrificed require compensation. The remaining must receive bonuses. He turned to Yun Yao and the others, smiling and asking, according to the bidding process, does anyone want to raise the bid? Highest bid wins, fair and square. Yun Yao rolled her eyes and put away her spear. I'm ice element, ooh, I can't use this. Yun Lin shrugged. I'm support, ooh, I don't deal damage. It would just be a waste for me. Bai Ling Yun shook her head. I'm a fire element knight, ooh, I don't need it. Lin Jianxing scanned the other members of the escort team. What about the others? Feel free to raise your bids, don't be shy. Anyone who wants it can just name a price. I can increase my bid once more at most. The others exchanged glances. Raise the bid. What a joke. Starting at 30 million, how can anyone raise it? Who can come up with that much liquid capital? Their bank account balances didn't even have enough for the change. Li Jun waited a few seconds, looking around, and seeing no one respond, he announced, all right, no one raised the bid, so this scroll belongs to Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing did not hesitate, placing the scroll into his panel backpack, then asked Li Jun for a bank card number to transfer the money on the spot. Within half a minute, Li Jun's phone vibrated. He took it out to check, his hand trembling slightly. That long string of zeros was something he had never seen in his bank account over his 10+ years of being an escort. He took a deep breath and solemnly saluted. Then, thank you, young Master Lin. The teammates behind him saluted in unison, their eyes filled with gratitude and respect towards Lin Jianxing. This is what it means to have a vision, a strong power, solid character, and also rich. Is this what a big shot is like? Lin Jianxing's phone suddenly rang, and when he looked, it was a call from his mother, Jiang Wan. He answered, hello, Mom. On the other end, Jiang Wan's anxious voice came through. Jianxing, son, are you all right? I just received news that your train encountered a massive beast-tide attack, and there were war puppets and elite monster groups. Are you hurt? You need to speak quickly. You're going to make your mother anxious. Lin Jianxing felt a warmth in his heart. His mother had always been like this, panicking at the slightest disturbance. Mom, I'm fine, doing well. Can't you tell? I can still answer the phone. My voice is strong and hearty, you can tell I'm fine. Jiang Wan urged, quick, turn on the camera so I can see you. I need to see you with my own eyes to feel at ease. Lin Jianxing opened a video call, shaking his handsome face at the camera, then sweeping the surroundings with his gaze. You see, everyone is fine. This boss was defeated together by us, and these uncles from the escort team worked really hard. In the video, Jiang Wan was in professional attire, and the background seemed to be in a high-end conference room, with a few well-dressed subordinates standing behind her. Yun Lin leaned in and sweetly greeted, hello, Auntie. Yun Yao and Bai Ling Yun also waved politely. Jiang Wan breathed a sigh of relief, her voice softening. You scared me. Truly scared me. If anything happened to you, how would your father and I live? Lin Jianxing comforted her. Oh, don't worry, Mom, what could happen to me? Yun Lin suddenly spoke in a low voice, her eyes fixed on the phone screen, filled with surprise. Huh, isn't that Director Jiang? The chairman of Tianhai Magic Pharmaceutical, Jiang Wan. Yun Yao was taken aback. Director Jiang. Which Director Jiang? Do you know her? Yun Lin excitedly explained, oh sister, don't you watch financial news? It's Jiang Wan, the chairman of Tianhai Magic Pharmaceutical, the largest magic pharmaceutical group in Tianhai province. The one who frequently appears on the covers of financial magazines. The one worth hundreds of billions. Bai Ling Yun was also shocked, covering her mouth. Huh, isn't that the company that monopolizes 70% of the high-tier magic pharmaceutical market in the province? My mom asked someone to buy their healing potion last month. We waited in line for a long time. They looked at Lin Jianxing with a completely different expression. No wonder he could casually pull out 30 million. It turns out he is a super rich second generation. People are envious of others. Comparing goods makes one throw away their own. Lin Jianxing said into the phone, by the way, Mom, I need to tell you something. That boss just dropped a Thunder Temple Scroll 1 that can drop combination skill materials. I discussed it with the brothers from the escort team and spent 30 million to buy it. Is that price reasonable? Jiang Wan's eyes lit up instantly, her voice rising several octaves. Temple Scroll? Worth it. So worth it. Temple Scrolls like this don't even mention 30 million. They could easily reach billions at an auction. You should get as many of these good things as you can. If you need more money, just tell Mom. I'll transfer it to you. Lin Jianxing smiled. All right, that's good. I have just enough in my card to pay. Mom, transfer some money to me later, or I won't be able to afford meals at school. Jiang Wan waved her hand, exuding confidence. Oh, it's just a small matter. I'll have the finance department transfer 200 million to your card later. If that's not enough, just ask for more. Buy whatever you want to, don't deny yourself. As long as your safe money is just paper. The people around them listened to this mother-son dialogue, exchanging glances. Is this the world of the rich? 30 million is a steal, and 200 million is pocket money. Lin Jianxing exchanged a few pleasantries with his mother and hung up the phone. Just as he hung up, he felt pairs of fiery gazes directed at him from all around. Ahem. What's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me? Yun Lin approached with a face full of flattery, her eyes sparkling. Rich man, I'm asking for a leg pendant. I can shout 666, and I can also add a buff. Oh, can you spare me some pocket money? Just give me 100,000 a month. Ew, I'm not greedy. Lin Jianxing rolled his eyes. Go, 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 little kid, go play somewhere else. A tremendous roar rang out from the sky as dark military transport planes swept in from the distant clouds. The sound of the propellers was deafening, and the City Defense Army emblem on the fuselage glimmered in the sunset. Little Lu sighed. Reinforcements finally arrived. Although it was a bit late, seeing so many planes gave them a sense of security. Even though the crisis had been averted, they still felt safe, seeing such rapid and powerful support. Li Jun adjusted his uniform, which had been ruffled by the strong winds, and said to Lin Jianxing, let's go. Oh, let's report the situation together. The higher-ups must be going crazy. They need to be informed that everything is fine here. The storm icon of the little zombie shook on the panel, and the flames dimmed slightly compared to usual. I'm starving. I've been fighting from morning till night, from the train to the wilderness, from ordinary monsters to BOSS, without a moment's rest. The little vampire weakly echoed, Master, I'm hungry too. The silver arcs of the little skeleton flickered slightly, also consuming considerable energy. All right, I'll treat you to a feast when we arrive in the capital. The roar of the airplane drowned out everything. Several armed transport aircraft circled in the sky, and the leading giant command transport plane landed on a flat area not far away. The hatch opened, and a figure with a heroic demeanor walked down the staircase. Dressed in a sharp military uniform, the brilliant gold stars on her shoulder epaulettes shone brightly in the sunlight, her short hair styled in a neat cut, exuding an air of authority and decisiveness. Several aides closely followed behind her, marching in unison, their eyes straight ahead. Li Jun was stunned. Wasn't that Zhao Yu, the commander of the Magic City troops? Although this support was urgent, it shouldn't have reached the point where the commander of the Magic City comes in person, right? Yun Yao poked her sister, whispering, your mom is here. Yun Yao coldly replied, I have eyes. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow at the sisters' exchange. Mom, the Magic City commander. It seems these two have some background after all. Li Jun quickly straightened his appearance and hurried toward Lin Jianxing and the others standing at attention to salute. Good day, Commander. Although Li Jun belonged to the railway guard system and was not directly under Zhao Yu's command, due respect must be given to such high-ranking military figures. Zhao Yu returned a standard military salute, clean and decisive. Her gaze fell upon Yun Yao and her sister, scanning them up and down, confirming they were unharmed before she spoke. Are you both all right? Any injuries? Yun Yao put on a sweet expression, linked her arm with Zhao Yu's, and cooed, her voice sweet enough to squeeze out honey. Oh my, why did you come personally? What could possibly happen to us? Everything is just fine. Thanks to Captain Li and Lin Jianxing, they took care of those monsters. Yun Yao stepped forward calmly, saying, Mom, we are fine. After confirming that her two daughters were indeed unharmed, Zhao Yu's tense nerves relaxed slightly, her shoulders drooping. She glanced at the magically powered train, which was somewhat damaged, but overall intact, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She understood very well what the war puppets meant. With Li Jun's strength, it would be miraculous if half of the personnel on that train were safe. Yet now the casualties on the train appeared minimal. When did Li Jun become this strong? Li Jun saluted. Good day, Commander. This is Captain Li Jun of the Aurora Train's escort team, reporting to you. Zhao Yu returned the salute. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Li. What is the current situation? What are the casualties? How were the beast tides repelled? Li Jun took a deep breath and began his report. Commander Zhao, the reason we achieved a complete victory this time is all thanks to Lin Jianxing from the Tianlong class. Lin Jianxing single-handedly cleared several waves of beast tides and annihilated the war puppet's elite guard, ultimately assisting us in defeating the boss. He paused, his eyes filled with admiration. Commander Zhao, Lin Jianxing is a rare summoner proficient in blood, wind, and thunder elements. If it weren't for him this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhao Yu's pupils constricted, proficient in 3 elements, annihilating several waves of beast tides and even the elite guard of those elite monsters. She didn't think Li Jun could be lying. A soldier wouldn't dare lie about such matters, especially with so many. She looked at the calm young man, Lin Jianxing. She knew of him, the son of that old scoundrel Lin Jianxing, and since he entered the Tianlong class, it seemed everyone in the military system knew about it. Moreover, she had also reviewed the list of this year's Tianlong class in advance, and Lin Jianxing was at the top. Being the best didn't seem out of place. However, at this age, at this level, and proficient in 3 elements, one of which was thunder. Upon closer inspection, it was still a bit absurd. Zhao Yu slightly nodded at Lin Jianxing, her tone carrying more gratitude. Lin Jianxing, I am Zhao Yu, commander of the Magic City Garrison and the mother of these 2 girls. Thank you for your help in saving the people on the train and my daughters. I Zhao Yu will remember this kindness. If you encounter any trouble in the capital in the future, feel free to speak up. Lin Jianxing smiled casually. Commander Zhao, you are too kind. I am just one of the passengers on the train. It was self-rescue. Besides, we are all classmates of the Tianlong class. Helping each other is only natural. Your daughters are also very capable. They helped a lot. Zhao Yu's gaze was filled with increasing admiration. Not arrogant or impetuous, their temperament is excellent. She glanced at the time and then at the distant sky. You still need to report to the Tianlong class. Take my plane. I'll personally take you to the capital. It's faster than the train and much safer. Lin Jianxing didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Then I will trouble you, Commander Zhao. A few minutes later, the massive command aircraft slowly ascended, roaring toward the direction of the capital. On the ground, Xiao Lu looked up at the increasingly distant airplane and sighed. Tsk. Tisk, the commander, personally escorts them to school. If I had this treatment back then, I could boast about it for a lifetime. I could brag to my son, to my grandson, to my great-grandson. Li Jun slapped him on the back of the head, laughing and scolding. Stop dreaming. That's the treatment they deserve. If you had that capability, I would carry you to the capital on my back. The question is, do you have that ability? The internal space of the command aircraft was extremely spacious, with a massive holographic map projected in the center where several staff officers were busy at work. Lin Jianxing sat alone in the rest area, gazing at the sea of clouds outside, feeling slightly more relaxed. The Yun sisters and Bai Ling Yun were in another resting room, catching up on sleep. The previous battle had also taken a toll on them, and Bai Ling Yun had fallen asleep leaning against her seat with her shield. Steady footsteps approached, and Lin Jianxing turned his head to see Zhao Yu coming over with 2 steaming cups of coffee in hand. Lin Jianxing instinctively wanted to rise. Zhao Yu waved her hand. Sit, don't be so formal, this isn't a military camp. She casually handed a cup of coffee to Lin Jianxing, and a rich aroma wafted over. Try it, it's made from beans supplied by the military district. You can't find this outside. It's quite refreshing. After a tough battle, having a cup of coffee will help you unwind. Lin Jianxing took the coffee. Thank you, Commander Zhao. Zhao Yu sat down opposite Lin Jianxing, her gaze deeply fixed on the young man before her. In the past, I heard your father mention you many times. Lin Jianxing's action paused, a bitter smile appearing. My dad. He probably didn't say anything good, right? Did he say I'm lazy, a slacker, unambitious? That my biggest dream is to do nothing. Zhao Yu's lips curled slightly. Pretty much. He said you just want to be a rich second generation, living off your family, with your biggest dream being to lounge around and spend money. So when I saw the situation today, and then saw you in person, I was quite surprised. A person who only wants to be idle wouldn't choose to step up in the face of such a dire situation. Lin Jianxing took a sip of coffee, staring out at the clouds, remaining silent for a moment. People can change, Commander Zhao? Zhao Yu nodded, observing Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing, since you got into that class, you should know what the name Tianlong class signifies, right? Not entirely. Tianlong means dragon sequence. It represents the highest combat power reserve of the Dragon Nation, the backbone of this country. Having a high status also means that when disaster strikes, you must be among the first to step up. She paused. I originally thought you entered the Tianlong class just for that privilege. But your performance today tells me that you seem to be prepared. Lin Jianxing looked down at the dark coffee in the past, he indeed only wanted to be a happy slacker. After all, his family was wealthy and powerful, and when the sky fell, someone tall would support him. However, ever since the summoned creatures became sentient, everything changed. He realized he would likely possess the power to overturn the rules. This world is not peaceful. The abyss is watching, and the magical beasts are restless. Beast tides like today's could erupt in any city at any time. If he didn't become stronger when the real catastrophe arrives, money wouldn't buy him a life, and his father's power couldn't stop destruction. He raised his head, his eyes clear. Commander Zhao, I am actually still quite lazy. If I could, I would certainly wish for world peace and to sleep sound. But I also understand one principle: in a collapsing nest there are no perfect eggs. Since I have this ability, and since I stand here, some things must be done by someone. If the sky truly falls, I hope I can be that tall person. Zhao Yu stared blankly at Lin Jianxing. The boy's tone was very calm, devoid of passionate vows or fervent slogans. Yet it was precisely this quiet realization that was most moving. After a long time, Zhao Yu stood up, a look of relief spreading across her face as she patted Lin Jianxing's shoulder, this time with a bit more force. Good. With your words, I feel assured. It seems that Lin Jiaoxia, that big rough guy, has done one thing right in his life. He raised a son like you. Take a break. We'll reach the capital in an hour. Zhao Yu turned and left. Lin Jianxing watched her departing figure and leaned back against his chair. The scroll lay quietly in the corner of the backpack, radiating an interwoven glow of azure and cerulean. A key to the ancient temple of wind and thunder. A dungeon access scroll restricted to characters level 20 through 25. A dual-element technique combining wind and lightning. Truly a supreme weapon. First report to school, then find an opportunity to enter the dungeon. He yawned, realizing it was time for some well-deserved rest. The command aircraft glided smoothly at an altitude of 10,000 meters, its windows revealing an endless sea of clouds. Lin Jianxing leisurely savored his military-issued afternoon tea, macarons, mousse cake, and tiramisu arranged with meticulous precision upon the plate, accompanied by a steaming cup of hand-brewed coffee. Xiao Jiangshi wrinkled his nose in disdain. The storm icon trembled faintly on the interface panel, refusing even to glance at the desserts. What wretched fare is this? Not a trace of wind essence. None whatsoever. This sovereign craves wind spirit bird legs, Arctic cod jelly, and Qingyun lotus seed porridge. Not these cloying confections. Is this even edible? Is it fit for human consumption? Xiao Vampire muttered under his breath, his crimson icon swaying faintly on the interface panel. Master, I want spicy blood curd soup. Duck blood tender and silky broth, numbing, and fiery rice noodles saturated with rich broth. One swift slurp, and it's gone. I refuse cake. Cake cannot satisfy hunger. Lin Jianxing rolled his eyes. Are you mad? We're at 20,000 meters, in midair. Where exactly do you expect me to source spicy blood curd soup or wind spirit bird legs? Can't you just make do for now? Once we reach school, your cravings will be amply satisfied. Yun Lin darted to Lin Jianxing's table. Wow, mini cakes too. When did military-issued afternoon tea become so lavish? On my mother's flights, all we ever got were compressed biscuits and bottled water. Without hesitation, she snatched a generous spoonful of tiramisu and popped it into her mouth, her eyes fluttering shut in delight. Lin Jianxing paid no mind. The portion was so abundant that even he alone could not possibly finish it before dawn the next day. Yun Yao followed closely behind, watching her sister devour food like a starving soul reborn, and sighed helplessly. Yun Lin, are you a pig? You ate non-stop on the train, devoured 2 bags of chips in the lounge, and now, just awake, you're already eating again. Who asked you? Yun Lin retorted, cramming the entire tiramisu into her mouth with an emphatic MMPH. I'm still growing. I need nourishment. How else am I supposed to grow tall? And how will I ever find a boyfriend if I don't eat enough? She defiantly licked cream from the corner of her lips and plopped down onto the sofa opposite Lin Jianxing, already eyeing the macarons on the plate. Bai Lingyun approached hesitantly, gave Lin Jianxing a polite nod, and sat beside Yun Lin. Meanwhile, Yun Lin chewed thoughtfully on a macaron while scrolling absently through her phone. She scrolled for minutes, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing second. Strange. What's going on? Why can't I find anything at all? Staring blankly at the screen, her fingers flicked rapidly across the display. Lin Jianxing asked, idly searching for what? Yun Lin kept scrolling, placing her half-eaten macaron back on the plate. The footage of our battle against the beast tied aboard the train. Back on the carriage, I clearly saw dozens of passengers recording, and several even launched live streams begging for virtual rockets. I wanted to relive Master Lin Jianxing's heroic prowess, but searched the entire web and found not a single trace. Not even a headline. I tried searching beast tied, or puppets, train, nothing came up. Lin Jianxing paused, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't given it much thought. He had no desire to become an internet celebrity. Yet absolute invisibility was peculiar. So many witnesses filming so many live broadcasts. How could there be no digital footprint whatsoever? Yun Yao took a calm sip of coffee. If you could find it, that would be the real miracle. Don't forget who we are now. Yun Lin blinked. Our identity. Students of the Tianlong class. Yun Yao nodded, her gaze solemn. Precisely, the Tianlong class. Our dossiers are classified at the nation's highest security tier, especially those of freshmen. Until we officially step onto the battlefield, our abilities, skills, and combat styles must remain strictly confidential. Those who act are technicians, those who speak are from the Department of Secrecy. Lin Jianxing nodded pensively, then caught a critical term with sharp intuition. The battlefield. For years since his transmigration, his thoughts revolved solely around spending money and savoring life. Matters like this had always slipped past him, left unheeded. Even when his father occasionally mentioned it over dinner, Lin Jianxing had dismissed it as idle chatter. Yin Yao watched Lin Jianxing's expression, the look of someone who'd heard the phrase before but forgotten its meaning, and sighed, pulling a moist towelette from her backpack to hand to Yin Lin. Yin Yao explained patiently. Yes, the battlefield. Do you truly believe the state established the elite Tianlong class, only 20 students, to merely cultivate future supreme warriors? Wait, aren't we just training to become high-ranking officials after graduation, to hold the line against beast tides? Yun Lin asked, spoon dangling from her mouth, utterly bewildered. Isn't that exactly what we'll do? Serve as top officials somewhere guarding against beast tides. Mom said once you're in the Tianlong class, your future is secure forever. Yin Yao drew a deep breath, the urge to freeze her sister into an ice sculpture intensifying. She fixed Yun Lin with a glare of exasperated disappointment. How many times has Mom stressed this at dinner? Are your ears stuffed with cotton, or your head filled with cake? Every time serious matters arise, you grow drowsy. Every crucial moment, your memory goes blank. Just last time at dinner, she specifically explained the Outer Realm battlefield. And what were you doing? Competing with Ling Yun to see who could eat more shrimp dumplings. Yun Lin shrank slightly, whispering sheepishly, well, the home-cooked meals were just too delicious. How could anyone focus on lectures then? Yin Yao ignored the glutton and turned gravely toward Lin Jianxing. It is far more than that. Beyond cultivating the nation's future supreme warriors, every freshman of the Tianlong class bears an exceptionally vital and unique responsibility, the Outer Realm battlefield. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow and set down his coffee cup. Yin Yao continued, the Outer Realm battlefield opens periodically. There each nation may dispatch no more than 20 professional cultivators, strictly limited to level 30 or below. Those above level 30 cannot enter. Soon the next iteration will open, and we shall represent our nation alongside elite peers from other countries competing within the battlefield for invaluable resources. She paused, her eyes blazing with fervor. At level 30, the Outer Realm battlefield yields a strategically indispensable resource, profession-specific weapons. These are phenomenally powerful artifacts at equal levels, identical skill mastery, and matching strength. One bearing such a weapon can effortlessly overwhelm another without one. They are no ordinary equipment. They bind exclusively to their designated profession and recognize only their true master, rendering them impossible to seize by others. Lin Jianxing's eyes widened in sudden clarity. Ah, I see. No wonder intelligence on Tianlong freshmen is guarded so fiercely. Even state-level censorship erases all related videos and suppresses information. They feared adversaries learning our techniques and hidden strengths in advance, thereby gaining advantage during the Outer Realm battlefield. No wonder the state created the Tianlong class, to gather the nation's most exceptional freshmen and send them into the battlefield to seize profession-specific weapons. Whoever claims them keeps them, whoever secures more grows stronger. Lin Jianxing frowned, raising a question. Yet aren't monsters the common enemy of all humanity? Given this shared threat, why don't all nations unite, equitably distributing profession-specific weapons to jointly resist the monsters? Why instead compete bitterly within the battlefield? Isn't this self-defeating? Doesn't it grieve allies and delight enemies? Yun Lin nodded vigorously. Exactly. It's like playing card games. If we're all peasants fighting the landlord, shouldn't we unite? Why would peasants throw bombs at each other? Wouldn't that just guarantee the landlord's victory? Yin Yao sighed and shook her head. Peasants and landlords. A charming analogy. But what if when the game ends, the winner takes everything, and the loser forfeits not only wealth but life itself? Would you still trust the teammate sitting across from you? When you play a bomb, wouldn't you fear they'd crush yours? Yin Yao turned to Lin Jianxing, speaking slowly. Lin Jianxing, you're absolutely right. It is self-defeating. Yet this exhaustion is the inevitable consequence of human avarice. Long ago, during the first opening of the Outer Realm battlefield, humanity did act as you imagined. The world's 5 strongest nations signed a covenant, agreeing to distribute resources fairly, refraining from conflict and maintaining peace. What happened? When the first forbidden tier profession-specific weapon emerged, the covenant became worthless parchment. The 5 great nations clashed violently within the battlefield. Many perished. Yun Lin blinked innocently. Then, why not submit? Sure, it sounds humiliating, but at least you get protection and survive right. If you can't win, join them. Yun Yao turned to her naive younger sister. Do you truly believe submission guarantees survival? Citizens of annexed nations become second-class subjects or outright slaves. Their resources are plundered entirely, their culture erased, their history rewritten. And their awakened youth. Forced conscription into so-called suicide squads sent into the deadliest battles, sacrificed in the most senseless ways. Victory credited to others, death blamed on themselves. Yun Lin stared dumbfounded, her face pale, as the half-eaten cake froze motionless in her hand. Yun Yao continued, during that era, our long was suffered terribly. Countless ancestors fell defending cities, slain on the battlefield, their bones never recovered. It wasn't until we secured our first Forbidden Tier profession-specific weapon in the Outer Realm battlefield, the Divine Dragon Bastion, that the balance shifted. Only with the Divine Dragon Bastion did we earn the right to speak. Later, as more Forbidden Tier weapons surfaced, humanity finally gained the power to stand shoulder to shoulder with monsters. Yet each nation possesses differing numbers and varying strengths of such weapons. The strong seek greater dominance, the weak fight annihilation. Thus the battlefield's contest endures eternally. Her voice rang firm, her gaze unyielding. All nations understand one immutable truth: publicly we unite against monsters. But within the Outer Realm battlefield, it is every nation for itself, life and death determined by skill alone. We must seize as many of these ultimate weapons as possible. Imagine, if a single firearm existed capable of utterly annihilating monsters and ending this apocalyptic age. Her eyes locked fiercely onto Lin Jianxing's. Then the finger gripping that trigger must belong to Longhua, not to any other nation. Ours. Exclusively ours. Lin Jianxing remained silent for a long moment, then lifted his coffee cup and drank. The coffee had grown cold, but he paid it no mind. The inevitability of human greed sounded bleak, yet profoundly truthful. He set the cup down. The Outer Realm battlefield. Profession-specific weapons. Forbidden spells. Fascinating. Yun Lin mumbled, indistinctly, mouth full. Anyway, I'm sticking with you, top-tier benefactor. Lin Jianxing listened to Yun Yao's narration, remaining silent for a long time. In this world, there is no absolute utopia. As long as humanity exists, conflict will never cease. He nodded slightly. I see. It seems that the Tianlong list is even more thrilling than I imagined. Yun Lin interjected, as if he understood something. So those videos online must have been cleaned up by Captain Shun and his team right away. Moreover, you know our country's cybersecurity team and firewall, it's a matter of minutes to clean up all the videos, and ordinary people simply cannot upload them to the external network. She sighed regretfully. What a pity, I originally wanted to post on WeChat Moments to show off. I had my post all prepared, titled Fighting alongside the top brother of the Tianlong list. Yun Yao shot her a glance, too lazy to engage with her sister. Bai Lingyun whispered, It's okay as long as we know Lin Jianxing is very impressive. And being low-key is also good, this way Lin Jianxing will be safer. Lin Jianxing nodded in agreement. The firewall in this world is completely different from the one in his previous life, where you could freely roam by just using software. Here it is a physical barrier coupled with a top-tier cybersecurity bureau. Unless one could physically cross the border in this dragon country, anything the state does not want you to share you cannot transmit, even a single byte. The group chatted idly for a while. Lin Jianxing looked at the three of them and extended an invitation. So after we report to school, how about we go to the temple dungeon together? After all, you all have nothing to do, and it would be a perfect opportunity. They'll cover the expenses, including food, lodging, and transportation. He who valued his life would definitely not choose to solo, as this dungeon sounded complicated, but fortunately, he had these three with him. Yun Lin was the first to raise his hand. Let's go, we must go. Yun Yao nodded. I'll go too. I happen to be short on thunder materials. Bai Lingyun whispered, I want to go too. I haven't seen what a temple dungeon looks like yet. Yun Lin suddenly recalled something and curiously asked, by the way, Lin Jianxing, big shot. I heard that the scrolls for this temple dungeon come in two types, one blue and the other orange. Which one did you get? Blue or orange? Lin Jianxing didn't think much and glanced at the scroll in his inventory. Orange, what's the significance? Yun Lin's eyes lit up instantly, and then he explained seriously. The significance is enormous. Although the blue scroll is also called a temple dungeon, it is actually no different from an ordinary dungeon. The drop rate for combination skill materials is appallingly low, at less than 3%. You might not even get a drop after 10 runs, it's purely a money trap. However, the orange quality is different, its base drop rate starts at 30%. If luck is on your side, you can get it in one go. Lin Jianxing raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is there such a huge difference? Tenfold increase. Yunlin nodded, counting on his fingers. That's not the main point. The main point is that the orange quality temple dungeon has a special scoring mechanism that increases the drop rate based on the final score upon completion. The base drop rate is 30%, while the highest ratings level can reach 100%. If you perform well, it will definitely drop. If you don't perform well, it might drop nothing. Lin Jianxing's heart skipped a beat. For someone who had always considered himself unlucky, nothing sounded sweeter than the words "must drop." Guaranteed drops are justice. He immediately asked, what are the specific mechanisms and rules? Yunlin took out his phone and began searching. The mechanisms are random, varying each time. There are quite a few shared rules online that people have encountered. Oh, let me read some. They are all, quite extreme. Lin Jianxing frowned, feeling an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Extreme. Yunlin looked at the screen and began to read. For example, this rule is called Silence is Golden. After defeating the Biotses, the team's average decibel level during the entire dungeon will determine the rating. The lower the decibels, the higher the score. If you don't speak at all, it's level. If you say one word, wow, it drops to a level. If you chat the entire time, it's directly level. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? It's too torturous, especially for someone like Yunlin who talks a lot. It would be worse than killing her. Yunlin continued reading, her expression increasingly peculiar. And there's this one called Face Yourself. To deal damage to the BOSS, one must loudly proclaim their most embarrassing secret before attacking. The more shameful and heartfelt the shout, the higher the damage boost. If you don't shout or make up a lie, the attack will be ineffective. After reading, Yunlin looked at everyone. Everyone fell silent. What kind of social death dungeon is this? Yun Yao coldly commented, her expression resembling someone who had just bitten into a sour lemon. The designers of these dungeons must be psychologically twisted. Who in their right mind would come up with such rules? Yunlin continued to scroll through her phone, her expression growing even more entertaining. And then there's this one life and death decision. After each level, the team must vote to eliminate one person. The eliminated person cannot participate in subsequent battles. Keep holding hands. You must hold hands the entire time. Letting go for more than 3 seconds is a violation, and everyone loses points. And then, master-servant contract. Randomly designating one person as the master while the other 3 are slaves who must unconditionally obey any command from the master. What's more, what the hell is honest encounter? After entering the dungeon, all clothing forcibly disappears. Weapons and equipment remain, but their appearance is gone. Who designed this? As Yunlin read this, her face turned slightly red. Yun Yao snorted coldly. Vulgar. Grotesque. Perverted. Bai Lingyun muttered quietly. Who designed this dungeon? It's so inappropriate. Lin Jianxing looked at the orange scroll in his inventory, feeling a bit uncertain. Why does this temple dungeon sound so much like a prank show? For the sake of that wind-thunder combination skill, he still had to go. He forced himself to calm down. After all, it's all random. We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. Yunlin waved her little fist. Exactly, after all, it's an orange quality temple dungeon. How many people never get a chance to go in their lifetime? Anyway, I'm definitely going. If it's social death, let it be, but it's not like I'm the only one dying socially. Zhao Yu walked over, looking at this group of energetic young people with a smile in her eyes. What are you all so happy chatting about? Yunlin immediately stood at attention and saluted, looking serious. Reporting, Commander. We are studying tactics, preparing for the upcoming international battlefield. Zhao Yu shook her head helplessly. All right, stop joking around and get ready. We'll arrive in Kyoto in 10 minutes. However, for our large combat aircraft formation, if we fly directly into Kyoto University or the city center, the noise might cause panic. I will have the plane land at Kyoto Military Airport, and you can take a taxi to report. I've already arranged it with the school. Someone will be there to pick you up. Lin Jianxing nodded and smiled. No problem, thank you, Commander Zhao. Zhao Yu remarked that it was no trouble walking to the window and gesturing for everyone to look down. Through the cabin window, the grand city below gradually came into view with towering buildings and flowing traffic. Zhao Yu sighed. Kyoto, that's where all the geniuses of the Dragon Country gather. Zhao Yu turned around, looking at Lin Jianxing and the others, her gaze finally settling on Lin Jianxing, her tone carrying a hint of warning. Lin Jianxing, the few local talents in Kyoto are quite proud, especially the one ranked second after you, Yu Bufan. A local, his family has deep connections in both military and political circles. In the Kyoto circle, he has always been regarded as the undisputed leader of this generation. But now that the list is out, you've overshadowed him. That kid has quite an ego. He won't just submit to you because you're ranked first. He will definitely want to challenge you. Lin Jianxing didn't pay much attention to this. We're all classmates, but if he wants to be the boss, let him. I'm the kind of person who hates trouble. Whoever wants to lead can do so. Zhao Yu looked at Lin Jianxing's nonchalant demeanor and shook her head with a smile. This is precisely what she admired about Lin Jianxing. He has strength, but is not ostentatious, has a background, but is not overbearing, is capable, but not arrogant. She paused. All right, just remember, if it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to cause any casualties. In the Tianlong class, strength is the ultimate truth, but if you hit someone too hard and kill them, you will also be held responsible. Lin Jianxing smiled. Understood, Commander Zhao. I will be mindful of my strength injuring, but not killing. The splendor of Jingdu far surpasses that of Dacheng City. Towering skyscrapers pierce the heavens, arteries of traffic pulse ceaselessly, and colossal holographic billboards flicker in rhythmic succession between the buildings. Lin Jianxing and his companions emerged from the military airport and hailed a taxi bound for Jingdu University. Yunlin pressed her face against the window. Wow, Jingdu is enormous, larger even than Modu. Look at that building, so tall. That billboard, so vast. And that person, so stylish. Yun Yao sat expressionless, eyes closed in quiet repose. Can you please be silent? Your mouth hasn't stopped moving since we got in the car. Yunlin pouted. I'm just excited. I've never been to Jingdu before. Bai Lingyun murmured softly, nor have I. It truly is magnificent, far more vibrant than Modu. Lin Jianxing gazed out the window as the cityscape receded, anticipation stirring quietly within him. Jingdu University, the Tianlong class where the nation's most exceptional prodigies converge. Its main gate looms with awe-inspiring grandeur, dozens of meters high, flanked by stone pillars carved with dragons so lifelike they seem poised to soar, their heads raised defiantly toward the sky. Above the central arch, 4 gilded characters, Jingdu University, flow across the lintel in bold calligraphic strokes, radiating an invisible aura of solemn authority that compels reverence and upward gaze. Yunlin's mouth fell open. Whoa, what majesty! Larger than any mall entrance in Modu by several times. I feel like an ant standing before a titan. Yun Yao stood nearby, impassive. That gate exists to instill reverence. And stop acting as though you've never seen civilization. How undignified. At least you're the daughter of Modu's military commander. Can't you show a shred of composure? Yunlin scoffed. Well, it is huge. I didn't say anything wrong. Lin Jianxing adjusted his collar and stepped forward. Let's go inside and take a look. Most freshmen were still on summer break. The vast courtyard before the gate lay hushed and nearly deserted. A few security guards stood watch, scanning the surroundings. When their eyes fell upon Lin Jianxing's group approaching, their gazes locked instantly onto the emblems pinned to their chests. Golden dragons coiled around sword blade motifs, for insignias gleamed fiercely under the sun. Without hesitation, the lead guard pressed a button on his remote. The massive gates parted smoothly, gliding open to either side. Yunlin lifted her chin and strode in with theatrical confidence, waving cheerfully at the guard as she passed. Thanks, uncle. Standing post in this heat must be exhausting. Next time I'll treat you all to bubble tea. Bai Lingyun bowed her head and hurried past, murmuring thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Yun Yao walked straight ahead, offering only a subtle, dignified nod. Beyond the gate, a single elegant sunshade stood alone on a stretch of manicured lawn, bearing a banner fluttering gently in the breeze. Tianlong class freshman reception. Beneath it sat a long-haired young woman scrolling absently through her phone. At the sound of footsteps, she looked up and immediately rose to greet them. Hello there. We've been waiting for you all day. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. She introduced herself with a warm smile. I'm Guchinga, a sophomore at Jingdu University, assigned to welcome this year's Tianlong class. Welcome to Jingdu University. If you ever have questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Yunlin, effortlessly familiar, clasped the senior's hand, her eyes sparkling. Senior sister, I'm Yunlin. Your skin is absolutely radiant. What brand of skincare do you use? Guchinga blinked, then laughed. Thank you. I'll send you the details later. Yours is lovely too. After the others introduced themselves, Guchinga's gaze settled on Lin Jianxing. Ah, you're him, the top-ranked candidate. Never imagined you'd be this handsome in person. Our class chat exploded. We've all been dying to meet the Necromancer who dethroned even the SS rank spatial arbiter. Lin Jianxing spread his hands and grinned. Too kind, senior sister. Handsome. True. Top-ranked. Pure luck, and everyone else was just being generous. Guchinga covered her mouth with a light tinkling laugh. All right then, let me show you to the dormitory district. We'll talk as we walk. Jingdu University's campus sprawls across an immense expanse. As they strolled, Guchinga gestured animatedly toward a gray and white building on the left. That's the library, housing nearly every historical archive skill compendium dungeon guide and monster bestiary compiled since the Great Cataclysm. 12 floors each devoted to a distinct theme, indispensable for your future research. She pointed next to a silvery structure on the right. That's the Techno-Magic Lab, where cutting-edge arcane engineering is pioneered. Feel free to explore if it interests you. Finally, she indicated a crimson building ahead. That's our first dining hall, where barring species explicitly protected under the Civil Code, you'll find almost anything imaginable on the menu. At the word food, Yin Lin's eyes lit up, and she began nodding vigorously, mentally cataloging every detail. After crossing a cluster of academic buildings, they arrived at a vast open plaza. At its center rose a 10-meter-tall statue of a human figure, an elder sage holding a staff, his gaze profound and distant, robes billowing in an unseen wind, the gem atop his staff glowing with soft, unwavering luminescence, even beneath overcast skies. Guqinga paused, gazing upward, reverence shimmering in her eyes. This is Zhang Wuya, the legendary Archmage of Longhua. He stands alone in history as the first and only tri-elemental Archmage, mastering fire, wind, and water with unparalleled mastery. He led Longhua out of the Dark Age and repelled countless incursions from the abyss. Without him, Longhua would not exist today. Lin Jianxing followed her gaze to the base of the statue, where a single line of inscription blazed in solemn bronze. With my flesh and blood, I forge Longhua's spine. With my strength, I safeguard Daxia's eternal prosperity. A jolt surged through Lin Jianxing's chest, a weight both solemn and immense. An Archmage, Tri-Elemental, the savior who delivered Longhua from darkness. Yun Lin snorted. Tri-Elemental Archmage? Uff, we've got Lin Jianxing, who's also 3. Yun Yao clapped a hand over her mouth. MMPH. MMPH. Guqinga turned puzzled. What was that? I didn't catch it. Yun Yao smiled faintly. Nothing at all. Lin Jianxing hasn't bathed in 3 days. He's rather ripe. We were debating whether to drag him to the public showers. Lin Jianxing's lips twitched. He'd showered that very morning. How excessively cautious, though perhaps unnecessary. In a world governed by strength, concealing one's power may be prudent, but revealing it often spares far greater complications. Still, he had no intention of correcting her. Let things unfold naturally. Guqinga asked no further questions. Then, as if remembering something, added with a playful grin, "Oh, by the way, esteemed Tianlong class members, please go easy on us in a few days." Lin Jianxing arched a brow. Go easy? What do you mean? Guqinga winked. You haven't heard. It's a time-honored tradition at Jingdu University. Every year, incoming Tianlong class students engage in a friendly melee with our sophomore class, the so-called ordinary majors. Yun Lin frowned. A melee? There are only 20 of us, but surely over 1,000 sophomores. That's grossly unfair. Even a relay battle would be taxing. Do you intend to swarm us? Guqinga shook her head. Not at all. Only 200 were selected, the absolute elite among sophomores, to spar with you. Others begged to join, but weren't chosen. Yun Lin's eyes widened. 200. So each of us faces 10 of you. Lin Jianxing glanced at Guqinga. His eyes flickered with a faint azure light. 31 levels. 20 against 230 level sophomores. This isn't training, it's bullying the earnest. Guqinga replied matter-of-factly, but you are the Tianlong class, the nation's pinnacle prodigies, monsters among monsters. Equal numbers would be no contest, 20 versus 20. That would be bullying us. Besides, this tests your capacity to endure pressure in real combat. Only under such extreme disadvantage can your true limits be revealed. Yun Lin's cheeks puffed out like an indignant pufferfish. Excuses. Pure excuses. You just want to haze the freshmen. I'll hide behind everyone else when it happens. Yun Yao's brow furrowed slightly, her voice calm. Senior sister, if my memory serves, since this tradition began, Tianlong class freshmen have never won once. Bai Ling Yun paled. What? Not once. That's brutal. After all, she continued quietly, with 10 against 1, even genius cannot overcome sheer arithmetic. Someone among those 10 will always land a hit. Guqinga beamed. Yin Shui may knows her history well. Indeed, no freshman class has ever triumphed, until now. This year is different. You have Yi Bufan, the SS rank spatial arbiter, and this enigmatic necromancer. Perhaps history itself awaits rewriting in your hands. She winked, playfully clasping her hands together in mock fragility. So please, go easy on us. Getting struck really hurts, and I'm terribly sensitive to pain. Though her words pleaded for mercy, Lin Jianxing sensed no genuine anxiety in her tone, only unshakable confidence rooted in overwhelming numerical superiority and centuries of precedent. Her talk of rewriting history was merely polished courtesy. Lin Jianxing smiled and changed the subject. Senior sister, Haven't we reached the dorms yet? My legs are sore. Guchinga laughed. Almost there, just through this grove. As they spoke, the group entered a serene mountain-fringed enclave. Elegant detached villas nestled gracefully along the foothills. Gray-white facades, deep blue roofs, cobblestone paths winding gently before each door. Guchinga pointed toward the villa cluster, a wistful glint in her eye. Truly, comparing lives is the surest path to despair. We ordinary majors share cramped four-person apartments, while you each receive a private villa complete with a dedicated cultivation chamber. Villas are assigned strictly by ranking. Your door number matches your placement. Number 1 is the top-ranked, number 2 the second, and so forth. A figure approached from afar, dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit, cradling 2 scholars' walnuts in his palms. Guchinga snapped to attention. Master Yu, what brings you here? I thought I was to handle the reception. Lin Jianxing turned. Master Yu. So this was the admissions officer his father had mentioned, Yu Xiaojing, his old classmate. A man famed for one axiom: no profession is worthless, only people are. It was said he once guided an frank grass-class cultivator to the 100th level. Lin Jianxing was the first to greet, waving his hand with a smile. Hello, Teacher Yu. Yu Xiaojing walked up to several people, his face adorned with a gentle smile. His gaze briefly lingered on Lin Jianxing, then swept over the Yun sisters, and by Ling Yun. You all have arrived. It must have been tough on the road, sitting in the car all day and then fighting a hard battle. He looked at the Yun sisters, nodding with a smile. Yun Yao, Yun Lin, long time no see. I just spoke to your mother, and she repeatedly urged me to keep a close eye on you 2 girls. She said one of you is too cold, and the other too mischievous, making me worry more than I should. Yun Lin stuck out her tongue, whispering, my mom is just overthinking. I'm already 21, not a 3. Yun Yao politely responded, thank you for your concern, Uncle Yu. We'll take good care of ourselves. Yu Xiaojing looked at Lin Jianxing with deep admiration in his eyes. Lin Jianxing, I've heard all about your exploits on the way here. The trained beast tied the war puppets, the elite monster horde. Well done. I knew I didn't misjudge you. He turned to Guchinga. Chinga, take these 3 to their dormitory. They'll take Lin Jianxing to his. Guchinga nodded obediently. Okay, Teacher Yu. She called the 3 girls to leave. After watching them depart, Yu Xiaojing patted Lin Jianxing on the shoulder. Let's go, we can chat while walking. The 2 walked along the bluestone path towards the number 1 villa, which had the best location nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Yu Xiaojing adjusted his glasses and remarked, Lin Jianxing, during the train attack by the beast tied, you dared to stand up and maintain control in such a situation. This is not just about strength, it's also about temperament and responsibility. If your father knew about this, he'd probably brag about it for 3 days and nights in the war zone. He'd tell everyone my son single-handedly cleared the beast tide, which would drive Zhao Yongwei crazy. Lin Jianxing smiled modestly, saying, Teacher Yu, you're overpraising me. I wanted to survive, and everyone else wanted the same. We simply helped each other out. Without the escort team in front, I wouldn't have had that environment to output my skills. Yu Xiaojing shook his head. Maintaining this calmness in dire situations is indeed a talent. Many people panic when faced with danger, unable to utilize their skills, let alone think strategically. After walking for a while, Lin Jianxing suddenly asked, by the way, Teacher Yu, that senior just said we have to fight 200 sophomore students when school starts. 20 people against 200, which means each person has to take on 10. Yu Xiaojing paused for a moment before laughing. That is indeed the case. You know about the outer battlefield, right? Lin Jianxing nodded yes. Yun Yao told me that geniuses from various countries are fighting over special weapons there. Yu Xiaojing said solemnly, the outer battlefield mainly involves combat against other people. People can set traps, ambush, and use all sorts of cunning schemes. It's completely different from fighting monsters. The purpose of the school trials is to help you adapt to this complex environment of human conflict in advance. The feeling of being besieged by hundreds of people is something you will definitely encounter in the outer battlefield. Experiencing it beforehand won't be a bad thing. Lin Jianxing pondered, so that's how it is. But 20 against 200 is indeed quite outrageous. Yu Xiaojing laughed. This trial is indeed hellish for students of past Tianlong classes. No new students have ever won. But I think this year's class might break that record. You can easily take out elite monsters with the war aura at level 30. I feel like 200 old students won't be enough for you to fight. Lin Jianxing chuckled lightly and said modestly, Teacher Yu, it's not quite right to say that. After all, people are alive and monsters are dead. People can run, hide, and cooperate, making them much harder to fight. Yu Xiaojing shot him a glare. All right, stop trying to pull that on me. Excessive humility is just pride. In Tianlong class, you need to be bold when it's time to be bold and possess that domineering spirit that says who else but me. You are ranked number 1. If you don't act boldly, who will? Lin Jianxing replied, I understand, I understand. As they spoke, the two arrived at the door of the number 1 villa. The expansive 3-story villa featured its own garden and swimming pool with a low-key, yet luxurious decor style. The gray-white exterior walls were covered with ivy. While opening the door, Yu Xiaojing introduced, this will be your new abode. Number 1 villa, the best dormitory in the entire Tianlong class, without exception. Every day, specialized logistics staff will come to clean and wash clothes. The villa is equipped with a smart system. For any daily needs, just call for the butler. They walked into the hall, which was spacious and bright, furnished with complete furniture and appliances. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows let sunlight pour in. Yu Xiaojing pointed in the direction of the school cafeteria. As for food, the school has a special Longyuan Pavilion restaurant, which is open to your Tianlong class for free at all times. No matter what you order, as long as you can fit it in your stomach, eat as much as you want. Japanese cuisine, French cuisine, Chinese cuisine, desserts. Everything is available. Lin Jianxing's eyes lit up. That sounded great. Yu Xiaojing led Lin Jianxing to the second-floor terrace, pointing at a range of mountains behind the villa area. Do you see that range of mountains? That is the school's designated outdoor leveling area. Over there is the night forest, where the monsters range from level 20 to 25, suitable for beginners to practice. And over there is the Thunder Gorge, a leveling area for levels 25 to 30, where the monster density is high, yielding plenty of experience. However, the efficiency of outdoor leveling is still relatively low. If you want to level up quickly, you should go to the dungeon center over there. He pointed to a massive building on the east side of the campus. That place connects to dozens of dungeons of different levels, ranging from level 10 to 50. However, entering a dungeon requires consuming space keystones. These keystones are precious. Ordinary students can only receive 1 a week. Meanwhile, you Tianlong class students can each receive 3 per day. Lin Jianxing's heart raced. Ordinary students could only enter a dungeon once a week, while they could go 21 times. Is this a privilege? Yu Xiaojing nodded, speaking seriously. That's right. If it weren't for the limit of 3 times a day, you'd have an even larger quota. Dungeons essentially exist in alternate world spaces, and frequently entering and exiting such spaces can put a significant strain on your spirits. Generally speaking, 3 times a day is already the limit. Forcing a 4th entry could lead to a mental breakdown, turning you into an idiot. Lin Jianxing nodded, committing this to memory. Yu Xiaojing glanced at the time. All right, that's the basic information. On the morning of the day after tomorrow at 9 o'clock, gather at the central square. Don't be late then. For these 2 days, you can familiarize yourself with the environment, eat in the cafeteria, explore the leveling area, and get to know your classmates. Lin Jianxing suddenly said, by the way, teacher, you am planning to go out tomorrow. Yu Xiaojing was taken aback. Out? Where to? You just arrived, and you're not familiar with the area. Lin Jianxing replied straightforwardly to Tianbeishi. I have a temple dungeon scroll, and the coordinates to activate it are over there. I want to take advantage of the time before school starts to clear the dungeon quickly. Yu Xiaojing was shocked. Temple dungeon. Lin Jianxing didn't waste words and directly opened his inventory to take out the scroll. The orange glow instantly illuminated half the living room, casting dancing shadows on the wall. Yu Xiaojing stared at the scroll, taking a sharp breath. Orange, orange. Is it the Wind and Thunder Temple? Where did you get such a good item? Lin Jianxing casually replied. It dropped from that war puppet. I thought it looked good, so I spent 30 million to buy it from the escort team. Yu Xiaojing looked at Lin Jianxing with a complex expression. 30 million. This kid really has good luck. If this orange temple scroll were put out, several billion would see people fighting over it. He took a deep breath. You little rascal, you really struck a big bargain. After pondering for a moment, Yu Xiaojing said, since it's an orange temple dungeon, it's definitely worth the trip. However, Tianbeishi is on the border, which might be quite dangerous, and am not reassured. How about this? Tomorrow, I will personally accompany you. After all, I have nothing to do these 2 days, and I can help keep watch. Lin Jianxing immediately agreed. That sounds great. With a powerful person like Teacher Yu escorting me, I wouldn't be afraid of anything that comes my way. Yu Xiaojing chuckled. All right, stop buttering me up. You should get some rest. We'll come to pick you up early tomorrow. He paused, looking at Lin Jianxing meaningfully. Thunder and rage, the 2 elements, have always been the hardest to merge, but once successfully integrated, they are among the most powerful. You're not planning to surprise me with a thunder and wind combination technique when you come out of the dungeon, are you? Lin Jianxing shrugged. Who knows? Yu Xiaojing laughed. If that were the case, I'd have to mourn for those sophomore students. Originally 20 against 200 is already enough to bully people. If you also comprehend a wind and thunder combo technique, I fear 200 people won't be enough for you to fight. Yu Xiaojing laughed heartily and turned to leave. As the door closed, the villa returned to quiet. The little zombie was rolling around wildly in the inventory, hungry, hungry, hungry. Food, food, food. I'm about to starve. I've been fighting from morning till night without a bite to eat. The little vampire was also clamoring, the dark red icon swaying in the inventory. Master, I'm also very hungry. I haven't eaten anything since noon. If I don't eat soon, it'll be life-threatening. All right, I'll take you to a feast right now. The Lan Yuan Pavilion restaurant is open 247, and I've heard there's everything there. This bunch really can't settle down for a moment. As Lin Jianxing emerged from the cafeteria, he was nearly supported out. I must say the meals at the Qingyun University Dragon Sequence class are simply extravagant. Even someone like Lin Jianxing, who was accustomed to delicacies, was left speechless by tonight's feast. The dining table was filled with dishes specially prepared for practitioners of different elemental attributes. The polar cod from the wind element, its flesh nearly transparent, melted in the mouth with a cool sensation carrying a faint hint of wind element. The Qingyun lotus seed soup, the lotus seeds stewed to tenderness, with the clear soup flowing coolly down the throat. The airdried yak meat, firm and chewy, became more fragrant with each bite, each mouthful feeling the wind element dancing between the teeth. The blood element's spicy hot pot, with tender duck blood, flavorful luncheon meat, and crispy bean sprouts. The broth was numbing and fragrant, causing little blood to cry after just one bite. The crimson fruit salad, sweet and sour, the red braised wild bull meat stewed to softness and flavor. The rich sauce went perfectly with rice. Devoured 3 large bowls in one go. The thunder element's crispy thunder pork left a subtle tingling sensation on the tongue after eating. Thunderstorm lobster, thunder tofu soup. Little zombie took a bite of the crispy thunder pork and the entire icon lit up. Little vampire was so spiced up by the hot pot that its icon turned bright red, shouting that it was spicy while frantically adding more dishes. Little skeleton remained aloof, silently finishing the entire plate of thunderstorm lobster before saying not bad. In Villano, Lin Jianxing collapsed on the sofa, letting out a satisfied sigh. So comfortable. Little vampire burped contentedly, the dark red icon swaying on the panel. Delicious. So delicious. Master, if I can eat like this every day, I might just die of happiness. Little skeleton remained aloof, the silver arc flickering around its icon. Barely acceptable. Little vampire was shocked. Barely. Third brother, you are too picky, right? That thunderstorm lobster, such a huge piece, such bouncy meat, and that crispy texture, and you say barely. Little zombie felt invigorated. I now feel full of power. I want to level up. I want to hunt monsters. I want those trash monsters to feel my power. If I don't kill some monsters tonight, I want sleep. It looked at little skeleton. Hey, old 3, want to join me to hunt some monsters? I deal damage, you support, perfect cooperation. Little skeleton replied, not going. Little zombie scoffed. TCH, so lazy. It then turned to little vampire. Old 2, what about you? Don't sleep, come out with big brother for some fun in the thorny forest. The moonlight is so good tonight, it would be a shame not to hunt monsters. Little vampire drowsy had its dark red icon flickering, its voice filled with sleepiness. Huh. Ice cream. I'm not eating ice cream. I ate too much tonight. If I eat more, I'll have a stomachache. Little zombie's face was filled with black lines. I was talking about the thorny forest to stretch my muscles. Not ice cream. What else do you think about besides food? Little vampire mumbled. Ribs? I want to eat ribs. Either I can't eat anymore. The master said there's a big meal tomorrow morning. I have to save some space. Little zombie completely broke down. The storm icon exploded on the panel. Get lost. All of you get lost. A bunch of lazy dogs. You are simply uncarvable rotten wood. I'll go myself. Lin Jianxing silently reminded. All right, little zombie. If you want to go, then go. But remember, keep a low profile. Don't cause any trouble. Don't let people discover you. Don't let people regard you as a monster. And don't let anyone film it and post it online. Little zombie was full of confidence. Rest assured. I handle things. How can you not trust me? I am an assassin in the night, a ghost in the storm. I will definitely do it without a trace. Those people won't even see my shadow. As soon as the words fell, a small zombie ball flew out of the window, disappearing into the night. Lin Jianxing shook his head, just preparing to wash up and sleep, when his phone suddenly vibrated. Hey mom, still awake this late? Jiang Wan's concerned voice came through the receiver. Not yet, just finished dealing with company matters. How's it going, son? Are you getting used to it over there? How's the food and accommodation? No one bullying you, right? The standard 3 questions from a mother every call, always following these 3 questions in the same order. Lin Jianxing felt warm in his heart, smiling. Don't worry, mom, in the top of the dragon sequence class, who would dare to bully me? That would be asking for trouble. To beat a dog, one must look at its owner. To hit me, my dad would be the first to disagree. Jiang Wan sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. By the way, son, where are you farming that temple instance? Lin Jianxing replied, Tianbei City, I'm going tomorrow morning. Teacher, you will accompany me, you don't have to worry. Jiang Wan paused. Tianbei City. I heard it's not very peaceful over there. Just so happens your dad is nearby, I'll have him come over to take a look after he's done. With him and your teacher you I can feel at ease. Lin Jianxing quickly rejected, isn't it unnecessary? Teacher Yu is going with me, what could go wrong? Teacher Yu is so strong he can crush a boss with a single finger. Don't let dad get involved, he's so busy. Jiang Wan's attitude was firm. No way, Tianbei City is full of mixed elements, this matter is non-negotiable. Then let's leave it at that, you should rest early. Lin Jianxing reluctantly compromised. Alright, I'll listen to you, let dad come. He hung up with a sigh, then went to wash up and sleep. He entrusted leveling up to Little Zombie. The next morning Lin Jianxing woke up feeling refreshed, habitually glancing at the panel. The panel was filled with Little Zombie's kill records. Killed LV. 22 Blackthorn, Wild Boar, killed LV. 23 Venomous Flower Fairy, killed LV. 24 Shadow Leopard. Lin Jianxing's eyelids twitched while Little Zombie must have plowed through the Blackthorn forest last night. He looked at his level bar, revealing a satisfied smile. So comfortable leveling up just from a good sleep. Is this the joy of hanging out? A clear voice came from downstairs. Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Lin Jianxing walked to the window and looked down. Yun Lin was standing at the entrance of the villa, cupping her hands around her mouth like a trumpet, shouting up. Yun Yao and Bai Ling Yun leaned against the car, and Yu Xiaojiang was smiling as he looked up. Lin Jianxing said, coming, stop shouting, and after a quick wash he went downstairs. Lin Jianxing yawned as he walked out. Good morning, everyone. So early, aren't you all sleeping? Yun Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide like brass bells. Huh. Lin Jianxing, you leveled up. You're at level 23 now? Weren't you still at level 22 last night? How did you level up? Lin Jianxing nodded. Yeah. You liar, big liar. Last night, I texted you asking if you wanted to go level up in the thorny forest together. You replied saying you wanted to sleep and wouldn't go, but you secretly went yourself. Are you even human? Lin Jianxing remained calm. I prefer leveling alone. Oh, I can enjoy the experience by myself. Teaming up splits the experience too slowly, it's better to grind it out alone. Yun Lin rolled her eyes. Humph. Yun Yao crossed her arms, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Don't worry about it, you should reflect on yourself more. That elite monster last night, if Ling Yun hadn't blocked it for you in time, you might not even be here now. Level 21 fighting level 24, 3 levels difference, you nearly flipped. Yun Lin's face turned red like a balloon that had been popped. Oh sister, that was an accident, purely an accident. I didn't expect it to sneak attack from the side, I was focused on the front. Yun Yao coldly added, being slow to react means you're weak. If you don't admit your weakness, you'll always— Bai Ling Yun softly said, it's okay. I'm a knight, protecting teammates is my duty. Yun Lin is also very strong, just not in good shape last night. Yun Lin defended herself, I was just attracted by that monster. She suddenly leaned closer to Lin Jianxing, lowering her voice mysteriously. By the way, Lin Jianxing, did you see anything strange in the thorny forest last night? A humanoid monster running around in the woods at speed was outrageous. Like a gust of wind, super eerie, it even attacked other monsters. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched, remaining silent. Little Zombie instantly exploded. What humanoid monster? Your whole family are humanoid monsters. I am the noble king of the storm, dual elemental blood, destined to become the divine annihilation, Saint Corpse Emperor. This ignorant human woman dared to insult me like this. Yun Lin continued with her mysterious tone, lowering her voice. You see, our school must have had some wind element big shot die in the thorny forest. That movement, that speed, is definitely the grudge of a wind element expert at work. Yin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Yun Lin, you should get glasses, you probably just saw it wrong. It's normal to have visual distortions in poor light at night. Yun Lin got anxious, raising her voice a few degrees. I swear, I absolutely did not see it wrong. That flamboyant movement, that arrogant demeanor, it has to be a wind ghost coming into being. My eyesight is 5.2, how could I possibly be wrong? Lin Jianxing awkwardly said, it might really have been a mistake on your part. Yun Lin insisted, it was impossible, absolutely impossible, my eyesight is 5.2, how could I possibly be wrong? Yu Xiaojiang walked over with a smile to mediate. Alright, there are no humanoid monsters, it's probably just that little Lin was too tired last night, and her eyes blurred. It's normal to miss-see things when mentally strained. I once mistook a tree shadow for a person. It's getting late, oh everyone get in the car. Don't miss the train. Tianbei City isn't close, oh we need to set off early. Yin Lin wanted to argue, but I really saw it. That humanoid monster even looked back at me. Yun Yao directly grabbed her collar and stuffed her into the car. Get in. If you keep talking you can walk there yourself. Yun Lin's voice came from inside the car. The school is definitely haunted. You all have to believe me. Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched. I told you to keep a low profile. Now it's become a campus supernatural event. If Yunlin spreads this, the whole Qingyun University will know there are wind ghosts in the thorny forest. What will happen when the school invites a Taoist priest to exorcise ghosts? Little Zombie snorted, rather unconvinced. TCH, they just didn't recognize it right. My movement is so elegant, so graceful, so full of artistic flair, being mistaken for a wind ghost is just their lack of vision. It proudly said, moreover, becoming a legend is a good thing, which proves that my heroic figure has already made a deep impression. Mortals are only worthy of worshipping my shadow. My legend will spread throughout Qingyun University, passed down from generation to generation, becoming an eternal campus legend. Lin Jianxing shook his head helplessly, too lazy to argue further. Yu Xiaojiang waved at the car. Lin Jianxing, get in the car. A group of people arrived at the Kyoto train station. Being the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, it is naturally a transportation hub with a dense schedule of trains to various parts of the country. A few hours later, accompanied by the announcement of the train's arrival, Lin Jianxing and his group reached Tianbei City. As soon as they exited the station, the first impression was one of backwardness. Compared to the prosperity of Kyoto, this place felt like another world. The station had no air conditioning, with only a few old fans overhead blowing hot air, making it increasingly uncomfortable. The walls were plastered with various posters stacked layer upon layer. High price for monster corpses, complete corpses at premium prices, half for missing limbs, bones bought by weight, urgent recruitment for a death squad, daily payment, good treatment, must not fear death, those afraid should not come, black market transactions, honesty is paramount, bulk orders at a discount, goods checked before payment, various skill books for sale, both genuine and pirated, no refunds for pirated copies, dungeon boosting services, fair prices, no discrimination against young or old. Most of the people were in a hurry, with many wearing clothes stained with fresh blood. A burly man walked past with a bleeding wound on his arm, completely oblivious, striding forward with a cigarette in his mouth. Yunlin looked around with a face full of disdain covering her nose. Wow, is this really a city in our Dragon Kingdom? It feels like we're back in a city from the disaster era. There's not even a decent shopping mall. Yu Xiaojiang said indifferently. Let's go rent a car first. The coordinates for the temple dungeon are in the outskirts at the rocky wasteland, still dozens of kilometers away from here. Lin Jianxing nodded, and the group walked towards the station exit. At this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon badge of the Tianlong class that everyone wore had already been removed, as it attracted too much attention, making them the focal point wherever they went. Outside the station, there was a shop with a sign saying Honest Car Rental, with a few cars parked in front. The owner was a one-eyed man, leisurely smoking at the entrance with his legs crossed. Upon seeing Lin Jianxing and his group, especially the three strikingly attractive girls, a glint flashed in his one eye. It was clear they were easy prey, dressed in expensive clothing, undoubtedly rich outsiders. It would be a shame not to take advantage of them. The owner exhaled a puff of smoke and pointed to a dirty old pickup truck in the corner. Unfortunately, all the cars are rented out. There's only that one left. Rental fee is 10,000 a day. Deposit is 100,000, no negotiation. The pickup was rusty and its tires were flat. Yu Xiaojiang frowned slightly, leaned forward to inspect it, and immediately noticed the poor condition of the vehicle. He crouched to check the undercarriage and kicked the tires. Boss, this car won't make it to the rocky area. The undercarriage is about to fall apart and the tires are flat. Do you have anything else? The owner replied dismissively, his tone impatient. That's all there is. Take it or leave it. In his mind, he was calculating. There was only one rental shop within 5 kilometers, and these young masters and ladies would avoid trouble and definitely rent it. This broken car would surely not make it back, and then the 100,000 deposit would be his. Even if they came back to find him, he could claim they were the ones who broke it, and the deposit would not be refunded. Perfect. This cannot be rented. The brake pads are worn out, and the undercarriage is cracked. This car will definitely break down within 5 kilometers. A slightly immature voice came from the garage. Everyone turned to look, and a young man covered in oil stains emerged holding a wrench. His face was smudged with grime, but his eyes were bright and stubborn, appearing to be just in his early 20s. The owner's expression changed, and he glared at the young man. Ajia, what nonsense are you talking? Do you want to quit? Ajia snorted coldly, tearing off his work clothes and slamming the wrench on the table. I've wanted to quit this damn job for a long time. Our sign says Honest Car Rental, but this is clearly cheating. You don't know the brake pads are worn out. You don't know the undercarriage is cracked. That car will definitely have an accident going out 5 kilometers. You are putting lives at risk. The owner was so angry his face trembled. You little brat. Get out. Get out now. You won't see a single penny of this month's salary. Ajia held his neck high. Fine then. Keep it for your coffin. He turned and walked away without even glancing at the furious owner who continued to curse behind him. If you have the guts, don't come back. I've been in Tianbei City for so many years and no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Yu Xiaojing couldn't be bothered with such a crooked businessman and shot him a cold glance. Let's go. Yun Lin frowned, looking at the desolate street around them. Teacher Yu, that place is dozens of kilometers away. How are we supposed to get there? And it seems there are no other rental shops nearby. We can't just walk there, right? By the time we got there, it would be dark. Lin Jianxing glanced at the roadside where Ajia was putting a ragged backpack into an old SUV parked by the curb. The car looked old, its paint chipped, but it was evident that the owner had taken good care of it. The tires were new and the windows shone brightly. Lin Jianxing thought for a moment, quickly walked over and knocked on the car window. Ajia was surprised to see Lin Jianxing paused for a moment and rolled down the window. Thanks, brother, for earlier. If it weren't for your reminder, we would have really fallen into that Blackheart owner's trap today. Ajia scratched his head awkwardly with a silly smile. No problem, no problem. I didn't do much, or I just couldn't stand him cheating people. I knew the car was in terrible condition and would definitely have an accident going out. Lin Jianxing asked, are you okay? You lost your job and your wages haven't been paid. Ajia waved his hand. Hey, no worries. I didn't want to do it anyway. Earning money with a guilty conscience isn't satisfying. Besides, I was working there just to save money to buy a dungeon scroll for a dungeon that would yield materials to save my sister. Now that I've saved enough and bought the scroll, I won't continue with this lousy job. Lin Jianxing immediately asked, dungeon? We're going to run a dungeon too. Where are you going? Ajia said, to the rocky wasteland. Lin Jianxing's eyes brightened. What a coincidence, we're going there too. Since we're going the same way, how about you give us a ride? Don't worry, we won't let you drive for free. Oh, well, pay for the fuel. Ajia hesitated, glancing at his car, and then at the four people behind Lin Jianxing. It's not that I don't want to take you, but this car, although I modified it myself, and it performs well, I still have to pick up my 3 childhood friends. We agreed to go into the dungeon together. Plus, this car just can't fit so many people. How about this? I'll rent you this car. Oh, anyway, I have another vehicle at my friend's place, although it's a small 3-wheeled vehicle, but it will still fit us all if we squeeze in. You can just give me a bit of fuel money, or what do you think? Lin Jianxing was taken aback, then smiled. This guy was indeed honestly adorable. To prevent strangers from being taken advantage of and losing their jobs, now he's willing to lend his own car to help them out. All right, let's settle on that. He took out his phone to scan the payment. 100,000, is that enough? Ajia was startled, repeatedly waving his hands. 100,000. That's too much. Just a bit for fuel. Lin Jianxing directly transferred the money. Take it. Just consider it a thank you for earlier and in advance for any repairs. What if we scratch it? Ajia was so excited that his face turned red, shoving the car keys into Lin Jianxing's hand before running off to the intersection. Thanks, brother. I'm heading to borrow my friend's car now. Aside from the air conditioning not being very cool and the suspension being a bit hard, everything else is absolutely fine. Yun Lin sighed. Wow, this brother is really honest. Getting so excited over 100,000 others would definitely raise the price. Bai Lingyu nodded quietly. He's a good brother. I hope he can successfully get the materials to treat his sister. Yu Xiaojing smiled. Let's go, we shouldn't waste his good intentions. Off to the rocky wasteland. The SUV drove out of the city, and the surrounding scenery quickly became desolate. The rocky wasteland was indeed aptly named, filled with exposed brown rocks and withered grasses. Occasionally, a few low-level monsters could be seen wandering in the distance. The vehicle traveled for about 3 hours. What was originally only a journey of a few dozen kilometers took Yu Xiaojing almost 3 hours. Yun Lin had been jolted so much that she felt dizzy and listless, her hair all disheveled. Teacher Yu, are we lost? How long has it been? We should have arrived by now, right? Yu Xiaojing's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he cheerfully responded, cough. How could we be lost? When I was on a mission in this area back in the day, I could walk with my eyes closed. This is just because the main road is blocked. I'm taking you on a shortcut, you understand. Don't worry, we're almost there, he said as he stole a glance at the navigation and then suddenly jerked the steering wheel. After a violent bump, the vehicle finally came to a stop. Ahead was an extremely complex and steep pile of rocks, making it impossible for the vehicle to proceed further. Yu Xiaojing coughed awkwardly twice. It seems we'll have to walk from here. The group reluctantly got out of the car, walking carefully. After about 10 minutes of walking over a small hill, the scene before their eyes opened up. In the clearing ahead, many people were gathered, and a long barbed wire had been erected around the area, forcibly enclosing a large space. A sign hung on the barbed wire read, "Private property, unauthorized personnel, keep out." Lin Jianxing frowned slightly. Usually outdoor leveling areas and dungeon activation points are public resources. Why was there barbed wire? Yunlin Sharpied exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that a Jia?" Lin Jianxing focused his gaze looking into the mud at the entrance of the barbed wire. A Jia and his 3 friends were lying on the ground in a sorry state, covered in injuries with torn clothes. Who did this? Yunlin muttered to herself. A nearby onlooker sighed and spoke in a low voice. Little girl, who else could it be? It's the Milk Dragon Guild. Lin Jianxing asked in confusion. Milk Dragon Guild. The young man nodded with a bitter smile, a flash of resentment in his eyes. You know, although dungeon scrolls can activate dungeons, they must be within specific coordinate areas to do so. The Milk Dragon Guild directly occupied this area for activating dungeons and set rules. Anyone wanting to activate a dungeon here, whether solo or in a team, must forcibly hire their guild members to assist. The hiring fee starts at 100,000. If you don't pay, don't even think about entering. He pointed at a Jia and the others in the distance, shaking his head. Those guys insisted on forcing their way and saying they didn't need them to assist, questioning why they should pay, and ended up like this. They were beaten up and thrown out. Yunlin's face turned red with anger. How shameless. Isn't this extortion? Is there? A burly man with a face full of muscles shouted arrogantly at the crowd watching. His voice boomed. What are you looking at? Listen up. Here, our Milk Dragon Guild is the law. If you're a dragon, you must bow. If you're a tiger, you must lie down. If you have no money, don't be an eyesore here. This is the consequence. He shouted while glaring fiercely at a Jia on the ground, scaring many professionals around them into retreating, too afraid to speak up. Lin Jianxing's eyes turned cold upon seeing this. The smile on Yu Xiaojiang's face disappeared. The country has been cracking down on crime for years. I didn't expect that in a place like this there would still be such unpunished scum. It seems it's been too long since someone taught them a lesson. A Jia was kicked heavily and flew out, sliding for several meters on the gravel-strewn muddy ground before barely coming to a stop, his clothes torn in large patches and his arms covered in bloodstains. The bald, muscular man approached with a sinister grin, squatting down to pat a Jia's face. You ungrateful thing. How many times do I have to tell you? Want to get in? Sure, pay up. 100,000 for the entry fee. If you fall short by even a penny, it'll break your hand. Left or right, you decide. A Jia gritted his teeth, forcing out a sound through clenched jaw. I want pay. This is a public area. Why should I give you money? This scroll was bought by me. We can clear the dungeon by ourselves. Why should we pay you for the entry? You're robbing us. The bald man burst into laughter, standing up and spreading his hands toward the surrounding guild members. Why should we? He exaggeratedly spread his arms. Brothers, this kid asks why. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Dozens of people doubled over in mirth. Ha ha ha. Is this kid from out of town? Doesn't he know the name of our Nai-Long Guild? We have the muscle. We have the numbers. You can't beat us. Is that reason enough? The bald man's laughter abruptly stopped. He squatted down, grabbing a Jia by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Kid, in this territory, our Nai-Long Guild is law. What we say goes. If I say you need to pay, then you either pay up or you can forget about this hand. He released a Jia's neck, stood up, and raised his right foot high, a yellowish light shimmering around it. The onlookers quickly retreated, some turning their heads away in pity, while others pulled out their phones to record, only to have them snatched and smashed to the ground by guild members. Bang! A golden shield suddenly appeared in front of a Jia, and the bald man's powerful kick struck the enormous golden shield that had materialized out of thin air. At level 45, he only felt a slight tingling underfoot. His body didn't even sway. But that kick was blocked. The bald man withdrew his foot in surprise, curiously glancing to the side. Bai Lingyun was walking over slowly, her left hand holding a massive shield radiating a holy aura with golden runes swirling across its surface, and her right hand gripping a knight's sword, the tip angled toward the ground. As professionals, do you not feel ashamed for bullying the weak? Yun Yao held a silver spear in one hand, the spear tip angled down, casting a cold glance at the group. Ashamed? Talking about shame with this bunch of brutes is really overestimating them, isn't it? All muscle and no brains aside from bullying the weak, these wastes can only seek a sense of existence here. Let them clear the dungeon. They probably can't even pass the first level. The crowd fell silent. The onlookers gasped in shock. This girl had quite the sharp tongue. How dare she call the Nai-Long Guild members brutes and wastes here? Did she want to die? The bald man's smile vanished, narrowing his eyes as he cast a detection spell, only to be stunned. Level 23. He felt a jolt in his heart, but then relaxed. I thought a dragon had crossed the river. Turns out it's just 2 little kittens weaned too soon. At 23, they weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. The average level of his guild members was over 40, and the bald man himself was at level 45. This vast level gap was an insurmountable chasm. Even an SS-class profession couldn't cross it. With levels pressed down like that, no matter how powerful their skills, they couldn't deal damage. Ajie struggled to rise from the ground, his wounds still bleeding. He yelled hoarsely at Yun Yao and Bai Ling Yun, "Run. You can't beat them. This is my own problem. Don't get yourselves involved. They are all over 40 levels. You're only in your 20s. You can't win." The bald man snorted coldly. "Run. In this territory, I don't nod my head. Not even the King of Heaven can make me." He waved his hand. Brothers surround them. Dozens of Nylong Guild members grinned as they surrounded them. Some held staffs, others drew long knives, cracking their knuckles ominously. They surrounded Yun Yao and Bai Ling Yun from all sides. Ajie's 3 friends huddled in a corner, covered in injuries, wanting to help, but unable to stand. The onlookers stepped back a few more paces, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. "Step aside." Everyone turned to look. 3 figures slowly walked through the crowd. In front was a cultured old man holding 2 decorative walnuts, his pace unhurried. To his left was a girl with pink twin tails glaring angrily at the guild members. To his right was a boy with hands in his pockets looking lazy while chewing on something. Yu Xiaojing's gaze swept over the fierce-looking thugs before settling on the bald man, speaking lightly. "When did this land of Long Nation become your private property? I've been away for many years and Tianbei City has changed a lot, but the trash is still the same trash." The bald man instinctively cast a detection spell, suddenly freezing in place. LV 88. The seemingly weak individual before him was actually a top-tier powerhouse at level 88. Such a being could instantaneously eliminate all the guild members present. His legs involuntarily trembled, but he forced himself to calm down, squeezing out a smile that was more grotesque than crying. "Esteemed senior, this is our Nylong Guild's matter. We have several experts above level 80 in our guild, and even the president is a level 82 strongman. Esteemed senior, although you are powerful, is it worth offending our Nylong Guild over a few unknown little brats?" His tone carried a hint of threat, yet also a plea for mercy. To him, there were many strong individuals in the guild, and giving face to one another was the norm. No one would offend a local tyrant guild with several level 80 experts over a few lowly ants. Yu Xiaojing smiled leisurely, pulling out a badge from his pocket and pinning it to his chest. The 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the sword, gleaming under the sunlight with the ruby in the dragon's eye flickering with an eerie light. Lin Jianxing and Yun Lin also took out the same badge from their pockets and pinned it to their chests. In front, Yun Yao and Bai Ling Yun exchanged glances and silently took out their golden badges representing their identity. The 5 badges shone simultaneously, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. The golden dragon on the badge seemed to come alive, exuding a regal disdain for the masses, its head held high, its eyes electrifying. The crowd instantly stirred. "That's the 5-clawed golden dragon sword. No doubt it's the Tianlong squad. I've seen the Tianlong squad. The national team is on the field. Even a small place like this can attract the national team. Absolutely no doubt about it. Oh, only the National Elite Dragon Guard Army and the Tianlong squad have the right to wear such badges. Ordinary people simply cannot obtain them. No wonder. No wonder these 2 girls dared to stand up to the Nylong Guild. This is their confidence." The bald man's legs went weak, almost causing him to stagger. His lips trembled, his voice quivering. "Impossible. How could these people come to such a hellhole? Fake. Are you daring to impersonate state officials?" Yu Xiaojing smirked, slowly raising his head. A completely purple summoned creature appeared beside him, small in size, but the pressure it exuded made everyone present feel a choking sensation. The summoned creature squatted by Yu Xiaojing's feet, coldly surveying the surroundings. "Holy crap. That's Luo Sanpao. The mutated summoned creature Luo Sanpao. The earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. No doubt about it, that's Yu Xiaojing, a member of the Dragon Guard Army and a teacher in the Tianlong squad. I've heard of him. He's a veteran powerhouse of the Dragon Guard Army, over level 80, capable of taking on an entire guild by himself. The Dragon Guard Army, that's the most elite force of the Long Nation. How could their people appear here? If the badge could be forged, this unique, mutated summoned creature could not be faked. This was the Tianlong squad, the genuine national team." The bald man fell into complete despair, trembling uncontrollably from his legs to his shoulders. From his shoulders to his fingers, he wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't obey him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his mouth wouldn't cooperate. Yu Xiaojing gently moved his wrist, his tone calm, yet imbued with a suffocating dominance. "Now do you still think it's fake? Those holding the 5-clawed golden dragon badge can act first and report later with dragon rights granted. If I kill you today, I won't even need to write a report or take any responsibility. The bald man felt the mountain-like killing intent cold sweat already soaking his back. He believed it. He truly believed it. The five-clawed golden dragon badge dragon rights granted act first and report later. Killing you is killing you. No one will seek justice for him. No one will avenge him. Not even his corpse would be. The bald man fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead knocking against the gravel ground, drawing blood. Esteemed senior, spare my life. Esteemed senior, spare my life. We didn't recognize the great presence of your arrival. We will leave right now. We'll leave. The surrounding guild members also fell to their knees in droves. Yu Xiaojing did not look at him, his gaze passing over the crowd toward the area surrounded by barbed wire. Tear down this broken net. From today onward, if anyone dares to charge money for territory here, I won't mind personally visiting your guild. The bald man scrambled to his feet. Tear it down. Tear it down. Brothers, hurry and tear it down. He was the first to rush toward the barbed wire, pulling at it with both hands, while other guild members rushed up, tearing at the barbed wire with all their might. Yu Xiaojing turned to Ajia, his tone softening. Kid, can you stand up? Ajia stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes red, nodding vigorously. His childhood friends helped each other to their feet, all covered in injuries, yet their eyes held disbelief. Yu Xiaojing smiled. Then get ready to clear your dungeon. No one will stop you now. The onlookers were flushed with excitement. My heavens! The milk dragon has truly kicked the iron plate this time, or rather a titanium alloy plate. They have been so rampant for so many years. Finally, someone has come to deal with them. A hunter with a bow and arrow slapped his thigh vigorously, his voice cracking. This is so satisfying. These bastards usually bully others. Who would have thought they'd end up like this? Did you see that bald guy's expression? It was like he ate shit, haha. A shield warrior chimed in, his shield clanging on the ground. Who would have thought we could run into the national team here, led by Yu Xiaojing, no less. Yu Xiaojing, an old demur of the Dragon Guard, a big shot over level 80. I've only seen him on the news before. A young mage adjusted his glasses, incredulous. Deserved. The Milk Dragon Guild is going to be in serious trouble this time. Offending the Dragon Guard, how will they operate in Tianbei City from now on? Who would dare to do business with them? Who would dare to collaborate with them? Someone in the crowd added with schadenfreude. The crowd looked at the Milk Dragon Guild members with gleeful eyes, some clapping, some whistling, and others recording with their phones. This was the most satisfying day since they had been oppressed by the Milk Dragon Guild for so long. In the distance, the crowd parted again, and a middle-aged man in a suit ran over, sweating profusely. The vice president of the Milk Dragon Guild, who had been sipping tea at the back, nearly lost his shoes upon hearing the commotion. Normally dressed sharply in a suit, he was considered a prominent figure in Tianbei City, but at this moment he appeared utterly disheveled. Before he could get closer, he slid to his knees right in front of Yu Xiaojing. His knees scraped against the gravel, leaving a bloody mark. He ignored the pain and plastered a flattering smile on his face. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This esteemed officer. It was completely a misunderstanding. These ignorant fools bumped into you. All they deserve to die. They really deserve to die. His voice trembled, his face quivering with fear. He stood up and turned to slap the bald, muscular man hard. With a crisp sound, this slap was delivered with full force, knocking out two of the bald man's teeth, blood spraying from the corner of his mouth. The bald man spun around twice and a half, nearly falling to the ground. Hurry up and apologize to the officer and all the students. The vice president roared. The bald man, holding his swollen face, mumbled through tears and snot. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I won't dare again. Yu Xiaojing coldly observed, everything too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He withdrew the suffocating pressure, and the weapon in his hand dissipated into light. Take your people and scram. The vice president felt as if he had been pardoned, bowing repeatedly, his forehead hitting the gravel and drawing blood. Yes, yes, yes. We'll leave right away. We'll never appear before you again. He turned and kicked the already terrified guild members, scrambling away in panic. The bald man was dragged away by two people still crying out. Around them erupted a thunderous applause and cheers. Yunlin pouted, shoving the badge back into her pocket. Teacher Ui, let them go. These bad people have definitely done plenty of wrong and should be arrested or given a good beating. Beat them up until they're searching for their teeth, begging for mercy. Yu Xiaojing turned around, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Yunlin, although we have privileges, those privileges are meant to protect, not for personal vengeance. If I were to go on a killing spree here today, although no one would dare say anything, how are we different from them? He paused. Violence begets violence. It is never the best solution. Moreover, letting them go doesn't mean letting them off the hook. After you finish the temple dungeon, I will report to the Dragon Guard and notify the relevant authorities. Tianbei City is not the territory of the Milk Dragon Guild, it belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. They won't escape, those who should be captured will be captured, those who should be judged will be judged, and those who should be imprisoned will be imprisoned. Yunlin nodded, somewhat understanding. Oh, then okay. Lin Jianxing, standing nearby, smiled, and also agreed with Yu Xiaozhang's approach. In this world, having power does allow one to act as they please. With Yu Xiaozhang's strength, it would be easier to crush the members of the Milk Dragon Guild than to squash an ant. But he didn't. Because they represented the Tianlong class, they were the face of the national machinery. If he were to go on a killing spree today, it might feel good at the moment, but once the news got out, the nature of the situation would change. The public would see the Tianlong class as a group of privileged executioners who could arbitrarily take lives rather than as protectors. Once fear outweighs respect, order will collapse. Moreover, for these bullies who usually act with impunity, death would be too easy. A quick death means they would know nothing afterwards. To strip them of everything and let them spend the rest of their lives in prison is the most brutal punishment. Living with suffering is worse than being dead. Let them regret every day in prison, suffer daily, and be bullied by their fellow inmates. That is true retribution. Lin Jianxing turned around, walking up to the still dazed Ajia, and extended his hand. Are you okay? Can you stand? Ajia looked at the young man before him, completely stunned. He never imagined that his moment of kindness would save his life in such dire straits. It even allowed him to meet these important figures standing on cloud nine. Ever since he was a child, Ajia had idolized the Dragon Guard, and the Tianlong class was the place he longed for. In his mind, those wearing the golden dragon badge were heroes protecting the country, beings as untouchable as deities. And now the deity in his heart was standing before him, smiling and extending a hand. That smile was warm and sincere, devoid of any aloofness or pity. It was just one peer reaching out to another. Ajia trembled as he extended his dirt-covered hand, with black mud stuck under his nails and bruises from the earlier beating on the back of his hand. Suddenly, a wave of intense inferiority surged in his heart, his voice trembling with excitement, tinged with a sob. Big shot, my hands are dirty, please don't get them dirty. He instinctively tried to retract his hand. Lin Jianxing didn't care about that. He grasped Ajia's wrist and pulled him up from the ground with force. Ajia's body swayed in midair for a moment before he steadied himself. He patted Ajia on the shoulder, smiling. Don't call me Big Shot, it sounds strange. I'm Lin Jianxing, just an ordinary student. Ajia's mouth twitched, his brain short-circuited for a full 3 seconds. Ordinary student. Students from the Tianlong class are called ordinary students. What am I then? A stone by the roadside? Or grass growing from between the stones? I have classes at school, I have to turn in assignments, and I get called on by teachers too. At this moment, Ajia's head was still buzzing. I actually rented a car to a student from the Tianlong class. And even charged you money. He wore a face of regret and panic, wishing he could slap himself twice. I have committed a crime. I should have lent you the car for free. I actually dared to take money. Lin Jianxing couldn't help but laugh. All right, stop saying that. Your car is quite good, just a bit too exciting on the brakes. During those sharp turns just now, I thought we were going to take off. Yunlin glanced at the injuries on several people. They had bruised faces, some arms dislocated, some fingers broken, and perhaps some ribs were cracked. It was a pitiful sight, as if they had just gone through a car crash. Oh dear. You all look like you've been beaten in a pig heads. How pitiful. These people are too ruthless, they hit faces instead of bodies. They specifically target the face. She waved her staff. Watch how this lady casts an instant full heal spell. Ajia and his companions were immediately terrified, repeatedly waving their hands and backing away several steps. No. It's not necessary. We can just take some medicine for these small injuries. How can we waste your magic? Save your magic for later in the dungeon. Don't worry about us. Yunlin didn't care about that, directly casting the spell. The cries of agony rose and fell, sounding like pigs being slaughtered. Ah, my bones. I feel like my bones are reassembling. My ribs are dancing. Moments later, the light dissipated and the injuries on Ajia and the others were completely healed. The bruises on their faces disappeared, dislocated arms were set, and broken fingers healed. However, the group was drenched in sweat, their expressions dazed as if they had just undergone torture, their lips still trembling. Ajia gasped for breath, his face filled with terror, with tears in his eyes. Just now, I feel like I saw my great-grandmother waving at me from across the river. Yin Yao and Bai Lingyun couldn't help but laugh. Lin Jianxing also found it hard to suppress a smile. Yunlin's skill was powerful, but it was truly not something an average person could withstand. They were healed, but the process felt like being run over by a truck, then pieced back together and run over again. Yu Xiaozhang walked over. All right, since you're all healed, let's set off. The coordinates are very close. We'll arrive in about 10 minutes. It's getting dark, so we need to hurry. Yunlin shouted, okay, let's go. Lin Jianxing looked at Jie and smiled. Your dungeon coordinates should be ahead too. Shall we go together? It's on the way. Jie was stunned, then nodded heavily. Yes. Thank you, Big Shot Lin. He quickly followed, his gaze resolute, as if following this young man made him fearless. Jie walked alongside Lin Jianxing, who, although he had just been tortured by Yunlin's skill, his face was now filled with uncontrollable excitement and admiration. That gaze was like a devout believer seeing a true god walking among men. It was also like a starry-eyed girl seeing her idol in person, too excited to speak. Jie rubbed his hands, speaking excitedly and incoherently. Big Shot Lin, thank you so much. If it weren't for you and teacher you stepping in, not only would my hand be ruined, but I probably would have lost my life here. Those from the Milk Dragon Guild have killed before. Last time a young man had a conflict with them and ended up with a broken leg left to fend for himself in the wilderness. His 3 companions behind him nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Lin Jianxing and the others. In their eyes, the Milk Dragon Guild was an insurmountable mountain, a tyrant who could cover the sky with one hand. But just moments ago, this mountain had been effortlessly brought down by the words of the people in front of them. This is the Tianlong squad. This is the national team. This is the group standing at the pinnacle of Long. Others would do the same. Jie murmured, virtue. In the past, I watched news about the Tianlong squad on television and always thought they were just a group of privileged young masters and ladies unrelated to us ordinary citizens. They live in large villas, feast on rare delicacies, and have dedicated vehicles for transport, while we can barely afford our meals. He slapped himself hard, a crisp sound echoing, and his face immediately turned red. I truly deserve to die. I once harbored such narrow-minded thoughts. After witnessing them today, I finally understand what true vision is and what it means to embody the demeanor of a true powerhouse. You do not carry any airs of superiority, treating us as friends. Moreover, when faced with injustice, you genuinely wish to step in and seek justice for us. He took a deep breath, saying, Master Lin, Sister Yun's sister, by teacher you this kindness, Jie will remember for a lifetime. Even if I have to face a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, if I frown, then I am the one. Lin Jianxing chuckled. All right, it's not that serious. Just live well and take care of your sister. That's more important than anything. They walked a short distance. Jie stopped, looking reluctantly at Lin Jianxing. Boss, our dungeon coordinate is in that direction. There's a cave over there which we scouted last time. It's quite spacious and safe. Lin Jianxing nodded. Yes, ours is to the left. There's a basin over there that looks like a meteorite crater. It should be there. Jie took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Lin Jianxing and the others. To all esteemed leaders, may the mountains be high and the waters long. I wish you a great success in the dungeon. Bring back good items. Lin Jianxing smiled. And I wish you find the materials to save your sister soon. Then they headed left. Until Lin Jianxing and his group vanished from sight, Jie straightened his back, his eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. His companions said, Brother Jie, let's go. We can't let the leaders think less of us. Jie clenched his fists. Let's go. Even the leaders of the Tianlong squad encouraged us. This time, we must definitely gather the materials. Yunlin walked on the gravel path, tripped by a stone, took 2 steps to steady herself, and sighed. Although Jie's strength is average, he is indeed quite a good person. Honest, kind, and knowing how to be grateful. Unlike some people who, when you help them, feel that you owe them something. Yun Yao glanced at her, saying lightly, This is the reality of lower-tier professionals. Without resources or backgrounds, every time they enter a dungeon, it's a matter of life and death. If successful, they might earn some money and bring something back home. If they fail, they might lose their lives, and no one would even come to collect their bodies. In contrast, we are indeed much luckier. We must become stronger to protect more people like Jie. Our responsibilities are greater than those of ordinary people. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Listening to the 3 girls' sentiments, Lin Jianxing said nothing but quickened his pace. This world is cruel and realistic. Only the strong have the right to speak of kindness and protection. The weak are not even qualified for kindness because their benevolence is worthless. Lin Jianxing glanced at the dungeon scroll in his backpack and suddenly spoke. We have arrived. Everyone stopped. Ahead lay a vast basin surrounded by jagged rocks, the bottom of which was scorched earth devoid of any vegetation. The ground looked as if it had been burned and struck by lightning, with cracks everywhere. Yu Xiaojiang turned to the group. All right, the dungeon has level restrictions and I can't enter. It's for levels 20 to 25 and I am level 88, so I can't go in. They won't even let me through the door. He smiled. I'll just watch from outside, you all go in. If anything happens, call me at any time. Although I can't enter, I can break the dungeon and pull you out. Lin Jianxing nodded. Thank you, teacher you. He took out the Wind and Thunder Temple dungeon scroll, which radiated light in his palm and felt slightly warm. Little zombie y'all. I can already sense the aura of slaughter and destruction. The wind and thunder intertwine destruction at its peak. Hurry, hurry, I want to fight. I want to blow things up. The little skeleton said coldly. Idiot. Little zombie exploded with anger. What do you mean third? Do you want to fight? Let's duel after we exit the dungeon. Whoever loses calls the other daddy. Lin Jianxing ignored the noise in his mind and directly used the scroll. Buzz, as the scroll shattered the void before them, seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand, revealing a massive portal slowly opening in front of the four. Electric arcs danced along the edges of the frame and fierce wind swirled. Lin Jianxing took the lead, saying, let's go. He stepped into the portal. Yun Yao followed closely behind her silver spear in hand, her expression vigilant. Bai Ling Yun raised her massive shield to protect her side, the golden runes on the shield faintly glowing. Yunlin gripped her staff tightly and followed them in. After a strong sense of vertigo, their vision cleared once more, revealing an ancient forest filled with primal and wild energy. The trees here are incredibly tall, reaching dozens of meters, entirely blackened, as if struck by lightning countless times, with the trunks scarred by lightning. Heavy thunderclouds rolled overhead, and from time to time a thick bolt of lightning would tear through the sky, illuminating the entire forest like daytime. A translucent map floated automatically before the four. At the deepest point of the map, an icon seemed to represent a grand temple. Two beams of light intertwined at the top of the temple. One was golden lightning, and the other was azure storm. The two beams sometimes intertwined, sometimes collided, producing a deep rumble. A system prompt appeared with golden text scrolling across the panel. Welcome to the special dungeon Wind and Thunder Temple. Dungeon level 20 to 25. Please traverse the Wind and Thunder Forest to reach the temple. Current dungeon special rule: the throne of the solitary. Rule description: a true king is destined to be lonely. Transform your companions into stepping stones to the throne, and you alone can enjoy the power of the divine. Current rating level C base, drop rate 30%. Advancement conditions: sacrificing 1 life can increase the rating by 1 level. Sacrifice 3 lives, and the rating rises to level S with a drop rate of 100%. Note: the sacrificed individuals will experience true death within the dungeon, their souls imprisoned by the temple, never to be reborn. Yunlin's face instantly turned pale, and her staff nearly slipped from her grip. What the heck? What kind of perverse rule is this? Sacrificing teammates. The air in the temple seemed to freeze. The 3 girls instinctively turned their gazes towards Lin Jianxing. A 100% drop rate for the Wind and Thunder combo technique materials is indeed a huge temptation. Moreover, communication within the dungeon is isolated from the outside world. No one outside can know what happens inside. Most importantly, they were well aware of Lin Jianxing's strength. With Lin Jianxing's abilities, taking out the 3 of them would be nearly effortless. They wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Lin Jianxing looked at the 3 girls and frowned. Why are you looking at me? Let's go. A 30% drop rate is already quite high. 30%, a 30% chance isn't small. When I used to draw cards in games, even a probability of 0.something% would work. 30% is simply generous. He was the first to take a step towards the temple. What a joke. To kill teammates for some materials. He had money and hacks. Was it worth doing such a thing? One must have some bottom line in life. Besides, with a 30% drop rate in his past life playing card drawing games, which game had such a high drop rate? 30% is enough. Even if it doesn't drop, I can just try again next time. Yunlin let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. The top brother is the best. I almost thought you would sacrifice us. I was even preparing to write my will just now. Yun Yao sighed in relief and quickly caught up. Bai Ling Yun felt a bit embarrassed, lowering her head with a slight blush. Clearly Lin Jianxing had saved them many times, yet she had doubted him for a moment. She truly felt she should be ashamed. She raised her massive shield and hurried to catch up, determined to protect Lin Jianxing no matter what. Lin Jianxing walked in front with the 3 girls closely following. Thunderclouds rolled overhead and lightning danced within the clouds. In Tianbei City, at the headquarters of the Milk Dragon Guild, the hall was dimly lit with the crystal chandelier only illuminating the outer circle. The walls were adorned with various monster heads: Ravager wolves, iron-armored bears, 2-headed dragons, and a giant crocodile measuring 3 meters in length. Zhao Tianling, the president of the Milk Dragon Guild, had a burly figure sinking into the leather sofa like a mountain of flesh. He wore a tight black vest with scars crisscrossing from his shoulder down to his waist. Opposite him sat 2 men. The one on the left wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair meticulously groomed, dressed in a suit with polished shoes, looking refined like a university professor. The man on the right was middle-aged, dressed in a wrinkled jacket, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, fidgeting his eyes, darting around like a startled bird. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses exclaimed in somewhat stilted Longwa Mandarin, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Is this the top of your Dragon Nation's Tianlong class this year? Not only mastering wind and blood, but also proficient in lightning. Achieving this level at level 20. Impressive, truly impressive." He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting light, obscuring his gaze. The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. "Mr. Yamamoto, I have given you the items, including detailed files of all this year's Tianlong class students' skill lists, battle videos, and analyses of each person's personality and weaknesses. You promised that as long as I provided these, you would release my wife and daughter. And 80 million plus, sending our family to Ingwa." He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "I beg you, please arrange it quickly. If the higher-ups find out, it would be a death sentence. I can't stay in Longwa any longer. Every second is torment for me." Yamamoto-ken smiled and stood up. He walked behind the middle-aged man, placing his hands on his shoulders. "Chen-sang, don't worry. As the saying goes, those who understand the times are the true heroes among men. Your ability to decisively abandon the illusory ideals of national righteousness for the safety of your family is truly moving, sacrificing the greater good for the smaller family." The middle-aged man's tense nerves relaxed slightly, his shoulders sagging as he forced a smile. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yamamoto. I have no choice in this matter. One must look after oneself or face dire consequences. I have no other option. I have the elderly above and young ones below, so I can't risk my entire family for some great cause. Isn't that right?" Suddenly, thud. A bloody hand pierced through his back, emerging from his chest, fingers spread, nails still coated with flesh. The middle-aged man's mouth gaped open, a sound escaping his throat that resembled He stared in disbelief at the hand protruding from his chest, watching the blood rapidly spreading across his body as crimson droplets fell to the marble floor, blooming into small red flowers. He tried to turn around, but his neck wouldn't respond. He tried to speak, but his throat betrayed him. Yamamoto-ken withdrew his bloodied right hand. Disgusted, he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood, yet his smile remained gentle. "While I appreciate your perceptiveness, I truly detest traitors. To betray your own country and sell out your compatriots." He tossed the blood-stained handkerchief onto the twitching corpse, the cloth landing on its face. "Who knows, the next traitor might be me." The middle-aged man's body slid from the chair, crashing to the ground with a thud. The light in his eyes quickly faded, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but only garbled sounds escaped. With endless regret, he ceased twitching. "As for your family, a family should be together. They will soon join you in the afterlife. On the road to the netherworld, you will not be alone." Zhao Tianling, the president of the Milk Dragon Guild, furrowed his brows slightly. He too was a man unflinching in killing, with at least 80 lives on his hands, yet Yamamoto-ken's deceitful and murderous actions still made him feel somewhat uneasy. With such a perverse character, you could never know when he might stab you in the back. He raised his hand and waved it, his voice deep. "Get someone to drag this trash away and clean the floor. Leave no traces." Two subordinates immediately entered, one lifting an arm and the other a leg, dragging the corpse out. Blood left a long red line on the floor. Moments later, Zhao Tianling extinguished his cigar, his voice low. "Yamamoto, you have what you wanted, now hurry up and leave. Things are tight lately, and if the Milk Dragon Guild's connection to your Ingwa is discovered, I would be facing a death sentence myself. The Longwei army has a nose sharper than a dog. If they catch any scent, my entire ship will capsize." Yamamoto-ken laughed nonchalantly, sitting back on the sofa, crossing his legs. "President Zhao, don't be so nervous. This situation is unavoidable. Your Longwa is too closed off. Data cannot be transmitted over the internet or communications, and even emails cannot be sent. It can only rely on human transport. Blame your firewall for being too strong." A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "In the upcoming battlefield beyond the heavens, our Ingwa and your Longwa are placed in the same arena. This information is crucial for the Empire. If we can thoroughly understand the trump cards of this Tianlong class, it would be a tremendous boon for our Empire's ghostly forces. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. The military tactics of your Longwa are being studied by us Ingwa people as well." Zhao Tianling snorted coldly, his tone impatient. "That's your concern, don't drag me into it. Hurry up and leave before I change my mind. I have a bad temper, I might just want to twist your head off and kick it like a ball." The door was pushed open and a gentle-looking man walked in dressed in camouflage pants and combat boots with a black tactical vest revealing his muscular arms. His face was expressionless, his steps steady. Zhao Tianling glanced at him, his brows slightly furrowing. Lao San, weren't you guarding over in the ruins of chaos? Why are you back? Lao San said no more. Big brother, we encountered Longwei armies, Yu Xiaojing. They should be taking the Tianlong class students to that area for a dungeon. By the way, he paused, they chased us away. The barbed wire was torn down and the people scattered. Zhao Tianling was taken aback, nearly dropping his cigar. Yu Xiaojing, how could the Tianlong class come here for a dungeon? Isn't there enough dungeons for them at Kyoto University? Lao San replied in a deep voice. President, I remember there is a temple dungeon's opening coordinates right in the ruins of chaos. I think they must have come for the temple dungeon. That dungeon produces materials for wind and thunder combo skills, which is a great draw for geniuses of their level. Zhao Tianling's eyes flashed greedily, but it was quickly suppressed by rationality. Is that so? Since they are from the Tianlong class, let's leave them alone. Don't provoke them. Though fierce, he also knows the limits. Bullying those without background is one thing, but provoking the Longwei Army's Tianlong class is purely inviting death. Those from the Longwei Army could kill a guild leader as easily as killing a chicken. Yamamoto Kin turned his laptop screen towards him, the image frozen on the faces of Lin Jianxing and others captured on a train. Are these the students you encountered? Lao San leaned closer to the screen, recognizing for a few seconds, then nodded affirmatively, pointing at Lin Jianxing's photo. That's right, these are the ones. The one standing at the front is Lin Jianxing. The other three are his classmates Yun Yao, Yun Lin, and Bai Ling Yun. Yamamoto Kin gently closed the laptop, looking at Zhao Tianling, a glint of sharpness flashing behind his glasses. President Zhao, if I remember correctly, your guild's warehouse should still have some intrusion scrolls, right? Zhao Tianling's eyelids twitched violently, eyeing Yamamoto Kin warily. What are you planning? Yamamoto Kin spread his hands, his expression innocent. What else can I do? Of course it's to kill them. Such a good opportunity, would it not be a pity to let it slip? Zhao Tianling sprang up from the sofa. What? Are you crazy? That's the Tianlong class. There's Yu Xiaojing guarding outside. An over 8-level Longwei army powerhouse can wipe us all out with one hand. If you want to die, don't drag me down, or I still have a lot of life left to live. His voice echoed in the empty hall. Yamamoto Kin remained calm. President Zhao, if we can eliminate the strongest force of the Tianlong class here, this achievement would be enough for me to receive a title in the Empire. Do you know what being titled means? It means I can walk horizontally in Ingwa, and no one would dare to challenge me. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly. That's your achievement, it has nothing to do with me. I only know that once we act, I'll be dead by tomorrow. The Longwei army won't reason with you. Yamamoto Kin smiled, deepened, his lips curving up slightly. President Zhao Yu Xiaojing is notorious, even among us Ingwa people, as a god of death, known for his aversion to evil. He already knows that you are bullying the weak and strong-arming in the ruins of chaos. Do you think? He paused, articulating each word. Do you think you can survive? Zhao Tianling's face turned pale instantly. Yamamoto Kin continued to laugh coldly. Once his students finish the dungeon, I guarantee he will turn around and lead the Longwei army to wash your milk dragon guild in blood. You have harmed his people, torn down his barbed wire, and made him leave in front of so many people. Do you think he will let you off? Do you think he is that kind of magnanimous person? Zhao Tianling opened his mouth as if to say something, but nothing came out. Yamamoto Kin continued, his tone unhurried. But if you help me kill those students, I have special evacuation channels, and I can take you and your core members to Ingwa. I guarantee that not only will you survive in Ingwa, but you will also enjoy wealth beyond your imagination for generations. Villas, luxury cars, beautiful women. Whatever you want, you can have. Zhao Tianling stared hard at Yamamoto Kin. The gruesome image of the middle-aged man's death lingered in his mind, the twitching corpse, the face covered by a handkerchief, the pool of blood still steaming. Why should I trust you? You just killed a man who betrayed his own country. How do I know you won't betray me? Yamamoto Kin laughed. Haha, President Zhao, you have no choice. It's either wait for the Longwei army to come find you or gamble on believing me. The decision is yours. He sat back down, crossed his legs, and watched Zhao Tianling with great interest. Zhao Tianling fell silent. The Ingwa people's words rang true. He had fallen into a dead end. No matter where he fled within Longwa, with the Longwei army's capabilities, he would undoubtedly meet his end. The Longwei army possessed the most advanced tracking technology, the most elite action teams, and the highest level of authorization. If they wanted to find someone, that person could never escape. Now there was only one way out: to flee Longwa. to a place where the Longwei army could not reach, to a place where no one knew him. After a long while, Zhao Tianling suddenly raised his head, the hesitation in his eyes turning into ferocity like a beast driven to the edge. Damn it, let's do it. Yamamoto, can I help you keep your promise, or I will definitely fight you, and even in death, I won't let you off. Yamamoto-kin smiled and nodded. President Zhao, please trust me. Once we successfully take down those students, I will definitely take you to Yinghua. We Yinghua people value our promises more than anything. Zhao Tianling snorted coldly. Few better. He then looked at the man beside him. Lao San, what is the level restriction for that temple dungeon? Lao San seemed to have checked it long ago, replying immediately, President, 20 to 25 levels. Zhao Tianling nodded. All right. Fortunately, the intrusion scrolls do not need to be near the dungeon. Using them within the area allows us to see all the dungeons that are open nearby, though otherwise it would really be difficult to deal with that old thing. Gather all the elites in the guild who are between level 20 and 25, distribute the best equipment and weapons, and bring the best potions. The intrusion scrolls are too precious. We only have 3. Split the team into 3 groups. Use our most elite personnel to conduct a wheel battle against them. 3 scrolls, 3 waves of assassinations equipped with the best gear. I don't believe we can't kill him. Even if he is a genius, he is just a level 23 student. How strong can a level 23 really be? Lao San accepted his orders. Yes. Big brother. He turned and ran. Zhao Tianling called out to him. Wait. Tell the brothers that whoever can kill Lin Jianxing will be rewarded 50 million. I will take him to Yinghua to enjoy life. Be quick, we must get them in before they clear the dungeon. Commander, the combat damage report is in. We suffered 0 casualties in this operation, and especially those 3 boss-level entities. All were slain by a single stroke of your blade. Once this record reaches high command, they'll undoubtedly award you another major commendation. And the adjutant rushed over, eyes alight with exhilaration. The statistical report in his hand fluttered wildly in the wind. Lin Jianxing showed no trace of emotion, only a faint, disdainful click of his tongue as he rose and brushed dust from his trousers. And that's enough. Let old Li and the others handle the cleanup. I'm heading out. Heading out. Where to, Commander? High Command has already prepared a victory banquet in your honor. And the adjutant froze mid-step. Lin Jianxing shot him a cool, unimpressed glance and let out a soft nasal snort. Victory over what? Slaying a few minor beasts hardly warrants celebration. High Command's personnel simply have too much idle time on their hands. And he turned his gaze northward. The fierce, battle-hardened glint in his eyes softened instantly into the tender paternal warmth unique to fathers. I'm going to Tianbei City. My son's running a dungeon there. As you know, Tianbei lies on the frontier, lawless, volatile, teeming with all manner of rogues and vagabonds. I can't rest easy, not until I've seen for myself. And the adjutant's lips twitched, the report nearly slipped from his grasp. And Commander, Master Lin ranks first among the Celestial Dragon Squad. And didn't you yourself say Yu Shaojing is accompanying him? What do you know? Yu Shaojing's duty is Yu Shaojing's. My watching over my son is filial law written in heaven. Lin Jianxing chuckled lowly. What if some fool dares scratch even a single nail on my boy's finger? Or pluck one hair from his head? Who'd answer for that? I'm off. And he strode decisively toward the helicopter idling nearby. The adjutant watched Lin Jianxing's retreating figure and murmured under his breath. Commander Lin, the rumors are true indeed. A devoted husband, an utterly doting father. And inside the dungeon, guttural roars surged like tidal waves pounding against eardrums with deafening force. Under Yun Lin's Forcidagro buff, every monstrous entity within a 1-kilometer radius went berserk, surging toward the quartet's position as the earth trembled and trees swayed violently. The young vampire wore a mask of panic. Its dark crimson icon flickered frantically across the interface in Master. Beware? I sensed the earth quaking. So many colossal beings approaching from all directions. At least dozens. Shao Jiangshi scoffed, its gale icon shimmering indifferently. And look at you, cowering like a startled sparrow. More foes mean only more experience. One comes. We slay one, 2 come. We slay both. The young vampire paused, then its dark crimson icon pulsed once, convinced. And senior brother speaks truth. With senior brother and third brother beside me, no foe stands a chance. Yun Yao barked a sharp command, gripping her spear tightly. And they're here. Boom. Accompanied by the shuddering earth, dozens of massive 2-headed lizards erupted from the dense thicket. Their violet-red scales shimmered with crackling arcs of lightning and spiraling gusts of wind. Wind thunder lizards, elite tier, level 25. Lin Jianxing's gaze sharpened, a subtle wry smile curved his lips. Humph. Merely level 25 elites. I slaughtered hundreds of level 30s aboard the train. What fear should these inspire? Bai Lingyun raised her shield before Lin Jianxing, golden holy light radiating outward, illuminating the surrounding darkness like dawn breaking overshadowed hills. Sanctuary of light, she whispered softly. A luminous golden barrier enveloped Lin Jianxing, its surface etched with intricate flowing runes. Yun Lin swung her staff, casting a cascade of buffs upon Lin Jianxing. In might, makes right painful ecstasy come hither. The three-colored auras interwove around him, transforming his silhouette into a radiant beacon. Lin Jianxing felt surging power flood his veins. His windwings snapped open behind him with a thunderclap, lifting him skyward where he hovered motionless in midair. Shao Jiang Gu, commence. In Shao Jiangshi assumed the air of an elder brother. In third brother, you lead the charge. I'll hold the rear. I'll deliver the final blow. Shao Gulu flared a cold blue light. In too many words. In the young vampire cheered wildly, its dark crimson icon bouncing rhythmically across the interface. And go senior brother. Go third brother. You are my gods. Charge. Obliterate them. Shao Gu clenched his right fist. Lightning detonated. Wild torrents of raw electricity erupting from the void, ricocheting furiously through the densely packed horde. Each bolt leapt from lizard to lizard within a 5-meter radius, weaving an immense crackling web. The wind thunder lizards convulsed violently, muscles spasming beneath shattered scales. Then Shao Jiangshi's skill roared forth. A gale erupted from the ground, lifting the paralyzed lizards skyward, where lightning and wind entwined in furious synergy. Shockwaves rolled outward. Ancient trees tore free from their roots. Craters bloomed across the earth like black flowers. When the barrage ended, Lin Jianxing hesitated. Inordinary monsters had been obliterated outright, reduced to charred husks. Yet the elite wind thunder lizards remained standing, though grievously wounded, scales cracked, tails severed, blood bars dwindling to slender slivers. Bedraggled, humiliated, but alive. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Lin Jianxing's eyes. And what's happening? This combo had felled level 30 elites aboard the train. How could it fail against level 25 elites? Wounded and enraged, the lizards roared in unison, launching themselves forward with savage fury, jaws agape, revealing rows of serrated ivory teeth. Rule war. Lin Jianxing had no time to ponder. He issued a swift order to Shao Jiangshi. Shao Jiang, finish them off. Shao Jiangshi blinked, then surged forward without hesitation. Still breathing. Then SIT down. Still breathing. Then SIT down. Yun Yao, Bai Lingyun, and Yun Lin joined the assault. Ice spears pierced flesh. Holy judgment descended in blinding radiance, and Yun Lin hurled her low damage, scraping spells. Pale green orbs detonating harmlessly amid the lizard ranks, doing little but something. After a final flurry of finishing strikes, the battlefield fell silent. A torrent of experience flooded Lin Jianxing. His XP bar leapt 10%, but unease coiled in his chest. This clearing efficiency was abysmal, utterly alien to his signature style of instant annihilation. Once one wave sufficed. Now two were needed. It chafed. Yun Lin wiped sweat from her brow, puzzled. What's wrong? Why couldn't you one-shot these elites, Lin Jianxing? It defies logic. Did you hold back? Yun Yao lifted her head, voice calm, analytical. It isn't Lin Jianxing's failing. It's theirs. These creatures possess extraordinary dual resistance to wind and lightning. Both elemental affinities are severely dampened against them. They are natural antitheses to wind and thunder arts, having evolved over centuries within this forest of wind and thunder, forging innate immunity through relentless adaptation. Yun Lin arched a brow, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. No wonder sister's damage rivals Lin Jianxing's. Turns out it's not that you grew stronger, but that he's been deliberately restrained. Yun Yao shot her sister a sharp, silencing look. Silence. Once she had reigned supreme as the foremost prodigy of Modus City, peerless among ice element warriors of her generation. Now she couldn't even glimpse Lin Jianxing's shadow, her output barely keeping pace only because his power was artificially curtailed. Yun Lin stuck out her tongue. She knew full well, yet couldn't resist teasing her elder sister. Lin Jianxing frowned deeply upon hearing this. An extreme dual resistance to wind and lightning. That explained everything. He sighed, half-amused, half-self-deprecating. Seems I'm still too weak. My elemental repertoire remains stubbornly narrow. Silence hung in the air for 3 seconds. Then all three turned in unison toward Lin Jianxing. Come now, 99% of mages spend lifetimes mastering a single element. You command 3, including lightning, the most devastating offensive affinity known. What more could you possibly want? Bai Lingyun spoke gently in, well, perhaps slower is acceptable. So long as we clear the dungeon in the end. Safety first, efficiency second. Yun Lin suddenly interjected. Lin Jianxing, you also wield blood arts, don't you? There are offensive techniques within that school, like the basic blood spike technique. I recall seeing it in the skill compendium, a crimson spike erupting from the earth to impale foes, moderately damaging. Lin Jianxing instinctively glanced at his skill panel, empty. He truly hadn't learned it. His blood art repertoire contained only Sighing Wall, blood evasion, and blood domain, purely defensive and control-oriented, devoid of offensive application. And he silently asked, Xiao Shui, do you know blood spike? It's merely a foundational technique, simple enough. Just condense blood essence underground, shape it into a piercing spike, and thrust upward. Like your blood wall, but thinner, sharper, lethal. Xiao Jiangshi watched with theatrical amusement, voice dripping with mockery. And this coward, he knows nothing. All he manages is crumbling walls. Building barriers, yes. Striking blows. Don't be absurd. At his elder brother's taunt, the young vampire shrank inward, its dark crimson icon shrinking slightly. Senior brother speaks true. I only know how to build walls for master attacking. I can't. I'm built for defense. Lin Jianxing rubbed his temples. And enough chatter. Even a shield can become a weapon. Condense blood essence, sharpen it, drive it upward from the earth. Try it now. Enough chatter. Even a shield can become a weapon. Condense blood essence, sharpen it, drive it upward from the earth. Try it now. The young vampire sensed its master's urgency. Not just fear, but a fierce burning desire to prove itself. Nit refused to remain forever the trembling wall builder, forever mocked, forever hiding, while its master faced peril alone. It refused to remain forever the trembling wall builder, forever mocked, forever hiding, while its master faced peril alone. Young vampire timidly, then may I try? Lin Jianxing glanced at the cloud spirit beside him. He'll give it a try. The little vampire attempted to respond to his masters while controlling the blood element to condense. The blood element squirmed underground for a moment, resembling a worm rolling in the mud. Then the ground bulged with a small mound, soft and round, devoid of any sharpness or lethality. The attempt failed. The little vampire immediately gave up, retreating with a look of grievance as the dark red icon shrank a size. Little vampire, I can't do it, master. I can only build walls. Lin Jianxing inwardly cursed in frustration. Can't you have a bit of ambition? Imagine if an enemy were to ambush me, shouldn't you hit him hard? Condense it into a point and stab it fiercely. Upon hearing this, the little vampire's dark red icon suddenly brightened. Little vampire in ambush on the master. Then I must strike hard. Who dares to harm the master, I'll stab them to death. It began to compress the blood element, wildly gathering the blood it usually used to build walls into a single point. Sharpen it a bit more, make it sharper still. Stab the bad guy. Puffed. A soft sound echoed as a blood spike about 2 meters long with a tip as sharp as a spear floated in the air. The dark red light flowed across the surface of the blood spike, making it clear at a glance that this thing could pierce through steel plates. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations. Your skill, little vampire, driven by a fierce desire to protect its master, has successfully evolved and comprehended the foundational blood skill, blood spike technique. The little vampire was overjoyed. Little vampire, wow. Master, I did it. It shook in disbelief. Little vampire, so I can also be this aggressive. I'm not just a wall builder. I can stab people. The little zombie glanced disdainfully, the storm icon on its panel shaking. Little zombie, just this. One basic skill took so much effort it really embarrasses our summoned creatures. Little zombie, when I comprehended intermediate skills, I didn't even blink. The little vampire immediately became submissive, the dark red icon shrinking. Little vampire brother, you're right, I am too useless. Compared to brother and third brother, I feel like a child playing house. Lin Jianxing turned to the 3 girls, his expression serious. Now you've learned it. The 3 girls fell silent for a moment. Cloud Spirit looked at the Tumterlong blood spike, her lips twitching. Lin Jianxing, you actually learned it long ago, right? You must have learned it already, right? You were just acting, weren't you? Lin Jianxing shrugged, offering no explanation. Most blood mages struggle to conjure a half-meter-long blood spike upon comprehension. This Tumterlong blood spike is equivalent to what others take 2.5 years to learn. Cloud Spirit walked around the blood spike, reaching out to touch its tip before retracting her hand. But this blood spike technique is a single target attack. Against such a massive beast, tied stabbing one by one could take forever. What we need now is an area damage skill, one that can wipe out a crowd in one go. Cloud Yao nodded in agreement, drawing a circle on the ground with her spear. Cloud Spirit is right. As far as I know, among blood skills at the intermediate level, there's a powerful skill with the highest damage output called 1000 Blood Spike. It instantly creates hundreds or thousands of blood spikes to perform a wide area piercing attack, hailed as the most powerful intermediate skill in the blood category. Not only is the damage high, but it also has a splash effect. When the blood spike shatters, it transforms into more smaller spikes to continue attacking, doubling the efficiency of clearing monsters. Unfortunately, this skill requires a high affinity and perception with blood elements, and even a level 40 mage specializing in blood would find it challenging to master. Lin Jianxing nodded inwardly. An area damage skill that also controls. This skill sounds incredibly powerful. Plus my lightning and wind elements are currently restrained. It would be perfect to have such a move. He said calmly, sounds great, I'll give it a try. The three girls were stunned. Cloud Yao opened her mouth hesitantly. Did the esteemed Lin Jianxing not hear the latter half of her statement? Even a level 40 specialized blood mage would struggle to master it. But seeing Lin Jianxing's serious demeanor, she swallowed her words. Lin Jianxing looked at the skill panel. Little blood, did you hear? 1000 blood spike. If you can create one, then creating 1000 should not be a problem, right? The little vampire suddenly felt immense pressure, the dark red icon on the panel swaying. Little vampire master, this is too difficult, isn't it? I already exhausted all my strength to comprehend that one spike. 1000 spikes. Will I exhaust myself? It began to concentrate on gathering the blood element. A small amount of blood element floated in the air, forming a few crooked blood spikes, the longest barely half a meter. The shorter ones resembled chopsticks, with a few as small as toothpicks. Then there was nothing more. Cloud Spirit blinked. Is that it? Where are the 1000 spikes? There aren't even 10 here or there. Cloud Yao exhaled in relief. Thankfully, even though Lin Jianxing was a freak, he had yet to reach the level of being completely unreasonable. If he could learn such a high-difficulty intermediate skill, just by hearing its name, what would that mean for our effort? She stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay, Lin Jianxing. This is normal. This is one of the hardest to control top-tier intermediate skills in the blood category. Take your time, don't push yourself too hard. Bai Lingyun softly echoed, her shield resting behind her. Yes, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your lightning and wind damage is already quite high. We're just a bit slower. Steady progress will still get us through. Lin Jianxing ignored their comforting words. He intended to push the little vampire a bit harder. This little guy may be timid, but it had a good heart. If he didn't challenge it, it would never know its true strength. The little zombie burst into laughter, the storm icon bouncing energetically on the panel. Little zombie, haha. This is hilarious, just this. Second brother, you should just obediently build walls at the back. Such a grand scene still relies on me. I'm the main force, and you can only be a substitute. Lin Jianxing shouted inwardly. Shut up. Do you still want to eat braised fiery bull tendons? Go roll to the side. The little zombie had originally wanted to retort, flames flaring up, but upon hearing braised fiery bull tendons. That was an exquisite delicacy it had savored at the Longyuan Pavilion restaurant last night, with the tendons stewed to tenderness, rich in sauce, each bite bursting with fire element. That warmth surged from its tongue to its stomach, rendering it unable to resist. Balancing between the temptation of food and its pride, it complied. It confidently retracted the flames, the storm icon shrinking. Little zombie, I'm fine. I'm not afraid of you. I'm doing this for the sake of the tendons. The world quieted down. Lin Jianxing took a deep breath and began to apply pressure to the little Little blood, you see now both big brother and third brother are restrained. Their damage output is inadequate. The lightning isn't effective, nor is the wind. You're our only hope. Now is your time to shine. You are the only hope for our entire family. The little vampire trembled all over, the dark red icon flickering. Little blood, the hope of the whole family. Me? Is it really me? Not big brother. Not third brother. Me. Lin Jianxing spoke with fervor. That's right. It's you. Who said the blood element can only be on the receiving end? Who said the blood element can only be a turtle? Little blood, you must understand one truth. The best defense is not to passively take hits, but to eliminate all threats. Usually you always play the green leaf, the supporting role, bullied by big brother, overlooked by third brother. But today here you are the protagonist, the great hero who can turn the tide. Just think, if you comprehend the 1000 blood spike, would big brother still dare to mock you? Would third brother still dare to ignore you? They would have to respectfully call you second brother. The little vampire's icon began to flash urgently. Little blood, second brother. Master called me second brother. Am I second brother? Not a coward. Not useless. I am second brother. Lin Jianxing grew more passionate, his words coming faster. You are not soft mud. You are a mountain. You are a rock. You are the backbone of the earth. Let the earth tremble for you. Let the monsters know who is the king of the blood element. The blood element is not just for building walls. They are your subjects, your soldiers, your swords. You must make them charge into battle for you, brave any peril for you, and pierce through all your enemies. If a legitimate blood element instructor were to hear these words, they would likely spit blood on the spot. What subjects? What soldiers? What swords? Blood elements are simply blood elements. Oh, where do all these nonsensical melodramatic phrases come from? It's utter nonsense. But for the little vampire who had already gained some wisdom, this speech seemed to open a door to a new world. It was exactly what it needed. It stood still in the center of the panel, the dark red icon frozen. Little vampire, I think. I might understand a bit. It seemed to grasp something, yet also grasped nothing at all. That feeling was strange, like a layer of window paper blocking its view. It could clearly see the light on the other side, yet it couldn't break through. It stopped thinking about condensing 1,000 blood spikes and began to envision itself as the king of blood elements. Blood elements are not lifeless. They are alive, and they heed its command. It needed to make them boil with excitement, make them cheer, make them surge forth. The ground began to tremble slightly. It wasn't an earthquake, it was the blood elements rejoicing. A system prompt appeared and golden text gradually materialized on the panel. Congratulations. Your skill, little vampire, has successfully evolved and comprehended the intermediate blood skill. 1,000 blood spike. 1,000 blood spikes summon thousands of sharp blood spikes to deal massive blood attribute damage to all enemies in a designated area. Cooldown time 1 minute. Lin Jianxing felt a surge of joy in his heart. It worked. Little blood, you are truly a genius. He immediately took out skill books and began to devour them one after another, shoving them into his mouth. Blood-related, wind-related, lightning-related stacked together like a small mountain. The skill books transformed into streams of light and entered his body as the little vampire's icon opened its mouth and swallowed several streaks of red light. The level of 1,000 blood spike increased. Boom, boom, boom. It shot up from level 1 to 23, reaching the current level cap. In the distance, the roar of beasts shook the heavens as a new wave of wind and lightning lizards surged from the dense forest. There were more of them than before, and they were larger. The leader was a massive creature over 5 meters long, its scales gleaming with a purple-gold light. Cloud Spirit's expression changed. Not good. Another wave is coming. This wave feels even larger than the last. The previous wave was already terrifying, and this one has doubled. Cloud Yao gripped her spear tightly, cold air coalescing at its tip as the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees. Prepare for battle. Ling Yun, take the lead. Cloud Spirit buff Lin Jianxing. She looked at Lin Jianxing and was stunned. He was standing there frantically using skill books. She suddenly recalled how outside the train Lin Jianxing had also started madly consuming books, and the next moment, he summoned a massive weapon like the Thunder Chain Prison. A disbelieving thought surged in her mind. No way. Yin Yao froze upon seeing Lin Jianxing devouring a book. Yun Lin and Bai Ling Yun also wore expressions of stunned disbelief. Ah, Lin Jianxing is eating another book. Didn't he just finish one moments ago? Phythus. Could it be activating again? The system notifications erupted across the interface in rapid succession. Qinshue Cone upgraded to level 5. Qinshue Cone upgraded to level 12. Qinshue Cone upgraded to level 23. In under 10 seconds, the newly grasped mid-tier Bloodline Grand Technique had been instantly elevated to its peak level. The little vampire trembled with exhilaration, its crimson-red icon bounced rhythmically within the interface. The little vampire master. My great blade. Know my blood spears. Are ravenous with thirst. It is time these monsters witnessed my true might. I'll pierce them through. Pierce them all. The little zombie recoiled in shock, its icon quivering slightly. The little zombie, what's all this shrieking? You startled me. Do you think roaring louder makes you stronger? The little skeleton coldly intoned silence. Outside, the tremors intensified. The scattered stones beneath their feet began to shiver faintly. A foul metallic stench rushed toward them. The unmistakable odor of countless wind thunder lizards. Pairs of scarlet eyes ignited like embers in the dim forest gloom. They were now less than 500 meters away, a mere few charges at most. Yun Yao snapped back to focus and tightened her grip on her long spear. Prepare. Regardless of whether Lin Jianxing truly mastered a new technique, they had no choice but to confront every battle with unwavering seriousness. Bai Ling Yun's gaze sharpened, holy light surged around her as she slammed her massive shield into the earth with a thunderous impact. A golden holy light barrier instantly unfurled, enveloping the group in radiant protection. Golden runes across the shield's surface shimmered and flowed as though alive. Yunlin wasted no time. Her staff arced swiftly through the air as she cast 3 potent buffs upon the party, each gleaming light settling upon Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing stepped forward one decisive pace. "Let me handle this." The 3 exchanged glances, and ultimately chose to trust him. A deafening roar shook the air. The black tide of wind thunder lizards surged to within 100 meters of Lin Jianxing. Those 2-headed lizards gaped wide for crimson eyes, blazing drool dripping from their fangs, each drop sizzling and corroding the ground into tiny pits. Lin Jianxing gazed upon those grotesque maws, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. "Go ahead, Xiaolei." Thunder Chain Prison. Countless fine azure lightning serpents surged across the ground with blinding speed, vanishing instantly into the surging beast tide. Lightning crackled wildly among the densely packed lizards, each leap leaving behind a flickering arc of electricity branded onto their scaled hides. The lizards convulsed violently, limbs buckling beneath them. In that single breathless moment, the electrified status had spread across the entire battlefield. The little vampire raised its hands aloft. The little vampire, Qinshuekon. Above them, thousands of dark red blood spears materialized, dense, endless, blotting out the sky. Each spear stretched over 2 meters long, its tip sharp as a war lance, its surface pulsing with an ominous crimson luminescence. Yun Yao stared fixedly ahead. She had never before witnessed this technique in action. Yet before her stood the definitive manifestation of the bloodline's most devastating mid-tier area effect technique, Qinshuekon. Lin Jianxing had truly mastered it. The little vampire unleashed a long-suppressed, triumphant roar. The little vampire died. As if answering a general's command, the hovering blood spears descended in unison, sweeping down upon the lizard horde like a merciless rain. Thousands of crimson spears fell like a torrential storm, so dense not a sliver of sky remained visible. Paralyzed and electrified, each 2-headed lizard was impaled by multiple spears. Blood exploded in crimson arcs. Scores of elite beasts were simultaneously pinned to the earth. Some were skewered clean through the abdomen, immobilized and writhing. Others were torn apart by overlapping spears, bodies shredded like rag dolls. Kill notifications flooded Lin Jianxing's interface, flashing too rapidly to read individual monster names, while his experience bar surged upward in one violent leap. Current level LV 24. Lin Jianxing surveyed the battlefield, now a grotesque tapestry of crimson spears and fallen beasts, and felt a deep, visceral satisfaction. This was damage as it should be. With Yunlin's damage amplification buff and the electrified status layered atop them, obliterating these mere level 25 elites was hardly surprising. The little vampire stared momentarily stunned at the sheer scale of its own devastation. Its dark red icon froze at the center of the interface, trembling with unrestrained excitement. The little vampire, elder brother, third brother. Did you see? Did you see? Every single one. I pierced them all. 1,000. No, thousands. I did it. It yearned desperately for validation, like a child clutching a perfect report card awaiting parental praise. The little vampire, third brother, what do you think? Am I impressive? The little skeleton's glow flickered faintly. The little skeleton, not bad. The little vampire, whoa. Third brother actually praised me. He's never praised anyone before. The little zombie bristled, its tempestuous icon whirling toward the little skeleton. The little zombie. Hey, third brother, my skills are far more devastating than his, aren't they? Have you ever seen such raw power as my wind pillar? Such majesty as my tempest cyclone? Such flair as my phantom spinning fist? The little skeleton replied coolly. You're too loud. The little zombie froze speechless at the interface's center. The little vampire turned expectantly toward it. The little vampire, elder brother, what about you? How is that just now acceptable? The little zombie huffed, its tempest icon wobbling awkwardly. The little zombie, well, it wasn't bad, but mostly because your attributes weren't suppressed and third brother's electrified effect helped considerably. Barely passable, really. The little vampire wilted, its crimson icon dimming noticeably. The little vampire, I understand, elder brother. I'll keep training, I'll grow stronger. Strong enough to obliterate foes without needing electrified at all. Below them, blood still dripped steadily from the lizard's impaled corpses. Yunlin swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Wow, what the hell is this? Are we skewering candy apples? Is he even human anymore? This is the bloodline's most difficult mid-tier technique to master. He just grasped blood spear art and immediately unleashed this. Was there even 5 minutes between them? Lin Jianxing turned, meeting the 3 girls' awestruck gazes. Well, Is this efficiency satisfactory? One sweep, no follow-up strikes needed. Much faster than before, wouldn't you agree? Yin Yao drew a slow, steadying breath, then asked, striving to keep her voice calm. Lin Jianxing, was that technique truly just mastered? Not something you already knew? Lin Jianxing paused thoughtfully, then offered a flippant explanation. Yes. I realized blood essence has temperament. Tap it, and it resonates. So I just tapped it inwardly once, and it shook. He nodded, evidently pleased with himself. Honestly, the technique you recommended is remarkably effective, brutally simple, yet deeply satisfying. For thick-skinned, resilient foes like these bloodline techniques remain unmatched. Yin Yao felt herself suffocating, her usual composure utterly fraying at the edges. Are you a freak? Huh, maybe it's just innate talent. He waved dismissively. All right, let's drop this. We should move on. Finish the dungeon early, get back to campus, and sleep. We have classes tomorrow. He strode ahead, leading the way toward the divine temple. Yin Yao watched his retreating figure, her expression impossibly complex. Yun Lin sidled up beside her, grinning. Sis, don't be so glum. Look on the bright side. He's our freak. And not just any freak. He's rank 1 of our Tianlong class. On future extraterrestrial battlefields, it'll be foreigners losing sleep over him. Yun Yao exhaled deeply, her mood softening just slightly. Yes, to have such an utterly unreasonable prodigy as a teammate was indeed profoundly reassuring. At the entrance to the Wind Thunder Divine Temple dungeon, space warped, then rippled, and 4 figures materialized out of thin air. At the entrance of the Wind and Thunder Temple dungeon, space warped violently, 4 figures materialized out of thin air. Lu Mao crouched down, scooped a handful of black ash from the ground, rubbed it between his fingers, then brought it to his nose, and inhaled deeply. The guild master was right. The boy named Lin Jianxing truly wields both wind and thunder affinities. And judging by this devastation, his offensive power is extraordinary, truly exceptional. The charred scorch marks the tree stumps reduced to brittle charcoal, and the lingering elemental residue in the air all pointed unmistakably to the destructive force of at least a mid-tier cultivation technique. Dao Ba stood at the vanguard of the group, his face marred by a grotesque scar, a jagged worm-like gash stretching from his brow bone down to his jawline. He was the most ruthless newcomer in the Guangsha Guild, unrivaled, with several lives already weighing upon his hands. Frowning coldly, he declared, "Indeed, he is formidable. I never imagined anyone at this level could inflict such damage." Lu Mao smiled, easily drawing a dagger from his waist and spinning it deftly in his palm. Brother Dao, we're fortunate our guild master spared no expense this time. He issued each of us a set of Wind and Thunder Divine Armor legendary grade gear, granting dual resistance to wind and thunder attributes, reducing such damage by 80%. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just a level 25 youth. Against our armor, his attacks will barely scratch the surface, harmless to us, while ours will be fatal to him. Hong Mao snickered wickedly, licking his lips. Say, what if that kid realizes he can't even breach our defenses? His expression would be priceless. Ha ha ha. Might he even kneel and beg us? All except Captain Dao Ba burst into unrestrained laughter. Enough, cease your mirth. Remember, we face the elite of the Tianlong squad, the very pinnacle of talent among this generation of Longhua. We hold advantages, yes, but arrogance invites disaster. I've seen far too many strong men capsize in shallow waters. The 3 fell silent and replied in unison, "Understood, Brother Dao." Though their mouths closed, disdain still flickered in their eyes. A level 25 student, no matter how gifted, what could he possibly achieve? Is this not akin to striking a child, crushed under the weight of level disparity and absolute elemental suppression? Lu Mao sidled up to Hong Mao, lowering his voice as his eyes darted shrewdly. Let's split the reward evenly, 25 million each. With this fortune and under Mr. Yamamoto's patronage, in Ingwa we'll live without want for the rest of our days. Hong Mao licked his lips, eyes gleaming. I've never laid eyes on so much money in my life. Once in Ingwa, I'll head straight to Kabukicho. I'll book every top-ranking geisha there. I'll savor the life of a true master. Change partners daily, never repeat a single one in an entire year. Lu Mao shot him a look of utter contempt. TCH, pathetic. All you think about is women. Your vision is narrow indeed. As for me, I'll buy a grand villa with an onsen, soak in hot spring water daily, sip fine sake. That is true living. The bald man interjected eagerly, rubbing his palms together. All I want is legitimacy, a proper identity. No more living on the edge of the blade. A small shop, a wife, peace. Just quiet, steady days. Dao Ba did not intervene. Controlled greed was the finest stimulant. Desire bred resolve. His gaze sharp and penetrating swept over the three. Very well, want wealth. Want women. First complete your task flawlessly. Fail, and you won't reach Ingwa. You'll be commemorated next year on this very day. Move out. He charged forward, vanishing into the dense thicket. The other three exchanged glances, tightened their grips on their weapons, and surged after him, advancing swiftly through the forest in disciplined combat formation. Daoba led the way, Hong Mao and Lu Mao flanked left and right. The bald man guarded the rear. Moments later, Lu Mao abruptly halted, gasping and pointing ahead. What in the blazes is that? Before them stretched a sight that chilled the marrow, a grotesque, pulsing forest of blood-red spikes, thick as ancient pillars erupting densely from the earth in eerie, macabre profusion. Corpses of monstrous creatures hung impaled upon the spikes, blood oozing slowly down their crimson surfaces, staining the soil below, a deep, viscous rush red. The air reeked of iron-rich carnage. Hong Mao swallowed hard, his massive axe nearly slipped from his grasp. What devilry is this? Who did this? How many monsters must have fallen to create such a slaughterhouse? Daoba stepped forward, touched one spike with his fingertips, still damp with fresh blood, then raised his hand to his nose and inhaled. A blood affinity technique, mid-tier or higher. Hong Mao scratched his head, puzzled. Blood affinity. But the boy is wind and thunder dual affinity. Where did this come from? The guild master's intelligence only listed thunder and wind. Lu Mao's eyes lit up. He smacked his thigh like a revelation had struck. I've got it. This must be a hidden boss within the dungeon. Think. This is an orange-tier temple dungeon. Special bosses are perfectly plausible. Perhaps some colossal blood-wielding abomination. Exactly. An orange-tier temple dungeon naturally harbors unique bosses. Why wouldn't one wield blood affinity arts? The bald man frowned, skeptically turning to Hong Mao. Hong Mao, you went to school longer. What do you— Hong Mao rolled his eyes, gruff and dismissive. Me? I dropped out before finishing junior high. 2 years more than you maybe. What do I know? Asking me is like asking a wall. The bald man cursed inwardly. Damn illiterates. He swallowed again, staring at the impaled corpses, his voice trembling slightly. Brothers, tell me, will we end up strung up there next? Skewered like grilled skewers. Hong Mao spat thrice. Pa, pa, pa. Shut your foul mouth, you jinx. Daoba leaned toward Lu Mao's theory. He preferred believing this was a dungeon mechanism, not human agency. Likely the signature move of a special boss. Dungeons close only upon full clearance, or when every entrant perishes. They may already be dead. Forward, we press on. Alive, we find them. Dead, we claim their remains. A flash of cruel resolve crossed his eyes. The three responded in unison, yes, sir. Deep within the dungeon, Lin Jianxing and his companions advanced steadily toward the final chamber. Yun Lin dragged his feet like a deflated balloon. Ugh, my legs feel shattered. Is this path trying to kill us? Yun Yao's temples throbbed visibly. Yun Lin, shut your mouth. Throughout this entire dungeon, Lin Jianxing cleared every monster in an instant, carved our path forward, and you've done nothing but shout 666. And munch snacks. You haven't landed a single blow, not one. So spare us your complaints about exhaustion. Yun Lin puffed out his chest, indignant. Shouting 666 is exhausting, you know? It's voice-controlled support, emotional reinforcement. Don't you understand the labor of being a cheerleader? My throat's raw. Lin Jianxing walked ahead. Though the banter was loud, he had to admit these young women made dungeon running far less tedious. Xiao Xuegui, the little vampire, buzzed excitedly within his interface, her crimson icon pulsing erratically. Xiao Xuegui, master. Master. Something's behind us. Xiao Xuegui, so many things. Wait. No, only 4. Lin Jianxing paused, startled, and mentally asked, what is it? Didn't we clear the area completely? Where did these monsters come from? Xiao Xuegui's crimson icon shimmered brightly. Xiao Xuegui, for monsters. They've picked up traces of my residual blood elemental essence. They're closing in from behind. Their presence is veiled, but nothing escapes my perception. Lin Jianxing frowned. Only 4. Along the way, Yun Lin's forced aggro had drawn waves of hundreds. Why now just 4? Xiao Xuegui bristled with murderous intent. Her crimson icon blazed fiercely within the interface. Xiao Xuegui, dare they sneak up on Master's backside? Did they ask Brother 2 for permission? Die. Boom. The earth convulsed violently. Ancient trees were wrenched from the soil. Thick crimson spikes erupted upward in frenzied torrents. Yun Lin blinked, stunned by the rising dust cloud, then turned to Lin Jianxing, bewildered. Lin Jianxing, what's happening? More monsters. Why can't I see any? Yun Yao and Bai Lingyun also turned to him. Lin Jianxing stood motionless, calm on the surface. Truthfully, he didn't know either. He'd merely thought good, and Xiao Shuegue had acted instantly. Xiao Shui, what in the world are you doing? Where are these monsters? Xiao Shuegue sounded utterly certain. Her crimson icon stood rigid and bright. Xiao Shuegue, Master, there are monsters. My senses are infallible. Anything touched by my blood elemental trace, even kilometers away, I feel it. Lin Jianxing's expression shifted subtly. Xiao Shui had no motive to lie. If she sensed monsters, monsters were there. He turned to the three young women, composed and authoritative. I sensed movement approaching from behind, so I unleashed a technique. Yun Lin rose onto his tiptoes, squinting into the distance, shielding his eyes with one hand. Monsters? Where? I see nothing. You're tricking me again. Bai Lingyun pointed toward a tiny speck hovering above the distant stone forest. Her voice wavered. Look, over there, something's hanging from those blood spikes. It doesn't look like a monster. It's... All followed her finger. And there atop, 4 towering blood spikes dangled 4 figures, like tattered banners fluttering weakly in the wind, blood dripping steadily down each pillar, staining them entirely crimson. Lin Jianxing strode forward without hesitation. Let's go take a closer look. The 3 exchanged glances and hurried after him. As they drew nearer, the figures sharpened into clarity: a green-haired man, a red-haired man, a bald man, and one bearing a brutal facial scar. Yun Lin rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, baffled. Green hair, red hair, scarface, and a baldy. These aren't monsters, they're people. How can other people be inside this dungeon? Lin Jianxing stood before the blood spike, tilting his head up to meet the gaze of the scarred face, still dripping crimson. For corpses. For spikes. For pairs of eyes frozen wide open in eternal disbelief. He narrowed his brows. Where had these people come from? Lin Jianxing looked up at the few corpses hanging on the blood spikes with scattered orbs of light on the ground. These were the spoils dropped by the adventurers after their demise. The little vampire, brimming with pride and eagerness for recognition, stood straight on the panel. Little vampire, master. Look, I wasn't lying, was I? There really are monsters. I told you my perception wouldn't be wrong. They can't escape since they've touched my blood element. Its confidence surged, the icon on the panel swaying slightly. Little vampire, there was no need for third brother to step in. They died in one hit. Looks like my output is quite explosive too. From today on, I can also be someone who can take down monsters in an instant. But the next second, it seemed to sense something was off. The dark red icon froze for a moment. Wait. Why do these monsters look just like humans? And they're wearing clothes. Do monsters wear clothes too? Lin Jianxing's mouth twitched slightly. This foolish creature only now realizing something was amiss. Had it really only just reacted after seeing humans strung up like candied haws? Yun Lin covered her mouth, her eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? Why are there other people in the dungeon? Is this a new illusion mechanism of the dungeon? Or are these the guards of the temple? Human-shaped. Bai Lingyun cautiously leaned in for a closer look, then quickly recoiled, her shield raised in front of her. It shouldn't be an illusion, it's too real. The blood is warm, the wounds are fresh, and there's body heat. They must indeed be humans. At that moment, Yun Yao, who had been observing, spoke up. It's an intrusion scroll. Intrusion scroll. Lin Jianxing frowned slightly. This term was somewhat unfamiliar to him. It seemed not to have been mentioned in either textbooks or his past. Yes. Yun Yao turned to look at Lin Jianxing. It's a special item that can forcibly teleport another team into an already open dungeon. However, due to rule restrictions, only one team can intrude into a dungeon at the same time. A flicker of disgust crossed her eyes. Such items are prohibited by the state and cannot be found in legitimate trading posts or shops. You absolutely won't see a trace of it there. Only in the underground black market can it occasionally be seen. A single scroll can sell for tens of millions. Yun Lin looked curiously at her sister. Why is it banned? Does it lead to instability in the dungeon space? Or is there another reason? Yun Yao shook her head, her expression calm. No, it's because of its purpose. The dungeon is a separate space independent of the real world. Everything that happens inside is completely unknown to the outside. There are no surveillance cameras, no witnesses, and even corpses will disappear with the dungeon reset. So the purpose of those who use such items is often singular: to kill and loot. She glared at the corpse. Killing in the dungeon carries no responsibility. There is no evidence, no traces left, not even corpses. It is the perfect crime scene. That's just despicable. Yun Lin stomped her feet, in anger, her face turning red. These people are so evil. We're all adventurers struggling against monsters, and they still want to turn on each other. Aren't the monsters outside enough for them to fight against? Bai Lingyun's eyes revealed a hint of confusion as she nervously twisted the edge of her shield, her brow furrowed. But why? We don't seem to know these people. How do they know we've opened the dungeon? How do they know our coordinates? Lin Jianxing stepped forward toward the fallen bodies, bending down to pick up the scattered spoils of light on the ground. As he grasped the orb of light, it instantly transformed into equipment. A suit of light armor entirely silver-white with azure wind patterns and blue lightning patterns flowing across its surface, emitting a faint glow. The equipment information popped up: Wind and Thunder Divine Armor, Legendary Grade, Level Requirement 20. Special Set Effect: Wind and Thunder Resilience. 80% reduction in damage from lightning and wind attributes. He picked up other orbs of light. Each one contained a complete set of wind and thunder resistance gear, helmets, chest plates, leg guards, boots, and gloves, all 5 pieces intact. He chuckled softly, tossing one piece of equipment to Yunyao. It seems this isn't just random killing and looting, they're targeting us. Yunyao caught the equipment and glanced at its attributes, her pupils shrinking. Wind and thunder dual resistance gear. Such specialized equipment has very low versatility. It's meant for specific attributes. Normally, no one would wear such gear to farm dungeons, as it offers almost no defense against ordinary monsters. Lin Jianxing gestured toward the corpses. They each had a set. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere turned heavy. Everyone present understood that entering the dungeon with this gear meant something. It was a meticulously planned assassination attempt against them. After all, before entering this dungeon, Lin Jianxing was the core damage dealer of their team, and he happened to be a wind and thunder dual element output. The opponent's plan was simple: use wind and thunder resistance gear to neutralize Lin Jianxing's lightning and wind damage, then swarm him. Yunyao looked at the corpses with a cold smile. It's a pity that these people calculated everything but never imagined that Lin Jianxing had comprehended a mid-tier blood attribute output skill in the dungeon. They came in wearing wind and thunder resistance gear, thinking they could withstand your damage, but you switched attributes. She paused. These people probably won't even know how they died. What they saw last was probably a sky full of blood spikes, and then there was nothing. Yunlin's face flushed with anger as she gripped her staff tightly. This is just despicable. This group of people is utterly rotten. Bai Lingyun frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, but who did we offend? Sister Yunyao, Sister Yunlin, and classmate Lin Jianxing, have you offended anyone? Yunyao shook her head slightly, her expression calm. I have been in Modu with Mengqing. Although our family has some influence, we always act with discretion and have never made enemies. No one dares to touch us in Modu. Yunlin nodded vigorously beside her. That's right. How could anyone want to kill me given how cute I am? Lin Jianxing furrowed his brow in thought. Enemies. He quickly ran through them in his mind. The only ones he had a bit of a conflict with were the Zhao family from Dachang City. But Zhao Yongwei and Zhao Lingling, the father-daughter duo, were relatively well known to him. Though somewhat resentful and narrow-minded, they would only resort to minor tricks allowed by the rules, not attempt to kill their fellow countrymen. Moreover, this is Tianbei City, 100,000 miles away from Dachang City. It shouldn't be them. He glanced at the three and said blandly, it should be the Nylon Guild. Yunyao also said that intrusion scrolls only circulate in the black market. The only one capable of obtaining an intrusion scroll and assembling so much targeted gear while also having a grudge with us could only be the Nylon Guild. Exactly. Yunyao nodded. Lin Jianxing is right. The Nylon Guild has been entrenched in Tianbei City for many years. They must have ample resources in both the black market and financial power. Moreover, they were just taught a lesson by Teacher Yu. They lost face and dignity, which is why they're so desperate. In their view, since Teacher Yu has already set his sights on them, there's no escape, so they might as well take a gamble. Yunlin was instantly enraged. This is outrageous. Just because we didn't let them receive the so-called fee, they want to kill. These people are completely lawless. Once we get out, I must tell Teacher Yu to dismantle that pathetic guild, burn it all to the ground. Bai Lingyun exclaimed indignantly. How dare they? We are students of the Tianlong class. Attacking us is an act of treason. Getting caught would lead to execution. Yunyao sneered. As I mentioned earlier, there is no evidence in the dungeon. As long as they kill us, who would know it was them? After the dungeon resets, no traces will be left, not even corpses will be recovered by the system. At that moment, Lin Jianxing chuckled lightly and looked at everyone. Perhaps this is also a good thing. The three of them looked at Lin Jianxing simultaneously. Lin Jianxing spoke calmly, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. Have you forgotten the rules of this broken dungeon? Sacrifice 3 lives, and the rating can be elevated to level with a 100% drop rate for wind and thunder materials. Yunlin instantly understood, her eyes lighting up. Alright, so that means we can use this group of people as sacrifices. After all, their information is still very outdated. They don't even know that Lin Jianxing's blood attribute output is also exceptional. They thought that once they neutralized your wind and thunder dual elements, everything would be fine, but you still have blood elements. However, she soon looked at the corpses on the blood spikes, her face falling. But it's a pity that these 4 people are already dead. According to the rules, sacrifices should take place at the final altar of the temple rite. Lin Jianxing shook his head and analyzed, not necessarily. If it were you, after incurring great costs and deciding to intrude into the dungeon to kill Tianlong class students, would you only send 1 team? You must know that if it fails, the consequences are severe. The Nylon Guild, a local force, wouldn't act so thoughtlessly. Yin Yao immediately picked up the conversation, her eyes flashing with cold light. Exactly. Since they dared to act against us, they must be well prepared. If 1 team isn't enough, then 2. If 2 aren't enough, then 3. They definitely have more than 1 intrusion scroll. There's a high probability of a 2nd or even a 3rd team. Lin Jianxing listened, his smile brightening as he brushed off the dust from his hands. Let's go. Well, wait for them at the temple to deliver their offerings. There are still others lining up behind to be sacrificed. This time it's a win-win situation. At this moment, Lin Jianxing felt immensely pleased. He had been worried about the 30% drop rate. What if nothing dropped? But now the sacrifices had come knocking at their door, as if someone had come to deliver a pillow when he was sleepy. Outside, the instant's gale-driven grit lashed his face as Yu Xiaojiang pulled out his phone, and after a few busy beeps, a middle-aged voice answered, laced with the complacent nonchalance of someone accustomed to high office. Hello? Who is this? This is Yu Xiaojiang. The man on the other end froze for a moment. The scrape of a chair betrayed his movement, and his tone instantly turned obsequious, as if he had become a different man. Oh, it is Elder Yu. Aye. What business do you have with this humble mayor of Tianbei City? How do you have the time to call me? Yu Xiaojiang wasted no preamble and spoke directly. Mayor Liu, I am now at the Rocky Wasteland. I have witnessed Nylon Guild illegally enclosing land, forcing purchases, and even committing violence in public. Barbed wire stretches for hundreds of meters. They post prices for protection and beat anyone who refuses to pay. I want an explanation. There was silence on the line for 2 seconds. Mayor Liu's voice grew agitated. What? Such things happen. Elder Yu, could there be some misunderstanding here? He paused and let his tone soften into earnestness. Nylon Guild is an important civilian force helping Tianbei City resist the beast tide. They have assisted the government many times over the years. Chairman Zhao is usually enthusiastic about charity and law-abiding. He has even donated schools. I suspect some temporary hands below acted crudely and without proper discipline. Rest assured, I will return and sternly admonish Chairman Zhao, have him rectify internal discipline and never tolerate those who harm the collective. Yu Xiaojiang remained calm, unmoved. I'm not interested in those excuses. I demand that you immediately mobilize personnel to seal off Nylon Guild and detain all its core members. Mayor Liu began to stall, his voice thick with evasion. Elder Yu, this. It can be done, but Nylon Guild has hundreds of men and is deeply rooted locally with people in various trades. If we rashly arrest them, it could spark mass unrest, and the situation might spiral out of control. Give me a week, and I will give you a full account. Yu Xiaojiang's tone dropped cold. Mayor Liu, are you trying to buy time? If that is your intent, there is no need. It seems Nylon Guild's brazen arrogance in Tianbei City owes much to you, Mayor Liu. The mayor's voice changed, overtaken by fear. Elder Yu, I have nothing to do with Nylon Guild. I will arrest them now. Oh, I will lead the operation myself. Please do not misunderstand. Yu Xiaojiang said lightly, no need. I gave you the chance, you proved useless. I will handle it myself. He hung up without giving the man another opening. Stowing the phone, he stared at the gray, overcast sky, a flash of disgust passing through his eyes. In an age overrun by monsters, there were still worms who indulged criminal forces for private gain. He murmured to himself, his fingers tracing the phone's edge. Since it has come to me, then I shall upend Tianbei City and cleanse it. Kill those who deserve death, arrest those who must be arrested, leave none behind. The phone in his hand vibrated again. The incoming display read Lin Depeo. For a moment, the chill on Yu Xiaojiang's face melted into a smile. He answered, and his voice turned affable. Hello, old Lin. What's up? On the other end, Lin laughed heartily until the receiver trembled. Old Yu, am headed to Tianbei City. I heard you and my son are clearing an instance over there. I also heard you ran into a beast tide on the way. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yu Xiaojiang blinked and shook his head helplessly. Old Lin, do you not trust me even when I'm here? You have to come in person to keep watch. I'm your son's recruiter, not a kidnapper. Lin Jianxing spoke with bold assurance. Nonsense. Lin retorted. That's my own son. How can I be at ease if I'm not watching him myself? If something happens, will you compensate me? He paused, then continued. Besides, you can't enter the instance yourself. You can only watch from outside. What if someone sneaks into the instance? Those scoundrels could do anything. Yu Xiaojing shook his head with a trace of helplessness. You mean an intrusion scroll? Those things have been suppressed and destroyed by the state. They vanished from the market years ago. Besides, the instance has a level restriction of 20 to 25, and your son can casually clear packs of 30-level elites. If someone truly intruded, wouldn't they be delivering themselves to death? One goes in and dies, two go in and both perish. There was silence on Lin's end for a moment, then his laughter burst forth even louder. All right, enough. Send me the exact coordinates. I'm on my way. But the line went busy. Yu Xiaojing looked at the disconnected phone and let a small smile curl at the corner of his mouth. What a doting father. He must personally come guard his son in case even a single hair is harmed. About a kilometer from Yu Xiaojing's position, in an extremely concealed hollow, towering piles of jagged stones screened the place completely. From above, it looked as if hundreds of people lay in ambush, a dark, compact mass. Neilong Guild had mobilized its entire force. Some squatted, some lay prone, some leaned against rock. None dared make a sound. Zhao Tianling sat in command. Beside him stood Shanben Jian from Ying State, and behind them dozens of the guild's heavily armed core members. A young man stared at a scroll that emitted an eerie purple-black glow. Lines of fine characters surfaced on its face. Luanru Wanzhou Intrusion Scroll. When used, it can detect any instance spaces activated within a 5-kilometer radius and forcibly construct a temporary teleport channel, sending a 4-person squad into the detected instance. The text on the scroll flickered from searching to locked. The young man's hand trembled and his voice shook. Chairman, it can go in. The first team has already entered the instance. The channel has been established. Zhao Tianling was stunned. If the intrusion scroll could enter, then the first dispatch team had likely been annihilated. His brow knotted in perplexed anger. So fast. Scar's squad were our most elite level 25 team, and they were wearing full Wind Thunder dual resistance gear. Even if they stood still and let that youngster attack them, they couldn't have been wiped out so swiftly, could they? Shanben Jian wore a grave expression and spoke slowly. It seems we underestimated the caliber of the Tianlong class top-ranked student. He is not an ordinary talent. He is a genius among geniuses. Zhao Tianling looked toward the second assassination squad readying themselves, and he bit his lip. Second team, prepare. He barked with the desperate force of a last gamble. Shanben Jian suddenly reached out and stopped him. Wait. Chairman Zhao, your second team's strength is inferior to the first. Even if they enter wearing the same Wind Thunder dual resistance gear, the result will be the same. Zhao Tianling frowned and paced anxiously. Then what do you propose? Time was pressing. If Lin Jianxing and his group cleared the instance, everything would be over. Shanben Jian asked, Chairman Zhao, do you have high-grade elemental resistance potions? Zhao hesitated, then nodded. I have high-grade elemental resistance potions for thunder, fire, earth, water, blood, wind, and even light and dark. The warehouse holds many, amassed through various channels over the years. After ingestion, the corresponding elemental resistance is increased by 70% for 1 hour. Shanben Jian nodded and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Distribute 1 bottle to each member of the second team. Unfortunately, elemental resistance potions cannot stack. If a second bottle is used, the new effect will overwrite the previous one. So we must choose 1 elemental resistance. Chairman Zhao, which do you think they should take? Zhao Tianling stared at the bottles and fell into deep thought. This was a choice between victory and defeat. Choose the wrong resistance, and the second team would be wasted. His mind raced, and his fingers tapped his knee without thinking. Thunder and fire were surely neutralized. That gear's resistances were solid and immovable. First, eliminate blood. Although Lin Jianxing also had a blood affinity, blood attack skills were rare. Most blood skills were defensive or controlling. The footage never showed him using any blood offensive skill. If he had one, he would have used it already. A person's focus is limited since he cultivated wind and thunder to the extreme. Blood was likely only a survival means, not a primary threat. The fire girl was a tank, and the support posed little menace. If only one resistance could be chosen, then ice would be best. After all, he is a student of the Tianlong class, and certainly not simple. Scar's squad probably fell to that ice girl. She picked them off one by one as Scar and the others had no foothold against ice. Zhao Tianling lifted his head, his gaze steady. Ice. Give them the ice resistance potions. Shanben Jian nodded, a smile of approval crossing his face. A fine deduction, Chairman Zhao. That will be the arrangement. You are a clever man who knows when to gamble and when to hold steady. He waved his hand, and his subordinates passed out ice blue vials to the members of the second team. The surrounding trees gradually thinned, their charred trunks growing ever rarer. Yun Lin pointed excitedly toward the distance. Lin Jianxing, look over there. Could that be the temple? It's enormous, larger than our city's stadium. The group lifted their gazes. A towering architectural complex loomed faintly beneath the dim, ashen sky. An immense temple compound was encircled by a soaring wall, 10 meters high, its surface densely inscribed with arcane sigils. Massive stone pillars pierced the clouds. Thick bolts of lightning struck repeatedly upon the temple's domed roof. Yun Yao's eyes flickered with awe as she tightened her grip on her spear. The Temple of Wind and Thunder. Its majesty lives up to its legend. An orange-tiered dungeon truly is extraordinary. Lin Jianxing too stood deeply impressed. This dungeon's depth and prestige were undeniably exceptional. He glanced at his level panel, level 24, 20 complete. He had just cleared several waves of monsters, and his experience bar had surged significantly. Completing this dungeon would likely elevate him to level 25, and only 5 levels remained before level 30, when he could unlock his 4th summoning slot. He withdrew his gaze. Let's go, let's go. Yun Lin cheered. Right? Charge forward. The group quickened their pace and soon arrived at the grand entrance of the temple compound. Stepping across the towering threshold, they beheld a vast temple courtyard. At its center rose a bronze incense burner 3 times a man's height, its surface engraved with ancient spiraling patterns, and within ash from recently extinguished joss sticks still lingered. Flanking the stone steps leading to the main hall stood 2 colossal guardian statues, fierce-eyed gripping Vajra scepters radiating solemn, unyielding authority. A system prompt flashed. A cascade of golden text appeared on their panels. Welcome to the forecourt of the Temple of Wind and Thunder. Only heroes who pass the trial of the Temple Guardians may enter the main hall and stand before the Divine Sovereign. Initiate the trial. In a note upon initiation, you will have 60 seconds to prepare. And without hesitation, Lin Jianxing selected yes. Yun Yao by Ling Yun and Yun Lin likewise confirmed. System alert trial initiated. Countdown 59 seconds. 58 seconds. Yun Lin trembled with nervous excitement, clutching her staff tightly. I wonder what the gatekeeper looks like. How formidable. Could it be a giant dozens of meters tall? Whatever it is, it's merely a doorkeeper. Show its health bar, and we'll slay it. The 3 women turned, though the remark reeked of adolescent bravado. Such arrogance was warranted, if spoken by Lin Jianxing. In an instant, the minute elapsed. System alert trial commenced. And in boom. The entire courtyard shuddered violently. The bluestone paving slabs bucked beneath their feet. The 2 colossal guardian statues flanking the stairs stirred to life, their stony exteriors cracking and splintering, revealing inner bodies pulsing with ominous crimson light. They roared, hefting massive stone Vajra scepters, and lumbered slowly down the steps, each footfall carving deep craters into the earth and sending shards of stone flying. Boss revealed. Temple Guardian Vajra of Wind and Thunder. Level 25. Trait 80 resistance to wind and lightning-based damage. Lin Jianxing raised an eyebrow. Even the mere gatekeepers were boss tier. And not one, but no wonder this orange-tier temple dungeon carried such weight. Calmly he issued his command, engage. Apply buffs, shields, crowd control. The trio moved in flawless synchrony. Yun Lin swept her staff. Her familiar aura enveloped Lin Jianxing. Bai Ling Yun slammed her shield into the ground. A golden dome erupted from its surface, enveloping all 4 in shimmering protection. Yun Yao blurred forward like a streak of frost. Frostbound domain, in and whoosh. A wave of glacial energy exploded outward. The 2 Vajras, having taken only 2 steps, froze mid-stride. Thick ice surged up their legs, locking ankles, knees, and thighs in unbreakable crystalline shackles, immobilizing the titanic figures completely. The Vajras bellowed in fury, but the ice held fast, impenetrable. Lin Jianxing raised one hand. Now, Xiao Jiang Xiao Shui Xiao Gu. Execute the triple convergence. The young vampire thrilled with anticipation. And young vampire, brother, little brother, watch me, I'll lead this time. It was the first true moment since its awakening when it fought not as a spectator, but as a frontline combatant alongside its elder and younger brothers. Xiao Jiang snorted coldly, its icon flickered with disdain. And Xiao Jiang, don't get cocky. Just don't embarrass yourself. A crackling net of lightning instantly blanketed the icebound figures. Fine arcs of sapphire electricity danced wildly across their bodies, saturating them with electrocution status. Then, gale force columns erupted from the earth as the young vampire activated its skill. In the courtyard shattered. Bluestone slabs tore upward, debris exploded in every direction. From the cracked earth beneath the Vajra's feet, countless thick, dark red blood spears erupted, piercing through frozen limbs, abdomens, and chests with unstoppable force. Amplified by electrocution status and Yun Lin's damage-boosting aura, the colossal forms were impaled clean through, from skulls to crowns, strung upon crimson spines like grotesque skewers. Then amid thunderous detonations of wind and lightning, their bodies disintegrated entirely, showering the ruins with pulverized stone. NN System alert, congratulations. You have slain the Temple Guardians. Experience awarded. The young vampire's voice trembled, half sobbing, half triumphant, as its crimson icon quivered softly on the interface. And young vampire, wah. So cool. Me, so cool. From today onward, who dares call me a coward? Who dares brand me useless? And in young vampire, brother, little brother, did you see that? Our synergy is invincible. Xiao Jiang for once offered no retort. Its storm icon shimmered gently. And Xiao Jiang, fine. You've got some merit. That last strike was impressive, barely tolerable. Xiao Kuei's silver-white icon pulsed softly, edged with dancing arcs of lightning. And Xiao Kuei, not bad. The young vampire felt its very essence ascend, bliss bubbling over its crimson icon, spinning giddily on the panel like a jubilant top. As smoke dissipated, the once magnificent pristine temple courtyard lay in utter ruin. Bluestone slabs shattered and upturned like plowed earth. The side halls had collapsed halfway, exposing crumbling Buddha statues and fallen pillars. Even the ancient cypress trees had been wrenched from the soil lying askew, roots still clotted with damp earth. Yun Lin's lips twitched. This dungeon's quality is terrible, isn't it? The temple's utterly demolished. Can the final boss even emerge now, eh? Did we accidentally kill it? In Bai Ling Yun explained, her shield resting across her back. I suspect it's not poor dungeon design. It's Lin Jianxing's overwhelming power. She paused thoughtfully. The dungeon's creators likely never imagined anyone at levels 2025 could unleash a blood art technique of this caliber, the 1,000 blood spears. And the scale of those spears. It no longer resembles the 1,000 blood spears. It verges on the 10,000 blood spears. Yun Lin nodded, contemplative. That makes sense. It's not the dungeon's fault. Lin Jianxing brushed dust from his palms, expression unruffled. Relax. So long as the dungeon remains uncompleted, the boss will appear. Let's go, see for ourselves. He gestured toward the wreckage of the main hall and strode ahead. The three exchanged glances and followed without delay. The four of them traversed the ruins of the collapsed main hall, and the sight before them suddenly opened up. This was the most core area of the temple, the sacrificial pool. Surrounding temples had collapsed walls where shattered pillars toppled and debris scattered everywhere, yet this altar remained intact. At the center of the altar was a circular pool approximately 10 meters in diameter, filled with bubbling, scalding red magma. Bubbling and churning waves of heat rushed towards them, scorching their cheeks. Behind the magma pool stood a strangely shaped stone platform upon which floated a dark red crystal ball. Within the crystal ball, flames flickered as if it were a living heart. As the four approached the altar, a system prompt appeared. You have arrived at the sacrificial pool. Please touch the crystal ball on the stone platform after completing the sacrifice to commence the final battle. Current rating C level drop, rate 30%. Yun Lin leaned over to glance at the magma pool and was immediately forced back several steps by the heat wave covering her nose. Does this mean we have to throw someone in? That's too cruel, isn't it? The designer of this dungeon must be a psychopath. What normal person would come up with such a rule? Yun Yao coldly stared at the pool. This illustrates the rule of the Lone Walker's throne. To gain the highest rewards, one must sacrifice their companions. This tests human nature. The designer wants to see if in the face of absolute profit humans will turn into beasts. Lin Jianxing's expression remained calm as he sat down on a nearby broken stone, crossing his legs. All right, let's wait here. They should be arriving soon. Yun Lin came to her senses, glanced at the entrance, then at Lin Jianxing, complaining, seriously. Why are the people from the Milk Dragon Guild so slow? We've already pushed to the boss's doorstep. Why hasn't the second team caught up? They can't be lost, can they? She paused. Hey sister, do you think we should go guide them? Should we send someone out to assist? Yun Yao shot her a look as if she were a fool. You want to guide them? Aren't you afraid of running into them and getting killed? Also, if you're so bored, just pour out some of that water you have in your head and stop thinking about these pointless things. Yun Lin shrank her neck at the retort, muttering softly. I'm just trying to clear the dungeon faster. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back to sleep. Yun Yao looked at the leisurely Lin Jianxing, feeling a mix of emotions. They were clearly the ones being hunted, yet here, they were complaining that the assassins were too slow, delaying their chance at full score rewards. If the people from the Milk Dragon Guild knew this, they would probably be so furious they could spit blood. They were rushing here with all their might, yet these people complained they were too slow. Lin Jianxing lounged with a smile, his legs crossed. Don't worry, they'll definitely come. After all, they've invested a lot. Since the Milk Dragon Guild used a disturbance scroll, it was a matter of life and death. If they couldn't eliminate these people in the dungeon, facing the wrath of Yu Xiaojiang and the Tianlong class outside would leave them with no escape. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing lives, they would have to do it. For Lin Jianxing, this was more than just a simple counterattack. By sacrificing the lives of 3 such individuals, they could achieve a 100% drop rate for the thunder and lightning combination technique materials. This deal was incredibly advantageous. In the dense forest, a 4-person team swiftly moved through the trees. The leader was a burly man with a nose ring, broad-shouldered and stocky, with a face full of muscle, wielding a giant axe as large as a door. Following him were a tall and slim warrior and a sturdy shield fighter with a shifty-eyed archer bringing up the rear, his eyes darting around. They stopped, staring at the blood-soaked stone forest ahead, feeling a chill run down their spines. The blood spikes still had the corpses of magical beasts hanging from them, the blood already congealed to a dark red, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The tall and slim warrior swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What the hell is this? Did Dao Ge and the others die here? The leader was momentarily stunned, then snapped back to reality and slapped the back of the tall warrior's head. Forget about that, focus on the task at hand. If Dao Ge died, it was because he was useless. The tall warrior was worried, rubbing the back of his head. Captain Dao Ge was the strongest among our guild's newcomers, if even he fell. The captain interrupted him, a glint of determination in his eyes. Fool. It's precisely because Dao Ge fell that we have this opportunity. You should be thanking them. Didn't you hear the president's analysis? Dao Ge and his team were annihilated because we were fixated on Lin Jianxing and neglected the other members in the group. You must understand, no one from the Tianlong class is easy to deal with. But this time is different. We not only wore the thunder and lightning armor, but also used high-level frost resistance potions. With Lin Jianxing incapacitated, that ice-type girl is also out of commission, leaving just a shield and a healer. What do they have to fight us with? The 3 regained their confidence. Indeed, all their offensive means had been thoroughly countered. How could they possibly lose? This was the victory of intelligence warfare. Captain is brilliant. President is brilliant. They ran towards the temple with overflowing confidence. Passing through the stone forest, they reached the ruins of the temple, and the sight before the team stunned them once more. The ground was cracked, debris everywhere, the blue stone slabs overturned, and the side halls had collapsed significantly as if bombed. The tall warrior hesitated, looking around, confusion evident in his eyes. Captain, I have a feeling. There's a blood-type powerhouse in their team. These blood spikes don't seem like something an ice-type could produce. The captain's eyelids twitched, but he steadied his mind. What kind of person is the president? He has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. His analysis can't be wrong. Don't scare yourself. Move. The group steeled themselves and walked in. A bone-chilling cold suddenly surged in, and the captain turned abruptly. Yun Yao flashed out from the side, a silver spear slicing through the dim light, the spear tip suddenly halting. Extreme cold domain. The cold air exploded, sweeping towards the moisture in the air crystallizing into tiny ice shards. The captain smirked, revealing a look of anticipated triumph. As expected, it's ice type. You Tianlong class people, this is all you're capable of. The cold air swept over the 4, but no ice shards formed. The frost resistance potion proved effective. The cold air slid across their skin like droplets of water gliding over oil, leaving no trace. The captain laughed maniacally, filled with pride, his giant axe pointing at Yun Yao. Didn't expect that, did you? We guessed it long ago. Today none of you will escape. However, to his surprise, Yun Yao showed no sign of the expected panic. Instead, she seemed to reveal a hint of disdain. That gaze was like looking at a clown. Before the captain could react, the ground beneath them suddenly quaked. The violent tremors caused the 4 to lose their balance instantly, their bodies uncontrollably becoming rigid, as if held down by an invisible giant hand. In the next moment, countless sharp blood spikes burst forth from the ground. The piercing screams echoed throughout the temple ruins as the 4 were instantly impaled in midair by the blood spikes. Under Lin Jianxing's command, the little vampire displayed an astonishing level of microcontrol. All the blood spikes precisely avoided vital areas. Some pierced thighs, some pierced shoulders, and others grazed ribs, just enough to hang them in midair without causing immediate death. Lin Jianxing's voice floated over. Yun Lin, don't let them die. Yun Lin nodded, waving her staff, a green glow enveloping the 4. A more agonizing wail resounded through the temple. The captain convulsed all over, blood dripped down his pant legs, staining the debris beneath him. He struggled to lift his head towards the source of the sound. Lin Jianxing was looking at him with an indifferent expression flanked by Yun Lin and by Ling Yun. The captain finally realized something was amiss. Memories of the president's unwavering analysis flashed through his mind before their departure. He recalled the president saying, "The thunder and wind types must be neutralized. That set of equipment's resistance is solid. First eliminate the blood type. Blood type attack skills are extremely rare. A person's energy is limited. Since he has pushed the thunder and wind systems to their limits, the blood type must only be a means of self-preservation."